with the left hand wielding the Sword of Extermination and the right hand brandishing the god-slaying blade. Adorned in the 9-dragon armor and donning the supreme shoes, Zhang Tianhao inadvertently traverses into the true martial continent. Awakening to the most formidable berserk system, his motto becomes clear: to obliterate various prodigies and rectify all forms of disrespect. He aspires to grasp the world's power while indulging in the embrace of beauty, gathering all the enchanting women to become the mightiest man in this realm. Those who defy him shall be utterly crushed. Hurry and bury him. Do not let anyone discover him, for it would be detrimental to us. Hit. Zhang Tianhao, that worthless fool, deserves this fate. Who told him to offend young Master Zhentian? His downfall was inevitable, sneered a man with a chilling laugh. The intermittent sound of earth being dug caught Zhang Tianhao's ears as he groggily awakened, a torrent of memories flooding his mind, nearly overwhelming him. I have traversed the wasteful young master of the Zhang family from the Vasi kingdom. Zhang Tianhao felt utterly bewildered. He vaguely remembered playing on a computer in an internet CAF, charging his phone when a sudden electric shock struck him. And thus, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Yet, the real issue lay in the grim circumstances he now faced. His father, once the family head, had gone missing a year prior, leaving his uncle, the Grand Elder, to assume leadership. Once heralded as a family genius, possessing the potent bloodline of the Great Sun Diamond, he was rendered powerless by a mysterious assailant who severed his martial arts core the very next day after his father's disappearance, draining his bloodline. His grandfather, the family's most esteemed elder, remained secluded, leaving him vulnerable and ridiculed. During the day, after his sister suffered bullying and he confronted his cousin, Zhang Zhentian, he was grievously injured by a single blow. Now, he found himself on the verge of being buried alive. What a cruel twist of fate. I have just crossed over, and now I face death once more? This is too tragic. From his memories, he discerned that the 3 men preparing to bury him were lackeys of Zhang Zhentian. Though their strength varied, the weakest possessed a martial prowess of the first realm, while the strongest reached the second realm. Any one of them could easily dispatch the now powerless him. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of concern. He did not wish to perish so soon after his arrival. Yet, he dared not move, fearing that if they discovered he was still alive, they might deliver a fatal blow. Zhang Tianhao felt a peculiar itch on his arm and instinctively swatted at it. Ding dong. Congratulations, player. You have slain an ant. Experience points 1. Current experience 1. Would you like to activate the Super Dominator system? A melodious voice rang in his mind. In that moment, Zhang Tianhao noticed a radiant object in his consciousness, reminiscent of game items. Instinctively, he focused his mind on it. Ding dong. A crisp sound akin to a game notification echoed. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Super Dominator system. Would you like to view your character attributes? Yes. Zhang Tianhao silently affirmed. He felt the emergence of a new attribute panel in his mind. Player, Zhang Tianhao. Level, 0. Vital energy, 0 points. Cultivation technique, purple cuillard. Martial skills, none. Divine abilities, none. Charm level, 0. Luck level, 0. Is this a game? At that moment, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming urge to laugh aloud. While he may not know how to cultivate, he was undoubtedly a master in the realm of gaming. His martial core may have been destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate, but with the system at his disposal, he would soon learn the true meaning of overwhelming strength and slaughter. Having previously worried for his life, Zhang Tianhao now felt completely at ease. As long as he possessed this system, he was invincible. First and foremost, he needed to level up. Currently at level 0, he had no combat prowess whatsoever. Moreover, his health was perilously low and continued to dwindle. Yet, he was not overly concerned. Once he leveled up, everything would naturally be restored. To reach level 1 required 100 experience points. For Zhang Tianhao, that merely meant slaying 100 ants. While he may not be able to kill a person, exterminating ants would be a trivial task. Gazing at the ants crawling over him, he felt elated. These were his experience points. Kill. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain an ant. Experience points 1. Finally, after Zhang Tianhao squashed 100 ants, he heard, ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have leveled up. Current level, martial artist, first realm. In that instant, an immense surge of warmth coursed through him, filling him with newfound strength. Is this what power feels like? Zhang Tianhao felt an involuntary groan of pleasure escape his lips. Congratulations, player. You have successfully leveled up. Would you like to claim your beginner's gift package? Just like in a game, there was a beginner's gift package. How delightful. The rewards during the early stages were usually substantial. Yes. Congratulations, player. You have received the Snow Drinking Madblade. Congratulations, player. All secondary profession, levels 1. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Luohan Fist Manual. Would you like to cultivate it? My goodness. This gift package is exceedingly generous. Zhang Tianhao rejoiced. He quickly inspected the attributes of the Snow Drinking Madblade. Snow Drinking Madblade. Level: Heavenly Grade. Description: originating from the legendary saga of Wind and Cloud. This ancestral blade of the Ninghai family measures 3 feet and 7 inches long, crafted from the coldest material in existence, a remnant of the white used by Ninghai to mend the sky. Wielding this blade allows the user to unleash 50 of its icy power. When paired with the corresponding technique, it can unleash 300 of its icy power. Attack power: 20. Incredible. Zhang Tianhao was elated. With this blade, his life would be safeguarded. After storing the blade in the system space, Zhang Tianhao immediately began cultivating the Luohan Fist. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully cultivated the Luohan Fist. Current level: Entry. With a sword of celestial extermination in his left hand and a divine annihilation blade in his right, clad in the armor of the 9 dragons and adorned with the supreme shoes, Zhang Tianhao inadvertently traverses the Zhenwu continent. He awakens to the most formidable berserk system. His mantra is to obliterate all prodigies and to rectify all grievances. He shall wield dominion over the world while languishing in the embrace of beauties, collecting the fairest maidens and becoming the mightiest man in this realm. Those who defy him shall be utterly crushed. Quickly bury him, do not let anyone discover it, or it will be detrimental to us. Hit. Zhang Tianhao that waste deserves it. Who told him to offend young Master Zhang Tian? His fate was sealed, a man remarked with a cold, sinister laugh. The intermittent sound of soil being dug resonated in his ears. Zhang Tianhao, in a daze, awoke to a flood of memories overwhelming his mind, nearly causing it to explode. I have traversed realms? The useless young master of the Zhang family from the Waxy Kingdom? Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He vaguely remembered playing on a computer at an internet CAF, charging his phone when an electric shock struck him, leading to this bizarre transference. Transference is one thing, but the problem is from the memories, he learned that his situation is dire. His father, once the family head, had disappeared a year prior. His uncle, the Grand Elder, had assumed the role of acting head. Originally a prodigy of the family, blessed with the bloodline of the great son Vajra, he was rendered powerless by a mysterious figure the day after his father's disappearance, having his martial arts core obliterated and his bloodline stripped away. His grandfather, who held the greatest expectations for him, remained in seclusion, leaving him vulnerable to bullying and ridicule. During the day, after his sister was wronged, he had confronted his cousin, Zhang Tian, the son of his uncle, and was grievously injured by a single strike. Now, he found himself on the verge of being buried alive. What a predicament! I've just crossed over, and am already facing death. This is truly a lamentable fate. From his memories, he discerned that the 3 individuals preparing to bury him were lackeys of Zhang Tian, though not particularly strong, with the weakest among them being at the first level of martial arts, while the strongest reached the 2nd level. Any one of them could easily end the life of the now crippled Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of apprehension, not wishing to meet his demise so soon after his arrival. He dared not move, fearing that should they realize he was still alive, they might strike him down for good. He felt an itch on his arm and instinctively swatted at it. Ding dong. Congratulations, player, you have slain an ant, gaining 1 experience. Current experience: 1. Would you like to activate the Super Dominator system? A melodious voice echoed in his mind. Immediately, Zhang Tianhao perceived a golden object in his consciousness, reminiscent of an item from a game. He instinctively willed it open. Ding dong. A crisp sound akin to a gaming notification followed. Congratulations, host, you have activated the Super Dominator system. Would you like to view your character attributes? Yes, Zhang Tianhao silently affirmed. He felt a new attribute panel manifest in his mind. Player: Zhang Tianhao. Level 0. True Qi, 0 points. Cultivation technique, Purple Qi method. Martial skills, none. Divine powers, none. Charm value, 0. Luck value, 0. Is this a game? At that moment, Zhang Tianhao could hardly contain his laughter. While he may be unfamiliar with the ways of cultivation, he was a master when it came to gaming. His core may be devastated, rendering him unable to cultivate. As long as there is a system, he would show them the meaning of crushing defeat and slaughter. Having been preoccupied with thoughts of his impending doom, Zhang Tianhao now felt utterly at ease. With the system, he was akin to a deity. First things first, he needed to level up. Currently at level 0, he possessed no combat prowess. Moreover, he noted his health was nearly depleted and continuing to decline. However, he was not overly concerned leveling up would restore everything. To reach level 1, he needed 100 experience points. For Zhang Tianhao, that merely entailed slaying 100 ants. Killing people was beyond him, but ants were a trivial task. He glanced at the ants crawling over him, elated. Each one represented his experience. Slay, slay, slay. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain an ant, gaining 1 experience. Finally, upon squashing 100 ants, he heard, ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have leveled up. You are now at the first level of martial arts. In that instant, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming surge of warmth enveloping him, as if his entire being was infused with newfound strength. Is this what power feels like? Zhang Tianhao nearly moaned in ecstasy. Congratulations, player. You have successfully leveled up. Would you like to claim your novice gift pack? Just like a game, there was indeed a novice gift pack. How delightful. Novice gift packs were typically quite generous. Yes. Congratulations, player. You have received the Snow Drink Mad Blade. Congratulations, player. All secondary profession levels have increased by 1. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Luohan Fist Manual. Would you like to cultivate it? Goodness, this gift pack is exceedingly generous. Zhang Tianhao rejoiced. He perused the attributes of the Snow Drink Mad Blade. Snow Drink Mad Blade. Level, Heavenly Grade. Description, a family heirloom from the Nie family in the legendary Wind and Cloud dominance. Measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length, forged from the coldest substance in the world, remnants of Bailu, used by Niwa to mend the heavens. Wielding this blade can unleash 50% of its icy power. If paired with the accompanying cultivation technique, it can unleash 300% of its icy power. Attack power 20. Astounding. Zhang Tianhao was overjoyed. With this blade, his life was assured. After placing the blade into the system space, Zhang Tianhao immediately began cultivating the Luohan Fist. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully cultivated the Luohan Fist. Current level, Novice. Chapter 2. Fury Unleashed Technique. Luohan Fist Rank. Upper Yellow Tier. The martial arts of Jinwu continent are categorized into Divine, Sacred, Celestial, Earthly, Mysterious, and Yellow Tiers. Proficiency, 100 level. Initiate. Levels are divided into Initiate, Minor Completion, Major Completion, Perfection, and Transformation. Description. The Initiate level of Luohan Fist can amplify lethality by 10%. The higher the realm, the stronger the attack. At the Initiate level, a critical hit rate of 1% can be triggered. At the Transformation level of Luohan Fist, a critical hit rate of 5% can be activated. Triggering a critical hit doubles all attacks. A critical hit. Truly remarkable. Achieving a 5% critical hit rate equates to triggering 1 critical hit for every 20 punches. Doubled attacks, ISNT. That a rhythm of sheer dominance. Heh, you foolish wretch, let me demonstrate how I shall deal with you. At that moment, 3 of Zhang Zhentian's lackeys had already dug a pit and were making their way towards Zhang Tianhao. Unexpectedly, they were astonished to discover that Zhang Tianhao, who had been lying on the ground, had vanished. Brother Chuan, could it be that he has risen from the dead? One young man asked nervously. Don't speak nonsense. This kid might not be dead. We mustn't let him escape. Otherwise, we won't know how to report back to Brother Tian. A taller youth replied grimly. The thought of Brother Tian's wrath sent a chill down their spines. Just as the trio was about to search for Zhang Tianhao, a languid voice drifted over. Are you looking for me? The 3 turned towards the sound and were taken aback to find Zhang Tianhao standing under a large tree. Arms crossed, observing them leisurely. They were somewhat astonished. Zhang Tianhao, who had been gravely injured and nearly lifeless, now appeared completely revitalized, as if nothing had happened. However, they soon regained their composure, relieved that Zhang Tianhao had not fled. For they were uncertain how to explain to Brother Tian otherwise. Zhang Tianhao, you actually didn't take the opportunity to escape. Should I be thankful for your foolishness? The tall youth said, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Do you think you've got me all figured out? Zhang Tianhao replied with a cunning smile. Stop the chatter. Just lie down obediently. One of the youths snorted coldly and lunged at Zhang Tianhao with swift movements. Akin to a startled rabbit, Simultaneously, he struck towards Zhang Tianhao with a powerful palm, evidently intent on killing him with a single blow. Humph. Zhang Tianhao did not retreat but advanced instead. He stepped forward and unleashed the Luohan fist with ferocity. The punch struck the youth squarely, sending him flying. Pff. The youth let out a pained scream as he was propelled backward. Without pausing, Zhang Tianhao directed another punch at another youth, who was momentarily stunned. This punch whipped up a terrifying gale, crashing into the youth with blinding speed. The youth screamed and was thrown several meters away, collapsing motionless. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing Zhang Jia. Gaining 50 experience points, 5 chi, and 10 fury energy. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing Zhang Lu, gaining 50 experience points, 5 chi, and 10 fury energy, having efficiently dealt with the two lackeys. Zhang Tianhao's confidence soared. However, the experience gained from defeating opponents of the same tier was pitifully low. When did you recover your cultivation? The tall youth looked at Zhang Tianhao in shock. Heh, what do you think? Zhang Tianhao replied coldly. Even if I have recovered, do you think my cultivation is on par with theirs? The tall youth smirked frostily, emanating an aura indicative of a martial artist at the second layer. Isn't it just the second layer of martial arts? Do you need to act so arrogantly? Zhang Tianhao shook his head dismissively. After speaking, Zhang Tianhao snorted and dashed towards the tall youth, launching the Luohan fist. The air resonated with a sacred sound, as if a Luohan were chanting scriptures. The tall youth shouted fiercely, raising a palm to meet the attack. Die. Zhang Tianhao retorted, his fist descending with unyielding force. Boom, the two powers collided violently. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. Luohan fist has triggered a critical hit. The tall youth let out a scream, his body soaring backward like a kite with a severed string. Crashing into 3 large trees before hitting the ground and spitting blood, Zhang Tianhao approached, finding the tall youth bleeding from all 7 orifices, unmistakably dead. Trash, such poor luck. A mere 1% critical hit can be triggered so easily. Should I try my luck at the lottery? Zhang Tianhao scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing Zhang Wenchuan, gaining 200 experience points and 100 chi. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. Current level, second layer of martial arts. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Infinite Fury skill. Will you cultivate it? Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Divine Armor. Will you equip it? It exploded. Truly a breakthrough. The Divine skill. The armor. Indeed, it was the little boss of the novice village. Zhang Tianhao felt an exhilarating rush, akin to consuming honey. Now, who dares to call me waste? Step forward. I shall make you the true waste. Chapter 3. Rage unleashed. Zhang Tianhao immediately donned the King's armor, glancing at its attributes. Item. Divine Armor Rank. King tier. Ranks are categorized as Divine, Sacred, Celestial, King, and Mortal. Item description. Defense 20. Can mitigate enemy attacks depending on the opponent's cultivation. The weaker the enemy's cultivation, the stronger the defense. Not bad. Zhang Tianhao was quite satisfied. After wearing the armor, he felt a sense of security. What Zhang Tianhao coveted most was the Infinite Fury. A skill deemed the most formidable in the game. He wondered if such power existed in the real world. Zhang Tianhao quickly checked the attributes. Divine Skill. Infinite Fury, Level 1. Rank. Divine Proficiency. 10 cooldown time, half an hour. Cooldown time decreases with higher levels. Description. Level 1 Infinite Fury can instantly double all attributes. Zhang Tianhao was immensely pleased. This Infinite Fury had become his strongest trump card. With a grin, he opened his character attributes to review. Player. Zhang Tianhao. Health. 120. Level. Second layer of martial arts chi. 40 martial technique. Luohan fist divine skill. Infinite Fury. Level 1. Overbearing aura technique. Purple chi formula charm. 0 luck. 0 attack. 2 defense. 220. Agility. 2 great. Now I am at the second layer of martial arts. Zhang Tian. Just you wait. We shall see who prevails. Zhang Tianhao declared confidently. The second layer of martial arts grants a strength of 200 gene. Coupled with the initiate level Luohan fist, defeating an average third layer martial artist is not impossible. After all, Luohan fist is a superior yellow tier martial technique. Most ordinary martial artists, unless from prominent families, typically cultivate at most mortal tier techniques. To possess even a yellow tier lower grade martial skill is a luxury. Though he occupies this body, the fusion of memories and soul has allowed him to inherit all that this body entails, including its loves, hates, and grievances. Fear not, brother, from now on, we are one. I shall not allow you to suffer any further indignities. Anyone who dares to provoke shall be met with death. Upon returning to the Zhang family in Ninghai City, Zhang Tianhao immediately sensed the disdainful glances directed at him. Some were scornful, others contemptuous. As he walked, he finally grasped his current situation. Although he was the young master, with his father's disappearance and his own cultivation being destroyed, his status had plummeted. Now, he, along with his sister and mother, had been relegated to a woodshed in the northeastern part of the Zhang residence. Upon reaching the woodshed, Zhang Tianhao heard a piercing scream and the sound of a woman's reproach. "Li Qinglian, you failed to complete today's work. What audacity! Manager Lin, I was searching for my son today. I will make up for the work I owe overnight," a soft voice pleaded. "This is my mother?" Zhang Tianhao's fury ignited. He rushed into the room with a fierce intent. Upon entering, the sight before him shattered his heart. His mother was being mercilessly beaten with a belt by a plump, middle-aged woman. Writhing on the ground in agony, two other women stood nearby, cursing with venomous expressions, seeking death. Zhang Tianhao rushed forward, arriving beside the woman who was whipping his mother. Before she could react, he delivered a powerful slap. The woman screamed and was sent flying, landing on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Zhang Tianhao then fixed his furious gaze upon the other two women, whose faces reflected shock. "Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my mother?" The woman in yellow, seemingly the leader, trembled in fear at Zhang Tianhao's aggression, retreating several steps. Zhang Tianhao quickly discerned that she was merely a servant of the Zhang family, yet she dared to treat the former matriarch with such contempt. Truly audacious. In a swift motion, Zhang Tianhao stepped up again and slapped the yellow-clad woman, causing one of her servants to scream as she was thrown aside. The yellow-clad woman, witnessing Zhang Tianhao injuring her two servants consecutively, trembled uncontrollably. However, she soon regained her composure, attempting to assert herself. "Zhang Tianhao, you are no longer the young master of the Zhang family. My uncle is the second steward of the family. If you dare to touch me, my uncle will not spare you." "Humph, even if your uncle were here, he could not save you," Zhang Tianhao retorted coldly. "Is that so?" A stern voice interrupted as a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe barged into the room. It was none other than Lin Gang, the second steward of the Zhang family. Lin Gang glared at Zhang Tianhao, saying, "You brat, what audacity, to dare harm others at will. No one can save you. I advise you to release her and kneel to accept your punishment." "I can be lenient. Such audacity. This individual has dared to offend the young master and insult my mother, a transgression that is utterly unforgivable. He must be stripped of his powers." Zhang Tianhao let out a furious laugh and struck down at the woman in yellow. Bang! The woman screamed in agony as her dantian was shattered, rendering her unconscious. Chapter 4. "My sister is in danger. How dare you lay a hand on me? I will see you dead." Zhang Tianhao had brazenly incapacitated his own niece before his own eyes, igniting Lin Gang's fury. "Silence! You are but a dog of the Zhang family. How dare you, a mere beast, turn against your master? This is sheer rebellion," Zhang Tianhao shouted. Lin Gang faltered. "You still think you are the young master? You are nothing but a waste. In 3 months, when the young master emerges from seclusion and claims first place in the clan competition, your fiancée, Princess Xiqian, will be given to him by the sovereign. You will be left with nothing. You will die, your sister will die, your entire family will perish." Lin Gang sneered at Zhang Tianhao. "Enough. If you desire death, I shall grant it to you." Zhang Tianhao surged forth, lunging at Lin Gang. Arhat fist. This strike was infused with tremendous force, unleashing a tempest of power towards Lin Gang. As a martial artist at the 3rd level, Zhang Tianhao did not dare to be careless. He summoned all 12 layers of his strength. The high-grade Arhat fist was undeniably formidable. The air resonated with a celestial chant, as if 18 Arhats were reciting scriptures. The ferocious wind of his fist descended like a storm. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao's strength doubled. Such overwhelming power. Lin Gang sensed the perilous aura emanating from that punch. Heavenly charge fist. Lin Gang advanced rather than retreating. Launching his own punch with all his might, the two fists collided with a thunderous roar. Zhang Tianhao staggered back 3 steps, while Lin Gang was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. "Impossible. How can this be? Is this a high-grade martial technique? Wasn't your power rendered useless?" Lin Gang gasped in disbelief. Zhang Tianhao offered no respite, charging forward once more and delivering 2 more punches, having already sustained severe injuries. Lin Gang dared not take the blows head dash on. At this moment, he contemplated fleeing, but Zhang Tianhao would not permit his escape. Like a shadow, Zhang Tianhao unleashed 2 devastating punches. Bang! Bang! Lin Gang collapsed to the ground. His face pale with terror, blood gushing from his mouth. Do you have any final words? Zhang Tianhao loomed over him. "I am a person of the young master. If you dare to kill me, the young master will not spare you," Lin Gang spat, filled with venomous hatred. "If that is your final word, then you may die." Zhang Tianhao's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he obliterated Lin Gang's skull with a single punch. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Steward Lin Gang, earning 300 experience points, 100 chi, and 10 rage points. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up to the 3rd level of martial artistry. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a pair of steel gauntlets. Will you equip them? As a 3rd level martial artist, he possessed a strength of 300 pounds, feeling a powerful force coursing through his limbs. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of joy. Steel gauntlets. He inspected the attributes. Steel gauntlets, level, common, description, Upon use, attack 1. With that, his attack power would increase by 100 pounds. He immediately equipped them, admiring the sleek black gauntlets on his hands. Filled with confidence. Har. His mother's anxious voice jolted Zhang Tianhao back to reality. He rushed to assist her, seeing her battered state, and gritted his teeth. That second steward has gone too far, injuring my mother so grievously. Har, you killed the second steward. Your uncle will not let you off. You must flee, his mother urged, glancing at the corpses on the ground. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. Do not worry, mother, as long as I erase all traces. They will have no reason to suspect us. Once my strength grows, I will ensure that Zhang Yanwu pays dearly. Indeed, Li Qinglian observed her son deeply, sensing a transformation within him that felt somewhat alien yet familiar. However, she refrained from questioning further. Regardless of his changes, he remained her son. By the way, mother, where is my sister? Zhang Tianhao suddenly remembered. Zenon was taken by the young master, seeking Miss Zhang Yan's help to rescue you. But strangely, she is yet to return, Li Qinglian expressed, surprised. What? She sought help from that wicked woman? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened, and he dashed outside. Qin Zenon had been brought back by their father when she was only 3 years old. Although she was not his biological sister, they had grown up together, and she had long been regarded as his closest kin. Naturally, he felt immense worry. Zhang Yin, as the daughter of the elder, had always been at odds with Zhang Tianhao's family and would never offer assistance. Moreover, Zhang Yin was infamous for her cruelty, and Zhang Tianhao had suffered greatly at her hands. Zenon, brother is coming. You must not come to harm, he thought anxiously. Chapter 5. You shall die. Upon reaching the outskirts of the western courtyard where Zhang Yin resided, he discovered a pool of blood. However, what caught his attention was a silver hairpin lying beside the bloodstain. This hairpin was a gift from Zhang Tianhao to his sister and now lay there ominously. His sister had been harmed. A surge of wrath engulfed him as he stormed into the western courtyard, only to be confronted by 4 guards barring his path. This is a vital area of the Zhang family. No outsiders are permitted, the lead guard barked. Zhang Tianhao raised his head, his visage fierce. Open your eyes, dog. Am I merely an outsider? Recognizing Zhang Tianhao, the lead guard scoffed. It's just you, the waste. How dare you offend the young master? What punishment shall you face for such disrespect? With a roar, Zhang Tianhao unleashed the R-hit fist, sending forth 3 formidable punches that generated a terrifying shockwave, forcing the air aside. Before the guards could react, the 3 punches struck them squarely in the chest. They cried out in pain, flying backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Zhang Tianhao seized the lead guard by the neck, who stood frozen in shock, and coldly demanded, Where is my sister? Speak. Otherwise, you shall die. The guard, overwhelmed with fear, did not respond verbally, but his eyes betrayed him. Following the guard's gaze, Zhang Tianhao spotted a room nearby. With a cold snort, he flung the guard aside and dashed toward the room like an arrow. Bold one. Withdraw at once. The 4 guards shouted in unison, unaware of the earlier events due to the distance. Where is my sister? Zhang Tianhao halted, his tone icy. It is you, the waste. My boss has just entered. Your sister will enjoy herself. A gaunt-faced guard smirked. Indeed. It seems our dear young master is having quite the time. The others jeered, reveling in his misfortune. Do not come closer. Do not come closer. A piercing scream erupted from within the room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao's murderous intent flared, a tempest of rage surging within him. You scoundrels will pay for this. R-hit fist. In a furious onslaught, Zhang Tianhao held nothing back, striking with unrestrained fury. 4 punches, imbued with overwhelming force, crashed into the 4 guards. Amid their screams, their ribs shattered, and they were sent flying, their faces marked with terror. Zhang Tianhao kicked the door open, revealing a stocky man with a lewd grin. While his sister, Qin Zenon, cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. A sigh of relief washed over Zhang Tianhao. His sister was unharmed, but witnessing her distressed state ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. How dare you insult my sister? You shall die. The lead guard, taken aback by Zhang Tianhao's murderous aura, hastily met his advance with a palm strike. Bang! The 2 forces collided. Zhang Tianhao remained unyielding, while the guard screamed in agony, blood spewing forth as he was sent sprawling. Zhang Tianhao shadowed the fallen guard, gripping his neck tightly. Prepare to die. Cracking sound echoed as Zhang Tianhao snapped the guard's neck. Ding! Congratulations to the player for slaying the lead guard, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a healing talisman. Ignoring the system notification, Zhang Tianhao turned to his sister on the ground. At that moment, Qin Zenon looked up at him, her beautiful face alight with surprise. Brother, she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Seeing the numerous bruises on Qin Zenon's body ignited a fierce anger within Zhang Tianhao. Zenon, that vile Zhang Yin treated you so cruelly? As long as you are safe, that is all that matters, Qin Zenon replied, shaking her head. This is not the place to talk. We must leave. Zhang Tianhao grasped his sister's hand tightly. Just as they stepped outside, a mocking voice rang out. You think you can come and go as you please in the western courtyard? Dozens of guards closed in from all directions, led by an 18 or 19-year-old woman. Her expression dark and menacing. Zhang Yin, you dare to harm my sister? Zhang Tianhao glared at her, his murderous intent palpable. Humph, you worthless wretch. How dare you accuse me? Zhang Yin pointed at Zhang Tianhao, her voice filled with fury. Seize him. I shall have him torn to pieces. The guards responded with a thunderous agreement, ready to pounce. Halt. Zhang Tianhao glared fiercely at the guards and shouted, I am the legitimate young master of the Zhang family. Are you attempting to rebel? The guards were momentarily taken aback, stunned into silence. Although they held Zhang Tianhao in great disdain, he was indeed the rightful young master, despite Zhang Yinwu temporarily acting as the head of the family. As long as Zhang Yinwu had not formally been recognized as the clan leader, Zhang Tianhao remained the young master of the Zhang family. Chapter 6. The acting clan leader takes action in an instant. The guards exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. What young master? Just a useless fool. Charge at him. If anything happens, I shall take responsibility. Zhang Yin coldly commanded, and no longer hesitating, the guards rushed forward en masse. Zhang Tianhao let out a long howl, exclaiming, in that case, do not blame me. Zenin, follow me. Zhang Tianhao instructed his sister beside him. Bang, bang. Two of the first guards to charge were sent flying by Zhang Tianhao's strikes. Hit fist. Zhang Tianhao's fists were as hard as steel, and he swept through the opposition effortlessly. Most of these guards were merely at the second or third level of martial arts, posing little threat to Zhang Tianhao, who was at the third level himself. Utilizing the Arhut fist, his power was unstoppable. He faced no worthy opponents to he pushed the Arhut fist to its limits. A faint silhouette of an Arhut appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that stifled the crowd. Piercing screams echoed as the guards found themselves utterly incapable of resisting Zhang Tianhao. Each punch sent the guards before him flying. However, amidst the frenzied attacks of dozens of guards, Zhang Tianhao could not escape injury. Surrounded, the guards ruthlessly swung their blades, and gradually, Zhang Tianhao bore wounds on his body, and his internal energy was severely depleted. Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, Zhang Tianhao glanced toward Zhang Yan, who wore a triumphant expression amid the guards. With a snort, he unleashed his speed to its fullest, and charged at Zhang Yan as his cultivation improved. Zhang Tianhao had not trained in any specific movement techniques, yet his speed was not lacking. Seeing Zhang Tianhao rushing toward her, Zhang Yan's face paled with fear. Stop him, she commanded frantically. Several guards lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Humph, those who stand in my way shall perish. Zhang Tianhao declared, his iron fist sending the guards attempting to block him flying. With a furious roar, he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the guards shielding Zhang Yan tumbling away. In the midst of Zhang Yan's frightened gaze, he seized her by the throat. You dare to be arrogant. The surrounding guards hesitated, clearly intimidated. If you dare to harm me, your sister, your mother, your entire family will face death. Zhang Yan shrieked. Slap, slap. Zhang Tianhao delivered a series of resounding slaps, leaving Zhang Yan's face swollen and disfigured, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Zhang Yan glared at Zhang Tianhao with a mix of terror and resentment. You dare strike me? My father will not let you off. Threatening me? Do you think I fear killing you? Zhang Tianhao's murderous aura surged as he tightened his grip, nearly choking Zhang Yan. She looked at him in horror, sensing that he truly might kill her. Stop. A cold, deep voice resonated, and Zhang Tianhao felt a terrifying force approaching him. This power was immensely daunting, sending chills down his spine. A martial master, at this critical moment, Zhang Tianhao dared not be careless. He unleashed the infinite fury, concentrating all his strength into the Arhut fist, and charged at the looming figure. Activating the infinite fury doubled his power instantly, combined with the foundational Arhut fist. His strength was formidable. Bang! Zhang Tianhao felt an explosive force crash against him, overwhelming his own strength and forcing him back several steps. The tiles beneath his feet cracked with each step he took, and he tasted blood in his throat, which he suppressed with effort. Clan leader, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. Father, quickly kill this useless fool. He dares to insult my daughter. Zhang Yan rushed toward the man, who was none other than Zhang Yanwu, the newly appointed acting clan leader. Zhang Yanwu looked at Zhang Tianhao with some surprise. Though he had not exerted more than 10% of his strength in that last strike, it was no blow that an ordinary martial artist could withstand. He did not expect Zhang Tianhao to emerge unscathed from his attack. However, Zhang Yanwu quickly regained his composure. Tianhao, these are also members of the Zhang family. Your actions are somewhat excessive. He regarded Zhang Tianhao with a reproachful tone. May I ask, uncle, Is Tianhao still the young master of the Zhang family? Zhang Tianhao mocked. Zhang Yanwu fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Of course, according to the family rules of the Zhangs, those who defy the hierarchy and attack the young master are akin to rebels. As the young master, if I were to kill them, what would be wrong with that? Zhang Tianhao declared with righteous conviction, his tone resolute. Father, this fool still claims to be the young master. Is that not laughable? Silence. Zhang Yanwu cast a cold glance at Zhang Yan. Father. Zhang Yan was about to speak, but was silenced by Zhang Yanwu's fierce gaze. Apologize to Tianhao? Apologize? On what grounds? Zhang Yan screamed in protest. Apologize. Zhang Yanwu's voice resonated sternly once more. Chapter 7. Side quest. Though reluctant, under Zhang Yanwu's firm command, Zhang Yan begrudgingly uttered, I am sorry. Yet the intense murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable. I am honored, but I hope you do not fall into my hands again next time. With that, Zhang Tianhao quickly departed with Qin Zinan. After Zhang Tianhao left, Zhang Yan looked at her father with dissatisfaction. Father, why did we not take the opportunity to kill this useless fool, allowing him to humiliate me? I cannot accept it. You do not understand. Though I have become the clan leader, there are still many opposing forces within the Zhang family. We cannot act excessively in public. In 3 months, as long as your brother secures first place in the clan competition, the emperor will betroth Princess Ziqian to him. We will then gain the emperor's support. And I can officially become the clan leader. At that time, no one will dare to oppose the Zhang family. Killing Zhang Tianhao will be as easy as crushing an ant. Then let this fool live a little longer. Zhang Yan's tone remained resentful. However, is he not a waste of cultivation? How has he suddenly? Zhang Yanwu's eyes flickered with confusion. Father, even if this fool has recovered his cultivation, he will never be a match for my brother. My brother has awakened the bloodline of the rising sun. He is a genius among geniuses, and the vice president of the Tiangang Academy, Gu Feiyan, is preparing to take him as a disciple. This useless fool will not last long. Zhang Yan scoffed. Indeed, but during this time, you must temper your demeanor. We will discuss matters once your brother becomes the prince consort, Zhang Yanwu said, pride evident in his eyes. The Tiangang Academy is one of the 3 major academies of the Qinglong Empire, a colossal entity in the eyes of the Zhang family. If Zhang Zhentian becomes Gu Feiyan's disciple, it would be an extraordinary leap forward. Zhang Yan harbored an intense hatred for Zhang Tianhao, who had humiliated her today. Zhang Tianhao, I will not let you off. Just wait. A glimmer of resentment flashed in her eyes. In a small room, Qin Zinan leaned against her brother's embrace. Brother, am I dreaming? She sobbed. Do not cry. I am here. Zhang Tianhao comforted Qin Zinan. Whether it was the presence of her brother or not. Qin Zinan felt extraordinarily safe, drifting off to sleep in his arms. Zhang Tianhao held his slumbering sister, resembling a small kitten, and a sense of responsibility surged within him that I must protect my sister and mother. I cannot allow them to suffer any harm. Suddenly, a breathtakingly noble face appeared in Zhang Tianhao's mind. Morong Ziqian, his former fiancée, now that he had become a waste, Morong Jintian was prepared to marry Ziqian to his cousin. Zhang Jintian. In 3 months, the clan competition would take place, and as long as Zhang Jintian secured first place, according to clan rules, Zhang Yanwu would replace his father and become the true clan leader. At that time, Morong Jintian would grant the marriage. Zhang Tianhao knew that, given the bond between Ziqian and himself, she was surely being coerced, and this was not her intention. Therefore, in 3 months, he would ensure that Zhang Jintian's ambitions were thwarted. He must secure first place in the clan competition. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for triggering a side quest. Obtain first place in the Zhang family annual clan competition. Victory condition. Achieve first place in the clan competition. Completion reward. System gift package. Failure. Level -3. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. A system task. This was Zhang Tianhao's first time triggering a system task, and his face lit up with delight. As a seasoned player, he understood that the rewards for completing tasks were considerable. He had already intended to claim first place in the clan competition, and this task was merely an added bonus. However, Zhang Tianhao also recognized that defeating Zhang Zhentian in 3 months would be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Zhang Zhentian had already broken through to the great martial master in the previous clan competition. Although he had defeated Zhang Zhentian, it had only been after an intense battle of several hundred moves, and he had barely won by a hair's breadth. Now, with Zhang Zhentian having awakened the rising sun bloodline, his strength far surpassed what it once was. Even in his former peak condition, Zhang Tianhao would find it impossible to win against Zhang Zhentian again. Challenges make for interesting endeavors. If I could best you once, I can do so again. Zhang Zhentian. Just wait. A powerful confidence radiated from Zhang Tianhao's expression in a room of the Zhang family. A stout, rotund man with a jovial demeanor, was smiling at Zhang Tianhao. "Boss, whatever you need, just command me." With Jinbao around, there will be no second thoughts, Jinbao proclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado that a smile flickered across Zhang Tianhao's face. If there was anyone he could trust at this moment, it was undoubtedly this young man before him. Chapter 8. The fearsome Snow Wolf King Jinbao, the son of the fifth elder of the Zhang family, had grown up alongside Zhang Tianhao and was his most dependable brother. "Jinbao, I will be away for no more than 3 months. However, I am somewhat concerned about my sister and mother, and I hope you can take care of them in my absence," Zhang Tianhao said earnestly. Gazing at Jinbao, "Boss, rest assured as long as I, Jinbao, am here, no one will harm them," Jinbao vowed. Determination etched on his face. "Then I can relax," Zhang Tianhao replied with satisfaction. His destination was the distant Hein Mountain, teeming with countless magical beasts to aid in his ascension. 2 months later, 20 miles from Ninghai City, at Hein Mountain. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating a snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 20 chi points. With a swift and decisive strike, Zhang Tianhao cleaved a snow wolf in 2. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating the snow wolf leader, earning 80 experience points and 100 chi points. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring a wolf pelt. After 2 months of relentless slaughter, Zhang Tianhao's level surged to the 7th tier of martial arts. The enhancement of his cultivation significantly bolstered both his attack and defense. Player, Zhang Tianhao level 7, 7th tier martial artist, Chi, 1000 martial skill, Arhut fist, minor accomplishment, divine power, infinite fury charm, 1 luck, 1 attack, 7, 1, defense, 7 agility, 7 yet. Zhang Tianhao remained dissatisfied. Initially, leveling up had been relatively swift, but as he progressed, the experience gained from slaying second-tier magical beasts became insufficient for further advancement. Nevertheless, he had made some gains. His Arhut fist had reached minor accomplishment. Increasing his critical strike rate to 2.1 should never underestimate a mere 1 increase in critical rate, as it could often mean the difference between victory and defeat, especially when a doubled attack could catch an enemy off guard. Within Hein Mountain, magical beasts were abundant. During this time, Zhang Tianhao had only dared to linger around the periphery, avoiding deeper exploration. He had mostly slain second-tier magical beasts, with thousands of snow wolves falling under his blade. He was on the verge of becoming the terminator of snow wolves. However, the experience from these second-tier beasts had drastically diminished, making rapid ascension increasingly difficult, for as one's cultivation improved, the experience gained from slaying lower-tier beasts dwindled, with the clan competition just a month away. He needed to reach the 9th tier of martial arts swiftly, otherwise he would stand no chance against Zhang Jintian. Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself, "Zhang Jintian has awakened the sunlight bloodline, making him extraordinarily powerful. Even with my confidence, I cannot afford to be careless. He is likely on the verge of breaking through to the martial master level. If I do not reach the 9th tier by the time of the clan competition, my chances of defeating him will be severely limited." Resolute, he prepared to delve deeper into Hein Mountain to hunt higher-tier magical beasts. Before he could advance, a sense of foreboding washed over him. A snow-white wolf stood 100 meters away, its vicious gaze fixed upon Zhang Tianhao, as if poised to pounce and devour him. A snow wolf. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced as he cautiously observed the creature. This wolf was larger than ordinary snow wolves. It was the Snow Wolf King, a 3rd-tier beast. Zhang Tianhao's expression grew grave. 3rd-tier magical beasts were formidable, and the king among them was even more so. Although all 3rd-tier beasts shared the same classification, their strengths varied significantly. The king of 3rd-tier beasts could easily dominate ordinary 3rd-tier magical beasts. It seemed this Snow Wolf King was the leader of the previous snow wolves, having only now made its appearance. What Zhang Tianhao did not realize was that while he was slaughtering the Snow Wolf clan, the Snow Wolf King was in the critical moment of advancing from a 2nd-tier to a 3rd-tier beast. Upon achieving its upgrade, it intended to rally its clan to expand their territory, only to discover that its kin had been wiped out, leaving it as the sole survivor. Naturally, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Tianhao. With a swift motion, the Snow Wolf King lunged at Zhang Tianhao like an arrow. It moved with lightning speed, and even Zhang Tianhao could only barely perceive a blurred white shadow. Its sharp claws tore through the air, aiming to strike him down. In a moment of danger, Zhang Tianhao swiftly evaded, but the Snow Wolf King's roar echoed as its claws descended upon him. He narrowly dodged one of its strikes, feeling the cold breeze as its claws grazed his clothing. Had it not been for the agility he gained from 2 months of slaughter, that strike could have easily eviscerated him. Damn it. With the Arhut fist, a powerful and unstoppable punch surged towards the Snow Wolf King, the force of his blow reverberating through the air as if to obliterate the beast. The Snow Wolf King did not evade. Instead, clashing head-on with its claws against Zhang Tianhao's punch, a resounding crash ensued, and Zhang Tianhao was pushed back 5 steps, leaving 5 impressions on the ground, while the Snow Wolf King remained unfazed. Regarding him with disdain, Chapter 9. The mastery of Arhut fist, what incredible defense! Zhang Tianhao marveled at the Snow Wolf King. The beast lunged at him once more, moving at an astonishing speed. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced as he desperately dodged, but the Snow Wolf King's pace was evidently superior. Despite pushing his agility to the limit, he struggled to keep up with the beast's swiftness. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation on his arm and back, realizing he had been wounded by the Snow Wolf King. Damn it! Zhang Tianhao felt frustrated. His previous tactics against the Snow Wolf pack were ineffective against this formidable foe. The speed and defense of the Snow Wolf King left him feeling helpless. With a surge of determination, Zhang Tianhao channeled all his strength into the Arhut fist, delivering a devastating strike to the Snow Wolf King. A loud impact echoed as his fist made contact, but simultaneously, the Snow Wolf King's claws pierced through Zhang Tianhao's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Zhang Tianhao's surprise. He had expected his punch to inflict significant damage. Yet as the dust settled, the Snow Wolf King stood unscathed, its gaze filled with contempt. How could I be looked down upon by a mere beast? Zhang Tianhao seethed with rage. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could I have forgotten? This beast has formidable defense, but my hewing blade is razor sharp. Zhang Tianhao resolved to test whether the Snow Wolf King's defense could withstand the edge of his blade. Knowing the Snow Wolf King was powerful, Zhang Tianhao decided to outsmart rather than confront it directly. That he feigned retreat, a tactic that successfully lured the Snow Wolf King into thinking he was fleeing, prompting it to charge after him. Hewing blade. Zhang Tianhao summoned his weapon from the system space. As he grasped the blade, it radiated a chilling brilliance, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Unleash the infinite fury. Die. Zhang Tianhao executed a straightforward, yet potent strike against the Snow Wolf King. This attack came unexpectedly. Although the Snow Wolf King possessed greater intelligence than ordinary wolves, it was still a beast and did not anticipate Zhang Tianhao's counterattack. With the release of his furious divine power, the force of Zhang Tianhao's attack doubled. The dazzling blade light rendered everything around it dim. This strike seemed capable of cleaving the very fabric of reality. The Snow Wolf King, true to its nature, reacted just in time, enveloping itself in a protective barrier of white energy while its sharp claws lunged towards Zhang Tianhao's blade. Attempting to barehand a blade? Zhang Tianhao scoffed, undeterred. His blade continued its relentless descent. With ease, it sliced through the wolf's claws and struck against the Snow Wolf King's body. Boom! A golden radiance erupted from the Snow Wolf King, indicating its defensive barrier. The two forces clashed violently, stalling for a moment before Zhang Tianhao's hewing blade finally breached the Snow Wolf King's defenses, penetrating its body. Powerful energy surged within the Snow Wolf King, draining its vitality. Woo! The Snow Wolf King was sent flying, clearly injured, unable to rise immediately. Zhang Tianhao dashed forward, delivering another decisive blow. With a swift motion, the Snow Wolf King's head was severed, blood gushing forth. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating the Snow Wolf King, earning 500 experience points, 100 chi points, and 0 fury energy. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring a wolf pelt. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining a pair of wind and snow boots. The wind and snow boots sounded impressive. Zhang Tianhao eagerly examined their attributes. Item: wind and snow boots level. Superior quality description. Wearing the wind and snow boots grants 3 agility and 3 defense. Wow, what a treasure! Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, immediately equipping them. As he gazed at the shimmering boots, he felt his strength surge. Yet, even after slaying the Snow Wolf King, he realized it would not suffice for his leveling needs. It barely accounted for half a level. Zhang Tianhao felt a sense of helplessness. His current cultivation remained insufficiently low that he needed to elevate both his cultivation and the level of his Arhut fist to enhance his overall power. For the sake of leveling and mastery, he resolved to continue his relentless pursuit of magical beasts in the depths of the forest. Indeed, under the relentless slaughter conducted by Zhang Tianhao, both his cultivation and proficiency have surged remarkably. Third-tier magical beasts are no longer his adversaries. Like a leopard, Zhang Tianhao leapt forward, positioning himself before a unicorn demon bull, and delivered a formidable punch. The violent shadow of his fist descended like a mountain. Bang! With a chilling cry, the massive form of the unicorn demon bull collapsed with a resounding crash. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. His current rank is 8th Heaven Warrior. The enhancement of his cultivation has rendered Zhang Tianhao increasingly composed, and his proficiency is soaring. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The Arhut Fist has advanced, achieving great perfection. Chapter 10. Super Boss. The Arhut Fist has finally reached great perfection at this level. Its power has multiplied several times. It boasts a critical hit rate of 3, and if it were at the transformation level, that would be 5. Thus, there remains substantial potential yet to be tapped within the Arhut Fist. The advancements in both his cultivation and the Arhut Fist have amplified Zhang Tianhao's combat prowess exponentially. Along his journey, even 4th-tier magical beasts have proven no match for him, as blood flows like rivers in his wake. Now, Zhang Tianhao is confident that should he encounter the Snow Wolf King again, he would require merely 3 punches to prevail, avoiding the previous disarray. Deep within the magical beast forest, Zhang Tianhao encountered a pinnacle 4th-tier demon bear, a creature of immense strength and formidable defense. The Arhut Fist is an overwhelming strike, devoid of any frivolity, direct and unyielding. Boom! Zhang Tianhao's fist slammed down upon the demon bear's neck. Despite its remarkable defenses, it could not withstand such a domineering blow. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with the Arhut Fist. The demon bear's head was utterly obliterated. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the demon bear. Experience gained, 600. Qi, 100. Rage, 0. Zhang Tianhao was preparing to delve deeper into the magical beast forest. The allure of 3rd and 4th-tier beasts had whetted his appetite. How exhilarating it would be to confront some 5th-tier beasts. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao felt the ground tremble beneath him. An earthquake. No, it is a beast tide. In astonishment, Zhang Tianhao gazed towards the depths of the magical beast forest, where a dark tide of beasts surged towards him. Both running along the ground and soaring through the skies, these creatures appeared to be in a frenzy, as if something terrifying were pursuing them. Enormous trees were uprooted and toppled in their wake. What is happening? Zhang Tianhao felt overwhelmed. However, he understood that fleeing was no longer an option. If he did not devise a plan, he would likely be trampled by the stampede. Zhang Tianhao had no desire to perish just after his arrival in this new world. Becoming a mere footnote in the annals of history as the most unfortunate of travelers, as the tide of beasts approached, Zhang Tianhao quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a colossal tree. At least 10 meters in diameter, robust and sturdy. Without a moment to ponder, he leapt up onto the tree, clinging tightly to it. Zhang Tianhao witnessed the beast tide finally arriving. The dark mass of beasts surged like a tidal wave. The sheer force of it was something Zhang Tianhao estimated he would never forget. Though the tree he clung to was sturdy, in the midst of the beast tide, it felt like a mere leaf adrift in a vast ocean. Fortunately, Zhang Tianhao's luck held. The giant tree, despite swaying under the impact of the beast tide, remained steadfast. Perched upon the tree, Zhang Tianhao was filled with trepidation. Among the tide were many fearsome magical beasts, 8th-tier rampaging giant apes and 9th-tier golden lion tiger beasts. These were creatures that Zhang Tianhao could only look up to in awe at that moment. Yet now, they fled in terror from the depths of the magical beast forest. What could possibly instill such dread in these beasts? After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, the tide of beasts finally passed. Zhang Tianhao, still shaken, pondered. The behavior of the beast tide was indeed peculiar. Could there be something behind it? Curiosity welled within him, despite rationality urging him to flee at once. Driven by an insatiable thirst for discovery, he resolved, fortune favors the bold. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Deep within the magical beast forest, a figure clad in black hovered in midair, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Below him lay a bloodied and battered giant serpent, measuring dozens of meters in length, coiled upon the ground. The serpent's eyes, the size of copper bells, glimmered dimly, as if on the brink of death. The surroundings were in disarray, with countless towering trees uprooted. The ground was pocked with craters, as though it had been ravaged by a fierce battle. Dragon serpent, I require but a drop of your blood as a catalyst. Why do you resist so obstinately? Know this, you are no match for me. Continue this foolishness, and I shall not be merciful. The black-clad elder spoke calmly, his tone brooking no dissent 100 meters away from the site of their conflict. Zhang Tianhao crouched anxiously. He understood that even the residual force from their battle could obliterate him. A dragon serpent. Zhang Tianhao gasped in astonishment. It is important to note that dragon serpents transcend magical beasts, and fall within the category of ferocious beasts. There is a significant distinction between magical beasts and ferocious beasts. Even the lowest tier of ferocious beasts can annihilate a pinnacle 9th-tier magical beast. Yet, how could such a ferocious beast be found in the Black Smoke Mountain? Chapter 11. The boss with one drop of blood remaining. What astonished Zhang Tianhao even more was the black-clad elder. One must possess at least the strength of a martial king to hover in the air. Yet, the elder's aura was unfathomable. In the kingdom of Waxi, no reports of martial king-level warriors had surfaced. How could such an extraordinary figure suddenly appear in the Black Smoke Mountain? However, Zhang Tianhao's gaze soon fixated on the wounded dragon serpent. He gazed greedily at it. To him, this dragon serpent represented a super boss, signifying immense experience points and rare equipment. Of course, Zhang Tianhao was acutely aware of the vast chasm between him and the dragon serpent. A mere breath from the serpent could easily spell his demise. Nevertheless, despite this awareness, he could not shake the thought of the dragon serpent. As a seasoned player from his previous life, he was the type to become fixated at the sight of a boss. No chance, however slim, would escape his grasp. The black-clad elder slowly approached the dragon serpent. From his angle, Zhang Tianhao perceived something unusual in the serpent's gaze, sending a chill down his spine. Be careful. Zhang Tianhao could not help but shout. Roar! The once faltering dragon serpent suddenly opened its massive maw, unleashing a blast of black flames at the black-clad elder. The serpent's attack, though sudden, was met with the elder's swift reaction. With a single wave of his hand, an unfathomable force erupted, delivering a crushing blow to the dragon serpent. In that instant, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming force constricting him, nearly suffocating him. Boom! The earth trembled beneath the impact. The elder's strike created a massive crater around the dragon serpent. Alas, I require but a drop of your blood. I did not wish to take your life, the elder sighed. With a single hand, he reached through the air, drawing forth a drop of blood the size of a fist from the dragon serpent, which he stored in a white porcelain vial. After securing the vial, the black-clad elder turned towards Zhang Tianhao with a smile that was neither fully welcoming nor dismissive. Since you are here, why not step forward for a meeting? Zhang Tianhao recognized that this elder was a formidable master, his heart racing as he quickly emerged from his hiding place, approaching the black-clad elder respectfully. He said, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. The elder surveyed Zhang Tianhao with a piercing gaze and replied with a faint smile, Young brother, I thank you for your timely warning. Zhang Tianhao quickly offered a flattering smile, saying, With your cultivation, esteemed elder, even without my intervention, that dragon serpent posed no threat to you. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Even so, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. With that, the elder produced a vial of pills and handed it to Zhang Tianhao, stating, This is a strengthening pill. It can enhance one's physique. Accept it. Enhance one's physique? Zhang Tianhao's heart leapt with joy. Such a pill is truly extraordinary that he hastily accepted the vial. Young brother, I have high hopes for you. I hope to see you in the Imperial domain. With that, the black-clad elder soared into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As Zhang Tianhao gazed after the departing figure, a thought struck him. Elder, you have yet to inform me of the location of the Imperial domain, but there was no response. The elder had clearly long since vanished. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, not dwelling on it too much. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dragon serpent once more. With a hint of regret, he sighed, What a pity. The dragon serpent is dead. Otherwise, that would have yielded a tremendous amount of experience. However, as Zhang Tianhao focused on the dragon serpent, he realized with surprise, Wait, the dragon serpent is not dead. He clearly observed that the health bar above the serpent's head was nearly depleted. After all, the dragon serpent is a ferocious beast. Though the black-clad elder's power was unparalleled, that single strike had severely injured the serpent without completely finishing it off. Yet it was on the brink of death. With barely a breath remaining, fortune favors me. According to the system's rules, as long as I inflict damage upon the dragon serpent before its demise, the system will recognize it as my kill, and the experience will be mine. The thought of this exhilarated Zhang Tianhao to the brink of madness. For a seasoned player, encountering a boss is exhilarating. Even more so is the thrill of facing a boss with but a drop of health remaining. Zhang Tianhao understood that he was no match for the dragon serpent, yet he believed he could manage to inflict some damage. The serpent's enormous eyes seemed to glare at Zhang Tianhao with a mocking intensity. Zhang Tianhao, brimming with arrogance, retorted, What are you staring at? I relish bullying the weak and the infirm. You think your glare will spare you? As he witnessed the dragon python nearing its demise, he ceased his hesitation. Arhit fist. Zhang Tianhao channeled all his strength into a formidable strike against the dragon python. The impact reverberated as if he had struck an impenetrable fortress. Yet the damage displayed above the creature's head was merely a miss. Frustrated, he spat blood in disappointment. Undeterred, he launched several more punches, each met with the same disheartening result. Chapter 12. Unleash the Fury. The dragon python remained unmoved, its eyes mocking him as he flailed in vain. How humiliating, to be scorned by such a beast. With the dragon python's health nearly depleted, Zhang Tianhao felt the pressure mount. You were compelling me to unleash my ultimate move. The Shuain blade manifested in his grasp. And with a solemn gaze, he unleashed an eruption of power that radiated outward. A devastating slash descended upon the dragon python. The overwhelming force of the strike penetrated the creature's form, and simultaneously, Zhang Tianhao released his chaotic energy. Explode fiercely. The dragon python's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for the formidable strike from this seemingly insignificant ant. A crimson number floated above its head, -100. Although trivial in the context of the python's vast health, it proved to be the final straw. That a melodic chime resonated in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has slain the dragon python. Experience points, 2000. Chi. 100. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has leveled up twice. Currently, at Martial Master First Heaven. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has obtained a dragon python egg. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has acquired the purple gold divine order. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has received a soul-devouring pearl. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Tianhao reveled in his success. What a tremendous reward. Leveled up twice from martial artist eightfold is simply unimaginable. His gaze fell upon the dragon python egg. Pondering, could this be the offspring of that dragon python? If I could hatch it, with such impressive strength, even a weaker child would be formidable. Yet, he lamented, but I am not a dragon python. How do I incubate this egg? Ding! Dragon python egg detected. Would you like to incubate? The system's cold voice inquired. Yes. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. The dragon python egg has successfully hatched. Incubation period, 1 month. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have activated the pet system. Experience points, 100. Chi. 100. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have gained the pet skill. Lure of Light. Pet space. Elated, Zhang Tianhao contemplated the prospect of hatching the egg, envisioning the surge in his power with a dragon python by his side. He then examined a black orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, appearing dull yet enigmatic. As he instinctively focused on it, he was suddenly transported to a dark realm, where countless wraiths lunged at him. This is perilous. He swiftly retreated, drenched in cold sweat, reflecting, what an ominous object. Next, he pulled out the purple gold divine order, palm-sized and somewhat heavy, emblazoned with 4 crimson characters, as if the emperor were present. Exuding a subtle pressure, could this be the token bestowed upon my father by the late emperor? It vanished decades ago. How did it resurface here? Without further contemplation, he placed the order into the system space and retrieved a strong muscle pill. Dark and unremarkable yet fragrant with medicinal aroma. Given by an extraordinary old man, it must be worthwhile. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill, feeling a surge of potent energy coursing through his body. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Tianhao's bones crackled, and he opened his eyes, astonished by the strength of the medicine. He felt unparalleled ease, though he sensed no other changes. Was this merely a fleeting pleasure? He mused, noticing a plethora of impurities exuding from his skin. Could this be a result of the pill's effects? He promptly accessed his attribute panel, and to his astonishment, he discovered an increase of 10 points in defense. Player, Zhang Tianhao. Health, 210. Level, 10. Martial Master First Heaven. Chi, 2000. Martial Skill, Arhut Fist. Great Accomplishment. Divine Ability, Infinite Rampage Charm. 1 Luck, 1 Attack, 11. 1. Defense, 21. 23. Agility, 11. 3. This pill is extraordinary. A permanent increase of 10 defense points. Truly, the old master is remarkable. Even his trivial gifts are so powerful. Zhang Tianhao thought to himself, if only that old man would appear before me now, I would certainly express my gratitude with a kiss. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky, the old man suddenly sneezed, muttering, who is thinking of me? Chapter 13. A Stunning Beauty. Zhang Tianhao reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him. Reflecting, at last, I am a martial mastered. My journey has elevated me to a new realm that he believed he could easily overpower his previous self, even tenfold. Suddenly, he recalled the system notification upon leveling up. 10 attribute points. The system had informed him that upon reaching Martial Master First Heaven, he would receive 10 points to allocate as he wished among attack, defense, and agility. Assessing his attributes, he noted that while attack and defense were satisfactory, agility lagged behind. With deliberate thought, Zhang Tianhao allocated all 4 bonus points to agility. The moment he confirmed the addition, he felt as though he had become several times lighter, recognizing the impact of enhanced agility. For the next half-month, he relentlessly hunted magical beasts, ultimately leaving the Black Smoke Mountain while still at Martial Master First Heaven, as the experience required for the next level was monumental. Thankfully, he was close to leveling up yet again, that if anyone were to learn that Zhang Tianhao had ascended from Martial Artist Third to Martial Master First in just 3 months, it would undoubtedly shock many. Such a leap was nearly inconceivable, even for the most gifted individuals in the realm. During this time, his achievements were substantial, with Arhit Fist reaching perfection and his overall strength steadily rising. Outside the Black Smoke Mountain, a disheveled youth emerged, appearing akin to a beggar. Little did anyone know the trials Zhang Tianhao had endured over the past few months. With a triumphant shout, he declared, "After 3 months, I have finally emerged from the Black Smoke Mountain. Ladies of the world, Zhang Tianhao has arrived." "Fool, you should be seeking out swine rather than beauties," a passing martial artist scoffed, regarding him with disdain. Perceiving him as a madman. In defiance, Zhang Tianhao raised his middle finger at them, retorting, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before?" After a long day of travel, he took a sip of water and sat down to recuperate, having journeyed tirelessly. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed several martial artists surrounding him, regarding him with sympathetic glances. "This poor beggar, look at all the blood. How much suffering must he have endured?" a girl remarked. "Indeed, let us offer him some silver." With a clink, Zhang Tianhao's cup filled with coins, accompanied by several steaming buns. "What the? Am I now a beggar? Have you ever seen such a handsome beggar?" he thought, feeling deeply ashamed. Looking down at himself, he realized he was indeed covered in blood from his battles. With no time to change, his tattered clothing and the dog-beating stick in hand gave him the appearance of a seasoned beggar. "Fine," he sighed, taking a bite of the bun and pocketing the coins without remorse. At the edge of the black smoke forest, Zhang Tianhao realized he had lost his way. How unfortunate. Just as he prepared to seek a path, he heard a noise ahead. Curiosity piqued. He parted the grass and ventured forth. Before him lay a small pond, surrounded by dense reeds, hidden from all but the most determined of intruders. "What is this?" he exclaimed, suddenly realizing that someone was bathing in the pond. Such skin, such a face, such a figure. Surely, this is a beauty. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Coming from Earth, he had no qualms about indulging in such sights. On Earth, should a woman run naked down the street, it would undoubtedly attract a throng of male onlookers, many of whom would likely snap photos and post them online. The allure of this woman from another realm is undeniable, especially when compared to the average. Ninghai, the daughter of the Lord of Wushuang City, embarks on her first journey away from home. Tired and dusty from her travels, her innate desire for cleanliness is put to the test. After much effort, she finds a secluded spot to bathe, yet she cannot shake the feeling that someone is watching her. Who could it be? Startled, Zhang Tianhao, who had been admiring the scene as if it were a reality show, realizes that this woman exudes an aura of a high-level martial artist. As a mere first-level martial artist himself, he is acutely aware of his limitations and knows he is no match for her. How can someone so young possess such formidable power? The best course of action is to retreat. After all, if discovered, his life could be in jeopardy. Just as he turns to leave, his nerves betray him, and he steps on a twig, the sound echoing ominously. Chapter 14. Encountering the beauty again. How dare you watch me? Bathe. The girl's furious gaze scans the area, locking onto Zhang Tianhao like a radar. Stop right there. Instinctively, Zhang Tianhao glances back and is met with a gaze so frigid it could freeze the air. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times over. Only a fool would stay. He laughs nervously. Though Ninghai cannot make out Zhang Tianhao's features clearly, she memorizes his silhouette with fierce determination. "You little thief, when I find you, I shall have you castrated and turned into a eunuch." Her voice reverberates with anger. The chill runs down Zhang Tianhao's spine, and he instinctively tightens his legs. After what feels like an eternity of running, he finally senses that the danger has passed. As he stops to catch his breath, he realizes that night has fallen, making it difficult to find his way out. He decides to wait until morning to seek an exit. That little vixen is likely searching for me right now. I should change my clothes. Once he is changed, Zhang Tianhao disguises himself slightly, confident that even if she finds him, she will not easily recognize him. After attending to his appearance, he suddenly feels a gnawing hunger, realizing he has not eaten in over half a day. Luckily, the mountains abound with game. Zhang Tianhao quickly hunts a wild rabbit. After skinning it and starting a fire, he uses special herbs to season the meat, and the aroma of the roasted rabbit wafts through the air, tantalizing his senses. In his previous life, during his university days, he worked part-time and became quite adept at barbecuing wild game, earning a reputation that left others in awe. Business was booming, and had it not been for the oppressive city officials, his college years would have been exceptionally prosperous. However, Zhang Tianhao's culinary skills attract an unexpected visitor. Ninghai, who is still searching for him, suddenly becomes aware of the delicious scent of roasted rabbit, causing her stomach to grumble. Following the aroma, she arrives at his location. Hey, Zhang Tianhao looks up to find a girl clad in green. With skin as white as jade and large, clear eyes, she possesses an exquisite beauty that seems familiar. Upon realizing it is Ninghai, he is momentarily stunned. A chill runs through him, and he cannot help but tighten his legs again. She found me. She recognizes me. It's over. I might end up serving the emperor. Zhang Tianhao feels despondent at the thought. But wait, she doesn't seem to harbor any murderous intent, remembering his disguise. He finds solace in the fact that she may not easily recognize him. Miss, do you need something? He asks, striving to sound as polite as possible. I want your roasted rabbit. She demands. No way. Zhang Tianhao refuses, unwilling to let her stay and risk exposure. With a swift motion, a sharp sword is suddenly drawn, aimed at Zhang Tianhao. If you refuse, I will kill you, Ninghai states coldly. All right. Zhang Tianhao sweats profusely, realizing how fierce she is. If she knew he had seen her in a state of undress, she would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. Ultimately, he decides to share half of the roasted rabbit with her. Ninghai takes her first bite of the roasted rabbit, hesitating at first but soon devouring it hungrily, her previous reservations forgotten. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at roasting rabbit, she says, patting her slightly rounded belly, still wanting more. Indeed, my roasting skills are unmatched, Zhang Tianhao boasts proudly. Boastful, Ninghai scoffs, yet she cannot deny that the rabbit is indeed delicious. After wiping her hands on the rabbit, she turns to Zhang Tianhao. By the way, have you seen someone? What sort of person? Zhang Tianhao feigns ignorance, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ninghai describes the individual, and Zhang Tianhao inwardly chuckles, realizing she is describing him. Miss, could you be more specific? He asks innocently. This person has a long, pointed face, a furtive demeanor, looking rather unsavory. Zhang Tianhao is momentarily speechless. Sounds a lot like you. Ninghai eyes him suspiciously. Cough, cough. How dare you say that? I am a handsome and gallant man, a true paragon of virtue. Zhang Tianhao exclaims, his pride wounded. Fine, but I'm disappointed. Here is a reward for your rabbit. She tosses a gold ingot in front of him, and his eyes widen at its value. Thank you, he responds, feeling much more favorable towards her now, realizing she isn't so terrible after all. Miss, as she shows no sign of leaving, Zhang Tianhao cannot help but remind her. You've eaten my rabbit, and I've accepted your gold. Can I go now? Don't call me miss, just call me Ninghai. What do you want? She replies, glaring at him. Since you've eaten my rabbit, and I've accepted your payment. Can I leave now? Zhang Tianhao chuckles nervously. Trying to chase me away? You seem quite afraid of me. Are you the little thief? Ninghai eyes him suspiciously. No. How could I, a handsome man, be a thief? I welcome you to stay. I was merely jesting. Zhang Tianhao is drenched in sweat, realizing how sharp-witted she is. Ninghai, however, is only teasing and does not truly suspect him. I've decided, tomorrow, you will roast more rabbits for me to take on my journey. I won't return until I find that thief. Zhang Tianhao tentatively asks, so, is that thief truly as despicable as you say? Humph. If I find him, I shall skin him alive not too leniently. I will first castrate him and feed him to the dogs. Then find the ugliest woman in the world to violate him, she declares with a fierce glint in her eyes. Zhang Tianhao feels a chill run down his spine. This is precisely why they say that a woman's heart can be the most venomous. How could she react so violently over a mere glimpse? He sits uncomfortably before Ninghai, realizing he must leave this place immediately. Excuse me, I need to gather some firewood, he says, standing up to make his escape. Ninghai nods slightly, but, in a moment of recognition, calls out, Stop! You are that thief! Panic surges through Zhang Tianhao as he realizes he has been recognized. He takes off running, though he is swift. Ninghai's skills far surpass his own, making it impossible for him to escape. You little wench, are you infatuated with my handsome looks? If so, I might reluctantly accept you into my life. He quips playfully, hoping to lighten the mood. How dare you? Ninghai sees, her fury palpable. With a swift motion, she draws her sword and strikes. Zhang Tianhao instinctively dodges, feeling the sword's south energy slice dangerously close. The tree ahead shatters under the force, crashing down with a resounding thud. Zhang Tianhao realizes that he is no match for her in a direct confrontation, thus, he devises a plan, although he cannot outrun her. He knows the terrain better than she does. He remembers a trap nearby that he can use to his advantage. If only he can lure her there, she would be at his mercy. His wicked smile returns as he plots, while Ninghai, pursuing him, feels a chill run down her spine. She is determined to capture this audacious thief who dared to watch her bathe, vowing to extract her revenge. Just as she is hot on his heels, she notices that he is halted, her curiosity piqued. Instinctively halting her steps, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Tianhao, she exclaimed. You little thief, why have you stopped running? Zhang Tianhao shook his head, perplexed, and replied, Beauty, you are being rather petty, aren't you? It's just a glance at your body. A mere look won't lead to anything more. You shameless, Ninghai retorted in anger. Fine, I understand you feel wronged. How about this? I'll let you see for yourself, and we'll call it even. A mischievous smile appeared on Zhang Tianhao's face. You vile creature. I'll kill you. Enraged by his audacity, Ninghai charged at him. Sword in hand, her blade aimed with deadly precision, as if she intended to cleave this detestable man in two. Zhang Tianhao maintained his infuriating smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he watched her approach. Just as Ninghai was within 2 meters of him, he said, Down you go. Chapter 16. The mysterious seller, seeing the triumphant smile on Zhang Tianhao's face, brought a flicker of unease to Ninghai's heart. Oh no. Although she sensed something was amiss, it was too late. In that instant, her footing faltered, and she stumbled, plunging downward. You are far too inexperienced to contend with me, Zhang Tianhao chuckled, approaching the edge of the trap with a smug expression. But just then, a hand shot up from the pit and grasped his ankle. What the? Zhang Tianhao felt a powerful force pulling him down, dragging him into the abyss. In a panic, he managed to grab onto a protruding rock, stabilizing his descent, allowing him a moment to breathe. Suddenly, he realized a beautiful woman was tightly clutching his waist. It was Ninghai, who appeared alarmed, her eyes blazing with fury. Let go, Zhang Tianhao demanded. Not a chance. I want to let go even if it costs me my life. Ninghai shouted defiantly. Enough? Zhang Tianhao was beside himself with anger. This woman was truly difficult to deal with, and who knew what lay beneath them. With a sudden rip, Ninghai had torn his belt, causing him to slide down. My clothes. Zhang Tianhao winced in shock, utterly bewildered. As they both screamed, they fell into the depths of the cave. Bang! Bang! Zhang Tianhao felt stars exploding in his vision, his body nearly falling apart. In the darkness, Ninghai cried out, You little thief! You're sitting on my face. Move! How can I move when your stinky feet are on my face? Zhang Tianhao retorted. You have the stinky feet. Ninghai shot back in indignation. Ha! Zhang Tianhao chuckled with satisfaction. Puffed. Unable to contain himself, he let out a fart. Ninghai he coughed awkwardly. I apologize. I have an upset stomach. Immediately, he let out another loud fart. You little thief! I will kill you. Ninghai was on the verge of tears. As the daughter of the Lord of Wushuang City, she had never been subjected to such humiliation. All right, let's get up and see where we are, Zhang Tianhao suggested. Slowly, they both rose. Zhang Tianhao struck a spark to ignite a small pile of firewood, illuminating the surroundings. What came into view were several heaps of white bones. Why are there so many dead bodies? Ninghai exclaimed in shock. Even though she hailed from a martial arts family, the sight of so many corpses was still jarring. This place must have once been an underground prison, a location for holding criminals. But it had long been abandoned. Zhang Tianhao casually found a corner to sit and began to circulate his energy. Clang! Ninghai, gripping her sharp sword, glared coldly at Zhang Tianhao, who had his eyes closed. You little thief, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Tianhao lazily opened his eyes and replied, So quick to turn against me? Think about it. If I die and you can't escape, you'll be left all alone in this place, with no one to talk to, no one to share with, for a day, 2 days, 10 days. How do you think that would feel? Ninghai's resolve weakened significantly upon hearing this. The truth of his words was undeniably chilling. If they couldn't escape, they would be left with only each other. That is still better than being with you, you little thief. She coldly huffed, though her voice lacked conviction. Zhang Tianhao grinned. What's wrong with being together? Even if we can't leave, we could start a family right here, and it wouldn't be so lonely. I will kill you. Ninghai, infuriated by his smooth tongue, raised her wrist, ready to strike. Look, a mouse. Zhang Tianhao pointed at her feet. Where? Indeed, a shadow darted past her, startling Ninghai into a scream as she leaped to Zhang Tianhao's side, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but smirk. It was true. Girls were often afraid of mice. This was a lesson he had learned on Earth. Over 60% of women harbored a fear of rodents, including many strong-willed women. Chapter 17. Blood Immortal Fruit. All right, the mouse is gone. You needn't be afraid, Zhang Tianhao reassured her. Really? Ninghai still felt a twinge of worry. I wouldn't lie to you, Zhang Tianhao replied. Thank you. With Zhang Tianhao's brave act of chasing away the mouse, Ninghai's impression of him improved considerably. She no longer regarded him with outright hostility, though she still kept a stern demeanor. How fragrant! Ninghai inhaled deeply. Zhang Tianhao also caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, invigorating his senses. Could it be a rare fruit? His curiosity piqued. Zhang Tianhao and Ninghai followed the scent. The underground cave was rather small, and they quickly found the source of the delightful fragrance. At the edge of a cave wall stood a small tree half a meter tall, adorned with 20 or so plump, red, gleaming fruits the size of longan. What kind of fruit is this? Ningxue wondered, her appetite stirred. Yet she knew all too well that not all fruits were safe to consume. A careless mistake could be fatal. Zhang Tianhao cast an identification spell, and a message appeared in his mind. Item: Blood Immortal Fruit Description. Grown in a place of dark energy, it absorbs the blood essence of living beings for nourishment. Produces 1 fruit per year, maturing in 20 years. Consumption enhances vitality. A precious tonic. Zhang Tianhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly approached and plucked a blood immortal fruit, savoring its sweet and fragrant taste. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for consuming a blood immortal fruit. Vitality 50. Delicious. Zhang Tianhao devoured 5 more, increasing his vitality by 250. Watching his vitality spike significantly, he felt euphoric. Vitality equated to life itself. Its importance was self-evident. Leave some for me. Ningxue, noticing Zhang Tianhao indulging, was determined not to be outdone. She picked a few fruits and tossed them into her mouth. So tasty, she exclaimed joyously. Don't snatch from me. That's my lifeblood. They both eagerly devoured the blood immortal fruits, soon finishing them all. Compared to Ningxue, the majority had found their way into Zhang Tianhao's mouth. With his vitality now doubled, he reveled in the experience. My stomach hurts. Could the blood immortal fruit be poisonous? Ningxue cried out in distress, rolling on the ground, clutching her abdomen. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. He quickly recalled the situation. Vitality was fundamental to a person's being. Consuming such a large quantity would inevitably disrupt Ningxue's bodily balance. Zhang Tianhao, however, was unharmed due to his possession of the system, this miraculous artifact. Too hot. So hot, Ningxue began tearing open her collar, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced. After all, whether in his past life or this one, he had never experienced such encounters. Despite having been exposed to abundant adult content, he had never escaped the reality of being inexperienced. Compared to the women he had encountered in his past life, Ningxue's beauty was in a league of its own. Zhang Tianhao took a deep breath, forcing himself to avert his gaze, realizing that saving her was of utmost priority. Though this girl could be fierce, she was tender beneath her cold exterior. He could not bear to watch her collapse before him. Understanding that he needed to help Ningxue overcome her crisis, he knew the best course of action was to forcibly dispel the condensed vitality within her. However, this required physical contact. Without hesitation, he supported her and positioned himself behind her. With his hands firmly pressed against her back, he infused her with his internal energy, working to disperse the tumultuous vitality within her. Yet the vitality was overwhelming. Every time he dispelled one surge, another rushed forth, keeping him busy. Finally, as the chaotic energy within Ningxue began to subside, he felt a sense of relief. Yingling, Ningxue awoke. Her eyes still hazy, she murmured, "Am I dead? You're currently in the underworld, waiting to be boiled in oil." A chilling voice echoed. Ningxue screamed in fright when she finally processed the situation and saw Zhang Tianhao grinning at her. She felt a mixture of confusion and relief. Ningxue suddenly realized, glaring fiercely at Zhang Tianhao, and exclaimed, "Are you toying with me? Hee. I never imagined that the formidable Miss Ning would possess such a timid heart." Zhang Tianhao replied incredulously. "Humph," Ningxue huffed, her eyes still fixed on Zhang Tianhao, as if her gaze alone could slay him. "Why is it that when I face trouble, you remain unscathed?" she queried, bewildered. "How should I know? Perhaps I possess a unique constitution." Zhang Tianhao shrugged innocently. Chapter 18. Zhang Zhentian's fiancée. Leisurely, Ningxue pondered for a moment before asking, "Zhang Tianhao, may I inquire about what transpired earlier?" "No, it's nothing." Zhang Tianhao appeared somewhat guilty. Ningxue recalled a vague sensation from her muddled state, something that felt significant yet elusive. Her glare intensified, as if it could pierce through him. Zhang Tianhao cleared his throat a few times. "It's a misunderstanding. I merely sought to save you. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Furthermore, it was you who undid your attire, which has nothing to do with me." "Nonsense. I did no such thing," Ningxue retorted. "You claimed I was hot, and spare me the details." Ningxue flushed, her embarrassment evident. Yet, she found herself believing Zhang Tianhao somewhat, as she faintly recalled uttering words akin to those he mentioned. "Thank you for saving me." Ningxue's impression of Zhang Tianhao improved significantly, her animosity diminishing. "I never imagined the esteemed Miss Ning would express gratitude. What a rare occasion," Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. "Humph, don't push your luck." Ningxue adjusted her collar. Suddenly, she lowered her head and timidly inquired, "What did you see earlier?" "Hee. We are now acquainted. How about sharing your background? Your name, height, measurements?" Zhang Tianhao chuckled. "I am Ningxue, residing in Wushuang City. I came out this time to escape an unwanted marriage," she replied wistfully. "Escape an unwanted marriage? How glitch?" Zhang Tianhao mused. "Wait, Wushuang City, Ningxue, the Ning family, he asked in astonishment. How do you know? Ning Shui was equally surprised. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily stunned. This Ning Shui was actually his cousin-in-law, meaning she was Zhang Jintian's fiancée, yet I never expected to encounter a fiancée whom Zhang Jintian has yet to meet. And she is seeking to annul the engagement. This is intriguing. You do not favor Zhang Jintian. Zhang Tianhao queried curiously. I have never even met the person. How can I say whether I like him or not? My destiny shall remain in my own hands, Ning Shui declared resolutely. Regarding the marriage arrangement between Zhang Jintian and the Ning family, Zhang Tianhao had only heard rumors and was unaware of the specifics. I can't believe it's true. Why does your father insist on marrying you off to Zhang Jintian? Zhang Tianhao asked, intrigued. My father once said that 20 years ago, when he was just starting out. Zhang Yanwu saved his life. Thus, the engagement was arranged. He owes a debt of gratitude, and I have become the sacrificial pawn. I refuse to accept it. Ning Shui insisted defiantly. Actually, you need not escape the marriage. Zhang Tianhao said with a mysterious smile. What do you mean? By the way, how did you know my fiancé is Zhang Jintian? Ning Shui suddenly recalled something and looked at Zhang Tianhao in shock. Because Zhang Jintian is my cousin, Zhang Tianhao replied with a wry smile. Ning Shui was taken aback, astonished by the coincidence. Why do you say I need not escape the marriage? She quickly asked Zhang Tianhao. He proceeded to inform her about Zhang Jintian's impending engagement to Princess Ziqian, which incensed Ning Shui. How infuriating that scoundrel! Feasting on 2 dishes at once. If I could escape, I would certainly annul the engagement, she declared with indignation. Before long, dawn broke. Zhang Tianhao noticed several vines extending from the cave walls and exclaimed, Look, there are vines. We have a way out. Wonderful. Ning Shui rejoiced upon seeing them. After half an hour of effort, they finally emerged from the trap. You little rascal, I shall seek revenge on Zhang Jintian. We will meet again. With that, Ning Shui dashed away. Zhang Jintian, your scheme is clever. Marrying Princess Ziqian certainly shields you from the wrath of the Wushuang city lord. I wonder how your fiancée will react when she attempts to annul the engagement during the clan competition. That will surely be entertaining. Chapter 19. The mid-level martial master after parting ways with Ning Shui. Zhang Tianhao hurried back to Ninghai City. A day later, he caught sight of Ninghai City in the distance. Outside the city, he observed the throngs of people at the city gates. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he muttered, I have returned. Zhang Jintian, prepare for my reckoning. At this moment, his aura was that of a 4th-level martial artist. He concealed his cultivation with the concealment technique, ensuring that only those 2 realms above him could perceive his true strength. Upon entering the city, Zhang Tianhao suddenly noticed a commotion ahead. It appeared that someone was fighting, and from the sounds, it seemed to be Jin Bao. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered towards the scene. 4 martial artists clad in Li family attire were besieging a portly figure. Jin Bao was drenched in blood, clearly on the verge of collapse. Jin Bao, seeing his brother being bullied, ignited a fury within him. You dare seek death? Luo Han fist. With unparalleled force, he unleashed 2 devastating punches upon the 2 Li family martial artists, sending them crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Kid, how dare you meddle in Li family affairs? You have quite the audacity. The remaining 2 Li family martial artists barked angrily. Boss Jin Bao, spotting Zhang Tianhao, was overjoyed and quickly exclaimed, Boss, Zenon was just captured by young Master Li while shopping. What? The news of his sister's predicament sent Zhang Tianhao into a frenzy. He glared at the 2 Li family martial artists, demanding, Where is my sister? Where have you taken her? Kid, our young master considers it a blessing to have your sister. One martial artist began, but before he could finish, Zhang Tianhao lunged forward, seizing his neck. Crack. The Li family martial artist's neck snapped. Now it's your turn. Speak, or die. Zhang Tianhao's deadly glare fixed on the other martial artist, who trembled in fear. She's at Siye Mountain Villa, he stammered. Zhang Tianhao hurled the lifeless body aside and raced towards Siye Mountain Villa, praying, Zenon, please be safe. Otherwise, I will make the entire Li family pay dearly. With his utmost speed, Zhang Tianhao dashed for what felt like an eternity, finally arriving at Siye Mountain Villa. Who goes there? The guards of Siye Mountain Villa immediately intercepted him. I am here to deal with a murderer. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced the 4 approaching guards. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending one guard crashing backward, blood spewing forth. He followed up with 3 more punches aimed at the remaining guards, who simultaneously screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Who dares to cause a ruckus at the Li family estate? A deep voice boomed. An elderly man in his 50s, flanked by a dozen martial artists, soared toward Zhang Tianhao, a menacing aura enveloping him. A martial master. Zhang Tianhao's expression tightened. How dare a mere martial artist cause chaos at the Li family estate? You possess quite the courage, the martial master sneered. Humph, hand over my sister, or I will wash away the Sea Mountain Villa in blood, Zhang Tianhao declared, his voice laced with fury. Such bold words. Let us see how you intend to do so. The martial master commanded his subordinates, attack, show no mercy. Zhang Tianhao unleashed his speed to the utmost, executing the Luo Han fist with unparalleled ferocity. With a resounding impact, one martial artist screamed and was sent flying. A flurry of punches followed, and in moments, several martial artists lay defeated, their cries echoing in the air. Such a ruthless child. You cannot be allowed to live, the martial master roared, unleashing a sharp palm strike toward Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao stood firm, refusing to retreat, and met the attack with a single punch. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom. Zhang Tianhao felt an invisible shockwave reverberate through his fist as he was pushed back several steps. Indeed, a mid-level martial master, he thought, his expression grave. Little did he know, the martial master was equally astonished. You are not merely a martial artist. You are a beginner martial master. Wait, a beginner martial master cannot withstand my blow. However, the martial master coldly declared, what if you are a beginner martial master? In my eyes, you are but an ant. Prepare to die. With that, he unleashed another powerful palm strike toward Zhang Tianhao, far exceeding the strength of the previous one, a testament to his newfound respect for Zhang Tianhao's abilities. Old fool, the one who shall die is you. The Shuang Guangdou materialized in Zhang Tianhao's hand. Unrestrained fury unleashed. With this release, all attributes of his attack doubled in power. The strike was direct and utterly unmatched in might. What? The mid-level martial master sensed Zhang Tianhao's cultivation surge inexplicably, and the impending strike filled him with dread. Impossible. Die. Chapter 20. Boundless Fury Ascension. The mid-tier martial artist fervently channeled his internal energy, his power surging to the 12th level in an instant. Boom. His strike effortlessly tore through the mid-tier martial artist's attack, the razor-sharp blade sending him flying. Gasp. The mid-tier martial artist spat blood before he could land. Zhang Tianhao, like a shadow, unleashed a second strike. No. The mid-tier martial artist was utterly astonished, fear etched across his face. Gasp. The defenses of the martial artist were instantly shattered. Death. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the Lee family martial artist, gaining 1,000 experience points and 200 true energy. Damn, just like that. Everything was gone. Truly a pauper. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for achieving the Boundless Fury Ascension, now at level 2. Level 2 of Boundless Fury? Zhang Tianhao was overjoyed. This was not merely a doubling of power. It was a remarkable quadrupling, allowing him to enhance all attributes fourfold in an instant. It was truly extraordinary. However, the next ascension would be significantly more arduous, requiring a daunting level of proficiency. Yet, if he were to upgrade, the attribute enhancement would escalate to 8-fold. Skills that once required cooldowns would, after the upgrade, be instantly available. But at that moment, Zhang Tianhao had no time for further contemplation. He had to find his sister as swiftly as possible. Bang! Zhang Tianhao kicked open a door. No. His anxiety heightened. Finally, upon kicking open the 7th door, he discovered a young man standing before the bed. Disrobing. On the bed lay a girl whose attire was slightly disheveled. This girl was none other than Zhang Tianhao's sister, Qin Zinan. Seeing this, Zhang Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Zinan had not been harmed. Despicable. Are you the worthless Zhang Tianhao? Li Kaiyang, upon realizing that Zhang Tianhao had interrupted his vile intentions, was instantly enraged. He raised his sword and lunged at Zhang Tianhao. The sharp blade moved like lightning, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Arriving before Zhang Tianhao in the blink of an eye. A 9th-tier martial artist, Zhang Tianhao scoffed. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Clang! The fist directly deflected Li Kaiyang's sword. Li Kaiyang felt a numbing sensation in his hand, causing the sword to fly from his grasp. Terrified, he retreated hastily. Yet, while his speed was commendable, Zhang Tianhao's was swifter. Like a shadow, he seized Li Kaiyang by the throat, lifting him off the ground. How dare you bully my sister? Do you have a death wish? Zhang Tianhao roared. Li Kaiyang was nearly choking, his face flushed. He glared at Zhang Tianhao with venomous eyes. If you dare to kill me, the Li family will not spare you. Dare to threaten me? Slap. Zhang Tianhao delivered several resounding slaps to Li Kaiyang. Instantly, Li Kaiyang's face swelled into a grotesque mass, resembling a pig's head, so much so that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Don't hit me, please. Li Kaiyang's terrified gaze met Zhang Tianhao's, perceiving him as a demon, ignoring him. Zhang Tianhao approached the bed and gently shook Qin Zinan awake. Zinan, she stirred. Her eyes, still dazed, suddenly seemed to recall something. Spotting Li Kaiyang nearby, fear gripped her, and she leapt into Zhang Tianhao's embrace, trembling. Brother, it's him. He bullied me. Seeing the injustice on Qin Zinan's face only fueled Zhang Tianhao's fury. He comforted her. Zinan, don't be afraid. Your brother is here, and no one can harm you. Boom. Outside the room, The sound of signal arrows echoed. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, glancing outside to see that the Li family had dispatched signal arrows. Ha ha! Zhang Tianhao, my Li family's reinforcements will arrive shortly. You cannot escape that I advise you to kneel and bow 3 times, and surrender your sister to me that I might spare your life. Li Kaiyang seemed to have gained confidence. Gazing at Zhang Tianhao with arrogance. Silence. Zhang Tianhao kicked Li Kaiyang. Bang! He screamed in agony as he was sent crashing against the wall. Zhang Tianhao grasped Qin Zenon's hand. Zenon, we must leave at once. The Li family will be here soon. Suddenly, outside Xia Villa, dozens of martial artists rushed in from all directions, each emanating a powerful aura, the weakest among them being martial artists. Upon seeing the corpses scattered throughout the courtyard, the Li family members were thrown into chaos. Everyone inside, come out, or I shall not hold back, barked the head of the Li family, Li Yuanting. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, dragging Li Kaiyang outside by the throat. It's the second young master. Several Li family martial artists, initially charging at Zhang Tianhao, hesitated upon seeing Li Kaiyang in his grip. Zhang Tianhao, release my son, and I shall let you go, Li Yuanting said darkly. Chapter 21. Still not kneeling, Li Yuanting? You old hound, even at this moment, you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. Do you believe I won't end your son's life? Zhang Tianhao tightened his grip on Li Kaiyang's throat. Bold. 3 Li family martial artists lunged at Zhang Tianhao with alarming speed, evidently attempting a surprise attack to wrest Li Kaiyang from his grasp. Zhang Tianhao had already noted the 3 stealthy figures approaching. He snorted coldly. Get lost. With a flurry of 3 punches, he met the 3 martial artists head-on. The overwhelming force of his strikes sent them crashing backward. They fell to the ground, spitting blood. Zhang Tianhao. A sharp voice rang out. Instantly, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming killing intent locking onto him. Without warning, Li Yuanting unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at him. The sheer force of the attack bore down on Zhang Tianhao, nearly suffocating him. This was the might of a high-tier martial artist, far beyond his current capabilities. Yet, Zhang Tianhao understood that if Li Kaiyang were reclaimed, not only would his life be forfeit, but his sister's as well. Rohan Fist, boundless fury unleashed. Zhang Tianhao summoned all his strength to the utmost limit. Charging forward, the quadrupled attributes erupted forth. Bang! He felt an unparalleled shockwave surge through his palm, coursing into his body, forcing him and Li Kaiyang back several steps. Li Yuanting was taken aback that his strike had not obliterated Zhang Tianhao. Make a move, and I will kill him. Zhang Tianhao felt a torrent of blood welling up, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Internally, he was relieved. The gap between a first-tier martial artist and a 9th tier was vast. Had it not been for his 4-fold boundless fury and robust defenses, he would undoubtedly have been annihilated. After all, a 9th tier martial artist wielded the strength of 9 bulls. Zhang Tianhao knew he must not reveal his weakness. You dare? Li Yuanting hesitated, sensing the danger. Do you think I won? Zhang Tianhao struck Li Kaiyang's dantian. Ah! Li Kaiyang screamed. My dantian is shattered. You dare to ruin me? He lamented in despair. Zhang Tianhao, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Li Yuanting roared, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Such scum who abducts women deserve no mercy. Zhang Tianhao pressed his foot against Li Kaiyang's head, as if poised to crush it at any moment. Li Yuanting felt humiliated, as the head of one of the 3 great families of the Waxy Kingdom. He had never been reduced to such a state. Father, save me, Li Kaiyang cried in terror. Zhang Tianhao, what will you do? He glared at Zhang Tianhao, filled with a burning hatred. Just then, another contingent arrived. This group, also numbering in the dozens, donned yellow robes, each emanating an aura far more formidable than that of the Li family martial artists. Imperial Guard. Zhang Tianhao recognized their identity. Everyone stand down, commanded the leading general of the Imperial Guard. Wang Xiao, 9th tier martial artist. Zhang Tianhao assessed the commander of the Imperial Guard, recognizing his prowess. By order of the Emperor, summoned Zhang Tianhao and Prime Minister Li to the palace, Wang Xiao proclaimed. Zhang Tianhao understood that the Emperor's involvement was not in his favor. The Zhang family, once the foremost of the 3 great families, had seen its strength significantly wane in recent years. He would not believe that the royal family had no hand in this decline. Zhang Tianhao's father, Zhang Jinsheng, had once been the Grand Marshal of the Waxy Kingdom, leading countless campaigns over the decades, only to have his military power seized 3 years prior. It was evident that the royal family had been scheming to weaken the Zhang family's influence. Zhang Tianhao, please release the second young master of the Li family. Wang Zhao's piercing gaze fell upon him. If I release him, will you guarantee my safety? Zhang Tianhao inquired with a faint smile. Of course, until you meet the Emperor, no one dares to harm you, Wang Xiao replied coldly. Very well. Zhang Tianhao released Li Kaiyang. At this moment, opposing the royal family was unwise. He had ample opportunities to deal with the Li family later. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianhao, you are doomed. The Emperor has sent people to rescue me. Li Kaiyang, beneath Zhang Tianhao, laughed uproariously. You dare to kill me? If you don't, I will certainly kill you. Li Kaiyang seemed emboldened by the presence of the Imperial Guard. A self-inflicted calamity. At that moment, Li Kaiyang provoked Zhang Tianhao beyond measure. The snow-drink blade appeared in Zhang Tianhao's hand, and with one swift strike, he cleaved downward. The sharp glint of a blade sliced across Li Kaiyang's neck. With a chilling sound, his head fell. Li Kaiyang had never anticipated that anyone would dare to strike in the presence of the Imperial Guard. His eyes wide with terror, ding-dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Li Kaiyang. Earning 500 experience points, 100 true energy, and 10 rage energy. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving 20,000 silver coins. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, lamenting the meager experience. Indeed, defeating an opponent of a lower level yielded pitiful rewards. Li Yuanting watched in horror as his son was murdered, consumed by rage. Wretched beast, I shall kill you today. He roared as he lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Captain Wang, you promised to protect me. Feeling the terrifying wrath of Li Yuanting, Zhang Tianhao pushed his agility to its limits, narrowly avoiding Li Yuanting's strike and landing beside Wan Xiao. No one will save you today. Li Yuanting charged at Zhang Tianhao with a palm strike. Wang Xiao, unable to maintain his composure, responded with a single palm. A thunderous explosion resonated as both retreated a few steps, secretly astonished by each other's strength. Captain Wang, are you trying to stop me? Li Yuanting seethed. Rest assured, he killed your son, and the Emperor will hold him accountable. However, we must first meet the Emperor, after which you may choose to kill or maim him. I shall not intervene. Wang Xiao dared not offend Li Yuanting excessively. You may live a while longer, but I will ensure you experience the most excruciating pain this world has to offer. Li Yuanting hissed. If you are so eager to meet your son, I would not mind accompanying you. Zhang Tianhao retorted with a cold smile. Scoundrel, Li Yuanting bristled, his hair standing on end. As the head of the Li family, he had never encountered such insolence. Calm yourself. Anyone who dares provoke again shall face my wrath. Wang Zhao's dissatisfied gaze fell upon the two men. An hour later, in the royal palace of the Vasi Kingdom, all the prominent officials had been summoned. They stood in 2 rows before the ruler, Murong Jingtian, who sat upon the throne, his fierce gaze piercing through the assembly. Zhang Tianhao stood in the center, flanked by 2 warriors who eyed him warily. Zhang Yanwu, Zhang Tianhao is of your clan. What is your opinion? Murong Jingtian regarded Zhang Yanwu with a hint of respect. Your Majesty, I feel ashamed that such reckless youth has emerged from the Zhang clan. I have no objections to your handling of this matter, Zhang Yanwu replied, feigning indifference, though pride seeped through his demeanor. It was evident that he wished to eliminate Zhang Tianhao without fear of his father's reprimand during his seclusion. Zhang Tianhao scoffed internally, recognizing his true intentions. Your Majesty, please act on behalf of your servant. Li Yuanting stepped forward, his expression seething with anger. The ministers of the Wang, Li, and Zhang family seldom agree. Yet they all demand the execution of this rogue. They declared in unison, eliciting a faint smile from Murong Jingtian, who feigned caution as he regarded the composed Zhang Tianhao, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Zhang Tianhao, why did you kill Li Kaiyang? Do you not know he was a baron appointed by this king? Murong Jingtian's emotionless gaze bore down upon Zhang Tianhao. Because he deserved to die, Zhang Tianhao replied succinctly, lacking any desire for further debate. Scoundrel, your Majesty, this rogue is so arrogant. I suggest we have him executed at the noon gate as a warning to others, Li Yuanting declared. Murong Jingtian regarded the enraged Li Yuanting with a slight nod. Bring Zhang Tianhao forward and execute him at the noon gate, he commanded, finally issuing the order. Wait. Zhang Tianhao raised his hand. Young man, surrender quietly. Otherwise, you shall suffer greatly. The 2 warriors beside Zhang Tianhao scoffed, lunging toward him to seize his shoulders. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao snorted, his eyes flashing with intensity as he unleashed 2 powerful punches. Bang! Bang! The 2 warriors cried out in agony, sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Zhang Tianhao, how dare you openly resist? No one can save you now. Li Yuanting awaited this opportunity to publicly execute him in vengeance for his son, fueled by rage. He leaped toward Zhang Tianhao with deadly intent. Li Yuanting, look at this. Zhang Tianhao revealed a token, the very one he had obtained after slaying the dragon python on Black Smoke Mountain. Li Yuanting was momentarily stunned. But upon recognizing the token, he gasped in disbelief. The purple gold divine order. Zhang Tianhao bellowed. Since you recognize it, why do you not kneel? At that moment, not only the officials, but even Murong Jingtian was taken aback. Rising from his throne, knowing it to be the purple gold divine order, why do you not kneel? Does your Li family seek rebellion? Zhang Tianhao regarded Li Yuanting with a mocking grin. This Li Yuanting, despite his desire to slay Zhang Tianhao, understood that doing so would not be sanctioned by Murong Jingtian, as it would challenge the authority of the emperor. Realizing this, Li Yuanting instinctively glanced at Murong Jingtian, whose eyes glinted with cold malice. Li Yuanting, feeling utterly humiliated, dropped to his knees. Chapter 22. The King's Divine Form. Zhang Tianhao glanced at the assembled ministers. The purple gold divine order is here. Why do you not kneel? The ministers, equally humiliated, recognized that the purple gold divine order had been bestowed by the late emperor. Since it represented the late emperor's authority, though they held disdain, they could not openly defy it. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! The ministers fell to their knees, their faces flushed with shame. They were all high-ranking officials, yet they had to kneel before a mere youth and utter disgrace. Zhang Tianhao observed Zhang Yanwu, who hesitated, and said coolly, "Zhang family head, do you wish to rebel? You?" Zhang Yanwu's face flushed with anger. However, upon meeting the cold gaze of Murong Jingtian from the throne, his expression twisted with frustration as he knelt. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if he would tear Zhang Tianhao apart at any moment. Suddenly, two warriors from the Li family surged forward, charging at Zhang Tianhao. "Kid, your purple gold divine order may not be genuine." Two formidable palm shadows descended, radiating overwhelming power that shook the air, seeking death. With a swift sound, the snow-drink mad blade was drawn. Its chilling aura enveloping the area, the blade, fierce and unmatched, sliced through the air toward the two Li officials. Thud, thud, the two Li officials were sent hurtling backward, blood spraying forth. "How dare you harm others in the court? Do you not regard the emperor?" Li Yuanting stood, pointing at Zhang Tianhao as he shouted that I wield the purple gold divine order, representing the late emperor. These two men attacked me as if they were attacking the late emperor, which is tantamount to treason. What wrong have I committed? Zhang Tianhao replied coldly, a smirk on his face. "You." Zhang Yanwu found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he appeared to remember something and said coolly, "The purple gold divine order has been missing for 20 years. How did you obtain it? I suspect your token is a forgery." Having said that, Zhang Yanwu lunged at Zhang Tianhao, reaching for the purple gold divine order in his hand. "Foolishness, you seek your own demise." Zhang Tianhao's gaze turned icy, and suddenly, the purple gold divine order in his hand erupted with a golden light. A golden phantom appeared before Zhang Tianhao, its cold eyes fixed on Li Yuanting, exuding an emperor's pressure that rendered Li Yuanting immobile. It's real. Zhang Yanwu trembled in shock. The phantom raised a hand, its golden palm striking toward Li Yuanting. "The King's divine form," Li Yuanting exclaimed in horror. "No." Boom. Li Yuanting screamed as he was sent flying backward, like a kite severed from its string. The appearance of the King's divine form sent shivers through the assembly. The purple gold divine order contained the will of the late emperor, a well-known secret. At this moment, no one dared question the authenticity of the token in Zhang Tianhao's hand. Murong Jingtian cast a cold glance at Zhang Tianhao, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes held a frigid intensity. Clearly, Zhang Tianhao's display of the purple gold divine order had disrupted his plans. "Zhang Tianhao, the purple gold divine order was bestowed upon my Zhang family by the late emperor. You should return it." Zhang Yanwu stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Tianhao. Feigning confusion, Zhang Tianhao replied, "Uncle, you are merely acting as the family head. Can you truly represent the Zhang family?" Zhang Yanwu was at a loss for words. Yet he stubbornly argued, "Even as acting family head, I can represent the Zhang family. Ha ha ha. That makes this interesting. This purple gold divine order was granted 20 years ago by the late emperor in recognition of my father's achievements in reclaiming the Yin and 7 prefectures. As the young master, how could I not possess it?" Zhang Tianhao feigned ignorance. Deceptive. Zhang Yanwu realized he could not win this argument, though he gritted his teeth in frustration and resolved to find another way to seize the purple gold divine order. The purple gold divine order contained the late Emperor Murong Bo's 3 King's divine forms. As long as one was not guilty of treason or rebellion, they could be absolved of wrongdoing 3 times. Such a treasure was worth acquiring. Murong Jingtian fixed a deep gaze on Zhang Tianhao and declared, "Zhang Tianhao, since you hold the late emperor's token, you shall be pardoned this once. You may leave." "Thank you, your majesty." Zhang Tianhao cupped his hands in gratitude and turned to depart. Upon exiting the palace, Zhang Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that Murong Jingtian harbored intentions of malice towards him, rivaling those of Li Yuanting. Were it not for the fact that he possessed the purple gold divine order, which caused Murong Jingtian to exercise caution, he would undoubtedly have perished within the palace walls today. In just 2 days, the clan competition would commence, and this time, he was determined to secure first place, thwarting Zhang Yanwu's ascension as the clan leader and disrupting Murong Jingtian's arranged marriage. Zhang Tianhao steeled himself for the challenge ahead. As he contemplated his next course of action, a carriage suddenly rolled past him. "Young master, my young lady requests your presence," a maid called out from the vehicle, her smile radiant. "Your young lady?" Zhang Tianhao inquired. Taken aback. Are you afraid we might consume you? The maid teased, her laughter ringing in the air. Feeling belittled by a mere maid, Zhang Tianhao dismissed his hesitation and boarded the carriage. Upon lifting the curtain, he was momentarily stunned by a breathtaking beauty that rendered the surroundings dim in comparison. In that moment, her captivating eyes brimmed with profound emotion. Tianhao-ji, she called softly. Ziqian. Zhang Tianhao's voice quivered slightly as she nestled into his embrace. He felt as if time itself had ceased to exist. Eventually, Ziqian raised her head, her expression turning grave as she gazed intently at him. Tianhao-ji, you must leave. Do not participate in the clan competition. I have arranged for a merchant caravan to take you, along with my mother and Zenon, away. No, I will not leave. That I cannot abandon you. Zhang Tianhao replied resolutely, shaking his head. If you stay, you will lose your life. Morong Ziqian admonished him fiercely. Am I to stand by and watch you wed that scoundrel Zhang Tian? Zhang Tianhao retorted coldly. Morong Ziqian lowered her gaze, her expression unwavering as she declared, I will fight to the death for this. Her heart would forever belong to Tianhao-ji. I know you will trust me one more time, won't you? I will ensure I secure first place in the clan competition, and I will prevent your father from arranging the marriage. Zhang Tianhao asserted steadfastly. All right. Morong Ziqian, inexplicably confident in Zhang Tianhao, sensed his unparalleled determination in his eyes. As she departed in the carriage, Zhang Tianhao felt an intensified sense of purpose and pressure, but more so, an invigorating drive. Upon returning to his mother's modest dwelling, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The dragon python egg has successfully hatched. Special experience points, 1000, true chi, 500, points, 100. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. Current rank, 2nd level martial master. Zhang Tianhao realized that his strength had surged by at least 1,000 pounds. In the realm of martial masters, the disparities between ranks grew increasingly pronounced, with each advancement bestowing greater power. This realization instilled a deep-seated wariness regarding Zhang Yanwu's prowess. Chapter 23. The dragon python egg hatches. The hatching of the dragon python egg filled Zhang Tianhao with immense joy. This event heralded significant advantages for him, especially with the imminent competition. The addition of a pet would greatly augment his power, and he reveled in this thought. Upon entering his home, he discovered Jin Bao. Qin Zenon and his mother gathered together, their faces lit up with joy upon seeing him. Brother, I was so worried. Qin Zenon exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms. Rest assured, everything is all right now, Zhang Tianhao reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Did the emperor trouble you? She asked, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury. Fear not, your brother is not so easily harmed, he replied with a smile, though he felt a twinge of protectiveness for the frail Qin Zenon. He longed for her to be strong enough to safeguard herself, but her delicate constitution precluded her from training. Otherwise, her intellect would have made her a prodigy in martial arts, now, more than ever. Zhang Tianhao wished for his mother and sister to be free from the bullying they faced within the Zhang family. He resolved to take action. He called Jin Bao to the corner. Boss, what can I do for you? Jin Bao inquired, noting Zhang Tianhao's serious demeanor. I have recently acquired some materials from magical beasts and need your assistance in processing them. Additionally, find me a courtyard in the city for my mother and sister to reside in, and hire some warriors to protect them, Zhang Tianhao instructed. Consider it done, boss. This is a trivial matter, Jin Bao responded promptly. After handing over the magical beast materials to Jin Bao, Zhang Tianhao smiled at the astonished expression on his friend's face. After exchanging a few words with Qin Zenon and his mother, he retreated to his room. Zhang Tianhao silently invoked a summoning spell, and a small serpent, approximately half a meter in length, appeared before him. The serpent was a vibrant green with large, expressive eyes, exuding a charming demeanor. Recognizing Zhang Tianhao as its master, it swiftly approached him. Upon inspecting the attributes of the young python, he found Dragon Python Hatchling Potential, Growth Type, Level 9, 9-stage Magical Beast, Attributes, Water, Fire Skills, Angry Dragon Claw, Guardian Body, Fusion Technique. Zhang Tianhao's heart soared with delight upon reading the attributes. The 3 question marks denoted extraordinary potential, hinting that it might even surpass divine levels. He further examined the description of the Guardian Body skill. Guardian Body, Fusion Technique, a natural talent of the Dragon Python. It can transform into a dragon pattern to provide defensive capabilities. As the pet's strength increases, so too does the level of protection it offers. Looking at the adoring little dragon python, he chuckled. From now on, I shall call you Little Dragon, and I hope one day you will become as powerful as a true dragon. Little Dragon seemed to understand its name, dancing joyfully at his feet. Zhang Tianhao produced 2 crystal cores and placed them in his palm. The young python's eyes sparkled with desire as it lunged forward. devouring the cores, seemingly unsatisfied as it licked its tongue. It then hissed at Zhang Tianhao, who, for reasons unknown, comprehended its meaning. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "You wish to consume weapons?" The little dragon nodded eagerly. Zhang Tianhao retrieved the recently acquired equipment, the open heaven sword. Knowing he had no use for it, the little dragon's mouth watered in anticipation as it lunged, engulfing the sword. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the little dragon. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. Pet Little Dragon has leveled up. Current level 10, first stage Fierce Beast. The rapid upgrade suggested that the open heaven sword was indeed a valuable item. Sated, Little Dragon burped and returned to the pet space for a nap. Stepping out of his room, Zhang Tianhao intended to share his elation with Qin Zinan when suddenly, a girl rushed toward him in a state of panic. Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Tianhao recognized her. Upon seeing him, Zhang Xiaoman's face lit up with joy as she hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master, please save my brother. If we delay any longer, he may lose his life." What happened to Jianfeng? Zhang Tianhao's heart sank, conjuring the image of a steadfast, unpretentious face. Zhang Jianfeng and Jin Bao were among Zhang Tianhao's closest friends, brothers he could trust with his life. Though Zhang Jianfeng's father served as a steward for the Zhang family, he was not a core member. In addition to cultivating his skills, he managed family business affairs. However, Zhang Tianhao had not seen him in quite some time. To hear of his misfortune was disheartening. Zhang Xiaoman knelt before him, tears streaming down her face. "Young master, my brother is being used as a scapegoat. He has been framed. The Zhang family was responsible for escorting a shipment to Haitian City, with Zhang Jianfeng serving as the deputy. Along the way, they were ambushed by bandits, and the primary leader, Zhang Dou, fled in the face of danger. Zhang Jianfeng fought valiantly but sustained severe injuries, and regrettably, the goods were still stolen. However, as Zhang Dou was aligned with the elder faction, the blame fell squarely upon Zhang Jianfeng. Unthinkable. Zhang Tianhao's anger ignited. Take me there. I refuse to believe that Zhang Yanwu can act with impunity. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he followed Zhang Xiaoman to the scene. Upon arrival, they found Zhang Jianfeng surrounded by a dozen members of the enforcement team. Bloodied and dejected, he hung his head low. "Stop!" Zhang Tianhao shouted. "Tianhao!" Zhang Jianfeng looked up, his eyes brightening momentarily upon seeing Zhang Tianhao, only to dim again. "Tianhao, don't involve yourself. You cannot save me. Are you attempting to obstruct our enforcement team?" A young warrior with a sharp face sneered at Zhang Tianhao. "Enforcement team?" The Zhang family's enforcement team was established for fairness and justice. "Pray tell, have you achieved that?" Zhang Tianhao retorted defiantly. "Justice? Our enforcement team embodies justice. You are in no position to meddle in our affairs." The team leader, Zhang Biao, scoffed. Zhang Tianhao recognized that Zhang Biao was affiliated with Zhang Zhentian, and a surge of fury coursed through him. "And what if I insist on intervening?" "Ha! You think your status as a young master grants you immunity? Seize him." Zhang Biao commanded the enforcement team. Yes, several members lunged toward Zhang Tianhao. "Get lost." A terrifying force erupted from Zhang Tianhao's body, and instead of retreating, he advanced, unleashing a devastating blow with the Arhit fist. Bang, bang, bang. The first wave of enforcement team members were sent reeling, spitting blood as they fell to in the next moment. Zhang Tianhao was standing before Zhang Biao. In the gaze of Zhang Biao, filled with horror, a grip tightened around his neck as a cold voice declared, "To defy authority and show contempt for the young master warrants death." With a sharp crack, Zhang Tianhao shattered Zhang Biao's neck. The members of the law enforcement team surrounding them were struck by the decisiveness of Zhang Tianhao's actions. "Zhang Tianhao, you have killed a member of my enforcement team. You must provide an explanation." A figure rushed in from a distance, landing before them, exuding an overwhelming pressure, his fierce killing intent aimed squarely at Zhang Tianhao. It was the second elder. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the law enforcement team members erupted with joy. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. This enforcement team was under the command of the second elder, who was aligned with the grand elder and would not side with him. "Second elder, Zhang Tianhao has killed the captain. You must make a decision regarding your subordinate," exclaimed Zhang Chao, the vice captain of the enforcement team. With excitement, the morale of the enforcement team surged, as if they had found their anchor. Zhang Tianhao felt the piercing gaze of the second elder upon him, but remained unafraid. The fierce eyes turned towards vice captain Zhang Chao, and he bellowed, "Zhang Chao, as the vice captain, do you not know what the third rule of the Zhang family law is?" Intimidated by Zhang Tianhao's imposing presence, Zhang Chao instinctively replied, "Those who defy the head of the family or the young master, those who show great disrespect, are treated as traitors. The lightest punishment is expulsion from the family. The heaviest is death." His voice trembled as he concluded, "Second elder, I am still the young master of the Zhang family. Those who show me disrespect shall be executed without mercy." Zhang Tianhao stated coldly. You. The second elder was momentarily speechless. Zhang Tianhao had seized the moral high ground, leaving the second elder at a loss. The second elder's gaze shifted to Zhang Jianfeng, and he inquired, what crime has he committed? Zhang Chao promptly recounted Zhang Jianfeng's transgressions to the second elder. Second elder, I, Zhang Jianfeng, do not accept this. Zhang Jianfeng boldly met the second elder's eyes. The second elder, faced with such provocation from a family member, replied coldly, oh, how would you prefer to accept it? Zhang Dou was the main person responsible for this transport. I was merely his assistant with no authority. Why should I bear the blame? Is it simply because he is your nephew? Zhang Dou laughed heartily. The second elder smirked coldly and said, so, if Zhang Dou admits guilt and accepts punishment, you would then be willing to confess. Zhang Tianhao sensed an underlying implication in the second elder's words. A wave of unease washing over him. Just as he was about to intervene, Zhang Jianfeng spoke up. Indeed, I only hope for equality in judgment. Very well, bring Zhang Dou to me, commanded the second elder. Zhang Tianhao's anxiety escalated as he wondered what the second elder was planning. After a brief moment, several members of the enforcement team brought Zhang Dou forward. Zhang Dou, who had been cursing loudly, suddenly brightened upon seeing the second elder and fell to his knees, exclaiming, Uncle, please advocate for me. The second elder's expression darkened with anger. Zhang Dou, do you know your crime? Uncle. Zhang Dou stammered, about to speak. The second elder's fierce gaze pierced him like an arrow, chilling him to the bone, and he prostrated himself, saying, I confess. Then you may die. The second elder's palm descended. Zhang Dou, caught completely off guard, had no chance to resist. With a shriek, he met a gruesome end, his brain splattering as he perished. The second elder executed Zhang Dou with an expressionless demeanor, as if he had crushed an insignificant insect. Young master, are you satisfied? The second elder cast a mocking glance at Zhang Tianhao. Though Zhang Tianhao's heart sank, he maintained a calm smile, saying, Indeed, second elder, your adherence to justice is commendable. Then it is settled, as the elder in charge of the enforcement hall. I cannot act with bias, replied the second elder, his words laden with implication, before abruptly turning to Zhang Jianfeng and demanding, Zhang Jianfeng, do you plead guilty? I confess. Zhang Jianfeng lowered his head. Brother. Zhang Xiaoman rushed to Zhang Jianfeng's side. Fully aware that if he confessed, his fate would be sealed, Zhang Tianhao felt a profound frustration and intense anger. The second elder's execution of his cousin not only showcased his supposed impartiality but also served to intimidate him. After all, sacrificing a cousin meant little to the second elder, but Zhang Jianfeng was his childhood friend. If he could not protect even his closest friend, who in the Zhang family would dare stand by him? Second elder, your intentions are evident. Zhang Tianhao fixed his gaze on the second elder, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. What a fierce aura! The second elder felt a tremor of fear. You insolent boy. Let me show you how to handle this. Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference, saying, Zhang Dou has confessed. Now it is Zhang Jianfeng's turn. As he approached Zhang Dou's lifeless body, the killing intent radiated from him. Zhang Jianfeng turned pale, gazing sorrowfully at Zhang Xiaoman, but he pleaded with Zhang Tianhao. Tianhao, please take care of my sister. I will repay you in my next life. No, brother. Zhang Xiaoman clung to Zhang Jianfeng, weeping uncontrollably. The second elder cast a derisive glance at Zhang Tianhao, who was nearly consumed by rage. Zhang Tianhao, can you not even protect your own brother? What purpose do you serve? How can you talk of revenge? Though Zhang Tianhao yearned to intervene, he understood that such an action would play directly into the second elder's hands. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he was filled with elation, chiding himself for forgetting this tactic. Just as the second elder was about to strike, Zhang Tianhao shouted, Wait! A glimmer of triumph flashed in the second elder's eyes, but he quickly masked it, turning to Zhang Tianhao with an air of righteous indignation. What is it? Do you wish to obstruct the law? Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. Second elder, do not exaggerate. I simply cannot allow you to harm him. Ha ha ha. On what grounds? Because you are the young master of the Zhang family? The second elder laughed heartily, as did the members of the enforcement team. Zhang Jianfeng offered Zhang Tianhao a bittersweet smile. Tianhao, do not concern yourself with me. Remember your promise to me. I will be forever grateful. Zhang Tianhao did not respond to Zhang Jianfeng, but addressed the second elder. Indeed, it is precisely because I am the young master of the Zhang family. The second elder sneered at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao, although you remain the young master, what authority do you have to prevent me from executing a criminal? Did he not say he wanted equality in judgment? His words left a few of the younger members and elders who sided with Zhang Tianhao speechless. For the second elder was indeed in the right. Zhang Tianhao turned to Vice Captain Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, what is the last rule of the Zhang family law? Zhang Chao was momentarily stunned, having witnessed the earlier events, and dared not speak, remaining silent. not willing to answer. Very well, I shall state it. The final rule of the Zhang family law stipulates that the head and young master of the family possess a single right of pardon in their lifetime, allowing them to absolve a designated family member of all sins except treason. Am I mistaken? Zhang Tianhao radiated an overwhelming aura. The second elder was taken aback, for this rule indeed existed within the family law. Though previous heads and young masters rarely exercised this right, none could deny its existence. Zhang Tianhao, do you intend to play tricks? The second elder ground his teeth in frustration. Second elder, you oversee the enforcement hall. Do you wish to assert that this rule has been rendered void? Zhang Tianhao feigned innocence. The second elder was nearly driven to madness. He had sacrificed his own cousin, executing him with his own hands, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Zhang Tianhao. However, this family rule was inscribed in the Zhang family laws, and he could not deny it. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. I hope that after tomorrow, you can still maintain your smile, the second elder declared before striding away. Jianfeng, you are safe now. Zhang Tianhao helped Zhang Jianfeng to his feet. Brother. Zhang Xiaoman cried tears of joy upon seeing her brother unharmed. Tianhao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have escaped this disaster. Zhang Jianfeng expressed his gratitude. Zhang Tianhao playfully thumped Zhang Jianfeng's shoulder, saying, We are brothers. No need for formalities. Indeed. We are brothers from now on. You are my leader, and my life belongs to you, my leader. Zhang Jianfeng suddenly knelt before Zhang Tianhao, his expression resolute. Jianfeng, there is no need for such gestures. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback and hurried to lift Zhang Jianfeng up. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family's secret chamber, a young man sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The young man opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars, deep and unfathomable, as if they could pierce through the void. Hee, I have finally reached the third level of martial mastery. Tomorrow is the clan competition. Once I become the champion, it will be time for the emperor to bestow a marriage upon me. Zhang Tianhao, I am curious how you will feel when you see me take away the woman you cherished. In the past, I was defeated by you, but now, I shall seize everything from you. This is the price of offending Zhang Tian. An eerie laughter echoed within the secret chamber. The following day, Zhang Tianhao observed Zhang Jianfeng standing outside the martial arts arena, seemingly waiting for him. Jianfeng, have you broken through? Zhang Tianhao inquired, sensing a noticeable increase in Zhang Jianfeng's aura compared to the previous day. Zhang Jianfeng nodded with a smile. Big brother, after yesterday's near brush with death, my mindset has been tempered, and I felt my realm stabilizing. Excellent. Excellent. You have now likely ascended to the first rank among martial artists, and there is surely a place for you among the top 10 of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianhao remarked with delight. Top 10. Zhang Jianfeng chuckled silently. In truth, his ambition was set on the top 5. At this moment, the Zhang family was abuzz with excitement, as the clan competition was one of the most significant events of the year. On this day, many esteemed guests would gather at the martial arts arena, including the leaders of the other two prominent families from the Vaxi kingdom, the Wang and Li families. This was an opportunity for them to assess the strength of the Zhang family. The esteemed guests from Tiangang Academy have arrived, the ceremonial officer announced loudly. Within the arena, the younger members of the Zhang family gazed with reverence, for Tiangang Academy was one of the three major academies of the Qinglong Empire. Wielding formidable power. To become a student of Tiangang Academy was a cherished dream for every young martial artist. It was said that any instructor from Tiangang Academy could easily overpower the three major families, underscoring their terrifying prowess. Zhang Tianhao's gaze fell upon the guests from Tiangang Academy, particularly on the leading elder, whose aura was potent, even surpassing that of the family heads of the three major clans. This revelation sent a tremor of realization through Zhang Tianhao, deepening his understanding of the might of Tiangang Academy. I have heard that the leader this time is the vice president of the external academy. Gu Feiyun, Zhang Jianfeng whispered gravely to Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow and inquired, why would someone from Tiangang Academy come here? I have never heard of any connection between Tiangang Academy and our Zhang family. Zhang Jianfeng nodded and replied, it is said that Gu Feiyun has accepted Zhang Zhentian as his closed-door disciple, and he has come specifically to support him today. Tianhao, you must be cautious. A slight jolt of concern coursed through Zhang Tianhao's heart. With Gu Feiyun's involvement, this clan competition was bound to be fraught with uncertainties. Yet, his fighting spirit surged even more fervently as he muttered, no matter who intervenes, Zhang Zhentian must die this time. Just as Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng were about to enter the arena, a group of individuals approached them. At the forefront was a man and a woman, the latter casting a venomous glare at Zhang Tianhao, as if she wished to devour him whole. Beside her stood a tall, arrogant young man. Zhang Tianhao, you worthless fool. How dare you actually show up for the clan competition, truly unaware of your own peril. Zhang Yan sneered disdainfully at him. Zhang Yan, it seems that the slap you received last time was insufficient. My hand is feeling a bit itchy. Zhang Tianhao's eyes glinted sharply as he directed a fierce look at Zhang Yan. You. Zhang Yan's expression shifted dramatically, recalling the humiliation from their last encounter, and she longed to see Zhang Tianhao utterly destroyed. Yan's sister. Who is he? The young man beside Zhang Yan furrowed his brow. Liao Shixiang. He has bullied me and humiliated me in front of everyone last time. You must stand up for me. Zhang Yan pouted with an air of entitlement as she clung to the young man. A chill raced down Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng's spines at the sight of such a venomous woman putting on a show. However, to the young man, Zhang Yan's alluring figure radiated an irresistible charm. How dare you insult Sister Yan? I will give you one chance. Kneel and bow 3 times to Sister Yan, and perhaps I will consider sparing your lives. Liao, the young man, declared nonchalantly, exuding an air of authority. Zhang Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Although Liao emitted a formidable presence, he was not one to cower. Why should we? Zhang Tianhao retorted coldly with a smirk. Zhang Yan gleefully pointed at Liao, relishing her moment of triumph. Do you two worthless insects even know who he is? He is Liao Dekai from Tiangang Academy's External Academy. How dare you act so arrogantly? Liao Dekai scoffed, relishing the prestige that accompanied the Tiangang Academy name. Oh, an External Academy student. One might mistake you for the head of Tiangang Academy with such airs. What arrogance! Ha! Zhang Tianhao shot back, unimpressed. Liao Dekai was taken aback, his fury mounting. Before he could retort, another young man clad in black from Tiangang Academy interjected angrily. How dare 2 mere ants disrespect Shixiang Liao? What audacity! The black-clad youth thrust his palm towards Zhang Tianhao with tremendous force, a powerful strike that bore down upon him. Zhang Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. That I shall take this. Zhang Jianfeng could no longer contain his ire at their arrogance. With a swift motion, he drew his sword that a flash of light streaked through the air. And with blinding speed, he shattered the black-clad youth's attack. The youth screamed in pain as blood spewed from his hands, retreating in terror. Yet, Zhang Jianfeng's sword was swifter, catching up to him in an instant. Its tip poised at the youth's neck. The black-clad youth's expression shifted drastically as he faced the reality of his defeat at the hands of someone he deemed insignificant. Who is the ant now? Zhang Jianfeng fumed. Zhang Tianhao glanced at Zhang Jianfeng, a smile gracing his lips. This fellow had broken through in cultivation and was beginning to reveal his brilliance. With time, he would surely shine. Yet, regardless of his prowess, he remained merely a subordinate to Zhang Tianhao. Impudence. Liao Dekai's form flickered, moving like lightning to appear before Zhang Jianfeng. You shall die, he roared, his fist surging forth with a catastrophic force that emptied the air around them, creating a mournful wail. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced, and he instinctively moved to intervene, but it was too late. Zhang Jianfeng's expression was solemn as he swung his sword, aiming for Liao Dekai with a piercing strike. The blade suffused with an insatiable intent. Come forth and perish, Liao Dekai bellowed, channeling all his power into that single punch. The two forces collided with a resounding explosion. Zhang Jianfeng staggered back 7 steps. His complexion pale. Surprising, Liao Dekai muttered, astonished that his punch had not obliterated Zhang Jianfeng. Damn it, take another punch. Zhang Tianhao's fury ignited. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Jianfeng, unleashing the Arhut fist with explosive power, crashing towards Liao Dekai. With a resounding impact, Liao Dekai was forced back 5 steps, while Zhang Tianhao remained steady, only slightly swaying. You! Liao Dekai seethed with rage, feeling a wave of blood rising within him. Next time, I will settle the score. To avoid further humiliation, Liao Dekai turned and fled. Shixiang! Zhang Yan exclaimed in alarm as she witnessed Liao Dekai's departure. Zhang Tianhao swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhang Yan tumbling away. Wretched woman, do not dare to appear before me again. If you do, I shall strike you anew. Chapter 26, Victory in the First Battle. Zhang Yan glared at Zhang Tianhao with venomous eyes. But with Liao Dekai gone, she realized she was no match for him and could only retreat in disgrace, plotting her revenge for another day. Boss, that woman surely deserves a lesson, Zhang Jianfeng snorted. Very well, let us proceed to register. This clan competition is our opportunity to make a name for ourselves, Zhang Tianhao replied. Boss, you will definitely secure a place in the top 10, Zhang Jianfeng affirmed. His gaze filled with trust. Zhang Tianhao raised an eyebrow and playfully knocked Zhang Jianfeng on the head. Do you doubt your leader, the top 10? I would be embarrassed to linger in the Zhang family if I do not claim first place. First place? Zhang Jianfeng gazed at Zhang Tianhao in admiration. Boss, Your aspirations know no bounds. First place is something I dare not even dream of. Bah! If you could reach that level, then you would be the boss. Zhang Tianhao jested. At this moment, the martial arts arena was alive with commotion as Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng approached the registration desk to collect their tokens. Zhang Tianhao soon learned that his first opponent was named Zhang Jia, a 6th-level martial artist. Boss, look over there. Zhang Jianfeng pointed towards the northwest corner. What is that bustling place? Zhang Tianhao inquired with curiosity. Zhang Jianfeng grinned and replied, Boss, that is the betting house. Every time there is a clan competition or major event, the betting house is always present. Oh. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, aware of the betting house's existence. They were nearly ubiquitous, backed by powerful merchant associations with substantial capital. Moreover, due to the support of these associations, the betting house enjoyed an excellent reputation, with scarcely any reports of winners failing to collect their earnings. Let us go take a look, Zhang Tianhao suggested. Intrigued, the two made their way to the betting house, which was already teeming with a lively crowd of Zhang family disciples eagerly awaiting their chance to place bets. Zhang Shihui, odds 1-3. Zhang Erniu, odds 1-1. The betting house manager called out. Why does Zhang Shihui's odds exceed Zhang Erniu's? A young man protested, clearly displeased that the betting house favored Zhang Erniu. Finally, Zhang Tianhao squeezed his way to the front and inquired of the manager. Excuse me, what are the odds for Zhang Tianhao against Zhang Jia? Oh, for this match, if you bet on Zhang Tianhao to win, it's 1-90. If you bet on Zhang Jia, it's 1-20. However, many are betting heavily on this match, as the outcome seems quite predictable. Betting now guarantees a win, the manager replied, somewhat helplessly. It was understandable for the manager to feel this way. They particularly disliked matches with such predictable outcomes, as it often resulted in a guaranteed loss. Nevertheless, the 1-20 odds, while not ideal, were not overly detrimental. Zhang Tianhao felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. This was blatant disdain. How could the odds against him be so high? Zhang Jianfeng also felt a surge of anger. The disparagement directed at his boss was tantamount to disparaging him. No, it was even more severe than that. Are you looking to bet on Zhang Jiexing? We have ceased accepting bets on this match, the manager said, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Tianhao. Although the casino could not suspend a specific match's betting, there were regulations in place for suspensions after a significant amount was wagered. After all, a gambling house could not afford to operate at a loss. No, I am betting on Zhang Tianhao to win, Zhang Tianhao declared, a devilish smile spreading across his face. Shock rippled through not only the manager, but also the Zhang family members surrounding him, who were taken aback by Zhang Tianhao's unexpected boldness. As his usual demeanor was one of low profile, they merely gazed at him with disdain. Are you certain? The manager asked, incredulous. Absolutely, Zhang Tianhao affirmed with confidence. Jianfeng, lend me all your silver. I want to bet it all on my victory. Zhang Tianhao was exhilarated. The mocking faces around him now appeared to him as sources of wealth. Odds of 90-1. It was a staggering 90-fold return. Just the thought of it made his heart race with anticipation. Ultimately, Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng pulled together 5,000 taels of silver and received the betting slip. As they departed, the Zhang family members stared after them with expressions akin to those observing a madman. Were these two insane for betting on Zhang Tianhao's victory? They seemed like reckless gamblers, oblivious to the potential consequences. Yet, what if Zhang Tianhao were to defy the odds and win? That would lead to a substantial fortune. Was that even conceivable? Although Zhang Tianhao had recently made headlines within the Zhang family, those events had been deliberately suppressed due to their sensitivity. Thus, in the eyes of most, Zhang Tianhao remained a mere waste of space, with only a few aware that he had resumed his training. Nevertheless, he was still regarded as the least capable among them. Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng stood at the edge of the fighting arena, watching his two family disciples engaged in a fierce duel, their blades clashing with relentless fervor. Finally, after the 100th exchange, a victor emerged. One of the young men was thrown from the stage. Thank you for the match, the victor declared, standing proudly with his sword sheathed. Zhang Qihai wins, the referee announced promptly. Next match, Zhang Tianhao versus Zhang Jiexing. The referee proclaimed that a burly young man leaped onto the arena, bellowing at Zhang Tianhao below. You worthless waste, come up here and die. Boss, it's your turn next. Teach him a lesson, Zhang Jianfeng urged. Zhang Tianhao nodded and promptly ascended the stage. How many moves do you think Zhang Tianhao will last before he is defeated? Not more than 3 moves. If he exceeds that, I'll eat dirt. Makes sense. I think so too. Humph, if he lasts beyond 2 moves, I'll eat dirt. Though Zhang Tianhao had reached the first level of martial mastery, employing the concealment technique reduced his level to that of a 4th-level martial artist, 2 levels below Zhang Jiexing. Despite the existence of exceptional talents capable of overcoming level discrepancies, no one believed Zhang Tianhao to be such a prodigy. Zhang Jiexing, with his dark complexion and muscular physique, radiated a fierce aura. Zhang Tianhao, are you coming down on your own, or shall I send you down? If I do, you'll surely suffer, Zhang Jiexing taunted. Well, I have a flaw. I don't shed tears until I see the coffin. So, I implore you, send me down. Zhang Tianhao replied lazily. Zhang Jiexing's eyes gleamed with malice as he retorted, good, I commend your courage. Given that you were once the young master of the Zhang family, I shall allow you 3 moves. After that, I will send you down on a stretcher. Ha! Although his words were brash, the crowd found them entirely reasonable. Is that so? You said it. Zhang Tianhao replied with a teasing expression. Of course. Zhang Jiexing responded coldly. Very well, I shall not hold back. Zhang Tianhao smirked, his figure blurring as he lunged at Zhang Jiexing. What speed? Zhang Jiexing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, what does speed matter? Get lost. Zhang Jiexing unleashed a powerful punch toward Zhang Tianhao, a strike as forceful as a rampaging bull, with tremendous momentum. He believed this punch would send Zhang Tianhao flying or at the very least neutralize his attack. However, upon delivering the blow, he realized he had lost sight of Zhang Tianhao. What? I'm right here, came Zhang Tianhao's voice from just beside him. Zhang Jiexing turned to find Zhang Tianhao, arms crossed, watching him with a playful glint in his eyes. You little brat, are you toying with me? Zhang Jiexing fumed. Zhang Tianhao's gaze hardened as he darted forward, delivering a swift slap. The strike was executed with such speed that Zhang Jiexing, though he tried to react, could not evade it. The slap landed squarely on his face. Slap. A mark of 5 fingers appeared on Zhang Jiexing's cheek. How dare you hit me? Zhang Jiexing exclaimed incredulously. I in front of everyone. He had been publicly humiliated by a recognized waste, and he felt a profound sense of shame and loss of dignity. Do you not realize we are in a match? Or did you think this was a child's game? How childish. Zhang Tianhao mocked. I will kill you. Zhang Jiexing's aura surged menacingly. Second move, are you attempting to cheat? Zhang Jiexing hesitated, feeling frustrated, recalling his earlier reckless words about the 3-move limit. However, having spoken, he could not take it back in front of the watching crowd. Come, after the last move, I will graciously entertain you, making you wish you were never born. Zhang Jiexing glared at Zhang Tianhao with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Humph. Zhang Tianhao scoffed disdainfully, although he had yet to practice any martial techniques. His agility of 14 was beyond Zhang Jiexing's imagination. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianhao lunged at Zhang Jiexing. Despite Zhang Jiexing's intense focus on Zhang Tianhao, he failed to track his movements. Zhang Tianhao, relying on his speed, had circled behind Zhang Jiexing, who was bent over, presenting an unfortunate target. Zhang Tianhao, sensing mischief, wore a devilish grin, channeling his strength into a kick aimed at Zhang Jiexing's backside. The force erupted from his foot, striking Zhang Jiexing's rear end with tremendous impact. In that instant, a powerful force broke through, exposing the unfortunate vulnerability of Zhang Jiexing's anatomy. Zhang Tianhao's foot inadvertently found its way into a most compromising position, causing Zhang Jiexing to feel an intense clench and an overwhelming surge of heat. He was launched into the air, flying off the stage. Below, Zhang Jiexing landed painfully on the ground, revealing his embarrassment to the onlookers. The sight of him, in such a state, caused the other family disciples to instinctively cross their legs, shivering in discomfort. The Zhang family girls covered their faces in shock, too shy to look. Zhang Jiexing, feeling the strange gazes of those around him, instinctively turned to see the source of their reaction, only to find himself exposed. I'm exposed in public. Zhang Jiexing fainted from the humiliation. Chapter 27. Suddenly a wealthy man, the arena fell into an eerie silence. This was undoubtedly an unexpected turn of events. A universally acknowledged waste had just defeated an opponent 2 levels above him, a feat beyond comprehension. Soon, the crowd erupted into cries of despair. Heavens. I bet my entire fortune on Zhang Tianhao losing. Now my fortunes are ruined. Forget it. I have lost everything, and my wife is now someone else's. Zhang Tianhao, I will not let this go. Zhang Tianhao felt the murderous intent from the crowd converge upon him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He hastily exited the stage. Though the atmosphere was grim, his heart soared with joy. With 5,000 taels at odds of 90 to 1, he had just become a millionaire. 450,000 taels. Now he could indulge in extravagant pleasures, living a life of extravagance. Brother, you were amazing, Qin Zenan exclaimed, throwing herself into Zhang Tianhao's embrace. Boss, Zhang Jianfeng was equally thrilled. Seeing you smirk like that, you must have won, right? Zhang Tianhao patted Zhang Jianfeng's shoulder, grinning. Absolutely. As your boss's underling, I had to make it through the elimination round. Zhang Jianfeng replied proudly. You're just a glutton, puffing up. Well, Let us move. This isn't a place for conversation. Don't you see those people looking like they want to devour you? Zhang Tianhao teased. Hee, that's what happens when my brother makes them bankrupt. I just heard someone planning to kneel on a washboard tonight. Qin Xinan laughed. Zhang Tianhao shrugged dismissively. Who told them to lack vision and bid against me? They deserve it. No sympathy here. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao noticed the crowd parting ahead, revealing a group approaching, led by a tall young man whose arrogant demeanor radiated disdain. Zhang Tian. Zhang Tianhao recognized him, sensing the intense murderous intent directed at him. Observing the other party's ostentatious demeanor, Zhang Tianhao could hardly suppress the urge to subject him to 100 humiliations in the restroom. Good dogs should not obstruct the way, Zhang Tianhao remarked nonchalantly. Humph. Zhang Tian's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Youngster, upon encountering the young master, should you not advance to pay your respects? What manner of attitude is this? A sharp-featured, diminutive youth leaped forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Tianhao. Slap. Before the words could fully escape the youth's lips, he felt a sudden blur before him, followed by a resounding slap across his face. Ah! The youth screamed, blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent reeling backwards. The force of the slap was no trifling matter. It was likely that several of his teeth had shattered. You dare strike me? The diminutive youth glared angrily at Zhang Tianhao. To act as a dog. One must possess the awareness of such a role. Your master has yet to speak. Why do you interject? Such a lack of upbringing. Zhang Tianhao replied coolly. You. The youth was instantly driven to fury. Stand down. Zhang Tian commanded in a low voice. Although the youth appeared reluctant, he had no choice but to retreat begrudgingly. Zhang Tianhao, it seems you have grown quite audacious in my absence, yet in my eyes, you remain but an ant, Zhang Tian observed, a smirk gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Zhang Tianhao replied with an air of indifference. As if Zhang Tian's words were of no consequence to him. I misspoke. I witnessed your earlier battle. You are no longer merely an ant, but rather a slightly more robust ant. Zhang Tian scoffed derisively. Ha ha ha. The onlookers erupted into mocking laughter. Although Zhang Tian's words were somewhat arrogant, none found him overbearing. As the foremost talent of the Zhang family's younger generation, he was entitled to such confidence. Do not speak of my leader in such a manner. Zhang Tianfeng, standing beside Zhang Tianhao, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing the insult directed at Zhang Tianhao. Naturally, he could not bear to see his friend humiliated. Seeing Zhang Tianfeng about to charge forward, Zhang Tianhao hastily restrained him. Though Zhang Tianfeng had made some progress recently, the disparity in strength compared to Zhang Tian was far too great at this moment. The aura emanating from Zhang Tian was formidable, suggesting significant advancement on his part. Even Zhang Tianhao felt the pressure. What had once seemed a sure victory in the clan competition now felt uncertain. Boss, he is insulting you, Zhang Jianfeng declared furiously. Zhang Tianhao gently patted Zhang Jianfeng's back, urging him to remain calm. Zhang Tian, do you know what you are to me? A hint of derision crept onto Zhang Tianhao's lips. Zhang Tian's brow furrowed, annoyance flitting across his features. They defeated foe. Zhang Tianhao enunciated each word deliberately. You. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Zhang Tian's previously indifferent face, his aura thickening with malice. The assembled clan members were taken aback. How dare Zhang Tianhao speak to Zhang Tian in such a manner? It was known that Zhang Tian was the foremost figure among the younger generation, holding a status far above that of ordinary elders. What did you say? Zhang Tian's face twitched in anger. Zhang Tianhao's words had struck a painful chord. Even though he was indeed the first among the younger generation, that could not erase the fact that he had once been defeated by Zhang Tianhao. It seems young Master Tian is deaf. How pitiful, Zhang Tianhao taunted, wrapping an arm around Zhang Jianfeng as they brushed past Zhang Tian. Scoundrel! Zhang Tian's eyes blazed with fury, were it not for the significant implications of this clan competition. With various dignitaries in attendance, he would have ensured that Zhang Tianhao paid in blood for his insolence. Zhang Xiao, in the next match, ensure that he is incapacitated. Let this scoundrel learn the consequences of crossing me. Zhang Tian. Yes, young master. I shall ensure he suffers greatly. Zhang Zhao's eyes glinted with a sinister light as Zhang Tianhao exited the crowd. Zhang Jianfeng, visibly excited, exclaimed, Boss, you were truly magnificent just now. You had Zhang Tian seething with rage. I thought he might vomit blood. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, responding serenely, if he truly were to die of rage, that would be splendid, but should I face him in battle, I must indeed exercise caution. What? Boss, do you lack confidence? Zhang Jianfeng inquired, concern etching his features. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, saying, It is not so simple. Zhang Tian's strength is unfathomable that I am not so arrogant as to guarantee a victory against him. Boss, I believe in you, Zhang Jianfeng declared earnestly. Brother, perhaps you ought to withdraw from the competition. Qin Zinan worriedly suggested as she gazed at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao playfully pinched Qin Zinan's delicate nose. Chiding, "You little girl, do you not trust your brother?" Qin Zinan, feeling bashful, replied, "I am merely concerned for you, brother." "Very well, let us draw for the second match and see who among the unfortunate souls shall be my opponent," Zhang Tianhao said with a smile. Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng swiftly drew their lots for the second match. This time, his opponent was Zhang Xiao. "Boss, what a coincidence that you should face Zhang Xiao," Zhang Jianfeng remarked, his expression growing solemn. "Pray, enlighten me about this Zhang Xiao," Zhang Tianhao replied with a calm demeanor. Zhang Jianfeng nodded and explained, "Zhang Xiao is at the 8th level of martial artists. An external body refiner. Some say his true combat strength reaches the 9th level of martial artist. He is a formidable contender for the top 10 in this clan competition, and he is Zhang Jintian's most loyal lackey, often executing tasks that Zhang Jintian cannot." While Zhang Jianfeng held great trust in Zhang Tianhao, he recognized that Zhang Xiao was no ordinary adversary. Zhang Tianhao regarded Zhang Jianfeng with a faint smile, saying, "Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence?" Zhang Jianfeng's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, you mean to suggest that this has all been orchestrated by Zhang Jintian?" 8 times out of 10, Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. "However, I am currently pondering an intriguing question." "What question?" Zhang Jianfeng inquired, noticing the mischievous glint in Zhang Tianhao's eyes, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Consider this. If I were to employ the technique I used to defeat Zhang Jie against Zhang Xiao, would it not be entertaining?" Zhang Tianhao said, leading the way forward. Zhang Jianfeng stood stunned for a moment, envisioning the scene of Zhang Xiao being sent flying, bare-bottomed, eliciting a most spectacular spectacle. "Boss, what do you call that technique?" Zhang Jianfeng asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Chrysanthemum remains," Zhang Tianhao replied without a moment's hesitation. "Chrysanthemum remains," Zhang Jianfeng murmured, suddenly finding it a most fitting name as Zhang Tianhao reflected on the instinctive technique he had executed. He grew increasingly pleased with himself. The speed, surprise, and angle of attack combined to form a truly ingenious move. With a bit of refinement, it could become a formidable martial skill of his own creation. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for comprehending the martial skill Chrysanthemum remains. Insight 3. Zhang Tianhao paused, astonished that he had succeeded so quickly. Curiosity piqued. He opened his attribute panel. Martial skill. Chrysanthemum remains yellow tier. Mid-grade, level, great accomplishment description. A self-created martial skill by player Zhang Tianhao, targeting the enemy's posterior. Its lethality is astounding, especially effective for psychological torment. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated it to be of mid-grade within the yellow tier. Though it appeared lowly ranked, this was his first original martial skill. Even if it were of lower grade, he would still feel a sense of pride. After all, it was a martial skill of a higher tier than common techniques, far surpassing them in potency. Even more astonishing was that he had achieved a great accomplishment level upon first attempt. Yet, as the creator, it was entirely normal for him to skip the novice and minor mastery stages. "Boss, where to now?" Zhang Jianfeng inquired, glancing at Zhang Tianhao. "To collect my winnings. A sum of 450,000 silver," Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, his spirit soaring at the prospect of becoming affluent. At the gambling house. The sight of Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Jianfeng, and Qin Zinan departing sent the house's operators into a lamentation akin to that of mourning a parent's death. "Zinan, if you desire anything, just tell your brother. I shall grant you your wish," Zhang Tianhao smiled. "Thank you, brother," Qin Zinan replied, her joy evident. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao recalled something and turned to the gambling house proprietors, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed owners. You are truly my benefactors. In my entire life, I have never seen such a sum of money." Though the proprietors felt their hearts bleed at the loss of several days' worth of earnings, they found some solace in Zhang Tianhao's words. "This young man was quite astute. Let us depart. Seeing you irks me," one of the proprietors grumbled. Zhang Tianhao chuckled. "Fear not, I shall return." The proprietors nearly spat blood at his words. The clan competition consisted of 10 elimination matches, 2 per day. Having already fought one match in the morning, the next awaited him in the afternoon. Although he had won 450,000 silver, Zhang Tianhao certainly would not forego the upcoming match. After all, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Yet, despite his victory over Zhang Jie was not on the same level as Zhang Xiao. Zhang Jie's strength ranked among the lowest of the clan's participants. While Zhang Xiao was a contender for the top 10, the two were not comparable. However, it was evident that the gambling house had adjusted its odds in light of Zhang Tianhao's previous match, offering less extreme betting lines. However, due to this battle, the disparity in strength between the two was even more pronounced than before. Many believed that Zhang Tianhao's victory over Zhang Jie was merely a result of Zhang Jie's carelessness, and did not reflect Zhang Tianhao's true combat prowess. Nevertheless, the betting house still set odds of 1 to 50 in favor of Zhang Tianhao, while Zhang Xiu's odds were merely 30 to 1. Despite the lower odds, countless individuals fervently placed their bets on Zhang Xiu, believing it a surefire investment that could yield substantial returns with larger stakes. The elderly bookmakers, upon not seeing Zhang Tianhao appear, felt a sense of relief. Although they doubted Zhang Tianhao could create another miracle, the shadow he cast over them was still formidable. "Boss, I bet 450,000 silver on Zhang Tianhao," a voice rang in their ears, causing their eyes to widen with greed. The speaker was none other than the detestable individual. Yet, the rules of the gambling house compelled them to accept the wager, despite their disbelief in Zhang Tianhao's chances against Zhang Xiu. The sight of the stack of 450,000 silver notes left them trembling in fear. Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Jianfeng exited the gambling house. "Boss, are you so confident? What if you lose? All that money will go down the drain." Zhang Jianfeng looked at Zhang Tianhao with concern. Zhang Tianhao promptly gave him a light smack on the head, playfully admonishing, "How can you not trust your boss? You better focus and win the next match. If you don't place in the top 10, don't even think of calling yourself my subordinate. I can't afford such a disgrace. If we win the next match, I'll treat you to a night at the Yihong courtyard." "All right. By the way, what is the Yihong courtyard? It sounds strange," Zhang Jianfeng asked, his curiosity piqued. "We'll talk about it when you win," Zhang Tianhao replied with a mischievous grin. Soon, in the afternoon, Zhang Tianhao faced Zhang Xiu in the second round of his clan competition. Standing before Zhang Tianhao was Zhang Xiu, who appeared to be the complete opposite of Zhang Jie. Although he stood less than 1.7 meters tall, his diminutive stature radiated a formidable aura. His narrow, piercing eyes emanated a chilling menace. "Zhang Tianhao, you were fortunate to reach the second round, but your good luck ends here. However, I can offer you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistakes to young Master Tian. Then slap yourself 100 times as punishment. Perhaps young Master Tian will forgive you," Zhang Xiu stated, arms crossed, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "You think a defeated foe like you is worthy of speaking to me?" Zhang Tianhao replied with a mockery-laden smile. "You think you are still the same Zhang Xiu, and young Master Tian is still the same as before?" Zhang Xiu scoffed. Zhang Tianhao suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "All I know is, if I can trample on Zhang Jintian once, I can do so twice. As my defeated foe, you shall forever dwell in my shadow. Arrogant, I shall expose your true self within 3 moves." Zhang Xiu retorted, exuding a terrifying aura. Zhang Tianhao, arms crossed, replied with a nonchalant smile. "How amusing. One said he would defeat me in 3 moves, and now you claim the same. Indeed, boasting requires no capital, vile creature. Die." Zhang Xiu roared as he lunged at Zhang Tianhao with the speed of the wind, delivering a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, the air rippled as Zhang Xiu's fist created an afterimage in the air. He was confident that this strike would incapacitate Zhang Tianhao, teaching him the consequences of crossing young Master Tian. To Zhang Xiu's astonishment, Zhang Tianhao stared at him without any intention of dodging. Overcome with arrogance, Zhang Xiu thought, "Humph, are you intimidated? Clearly, you are all show and no substance." Just as Zhang Xiu's fist was about to connect, he realized, to his shock, that he had missed entirely. "How is this possible?" Zhang Xiu gasped, only to see his fist pass right through Zhang Tianhao's form. The term afterimage flashed through his mind, a phenomenon that occurs when one's speed exceeds the eye's ability to perceive. Yet, how could this be? "Here I am, with my first move," Zhang Tianhao declared, having appeared at Zhang Xiu's left, looking as if he were on a leisurely stroll rather than engaged in a duel. Infuriating, 7 whirlwind slashes, Zhang Xiu propelled himself forward, launching into the air like a spinning top. Instantly, 7 leg shadows surrounded Zhang Tianhao, each kick carrying immense force that resonated like thunder, threatening to tear the very fabric of the air itself. Oomph! Full of flaws, Zhang Xiu's 7 whirlwind slashes appeared intricate. Yet to Zhang Tianhao, who was at a significantly higher cultivation level, they were riddled with openings. Unperturbed by the sweeping leg shadows, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a simple, direct punch that pierced through Zhang Xiu's leg attacks, targeting his lower body. "How does he know my weaknesses?" In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiu was nearly paralyzed with fear as Zhang Tianhao's punch struck precisely at his most vulnerable spot. A scream escaped him as he doubled over in agony. Zhang Tianhao's punch relied purely on physical strength, lacking any true energy, yet it landed at the most tender area of the human body. With a resounding crack, Zhang Xiu was sent hurtling through the air, writhing on the ground in pain, his face contorted in agony. The referee, seeing Zhang Xiu's incapacitated state, approached him, asking, Zhang Xiu, can you continue? Do you need to? Just then, Zhang Xiu suddenly rose from the ground, his face still twisted in pain. Zhang Tianhao, how dare you betray me? He glared. Zhang Tianhao shrugged innocently, apologies, it was merely an accident. I truly did not intend to strike you there. Zhang Tianhao's words were indeed truthful. It was a coincidence that his punch, aimed at Zhang Xiu's leg, had inadvertently struck below the belt due to Zhang Xiu's evasive maneuver. But can you still use it? Is everything intact? If one is shattered, that's manageable. But if both are gone, I'd have to resort to surgery. Zhang Tianhao teased, casting a glance at Zhang Xiu's groin. You? Zhang Xiu's color drained as he felt a chill at the thought of Zhang Tianhao's unsettling gaze. Instinctively clenching his legs, despite the mockery, he genuinely feared for his own well-being, as the pain was still excruciating. A dreadful thought crept into his mind. Could it be truly ruined? At this moment, Zhang Tianhao continued to taunt. Well, if it's broken, it's broken. I suppose I'll just have to squat when I use the toilet. Zhang Xiu, unable to endure any longer, screamed in fury, Zhang Tianhao, I will kill you. With a ferocious beastly aura surrounding him, Zhang Xiu charged at Zhang Tianhao, his movement swift and deadly. As he approached, he arced through the air, his hands clawing down upon Zhang Tianhao. This strike was sharper and faster than before, a testament to his enhanced skills. Zhang Tianhao's gaze sharpened, but it's futile. Just as Zhang Xiu's attack was about to land, a fist struck him squarely in the face. Zhang Xiu screamed as he was sent flying backward. 3 moves have passed. Now it is my turn. Zhang Tianhao maneuvered swiftly, appearing behind Zhang Xiu in an instant. With a swift kick, he targeted Zhang Xiu's backside. A painful exit, with a powerful burst of energy. Zhang Tianhao's kick exploded upon impact. Zhang Xiu felt a sudden tightness and was launched into the air. Simultaneously, his pants tore apart under the force, exposing his bare skin to the crowd. The arena fell silent once again. Zhang Xiu felt the cold air on his rear and instinctively turned to see his exposed backside waving in the wind. Overwhelmed by humiliation, he promptly fainted. Heavens, I've lost again. I bet my underwear for this. One warrior lamented. You think that's bad? I wagered my wife, and now she's gone. Another cried. Zhang Tianhao wins. The referee finally declared, snapping everyone back to reality. Curse it. Zhang Tianhao, from a distant viewing platform, angrily overturned his cup of tea. Zhang Tianhao, enjoy your fleeting triumph. We shall see what's next. He vowed with a malevolent glare. In the following days, Zhang Tianhao diligently practiced the R-hit fist, striving to attain perfection by the time of the second round of the rematch. 3 days remain until the semifinals, and I should be able to advance within this time. With a powerful punch, Zhang Tianhao shattered a massive boulder before him. In the void, a serene, dignified R-hit materialized. Seated in meditation, congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. Your R-hit fist has upgraded to perfection, currently boasting a 4 critical hit rate and a 1 paralysis rate. Finally, Zhang Tianhao felt immense satisfaction at achieving the perfect level of R-hit fist. Not only did it possess formidable power, but it also enhanced his critical hit rate by a full percentage point. A 1 paralysis rate. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. Paralysis, in the realm of gaming, is often more formidable than sheer attack power. It is a form of auxiliary damage. Attributes like paralysis, stunning, and poisoning are indeed compulsory. A single paralysis could render an opponent vulnerable to a devastating attack, potentially leading to their demise in mere moments. Though only a 1 chance of paralysis exists, if triggered, it could indeed become a nightmare for his foes. Boss. Jin Bao appeared before Zhang Tianhao, beaming. Oh, you've come? Zhang Tianhao nodded. How do you find this residence? Are you comfortable? Jin Bao inquired. Quite satisfactory. It's of moderate size and in a good location. I truly appreciate it. Zhang Tianhao had previously tasked Jin Bao with acquiring a house, and he had eagerly found this reasonably priced, well-located property. Remarkably, both his mother and sister were also pleased. By the way, you must have come to discuss something else, right? Zhang Tianhao knew Jin Bao well enough to understand that he wouldn't come without a reason. With a slight smile, Jin Bao replied, Indeed, boss. I'm here regarding the upcoming auction. The auction? Zhang Tianhao expressed curiosity, having been engrossed in training and not keeping up with external affairs. Boss, you're unaware? The Haitian auction house is set to hold its annual auction in advance. Tonight, it's said they will even auction off high-quality yellow-grade martial arts techniques. Jin Bao exclaimed. High-quality yellow-grade. Zhang Tianhao felt a jolt of excitement. Even the Zhang family's most elite techniques were merely yellow-grade. He hadn't anticipated that the Haitian auction house would offer such items, suggesting fierce competition. Are you interested? Jin Bao asked, observing Zhang Tianhao's reaction, having amassed over 20 million silver coins from gambling. Zhang Tianhao felt affluent and recognized the potential for remarkable finds at the auction. However, he hesitated. Typically, such auctions require an invitation, and we don't seem to possess one. Jin Bao, unfazed, assured him, "Boss, don't worry. The invitation is on me. I in the black market. If you have the coin, there is nothing you can't procure, especially an invitation." "All right, then procure 2 invitations for me, and we shall attend together." Zhang Tianhao finally consented. Jin Bao immediately grinned. "I'll prepare them and return to fetch you." The prospect of the auction intrigued Zhang Tianhao. Perhaps it would yield unexpected surprises. That evening, Jin Bao arrived in a carriage to collect Zhang Tianhao. True to form, as a local powerhouse, he had secured an invitation from the black market. Each invitation allowed entry for 4 people. Zhang Tianhao promptly summoned Qin Zinan and Zhang Jianfeng to join him. Upon hearing they were attending an auction, Qin Zinan's face lit up with joy, for girls often revel in bustling events, especially grand occasions. As the 4 entered the auction house, Zhang Jianfeng and Qin Zinan gazed around. Marveling at the novelty of their surroundings, they were met with disdainful glances from passing guests who labeled them as unsophisticated bumpkins, even drawing condescending looks from the attending steward, just as they approached the core auction area. 2 stewards blocked their way. One of them coldly inquired, "Do you have an invitation?" Jin Bao, indignant, retorted, "Do you not recognize what this is?" He produced the invitation, which the steward examined with a hint of surprise. Respectfully returning it, he asked, "Might I inquire if the 4 young gentlemen require a private room? Could you provide an overview? What services do you offer?" Zhang Tianhao asked. "Good evening, sir. We offer 4 types of services: general seating, small private rooms, large private rooms, and VIP rooms. The respective service fees are 10 taels, 100 taels, 500 taels, and 1,000 taels. Zhang Tianhao knew that general seating entailed merely occupying a chair in the main hall. Given his current wealth, he scoffed at such an option. "It's merely 1,000 taels. With my current wealth, that's but a drop in the bucket. Now that I have money, I ought to indulge a little. I'll take a VIP room." He nonchalantly handed the steward a silver note. "Certainly, sir." The steward's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. "Please wait while I make the arrangements for you." Once the steward departed, Zhang Tianhao turned to Jin Bao. "Zhang Jianfeng and Qin Zinan, boasting, didn't I look exceptionally dashing when I handed over the money?" As he spoke, Zhang Tianhao dramatically adjusted his hairstyle, exuding an air of pride. "Indeed, you possess a unique charm." Jin Bao eagerly agreed, while Qin Zinan and Zhang Jianfeng nodded in agreement. "What charm?" Zhang Tianhao inquired, patting Jin Bao on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting a sense of approval. "The air of a nouveau riche." Jin Bao replied earnestly. Zhang Tianhao nearly choked. Under the stewardess' guidance, the 4 entered an opulent VIP suite, lavishly decorated and attended by 4 exquisitely beautiful women. Had it not been for Qin Zinan's presence, Jin Bao might have inquired about any special services they might offer. The auction commenced promptly at 7 o'clock. The auctioneer, a tall and slender beauty with a veiled face, was unmistakably stunning. Zhang Tianhao instantly recognized her as a true beauty. From Jin Bao, he learned her name was Shimingqi, the head of the auction house. The first round featured luxurious items of little practical value, attracting scant bidders, primarily affluent ladies and their companions. Zhang Tianhao bought a beautiful bracelet for Qin Zinan, which delighted her immensely. As the second round began, the auction gradually reached its climax, with weapons, talismans, and even elixirs up for bid. While these items were impressive, Zhang Tianhao refrained from bidding, knowing they were not immediately useful to him. Next came a refining material. Though it was merely a material, any item combined with it would instantaneously elevate its quality. "Indeed, it is the 7-colored stone," Mingxi announced with a smile. She then unveiled a brilliant blue gemstone radiating dazzling light from the silk cloth on the tray held by the attendant beside her. Zhang Tianhao's curiosity about the 7-colored stone's capabilities piqued, and he swiftly cast an identification spell. Item: 7-colored stone. Description: when worn, it increases martial arts critical hit rate by 5. Chapter 31. The 7-colored stone, I must acquire it. I simply must. The fervent obsession gripped Zhang Tianhao's heart, eye in his eyes. The 7-colored stone represented a tangible embodiment of critical hits. Although it only provided a 5 increase, it was limitless in potential. If one's critical hit rate reached 100, it could stack to 105, with his Arhut fist already granting a 4 critical hit rate. Adding this 5 would result in a staggering 9. While it may seem minimal, when triggered, it could become a devastating weapon. Starting bid: 10,000. Mengqi declared. 100,000, 200,000. The bidding escalated swiftly beyond 1,000,000. Zhang Tianhao refrained from participating, understanding that the price had not yet reached its threshold. Now was not the time to act. As anticipated, after a few breaths, the bidding soared to 2,000,000. leaving only two contenders, a man and a girl, their voices emanating from the adjacent boxes. Presumably box number 7 and box number 9.2, 500, 000, called one male voice. 3, 000, 000, the female voice countered. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, surprised that the price had reached 3, 000, 000, and although the 7-colored stone was invaluable to him, the thought of spending more than 3 million to acquire it made him wince. Nevertheless, he refused to concede that it appeared that the price had exceeded the initial bidder's expectations, leading to hesitation on his part, and he ultimately withdrew. Consequently, the female became the sole remaining bidder at that moment. Within a box to Zhang Tianhao's left, a girl with a sweet visage and exquisitely refined features felt a pang of anxiety. The 7-colored stone held great significance for her, but she had come hurriedly. With limited funds, should the other party continue bidding, she would find herself at a loss. 3, 000, 000. Any bids exceeding 3, 000, 000, Mengqi exuberantly announced. This is the 7-colored stone, capable of elevating any item to the next level. Do not miss out. Although 3 million was already a substantial sum, she sought to extract even more value from it as no one else bid. Mengqi's expression shifted to mild disappointment, just as she was about to declare box no. 7 the winner. A decisive voice rang out. 3, 100, 000. As someone places a bid, it signifies that the price has yet to reach its threshold. Within the 7th private box, Yi Chuqing is seething with anger. Had she known who her competitor was, she would likely have lunged at them in fury. The 7-colored stone holds immense significance for her, had it not been for the pressing time constraints. She would have returned home to summon assistance from her grandfather for funds. As a princess of the Qianmin, even a single hair from her would be worth more than others, yet she is vexed by the limited silver she brought along this time. How infuriating it is for a princess to be outbid at an auction. It feels like an affront to her dignity. 3,150,000. Yi Chuqing nearly shouted, her voice laced with indignation. This amount had reached her limit. Zhang Tianhao, overhearing that his rival was a woman, specifically a young girl, was taken aback that she has nearly reached her limit, he mused, reveling in the sensation of dominance, reminiscent of the wealthy fools from his past life who squandered their money on cars. 350,000. Zhang Tianhao boldly increased his bid by 35,000, such is the privilege of wealth. Inside the 7th box, Yi Chuqing's frustration boiled over as she smashed the items on the table. Her face flushed with rage. As a princess of the Qianmin, being outmaneuvered financially is a scandalous humiliation, for the Qianmin is renowned for its riches in the realm of Jinwu. The wealthiest are neither royalty nor the great sacred sites, but the Qianmin, which has built its fortune through thievery. After a millennium of accumulation, their wealth is terrifyingly vast. However, 350,000 has exceeded Yi Chuqing's limit, and she reluctantly concedes defeat. Yet, her withdrawal does not equate to relinquishing her claim to the 7-colored stone. Congratulations to the owner of the 8th VIP box for acquiring the 7-colored stone, Mengqi announced with a bright smile. The sale had far surpassed the stone's intrinsic value, maximizing the commercial interests of the auction house, which pleased her greatly. Soon after, Zhang Tianhao, having settled the payment, received the stone. Holding the fist-sized 7-colored stone in his hand, he expressed his delight, murmuring, "This is the 7-colored stone. Indeed, it can enhance my critical strike rate by 5%. Albeit only when utilizing the Luan fist. It merely augments critical rates. If the martial arts technique lacks a critical attribute, it won't be affected." Nevertheless, Zhang Tianhao felt content with his acquisition. The 3rd round of the auction commenced. Although the subsequent items were rare, none captivated Zhang Tianhao's interest. Finally, they arrived at the last round, the most thrilling segment of this auction. Indeed, as you all know, our Haitian auction house will present a premium yellow-tier martial technique known as Yanning Piao. This technique, a form of movement skill, is exceedingly rare in the Jinwu realm, its value surpassing that of other skills of the same tier, Mengqi eloquently articulated, heightening the guests' anticipation. Now, let us commence the bidding for Yanning Piao. With a starting price of 100,000 silver coins, with each increment no less than 1,000 the bidding starts now. Mengqi declared 500,000, 1 million. The auction room buzzed with lively bids. Clearly indicating substantial interest in Yanning Piao, the price swiftly eclipsed the previous record set by the 7-colored stone, reaching 4 million. Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but marvel at the popularity of this movement technique. Understanding Mengqi's assertion that such skills are indeed rare in the Jinwu realm, especially a premium yellow-tier technique. However, Zhang Tianhao hesitated, contemplating whether to place a bid. Should he choose to do so, He estimated that he would need to exceed 10 million silver coins to secure it. Unsure of the technique's worth to him, he decided to cast an appraisal spell once more. Item: Yan Ing Piao, Premium Yellow Tier. Description: only 1/10 of the complete technique remains. It is still cultivable. If the missing components can be collected, one can surpass the current level. What? It is a fragmented version, yet it holds the essence of a premium yellow tier technique. If the other missing components are gathered, its power could be immense. I must bid for it. Zhang Tianhao resolved internally. 0.5 million. Came a voice from the box adjacent to Zhang Tianhao. The 11th box? He was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the voice, but unable to pinpoint its owner. However, anyone capable of bidding 5 million must belong to a prominent family. After the bid reached 5 million, only a handful remained in contention. 0.7 million. The competition continued from the 11th box. While movement techniques are indeed rare in the Zhenwu realm, their value is ultimately limited as yellow tier techniques. By the time the bidding reached 7 million, the momentum was beginning to wane. 0.7 million. Is there anyone willing to offer higher? Mingqi's sweet voice resonated, captivating the audience despite her veil obscuring her features. Zhang Tianhao recognized her skill in enchanting the crowd, which likely contributed to her reputation as a distinguished auctioneer. 750,000. After a brief silence, a voice from the 15th box chimed in. 750,000. From the 15th box, is there a higher bid? This is a rare opportunity for a movement technique. Miss it, and it may never come again. 8 million. The 11th box countered. Inside, a dandy young man lounged, flanked by two elegantly dressed attendants who were massaging his shoulders. My dear sir, you are simply too handsome. I doubt anyone here can compete with you at the auction house. One of the attendants offered, feeding him a grape. Oh, you not know who I am? In Ninghai City, no one can rival me, the dandy boasted. However, 8 million was also his limit, supported by his family's backing. For a mere scion could hardly amass such wealth alone. The significance of this movement technique to a family's legacy is paramount, yet the dandy would never admit such a truth, relishing the chance to flaunt his status before the ladies. 8 million seemed like a secure bid for him, given that it was merely a yellow tier technique. However, the unfolding events were beyond his expectations. 850,000. A calm voice emanated from the adjacent box. Mingqi had initially intended to conclude the auction, surprised to find that bidding continued, especially from the 8th box, the very one that had just secured the 7-colored stone. Could this esteemed guest truly possess such wealth? Mingqi pondered. The cumulative total must now exceed 10 million silver coins. Frustrated, the dandy from the 11th box witnessed his anticipated victory, snatched away. 851,000. I am Li Qingshan, the 4th scion of the Li family. I implore you to show some respect. There will be a reward for your consideration. The voice from the 11th box was courteous, yet carried an undertone of menace. So it is a scion of the Li family. No wonder he possesses such might, the guests murmured. In Waxy country, few dared to offend the Li family, and it seemed that this martial technique would fall into their hands. Mingqi felt a surge of irritation. She despised such tyrannical behavior. If most bidders resorted to such tactics, it would tarnish the auction house's reputation. Though she was powerless to intervene, she silently hoped the guest from the 8th box could withstand the pressure. While Mingqi had no fear of the Li family and Waxy country, those who dared to cross the 3 great families were few and far between. As the 8th box remained silent, Mingqi feared the martial technique would fall to the Li family. 860,000. The voice from the 8th box rang out, defying expectations. What an odd name for the Li family's so-called dead scion. Why bid if you're already dead? One onlooker scoffed. 0.9 million. Zhang Tianhao declared boldly. Having confirmed the item as a fragment of a divine-level technique, he felt that any price was justified and no longer concerned about the cost. He dismissed the Li family entirely. How dare you call me poor? Li Qingshan seethed, nearly choking on his rage. As a legitimate scion of the Li family, I am not to be trifled with. Offending the Li family will make your life in Waxy country exceedingly difficult. Poor souls are simply poor souls, Zhang Tianhao retorted dismissively. Without money, one should refrain from attending auctions, yet there are those who feign superiority, when in truth, they are merely impoverished. Only the destitute resort to intimidation to conceal their own financial shortcomings. Zhang Tianhao scoffed mockingly. Infuriated, Li Qingshan forcefully pushed aside the 2 young women beside him. As the legitimate heir of the Li family, he felt utterly humiliated to be insulted as a pauper in front of so many. Unable to retort, leaving him feeling deeply wounded, Afu, a robust young man clad in a fitted outfit, appeared by Li Qingshan's side. Investigate the identity of the individual in Box 8 who dares to disregard the Li family's reputation. I will ensure they pay for their insolence. Li Qingshan's expression turned grim. As anticipated, the martial arts technique ultimately fell into Zhang Tianhao's possession. Young master, This is our Platinum VIP card from the Heightened Chamber of Commerce. Presented to you by Miss Minchi. Additionally, here is the martial arts technique of Yanning Piao. Please accept it. An elderly man entered Zhang Tianhao's box, smiling politely. Zhang Tianhao sensed a formidable aura emanating from the elder, indicating his expertise, and he promptly accepted it with gratitude. The elder scrutinized Zhang Tianhao for a moment before departing. What a powerful presence. This elder's cultivation level likely surpasses that of a martial artist. Yet he remains a subordinate in the Heightened Chamber of Commerce. This establishment is truly extraordinary, Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself. Boss, we should leave quickly, or we may encounter trouble, Jin Bao advised anxiously. Zhang Tianhao nodded, dismissing Jin Bao's concerns. As the four of them exited the box, a girl clad in green stood there, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Miss, were you waiting for me? Have you taken a liking to me? Zhang Tianhao teased, flicking his hair nonchalantly. Chapter 33. The arrogant fourth young masterly. I have matters to discuss with you, Yi Chuqing said, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhang Tianhao. Oh, speak then. Zhang Tianhao averted his gaze from her face, acknowledging her captivating beauty, especially her expressive eyes that seemed to penetrate one's soul. That I was the one who competed with you for the colorful stone. Zhang Tianhao finally realized that she was after the colorful stone he had acquired. Feigning ignorance, he replied, I won the colorful stone at auction. Are you attempting to rob me? Yi Chuqing found his accusatory demeanor amusing, retorting, if I intended to rob you, do you think I would stand here chatting with you? Ah, Zhang Tianhao feigned terror, then with a shy demeanor, he looked at Yi Chuqing and stammered, Miss, do you mean to rob me of my virtue? I know I am handsome, but not in public. Perhaps we could find a more private location? Yi Chuqing. This was the first time Qin Zinan had seen her brother behave so playfully. Covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, Jin Bao and Zhang Jianfeng had grown accustomed to his antics. Humph, how can you be so lewd? I am here to ask if you would consider transferring the colorful stone to me. Yi Chuqing asserted, regarding Zhang Tianhao as if it were obvious. Of course, I will offer you double the auction price for the colorful stone, so you won't incur a loss and can even profit. How does that sound? Yi Chuqing looked at Zhang Tianhao with an air of authority. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a fair offer. Doubling the price meant 700,000. Most would be swayed by such an offer, but the significance of the colorful stone to Zhang Tianhao was paramount, and he refused to relinquish it. Miss, I apologize, but this colorful stone holds equal importance for me. I cannot part with it. 3 times. Yi Chuqing raised her offer once more. Zhang Tianhao nearly acquiesced, but this was a coveted stone, far beyond mere monetary value in his eyes. Miss, if you truly possess such funds, you should have acquired the colorful stone just now instead of seeking it from me. Yi Chuqing's face flushed slightly, feeling as though she had been seen through. Of course, there are conditions. I will settle the payment in full within 7 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao shook his head, saying, there is nothing to discuss. This colorful stone is also of use to me. I cannot give it to you. Wait, will you not consider my offer? I can provide you with 4 times the amount. Yi Chuqing extended her olive branch once more. Of course, I must first take the colorful stone with me. Yi Chuqing insisted earnestly. We are neither kin nor acquaintances. Why should I trust you? What if you abscond with the item? Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Yi Chuqing was infuriated. 1,000,000 silver coins were trivial for her, yet she had rushed out without sufficient funds. She needed the colorful stone to forge the treasured item and return to her family promptly. Yet, she had an idea. Zhang Tianhao grinned mischievously. What if you give me a kiss? That way, we establish a close relationship, and I might consider letting you take the colorful stone first. Zhang Tianhao looked at Yi Chuqing with a teasing smile. Scoundrel, philanderer. Yi Chuqing glared at him. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao felt the temperature around him plummet. He realized that this girl possessed formidable strength far surpassing his own. If she were to forcefully take the stone, he would be in peril. Zhang Tianhao was astonished to discover such strength in someone who appeared so youthful. Business is business, he chuckled heartily. Humph, you will regret this, Yi Chuqing declared, stamping her foot before turning to leave. Boss, who is that girl? She terrified me. I felt she could easily take my life. Jin Bao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I share your sentiment, Zhang Jianfeng admitted, feeling a sense of trepidation. Zhang Tianhao narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, stating, this girl is not ordinary. We should avoid provoking her. Boss, let us depart quickly. After all, we have secured 2 treasures, and I fear others may covet them, Jin Bao warned gravely. Zhang Tianhao understood the wisdom of discretion. Although they had remained in the private room, it would be easy for the discerning to ascertain their presence. As the 4 exited the Heightened Chamber of Commerce, they were confronted by a group of individuals. Stop! A dozen people blocked their path, with the most ostentatious among them leading the charge, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Who are you? Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, gently squeezing Qin Zinan's hand to calm her nerves. You were the one who seized the treasure from our fourth young master in the auction, weren't you? The middle-aged man glared at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao suddenly realized, so it's the infamous fourth young master. My apologies. He feigned ignorance, emphasizing the word infamous. It is not the infamous fourth young master, it is simply the fourth young master. The middle-aged man corrected. Frowning to me, the fourth young master and the infamous one are indistinguishable. Besides, we acquired the treasures rightfully at the auction. How can you twist that into theft? Zhang Tianhao smirked disdainfully. You know whom you have offended? This is the fourth young master Lee of the Lee family. Offending the Lee family in Waxy Country will lead you to a dead end, the middle-aged man declared. Consider this a warning. Hand over what you took from our young master and kneel. Calling him grandfather 3 times. Our young master is magnanimous and may spare your life, he continued. Li Qingshan regarded Zhang Tianhao with a condescending smile, speaking from his elevated position. Indeed, do not say, I did not offer you a chance. Inside the hide-in auction house, Meng Qi and the elderly man who had previously handed Zhang Tianhao the token observed the unfolding scene closely. Miss, should we assist the young man in box 8? He has, after all, aided our auction house today, the elderly man suggested. Meng Qi pondered for a moment, tempted, but ultimately shook her head. No need, as long as they do not cause a disturbance within our premises. We have no reason to intervene. Besides, I sense there is more to that young man than meets the eye. Perhaps he will surprise us. Outside the auction house, upon hearing the humiliating remarks directed at him, Zhang Tianhao erupted into laughter, declaring, how amusing. I return your words. Kneel and bow thrice, calling me grandfather, or I shall break your legs. With that, a chilling aura emanated from Zhang Tianhao. Chapter 34. I am Zhang Tianhao, what audacity. How dare you speak to our fourth young master in such a manner? Li Qingshan's subordinates charged forward. Jianfeng, Jinbao, protect my sister. Zhang Tianhao's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he seized the wrist of a young man, twisting it with force. The young man cried out in agony. Zhang Tianhao coldly snorted, delivering a decisive left hook that struck the young man's cheek, sending him flying with a scream and a spray of blood. Without pause, Zhang Tianhao advanced, landing 2 punches on 2 other young men, who were sent reeling back even faster than they had approached. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao executed a spinning kick, his legs sweeping through the faces of 4 more young men. The 4 young men let out a scream, spinning out like a top. Though it may sound lengthy, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. Li Qingshan's lackeys lay scattered around him. Li Qingshan stood there in shock. When had these usually pompous sycophants become so fragile? Zhang Tianhao approached him step by step. Li Qingshan felt a twinge of fear under Zhang Tianhao's fierce gaze. Although Li Qingshan was a practitioner at the 9th heaven of martial arts, his upbringing as a privileged scion of the Li family had left him unaccustomed to such intimidation. He had never encountered anyone as audacious as Zhang Tianhao, who dared to treat him with such disrespect. Humph, boy, do you think that by taking down a few insignificant ones, you can flaunt your power before the fourth young master? Watch as I bring you down. A middle-aged man who had been standing beside Li Qingshan stepped in front of him, radiating a formidable aura. Martial master 2nd level? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened slightly as he sensed the man's strength. Although he was stronger than Zhang Tianhao by 1 level, Zhang Tianhao did not feel intimidated. Prepare to fall. Fu launched a punch at Zhang Tianhao's face, swift as a movie and fierce as the wind. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed like blades, and he did not evade, meeting the punch head-on. Bang! Both retreated 2 steps, swaying slightly. Zhang Tianhao raised an eyebrow, while Fu was left in shock. He had thought Zhang Tianhao was merely a martial artist, but he had not anticipated such a balanced exchange of blows, concealed strength. Yet it was futile. Let me show you how I will take you down. Vajra fist. Fu stomped heavily on the ground. Leaving a deep footprint, he soared into the air like a bamboo shoot after rain, launching a powerful punch at Zhang Tianhao with the force of a tempest, as if he intended to shatter everything in his path. Arhut fist. Zhang Tianhao's demeanor was solemn as he unleashed a punch. In an instant, the air resonated with sacred sounds, and an illusory figure of an Arhut appeared in the void. Bang! The 2 fists collided in the air. Congratulations, host. Arhut fist has triggered a critical strike. A cry of despair escaped. The power of the Arhut fist was sufficient to defeat his opponent, especially with the critical strike triggered. Fu was sent flying, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, his arm shattered and blood gushing forth as he lay there, spitting blood. Think the critical hit rate increased so quickly. This feels exhilarating. Zhang Tianhao was immensely satisfied. He stepped towards Li Qingshan, who was now trembling at the sight of the fierce Zhang Tianhao approaching. Yet, Li Qingshan still mustered some courage, shouting madly, "You dare to lay hands on me? I am the fourth young master of the Li family. My father will not let you off." At this moment, numerous onlookers surrounded them, whispering amongst themselves. It seemed that the inclination for spectacle was not exclusive to Huaxia. It was universal. Upon hearing that Li Qingshan was indeed a scion of the Li family, the crowd gasped, for the Li family was one of the three great families of the Vaxi nation. A colossal force, with a swift kick, Zhang Tianhao struck Li Qingshan in the chest. Li Qingshan shrieked in pain as he flew backward, blood frothing from his mouth. "You dare to hit me," before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence. A resounding slap landed on his face. "You dare. Slap. Slap." Zhang Tianhao showed no hesitation in delivering another blow. He had suddenly developed a fondness for this act of striking, relishing the sensation in his palm. After all, Li Qingshan was a pampered young master. In Zhang Tianhao's eyes, such individuals required a strong hand, and that was the only way to deal with them. "Stop. Please stop." Li Qingshan was terrified. As someone raised in luxury, he had never faced such humiliation. Now confronted by such a ruthless individual, he could only concede defeat. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The fourth young master of the Li family, once a tyrant in Ninghai city, had been reduced to a pitiful state. Despite the seething hatred in Li Qingshan's gaze directed at Zhang Tianhao, the latter remained unfazed. "If I can trample you once, I can trample you 10 times. Spare me. I promise I won't trouble you again." Li Qingshan's voice trembled with fear. Zhang Tianhao crouched down, gently patting Li Qingshan's face, observing the fleeting glance of malice in Li Qingshan's eyes. He sneered, "I know what you're thinking, that once you return, you will seek revenge. No, that's not it. Li Qingshan was indeed contemplating revenge, but the fear instilled by Zhang Tianhao made him deny it. Zhang Tianhao smiled lightly. "Even if you do think that, it's no matter. Feel free to come after me. In fact, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Tianhao." With that, a wicked smile crept across Zhang Tianhao's lips as he said, "I await your visit." Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao. So it is him. Upon hearing that name, Li Qingshan shuddered, his expression growing increasingly fearful. He was well aware of Zhang Tianhao's reputation. Indeed, in recent times, the name Zhang Tianhao had echoed throughout the Li family. His second brother had perished at Zhang Tianhao's hands. At this moment, Li Qingshan felt a wave of trepidation. If Zhang Tianhao had killed his brother, then extinguishing his life would be a trivial matter. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The desire for revenge against Zhang Tianhao was swiftly dissipating. Naturally, even his father had been forced to endure humiliation. What chance did he stand? Upon returning to the estate, Zhang Tianhao immediately began practicing the Yin Shadow Glide. For even the most exceptional talents, mastering Yin Shadow Glide would take a few days, if not longer. Yet, for Zhang Tianhao, it was as simple as quenching thirst. He merely needed to confirm that he promptly accessed the attributes of Yin Shadow Glide. Martial Art. Yin Shadow Glide. Yellow Tier High Grade. Level. Beginner Proficiency. 100 Special Attribute. Confusion. Disrupts the enemy's line of sight, making it difficult for them to accurately locate the user's position. Description. Only 1/10 of the complete technique is available for training. If other missing portions can be collected, the current power can be surpassed. Chapter 35. The Top 10 Competition. If only there were a way to obtain the remaining fragments. Just 1/10 of the incomplete manual yields a yellow tier high grade. One could only imagine how formidable it would be if fully collected. However, for now, mastering Yin Shadow Glide was the priority. After training in Yin Shadow Glide, Zhang Tianhao felt a considerable increase in his speed. When he executed the technique, 3 phantoms appeared in the air, making it exceedingly difficult for his opponents to discern his true form. Zhang Tianhao steadied himself, a hint of joy gracing his face. The power of Yin Shadow Glide was impressive, with the phantoms creating an illusion. Upon reaching a minor success, he should be able to conjure 6 phantoms, and the speed was remarkable. This yellow tier high-grade martial art was indeed worth the investment. However, the thought of having spent nearly 10 million silver coins for this skill still pained him. Having believed himself a wealthy man after earning over 20 million through luck, he now felt as though he was back to square one. Zhang Tianhao murmured, "If before, I had only a 50% chance in the clan competition, now I possess a solid 90%. Zhang Tian, I am eager to see what other trump cards you hold. 2 days later, the final round of the clan competition commenced. This time, the competition had entered its last elimination round. Having previously narrowed down to the top 10. According to the competition rules, only the top 8 could advance to the final match. Based on previous performances, Zhang Tianhao ranked 8th, the lowest of the top 8. This left him somewhat displeased. After all, he had achieved 10 consecutive victories. Why was he ranked 8th? He was indeed curious about how these rankings were determined. However, being 8th ensured his place in the top 8. which was acceptable to him. After all, it was merely a ranking, and rankings do not dictate the final results. What bothered him was that Zhang Tianhao, that brat, had ranked above him, coming in 7th. This was somewhat embarrassing for him as the older brother. According to the competition rules, the 9th and 10th place contestants could challenge the top 8. Victory would allow them to replace their opponents and advance to the finals. The top 10 competitors stood on the arena, receiving the attention of all guests and clan members. The top 10 represented the strongest 10 of the younger generation of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianhao instinctively cast his gaze upon the other competitors. Naturally, the first place was occupied by Zhang Tian, whose gaze met Zhang Tianhao's, filled with cold intensity. Zhang Tian sneered, silently vowing, "Zhang Tianhao, after the clan competition, you will be a dead man. I eagerly await the moment I bring your life to an end." In response to Zhang Tian's blatant hostility, Zhang Tianhao merely returned a cold smile. Among the top 10, the most attention was drawn to the top 3 competitors. Although this was not the final outcome, it would likely align closely with the results. The rankings were based on strength and past achievements. Zhang Tianhao scrutinized the 3 individuals, their information surfacing in his mind. The second-ranked Zhang Xiangyu had been the champion of the clan competition 2 years prior, but had fallen to Zhang Tian last year. Relegated to 2nd place. It was said that over the past year, Zhang Xiangyu had trained in the monster forest, constantly flirting with death, significantly improving his strength to defeat Zhang Tian and reclaim his honor in the next clan competition. In 3rd place stands Zhang Yuqiang, affectionately known as the little gun god within his family. Not only is he recognized for his prowess, but he is also regarded as the most ruthless contender in this competition. Many of his opponents have left the arena severely injured, with one even rendered unable to cultivate. A bloodthirsty glint occasionally flickers in his eyes. Zhang Yanwu, addressing the top 10 competitors, declares, in this final round of elimination, the format will be a 10-8 system. The 2 contestants with the lowest rankings will have the opportunity to challenge those ranked higher. Do you understand? Understood. The elimination round commences now, as Zhang Yanwu announces the start. Zhang Tianhao feels the gaze of the 2 contestants fixated upon him. What the hell? Why are they looking at me? Are they planning to choose me? This is utterly unfair. Zhang Tianhao muses, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, he realizes that being ranked 8th signifies that, on the surface, he is indeed the weakest among them. That if they don't choose him, who else would they select? I choose Zhang Tianhao, declares Zhang Shuhua, the 9th-ranked contestant, pointing his sword at him. Zhang Tianhao responds with a faint smile, coldly affirming, I accept the challenge. With that, he leaps onto the stage. Zhang Tianhao, I know you've had good fortune, facing weak opponents along the way, but your luck ends here against me, Zhang Shuhua arrogantly states, eyeing him. Is that so? In competitions, I delight in using chrysanthemum remains to defeat my foes. I wonder if you are mentally prepared for that now? Zhang Tianhao retorts with a sardonic smile. Zhang Shuhua, feeling the weight of Zhang Tianhao's ominous gaze, instinctively tightens his legs, chilled by the thought. During this time, he had heard tales of Zhang Tianhao's matches, where his opponents were left utterly humiliated. The mere mention of chrysanthemum remains sends shivers down his spine, and he feels a twinge of discomfort. Once the referee announces the battle's commencement, Zhang Shuhua bellows and thrusts his sword at Zhang Tianhao. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao discerns Zhang Shuhua's cultivation level, martial master, 1st layer. Surprised, he acknowledges that those who enter the top 10 are indeed formidable. A surge of combat spirit ignites within him. Break for me. Zhang Tianhao unleashes a punch, a straightforward yet powerful strike, embodying sheer dominance. The force of his blow shatters Zhang Shuhua's sword strike effortlessly. Yet, Zhang Shuhua's attack was merely a feint, and in a blink, he appears behind Zhang Tianhao, launching an unexpected strike. As the sword aims for Zhang Tianhao, a victorious smile spreads across Zhang Shuhua's face, believing he has secured a decisive blow. However, his smile falters swiftly as he realizes his sword has pierced nothing but air. Phantom Shadow. Zhang Shuhua, taken aback, sees Zhang Tianhao standing 10 meters away, arms crossed, observing him nonchalantly. A profound humiliation washes over him. Heavenly Moon 17 Swords. Zhang Shuhua transforms into a streak of sword light, charging at Zhang Tianhao, unleashing 17 sword shadows that rain down upon him, each imbued with lethal intent. Undeterred, Zhang Tianhao counters with the Arhut fist, summoning a towering Arhut figure behind him, resonating with a divine melody, break for me. With a foundational martial force of 1,200 pounds amplified by the Arhut fist, the resulting force is formidable. The ferocious power obliterates several sword shadows, and a single punch lands squarely on Zhang Shuhua. With a resounding impact, Zhang Shuhua is propelled into the air, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 36. Entering the top 8, the arena falls silent. Spectators who believed Zhang Tianhao's entrance into the top 10 was due solely to luck now reconsider their stance. The referee, momentarily stunned, prepares to announce Zhang Shua's defeat. No, I haven't lost yet. Zhang Shua struggles to rise, glaring at Zhang Tianhao. You little bastard, I will make you pay. Seeking your own suffering. Zhang Tianhao's eyes grow cold. Emanating a fierce glare in the next moment, he appears behind Zhang Shua. Chrysanthemum remains. A powerful kick lands on Zhang Shua's rear. With a yelp, Zhang Shua feels a sharp pain, his body propelled forward, landing with his bare backside exposed. The sight is as comical as it is humiliating. Zhang Tianhao wins. The referee glances at Zhang Shua, now sprawled on the ground, feeling a chill at the absurdity of the scene, casting a knowing look at Zhang Tianhao. As though to say, you were too wicked. Zhang Tianhao, slightly embarrassed, muses, I never intended for this. Who could foresee that this move would not only humiliate him but also ruin his pants? A rather unexpected side effect. He chuckles inwardly, considering how such a technique would fare against a beautiful opponent. However, had Zhang Shua not provoked him, Zhang Tianhao might not have resorted to such severity, observing Zhang Tianhao's decisive victory. Zhang Jintian's gaze sharpens. Though Zhang Shua's cultivation is inconsequential to him, Zhang Tianhao's effortless defeat of him suggests that the young man is far from the simple adversary he appears to be. Very well, let him bask in his triumph for now. I shall ensure he experiences a profound humiliation later. Zhang Jintian mutters in the distance. Gu Fiyun, the vice president of Tiangang Academy, remarks to Zhang Yinwu with a subtle smile. This young man possesses strength, yet he is somewhat overbearing. Even with talent, his temperament is lacking. He requires further refinement. Zhang Yinwu, hearing this, smiles in agreement, pleased with the outcome. Zhang Shuhua has been defeated. Next contestant, Zhang Shuhua, is carried off. And the next challenger, ranked 10th, Zhang Daong, steps forward. Upon entering the arena, his gaze immediately fixates on Zhang Tianhao. What the hell? Another one challenging me. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Though Zhang Tianhao had just easily defeated Zhang Shuhua. Facing another challenger so soon feels humiliating. His gaze instinctively wanders to Zhang Daong's lower half, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Zhang Daong, intending to challenge Zhang Tianhao, realizes that no rules prohibit consecutive challenges against the same opponent. However, upon noticing Zhang Tianhao's gaze lingering inappropriately, he instinctively tightens up, recalling Zhang Shuhua's disastrous defeat. Rumors had circulated that those who fell victim to Zhang Tianhao's chrysanthemum remains faced severe repercussions that I challenged the 7th-ranked contestant. Zhang Daong proclaims, selecting Zhang Jianfeng, who approaches with a stoic expression. The two, closely matched in strength, engage in a fierce battle that lasts 300 exchanges before Zhang Jianfeng seizes an opportunity to claim victory. Securing his rank, thus, the 8 strong contenders emerge. The elimination matches among these elite individuals are about to commence, and the draw for groups begins anew. After the draw, Zhang Jianfeng turns to Zhang Tianhao. Smiling, boss, I drew number 7. Zhang Tianhao checks his own slip, revealing number 2. Thank goodness, we are not in the same group. Zhang Jianfeng laughs. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Tianhao beams. His placement in the upper bracket provides a sense of relief. Yet he worries about Zhang Jintian's presence in the lower bracket. Jianfeng, if Zhang Jintian seeks to trouble you because of me, Zhang Jianfeng, grinning, reassures him, boss, don't worry. I will protect myself well, even if I face Zhang Jintian. If I find myself outmatched, I will simply surrender. I believe I can manage that. Zhang Tianhao nods slightly, trusting in Zhang Jianfeng's abilities. Both are at the first layer of martial master, so even if he cannot defeat Zhang Jintian, he should at least have the opportunity to concede. That moment, Zhang Jintian strides towards Zhang Tianhao, his demeanor cold. Zhang Tianhao, it surprises me that you have reached the top 8. I hope you can endure until our battle. I will show you what it means to be a waste. Of course, with your abilities, it is unlikely you will make it that far, for you are nothing but a complete failure. Such arrogance from a defeated foe. Soon you will learn that a loser has no right to boast before a victor, Zhang Tianhao retorts. You. Zhang Jintian glances at Zhang Jianfeng, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems you are also in the lower bracket. With that, he strides away, leaving Zhang Tianhao with a darkened expression. The implication of Zhang Jintian's words is clear. Should he encounter Zhang Jianfeng, he will not show mercy. Zhang Tianhao's next opponent is Zhang Wanqiu. A name that sounds impressive, yet he appears to be a refined gentleman, resembling a scholar on his way to the capital for an examination, holding a fan as if he were here to enjoy the moon rather than to engage in combat. I've seen pretentiousness, but never to this extent. Zhang Tianhao suppresses the urge to turn him into a punching bag. The match begins. The referee announces, Zhang Wanqiu, Zhang Tianhao, I have witnessed your prowess in combat and know you possess formidable strength. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes without succumbing, I shall concede defeat, Zhang Wanxiang remarked with a smile. Very well. Instinctively, Zhang Tianhao sensed that Zhang Wanxiang's strength was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Zhang Wanxiang appeared before him in a flash. With a flick of his folding fan, he struck down towards Zhang Tianhao's shoulder. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, acknowledging the blinding speed. Fortunately, his agility had reached a level of 15. Rendering him swift in response. In an instant, he pushed off the ground, darting to the left. Zhang Wanxiang's strike narrowly grazed Zhang Tianhao's shoulder, missing entirely. That was close. Zhang Tianhao sighed with relief. Seeing Zhang Tianhao evade his powerful strike, Zhang Wanxiang was slightly surprised, but did not falter, launching another attack, transforming his fan into a flurry of stars descending upon Zhang Tianhao. This time, Zhang Wanxiang's speed was doubled. Quickly closing the distance to Zhang Tianhao, he prepared to strike again. It seemed Zhang Tianhao had nowhere to escape and was on the verge of defeat, a victorious smile appearing on Zhang Wanxiang's face. However, that smile soon vanished as he realized he was striking at mere phantoms. Reacting swiftly, he discerned the real Zhang Tianhao standing 10 meters away, observing him with calmness. Your speed is commendable, Zhang Tianhao remarked sincerely. Had he not been quick on his feet, he might have been in dire straits. Shall we continue? Zhang Tianhao inquired. Zhang Wanxiang waved his hand dismissively. No more to him, why greatest asset is speed, but your movements are too elusive. Creating 3 phantoms that countered my velocity perfectly. Engaging you would be sheer folly. I concede, Zhang Wanxiang said with an air of exasperation. I appreciate your sportsmanship, Zhang Tianhao replied with a grin, after triumphing over his first opponent in the upper bracket. Zhang Tianhao's final adversary was the renowned marksman, Zhang Yuqiang. As Zhang Tianhao descended from the stage, he felt the piercing gaze of Zhang Yuqiang, which radiated contempt. Boss, your next opponent is Zhang Yuqiang, Zhang Jianfeng remarked with a smile. Did you manage to defeat your opponent as well? Zhang Tianhao asked Zhang Jianfeng. With a slight nod, Zhang Jianfeng responded earnestly. If all goes according to plan, my next challenger will be Zhang Jintian. Recalling Zhang Jintian's earlier malevolent gaze, Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of unease. Jianfeng, heed my advice. The moment you step onto the stage, concede defeat immediately. Do not overestimate your chances. You are no match for him at this moment. Zhang Jianfeng nodded in agreement. If anyone was the most formidable at present, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Jintian, who had decisively overwhelmed his opponents, apart from Zhang Xiangyu, who managed to last 10 exchanges. No one had survived more than 3 exchanges against him. Zhang Tianhao had witnessed Zhang Xiangyu concede defeat firsthand. After enduring a year of arduous training to defeat Zhang Jintian, he found himself increasingly distant from that goal. Having fallen in just 10 exchanges, observing the dejected expression on Zhang Xiangyu's face, Zhang Tianhao approached him, offering a vial of healing elixir. Here, take this. It will expedite your recovery. Zhang Xiangyu cast a forlorn glance at Zhang Tianhao. Are you pitying me? Not at all. I can see that had he not awakened the bloodline of the rising sun, he would not stand a chance against you, Zhang Tianhao replied earnestly. The rising sun bloodline? A loss is a loss. I, Zhang Xiangyu, will not seek excuses, he declared, casting a deep look at Zhang Tianhao. I appreciate your kindness. However, should you encounter Zhang Jintian, exercise caution. His strength is indeed formidable. With that, Zhang Xiangyu turned and walked away. Though his back appeared somewhat forlorn, Zhang Tianhao could sense a fierce determination emanating from him. Watching Zhang Xiangyu's retreating figure, Zhang Tianhao felt genuine admiration. You truly live up to your reputation as the once legendary genius of the Zhang family. Zhang Jintian has not broken your spirit. Perhaps next time we meet, it will be your moment of transformation. How terrifying must the rising sun bloodline be? I find myself intrigued. Zhang Tianhao's next opponent was Zhang Yuqiang, the so-called little marksman. However, upon learning of the rumors surrounding this little marksman, his expression darkened. Many who fell to him were left incapacitated, and a significant number had surrendered. He was indeed a ruthless contender. Consequently, Zhang Tianhao harbored no fondness for this so-called little marksman. What troubled him further was the betting house's outright prohibition of his wagers. Even placing bets through intermediaries was disallowed. They had thoroughly investigated his connections. Boss, you may not be aware, but the odds for your match stand at 15 to 1 against you, while Zhang Yuqiang's odds are 2 to 1, Zhang Jianfeng exclaimed. What? My odds are so high. Yet the betting house refuses my stake, Zhang Tianhao lamented, feeling a pang of frustration. Although he had been performing remarkably well lately, this time he faced the little marksman, and few believed he could achieve another miracle. If you weren't my boss, I might have placed my bet on the little marksman instead, Zhang Jianfeng chuckled awkwardly. The next match commenced. Zhang Tianhao versus Zhang Yuqiang. The referee announced that this battle was the most anticipated in the championship round. On one side stood Zhang Tianhao, who had risen against all odds. While many had previously believed his success was merely fortuitous, his overwhelming victories in the top 10 challenge had silenced such doubts. Yet, facing the little marksman, no one believed he could continue his streak. After all, Zhang Yuqiang was one of the top 3 seeded competitors in this tournament. Zhang Tianhao, you are no match for me. I can grant you a chance. Surrender immediately, Zhang Yuqiang said coolly. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Zhang Tianhao felt a cold smirk rise within him. You are not worthy of my submission, he replied indifferently. Then allow me to demonstrate whether you are worthy or not. Zhang Yuqiang lunged forward, his spear striking out with blinding speed. Zhang Tianhao retaliated with a flurry of punches, each one colliding with the tip of Zhang Yuqiang's spear, thwarting his assault. Such immense strength. Zhang Tianhao realized that the spear in Zhang Yuqiang's hands was no ordinary weapon. It must weigh at least 500 pounds, a realization that left him in 8 turn. Zhang Yuqiang was astonished that Zhang Tianhao could parry his strikes with mere fists. Igniting a fierce resolve within him, blood fury spear. Zhang Yuqiang's spear glimmered with a faint crimson light, its power magnified several-fold. Each thrust carried an indomitable force. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, unleashing his perfected Arhut fist. In an instant, a spectral Arhut appeared behind him, eyes closed in meditation. Boom, boom, boom. The unyielding spear strikes clashed violently with the raging Arhut fist, shaking the very air around them. After several exchanges, one punch shattered the faint crimson glow of the spear. Driving forward, Zhang Yuqiang grunted, stumbling back several steps, his expression one of shock as he regarded Zhang Tianhao. Interesting. This is merely the beginning. Zhang Yuqiang grinned, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I, too, have only just begun, Zhang Tianhao retorted. 3 crimson spear lights advanced towards Zhang Tianhao in a triangular formation, brimming with terrifying power that made the surrounding air tremble and wail in despair. Zhang Tianhao, however, had accurately sensed Zhang Yuqiang's aura. Murmuring to himself, he has truly concealed his strength well, a second-level martial artist, deceiving everyone. Zhang Tianhao's expression hardened, yet he remained undaunted. Arhut fist. This time, he unleashed the perfected version of the Arhut fist that a majestic Arhut appeared. Seated in meditation, now with eyes wide open, seemingly able to pierce through the void, the perfected Arhut fist amplified his strength fourfold, equating to an astounding 2,000 pounds of force. This punch seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of reality, creating an absolute vacuum as the air was instantaneously displaced. As the 3 spear lights reached Zhang Tianhao, they could advance no further, as if obstructed by an invisible wall of energy. Zhang Tianhao's expression was grave. The pressure from the opponent's attack weighed heavily upon him. However, overcoming the defense of the Arhut fist would not be an easy feat. Impossible. Break for me, Zhang Yuqiang roared, gritting his teeth as he unleashed some forbidden power. His body flushed with crimson, as though invigorated by an unnatural force. Die. Zhang Yuqiang thrust out 3 more strikes, each one surpassing the last in ferocity, the blood-red spear lights resembling soul-harvesting talismans from the netherworld. Imbued with ominous energy, a desperate struggle against fate, Zhang Tianhao stomped his foot firmly on the ground, causing the entire stage to tremble violently. With all his might, he summoned the full extent of his Arhut fist. Pushing it to the limits of his capabilities, the shadow of a fist, imbued with a force akin to a raging tide, struck fiercely towards Zhang Yuqiang. All gun-like glimmers were instantaneously extinguished, as Zhang Tianhao's fist drove relentlessly into Zhang Yuqiang's body. Zhang Yuqiang emitted a muffled grunt, blood spewing from his mouth, as he was propelled backwards. Approaching Zhang Yuqiang, Zhang Tianhao calmly declared, "You have been defeated." "No, I have not yet lost," Zhang Yuqiang, in a fit of irrational fury, roared as he lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Slap. Zhang Tianhao delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Yuqiang's face. The impact was severe, and Zhang Yuqiang screamed in agony, several teeth flying from his mouth, "That I will kill you." Rather than succumbing, Zhang Yuqiang became even more frenzied, charging once more at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao was unyielding. Such a free punching bag was a rare occurrence. Another slap sent Zhang Yuqiang flying again. This back and forth transpired 10 times, leaving Zhang Yuqiang resembling a pig's head, until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The arena fell silent, as the onlookers were astounded by the turn of events. The third-ranked Zhang Yuqiang had been defeated by a once considered useless individual. Zhang Tianhao wins. After a prolonged silence, the referee finally regained his composure. Descending from the stage, Zhang Jianfeng excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, you have won. You truly have." Zhang Tianhao remained composed, responding nonchalantly. "What is so surprising? This outcome was anticipated. My true adversary is not Zhang Yuqiang, but Zhang Jintian." "Hee, boss, I know you will definitely claim the first place," Zhang Jianfeng chuckled. Zhang Tianhao was aware that the next match would pit Zhang Jianfeng against Zhang Jintian. Given his understanding of Zhang Jintian, he knew that Zhang Jintian would certainly target Zhang Jianfeng due to their connection, intending to undermine him. Thus, Zhang Tianhao reiterated to Zhang Jianfeng, "Jianfeng, remember my words. Do not overexert yourself." "Understood." Zhang Jianfeng nodded silently. However, he harbored his own thoughts. The dignity of a warrior compelled him to reject the notion of conceding without a fight. Moreover, he believed Zhang Jintian to be exceptionally strong, even surpassing Zhang Tianhao. After this battle, Zhang Jintian would undoubtedly confront Zhang Tianhao. If he could explore Zhang Jintian's capabilities on Zhang Tianhao's behalf, perhaps it would afford Zhang Tianhao a better chance in their inevitable clash. Next match, Zhang Jintian versus Zhang Jianfeng, announced the referee. Zhang Jintian had already leaped onto the arena, his astonishing agility eliciting cheers from the gathered clan members. Zhang Jianfeng, unwilling to be outdone, also soared onto the stage to confront Zhang Jintian. "Oh no." Zhang Tianhao noted with alarm that Zhang Jianfeng had not heeded his earlier warning to concede upon entering the stage. This filled him with profound unease. This fool is not a match for Zhang Jintian. Zhang Tianhao lamented at that moment. Zhang Xiaoman, who was also watching from the sidelines, sensed the impending disaster and urgently asked Zhang Tianhao, "Brother Tianhao, why isn't my brother coming down? He is no match for Zhang Jintian." Sighing, Zhang Tianhao replied, "If my instincts are correct, Jianfeng intends to test Zhang Jintian's limits, but he is utterly outmatched. What should we do?" Zhang Xiaoman's complexion paled. Zhang Tianhao recognized that events had spiraled beyond his control and solemnly reassured her. "Do not worry. I will ensure your brother remains unharmed. He is my brother too. I in the arena." Zhang Jintian mockingly regarded Zhang Jianfeng. "Are you truly unafraid of death? Do you not realize how much I loathe Zhang Tianhao? That worthless waste who dares claim the position of Zhang family's heir?" With an impassive expression, Zhang Jianfeng retorted, "Whether my boss is worthy or not, I cannot say. However, I know that you are certainly unworthy." "Such audacity. Do you not fear that you may never leave this arena?" Zhang Jintian seethed, anger rising with every syllable. "If I were afraid, I would not have stepped onto the stage," Zhang Jianfeng scoffed. "Very well. You will soon learn what it means to be stubborn," Zhang Jintian sneered. The match commenced. The referee's call barely faded when Zhang Jianfeng sprang into action, drawing his sword and unleashing a flurry of 49 strikes directed at Zhang Jintian. The dazzling sword light flowed like mercury, cascading towards Zhang Jintian. This seamless display of swordsmanship left the onlookers mesmerized, erupting in cheers. Yet, only Zhang Jianfeng understood that despite the rapidity and relentless nature of his assault, he could not breach the distance to Zhang Jintian. As his sword approached within half a meter, it was effortlessly deflected by Zhang Jintian's palm, as though a solid wall had risen before him. Zhang Jintian remained composed, his demeanor relaxed, exuding an air of confidence that made Zhang Jianfeng acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Zhang Jianfeng was inwardly astonished. He had severely underestimated Zhang Jintian's prowess, which was truly formidable. After a series of fruitless attacks, Zhang Jianfeng felt his composure faltering. Observing Zhang Jintian's ease, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of sword energy enveloped him, radiating an indomitable brilliance. With a powerful push from the ground, he lunged at Zhang Jintian once more, this strike far more potent than the previous ones, compelling Zhang Jintian to retreat a step. "One part of sword intent?" Zhang Jintian mused, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. The spectators below were equally astonished. The term sword intent was one they had heard only in legends. Yet here it manifested in the midst of a clan competition. Sword intent, a profound understanding of the sword attainable only by those with an unwavering devotion to their craft, had evidently begun to bloom within Zhang Jianfeng. Though he had merely grasped a fragment of sword intent, its emergence hinted at the potential for full realization in the future. Zhang Tianhao, too, was taken aback, murmuring, "Indeed, Jianfeng is a genius with the sword. If he continues to progress, he will undoubtedly become a master of the sword path." Regaining his composure, Zhang Jintian taunted, "Were it a complete sword intent, perhaps I would regard you with some caution. However, to me, your fragmentary understanding is mere trash." With that, Zhang Jintian coldly declared, "Now, allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us." He struck towards Zhang Jianfeng with a sweeping palm. "Block it." Zhang Jianfeng felt an overwhelming force locking onto him, prompting him to unleash 46 strikes in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The 16 strikes infused with his nascent sword intent surged towards Zhang Tianhao. Pathetically weak, Zhang Tianhao scoffed, effortlessly dispersing the barrage with a single palm. He closed in, delivering a series of relentless strikes. Bang! Zhang Tianhao's palm landed heavily on Zhang Jianfeng's body. Ugh! Zhang Jianfeng felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, spewing forth as he was flung backwards. Before he could hit the ground, Zhang Tianhao was upon him again, delivering another punishing blow. Zhang Jianfeng soared through the air once more. Brother, Zhang Xiaoman was in tears, her anguish palpable. Enough! Zhang Tianhao could no longer contain his rage. Just as he prepared to intervene, a terrifying aura restrained him, rendering him immobile. Could it be a Grand Master? Zhang Tianhao thought, filled with dread. That moment, Zhang Jianfeng lay beneath Zhang Tianhao's foot, yet he remained resolute, enduring the torment in silence. Look, Zhang Tianhao, your good brother is being tormented by me. I shall shatter his bones, piece by piece, until he is rendered a cripple, Zhang Tianhao proclaimed, his foot crushing down heavily on Zhang Jianfeng. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously. Ugh! Zhang Tianhao, perhaps overwhelmed by the exertion, coughed up blood, yet steadfastly gritted his teeth. Your bones are surprisingly resilient. Let us see just how durable they truly are. He roared, stomping down once more, breaking Zhang Jianfeng's arm in the process. Enraged beyond measure, Zhang Tianhao broke free from the oppressive force and leapt onto the stage. Referee, I represent Zhang Jianfeng. He did not concede. Zhang Tianhao clutched Zhang Jianfeng tightly. Zhang Jianfeng managed a bitter smile before losing consciousness. Presumptuous! The match is not over, and you dare to disrupt the rules, the middle-aged referee bellowed, raising his hand to strike down Zhang Tianhao. Wait! To everyone's surprise, it was Zhang Tianhao who intervened. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao's intervention, the referee smiled slightly and ceased speaking. Zhang Tianhao looked down at Zhang Tianhao and said, Zhang Tianhao, your brother has become a useless person at this moment. What are your feelings about that? Zhang Tianhao, upon seeing Zhang Tianhao's mocking smile, felt a surge of overwhelming rage that he stood up abruptly and glared at Zhang Tianhao, declaring, You despicable villain, I will settle this score with you. Piece by piece. Everything that has just transpired will soon be returned to you. Ha ha ha. I'm waiting. Zhang Tianhao replied with a smug look. Oh, you know why I stopped the referee from killing you? It's because I don't want you to die too easily. I want to defeat you myself and show you what despair truly means. Then I will await you tomorrow. With that, Zhang Tianhao leapt off the stage, carrying Zhang Jianfeng with him, and strode away. The last match of the day had finally concluded, yet the topic of discussion ignited the city of Ninghai. Zhang Tianhao's dark fate loomed, as he was set to battle Zhang Tianhao the next day. And their confrontation on the arena became the subject of much conversation among the people. Within the Zhang family mansion in Ninghai, Zhang Tianhao gazed at the unconscious Zhang Jianfeng on the bed, his brow furrowed with worry. An elderly man, approximately 60 years old, was diagnosing Zhang Jianfeng. He was the physician Zhang Tianhao had summoned. Zhang Jianfeng's sister, Zhang Xiaoman, stood nearby, her face etched with concern as she watched the physician intently. After a long moment, the physician shook his head and sighed. What is the matter, doctor? Zhang Tianhao asked hastily. The physician replied, The situation is grim. Zhang Jianfeng's bones have all been shattered. Even if he awakens, he will be a cripple, perhaps destined to lie in bed for the rest of his life. What shall we do? Doctor, surely you have a solution, Zhang Xiaoman pleaded, looking at the physician. Alas, not even I, nor any other physician in Highland County, may be able to help. However, the physician hesitated. Zhang Tianhao quickly pressed. Is there any way? The physician responded. I know from ancient texts that on the true martial continent, there are many divine medicines that can yield miraculous effects that if you are fortunate enough to find one, you may have a chance to recover. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Tianhao sighed in relief, after seeing the physician off. He returned to the room. Though the physician had been unable to provide a definitive solution, he at least offered a glimmer of hope. On the bed, Zhang Jianfeng slowly opened his eyes. Why can't I move? He murmured, attempting to rise but finding himself powerless. Zhang Tianhao sighed. Jianfeng, your bones have been crushed, which is why. Zhang Jianfeng, suddenly grasping the reality of his situation, despaired. Does this mean I will be a useless person from now on? Zhang Tianhao reassured him. Don't think like that. Who says you will always be useless? I just learned from the doctor that there are some treasures that may heal your injuries. A flicker of hope sparkled in Zhang Jianfeng's eyes, though he hesitated and said, But such treasures must be exceedingly expensive, right? Zhang Tianhao looked steadfastly at him and replied, Not necessarily. Perhaps they are quite affordable. You are my brother, and no matter what, I will ensure your recovery. Brother, Xiamen believes you will surely get better, Zhang Xiamen added. Zhang Tianhao comforted Zhang Jianfeng. Jianfeng, I will avenge you, but you must not give up. Zhang Jianfeng nodded resolutely. Though still hesitating, he warned, Tianhao, Zhang Jintian's strength is formidable. I advise you to. Zhang Tianhao understood that Zhang Jianfeng was suggesting he should back down when the situation proved too dire. He smiled wryly at Zhang Jianfeng and said, Rest assured, Jianfeng, in the courtyard. Jin Bao was already waiting. Boss, you called for me? How is Jianfeng? Jin Bao asked anxiously. Zhang Tianhao sighed and replied, Yes, his condition is quite serious, but I have something very important to entrust to you. Jin Bao's expression grew serious. Boss, speak. Zhang Tianhao gazed at the distant moon and said, Tomorrow, I will face Zhang Jintian in battle that if the situation turns against me, arrange for our family, along with Jianfeng and Xiamen, to be taken away immediately. Jin Bao's face darkened, realizing that Zhang Tianhao was essentially preparing for the worst. Boss, do you really have no confidence at all? Jin Bao asked. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. No, I have some confidence, but preparation is still necessary. Jin Bao nodded solemnly, understanding his boss's intentions. Zhang Tianhao patted Jin Bao's shoulder. Then I leave everything in your hands. All right, I will go prepare. Just as Jin Bao was about to leave, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said apologetically, Boss, this is a letter from the princess for you. Please take a look. Zhang Tianhao paused and asked, Ziqian? After Jin Bao departed, Zhang Tianhao opened the letter, which contained only a few words. Tomorrow, Ziqian will be with you. Zhang Tianhao understood that Ziqian would indeed come to witness his battle against Zhang Jintian, but he surmised that if Zhang Jintian killed him in the arena, Murong Jingtian would publicly announce the engagement between Zhang Jintian and Ziqian. A clever plan, but I will not let you have your way, Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself. The next day, the martial arts arena was packed to the brim. The bustling crowd was even larger than the previous day, with not only the heads of the other two major families present, but also the vice president of the Tiangang Academy, and even members of the royal family. Wow, look quickly. Who is the girl stepping down from that carriage? She is stunning. The courtesan from Ichuan courtyard pales in comparison. How dare you compare her to a courtesan? Do you know who she is? She is the third princess of the Waxy Kingdom, Murong Ziqian. Is she truly the legendary beauty of the Waxy Kingdom? Zhang Tianhao paid no mind to the murmurs of the crowd but focused his gaze on Ziqian, who soon found him among the throngs of people. Their eyes met, intertwining in the air. Though no words were spoken, their understanding transcended language, conveying unspoken sentiments. This battle was the final one. The officiating referee was the second elder, Zhang Baichuan, who belonged to Zhang Yanwu's faction and naturally stood by his side. However, Zhang Tianhao was not overly concerned. After all, he believed that under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his opponent would not dare to resort to any underhanded tactics. Zhang Baichuan stood proudly on the arena, surveying the audience before declaring, Today marks the final battle of the Zhang family's annual clan competition, a highly anticipated event. I hereby announce the commencement of the duel. Wait. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. It was Ning Shui, who gracefully descended onto the arena, standing before Zhang Jintian. Zhang Baichuan regarded this unexpected girl with surprise, but upon witnessing her agile movements, he dared not treat her lightly and simply asked, Who are you, young lady, and why do you interrupt our competition? Zhang Zikai, recognizing Ning Shui's purpose, smirked knowingly but remained silent, fully aware she had come to annul her engagement. I am Ning Shui, and I have heard that young Master Jintian is preparing to wed Princess Ziqian of the Waxy Kingdom. However, he has an engagement with the Lord of Wushuang City, so I am here to annul that engagement. Annul the engagement? This declaration caused an uproar among the Zhang family. Zhang Yanwu glanced nervously at Murong Jingtian, realizing that he had indeed arranged a betrothal with the son of the Lord of Wushuang City years ago. However, as Zhang Yanwu's ambitions grew, he felt the Waxy princess was a more valuable match. He had intended to resolve the engagement with Wushuang City after marrying Princess Ziqian. I do not understand what you were saying, Zhang Jintian replied uneasily, gazing at Ning Xue. Do not understand? I, Ning Shui, hereby declare that the engagement between me, the daughter of the Lord of Wushuang City, and Zhang Jintian is hereby void. From this day forth, Zhang Jintian and I have nothing to do with each other. Ning Shui proclaimed loudly. Zhang Jintian's complexion paled, realizing he had truly provoked Ning Shui. The public nature of the annulment struck a significant blow to his pride. Ning Shui, could we have some misunderstanding? Zhang Jintian forced a smile. There is no misunderstanding. I believe you are vastly inferior to him. He is the one I love, Ning Shui said, wrapping her arm around Zhang Tianhao's. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. Feeling her embrace was meant to provoke enmity. Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of humiliation wash over him as he witnessed his fiancée cozying up to his adversary, even though this fiancée was one they had chosen to abandon. Zhang Tianhao still felt as though a cloud of shame hung over him. Master of the Zhang family, what does this mean? I demand an explanation. Morong Jingtian looked at Zhang Yinwu with displeasure. Zhang Tianhao, this must be your doing. Zhang Tianhao fumed. Zhang Tianhao, you cannot lay the blame on others. You chose to tread two paths and ended up falling into a pit. Who can you blame? Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. I in the distance. Zhang Yinwu's expression darkened as he realized that despite his efforts to keep the news contained, it had still leaked out. The Lord of Wushuang City ranks among the 3 major cities of the Tianfeng Kingdom, holding a status comparable to that of the Emperor of Vaxi. However, Zhang Yinwu's influence remains firmly entrenched within Vaxi. If he were to forge a familial alliance with the Emperor of Vaxi, he could then seek to mend relations with Wushuang City. Alas, news of his intentions has already leaked prematurely. Young man, I have faith in you. You shall surely vanquish this insufferable foe when the time comes. I shall reward you handsomely, Ning Shui remarked, gazing at Zhang Tianhao with sultry eyes. Her arm encircled him, her ample form brushing against him, leaving him momentarily breathless. This little enchantress, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but recall their intimate moments in the cellar. Zhang Tianhao, witnessing his fiancée's affectionate demeanor with Zhang Tianhao, felt a surge of rage, nearly spitting blood. Though he intended to align himself with Princess Ziqian through marriage, he and Ning Shui were still bound by an engagement. Moreover, Ning Shui was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. The sight of her now flirting with his rival was unbearable. This is intolerable, disgraceful. Second elder, please announce the commencement of the match. I shall relish in carving this scoundrel to pieces. Zhang Tianhao bellowed. Ning Shui, please step down. Zhang Tianhao observed Zhang Tianhao's fury with a faint smile. Very well, you better not disappoint me, young man, that if you cannot handle this little brat, do not come seeking me tonight. Ning Shui teased, her words laced with strong implications. Zhang Tianhao understood that she intended to provoke Zhang Tianhao. However, the intensity of her insinuating words, delivered by such a beauty, was difficult to withstand. How could she? She is my fiancée. Zhang Tianhao felt his sanity slipping. Although Ning Shui spoke lightly, he had heard her clearly. Her invitation for Zhang Tianhao to visit her later was so casual that it hinted at an intimacy that left him feeling utterly humiliated. Ning Shui, step down. Zhang Tianhao deemed that she had provoked him enough. Enjoy yourself. I shall await your return. With a light laugh, Ning Shui leapt from the arena. Zhang Tianhao glanced at the crowd below, anxious that Ziqian might witness their exchange, which would spell disaster. The second elder's voice rang out sternly. The finals commence. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianhao sprang into action. His form vanished, only to reappear a meter before Zhang Tianhao, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. The force behind it was formidable, expelling the air within a meter radius. This strike must have possessed a force of at least 2,000 pounds. Zhang Tianhao's expression turned serious. Come at me. He too sought to test Zhang Tianhao's strength and stood his ground, striking back with his own punch. Bang! The impact forced Zhang Tianhao to stagger back 7 steps. While Zhang Tianhao only retreated 2. Is that all you've got, Zhang Tianhao? Zhang Tianhao sneered. With that, he darted forward like a wraith, attacking Zhang Tianhao with lightning speed. The rapidity of his approach sent a wave of danger coursing through Zhang Tianhao. He activated the Yin Ing Piao technique, splitting into 3 shadows. Bang! Bang! In a blink, Zhang Tianhao shattered 2 of his own illusions, quickly pinpointing Zhang Tianhao's true form. But a shiver ran through Zhang Tianhao's spine as he took a deep breath, ready to unleash his perfected Luohan fist. Boom! Boom! Their fists collided in the void, generating an oppressive force that felt akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. Zhang Tianhao felt as though he were caught in a tempest. Yet he gradually acclimated to the rhythm of the battle, remaining calm like a stubborn stone amidst the storm. Engaged in a rapid exchange, Zhang Tianhao initially relied on his Yin Ing Piao technique, only to realize that Zhang Tianhao matched him in speed. Zhang Tianhao understood that Zhang Tianhao's martial arts were not to be underestimated, likely on par with his own. The arena, crafted from refined stone, trembled violently under the strain of their conflict. Indeed, Zhang Tianhao's Sun bloodline was formidable. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianhao had yet to reveal many of his hidden cards that he recognized that Zhang Tianhao was merely showcasing a fraction of his true strength. The perfected Luohan fist was beginning to feel insufficient as Zhang Tianhao contemplated whether to unleash his ultimate technique. He bellowed, "Take this punch." Growing impatient after a protracted struggle, he unleashed a tremendous force towards Zhang Tianhao. This punch was even more overwhelming than the last. Zhang Tianhao remained undaunted, shouting back, "What is there to fear?" He countered with his perfected Luohan fist. Bang! Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with Luohan fist. A strange expression crossed Zhang Tianhao's face. What? The collision of their fists revealed a startling truth. Zhang Tianhao's power had inexplicably doubled without warning. Caught off guard, Zhang Tian was forced back several steps. His feet sinking deep into the ground, his face flushed with astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Tianhao. "Zhang Tianhao, you dare deceive me?" Zhang Tian inhaled deeply. "Huh? Zhang Tian, you are not so impressive after all." Zhang Tianhao smirked, feeling exhilarated. The critical hit rate of his perfected Luohan fist was only 3, but with the addition of the 7-colored stone, it increased to about 8. To trigger it at such a crucial moment was a significant blow to Zhang Tian. "Humph! Zhang Tianhao, do you think my strength is limited to this? I was merely toying with you earlier. Now, you will witness my true power," Zhang Tian declared, his expression devoid of emotion. "Is that so? I too was merely warming up." "Now, I shall take this seriously," Zhang Tianhao retorted with a mocking smile. Despite his bravado, he began to brace himself, sensing an overwhelming danger emanating from Zhang Tian. Chapter 42. Sun Palm. Sun Palm. Zhang Tian unleashed a palm strike towards Zhang Tianhao. His hand ablaze with a fiery crimson hue. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, feeling an uncomfortable surge of heat emanating from it. What a terrifying temperature. Yet, he was not afraid. "Let me show you my strength," he declared. Luohan fist. Although it was still Luohan fist, it was now at the perfected level, significantly amplifying its power that a spectral figure of a Luohan materialized behind Zhang Tianhao, its previously closed eyes snapping open. Exuding a faint pressure, boom, the two forces clashed, sending Zhang Tianhao staggering back 7 steps, a scorching current surging through his meridians. What an incredible force! Zhang Tianhao marveled internally, his expression growing grave. Observing Zhang Tianhao's serious demeanor brought Zhang Tian immense satisfaction. "Ha! Zhang Tianhao, I do not fear telling you that you will soon meet your demise. I have awakened 10 of the Sun bloodline. This is my bloodline martial technique, Sun Palm. You are fortunate to be the first to perish beneath it." Zhang Tian laughed maniacally. "Is that so? I look forward to experiencing it." Zhang Tianhao responded coldly. "You will soon find yourself in despair." Zhang Tian swiftly advanced, his movements akin to a specter, delivering another palm strike. Layers of palm shadows surrounded Zhang Tianhao, the searing waves of heat threatening to incinerate the very space around them. Humph! Zhang Tianhao unleashed his perfected Luohan fist to its fullest extent. "Break for me." Zhang Tianhao's Luohan fist erupted with terrifying power, shattering Zhang Tian's encirclement. However, the might of the Sun Palm was undeniably formidable, the intense energy wreaking havoc within Zhang Tianhao's body. After enduring a series of strikes, Zhang Tianhao felt his meridians beginning to falter. He could not sustain this any longer. Zhang Tianhao resorted to the Yin Ing Piao technique, employing a strategy of evasion and counterattack. Indeed, this new tactic significantly improved his predicament, allowing him to refine the scorching energy within him during brief intervals. Yet, Zhang Tian quickly discerned Zhang Tianhao's ruse. "Do you think this will suffice to contend with me?" "Naive," Zhang Tian sneered, activating his speed to the utmost. As Zhang Tian reached his maximum velocity, he began to struggle, for his speed was no less than Zhang Tianhao's. "Zhang Tian, I understand why you harbor such animosity towards me," Zhang Tianhao teased, while fending off Zhang Tian's relentless onslaught. Zhang Tian, undeterred, focused solely on locking onto Zhang Tianhao's movements, ignoring his words. Zhang Tianhao found himself increasingly pressed, tempted several times to unleash the boundless fury to punish this arrogant foe, yet he exercised restraint. Knowing that the first to lose composure would ultimately be defeated to him, it appeared that Zhang Tian still had hidden trump cards. The sunlight palm should not be his ultimate limit. As for why he felt this way, Zhang Tianhao could not articulate it. It was merely a potent intuition. "Zhang Tian, do you feel as though I have adorned you with a green hat?" Zhang Tianhao teased with a chuckle. Puffed. Zhang Tian nearly spat blood. The most provoking thing for Zhang Tian at this moment was the mention of this topic. "You damned fool." Zhang Tian exploded in anger, intensifying his assault on Zhang Tianhao. However, after losing control of his emotions, Zhang Tianhao felt much less pressure and found it easier to spot Zhang Tian's flaws. What a splendid opportunity! Zhang Tianhao seized upon a weakness in Zhang Tian's defense and launched a powerful punch. The perfected Arhut fist displayed unparalleled might. instantly shattering Zhang Jintian's offensive maneuvers, scattering his palm shadows. Zhang Jintian was taken aback to discover his defenses had been breached by Zhang Tianhao. Yet, being the foremost genius of the younger generation of the Zhang family, he reacted swiftly, retreating at high speed while simultaneously striking back at Zhang Tianhao. However, in his hurried response, Zhang Jintian could muster only 30% of his usual strength, rendering his counter much weaker than normal. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut Fist and triggering a critical hit. Bang! Zhang Jintian's expression changed drastically as he realized that Zhang Tianhao's punch had, much like before, inexplicably doubled in power. Caught off guard, Zhang Jintian was sent flying. He barely managed to stabilize himself upon landing, yet still found himself propelled backward, stumbling 7 steps. Wow! Zhang Jintian's face flushed as he coughed up blood, observing from the sidelines. Qin Zinan couldn't help but clap her hands, relieved to see her brother gaining the upper hand after earlier being at a disadvantage. With Zhang Jianfeng absent and Zhang Xiaoman tending to her brother, only Jin Bao remained to witness the unfolding drama. Big brother, I believe in you. You will surely triumph. Jin Bao's usually jovial face bore an unusual seriousness that on another observation platform, Gu Feiyun expressed his surprise. I did not expect this lad to hold his own against Jintian to such an extent and even make him suffer a setback. Quite intriguing. Beside him, Zhang Yinwu's expression darkened. Rest assured, Director Gu. This is merely because Jintian has yet to reveal his trump card. Otherwise, this lad would surely not withstand 3 strikes. Ji Feiyun's face lit up with intrigue as he smiled slightly. What you say may hold truth. Zhang Yinwu bore a mysterious smile. Director Gu, do not be impatient. You will soon find out. Zhang Tianhao, you have wounded me. You shall pay dearly. Zhang Jintian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Glaring at Zhang Tianhao with venomous eyes, stop the banter. Unleash your true capabilities. Zhang Tianhao retorted with a cold smirk. Zhang Jintian roared, feeling an intense wave of heat emanating from his body, far stronger than before. A faint crimson aura surrounded him ominously. Zhang Tianhao sensed an overwhelming danger radiating from Zhang Jintian, and the intensity only grew. Boom! Zhang Jintian's body swayed before charging toward Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao was horrified to realize that both Zhang Jintian's speed and strength had multiplied several times over. Could this be the manifestation of the Shuri Tianyang bloodline? With no time for contemplation, Zhang Tianhao executed the Yin Shadow technique to its utmost limit, barely evading the attack. Yet, before he could fully escape the peril, Zhang Jintian's velocity exceeded his expectations, closing the distance in an instant. Bang! Zhang Tianhao emitted a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling away. He managed to steady himself, but could not suppress the rush of blood that surged in his throat. Spilling forth. Chapter 43. Triggering Paralysis Effect Die. Zhang Jintian bellowed, lunging once more at Zhang Tianhao, delivering a swift and powerful blow. The speed was astonishing, leaving Zhang Tianhao no time to think. He could only retaliate with a punch. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut Fist and triggering paralysis. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Jintian felt an odd numbness wash over him, and his entire strength vanished inexplicably. He was utterly bewildered. Boom! Under the paralysis effect, Zhang Jintian's power dissipated, and Zhang Tianhao's punch sent him staggering back. What? Zhang Tianhao rejoiced, nearly bursting into laughter. It was important to note that upon perfecting the Arhut Fist, an additional attribute, paralysis, was acquired. Although paralysis might not be the most formidable auxiliary damage in the game, it could be devastating, providing the enemy with approximately 5 seconds of incapacitation. While 5 seconds may seem trivial to many, for a skilled combatant, it allowed for numerous tactical maneuvers. Feel my wrath. Zhang Tianhao's fist landed solidly on Zhang Jintian's body. Wow! Zhang Jintian was sent flying like a rag doll. Before he could land, another 3 punches rained down upon him. At that moment, Zhang Jintian felt immense humiliation. It was as though he were under the influence of some strange force, rendering him immobile. Frustration, helplessness, shock. These were the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. He desperately attempted to summon his inner strength, yet to no avail. As if he had lost all control over his body, that a torrential downpour of fists struck Zhang Jintian relentlessly. In less than 5 seconds, he endured over 10 punches from Zhang Tianhao. I will not let you escape. The perfected Arhut Fist gathered 12-fold power. Zhang Tianhao delivered a forceful blow to Zhang Jintian. Bang! With the final punch, Zhang Jintian was brutally thrust down into the arena. The force of Zhang Tianhao's attack shattering the stone platform, Zhang Jintian was embedded into the debris-laden pit, leaving the spectators dumbfounded, including Jin Bao and Qin Zinan. Morong Ziqian's beautiful eyes shimmered with a mix of surprise and confusion. No one comprehended the unfathomable turn of events. They only knew that Zhang Tianhao had initially held the upper hand, but had been inexplicably defeated. Zhang Tianhao, somewhat out of breath, gazed at Zhang Tianhao, now ensconced in the pit, believing him to be dead. Under such a frenzied assault, should he still be alive, he would be akin to an indomitable cockroach. Wait. Zhang Tianhao suddenly realized that if Zhang Tianhao were truly dead, he would receive a notification from the system. Yet, no such message had appeared, indicating that Zhang Tianhao still drew breath. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from the pit. Zhang Tianhao, you shall perish. I will tear you to shreds. With a cold, vengeful voice, a fiery red figure shot toward Zhang Tianhao with astonishing speed. Upon seeing the crimson figure, Zhang Tianhao instinctively reacted. Xiaolong, guardian body. He could only convey this singular thought to Xiaolong. Just as the fiery figure was about to collide with him, Zhang Tianhao completed the guardian body technique. The guardian body was a combined skill between Zhang Tianhao and Xiaolong. He had refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary, as he preferred to keep Xiaolong's existence a closely guarded secret. However, at this moment, he had no choice. The dragon-shaped totem illuminated on Zhang Tianhao's chest, and faintly, he seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar. A tremendous force radiated from his body, and in that instant, Zhang Tianhao felt his defenses multiply tenfold. Bang! In an instant, Zhang Tianhao was engulfed in darkness. The blow was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an unparalleled dominance. He felt as though he had been struck by a massive truck. Even with the guardian body's protection, he sensed his body was on the verge of being torn apart. He was sent reeling backward, crashing against the edge of the arena. Wow! Zhang Tianhao tasted blood in his throat and could not help but spit it out. Ha ha ha! Zhang Tianhao approached step by step, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he spoke mockingly. Zhang Tianhao, did you expect this? Let me inform you that this is the true manifestation of my fully activated Shuri Tianyang bloodline. Impressive, isn't it? Tremble, for you are but a humble ant beneath my feet. What right do you have to contend with me? Standing before Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Tianhao taunted him openly. He was in no rush to end Zhang Tianhao's life, seemingly awaiting the moment when Zhang Tianhao would kneel and plead for mercy. Relishing the prospect of delivering the final blow amidst his despair, such an act would provide him with immense satisfaction. Brother, big brother. Qin Zinan and Jin Bao were on the verge of leaping onto the arena when several attendants cast icy glares in their direction. The overwhelming pressure rendered them immobile. Zhang Tianhao staggered, clutching his chest, managing to stand. Despite the guardian body's protection, the force of Zhang Tianhao's strike was undeniably formidable, nearly penetrating his very being. Fortunately, he wore the divine martial armor, or else this blow would have surely turned him to dust. As it stood, Zhang Tianhao had survived. Thus, it was Zhang Tianhao who would face his demise. Unbidden, a smile crept across Zhang Tianhao's face. Even as the specter of death loomed over him, originally prepared, Zhang Tianhao, witnessing Zhang Tianhao's pleas for mercy, was suddenly consumed by anger, feeling provoked. Zhang Tianhao, had you humbly begged for my clemency, I would have granted you a swift death. But now, I have changed my mind. I shall relish in torturing you slowly, making your existence a torment from which you cannot escape, nor can you find solace in death. A sinister grin spread across Zhang Tianhao's face as a terrifying aura of murder locked onto Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao laughed recklessly, responding nonchalantly. Do you know what I find amusing? I laugh at your audacity, even as your demise approaches. Level 2, Unrestrained Fury Release. Arhut Fist. The second level of Unrestrained Fury quadrupled Zhang Tianhao's attributes, speed, attack, and defense surged. Boom! Boom! Caught off guard, Zhang Tianhao suddenly felt an immense force erupt from Zhang Tianhao's body. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and a barrage of ferocious fists descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Unprepared, Zhang Tianhao was sent flying, akin to a ragdoll. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with Arhut Fist. The mechanical system prompt echoed in Zhang Tianhao's ears. Chapter 44. Zhang Tianhao's demise buffed. Zhang Tianhao flew back like a kite with its string cut. Zhang Tianhao observed as a blood-red number, 800, floated above Zhang Tianhao's head. Indeed, it was a critical hit. It had substantially depleted his health. Furthermore, Zhang Tianhao was indeed a minor boss. Even after such a protracted battle, he still had considerable health remaining. In midair, Zhang Tianhao coughed up blood as he fell to the ground. Zhang Tianhao understood that blow had likely taken half of Zhang Tianhao's life. He would not grant Zhang Tianhao a moment's respite and swiftly approached him. Gazing down from a height, Zhang Tianhao asked, Zhang Tianhao, how do you feel now? Coughing and spluttering blood, Zhang Tianhao retorted, you dare not kill me. Regardless, you are doomed today. If you slay me, you too shall perish, and your entire family will meet the same fate. Huh? Zhang Tianhao couldn't fathom how Zhang Tianhao could remain so arrogant at this juncture. A fierce killing intent enveloped Zhang Tianhao as Zhang Tianhao seethed. Do you truly believe I hesitate to end your life? Killing me will result in your family's demise. You will not leave this arena alive. My master and father will avenge me. You shall wait for that day. Why not kneel and beg for my forgiveness? Perhaps I might intercede with my father and master on your behalf. Zhang Tianhao taunted. Zhang Tianhao knew that his master, Gu Feiyun, was present in the arena, and Zhang Yinwu was not someone he could contend with to some extent. Zhang Tianhao's words held truth. Yet, could he allow himself to be threatened? No, that would tarnish his resolve, preventing him from ever reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Today, no matter how eloquently you speak, I shall slay you, Zhang Tianhao declared, determination etched on his face. As a chilling murderous intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao. Without hesitation, he hurled a fist towards Zhang Tianhao's head. Zhang Tianhao's expression morphed into one of terror, seemingly not expecting Zhang Tianhao to dare to kill him. You stop. How dare you? One voice belonged to the second elder. And another was Zhang Yinwu's. Two powerful forces surged from the void, exerting immense pressure on Zhang Tianhao. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Tianhao's resolve to kill Zhang Tianhao remained unwavering. He summoned all his strength to break free from their constraints. Bang! Zhang Tianhao's fist shattered Zhang Tianhao's skull, sending his health plummeting. Concurrently, a surge of violent energy was unleashed. The health bar above Zhang Tianhao's head rapidly descended, nearly emptying. Explode! Zhang Tianhao roared. You beast, you deserve to die. Zhang Tianhao felt a violent murderous intent locking onto him from all directions, an overwhelming force crashing towards him. Danger! Zhang Tianhao channeled his entire strength. Arhut Fist. The perfected Arhut Fist was unleashed with full force. Bang! Before that terrifying power, Zhang Tianhao's strength was utterly crushed, sending him flying like a severed kite. Wow! Zhang Tianhao felt darkness enveloping him. Collapsing to the ground as blood poured from his mouth, he managed a bitter smile. Sensing that his internal organs were likely shattered at this moment, even a great Luo Golden Immortal could not save him. Watching his health bar plummet, he descended from 3 digits to 2. Coughing, he bitterly murmured. Am I to perish? Boss, brother. Jin Bao and his sister, Qin Zenan, rushed to Zhang Tianhao's side. Qin Zenan threw herself onto Zhang Tianhao, her face awash with sorrow. Brother, what has happened to you? She cried. Quickly leave, Jin Bao. You promised me. Zhang Tianhao nearly shouted in anger. Jin Bao, meeting Zhang Tianhao's fiery gaze, gritted his teeth. Boss, take care, I shall avenge you. With that, Jin Bao forcibly pulled Qin Zenan away. She struggled desperately, but Jin Bao, with determination, struck her back, carrying her away. After his sister was taken away by Jin Bao, Zhang Tianhao finally breathed a sigh of relief that he believed that Jin Bao would keep his promise and ensure his sister and mother were taken to safety. Looking at his health bar, which had dwindled to 1, Zhang Tianhao closed his eyes in resignation. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating Zhang Tianhao. Experience gained. 2000. Qi gained. 200. Fury energy. 10. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. Current level, Martial Master, 2nd Heaven. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao felt bathed in a warm glow, all his injuries vanishing. Ecstatic, he realized he had been granted a second chance at life. The system notification continued to ring in his ears. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining the Savage Tiger Battle Armor. Will you equip it? Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a one-time skill scroll. Divine Protection. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a shard of a divine artifact. That scared me. System, can you refrain from failing at critical moments? Just a few seconds later, I would have perished. I demand compensation for my emotional distress, Zhang Tianhao grumbled. Unbeknownst to him, he had wronged the system. Zhang Tianhao, a genius awakened with a bloodline, possessed formidable vitality. Even after having his skull shattered, he did not immediately die, thus delaying his demise by several seconds. Of course, Zhang Tianhao would not think this way. He merely wondered if the system had crashed. Zhang Tianhao, your death is a tragedy. Your father will surely seek vengeance. With that, Zhang Yinwu's venomous gaze refocused on Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao sighed, understanding that there was no escape at this moment. He was better off facing it head-on. Yet, he was still searching for an opportunity. He would not give up until the final moment. Zhang Yinwu, observing Zhang Tianhao's seemingly unharmed demeanor, was astonished. He knew well that the previous strike was beyond Zhang Tianhao's capability to withstand. He had seen Zhang Tianhao injured by his attack, yet now he appeared unscathed, leaving him perplexed. However, consumed by rage, Zhang Yanwu could not dwell on it. Zhang Tianhao, I shall grind you to dust to avenge my son. Xintian, Zhang Yanwu advanced step by step towards Zhang Tianhao, a chilling killing intent locking onto him. Zhang Tianhao's complexion paled, a martial master of the ninth heaven. Zhang Yanwu was not someone he could contend with at this moment. Ha! How absurd. The arena is a place for combat, where fists have no eyes. Am I only permitted to be killed by Zhang Xintian without the right to retaliate? Zhang Xintian laughed maniacally, his tone filled with grief and rage. Silence. Xintian can no longer resist. You dare to strike with such malice. You are clearly deliberate in your actions. How dare you argue? Zhang Yanwu bellowed. Ha! Indeed, I aim to kill him, for he deserved it, Zhang Tianhao declared, throwing caution to the wind. If so, then I will ensure your body is torn asunder. As Zhang Yanwu raised his hand to strike Zhang Tianhao, suddenly, a green figure flashed, a girl stepping in front of him. I will not allow you to harm him, the girl stated resolutely. Chapter 45. The appearance of the Grand Elder Zhang Yanwu, furious, was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the girl blocking his path. Princess, are you also going to stop me? It turned out that the girl shielding Zhang Tianhao was none other than Murong Ziqian. But I cannot permit you to harm him, but if you wish to kill him, you must first kill me. Murong Ziqian insisted firmly. Even in his furious state, Zhang Yanwu had not completely lost his rationality. He suppressed his anger, stating, I do not dare to harm you, princess. However, I must kill Zhang Tianhao. I implore you not to obstruct me. I will not let you pass. Murong Ziqian gritted her teeth. Zhang Tianhao, if you are a man, do not cower behind a woman. Zhang Yanwu mocked, gazing at Zhang Tianhao. At that moment, several elders of the Zhang family surrounded Zhang Tianhao. Had it not been for Murong Ziqian, Zhang Tianhao would have been besieged by now. Zhang Tianhao sighed, turning to Murong Ziqian. Ziqian, step aside. No, Ziqian will never allow anyone to harm you, Murong Ziqian declared resolutely. Ziqian, return. A commanding voice resonated from above. A figure descended gracefully. It was Murong Jingtian. Father, please, save Tianhao, Murong Ziqian pleaded, gazing at Murong Jingtian. Murong Jingtian cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Tianhao and remarked, Zhang Tianhao, what do you think? Zhang Tianhao understood Murong Jingtian's implication and did not wish to rely on a woman for protection, as it would forever hinder his ability to face Ziqian. Thus, Zhang Tianhao steadfastly looked at Murong Jingtian and said, Your Majesty, take Ziqian away. I shall handle this matter myself. You have some backbone. Murong Jingtian regarded Zhang Tianhao with newfound respect. Zhang Aiqing, your family has disappointed me greatly. Henceforth, the matter of Ziqian's marriage is hereby nullified. With that, he disregarded Ziqian's pleas and took her away, floating into the distance. Tianhao, Murong Ziqian's sorrowful voice echoed, causing Zhang Tianhao's heart to ache. Zhang Yanwu's eyelids twitched. The cancellation of the marriage was one thing, but with Zhang Xintian dead, the betrothal was naturally void. Yet, the tone of Murong Jingtian's words left him exceedingly displeased. Ha ha! Zhang Tianhao, who will help you now? Zhang Yanwu laughed maniacally at Zhang Tianhao. Old scoundrel, I don't need anyone's assistance. It is high time we settle our scores. Zhang Tianhao glared at Zhang Yanwu. If you wish to move against him, you must first seek my permission. A clear and melodious voice chimed in. A purple figure darted by, revealing a girl beside Zhang Tianhao. It was Ninghai. Ninghai, my dear niece, what is your intention? Zhang Yanwu's patience had worn thin. He had not anticipated that his attempt to deal with Zhang Tianhao would be thwarted repeatedly, and by individuals he could not afford to offend. Murong Ziqian was one, having once been Zhang Tianhao's betrothed and just taken by the emperor, but Ninghai was the daughter of the lord of Wushuang City, whom he had saved years ago. In gratitude, the lord had promised Ninghai to Zhang Xintian. However, Zhang Yanwu, in his quest to align himself with Murong Jingtian, had broken that promise, thus incurring the lord's ire. What do you mean? You two-faced old rogue. You have no honor. I am not your niece. I have long despised you. How dare you harm my friend? I, Ninghai, shall not rest until we settle this, Ninghai declared defiantly. Hands on her hips, Zhang Yanwu, as the head of the Zhang family, found himself humiliated by Ninghai's words and felt a surge of anger. Ninghai, my family has been friends with your father for generations. As your elder, I have the right to discipline you today, he retorted, a chilling pressure emanating from him. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced at the sight of this confrontation. Ninghai, let it go. Zhang Yanwu's prowess surpasses ours. I do not wish to involve you in this. You should leave, he urged, Ningxue shook her head resolutely. No, you have saved me. How can I abandon you in your time of need? I felt guilty for not appearing sooner when you were injured. I will not leave you now. Seeing the determination in her eyes touched Zhang Tianhao's heart. He understood that Ningxue was serious this time. Thus, he remained silent, silently vowing to protect her at all costs. Explosive stone fist, Zhang Yanwu roared, unleashing a fearsome punch that swept toward Zhang Tianhao and Ningxue like a falling star. What terrifying power! Zhang Tianhao positioned himself to shield Ningxue, preparing to take the blow. Suddenly, a deep voice thundered from the void. Wretched spawn. A figure descended from the heavens, standing before Zhang Tianhao, and struck Zhang Yanwu with a palm. Boom! Zhang Yanwu's attack was instantly obliterated, and the tremendous force rebounded upon him. Zhang Yanwu screamed as he was sent hurtling backward. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, unsure who had saved him. This person had defeated Zhang Yanwu with a single blow. Their strength was formidable. Zhang Yanwu was a 9th-level martial master, and only a grand martial master could easily vanquish him. In Ninghai City, only the elders of the 3 great families were grand martial masters. Could it be as Zhang Tianhao discerned the identity of his savior? Joy surged within him. Grandfather. The mysterious figure was none other than Zhang Tianhao's grandfather, Zhang Yaobang, the revered elder of the Zhang family who had reportedly been in seclusion. Previously, with his father mysteriously missing and his grandfather suddenly entering a state of retreat, Zhang Tianhao had harbored suspicions. After all, Zhang Yaobang had always supported his father as the head of the family, while his uncle Zhang Yanwu had coveted that position. Yet, due to Zhang Yaobang's authority, he had to suppress his discontent. Now, with the head of the family, Zhang Jincheng, mysteriously missing and Zhang Yaobang's retreat, everything seemed too sudden. What was even more concerning was that afterward, Zhang Yanwu had brazenly seized control of the family, showing no regard for the elder's existence, which made Zhang Tianhao suspicious. How is this possible? I thought you were dead, Zhang Yanwu exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Yaobang, as if he had seen a ghost. Unfilial wretch, did you think that forcing me off a cliff would ensure my demise? The heavens have spared me. Though I fell, I did not perish, and now I return to settle the score, Zhang Yaobang declared, fury radiating from him. Had you not been biased, do you think I would have acted thus? All of this is your own doing, Zhang Yanwu retorted bitterly. Wretched spawn, the reason I would not let you lead is your narrow-mindedness. Under your guidance, the family would surely go astray. Jin Qing was the rightful choice for the head. He never wished for the role, and I had to exert great effort to persuade him to accept it. Yet, I regret not heeding his warnings to keep a close watch on your movements, lest you, this ungrateful scoundrel, plot against your brother, Zhang Yaobang lamented, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Yaobang's appearance was akin to a bombshell dropping, finally enlightening the Zhang family's disciples about the truth. Prompting whispers among them, I wondered why the elder had suddenly gone into seclusion for so long. Turns out he was ambushed, one of the disciples exclaimed in realization. How despicable! The current family head plotted against the former. Zhang Yanwu is utterly shameless that we cannot allow such a leader. The former head was fair in all matters, another commented, reflecting on the family's decline under Zhang Yanwu's leadership. Zhang Yaobang strode toward Zhang Yanwu, an overwhelming pressure locking onto him. While Zhang Yanwu was a 9th-level martial master, Zhang Yaobang was a grand martial master, far exceeding him in strength. Knowing he stood no chance against his father, Zhang Yanwu pushed off the ground and lunged away. Come back, Zhang Yaobang bellowed, extending his hand. Zhang Yanwu felt an invisible force pulling him back. Thud! Zhang Yanwu crashed to the ground, letting out a cry. Father, do you truly intend to kill me? I am your son, he pleaded, terror etched on his face. Zhang Yaobang regarded Zhang Yanwu's pleading gaze, feeling a twinge of compassion. He sighed deeply. Yanwu, without rules, there can be no order. You have erred and must bear the consequences. However, I shall not kill you, but I must strip you of your powers. No, Zhang Yanwu screamed in terror. For a cultivator, their power was their lifeblood. To have it stripped away was akin to a death sentence. Bang! Zhang Yaobang shattered Zhang Yanwu's dantian with a single palm strike. Zhang Yanwu let out a cry, his expression blank as he appeared to age a decade in an instant. The head of the Zhang family. His powers were thus obliterated. Ningxue, standing beside Zhang Tianhao, expressed her dissatisfaction. Why not kill him? This man is wicked. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, remaining silent. Grandfather, he called, approaching Zhang Yaobang. My dear grandson, I owe you an apology, Zhang Yaobang replied, his eyes filled with both pride and guilt. You do not resent my actions, do you? Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Grandfather, I do not blame you. After all, he is my uncle. I can understand your approach. Zhang Yaobang smiled. Tianhao, your understanding brings me joy. Zhang Tianhao turned to Zhang Yanwu, saying, Zhang Yanwu, since grandfather has spared you, I shall not pursue this matter further, but I hope you will reflect and refrain from harming the family's interests again. Zhang Yanwu forced a smile, glaring at Zhang Tianhao with gritted teeth. Zhang Tianhao, though I cannot avenge Zhang Tian's death, it does not mean there will be no one to take revenge. I await you in the depths below. Upon finishing his words, a flicker of movement graced Zhang Yanwu's lips as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Tianhao, understanding the gravity of the situation, knew that Zhang Yanwu had chosen to end his own life by biting his tongue, as the former head of the Zhang family. Zhang Yanwu held on to his dignity, refusing to live in shame after losing his martial prowess. What a tragic fate! Zhang Yaobang shut his eyes, tears streaming down his aged face. Despite Zhang Yanwu's many shortcomings, he was still his son in this moment of despair. The sight of Zhang Yanwu's lamentable condition filled him with profound sorrow. Cackling with delight, a sharp voice echoed from the void. Zhang Yaobang's expression shifted dramatically, his senses heightened. As a grand martial artist, he could perceive the overwhelming power of this individual. That I implore you, esteemed one, to reveal yourself. Zhang Yaobang addressed respectfully. The figure emerged, hovering before Zhang Tianhao and the others, exuding an intimidating aura. This person, appearing to be in his 60s, wore a gaunt visage, yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce sharpness. Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Yaobang felt an immense pressure upon their shoulders. That a martial king. Zhang Yaobang was filled with dread. This individual could levitate in the air, indicating a mastery that was at least at the martial king level, an existence surpassing that of a grand martial artist. Greetings, venerable senior. Zhang Yaobang's arrogance dissipated as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, recognizing that this martial king was none other than Gu Feiyun, the vice president of Tiangang Academy. If Gu Feiyun intervened to avenge his own disciple, Zhang Tianhao realized he may have no way out. Despite his ability to challenge those at higher levels, he understood the futility of facing a martial king. A mere breath from the opponent could spell his demise. Zhang Yaobang, while Zhang Yanwu is the father of my named disciple, I shall not interfere with your family matters. However, your grandson has slain Zhang Zhentian, who is indeed my disciple, and thus I must take action. Would you not agree? Gu Feiyun remarked with an undeniable tone. Esteemed senior, although Tianhao has taken Zhentian's life, it was due to Zhentian's own actions. And martial contests are fraught with peril. That I hope you will consider this. Zhang Yaobang implored hastily. Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Feiyun retorted coldly. With a sudden burst of blood, Zhang Yaobang spat out crimson. Grandfather, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed in shock, witnessing his grandfather, a grand martial artist, utterly powerless before the martial king, who merely needed to emit a cold snort to injure him. Venerable Feiyun, I am willing to accept responsibility for the death of Zhang Zhentian. However, you must recognize that his actions warranted such a fate. As the distinguished vice president of Tiangang Academy, surely you would not resort to bullying the weak? Zhang Tianhao spoke, suppressing his fury. I should have known you to be a silver-tongued charmer. Nevertheless, I will not bully the weak. That here's the deal. You shall endure 3 of my strikes, and after that, regardless of the outcome, I will trouble you no more. Gu Feiyun remarked with a mocking tone. Esteemed senior, as a martial king, even a single strike would be beyond my capacity to withstand, let alone 3. I beseech you to spare Tianhao. Zhang Yaobang knelt, pleading. Grandfather, rise. Are 3 strikes truly insurmountable? Zhang Tianhao said, his voice firm. Zhang Yaobang, however, ignored him, fixating on Gu Feiyun. You have 2 options. 1. Let Zhang Tianhao receive my 3 strikes. Or 2. Face death. Gu Feiyun hovered in the air, his expression devoid of emotion, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. I choose to receive the 3 strikes from the esteemed senior, Zhang Tianhao declared. Tianhao? Zhang Yaobang gasped in alarm. He understood that neither he nor Zhang Tianhao could withstand even a single strike from a martial king. Grandfather, do I have any other choices? Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Zhang Yaobang stood frozen, realizing that compared to the second option, the first at least offered a glimmer of hope. Esteemed senior, may I take my grandson's place? Zhang Yaobang gazed beseechingly at Gu Feiyun. Are you negotiating with me? Gu Feiyun's gaze bore into Zhang Yaobang. Instantly, Zhang Yaobang felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly causing him to lose his breath. That I dare not. He gritted his teeth. Grandfather, please stand. It is merely 3 strikes. Zhang Tianhao reassured him, believing that Gu Feiyun would not resort to bullying the weak. Gu Feiyun regarded Zhang Tianhao with a deep gaze, then nodded slightly. You need not pressure me with words. However, You are correct. I shall not bully the weak, nor deny you an opportunity. I will suppress my power to the grand martial artist level. One rank above you. This should suffice, no? Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of hope, realizing his words had finally made an impact. If Gu Feiyun were to indeed suppress his power, there might be a chance for survival. Thank you, esteemed senior. Zhang Tianhao replied coolly that Gu Feiyun had already marked Zhang Tianhao for death in his heart. Should he survive this day, he would surely seek retribution in the future. Very well, you have courage. I shall grant you 3 moments to prepare. Gu Feiyun feigned generosity. Zhang Tianhao did not refuse, knowing he needed to prepare. His greatest reliance lay in the equipment he had just acquired from Zhang Jintian. Alongside his recent advancement to the second tier of the Grand Martial Artist level, the Boundless Fury had also refreshed. Zhang Tianhao found a corner to sit, feigning rest, and promptly summoned the list of all the equipment he had acquired. Furious Tiger Battle Armor, King Level, Mid-Grade, Description, capable of withstanding 80% of damage from opponents of the same level, 30% from those 1 rank higher, and 10% from those 2 ranks higher. Impressive indeed, truly worthy of being a mid-grade king-level armor. Zhang Tianhao did not activate it, but began to examine other items. That one-time skill scroll, Divine Protection. Those familiar with League of Legends would recognize this as the skill of the Judgment Angel. Kale. Zhang Tianhao immediately checked its attributes. Item, Divine Protection Skill Scroll, one-time use. Description, the skill of the hero Judgment Angel, Kale, upon use, grants immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. Remarkable. This is extraordinary. With this skill, Zhang Tianhao felt a glimmer of confidence. The only downside was that the scroll was a one-time consumable, meaning he could not rely on it to endure 3 strikes for now. He had to take a gamble. All right. Zhang Tianhao stood. Zhang Tianhao, are you truly certain? Ningxue looked at him anxiously. It's fine, but do you not trust me? Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly, though internally he felt uncertain. After all, his dragon form had been injured by Zhang Jintian's strike and was now healing in slumber. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Tianhao, brother. Just as Zhang Tianhao prepared to approach Gu Feiyun, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Turning, he saw Jin Bao, Zi Qian, and his sister Qin Zenin. He was somewhat surprised. Zhang Tianhao shot a fierce glare at Jin Bao, dissatisfied. Didn't I tell you to take my sister away? Why are you back? Jin Bao, somewhat helpless, replied, Boss, after hearing you were safe, I rushed back. What is going on here? However, as Jin Bao caught sight of Gu Feiyun hovering in the air, his expression shifted to one of horror. Wu Wang in the Kingdom of Waxi, Grand Martial Artists were already the pinnacle of martial prowess, let alone a martial king. Jin Bao was utterly astonished. Boss, are you really going to face 3 strikes from a martial king? Zi Qian, why are you here? Zhang Tianhao did not answer Jin Bao's question, but instead turned to Mu Rong Zi Qian, Mu Rong Zi Qian, gritting her teeth, said, after my father took me away. I was worried about you and begged him to let me find you. Initially, he refused, but then, for some reason, he suddenly agreed. Zhang Tianhao realized the emperor must have learned of the situation here. Zi Qian, wait for me over there. I will come to find you shortly. Tianhao, I believe in you. Mu Rong Zi Qian's eyes brimmed with trust as she looked at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao nodded. Then approached Gu Feiyun, stating calmly, Esteemed senior, I am prepared. Please proceed with your strikes. Very well. Gu Feiyun cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Tianhao, who, in his eyes, had already become a mere mortal. Although Zhang Tianhao had employed a technique to conceal his aura, Gu Feiyun's strength was so far beyond his that he could easily discern Zhang Tianhao was merely at the second tier of the Grand Martial Artist level. This level of power meant that even if Gu Feiyun suppressed his strength to that of a Grand Martial Artist, he could still deliver a fatal blow. Prepare yourself. Gu Feiyun smiled faintly, his garments billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. Bang! A shadow of a palm descended upon Zhang Tianhao. The air trembled violently as an immense force bore down upon Zhang Tianhao. His expression grew solemn as he channeled every ounce of his power to its utmost limit. He was wagering that Gu Feiyun would underestimate him and not exert his full strength. Thus, Zhang Tianhao prepared to withstand the first strike with his own power, believing that if he could survive the first blow, he would seize control of the situation. Arhut Fist. He unleashed the perfected form of the Arhut Fist. Channeling 12 levels of power. With a resounding crash, the 2 palms collided in midair. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut Fist and triggering a critical hit. Boom! Zhang Tianhao let out a muffled groan. Feeling as though he had been struck by 18 wild horses, his body soared through the air, as if riding on clouds, before crashing to the ground with a thud. he felt a sweet taste in his throat and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body feeling as if it were falling apart. Zhang Tianhao had indeed made the right gamble. Gu Feiyun had only unleashed a fraction of his power. Even so, this restrained force, equivalent to the strength of an ordinary grand martial artist at 30%, was formidable. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Zhang Tianhao's Arhut fist had fortuitously triggered a critical hit. Otherwise, he would have either perished or been left severely incapacitated. Boss, brother, Tianhao, Murong Ziqian, Jin Bao, Qin Zinan, and their grandfather rushed over in unison. Gu Feiyun, somewhat surprised, sensed an inexplicable surge in Zhang Tianhao's power, which was quite peculiar. Chapter 48. Divine Protection. Tianhao, are you all right? Zhang Yaobang looked at his grandson with deep concern. Tianhao, Murong Ziqian gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, Qin Zinan also choked back her sorrow. Zhang Tianhao stood up, staggering towards Gu Feiyun, forcing a smile as he said, Senior, I am ready to receive your second strike. Gu Feiyun, surprised that his first strike had not finished off Zhang Tianhao, snorted coldly. Kid, the second strike will be more powerful than the first. Be careful. Senior, please proceed. Zhang Tianhao said earnestly. Simultaneously, he donned the Fury Tiger battle armor. Prepare to receive my blow. Gu Feiyun's second strike came crashing down, shaking the void and roaring like a tempest. The violent winds whipped around, stinging the faces of those outside the storm. Zhang Yaobang felt a surge of anxiety, knowing that even he, a grand martial artist, would likely suffer injury from such a blow. At the same time, Zhang Tianhao shouted, Arhut fist, unbounded fury unleashed. The second tier of unbounded fury quadrupled his power in an instant. Boom! The onlookers felt the air darken, a ferocious wave of energy radiating from the point of collision between Zhang Tianhao and Gu Feiyun, sweeping outward with tremendous force. Jin Bao, Murong Ziqian, and Ning Shui were knocked back several steps by the shockwave, only managing to steady themselves with difficulty. Zhang Yaobang, however, remained unaffected. The crowd was astonished. The power was overwhelming. Yet, they were equally concerned for Zhang Tianhao, who was at the eye of the storm. Gu Feiyun had unleashed 60% of his strength with this strike, far exceeding the power of his first blow. It was evident that he was treating this attack with utmost seriousness. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut fist and triggering a critical hit, resulting in paralysis. A mechanical voice announced. Wonderful. My luck today is simply extraordinary. Zhang Tianhao exclaimed with delight, feeling an uncanny surge of fortune. Nevertheless, he was still pushed back several steps, his insides burning, his muscles tearing apart, transforming him into a bloodied figure. Wow! He coughed up blood but managed to remain standing, though his body resembled that of a frail old man ready to topple over. Gu Feiyun had also exerted 60% of his strength with this strike, amplifying its power sixfold. Had it not been for Zhang Tianhao's quadruple attribute boost from Unbounded Fury and the critical hit, equating to an 8-fold enhancement, along with the paralysis effect that diminished Gu Feiyun's attack significantly, Zhang Tianhao would have faced graver injuries. The Fury Tiger battle armor had also absorbed a portion of the force, allowing Zhang Tianhao to endure this strike without suffering as severely as before. What an extraordinary young man, Gu Feiyun thought, feeling secretly astonished. Simultaneously, he felt humiliated. As a martial king, he could not subdue a mere youth. If word of this spread, it would be a blow to his reputation. The onlookers were elated to see Zhang Tianhao withstand the second strike. Yet their concern grew as they noticed Gu Feiyun's grim expression. A martial king failing to eliminate a warrior 2 realms beneath him was a source of potential ridicule if it became known. Thus, everyone understood that Gu Feiyun would undoubtedly unleash his full power on the third strike. Only by eliminating Zhang Tianhao could he erase this humiliation. Kid, I must commend your resilience. However, for this final strike, I will hold nothing back. You are doomed. I give you a chance. Say your farewells to your family now, Gu Feiyun proclaimed, his demeanor one of feigned magnanimity, confident in his impending victory. Zhang Tianhao replied with a cold smile. If it were the first 2 strikes, I might have been concerned. But for this third strike, I fear neither the martial king nor even the full force of a martial emperor. The judge Angel Kevin's divine protection granted him immunity from all damage for 5 seconds, rendering him invincible during that time. Receiving a strike was utterly inconceivable. In the stands of the Zhang family martial arts arena, a young woman in her 20s and an elder were closely observing the unfolding events. Miss, that young man is as good as dead. What a promising youth. Given time, he could become a formidable force, the elder sighed. Indeed, you hold him in high regard. The girl smiled slightly. If Zhang Tianhao were present, He would recognize this girl as Mingqi, the auctioneer from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, who had met him previously. I speak the truth, the elder replied calmly. Mingqi shook her head, uncertain as she said, I do not share your view. I believe this individual is extraordinary. I see confidence and determination in his eyes. Perhaps he has some hidden trump card. The elder chuckled. You think too highly of him. Gu Feiyun is a martial king, and his prowess is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not only Gu Feiyun, even a typical grand martial artist, when serious, could easily overwhelm this young man. Mingqi nodded slightly. Sighing, let us see how fate unfolds. If he survives today, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce must cultivate a relationship with him. Senior, I have a temperament that does not believe in the supernatural. If I were to perish from this third strike, it would only be due to my lack of skill. Please, unleash your attack, Zhang Tianhao said calmly. Very well, then you may prepare for your departure, Gu Feiyun replied coldly. Before Gu Feiyun could strike, a suffocating pressure enveloped the crowd. As if a giant stone weighed heavily on their chests, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming, invisible force binding him, rendering him immobile. The terrifying pressure threatened to burst every blood vessel in his body. As Gu Feiyun's hand came crashing down, the world darkened for the onlookers, the sky trembled, and the earth shook. Unable to withstand the force's wrath, the ground around Zhang Tianhao began to crack, without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Tianhao activated his skill scroll, Divine Protection. In that instant, he was bathed in a radiant light, as if time itself had been suspended around him. Although Gu Feiyun's attack was earth-shattering, it could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Boom! As Gu Feiyun's strike landed, the area within 100 meters was left in ruins. Zhang Yaobang, Morong Ziqian, Qin Zinan, Jin Bao, and Ning Shui stood in stunned silence, questioning whether anyone could survive such a terrifying assault. Chapter 49. D-Class Gift Package. Gu Feiyun surveyed the devastation he had wrought with satisfaction. In his mind, there was no way Zhang Tianhao could have survived. After all, he had unleashed his utmost strength as a martial king. Just as Gu Feiyun prepared to depart, the dust settled, revealing a scene that left him utterly astonished. That a young man stood unscathed, appearing almost unchanged despite having been expected to be reduced to nothing by Gu Feiyun's blow. How could this be? A storm of emotions surged within Gu Feiyun. His strongest strike had seemingly gone to waste. Tianhao, brother, boss, Jin Bao, and the others erupted in wild joy upon seeing Zhang Tianhao unharmed. Had Gu Feiyun not been present, they would have rushed to his side. Zhang Tianhao, seemingly oblivious to Gu Feiyun's humiliation, approached him with a cupped fist and said, Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I was fortunate enough to withstand your 3 strikes. Very well. Gu Feiyun's expression was sour, but he struggled to suppress his murderous intent toward Zhang Tianhao, knowing he could not go back on his word in front of so many witnesses. With a disdainful snort, he turned and departed. Once Gu Feiyun left, the pressure on Zhang Tianhao dissipated, and he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Brother, boss, he faintly heard the anxious calls of Jin Bao and the others before darkness enveloped him. Time passed, and eventually, Zhang Tianhao regained consciousness. His first sensation was overwhelming pain, as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the first sight being his sister, Qin Zinan. Zinan, where am I? Brother, you're awake. You're home, Qin Zinan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Bouncing and leaping, Zhang Tianhao stirred from his slumber. How many days have I been unconscious? He inquired. Brother, you have been in a coma for 3 days and nights. Zinan was truly worried about you. Qin Zinan gazed at Zhang Tianhao, her eyes reddened. Observing her slightly haggard appearance, Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of emotion wash over him, realizing that his sister had been caring for him throughout these days. Gently, he took her small hand and smiled. Zinan, you've worked hard. Brother, it's no trouble at all. As long as you are well, I will do anything for you, Qin Zinan replied with a smile. What about Jin Bao and Ziqian? Zhang Tianhao inquired. Brother, over the past few days, Jin Bao has come to visit you frequently, and Ziqian has also been here a few times, but you were always in a coma. I know Sister Ziqian cares about you as well. Several times, I noticed her eyes were red, clearly having cried, Qin Zinan informed him. Zhang Tianhao understood that Ziqian, being a princess and residing in the palace, must find it difficult to visit him. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao's stomach growled with hunger, and he looked at Qin Zinan somewhat sheepishly. She seemed to have an epiphany and remarked, Brother, you must be hungry. That I will go get something to eat for you. Soon, their mother and sister entered the room carrying Kanji. Looking at Zhang Tianhao, their mother expressed her relief, saying, My son, thank goodness you are all right. Otherwise, how would I live? Zhang Tianhao felt a pang of guilt and replied, Mother, I am fine. You reckless child, always seeking to show off that I lost your father. I cannot bear to lose you as well that I understand. Mother, did I promise I will not worry you in the future, Zhang Tianhao assured her hastily. Rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. Their mother smiled, satisfied. Once Qin Zenan and their mother departed, the room fell into a tranquil silence. Zhang Tianhao recalled that after completing the family competition's primary system task, he was due for a grand reward, which he had yet to claim. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for completing the system side quest Zhang Family Competition Champion. You have received a D-grade gift package. Would you like to claim it? A mechanical voice echoed in his ears that a D-grade gift package. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of satisfaction that he silently uttered. Claim. It is well known that players are rewarded with random gift packages while gaming. Some are ordinary, yielding meager rewards, while those of higher tiers are undoubtedly valuable. Although a D-grade package is the lowest, it still belongs to a tier. Zhang Tianhao was curious about the treasures he might uncover within this package. Upon claiming it, he immediately opened the gift. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for completing the system task. You have gained 1 level, elevating your rank to Martial Master Tier 3. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining 1 fragment of a divine artifact, currently totaling 2. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for receiving a martial character possession card. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring the Cloud Dispelling Palm Secret Manual. Would you like to cultivate it? Wow, this truly is a grand gift package, yielding so many items at once. Zhang Tianhao was overjoyed that a level up was one thing, but the Cloud Dispelling Palm Manual was exceptionally impressive. Although he had his suspicions, he promptly accessed the manual to examine its attributes. Item: Cloud Dispelling Palm, Mystic Grade. Mid-tier, Proficiency, 10 special attributes, 5 to 60 chance to trigger a petrification effect. Ice damage lasting 5 to 20 seconds. Description: a palm technique used by Bu Jingyun and Feng Yun, embodying the essence of the clouds, with erratic movements that are difficult to predict and immense power. Founder: Xiongba. Remarkable. This is indeed Bu Jingyun's martial art from the Feng Yun world that I never imagined the system would reward me with such a treasure. And it's even a mystic grade technique. After clicking to cultivate, a surge of information about the Cloud Dispelling Palm flooded his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for successfully cultivating the Cloud Dispelling Palm. Now at the entry level, Zhang Tianhao continued to examine the martial character possession card, discovering it summoned a martial character during critical moments. It could invoke the skills of the martial character, albeit with a time limitation of half an hour. And the identity of the summoned character was unknown, relying purely on luck. Nevertheless, it was an impressive trump card for Zhang Tianhao. Upon elevating his level to Martial Master Tier 3, Zhang Tianhao's injuries healed instantaneously, astonishing his oblivious sister and mother. Only after confirming his complete recovery did they finally relax. Zhang Tianhao approached his grandfather's room and gently knocked on the door. He sought his grandfather to inquire about his father's disappearance. As the only one with knowledge of his father's whereabouts was his grandfather, a.s.a. son, Zhang Tianhao felt it was both his emotional and moral duty to ascertain his father's fate. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Tianhao gently tapped on the door. Is that Tianhao? Come in. The resonant voice of Zhang Yaobang emerged from within. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianhao pushed the door open. Grandfather, he greeted, looking at his grandfather, who smiled warmly at him. Tianhao, if your father were here now to see you, he would surely feel immense pride. Zhang Yaobang sighed. Grandfather, I came to inquire about my father's whereabouts, Zhang Tianhao stated earnestly. I anticipated this, Zhang Yaobang replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. That a year ago, your father and I traveled to Tianshuang City for a birthday celebration, and on our return, we passed through Despair Ridge. Despair Ridge? Zhang Tianhao felt a jolt of shock at the mention of this name. Despair Ridge was a forbidden area in the Waxy Kingdom, a perilous place filled with endless magical beasts and countless ferocious creatures, as well as many unknown dangers. Weak martial artists who entered would undoubtedly meet their demise. Zhang Yaobang continued. At that time, we were ambushed by those fiends. Over 20 masked individuals attacked your father and me. We were unable to withstand the assault and had no choice but to flee into Despair Ridge. Once inside, your father and I became separated. Ultimately, I was caught up with that it was at a cliff where, facing a dozen assassins, I chose to leap down in a desperate bid for survival. Thankfully, I survived against the odds and only healed from my injuries a month ago. It turned out that after recovering, Zhang Yaobang searched Despair Ridge thoroughly, but due to its terrifying nature, he dared not delve deeper in the past month. He had deduced from Zhang Yinwu's actions and gathered evidence that the mastermind behind it all was his rebellious son, Zhang Yinwu. Seizing the opportunity presented by the family competition, Zhang Yaobang eradicated Zhang Yinwu. With a hint of regret, Zhang Yaobang looked at Zhang Tianhao and said, "Tianhao, many elders who participated in the rebellion alongside your second uncle will not be pursued by me. I hope you will not take it to heart. This is for the sake of the family." Zhang Tianhao nodded in understanding. "Grandfather, please do not say that. I understand that you are considering the family." After a pause, he added thoughtfully, "Grandfather, do you believe that the second uncle is the only mastermind behind this?" Zhang Yaobang, sensing the implication in Zhang Tianhao's words, furrowed his brow and asked, "Tianhao, what do you mean?" "Grandfather, according to your account, there were 3 grand martial masters and over 20 martial artists pursuing your father. Do you think it's possible that only the second uncle's men could have orchestrated this?" "Tianhao, you are correct. I had indeed overlooked this point," Zhang Yaobang acknowledged, his expression growing serious. "Grandfather, there are only a few families that would dare to trouble our Zhang family," Zhang Tianhao stated confidently. Zhang Yaobang regarded him intently and nodded slightly. "You are right. The other 2 prominent families in the Waxy Kingdom and the royal family have long been wary of us, not wanting us to grow stronger, and have sought to unite against us. They undoubtedly have a hand in this, yet we lack any solid evidence." Zhang Tianhao shook his head and replied, "Grandfather, even if we had evidence, would we truly dare to act against them? I believe that strength is paramount." He paused before adding, "Do not worry, Grandfather. One day, I will ensure they pay for their blood debts." Zhang Yaobang sighed, looking at Zhang Tianhao. "Tianhao, I believed I had a comprehensive understanding of everything, but now I realize I am far inferior to you." After conversing with his grandfather for a while, Zhang Tianhao returned home. Although his grandfather urged him to move back, Zhang Tianhao was content with his new residence and politely declined. Upon returning to his estate in Ninghai City, a servant reported that the Lee family from Ninghai City had sent an invitation. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, and upon reading the invitation, he realized it was a summons for the martial arts conference sent by the Wang family. He recalled that the martial arts conference was an annual event organized by the 3 prominent families and the royal family, where renowned prodigies from various families in the Waxy Kingdom would participate. In the past, the Zhang family was a prominent figure in the Tianjiao society. However, they have gradually fallen from grace, although they do not rank at the very bottom in martial arts competitions anymore. Their competitiveness has long since waned. To think that you received this invitation as well? In 10 days, there will be quite a spectacle. Ning Shui appeared out of nowhere, curiously peering at the invitation in Zhang Tianhao's hand. "What, are you interested too?" Zhang Tianhao looked at Ning Shui with a dismissive pout. Ning Shui replied, "I'm not interested at all. With my high-level martial artist cultivation, participating in your martial arts competition would be utterly pointless. Besides, I'm not even from the Waxy Kingdom." Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, expressing keen interest. "I suspect the Wang and Li families are watching me with amusement. If I attend the martial arts competition, I am sure many will target me." "Haha, you are currently the center of attention in the Zhang family, and I can see that many are interested. This time at the martial arts competition, I believe several people wish to measure your strength." Ning Shui said with a mischievous smile as she looked at Zhang Tianhao, "that if they seek humiliation, I don't mind facilitating their desires." A cold glint flickered across Zhang Tianhao's face. Ning Shui blinked her beautiful eyes several times, giggling. "It seems meeting you spells misfortune for them." With her enchanting eyes twinkling, Ning Shui said to Zhang Tianhao, "But when the time comes, you must take me along." Zhang Tianhao, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't participate? Why the sudden interest?" Ning Shui glared at Zhang Tianhao, huffing, "Although I won compete, I can still go for fun. It's a rare opportunity to visit the Waxy Kingdom. I must join in the excitement." "All right." Zhang Tianhao sighed in resignation, feeling that bringing Ning Shui along would be quite troublesome. "Haha, then it's settled. I'm off to explore." With that, Ning Shui floated away, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Zhang Tianhao shook his head and returned to his room after checking on Zhang Jianfeng. After a long day, Zhang Tianhao longed for a refreshing bath to wash away the day's fatigue. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, sensing an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Could it be I being spied on while bathing? The thought sent chills down his spine as he instinctively crossed his arms and legs, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. Scanning the surroundings with his gaze, Zhang Tianhao soon spotted a flaw. His eyes landing on a wooden cabinet in front of the bathtub. The system's prowess lay in its ability to reveal the health bars of all individuals when Zhang Tianhao intentionally searched using it. "Is it her?" A teasing smile crept onto Zhang Tianhao's face. This uninvited guest was none other than the girl he had encountered at the Haitian auction house. who had requested the seven-colored stone from him. Stealthily, Zhang Tianhao conjured a recording talisman and feigned fear, timidly exclaiming, "A seductive woman! A seductive woman! Ah, you found me!" A sweet voice exclaimed incredulously as a girl emerged from the wooden cabinet that it was Yi Chuqing. The same girl Zhang Tianhao had met at the Hai Tian Chamber of Commerce. "You were spying on me as I bathed?" Zhang Tianhao crossed his arms, feigning the demeanor of a victim. The sight nearly caused Yi Chuqing to spit blood in frustration. This time, Yi Chuqing had come in search of the seven-colored stone, after Zhang Tianhao left the Hai Tian Chamber of Commerce. She was determined not to give up on finding the stone. After gathering information, she eventually discovered Zhang Tianhao's identity. Upon locating his residence, she managed to ascertain which room he occupied and stealthily crept in under the cover of darkness. Everything had gone smoothly until Zhang Tianhao returned sooner than expected. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to hide in the wooden cabinet. Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Tianhao bathing before her, Yi Chuqing felt a surge of resentment. Fearing misunderstandings, she dared not make a sound. However, Zhang Tianhao still managed to detect her presence. "Don't spout nonsense. I'm here to demand the seven-colored stone." Yi Chuqing bit her lip defiantly. "Regardless of your intentions, you have seen my pure form and must take responsibility." Zhang Tianhao acted as if he had suffered a great loss, that why Yi Chuqing nearly lost her mind, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I, the esteemed Princess Yi Chuqing of the Qianmen, would never stoop to spying on a mere boy like you. How absurd! Oh, you're the Princess of Qianmen. TSK, just imagine if I were to spread the word. The Princess of Qianmen sneaking into a commoner's home to spy on a handsome lad bathing. That would surely send shockwaves throughout the realm." Zhang Tianhao clapped his hands and laughed. "How dare you, I assure you. I did not spy, and besides, it was pitch black in that cabinet. How could I see anything?" Yi Chuqing retorted indignantly, "So you're saying you didn't see anything? No problem. I shall stand up now for you to see." Zhang Tianhao rose abruptly from the bathtub. "Ah, pervert!" Yi Chuqing shrieked and leaped out the window. In the air, her furious voice echoed, "Zhang Tianhao, you little thief! I will return." "Humph!" Zhang Tianhao shook his head and shrugged, feigning a pitiful expression. Alas, to have seen someone's body and just leave without taking responsibility. Over the next 10 days, Zhang Tianhao immersed himself in cultivation. Although his cultivation could not progress without combat, there was still room for improvement in his martial arts techniques. Cultivation requires battles against magical beasts, ferocious creatures, or enemies to advance, while martial skills merely require mastery. During this period, Zhang Tianhao fervently practiced martial arts at the training grounds. Boom! Boom! Several large stones at the training area were shattered by Zhang Tianhao's might. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for increasing proficiency in Luohan Fist by 1. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for increasing proficiency in Yin Ing Piao by 1. On the 9th day, Zhang Tianhao finally mastered the Luohan Fist to its pinnacle. This represented the ultimate power of the Luohan Fist, which at this level possessed a 5% critical hit rate and a 2% paralysis trigger rate, amplifying its power by 50%. It could be said that the pinnacle Luohan Fist was extraordinarily formidable. Not only that, Zhang Tianhao also perfected the Yin Ing Piao to a minor realm, enabling him to create 6 illusions, significantly increasing his speed. Moreover, the first form of the Paiyun Palm, flowing clouds, had also reached minor perfection. While Zhang Tianhao's cultivation level had not risen, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. He was confident that he could defeat Zhang Jintian within 3 moves if they were to face each other now. Finally, the day of the martial arts competition had arrived. As Zhang Tianhao approached the entrance, Ninghai appeared beside him like a ghost, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "You brat, didn't you promise to take me with you to the martial arts competition? Are you going back on your word?" Zhang Tianhao, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Dear aunt, could you please be reasonable? You've been elusive during this time, and I couldn't even find you to notify you." "Haha, I was just joking. Why so serious?" Ninghai chuckled sheepishly. "What kind of joke is that? You've been so elusive. It makes me feel insecure. What if one day you spy on me while I'm bathing?" Zhang Tianhao feigned fear. Ninghai playfully scolded, "Who would spy on you bathing? Go away." Gazing at Ninghai's exquisite beauty, Zhang Tianhao shook his head and commented, "I think it would be best if you covered your face with a veil." Ninghai immediately became displeased. Hands on her hips, scolding Zhang Tianhao. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I am ugly? You misunderstood me. With a beauty like you, walking down the street, I fear someone might challenge me to a duel at any moment." Zhang Tianhao innocently pointed at the many men glaring at him from the side of the road. Giggles erupted from Ninghai. "All right, since you're so charming with your words, I'll wear a veil." She laughed as they exchanged banter. They gradually arrived at their destination, the Huangjiang Tower. Huangjiang Tower is a landmark in Ninghai City, standing 19 stories tall, making it the tallest building in the city. From the top of Huangjiang Tower, one can survey the entire layout of Ninghai City. However, only the first 18 floors are open to the public. The highest 19th floor is reserved for VIPs, typically only accessible to the heads and elders of the three prominent families. The annual martial arts competition is held at Huangjiang Tower. The talented participants include not only the royal family of the Waxy Kingdom and the three prominent families, but also the prodigies from the 18 families of the Waxy Kingdom. This time, the only invitation received by the Zhang family was for Zhang Tianhao. As Zhang Tianhao and Ning Shui approached Huangjiang Tower, two martial artists blocked their path. "Sorry, but today Huangjiang Tower is reserved and not open to the public. Please come again another day," one of the martial artists said, sizing up Zhang Tianhao and Ning Shui. "I'm here to participate in the martial arts competition." Zhang Tianhao frowned. "You are Zhang Tianhao?" The martial artist with small eyes asked uncertainly. "That's me." "May I enter now?" Zhang Tianhao replied coolly. "Oh, you have an invitation?" The small-eyed martial artist asked with a faint smile. "Not an invitation?" Zhang Tianhao paused for a moment. Due to his hurried departure, he had indeed forgotten to bring the invitation. Thus, he asked, "Given my haste, could you make an exception?" "I'm sorry, but without an invitation, you cannot enter," the small-eyed martial artist replied curtly. "Hey, this is unreasonable. Why can we not enter without an invitation?" "Yet they can." Ning Shui pointed at several martial artists who had entered without being stopped, clearly displeased. Chapter 52. The Martial Arts Conference. Humph. "They are the first genius of the Bai family, Bai He. How could you possibly compare to them?" sneered the short-eyed martial artist. "What?" Zhang Tianhao was instantly enraged. Bai He turned to Zhang Tianhao, contemptuously raising his middle finger and saying, "A waste like you cannot be compared to this genius. It's simply laughable." With that, Bai He let out a haughty laugh and swaggered into the Huangjiang Tower. Zhang Tianhao had initially intended to observe discreetly. But sometimes one cannot simply choose to remain low-key. Anger radiated from him as he calmly stated, "So, you are unwilling to step aside. Without an invitation, you should just leave," the short-eyed youth retorted disdainfully. He had heard of Zhang Tianhao, the first waste of the Zhang family, and was aware that the true purpose of inviting Zhang Tianhao to this martial arts conference was to suppress him. Thus, he felt emboldened to act so brazenly. Although there were rumors that Zhang Tianhao had achieved first place in the recent family competition, no one took it seriously. The Zhang family had gradually declined in recent years. If not for their long-standing foundation, they would have long fallen out of the ranks of the three great families. "Get lost." Zhang Tianhao vanished from his spot. Slap, slap. Two resounding slaps landed on the faces of the two martial artists. They were bewildered, and before they could comprehend what had happened, they were sent flying. "You dare hit us? You waste." The two martial artists were furious and charged at Zhang Tianhao, seeking your own demise. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, his palms striking out like lightning, landing heavily on the faces of the two martial artists. They had no power to resist, and with a cry of pain, they were sent flying once more. Their faces swollen, lying on the ground, spitting blood. "Continue your insolence, and you shall die." A cold glint flickered in Zhang Tianhao's eyes at that moment. The two martial artists fell silent, sensing the terrifying aura of death emanating from Zhang Tianhao. They realized that this youth was not someone they could easily humiliate, and thus they dared not even breathe as they watched him and Ning Shui ascend the stairs. As Zhang Tianhao and Ning Shui reached the 19th floor of Huangjiang Tower, it was already filled with people. Dozens of gazes fell upon them, some curious, others disdainful, contemptuous, or even resentful. Yet Zhang Tianhao remained unfazed. He had originally come to engage in friendly sparring with the geniuses of the Waxy Kingdom. But after substantial growth and strength, that notion had diminished significantly. This time, he merely wished to avoid giving the impression that he was too timid to attend the gathering, thereby diminishing the Zhang family's reputation. "Tianhao, come. Sit here." A youth, around 16 or 17, dressed in a blue outfit, smiled at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao recognized him as Du Tao, a friend of his previous incarnation, who would often visit during festivals, one of the few friends he had. Zhang Tianhao felt several sharp gazes upon him, one of which belonged to Bai He, whom he had encountered earlier. He paid it no mind and sat beside Du Tao with Ning Shui. "Haha, brother Tianhao, I heard you secured first place in the Zhang family competition. Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder," Du Tao remarked, glancing knowingly at Ning Shui with a slight smile. Zhang Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely luck. You are too modest. It is said that you even killed Zhang Zhentian." Such fortune cannot simply be described as luck, Du Tao replied with a hearty laugh. Zhang Tianhao looked at Du Tao and said, "Since you could attend this martial arts conference, it seems your recent progress has been considerable. Otherwise, how would you have received an invitation?" You are mistaken. I am not here to participate, but my brother is. I merely came along to broaden my horizons," Du Tao explained with a smile. Zhang Tianhao followed Du Tao's gaze to a nearby youth, appearing around 18 or 19, who was eyes closed, seemingly sensing Zhang Tianhao's stare. He opened his eyes for a moment, casting a sharp glance before shutting them again. Du Hai. Zhang Tianhao thought briefly, recalling his background. Although the Du family was not as powerful as the royal family or the three great families, they ranked among the top of the second tier. Their strength was not to be underestimated, and Du Hai was recognized as the first genius of the Du family, unrivaled among his peers in marksmanship. It was said that many from the older generation had fallen to his skill. The elder of the Du family even designated him as the future head of the family, underscoring his formidable prowess. Du Tao, quite a few are here for the martial arts conference today, Zhang Tianhao casually remarked. Of course, in previous years, the martial arts conference was purely about martial arts, but this year is different, Du Tao said with a mysterious smile. Oh, how so? Zhang Tianhao's interest was piqued. This year, the host is Prince Murong Fei of the royal family, and there are generous rewards for the top three. Du Tao revealed. Generous rewards. Zhang Tianhao's curiosity intensified. Du Tao continued. Noting Zhang Tianhao's interest, the top three prizes are as follows. The third place wins a Qi enhancement pill, which unconditionally elevates one's martial artist rank by 1 level. The second place receives a low-grade mysterious martial technique. Zhang Tianhao was inwardly astonished. The royal family truly invested heavily in this martial arts conference, even offering a low-grade mysterious technique. It was known that the strongest techniques among the three great families were merely low-grade as well. Clearly, the royal family's foundation surpassed common expectations. Zhang Tianhao pressed on. And what about the first place? Du Tao replied. The first place receives a life recovery pill, said to revive the dead and mend broken bones, capable of healing any injury. Even the royal family possesses no more than 10 of these pills, and for them to offer it as a prize is astonishing. Zhang Tianhao was secretly shocked, but quickly discerned the underlying reasoning. Smiling slightly, if I am not mistaken, the royal family is determined to secure the top 3 spots this time. Du Tao paused, contemplating, before realizing, you are indeed astute, Tianhao. It truly seems plausible upon reflection. After all, if they claim the top 3, those rewards remain theirs. Zhang Tianhao reconsidered his initial stance. He had intended to refrain from participating in this martial arts conference. However, the allure of the life recovery pill stirred his ambition. If he could obtain it, Zhang Jianfeng would have a chance at recovery. Perhaps, with the life recovery pill, he could completely heal Zhang Jianfeng's injuries. You waste of the Zhang family. I didn't expect you to attend the martial arts conference. It seems the standards have truly lowered, allowing anyone to participate. A heavily made-up, beautiful girl suddenly stood before Zhang Tianhao, mocking him. Chapter 53. Ning Shui's fury. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. He recognized this girl as Feng Shiqin, the second young lady of the Feng family. During Zhang Tianhao's former glory as the top genius of the Zhang family, Feng Shiqin had flattered him endlessly, being his closest follower, always praising him. Zhang Tianhao had taken care of her, guiding her in her cultivation at that time. The Feng family valued Zhang Tianhao's potential and even sought a marriage alliance with the Zhang family. However, Zhang Tianhao's heart belonged to Murong Ziqian, and he viewed Feng Shiqin merely as a sister, leading to a polite rejection. To preserve Feng Shiqin's dignity, Zhang Tianhao had rejected her quite gently, unaware that she would perceive it as a profound humiliation, resulting in their estrangement. After Zhang Tianhao's cultivation was crippled, and he became the foremost waste of the Zhang family, Feng Shiqin mocked him daily, even arranging for others to bully him, compelling him to kneel and beg for mercy in front of countless onlookers. Memories flooded back, filling Zhang Tianhao with disdain for Feng Shiqin. Initially, these events were merely remnants of his former self, but her reappearance ignited his anger. Humph, indeed, seeing you reminds me that the standards have truly plummeted. A harlot can attend. Is this still a martial arts conference, or rather, a conference of debauchery? Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Who are you calling a harlot? Feng Shiqin glared at Zhang Tianhao with fury. Whoever fits the description, Zhang Tianhao teased with a smirk. How dare you say that to me? Seeking death? Feng Shiqin gritted her teeth at Zhang Tianhao. Humph, whoever fits the description. It seems you possess self-awareness. Readily admitting it, Zhang Tianhao replied with a faint smile. Feng Shiqin was momentarily stunned, humiliation flashing across her face. She turned to a youth beside her, pleading, "Zhou Qiang, look, they are bullying me." Zhou Qiang stood, coldly huffing at Zhang Tianhao. "Zhang Tianhao, you are going too far in humiliating Shiqin, aren't you?" Zhang Tianhao remained unafraid and replied to Feng Shiqin, "Humph, just 2 days ago, you were with Wang Guikai of the Wang family. And now you are involved with Zhou Qiang of the Zhou family, truly living up to your reputation. You are talking nonsense." Feng Shiqin's face flushed, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Tianhao. Yet, anyone could tell that her words lacked conviction. Zhou Qiang eyed Feng Shiqin suspiciously, contemplating, could it be true what this kid said? Is she truly so promiscuous? She even claimed I was her second man. This must be an exaggeration, and no wonder she is so loose. It feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. With this thought, Zhou Qiang's initial desire to defend Feng Shiqin diminished significantly. However, Feng Shiqin was unwilling to let Zhang Tianhao off the hook. Ever since her father had been rebuffed when proposing a marriage to the Zhang family, she had viewed Zhang Tianhao as a thorn in her side. Each encounter that didn't involve her humiliating him left her dissatisfied. After Zhang Tianhao had completely fallen into despair, Feng Shiqin seized every opportunity to humiliate him, seeking retribution for the humiliation she suffered from his rejection of marriage years ago. This time, upon seeing Zhang Tianhao. She was no exception. However, unlike his usual submissive demeanor, Zhang Tianhao displayed a significant transformation, daring to resist her taunts, which only fueled Feng Shiqin's annoyance. Feng Shiqin noticed the girl beside Zhang Tianhao, who wore a veil, and mockingly remarked, "A worthless person is still worthless. Even those around him must be unworthy. That I bet this girl by your side is quite ugly." Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, anger rising within him. Before he could respond, Ninghai suddenly moved, appearing directly before Feng Shiqin and delivering a sharp slap. The sound echoed as Feng Shiqin let out a cry, sent sprawling to the ground, her face marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. "You dare strike me!" Feng Shiqin shrieked, scrambling to her feet and lunging at Ninghai. Yet, before she could reach her, Ninghai advanced, delivering several more slaps. Feng Shiqin found herself utterly defenseless, bewildered by the onslaught. "I'll teach you to speak so foully," Ninghai shouted as she continued her assault. The onlookers could see the consequences of Feng Shiqin's provocations were severe. Zhou Qiang, witnessing the humiliation of his companion, felt a loss of face and moved to intervene. Ninghai turned her icy glare towards him, stating, "Do you wish to stop me?" Zhou Qiang felt an overwhelming aura emanating from her. Was this the presence of a high-level martial artist? Terrified, he stepped back, no longer daring to interfere. Ignoring Zhou Qiang, Ninghai addressed Feng Shiqin with indifference. "Tell me, how should I punish you? With a little beauty, you attract attention, yet your tongue is so foul. Should I sever it? Or perhaps remove your ears, rendering you a grotesque sight? Then we shall see how you attract admirers. You dare harm me. My Feng family will never let you go." Feng Shiqin screamed in defiance. Ninghai coldly replied, "It seems I must show you some consequences." With that, she swiftly drew a dagger, the blade slicing through the air. Feng Shiqin instinctively closed her eyes in fear, yet felt no pain. After a moment, she opened her eyes to an eerie silence, the surrounding martial artists regarding her with strange expressions. "Da, you look much more pleasing now." Ninghai chuckled, stowing her dagger. Feng Shiqin instinctively reached up to her head, only to find it bare, resulting in a horrifying scream. Ninghai had shaved her head, leaving her completely bald. "You will pay for this. I will not let you go," Feng Shiqin cried out, feeling deeply humiliated as she fled. Clutching her head, Du Tao, sitting beside Zhang Tianhao, gave him a thumbs up, glancing at Ninghai with a hint of fear, seemingly acknowledging the terror of his companion. Zhang Tianhao observed Ninghai's nonchalant demeanor and sighed. "A lesson is fine, but must you take it this far?" Ninghai smirked playfully. "What is the harm? This is merely a minor act among my various tactics. If someone were to witness me bathing in my former nature, they would have been rendered a eunuch." Zhang Tianhao felt a chill at her devilish grin, hastily closing his legs. Coughing, the martial arts competition commenced. At a tall, elegant youth with a smile stepped forward. Du Tao whispered to Zhang Tianhao, "This is Crown Prince Murong Fei, a low-profile figure who has trained at Chanfeng Academy for years, and few have seen him." Murong Fei. Zhang Tianhao discerned the strength of this individual, though the exact level of his prowess remained unclear. Suddenly, a piercing gaze shot towards him from the side. Zhang Tianhao turned to find a young man with a sinister glare, Li Jinwen, the eldest son of the Li family, and brother to Li Kaiyang, whom Zhang Tianhao had slain. A chilling aura locked onto Zhang Tianhao, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. Zhang Tianhao smirked coldly, ignoring the hostility directed at him. This martial arts event will rank the top 3. With royal rewards of 3 treasures, each participant must engage in 5 battles. The more victories, the higher the rank. In the event of a tie, a rematch will ensue, Morong Fei announced. With that, he declared, let the martial arts competition begin. Zhang Tianhao felt numerous eyes turn towards him, whispers circulating, laden with disdain. This waste, why has he come to the competition? I thought he would be too timid to show up. Well, his presence is even better. Each competitor must fight 5 matches, and he can serve as an easy target. I heard he won first place in the Zhang family's annual competition. Perhaps he has regained some strength. Even if he has wasted so many years. He has long been left behind. There's no place for him on the current talent list. Despite their hushed tones, their words reached Zhang Tianhao and Ning Shui's ears. Ning Shui giggled, teasingly looking at Zhang Tianhao. I never imagined you were merely seen as a waste in their eyes. How amusing. Zhang Tianhao forced a smile, feeling embarrassed. What is so funny? Now, let the free challenges commence, announced Morong Fei. Although Zhang Tianhao aspired to win this competition, he chose to observe initially as he scanned the arena. His gaze lingered on a girl of about 15 or 16, whose delicate features radiated charm. Yet, he sensed that she could be a formidable opponent. Noticing Zhang Tianhao's interest, Du Tao remarked, that is Yun Xiaoyu, the young lady of the Yun family, just 15. She reached the martial artist realm at 14. Her current level remains a mystery, and she is a strong contender for the top 3 in this competition. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Yun Xiaoyu seemed to recognize his scrutiny, casting a cold glance in his direction. Aware that his gaze was impolite, Zhang Tianhao quickly averted his eyes. His focus was limited to a select few. Crown Prince Morong Fei, Du Hai from the Du family, Li Jinwen from the Li family, Wang Taijin, and Yun Xiaoyu. Another year of fierce competition ahead. However, the strongest contender this year is undoubtedly the Crown Prince, Du Tao said with a smile. Why is that? Zhang Tianhao inquired. Curious, it is said that the Crown Prince is already an inner disciple of Changfeng Academy. Recently, he reportedly defeated the top 10 students of Qingyang Academy in just 3 moves. His strength is unfathomable. Although Qingyang Academy is not as prestigious as Changfeng Academy, those are still top 10 students. Du Tao spoke with a touch of reverence. That moment, someone stepped forward that I will challenge. A robust young man rose, around 20 years old, with a dark complexion and numerous scars, evidently a seasoned fighter. Xiao Han, the genius of the Xiao family, is said to be the captain of the Border Defense Army and excels with the sword, Du Tao commented. Who do you wish to challenge? Morong Fei asked with a smile. Xiao Han's gaze swept over the dozens of martial artists present. When it landed on Zhang Tianhao, it lingered for a brief second before moving on. Ultimately, he fixed his eyes on a young man clad in fine clothes. Shuizhan, do you dare to fight? He challenged, his voice resonating with authority. A youth, wrapped around a beautiful woman, scoffed. Xiao Han, what is there to fear? Watch how I handle you. Zhang Tianhao observed Xiao Han with interest, sensing a formidable aura. However, he knew the Xiao family was minor, and Xiao Han had only recently gained recognition after winning the family competition 5 years prior. Shuizhan may appear frivolous, but he is no weakling. His family is significantly stronger than the Xiao family, Du Tao warned. Zhang Tianhao remained silent, feeling that Xiao Han was far from ordinary. Shuizhan, 10 days ago, did you not harass a girl? Xiao Han asked angrily. Locking eyes with him. I don't know what you're talking about. I have so many girls around me. How could I remember? Shuizhan replied nonchalantly, fanning himself with an iron fan. Her name is Wu Feiying, the daughter of my mentor and my junior sister. You dared to harass her, causing her to cry for several days. Today, I will avenge my junior sister, Xiao Han declared. Then let us see if you have the ability to do so. Shuizhan retorted dismissively. With a thunderous roar, the fierce battle commenced. From the outset, Shuizhan began to gain the upper hand, although Xiao Han wielded his blade with remarkable skill and impressive force. Shuizhan's mastery of the advanced yellow rank technique, the 18 shocks of the iron fan, proved overwhelmingly powerful, placing Xiao Han at a distinct disadvantage. Tianhao, who do you think will emerge victorious? Du Tao inquired with interest. I believe it will be Xiao Han. Zhang Tianhao pondered thoughtfully. Humph, as expected, a fool is still a fool, lacking in discernment. If Xiao Han triumphs, I shall devour this table corner. Zhou Qiang scoffed disdainfully. Then you are certainly destined to eat it. Zhang Tianhao asserted confidently. Just as Zhang Tianhao's words fell, Xiao Han, who had been on the defensive, suddenly seized the initiative. Shuizhan, having exhausted his initial offensive attempts, was now at his limit. Xiao Han capitalized on a momentary lapse in Shuizhen's focus, delivering a decisive strike that sent him flying. It turned out that Xiao Han understood his combat style was not suited for formal duels. Thus, he cleverly exploited Shuizhen's overconfidence and seized the opportunity to secure victory. In this bout, Xiao Han prevails, the judge declared. Word has it someone is to eat a table. Zhang Tianhao's gaze fell upon Zhou Qiang, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple. Indeed, you wouldn't dare go back on your word. Would you? The murmurs of Zhou Qiang's enemies began to rise, and countless mocking gazes were cast his way. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhou Qiang felt compelled to keep his promise, though filled with rage. He reluctantly broke off a piece of the table corner and began to gnaw on it. I challenge Zhang Tianhao, Zhou Qiang declared, his fury reaching its peak as he approached the center of the arena. Locking his gaze on Zhang Tianhao. Tianhao, prepare to receive a proper lesson, so you understand that this place is no domain for a worthless fool like you. With that, Zhou Qiang lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Launching a powerful punch from a meter away, with a fierce exhalation his fist flew forth, swift, precise, and devastating, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of thunder. The force of his punch seemed to lock onto Zhang Tianhao completely. Humph! Zhang Tianhao merely shrugged his shoulder, taking a subtle sidestep that caused Zhou Qiang's punch to miss entirely. How could this be? Zhou Qiang was astonished. His punch had been perfectly aimed, yet somehow Zhang Tianhao had evaded it. Frustrated, Zhou Qiang let out a cold grunt and unleashed several more punches towards Zhang Tianhao, a relentless barrage that sought to ensnare him. Yet to Zhou Qiang's utter disbelief, he still could not catch a glimpse of Zhang Tianhao's figure. Each time his fist approached, it narrowly missed, as if Zhang Tianhao were always just out of reach. The sensation of repeatedly striking nothing left Zhou Qiang feeling as though he might vomit blood. What extraordinary footwork, murmured Murong Fei, who was keenly observing the duel. Tianhao, do you merely understand evasion? Zhou Qiang shouted in frustration. As you wish. Zhang Tianhao pivoted, standing tall and proud, seeing that Zhang Tianhao had finally ceased his evasive maneuvers. Zhou Qiang felt a surge of elation and shouted, Tiger Roar Fist. With eyes blazing like the ferocious beast, Zhou Qiang unleashed a punch that bore the weight of a mountain, the air itself resonating with the sound of a tiger's roar. A smirk of derision danced across Zhang Tianhao's lips. Though Zhou Qiang's punch appeared formidable, it was riddled with flaws. Zhou Qiang's fist came within a meter of him. Zhang Tianhao finally made his move. In that very instant, Zhou Qiang was taken aback, realizing he had lost sight of his target. Break for me. Zhang Tianhao's sharp command echoed, unbeknownst to Zhou Qiang. Zhang Tianhao had appeared directly in front of him, delivering a furious punch that seemed to possess the strength to cleave the heavens. The blow shattered Zhou Qiang's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Zhou Qiang let out a muffled groan. His body soaring backward like a puppet with its strings cut, he crashed to the ground, leaving the arena in stunned silence for several moments. Zhou Qiang had fallen too swiftly, and only a few had truly grasped how he had been defeated. Injured and unable to rise, Zhou Qiang was carried away, while the young warriors cast more respectful glances towards Zhang Tianhao. However, many still regarded him with skepticism, as Zhou Qiang was merely a mid-tier adversary among the warriors. Defeating him did not fully alter the prevailing perceptions of Zhang Tianhao. Regardless, by overcoming Zhou Qiang, Zhang Tianhao had finally earned a measure of respect. After his victory, the atmosphere grew tense. The participants were cautious, watching each other intently. Murong Fei, perhaps sensing the hesitation among the others, decided to enter the fray personally. His gaze swept across formidable opponents like Du Hai, Yin Xiuyu, Li Jinwan, and Wang Taizhen before finally landing on a young member of the Bai family. Brother Bai Zhansong, I implore you to enlighten me. Murong Fei said with a polite smile that endeared him to the crowd. Your Highness, please, Bai Zhansong replied, rising to face Murong Fei with a respectful fist salute. Zhang Tianhao smiled slightly, recognizing that Murong Fei preferred not to challenge an opponent too powerful right away. However, he had learned from Du Tao that Murong Fei was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. If Zhang Tianhao wished to claim the coveted bone resuscitation pill, he would need to assess Murong Fei's true strength closely. Zhang Tianhao was unaware of the weapon Murong Fei wielded, but he could see that his hand-to-hand combat skills were commendable. Bai Zhansong, armed with a blade, seemed to recognize Murong Fei as a significant threat and initiated an aggressive offensive. Hoping to force Murong Fei into disarray and secure victory, 13 waves of the breaking tide, Bai Zhansong roared, unleashing a series of sharp, flowing strikes that enveloped Murong Fei in a relentless onslaught. Each attack left no opening for escape, targeting his chest, abdomen, and arms with lethal precision. The other young warriors held their breath, captivated by the duel unfolding before them. Although Bai Zhansong was not among the top contenders, his strength was not to be underestimated. This battle promised to be truly spectacular, even drawing Zhang Tianhao's undivided attention. Tianhao, how many moves do you think it will take for Bai Zhansong to defeat the prince? Du Tao asked before Zhang Tianhao could respond. It may take until the 100th move, Du Tao chuckled. Zhang Tianhao answered calmly. If Morong Fei truly engages, he can conclude this within 3 moves. Du Tao regarded Zhang Tianhao with skepticism, questioning, "Are you so certain?" Zhang Tianhao smiled slightly. "Did you not observe how effortlessly Morong Fei has navigated this match? He has not initiated a single attack. When he does strike, it is merely to defend. His approach suggests he does not wish for the battle to conclude prematurely." Du Tao pondered Zhang Tianhao's words, musing, "Just as you did earlier." Zhang Tianhao smiled but refrained from replying. "Humph, you speak nonsense. While the prince is indeed powerful, I have sparred with Bai Zhansong, and I believe it will take at least 10 moves for the prince to overcome him." The speaker was none other than Bai He, a member of the Bai family whom Zhang Tianhao had encountered previously alongside Ninghai. Naturally, he resented Zhang Tianhao's apparent disregard for Bai family members. Zhang Tianhao shot Bai He a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. "Brother Bai He, do you wish to follow Zhou Chang's example and eat a table? If so, I would be happy to wager with you. If I lose, I shall consume this table corner before you. If you lose, the same shall be your fate." Bai He shivered at the thought of Zhou Qiang's recent defeat and found himself at a loss for words. "Humph, if you lack the courage, do not prattle on." Zhang Tianhao scoffed dismissively. Ninghai, focused on the match between Morong Fei and Bai Zhansong, inquired of Zhang Tianhao, "Do you truly believe that if Morong Fei were to take the offensive, Bai Zhansong could not withstand 3 moves?" "Indeed." Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Ninghai appeared startled yet puzzled. While she recognized that Bai Zhansong was certainly no match for Morong Fei, she could not discern the extent of the disparity. How could Zhang Tianhao make such an accurate judgment? Suddenly, the battle between the two participants shifted dramatically. Morong Fei finally initiated his offensive. Bai Zhansong executed a powerful downward slash aimed directly at Morong Fei's shoulder. The brilliant blade glimmered in the air, cutting through the atmosphere with lethal intent. Morong Fei flicked his fingers, effortlessly deflecting Bai Zhansong's attack. He then closed the distance, delivering a fist aimed at Bai Zhansong's chest. Bai Zhansong was taken aback, stepping backward while simultaneously raising his blade to defend himself. Morong Fei smiled faintly, transforming his punch into a jab that struck forcefully against Bai Zhansong's blade. Bai Zhansong felt a jolt run through his hands as his weapon was knocked aside. In an instant, Morong Fei closed in, grasping Bai Zhansong firmly by the throat. "Thank you for your graciousness," Morong Fei said with a smile. Chapter 56. Another petal falls. No one was surprised by Morong Fei's victory over Bai Zhansong. Rather, it was his astonishing speed that left them in awe. Defeating Bai Zhansong in 3 moves deepened the warriors' understanding of Morong Fei's combat prowess. The majority now viewed him as the leading contender for the title in the martial arts competition, and no one dared to confront him prematurely. "Tianhao, step down for a duel." Bai He glared at him. Zhang Tianhao felt a sense of resignation. After defeating Zhou Qiang, he found himself still regarded as an easy target. It seemed necessary to employ greater tactics to alter this perception. "As you wish." Zhang Tianhao stepped down, standing before Bai He. "You were quite arrogant just now. I wouldn't mind having you experience a bit more suffering." Bai Zhansong taunted Zhang Tianhao. "Is that so?" Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. Bai Zhansong's contemptuous demeanor only intensified Zhang Tianhao's indifference, igniting a spark of fury within Bai Zhansong. With a cold snort, he challenged, "Zhang Tianhao, if you allow your female companion to drink with me tonight, I may consider sparing you to spare you some suffering." Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he smiled faintly and said, "You have successfully provoked me. Now consider how I might lessen your impending pain." Bai He laughed recklessly, declaring, "Zhang Tianhao, you are utterly arrogant, believing that defeating Zhou Qiang grants you the right to boast. I will make you aware of the vast chasm between us." The referee announced the commencement of the duel. Bai He snorted coldly, and in a flash, like a phantom, he lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Although Bai He appeared swift, to Zhang Tianhao, it was hardly remarkable. Arhut Fist. With a mastery of the Arhut Fist, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed directly at his opponent. The overwhelming force shattered Bai He's assault entirely, leaving him astonished. Instantly, he altered his position and charged at Zhang Tianhao once more. Angry Dragon Claw. The air filled with claw shadows, resembling a multitude of roaring dragons. Overreaching, Zhang Tianhao rebuffed with the Arhut Fist, Pushing off the ground, he leapt like a leopard, delivering a fierce punch that crashed down with tremendous force. His powerful strike dispersed all the surrounding claw shadows and landed squarely on Baihe's chest. Ugh! Baihe emitted a muffled groan, being pushed back several steps, a surge of reverse blood rising in him. Unable to suppress a spurt of fresh blood, "I am injured, this is impossible." Baihe was utterly astounded. Feeling an overwhelming disbelief, a wave of fury surged within him as he murmured, "How infuriating! He is merely a worthless fool. How could he injure me?" When he glanced at Zhang Tianhao, he found him smiling mysteriously, which sent an unsettling chill through Baihe's heart. Angry Dragon Claw, Baihe curled his 5 fingers and unleashed a barrage of claw shadows, descending upon Zhang Tianhao. Each claw bore the power to shatter gold and stone. "You brat, I will tear you apart, so you understand the consequences of offending me." Baihe's claws had completely sealed off all Zhang Tianhao's escape routes to him. There was no way Zhang Tianhao could avoid a bloody demise. Bang! Baihe's claw shadows struck Zhang Tianhao's shoulder, and he envisioned Zhang Tianhao collapsing in defeat, begging for mercy. However, in the next moment, Baihe sensed something was amiss. His claw had clearly struck Zhang Tianhao's shoulder. Yet he felt no tangible impact, as if he had struck a mere illusion. How could this be that instant? Zhang Tianhao executed the shadow of the swallow, evading Baihe and appearing behind him. Chrysanthemum remains. It had been a long time since Zhang Tianhao employed this technique, and he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Observing Baihe's ample posterior, he chuckled softly, murmuring, "This backside looks like it would provide a delightful kick. Let's see." Bang! Zhang Tianhao delivered a powerful kick to Baihe's rear. Baihe searched for Zhang Tianhao's whereabouts. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside, an explosive force erupting from his rear. Instantly, he let out a scream, propelled forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Simultaneously, his pants tore apart, and he was sent flying several meters away, collapsing to the ground, nearly falling apart. More humiliatingly, his exposed buttocks were now on display, waving in the wind. Upon noticing the shy and mocking gazes of the surrounding girls, Baihe realized the gravity of his situation, feeling dizzy and fainting on the spot. After effortlessly defeating Baihe, Zhang Tianhao felt the gaze of those around him shift from contempt to deep apprehension. Defeating Baihe was a different matter than besting Zhou Qiang, that if Zhou Qiang belonged to the lower tier. Baihe undoubtedly ranked in the upper echelons, albeit not at the very top. Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Tianhao immediately sensed several piercing gazes upon him, including those from Li Jinwen, Wang Taishan, and Du Hai, who clearly regarded him as a rival. "Tianhao, you are impressive." Du Tao gave Zhang Tianhao a thumbs dash up. As Zhang Tianhao settled down, Ning Shui flashed him a playful smile, saying, "You used that move again, causing someone's pants to explode. How entertaining." Zhang Tianhao replied with a faint smile, "Now, I only use that technique on those I dislike." He had it coming. Following Zhang Tianhao's consecutive victories, Morong Fei, Li Jinwen, Wang Taishan, Du Hai, and the earlier mentioned Xiao Han also triumphed in the second round. The initial rounds allowed for some evasion of stronger opponents, but in the third round, confrontations among the formidable contenders were inevitable. Zhang Tianhao faced Xiao Han's challenge in the third round. Although Xiao Han was a power-type martial artist with extensive combat experience, he was still no match for Zhang Tianhao. Utilizing his agility, Zhang Tianhao found an opening and struck with a decisive blow. For power-type warriors, Zhang Tianhao was their nightmare. No matter how strong they were, if they couldn't land a hit, their strength was rendered irrelevant. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianhao held a favorable impression of Xiao Han, appreciating his straightforward and generous nature, and chose not to humiliate him severely, merely stopping short. "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your leniency," Xiao Han said, genuinely conceding defeat. He understood that Zhang Tianhao had shown him mercy and smiled sheepishly. "Haha, Brother Xiao is too modest. You suit my temperament well. We should share a drink sometime." Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily. "Definitely," Xiao Han clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Zhang Tianhao achieved a 3-match winning streak, a remarkable feat in the martial arts gathering. Although every participant had to engage in 5 matches, losing even one would eliminate one's chances of contending for a top 3 finish. Only by maintaining consecutive victories could one hope to vie for a top position. After the third round, only Zhang Tianhao, Li Jinwen, Wang Taishan, Morong Fei, Yin Xiuyu, and a handful of others maintained their streaks. Chapter 57. Zhang Tianhao vs. Li Jinwen. Among the few remaining undefeated prodigies, caution reigned supreme. Maintaining an unbeaten record required careful selections in the preceding rounds. In the martial arts gathering, rankings for the top 3 were heavily influenced by points accumulated. In the event of a tie in wins and losses, points served as a crucial tiebreaker. Traditionally, Defeating an undefeated opponent awarded 2 points, while defeating a defeated opponent granted only 1. Thus, those vying for a top 3 finish could not afford to select weak opponents. However, all those who had remained undefeated through 3 rounds possessed considerable strength. Zhang Tianhao intently observed Murong Fei in the main seat, recognizing him as the most dangerous contender of the day. In the previous 3 rounds, Murong Fei had dispatched his opponents with ease, often in less than 3 moves. Such prowess certainly warranted Zhang Tianhao's designation of him as a significant threat. Zhang Tianhao sensed several gazes, intentional or otherwise, directed at him at that moment. He felt a surge of indignation. What the hell? Am I still being regarded as a soft target? This is intolerable. Having endured several rounds of provocation, Zhang Tianhao contemplated taking the initiative to strike back. Just as he prepared to act, Li Jinwen stepped onto the stage. A hush fell over the assembled martial artists, a scion of the prestigious Li family from the Waxi Kingdom. Li Jinwen had secured the top position in family competitions for 5 consecutive years. His cultivation unfathomably deep. It was rumored that a year prior, he had fought Murong Fei to a standstill after 50 exchanges. Regardless of whether Murong Fei had held back, the fact that Li Jinwen could go 50 exchanges without a clear victor indicated his formidable strength. Besides Murong Fei, the only other martial artist Zhang Tianhao found inscrutable was Yun Xiuyu. Like Murong Fei, Zhang Tianhao could not discern her cultivation level, the system displayed, indicating that she had trained in techniques that concealed her true strength. Dozens of gazes fell upon Li Jinwen, whose aura brimmed with murderous intent. In the previous rounds, his opponents had all been severely injured, and he was unanimously deemed one of the most undesirable opponents to face. Li Jinwen's gaze ultimately fixed on Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao, come forth to meet your end. You have killed my 2nd brother and injured my 3rd. I shall have my revenge. Although this is a martial arts gathering, where killing is forbidden, I will cripple you, leaving you unable to live or die. I will repay brotherly in kind. Let us see who has the last laugh, Zhang Tianhao replied, his words calm but laced with a palpable sense of lethal intent. Their exchange crackled with tension. Draw your weapon. Li Jinwen's fierce gaze bore down on Zhang Tianhao. I will use it when the time comes, Zhang Tianhao replied, remaining composed. Although he possessed the snow-drinking mad blade, he had refrained from using it due to the lack of complementary techniques. After all, even a fine blade must possess skillful techniques. Otherwise, no matter how sharp it is useless if it cannot strike. Given this, do not blame me for taking advantage of your unarmed state. Li Jinwen chuckled as he drew his long knife, a sharp glint erupting from it. What a fine weapon! Zhang Tianhao's eyes lit up in admiration. Prepare yourself. Li Jinwen's figure darted forward with incredible speed, akin to an arrow, appearing before Zhang Tianhao in an instant. In a flurry, he unleashed 46 strikes with his long knife, each infused with a potent killing intent. Descending upon Zhang Tianhao like a tempest. Impressive, Zhang Tianhao's expression grew solemn. Arhut Fist. The perfected Arhut Fist erupted forth, delivering 46 precise punches that collided with Li Jinwen's blade, surprised that Zhang Tianhao dared to meet his knife with bare hands. Li Jinwen's heart was filled with disdain. However, he was soon astonished to find that each of his strikes was indeed being blocked. How is this possible? I am a martial artist of the 4th rank. Could his cultivation truly match mine? Li Jinwen was inwardly shaken. Zhang Tianhao let out a cold snort and executed the shadow of the swallow, moving like a wraith to Li Jinwen's rear, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at him. Yet, Li Jinwen was not slow to react. He swung his blade to intercept Zhang Tianhao's attack. The razor-sharp edge of the knife surged toward Zhang Tianhao's face. Break for me! Zhang Tianhao refused to yield, meeting the strike with his own fist. Their clash sent shockwaves through the air, fracturing the knife's brilliance. Yet Zhang Tianhao was forced back 3 steps, his hand tingling. Heavenly Absolute 3 slashes. Li Jinwen charged at Zhang Tianhao, delivering 3 successive blows with his knife, each more formidable than the last. The terrifying blade aura coalesced into 3 vortexes, threatening to engulf Zhang Tianhao entirely. He felt an overwhelming malice locking onto him, as if an ancient beast sought to devour him. Zhang Tianhao, you shall perish, Li Jinwen proclaimed with a triumphant grin. Arhut Fist. Once again, he unleashed the Arhut Fist. Yet this time it was perfected, its power significantly amplified. The raging storm erupted in space, and Zhang Tianhao's fist shattered the knife's brilliance, maintaining their momentum to repel the 2nd and 3rd strikes as well. His fists resembled an impenetrable fortress. Let us see what else you can muster. Zhang Tianhao's form shimmered as he lunged at Li Jinwen. A fierce aura emanated from Li Jinwen, and Zhang Tianhao felt a chilling presence emanating from him, causing him to halt momentarily. Nearby, Yun Xiuyu, Morong Fei, Wang Taijin, and others were equally astonished, especially Morong Fei, who smiled faintly and murmured, "He is finally going to use that move." Curious, Yun Xiuyu inquired, "Do you know this move?" "I sense a dangerous aura." "Heh, when I fought him last year, he used this very move, leading to our eventual truce at the time. It caught me completely off guard," Morong Fei replied, his eyes gleaming. Yun Xiuyu's expression turned contemplative. "It seems Zhang Tianhao is in peril." Zhang Tianhao sensed an extreme danger, as if he were facing an ancient beast. The knife in Li Jinwen's hand turned crimson. "Zhang Tianhao, if you die to this move, it will be a worthy demise," Li Jinwen declared with a maniacal grin. Chapter 58. 3 parts of Blade Intent Blood God Slash. The blood-red blade light descended from the heavens, bringing an unparalleled threat to Zhang Tianhao. He pushed against the ground, advancing rather than retreating, unleashing the perfected Arhit fist. A majestic Arhit phantom emerged behind him, surrounded by resonating chants. Bang! Zhang Tianhao felt a sharp tingle in his hand as a piercing knife aura penetrated his body from the blood-red light, as if it sought to tear him apart. Gasping, he felt a chilling dread. Activating the shadow of the swallow, he retreated swiftly. "You cannot escape," Li Jinwen snarled, pursuing him relentlessly. As Li Jinwen caught up, Zhang Tianhao suddenly split into 3 figures, darting in different directions. This unexpected shift momentarily disrupted Li Jinwen's line of sight. Taken aback, Li Jinwen swiftly pursued 2 of the illusions, slicing them away. This granted Zhang Tianhao precious moments to escape. Li Jinwen, having dispatched the illusions, charged again. Blood God Slash. Zhang Tianhao felt an invisible force erupt from Li Jinwen, as if he had transformed into a blade unsheathed. He sensed a power reminiscent of Zhang Jianfeng's, but even more potent in Li Jinwen. Morong Fei stood up, murmuring, "Blade Intent," and its 3 parts of Blade Intent. Blade Intent. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically to Li Jinwen laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is 3 parts of Blade Intent. Zhang Tianhao, since I refined it, I have yet to unleash it. If you perish beneath its might, it will not be in vain." While Li Jinwen's Blade Intent was merely 3 parts and not complete, this embryonic form was infused into his techniques, amplifying the original blood god slash exponentially. The blood-red blade light cleaved through the air, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Zhang Tianhao was doomed. Li Jinwen had unleashed all his trump cards. Even Yun Xiuyu, who had previously held confidence in Zhang Tianhao, now felt that he could not possibly survive such a terrifying assault. The only one undeterred was Ninghai, who believed Zhang Tianhao had withstood the 3 strikes from the martial king. Compared to those strikes, this was mere childish played out of course. Ninghai was unaware that Zhang Tianhao had withstood Gu Feiyun's attacks not through his own strength, but through powers from another realm. Arhut Fist. Once again, it was the Arhut Fist, but this time, Zhang Tianhao truly unleashed its full potential, achieving the transformation-level Arhut Fist, in the realm of Zhenwu. Most martial artists only cultivate their techniques to minor success, while a few exceptionally gifted ones reach major success. Attaining perfection is exceedingly rare. Transformation, while considered the ultimate realm of martial techniques, is often relegated to legend. It is said that those who reach this realm can turn decay into the miraculous. However, for martial artists in Zhenwu, achieving transformation seems improbable. After all, to elevate martial techniques requires profound insights, usually garnered through years of experience. Thus, reaching major success is already commendable, while perfection often takes over a decade. Even the higher the technique's level, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Hence, most martial artists opt to cultivate higher-level techniques to enhance their power. However, Zhang Tianhao was different. He needed no insights or skills to elevate his martial techniques. Mere proficiency sufficed. Even divine-level techniques posed no distinction for him. What took others 10 or 20 years, Zhang Tianhao might achieve in less than a month, or even mere days. "This is the first time I have pushed my fists to the limit. Tremble before me." Zhang Tianhao sneered coldly. That a towering Arhut phantom appeared behind him, its form solidified and majestic, revealing even the features of the Arhut and the wooden fish it struck. Has its power increased? Morong Fei, Yun Xiuyu, Wang Taijin, and the others were left astonished. They had witnessed this set of punches erupting with 3 different levels of power. Initially, they believed the major success Arhut Fist was unparalleled, only for Zhang Tianhao to unleash the perfected version. Yet now, compared to that perfected Arhut Fist, the transformation-level Arhut Fist was evidently far more powerful. "Break for me." This punch seemed intent on shattering everything in sight. The very air screamed in protest. Boom! Countless collisions of fist and blade echoed through the void, shaking the entirety of Huangjiang Tower, the fierce winds radiating outward, stinging the faces of surrounding martial artists. How infuriating! How could he possibly withstand it? Li Jinwen furiously swung his knife down, that he poured every ounce of strength into this strike, determined to keep Zhang Tianhao here. He could hardly recall how many cuts he had made. But in his fury, he was resolute. Murong Fei, Yun Xiuyu, and the others regretted their choice to hold the martial arts conference at Huangjiang Tower. After the 100th clash, a mechanical system notification sounded. Congratulations. Player Zhang Tianhao has triggered a critical hit with the Arhut Fist. At the moment of the critical hit, Zhang Tianhao's Arhut Fist unleashed a doubled force, finally tipping the scales. Boom! The eruption of the doubled power shattered Li Jinwen's blood-red blade light. Caught off guard, Li Jinwen felt a numbing in his grip as his long knife was knocked aside. Zhang Tianhao surged forward, delivering a punch squarely to Li Jinwen's chest. Bang! With a sudden gasp, Li Jinwen let out a cry of agony as he was sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of 3 powerful punches upon him. Li Jinwen was left utterly dazed. After just a few blows, his body crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Defeated, completely vanquished, Li Jinwen lay there, bloodied and devoid of any fighting spirit. The surrounding young martial artists were equally taken aback. As the tide had turned so rapidly, moments ago, Li Jinwen was in the ascendancy, yet before anyone could react, he had been bested. Even Murong Fei could not discern what had transpired, disregarding the astonished onlookers. Zhang Tianhao approached Li Jinwen, looking down at him with a cold gaze. Tell me, how should I deal with you? I shall give you a chance. Kneel and bow your head 3 times. Calling me Grandpa, and I may consider sparing you. Chapter 59. The genius of the Wang family. Murong Fei stepped forward to Zhang Tianhao, smiling as he said, Brother Tianhao, for my sake, let him go this once. Zhang Tianhao frowned and inquired, Your Highness, if our positions were reversed, would you plead for me? Murong Fei replied earnestly, Certainly. I am unaware of past circumstances, but as the host of this martial conference, I shall not permit any bloodshed. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Since your highness has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. Murong Fei, with a grave expression, replied, I thank you on behalf of Li Jinwen. Li Jinwen, rising from the ground, glared at Zhang Tianhao with malice. Zhang Tianhao, I will settle this score with you eventually. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao, enraged by Li Jinwen's audacity, delivered a fierce kick to his chest. Li Jinwen screamed as his body was sent crashing against the wall. Falling to the ground, unconscious, Murong Fei sighed. Both sides were too stubborn for their own good, and he felt it unwise to interfere too much. Once Li Jinwen was carried away, the martial conference resumed. If Zhang Tianhao's earlier victories over Xiao Han and by he had not sufficiently intimidated the crowd, his defeat of Li Jinwen solidified his status as the most formidable dark horse of the event. Li Jinwen's prowess was not to be compared with the likes of Xiao Han or Bai He. In the subsequent 4th round, Yun Xiuyu, Wang Taijin, and others began to showcase their skills. After this round, only 4 individuals remained undefeated. Wang Taijin, Murong Fei, Yun Xiuyu, and Du Hai. A clash among these 5 was imminent. Zhang Tianhao, having been challenged by others in the previous rounds, was now eager to confront Murong Fei. The strongest among them, Murong Fei had decisively defeated his opponents within 3 moves, leaving many martial artists convinced that he was destined to claim victory in this martial conference, though Yun Xiuyu's talents were profound. Her gender precluded her from being Zhang Tianhao's first choice for a challenge. Just as Zhang Tianhao prepared to face Murong Fei, the latter unexpectedly exited the arena. Murong Fei approached Du Hai, stating, Du Hai, I have long wished to experience your overlord spear. Today is the perfect occasion to it is my honor. Du Hai brandished his spear, a prodigy of the Du family. His strength was recognized as among the best of this martial conference, rivaling that of Li Jinwen. Their battle elevated the atmosphere to its peak. Tianhao, who do you think will win between my brother and Murong Fei? Du Tao asked excitedly. Zhang Tianhao cast a glance at Du Tao, inwardly amused at his sudden unease after previously asserting Murong Fei's superiority. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianhao was keen to witness Du Hai's prowess. Upon first seeing Du Hai, he had sensed a dangerous aura about him, realizing that he was no ordinary foe. Thus, he was eager to observe their contest, hopeful that it might reveal Murong Fei's true capabilities. The clash between Murong Fei and Du Hai proved to be intense. Each thrust of Du Hai's overlord spear bore immense force, capable of obliterating any obstacle before him. Even Murong Fei regarded him with solemnity. 1 move, 10 moves, 100 moves. Indeed, Duhai shattered Murong Fei's previous record of defeating opponents in 3 moves with his Rain of Pear Blossoms technique. In the air, countless spear shadows descended upon Murong Fei like raindrops. Break for me. Murong Fei propelled himself forward, not retreating but instead launching himself toward the barrage of spear shadows. Boom. Murong Fei's fist shattered the incoming spear shadows with incredible force. In a moment of desperation, Duhai unleashed his ultimate move, the Overlord Thrust. The spear shadows converged into a single, formidable spear light, exuding a terrifying aura. This singular thrust, though fewer in number than before, emanated a power exponentially greater. Finally, Murong Fei unsheathed his sword, a brilliant white light cleaving through the air. The sword's trajectory accurately struck Duhai's spear, causing the latter's devastating thrust to shatter into fragments. Zhang Tianhao gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "Sword intent, and it is fourfold. No wonder it is so formidable. It appears Duhai is destined to lose." After shattering Duhai's spear, Murong Fei pressed forward, his sword poised at Duhai's throat. "Brother Du, you have my respect. I did not expect the Crown Prince to have mastered fourfold sword intent. I concede without grievance," Duhai responded, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his gaze. "Your strength is commendable as well. I merely had a stroke of luck," Murong Fei replied humbly. After both combatants exited, Zhang Tianhao finally prepared to take the stage. The spectators were momentarily stunned, for this was the first time Zhang Tianhao had chosen to enter the arena voluntarily. Despite his previous victories, he had been compelled to accept challenges. Now, curiosity filled the air as the young martial artist wondered whom he would challenge. Zhang Tianhao's gaze swept over Yun Xiuyu before settling on Wang Taizhen. "Wang Taizhen, step forward and enlighten me." The Zhang family, along with the rival Wang and Li families, had long been at odds, since Zhang Tianhao had already confronted a member of the Li family. He would not miss the chance to strike at the Wang family as well, an opportunity to collect a bit of interest for his grandfather and father. Wang Taizhen, having harbored disdain for Zhang Tianhao, was all too eager to accept the challenge. "Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me," he declared, his gaze sharp as he faced Zhang Tianhao. "You think you can intimidate me? How naive." Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Wang Taizhen erupted in fury, launching himself at Zhang Tianhao with a lightning-fast windstorm fist. His fists flew like a tempest, overwhelming Zhang Tianhao with relentless force. Zhang Tianhao remained unfazed. He had observed Wang Taizhen's previous matches and had formed a clear understanding of his capabilities. In terms of strength, Wang Taizhen was inferior to Li Jinwen, and Zhang Tianhao intended to crush him decisively. Chapter 60. The final battle of the martial conference. The transformation of his Arhut fist to the transcendent level was more than sufficient. If it could overpower Li Jinwen, it would easily overwhelm the weaker Wang Taizhen. Bang! The fists collided with tremendous force. The enhanced power of Zhang Tianhao's Arhut fist was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Wang Taizhen was astonished to find his punch deflected by an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward. Zhang Tianhao utilized his swift movements to appear beside Wang Taizhen, delivering a powerful punch. It was too swift, too unexpected. Wang Taizhen was taken aback, raising his arm to block, but Zhang Tianhao's punch broke through his defenses, crashing directly into his body. Wang Taizhen let out a muffled groan, spitting blood as he was sent flying like a broken kite. Zhang Tianhao would not grant him a moment's respite. He pursued relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of blows that left Wang Taizhen incapacitated on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Wang Taizhen was regarded as one of the foremost martial artists, akin to Li Jinwen. Yet, he had been defeated, and so swiftly at that. How could I possibly lose to you? Wang Taizhen's eyes widened in disbelief. A proud scion of the Wang family, he had been humbled, vanquished by the very individual he had deemed a worthless rival. Puff. Overcome with rage, Wang Taizhen fainted as he was carried away. An eerie stillness descended upon the arena, as if the spectators had yet to process the shocking events they had just witnessed. The gazes of the young martial artists now shifted toward Zhang Tianhao, no longer filled with scorn or disdain, but replaced by awe. After consecutively defeating 2 of the top-ranked prodigies, Zhang Tianhao had successfully shed the label of a useless individual. Thus, they are nothing but useless as it stands. Only Zhang Tianhao, Murong Fei, and Yun Xiuyu maintain an unblemished record in the arena. With a graceful flourish, Yun Xiuyu descended into the arena like an ethereal being. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Murong Fei as she spoke in a voice as melodious as silver bells. "Your Highness, please enlighten me." "Very well," Murong Fei replied with a faint smile, gracefully entering the arena to stand poised against Yun Xiuyu. Between them lay Zhang Tianhao and Wang Taizhen, creating a momentary gap to at this juncture. Yun Xiuyu's challenge to Murong Fei was deemed permissible. Zhang Tianhao perceived both Yun Xiuyu and Murong Fei as potential threats in the arena. Particularly since they both wielded swords, this duel of swordsmen promised to be exhilarating. Indeed, as the battle commenced, it escalated rapidly. Even Murong Fei's expression grew unusually grave, indicating the significance he placed upon Yun Xiuyu. Employing the ice and snow sword technique, Yun Xiuyu caused the temperature around them to plummet dramatically. Were it not for the considerable strength of the martial artist present, any ordinary person would have been frozen solid. In response, Murong Fei unleashed the flying cloud sword technique, a skill of mid-level Xian rank, in the royal family of the Waxy Kingdom. Few could master it. Yet Murong Fei had not only mastered it, but had also cultivated it to great perfection. This was truly remarkable, for elevating martial techniques from Xian rank to Huang rank is far more arduous. He was indeed a prodigy, and Zhang Tianhao could not help but admire him. Zhang Tianhao knew that without his system, a miraculous aid, he would be no match for Murong Fei, whose talent surpassed that of an average individual. Compared to a true genius like Murong Fei, he felt utterly inadequate. However, with the system at his disposal, even Murong Fei's extraordinary talent was rendered insignificant before him. After nearly 200 exchanges between Yun Xiuyu and Murong Fei, Zhang Tianhao observed that Murong Fei had taken the initiative. While Yun Xiuyu's ice and snow sword technique was formidable, Murong Fei's expertly cultivated flying cloud sword technique was elusive and difficult to counter. Ultimately, Yun Xiuyu faltered and was defeated by Murong Fei. Zhang Tianhao's astonishment. Although Yun Xiuyu unleashed 3 parts of her sword intent, she succumbed to Murong Fei's 4 parts, for some inexplicable reason. Zhang Tianhao sensed that Yun Xiuyu had not exerted her full strength, leaving him with an intense feeling of unease. The crown prince is indeed superior, I concede, Yun Xiuyu said, gracefully withdrawing from the combat circle while gazing at Murong Fei with a gentle smile. Though she had lost, she appeared the most composed of all. Why do I feel her strength is not merely this? Sitting beside Zhang Tianhao, Ning Shui furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on Yun Xiuyu. Zhang Tianhao, surprised by Ning Shui's expression, inquired, "Do you share this feeling? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. But Murong Fei's prowess is impressive," Ning Shui replied with a smile. Zhang Tianhao regarded Yun Xiuyu with a contemplative expression. Ning Shui gently patted him, saying, "Now it is your turn. You are the only one left to contend for first place. I believe in you. Don't embarrass me. If you win, what if I win?" Zhang Tianhao teased. "Perhaps a kiss." "Humph, so confident. What if you lose?" Ning Shui retorted with a scoff. "In that case, I shall kiss you." Zhang Tianhao replied with a grin. "I refuse. It would be to my detriment," Ning Shui replied, casting him a sidelong glance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Brother Tianhao, it is time for you to step forward. It seems the only contenders left for the title are you and me." With hands clasped behind his back, Murong Fei regarded Zhang Tianhao with a composed smile. However, Zhang Tianhao shook his head and said, "You fought once already. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Please take a moment to recuperate." Murong Fei's eyes sparkled as he smiled at Zhang Tianhao. "Very well. Brother Tianhao, your integrity is commendable." Murong Fei, not one to be overly formal, acknowledged that his earlier battle with Yun Xiuyu had indeed drained him. Furthermore, he recognized Zhang Tianhao as a formidable opponent and did not take for granted that he could easily defeat him. Thus, Murong Fei began to meditate to restore his energy. After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, Murong Fei opened his eyes, rising to his feet and gazing at Zhang Tianhao. "I am nearly restored," he announced. Murong Fei moved to the center of the arena, addressing Zhang Tianhao with solemnity. "Zhang Tianhao, I look forward to our duel." Zhang Tianhao gracefully descended into the arena, standing before Murong Fei with a smile. Mutual respect. A palpable aura of intensity emanated from both combatants at that moment. The assembled martial artists could scarcely believe that this so-called worthless individual had ultimately reached the final battleground. The young martial artists in the audience buzzed with excitement, eager to discover which of the 2 contenders would seize first place. One a favored champion, the other an unexpected dark horse. The outcome awaited revelation. Chapter 61. The contest for supremacy. Seemingly aware that Zhang Tianhao was a worthy adversary, Murong Fei refrained from any preliminary tactics, launching directly into his swordplay. Each strike radiated with a sharp brilliance, targeting Zhang Tianhao's vital points. In response, Zhang Tianhao unleashed the R-hit fist at the level of transformation. Ethereal chants resonated as the dignified figure of the R-hit sat behind Zhang Tianhao in meditation. Both combatants engaged in a rapid exchange, their speed reaching extraordinary levels. Even with the use of the flickering shadow technique, Zhang Tianhao found himself unable to gain the upper hand as he realized that his opponent's martial arts techniques were undoubtedly on par. Likely also of Xian rank. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 blows, the standoff remaining unbroken. Flying Cloud's sword technique. Morong Fei's sword unleashed a fearsome energy, manifesting like ephemeral clouds. Appearing instantaneously before Zhang Tianhao, flickering shadow, Zhang Tianhao executed the technique to its fullest, conjuring 6 illusory figures. Morong Fei's sword shadows swiftly obliterated 5 of the illusions. However, Zhang Tianhao's agility momentarily halted Morong Fei's advance, granting him a brief opportunity for adjustment. Yet the speed of the sword light was overwhelming, nearly reaching Zhang Tianhao in the blink of an eye. He barely evaded, but the blade grazed his shoulder, leaving a wound. Realizing that his concealed attack had failed to land, Morong Fei hesitated for a moment, granting Zhang Tianhao the chance to counter in a flash. Zhang Tianhao appeared behind Morong Fei, launching a powerful punch that descended like a meteor upon him. Surprised by Zhang Tianhao's remarkable speed, Morong Fei, a true genius, reacted swiftly, countering with a sword thrust aimed directly at Zhang Tianhao's fist. Boom! Zhang Tianhao's forceful strike, charged with energy, caught Morong Fei off guard. What? Morong Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Feeling the unexpected surge of power in Zhang Tianhao's punch, which seemed to double in strength, leaving him momentarily stunned, his grip on the sword faltered, nearly causing it to slip from his hand. Had it not been for Morong Fei's superior cultivation, he would have faced significant consequences. Even so, he was forced back 3 or 4 steps. Zhang Tianhao, relentless as a shadow, pressed the attack, unleashing a relentless barrage of arhut fists that enveloped Morong Fei. The relentless onslaught intensified, forcing Morong Fei further into a defensive position. 5 parts sword intent. Morong Fei erupted with formidable power, instantly neutralizing Zhang Tianhao's assault. The Flying Cloud sword technique, infused with 5 parts of sword intent, became exponentially more potent. The razor-sharp sword light shattered Zhang Tianhao's punches, piercing through to strike him directly. 5 parts sword intent. Zhang Tianhao gasped in astonishment. Initially, he had been taken aback by Morong Fei's display of 4 parts of sword intent. To discover that Morong Fei had been holding back, now revealing 5 parts of sword intent, was truly shocking. Each increment in sword intent amplified its power manifold. Brother Tianhao, do you wish to continue? Your speed is commendable, but I am not to be underestimated. Morong Fei's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. Morong, it seems you are in a favorable position, Zhang Tianhao replied with a faint smile. However, I have a stubborn streak. I do not shed tears until I see the coffin. Unrestrained fury. Zhang Tianhao unleashed the second tier of unrestrained fury in an instant. His strength doubled, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Morong Fei was momentarily taken aback. Sensing the newfound danger in Zhang Tianhao's presence, a no that it cannot be. How could he possibly gain such immense strength so suddenly? Has he employed some secret technique? Morong Fei's heart raced with shock, in an instant. He felt Zhang Tianhao's power surge fourfold, completely overwhelming him. The myriad of sword shadows was scattered beneath Zhang Tianhao's iron fists. Morong Fei found himself once again on the defensive, struggling to regain his footing. Boom! Boom! Morong Fei was violently hurled backward, sustaining injuries from 2 powerful punches. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of determination and resolve shone in Morong Fei's eyes as the crown prince of the Waxy Kingdom. He held his dignity dear. Therefore, it is absolutely unacceptable for this martial arts conference to end in defeat. Regardless of the circumstances, he must secure victory this time. Zhang Tianhao, I am now prepared to employ all means at my disposal. So be wary. Let us unleash our full potential. Zhang Tianhao remained cautious, fully aware that defeating Morong Fei would not be an easy feat given his capabilities. Let us settle this with a single strike. Excellent. Dominating Dragon Slash. An overwhelming aura emanated from Morong Fei, his power surging rapidly. Instantly more than tripling, a faint dragon's roar echoed from his being. Zhang Tianhao's heart sank. It appeared that he, too, could not hold back this time. Flowing Cloud's palm, first form, flowing water and moving clouds. The temperature around them plummeted by several degrees. An invisible chill emanating from Zhang Tianhao, spreading outward in all directions. Surrender to me. Morong Fei's sword intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao, and he slashed down with a fierce sword strike. The sharp sword energy descended like a torrential force. Retreat. The flowing cloud's palm transformed into layers of overlapping shadows, meeting the attack head-on. The 2 forces collided in the void. producing a resounding shockwave. Murong Fei felt an endless, icy power infiltrating his internal organs, momentarily paralyzing his movements. In contrast, although Zhang Tianhao was pushed back 7 steps, he was the first to regain his composure. Before Murong Fei could react, he advanced again, the terrifying palm force coalescing once more. Although Murong Fei had expelled the cold poison from his body, he had lost the initiative at this moment. With a sigh, he conceded, "I admit defeat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly withdrew his attack. "Your Highness, I concede." Murong Fei nodded slightly, saying, "Zhang Tianhao, you have brought immense surprise to all present during this martial arts conference. This time, you truly deserve the title of champion." Although those in attendance had expected this outcome, Zhang Tianhao's victory over the favored Murong Fei still left them in shock. It was only half a year ago that Zhang Tianhao was regarded as a discarded talent. In such a short time, his transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. Du Tao looked at Zhang Tianhao with a mix of admiration and reproach, saying, "Brother Tianhao, you have concealed your true self well. It turns out you were the one hiding the deepest." Zhang Tianhao shook his head with a wry smile, choosing not to explain. After receiving the reward for first place, the life-replenishing ointment, Zhang Tianhao was about to leave with Ning Shui when a melodious voice called out to him. Zhang Tianhao. Turning around, he saw it was Yun Xiuyu, with Murong Fei standing beside her. Chapter 62. C-Class Mission. Zhang Tianhao smiled and said, "Ah, it is Lady Yun and His Highness the Prince, Brother Tianhao. You have truly impressed me," Yun Xiuyu said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with a smile. Zhang Tianhao replied, "Lady Yun flatters me. Brother Tianhao, we have yet to have a proper conversation. Would you allow me to find a place where we can talk freely?" Murong Fei suggested with a smile that I would be delighted. Zhang Tianhao nodded, smiling. He harbored no ill feelings towards the prince. At least, his impression from the martial arts conference was quite positive. The three found a secluded corner in Huangjiang Tower to sit down. "Brother Tianhao, what are your plans for the future?" Murong Fei poured a cup of wine for Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao was somewhat taken aback, unsure why Murong Fei had suddenly brought up this topic. "Once this matter concludes, I plan to return to Changfeng Academy. However, I feel that with your great talents, you wouldn't be content to remain in the small realm of Waxy Kingdom, fading into obscurity." Murong Fei smiled as he looked at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao nodded. "I haven't considered this matter yet. Haha, Brother Tianhao, it is time to contemplate this. Qiuyu is preparing to apply for admission to Xylan Academy." Murong Fei remarked. Zhang Tianhao looked at Yun Qiuyu in surprise and said, "Then I wish you success in your application to Xylan Academy in advance." Yun Qiuyu replied with a hint of melancholy. "Alas, while I have confidence in myself, I also know that gaining admission to Xylan Academy is no easy task. This year, there are 100,000 applicants, yet only 1,000 will be accepted." Zhang Tianhao was genuinely astonished. 100,000 applicants for 1,000 spots was indeed a fierce competition. It was important to note that those participating in the assessment were all talented individuals from various regions, making it a formidable challenge to stand out among so many. "Brother Tianhao, do you know how vast our Waxy Kingdom is?" Murong Fei asked meaningfully. Waxy Kingdom comprises 8 prefectures and spans a myriad of fertile lands. "So it is indeed quite large," Zhang Tianhao pondered. Murong Fei shook his head. "Among the 16 nations of the western frontier, Waxy Kingdom ranks rather low in terms of territory. In fact, the combined area of the 16 nations of the western frontier does not surpass that of the Tianfeng Kingdom, which is merely a vassal state of the Balong Empire in our northern domain. There are actually 10 other nations as large as the Balong Empire." Murong Fei's words seemed to unveil a magnificent world map to Zhang Tianhao. Although Zhang Tianhao had previously known that the Jinwu continent was vast, he had lacked a concrete concept. It was only through Murong Fei's narration that he realized just how expansive the Jinwu continent truly was. The northern domain alone might encompass more land than all the countries combined from his time on Earth. "Brother Tianhao, Waxy Kingdom is ultimately a barren land. Even the 3 great families or the royal family cannot elevate our status further. Joining an academy is the first step towards the path of martial arts." Murong Fei spoke with eloquence. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, contemplating Murong Fei's words. He looked at Murong Fei and asked, "Your Highness, why do you share so much with me? First, you are someone whom Ziqian admires. Second, you are a citizen of Waxy Kingdom. Regardless of where we may find ourselves in the future, we will always carry the mark of Waxy Kingdom. I understand that there is a misunderstanding between the royal family and your Zhang family. I will do my utmost to amend this," Murong Fei said, patting Zhang Tianhao on the shoulder with a meaningful glance. He turned and left. Yun Xiuyu, Could you enlighten me about the various academies? Zhang Tianhao inquired. Haha, so the prince has finally swayed you. Yun Xiuyu teased with a smile. Zhang Tianhao nodded. What the prince said is indeed correct. Only by attending various academies can one access superior cultivation resources. Although Zhang Tianhao had advanced through the system, entering the academies would allow him to practice more martial techniques and provide opportunities to interact with formidable individuals. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has triggered a C-class mission. Join one of the 3 major academies of the Northern Domain. Complete the mission to receive a C-class gift pack. Failure. Player eradicated. Mission duration: 6 months. The system notification sounded. Wow, I've triggered a mission, and it's a C-class one. At that moment, Yun Xiuyu was unaware of Zhang Tianhao's thoughts and began introducing him to the academies. In the Northern Domain, the most renowned institutions are the 3 major academies: Changfeng Academy, which is the Prince's Academy, as well as Tiangang Academy and Tianwu Academy. These 3 are the most powerful. Our 16 nations of the Western frontier only have one Xylan Academy, which is my target this time, Yun Xiuyu explained. Zhang Tianhao asked, how can one join these academies? Yun Xiuyu replied, there are 2 pathways. The first is to directly participate in the academy's assessments. This method is relatively easier, with a success rate of 5. Zhang Tianhao inquired. It sounds like if there is a first method, there must be a second? Yun Xiuyu smiled. The second method is significantly more challenging. One must rank within the top 100,000 of the Northern Domain's Hidden Dragon rankings. Warriors ranked within the top 10,000 can join any academy outside the 3 major ones. Those within the top 10,000 can freely choose any of the 3 major academies. Zhang Tianhao finally grasped the situation, although it sounded relatively easy to be within the top 10,000. One must remember that the number of young martial artists in the Northern Domain is in the hundreds of millions. Selecting 1 out of a billion is an extraordinary feat. Zhang Tianhao silently recorded Yun Xiuyu's methods. After bidding farewell to her, Zhang Tianhao returned to the Zhang family residence in Ninghai City with Ning Shui, having secured first place in the martial arts conference and obtained the life-replenishing ointment. This was his one opportunity to heal Zhang Jianfeng's injuries. Upon returning to the family residence, Zhang Tianhao directly entered Zhang Jianfeng's room. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman was attending to her brother. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao enter, she quickly stood to greet him. How is your brother? Zhang Tianhao asked urgently. Still the same. Although his mood has improved significantly compared to before, Zhang Xiaoman replied in a subdued voice. Big brother, you're here. Zhang Jianfeng said with a forced smile as he looked at Zhang Tianhao. Jianfeng, I have good news to share with you. Zhang Tianhao exclaimed joyfully. Big brother, I know you've been searching for doctors everywhere for me. I've already told you, there's no need to tire yourself out anymore. Honestly, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. At least there's no worry or fighting, Zhang Jianfeng said nonchalantly. Zhang Tianhao's heart ached, fully aware that Zhang Jianfeng was not truly indifferent. He was merely pretending to avoid making him feel guilty. Jianfeng, you misunderstand. This time, I have genuinely brought back the life-replenishing ointment. This elixir will surely heal your injuries, Zhang Tianhao declared with confidence. Big brother, are you serious? Zhang Jianfeng looked at Zhang Tianhao with a hint of skepticism. Do you think I would jest with you? Am I the kind of person who would joke about such matters? Zhang Tianhao scolded playfully, pulling out a porcelain vial and opening the lid. Suddenly, the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air. Zhang Tianhao quickly poured out a black pill. Chapter 63. The legendary sect Zhang Jianfeng gazed at the pill in Zhang Tianhao's hand. His eyes filled with hope. Although he claimed to be indifferent, how could a martial arts genius truly not care? Martial arts is the very essence of a warrior's life. Is this truly possible? Zhang Jianfeng felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Tianhao smiled at him and said, whether it works or not, you shall find out through experience. Zhang Jianfeng eagerly nodded. Zhang Tianhao placed the medicinal pill into Zhang Jianfeng's mouth, which dissolved instantly. How does it feel? Zhang Tianhao asked anxiously. Observing Zhang Jianfeng, it feels a bit tingly and warm, Zhang Jianfeng replied, visibly thrilled. Zhang Xiaoman's face also lit up with excitement, exclaiming, it seems to be effective. Let us head out. Your brother will need some time to recover, she said to Zhang Tianhao. All right. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Xiaoman gratefully remarked to Zhang Tianhao, thank you, Tianhao. If it weren't for you, my brother would still be. Before she could finish, Zhang Tianhao waved his hand to halt her words, smiling gently. No need for such talk. Jianfeng is my brother too. For my brother, I would willingly do anything to him. Zhang Xiaoman gazed at him, her eyes filled with hope. Just as they returned to the room, a servant entered and announced, young master, the princess has arrived. Ziqian. Zhang Tianhao exclaimed with delight, having been contemplating a visit to the palace to see her. To his surprise, she had come first. Upon entering the hall, he saw a delicate figure gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Who else could it be but Ziqian? Ziqian, Zhang Tianhao, captivated by the depth of emotion in her beautiful eyes, could no longer contain his excitement and rushed toward her, embracing her tightly. Ziqian, I missed you so much, he said, wishing to meld her into his very being. That I missed you too. Ziqian buried her small head in his embrace and whispered. After a while, she urged, let go of me. You're squeezing me. My apologies, Zhang Tianhao chuckled awkwardly. Observing the blush on Ziqian's cheeks, he inquired, how did you manage to come here? With slight embarrassment, Ziqian replied, my father forbade me from coming, but I found my own way around it. Oh, your way was to sneak out? Zhang Tianhao teased. Hee, who do you think I am? Of course, I have my methods. I coordinated with a palace maid named Showdown, changed into her clothes, and snuck out. My father will never know. Ziqian giggled. Zhang Tianhao gazed intently at her, seeing genuine affection and joy reflected in her eyes. He grasped her small hand firmly and said, Ziqian, you are too good to me, and I don't know how to repay your kindness. With her cheeks flushed, Ziqian lowered her head and retorted, who said I have affection for you? How self-absorbed. Ziqian, your shy demeanor is truly adorable. Zhang Tianhao grinned. You are too naughty, always teasing me, Ziqian said playfully, pouting at him. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The target character's favorability towards the player has reached 95. The system has activated the character attribute viewing function. A cold, mechanical voice chimed in. What is this character attribute system? Zhang Tianhao wondered, intrigued. He promptly opened the character attribute viewing feature. Character: Morong Ziqian. Age: 16. Favorability towards player: 95. Martial skill: Purple Mist Sword Technique Cultivation Method. Supreme Xian Heart Sutra Description: possesses the rare celestial body of the 100 special qualities. Special character attribute: Lux 60. Wow, Zhang Tianhao thought, finding the earlier attributes acceptable, but that Lux 60 was truly remarkable. That he recalled how, during his encounter with Gu Feiyun, he had experienced consecutive critical hits and paralysis. Now it dawned on him that it was because Morong Ziqian was by his side, enhancing his luck attribute. In games, luck is notoriously difficult to increase, with few items that can enhance it. Yet here was Morong Ziqian, single-handedly boosting his luck by 60 points. An extraordinary feat indeed. Seeing Zhang Tianhao gaze at her with intensity, Morong Ziqian felt a rush of shyness. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, her cheeks tinged with pink. With deep affection, Zhang Tianhao replied, I can never look at you enough. Oh, you flatterer. She huffed playfully. I am indeed a flatterer, he retorted, before pulling her closer and kissing her softly. You. Morong Ziqian was taken aback by the sudden kiss, momentarily stunned, but soon found herself lost in his embrace. After pushing him away, she scolded, Zhang Tianhao, you are terrible. I wasn't prepared. You stole my first kiss. Zhang Tianhao simply smiled and replied nonchalantly, if I had given you time to prepare, you wouldn't have been willing to give me your first kiss. Tianhao, during the time you were unconscious, I came to see you several times. Each time, you were still in a coma, and you have no idea how worried I was. I even secretly cried a few times, Morong Ziqian admitted, her head bowed. Zhang Tianhao nodded, smiling. I know, Zenon told me. Then, noticing that Morong Ziqian had been staring at him, he sensed that she might have something else to discuss. Ziqian, do you have something to tell me? He asked, looking at her earnestly, with a hint of melancholy. Morong Ziqian replied, my father intends to send me to the Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect? Zhang Tianhao echoed, slightly taken aback, murmuring, could it be the legendary sect? Go. With your talent, you can only truly shine in a sect. He encouraged her, but if I go to the Tianjin sect, it means we will be separated, Morong Ziqian said, gazing at him with a hint of sorrow. Zhang Tianhao held her hand tightly and reassured her. Ziqian, this separation is for the sake of our future reunion. But I don't want to be apart from you, Morong Ziqian lamented softly. Zhang Tianhao looked into her eyes earnestly, saying, Ziqian, I do not wish to be a burden to your martial journey. Go, and one day, I will visit the Tianjin sect to find you. That will be the time when we can truly be together. Eventually, Morong Ziqian departed, her heart heavy with sadness and reluctance. Zhang Tianhao was left wondering when he would see this enchanting and devoted woman again. However, he firmly believed that one day, he would stand openly by her side, with no one able to obstruct their union. Chapter 64. A frame-up. The following day, Zhang Tianhao received an invitation from Prince Morong Fei and Yun Xiu. He learned that the prince was returning to Changfeng Academy, and Yun Xiuyu was preparing to participate in the Xylan Academy's assessments. This gathering was essentially a farewell banquet, thanks to Murong Fei. The relationship between the royal family and the Zhang family had eased. Moreover, because of Ziqian, Zhang Tianhao was reluctant to cultivate enmity with the royal family. Thus, he accepted Murong Fei's goodwill with ease. Especially since the prince aligned well with Zhang Tianhao's temperament. In a private room at Huangjiang Tower, Murong Fei kept a low profile during the banquet, inviting only Zhang Tianhao and Yun Xiuyu. Clearly, in Murong Fei's eyes, these two were the only ones worthy of his attention. "Your Highness," Zhang Tianhao began, but Murong Fei waved his hand, saying, "Haha, calling me Your Highness feels too distant. If you and Xiuyu consider me a friend, just call me Murong Fei. Haha, of course, I also hope you will eventually call me brother-in-law." Murong Fei appeared to be aware of the relationship between Zhang Tianhao and Murong Ziqian, teasing them playfully. Zhang Tianhao felt an awkward flush spread across his face, forcing a smile as he replied, "Then I shall call you Brother Murong." "Brother Murong," Yun Xiuyu chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she regarded the two that after several rounds of wine. Zhang Tianhao's cheeks were slightly flushed. The view from this spot was indeed splendid. The bustling crowd outside the window and the distant small bridge with flowing water painted a picturesque scene. While savoring the wine, he could also observe the marketplace outside, reflecting on the myriad aspects of life, which was beneficial for his mindset. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao spotted a familiar figure below the Huangjiang Tower. "Jinbo, what brings him here?" Zhang Tianhao wondered, feeling perplexed. Jinbo was the fifth elder of the Zhang family. Jindali, due to being an outsider, he held little sway within the Zhang family. Yet owing to his business acumen, he had managed to carve out a successful niche, overseeing several lines of business for the family. Indeed, Jindali had significantly contributed to the Zhang family's development. Zhang Tianhao observed Jinbo, who seemed to be searching for someone. Could he be looking for me? An idea flashed through Zhang Tianhao's mind. Thus, he excused himself to Yun Xiuyu and Murong Fei and made his way downstairs to approach Jinbo respectfully. He inquired, "Jinbo, who are you looking for?" Seeing Zhang Tianhao, Jinbo's face lit up with joy. He quickly responded, "Tianhao, have you seen Jinbao?" "Jinbao?" Zhang Tianhao replied, puzzled. "Jinbo, I haven't seen Jinbao today. Was he not with you?" Jinbo shook his head. "I just received a letter, and the messenger instructed me to deliver it to you, stating it concerns Jinbao's safety." "Jinbao?" Zhang Tianhao's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing news regarding Jinbao's safety. His calm demeanor dissipated instantly. He seized the letter and tore it open, revealing a mere few words within. "If you wish to save your brother Jinbao's life, come alone to the land god temple in the northern part of the city. Bringing others will endanger his life." Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened immediately. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, and he could only wonder how Jinbao was faring at that moment. Regardless of the peril, even if it meant descending into a den of tigers and dragons, he felt compelled to go. Thus, he returned to the private room and briefed Murong Fei and Yun Xiuyu before hastening away. Inside the room, Murong Fei furrowed his brow and remarked to Yun Xiuyu, "Has Brother Tianhao encountered trouble? His demeanor suggests something grave." Yun Xiuyu blinked her beautiful eyes and replied with a light smile, "If something has happened, we shall soon find out." She continued, "In this country, there seems to be nothing that this prince cannot manage. I hope we arrive in time." Murong Fei smiled confidently, while Yun Xiuyu added playfully, "Then I shall join in the excitement." As Zhang Tianhao rushed towards the land god temple in the north. In a certain mansion within Ninghai city, a slender man stood before two middle-aged men, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Ho Lu, what news?" asked one of the men. "Master, the target has entered the trap," he replied. "Good. This time, we shall ensure that this brat meets his end without a trace." The land god temple, situated in a desolate area, had a history of over 500 years. However, centuries of warfare had left the temple in ruins, with crumbling walls and a desolate atmosphere. Upon entering the dilapidated temple, Zhang Tianhao surveyed his surroundings, frowning as he noticed the absence of any other individuals. That he pondered, "Am I being deceived?" Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. Following the trail of blood, he pulled aside a tattered curtain, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. A young man lay on the ground, drenched in blood. "Who is this?" Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow and knelt to check the young man's breath, only to discover he was already lifeless. How could someone die here? It dawned on him that the messenger had come to find Jinbao. The coincidence felt ominous, and a sense of conspiracy sent chills down his spine. Zhang Tianhao understood that he was being plotted against, Observing the young man's attire, which indicated nobility, he realized he must leave immediately. Zhang Tianhao darted out of the temple, shouting, "Help! A murder has occurred!" His scream echoed, and the sound of galloping hooves approached, as if a multitude of warriors were surrounding him. His expression shifted once again. He knew he was a step too late. However, he quickly composed himself. Since a trap had been set, his captors would not allow him to escape easily. He was determined to uncover who was so insidious as to scheme against him. Soon, hundreds of guards had encircled the temple, led by Wang Zhanfeng, the head of the Wang family, and Li Yuanting, the head of the Li family. Zhang Tianhao, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Masters, are you gathering such a force to wage war?" Li Yuanting, fixated on him with a fierce intent to kill, retorted coldly, "You laugh now, but soon you will have no reason to smile. Search." With a wave of his hand, several guards rushed into the temple to conduct a search. Shortly after, one of the guards emerged, kneeling and reporting, "Sir, we have discovered the corpse of Tai Donghai, the son of General Tai from the north." Li Yuanting pointed at Zhang Tianhao, exclaiming, "Zhang Tianhao, you have killed the son of the northern general. What punishment do you deserve?" Zhang Tianhao's heart sank as memories of General Tai flooded his mind. General Tai Zhonghua had long served as a sentinel of the northern borders, a trusted ally of the ruler. Commanding an army of 300,000 with him stationed at the border, no kingdom dared to encroach. The audacity of the plot to frame him for the murder of the general's son was staggering. Anger ignited within him. "You accuse me of murder without proof. What evidence do you have?" Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Li Yuanting retorted sharply, "Dare you to argue? If you are not the killer, why are you here? Who else could it be besides you?" Zhang Tianhao met Li Yuanting's gaze and replied, "Aside from me, there are you as well. Are you not human? If I am a suspect, it seems you are as well." The anguished cry of a man approached, a middle-aged figure clad in armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of rage. It was General Tai Zhong. As two guards from the Li family carried Tai Donghai's body out of the temple. The general rushed forward, cradling his son's corpse in despair. "My son, how you have suffered," he lamented, grief-stricken. Zhang Tianhao understood the depth of the general's sorrow. Tai Donghai was the general's only son, cherished deeply in his later years. With his son lying dead, the general's heart was shattered. Who is the murderer? I shall exact vengeance, even at the cost of my own life." Tai Zhonghua rose, radiating a terrifying killing intent that even Zhang Tianhao found intimidating. A veteran of countless battles, the general's presence alone was enough to instill fear. "General, the killer of your son is none other than Zhang Tianhao," Li Yuanting accused, pointing an accusing finger. "You have a lot of audacity. Even if you are the Zhang family's heir, I shall still see to your demise." General Tai's murderous intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao as the general prepared to strike. Zhang Tianhao interjected, "Hold on." General Tai turned to him with a cold glare. "What else do you have to say?" Zhang Tianhao met his gaze, offering a calm smile. "General, why trust a single narrative and engage in actions that only serve the interests of enemies?" The general's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Tianhao continued. "General Tai, there is no evidence to prove my guilt. Do you truly believe Li Yuanting's word alone?" Li Yuanting interjected, "The facts are clear. You were the only one present." "Who else could it be?" Zhang Tianhao replied. "If it is indeed only I, then how did you all arrive here? Can you truly predict the future to know a murder would take place?" Li Yuanting faltered, momentarily speechless at Zhang Tianhao's clever retort. "Regardless, you cannot absolve yourself of suspicion," Li Yuanting insisted. "You are the prime suspect at the scene." Zhang Tianhao, feeling cornered, knew that although the situation was not airtight, facing the formidable general would be challenging. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "General, what if we summon the new chief of the Dali Temple for a fair investigation?" The new chief, Bao Dahai, known for his integrity and keen sense of justice, was a figure Zhang Tianhao believed could aid him. General Tai nodded. "I trust him. Then let us invite him to resolve this matter. I am confident he can clear my name," Zhang Tianhao suggested. Uncertain if the chief could identify the true culprit, he knew proving his own innocence was paramount. Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng hesitated. They were reluctant to complicate matters further, but had no choice against Zhang Tianhao's insistence on the lack of evidence. The chief of the Dali Temple, a middle-aged man with a goat beard clad in black robes, soon arrived. After examining the scene, he turned to Zhang Tianhao and asked, "Young Master Zhang, why have you come to this remote temple?" Zhang Tianhao, having prepared his response, handed the letter to Bao Dahai, who nodded slightly. "Jin Dali is also part of your family. His testimony may not be credible. Who can say this letter was not forged?" Wang Zhanfeng sneered. Bao Dahai acknowledged, "This evidence lacks sufficient weight. Young Master Zhang, Even if Jean Dali attests to your innocence, it does not prove you are not the murderer, as he is part of your family. Indeed, the chief is astute, Li Yuanting interjected. This man is cunning. Do not trust him easily, we should detain him. Agreed, Wang Zhanfeng chimed in. Based on the coagulation of blood on Tai Donghai's body, it has been over an hour since his death. Wouldn't you agree, Chief? Zhang Tianhao inquired. Bao Dahai affirmed. Yes, the blood has indeed darkened, indicating he has been dead for over an hour. Then it is clear. An hour ago, I was drinking with friends. How could I have possibly come here to commit murder? Moreover, I had no motive to kill Tai Donghai, whom I barely knew. Zhang Tianhao protested, genuinely feeling wronged. In a moment of clever retort, Li Yuanting observed how Zhang Tianhao's assertions gradually swayed the chief of the Dali Temple, stirring a sense of urgency within him. If even the chief of the Dali Temple could be persuaded, then their conspiracy would be in vain. Consequently, Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng resolved to present a united front, determined to categorically deny any evidence Zhang Tianhao might produce. Should the so-called evidence consist merely of ordinary witnesses, they would assert collusion to discredit it, thereby exerting pressure on the chief of the Dali Temple. Indeed, I have witnesses, Zhang Tianhao promptly declared. Humph, what of it? Are they not merely from the Zhang family? Wang Zhanfeng scoffed, firmly disbelieving that Zhang Tianhao could summon any credible witnesses. That we all stand as witnesses for brother Zhang. A clear voice chimed in, as a man and a woman stepped forth from the crowd. Your Highness. Both Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng were taken aback. The assembled crowd bowed in respect to Prince Morong Fei. Approaching Tai Zhonghua, the prince expressed, Uncle Tai, I share in your sorrow over the events in Donghai. Please accept my condolences. Your Highness, you must seek justice for this old minister. Tai Zhonghua knelt, clasping his hands in supplication. Please rise, Uncle Tai, Morong Fei urged, and once Tai Zhonghua stood, he continued, upon returning to the palace, I shall implore Father to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. However, I must assert that Brother Tianhao is certainly not the murderer. Your Highness. Both Wang Zhanfeng and Li Yuanting gazed at the prince in astonishment. Why are you so certain? Bao Dahai queried, puzzled. Morong Fei laughed heartily. An hour ago, Brother Tianhao, Miss Jiuyu, and I were together at Huangjianglu, enjoying drinks that I can attest to his whereabouts. If Brother Tianhao could have simultaneously committed murder, he would not be here now. Thus, the chief of the Dali Temple could ascertain that young Master Zhang Tianhao was not the perpetrator. Chief of the Dali Temple, how can you reach such a conclusion? He was clearly at the scene. Li Yuanting retorted, his frustration palpable. Surely, I was not the only one present. Zhang Tianhao interjected, unable to contain his disdain. Master Li, if I was indeed the sole witness, how did you know that young Master Tai perished here? Your people had not yet entered the dilapidated temple before you began shouting for the culprit. Could you have foreseen that young Master Tai was already dead? You speak nonsense. Li Yuanting found himself at a loss for words after Zhang Tianhao's rebuttal. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. Whether I speak nonsense can be verified by the onlookers. The chief of the Dali Temple can dispatch someone to inquire among the crowd to confirm my words. Instantly, the chief of the Dali Temple and Tai Zhonghua cast suspicious glances at Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng. Indeed, Zhang Tianhao's claims bore merit. As the northern general, Tai Zhonghua was no fool, and the chief of the Dali Temple possessed an astute intuition. Zhang Tianhao, growing weary of the situation, remarked, I do not know whether those who seek to frame me are simpletons, but if they intend to accuse me of murder, they should at least find credible evidence. What constitutes murder? It hinges on motive, timing, location, and witness testimony. That I have no acquaintance with young Master Tai and possess no motive for murder. Although I have taken lives before, I would not travel far just to kill someone. That am I mad or sleepwalking? Secondly, I was occupied with the prince. Could I have possibly committed murder while intoxicated? Lastly, where is the murder weapon? It is evident that young Master Tai was slain by a blunt instrument resembling a sword. However, those who know me understand that I am skilled in unarmed combat, not swordplay. That if one seeks to frame me, they should at least be somewhat professional. Has the murder weapon even been found? Finally, unable to contain himself, Li Yuanting glared at Zhang Tianhao. Who are you accusing of framing you? Zhang Tianhao, taken aback, replied, Master Li, why are you so eager to implicate yourself? Do you harbor guilt? Li Yuanting was left speechless, his anger boiling. Zhang Tianhao's smile revealed his awareness that, although his suspicions were not entirely cleared, the doubts of General Tai had significantly diminished. In a moment of reflection, Tai Zhonghua, with a voice full of righteous indignation, declared, Lord Bao, your judgment is impeccable. my grandson's revenge depends entirely on you, and no matter who the adversary may be, I will fully support your pursuit of justice, even at the cost of my own life. The assembled audience was struck by the weight of Tai Zhongguo's words, realizing his implications. Rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf, Prince Murongfei promised. Offering solace as the cornerstone of the Washi kingdom. After Tai Zhongguo departed with Tai Donghua's remains, Murongfei turned to Zhang Tianhao and sighed. Brother Tianhao, was it they who orchestrated this? Most likely, Zhang Tianhao replied, fury igniting within him. To frame me, they would go so far as to murder General Tai's only son. Their madness knows no bounds. Murongfei placed a hand on Zhang Tianhao's shoulder, saying, before I leave, I will speak to my father. We can no longer allow them to run rampant. However, alas, you understand some matters are beyond our control. As Murongfei and Qiu departed, Zhang Tianhao comprehended the prince's final words. Even with his current authority, there were limitations to his power. The Wang and Li families were among the three most powerful clans in the Washi kingdom. Should they unite, even the emperor would tread carefully. True retribution against them was unlikely, at most resulting in a mere verbal warning. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. If he possessed the power to exact revenge, he would not need to rely on the emperor for assistance. In a residence in Ninghai City, Li Yuanting smashed the table before him in frustration. Damn it! Who would have thought our elaborate scheme would come to naught? The main issue is that Tai Zhongguo may already suspect us. Wang Zhanfeng muttered darkly. Humph! What if he does? Tai Zhongguo may be the northern general, but does he dare to openly suppress us with his army? I doubt he possesses such courage. Li Yuanting replied, furrowing his brow. What I desire to know most is the prince's motives today. Why does he align himself with the Zhang family? Is this truly his own decision, or is the emperor using him to send us a warning? Wang Zhanfeng scoffed. I suspect the emperor is well aware of the situation that we must exercise caution. Our prominence may challenge the emperor's limits, Li Yuanting protested, but that brat has a vendetta against me. I cannot rest until I have avenged myself. Wang Zhanfeng chuckled. Brotherly, sometimes revenge does not require direct involvement. Alternative methods can be employed. Li Yuanting, puzzled, inquired, Brother Wang, do you have a plan? Wang Zhanfeng replied nonchalantly. Brotherly, have you ever heard of Tianfa? Tianfa? Li Yuanting's interest was piqued that I have heard of it. They say it is the most fearsome assassin organization in the northern region. Once they accept a contract, they pursue it relentlessly. However, their fees are exorbitant. You cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing the lamb. Wang Zhanfeng remarked. Very well, Brother Yuanting. If you have connections, please help me contact Tianfa. Li Yuanting, driven by his thirst for vengeance, steeled his resolve. After returning from the dilapidated temple, Zhang Tianhao grew concerned for Jin Bao, who remained unaccounted for. He hurried to the Jin family's residence. Upon entering, he overheard Jin Bao's voice. You rascal! I told you not to stir up trouble. Look at the mess you've made today. You've disgraced your father. Father, it seems you have little dignity left for me to tarnish. Jin Bao retorted. How dare you disrespect me? I will beat you, ungrateful child. Upon hearing this exchange, Zhang Tianhao's heart soared. Relieved to know that Jin Bao was safe, he refrained from entering, as his foremost concern was the condition of Zhang Jianfeng. After consuming the bone restoration pill, he wondered if Zhang Jianfeng had recovered. Upon returning home, Zhang Tianhao was greeted by the excited voice of Zhang Xiaomin. Brother, can you really move? Pushing the door open, Zhang Tianhao entered to see Zhang Jianfeng, now assisted to his feet by Zhang Xiaomin. Jianfeng. You are finally better, he exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Jianfeng, equally excited, replied, Boss, I feel strength returning to my body. I had no sensation before, but now I feel invigorated. Ha! That's wonderful, truly wonderful, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Seeing Zhang Jianfeng's recovery filled him with more excitement than winning the martial arts competition. Rest well, let me know if you need anything. By the looks of it, you should be fine in 10 days or so. He patted Zhang Jianfeng's shoulder, beaming with happiness. Thank you, boss. I know you must have gone through considerable effort to obtain the bone restoration pill. Zhang Jianfeng expressed gratefully. Feigning annoyance, Zhang Tianhao replied, What is this? You call me boss? Isn't it only right for a boss to do such things for his little brother? Zhang Jianfeng offered a sheepish smile and said, Boss, I may not be eloquent, but I assure you, Jianfeng will always follow you. Zhang Tianhao instinctively checked Zhang Jianfeng's attributes and discovered that his affinity towards him was at 88, while this number may not seem particularly high. It is worth noting that even Murong Zichin's affinity was only 95. Thus, an 88 rating is remarkably high. just 12 points shy of perfection. Pleased with this, Zhang Tianhao exchanged a few more words with Zhang Jianfeng before instructing him to rest well and then departed from his quarters. Having not seen Ning Shui all day, Zhang Tianhao found himself outside her room. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection. Just as he arrived, the door swung open. "What are you sneaking around for?" Ning Shui teased, her gaze playfully scrutinizing him. Clearing his throat, Zhang Tianhao retorted, "This is my home. There's nothing sneaky about it. What's so special about your home?" Ning Shui smirked, clearly enjoying the banter. After a brief silence, she turned serious, saying, "I have something to discuss with you." Curiosity piqued, Zhang Tianhao inquired, "What is it?" "I'm leaving." Ning Shui's voice dropped, tinged with melancholy. "What? You're leaving?" A wave of despondency washed over Zhang Tianhao. Perhaps it was the comfort of having her by his side. The thought of her departure left an unsettling void, as if something precious was slipping away. "I've been away too long. My father has been searching for me. More importantly, I must return to the academy to report. Absence without valid reason could lead to penalties from the instructors. I came back to Wushuang City to discuss the engagement, and in a fit of anger, I ran into you," she explained. A smile flickering across her face. "So you're also a student at the academy?" Zhang Tianhao expressed his surprise. "What of it? Advancing in martial arts is a necessary step for students across all academies." Ning Shui replied nonchalantly. Zhang Tianhao hadn't anticipated that she was also a student. However, to fulfill his C-level system task, he too would need to become a student at one of the 3 major academies. The following day, outside Ninghai City, Ning Shui teased, "What? Can't bear to part with me? If you plead, I might consider staying a couple of extra days." Zhang Tianhao shot back, "With you? I'd rather you be far away. Can't you say something nice?" "I'm leaving," she countered playfully. All right, I'll take my leave. No farewells. Wait, which academy are you from?" Zhang Tianhao pressed urgently. "As for me, I shan't tell you. You'll find out in due time." As the sound of hooves gradually faded, Ning Shui's silhouette disappeared from his sight. Why did he feel a twinge of discomfort? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? He quickly dismissed the notion. Reasoning, impossible. It must merely be the result of accustomed presence. After a self-deprecating smile, Zhang Tianhao returned home, only to be informed that his grandfather awaited him in the living room. "Grandfather is here," he thought. Puzzled by the unexpected visit. As he approached the living room, he found his grandfather standing in front of a plaque inscribed with the words tranquility and depth, lost in contemplation. "Grandfather," Zhang Tianhao called out. Tianhao, you've returned? I heard you won first place in the martial arts conference." "Excellent. The Zhang family has languished at the bottom for many years, although the conference is not officially organized by the major families, but rather by the younger generation. Its significance is profound. You have brought honor to our family. What reward would you like from your grandfather?" Zhang Yaobang's face beamed with pride. "It was merely luck." Zhang Tianhao replied with a smile, "No need for such modesty." Zhang Yaobang waved his hand dismissively. After a pause, he continued, "Actually, I came to speak with you about something important." "What is it, grandfather?" Zhang Tianhao asked. Intrigued by the reason for his grandfather's visit. You know why Zhang Tian awakened the Sunfire bloodline?" "I do not," the grandson replied. While Zhang Tian is somewhat envious, he is indeed a genius. Last year during the clan competition, he had the opportunity to undergo blood pool cleansing, which led to his awakening, Zhang Yaobang said, a hint of regret in his eyes. "Blood pool cleansing?" Zhang Tianhao pondered. Unfamiliar with the term, it's understandable you wouldn't know. Your father should have told you once you turned 16. Unfortunately, Zhang Yaobang sighed. "Grandfather, please share with me," Zhang Tianhao urged, aware that his grandfather was reminiscing about his father. In our nation, the Zhang family is merely a branch of the main family. Each year, we branches contribute a certain tribute to the main family in hopes of securing a spot for blood pool cleansing. Though there is only one spot, it represents hope for all branches of the Zhang family. His grandfather's words revealed a long-held secret. Their family was just a branch of a larger lineage. More importantly, each blood pool cleansing offered a chance to awaken ancestral bloodlines. In the true martial continent, during the ancient era, countless clans rose to prominence, with legends of mighty beings who could pluck stars and shatter mountains. Today, the martial arts of the true martial continent have waned, yet the human martial artists carry within them traces of ancient bloodlines. Awakening such bloodlines could transform an ordinary martial artist into an extraordinary talent. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao comprehended the immense value of blood pool cleansing spots in the fierce competition during clan events. Listening to his grandfather's narrative, Zhang Tianhao felt a yearning for blood pool cleansing. Zhang Tian's awakening of the Sunfire bloodline had drastically boosted his power. If he too could awaken a bloodline, it would significantly enhance his own cultivation. "Grandfather, does blood pool cleansing truly assist in awakening bloodlines?" Zhang Tianhao inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Indeed, While awakening bloodlines is a dream for many martial artists on the true martial continent, means to facilitate this awakening are scarce. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few awakened martial artists. He replied, legend has it that our Zhang family produced a remarkable figure tens of thousands of years ago, who defeated countless prodigies and was invincible among his peers. This ancestor once slayed a dragon and buried its remains in our ancestral land. Using the dragon's blood to aid descendants in awakening their bloodlines, Zhang Yaobang recounted passionately, as if the legendary figure stood before him. Does that mean every martial artist who undergoes blood pool cleansing can awaken their bloodline? Zhang Tianhao posed a crucial question. Though blood pool cleansing can assist, the chances of awakening a bloodline are slim. Out of every 100 participants, only one may succeed. Thus, Zhang Tianhao's awakening is indeed a rarity. Zhang Yaobang expressed with regret. Zhang Tianhao sighed inwardly. Had Zhang Tian not conspired with his father, Zhang Yinwu, to usurp the family leadership, perhaps he would have had a greater chance of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Tianhao, your first place in the clan competition grants you a spot in the upcoming blood pool cleansing, which will occur in half a month. You must prepare to depart early, Zhang Yaobang instructed. Understood, grandfather, Zhang Tianhao replied promptly. The Zhang family's main branch resided in the Tianfeng kingdom, necessitating a perilous journey through the Black Demon Ridge to reach it. While Zhang Tianhao was unafraid, he knew he must remain vigilant. Therefore, in the days to come, he resolved to enhance his strength further, thus increasing his chances of survival. His Luohan fist had reached its limits, so he decided to devote his time to mastering the cloud-piercing palm and the swallowing shadow technique. The former was still in its early stages, promising ample room for improvement, while the latter had only reached minor proficiency, its true potential yet to be realized. As Zhang Tianhao practiced, a resounding punch shattered a massive stone before him. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully executed the cloud-piercing palm. Your proficiency has increased by 1. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. Your proficiency in swallowing shadow has also increased by 1. After exhausting his internal energy, he consumed a pill to recover and continued his relentless training. One day, while immersed in his practice, Jin Bao rushed in, urgency etched on his face. Boss, trouble. You need to return home at once. What has happened? Zhang Tianhao asked, puzzled by Jin Bao's frantic demeanor. I just passed by the family lounge and saw guests arriving. They seemed to be in heated discussion, and it looked like the elder was getting quite agitated. I didn't catch all the details, but my instincts told me to inform you. Jin Bao relayed earnestly. Getting heated? Who could it be? As Zhang Tianhao pondered, he hurried alongside Jin Bao towards the family estate. The residence in Ninghai City was not far from the Zhang family, and soon they arrived. Zhang Tianhao hastily made his way to the reception hall. Before he could reach it, he overheard a low, thunderous voice from within. Zhang Yaobang, you are simply refusing to heed the offer. Will you relinquish this quota or not? Seventh Elder, this quota was originally intended for our branch in Ninghai City. Why should we give it up? Moreover, this opportunity is crucial for us, and I absolutely will not concede it. Zhang Tianhao realized that the matter at hand was likely tied to the family's blood pool training quota. His heart tightened, and he decided not to eavesdrop further. Stepping into the reception hall, upon entering, he noticed an elderly man, seemingly in his 60s, with a gaunt face and piercing, deep-set eyes. Beside him stood a young man dressed in white, around 18 or 19, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Yaobang expressed mild surprise. Tianhao, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to the 7th elder of our clan, along with his grandson, Zhang Wansong. Zhang Yaobang's tone was grave. You are Zhang Tianhao. The 7th elder regarded him with a disdainful scoff. Although Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of displeasure, he understood the importance of propriety and lazily clasped his hands in greeting. I am Zhang Tianhao, paying my respects to the 7th elder. You may not be aware, but I have come to discuss the blood pool training quota for your branch this year. I hope you will consider relinquishing it. The 7th elder stated bluntly. 7th elder, this quota is a privilege granted to our branch by the clan. Surely you are aware of this. Zhang Tianhao replied, his expression disapproving. The 7th elder, slightly irked by Zhang Tianhao's assertive tone, retorted, of course, I am well aware, which is precisely why I have come to negotiate. Pointing to the young man beside him, he continued, this is my grandson Wansong. A year ago, he awakened over 10% of our ancestral bloodline. But we have exhausted our 3 allocated opportunities. Therefore, we hope your branch can grant him this chance at the blood pool training. In return, we will provide you with a compensation of 1 million silver coins. Zhang Tianhao could hardly contain his laughter. The opportunity for blood pool training was invaluable. Even 1 million silver coins was a pittance in comparison. To suggest such a sum as compensation for relinquishing a quota was nothing short of extortion. 7th elder, how about I offer you 2 million silver coins for a blood pool training quota? Zhang Tianhao mocked. What do you mean, boy? The seventh elder's expression darkened. Is my meaning not clear? You think 1,000,000 silver coins is sufficient for this quota? Do you take me for a beggar? Zhang Tianhao replied coldly. Humph, the blood pool training quota is of no use to you. Your branch was merely fortunate last year when that young man awakened his bloodline. In previous years, the quota has been wasted on you. Only a genius can truly harness the potential of the blood pool training, and my grandson is that genius, the seventh elder declared dismissively. Zhang Yaobang frowned, recognizing the seventh elder's blatant contempt for their branch's warriors. At that moment, he felt powerless to argue, as their younger generation indeed lacked the talent compared to the main clan. Although the emergence of Zhang Jintian last year had garnered some attention, it was insufficient to alter the main clan's perception of the Ninghai branch. Suddenly, Zhang Wensong stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Tianhao. You are Zhang Tianhao, the first of this branch in the recent clan competition, he asked, his tone dripping with condescension. Indeed, Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. Excellent, I claim your blood pool training quota, Zhang Wensong stated, still brimming with arrogance. I refuse. Can you forcibly take it? Zhang Tianhao's eyes turned icy. I challenge you, with the blood pool training quota as the wager. Are you willing? Zhang Wensong smirked. If I lose, I shall yield my quota. If you lose, what will you offer? Zhang Tianhao responded with a faint smile, having assessed Zhang Wensong's cultivation level, which was at the 5th stage of martial mastery. Such a level, while formidable, was not insurmountable in his eyes. I will not lose, Zhang Wensong asserted confidently, looking at Zhang Tianhao with disdain. I refused. If I lose, I forfeit my blood pool training quota. Winning yields me nothing. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Tianhao replied, regarding Zhang Wensong with incredulity. Zhang Wensong's face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed hoped to take advantage without consequence, yet he believed his martial prowess would easily crush Zhang Tianhao. Then I shall wager this ancestral Saint Buddha chain. If you win, it will belong to you. This Saint Buddha chain is of equal worth to your blood pool training quota. What do you say? He proposed, his tone condescending. Zhang Tianhao's eyes glimmered upon seeing the Saint Buddha chain, realizing it could enhance critical hit rates by 15%. A melodious chime echoed in his mind. The Saint Buddha chain? He exclaimed with delight. From the system's description, he understood its potential, though it could not be stacked with other enhancements. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianhao was determined to acquire it. Very well, I accept, he said promptly, seeing Zhang Tianhao's swift agreement. Zhang Wensong inwardly scoffed, certain of his victory. The two stood face to face in the training arena. Behold, the Big Dipper fist. Zhang Wensong charged forward, launching a barrage of punches that filled the air with shadows, aiming to overwhelm Zhang Tianhao in a single strike. Break. Zhang Tianhao countered with the Arhut fist. Blocked? Zhang Wensong's eyes narrowed, intensifying his assault with a series of punches that enveloped Zhang Tianhao, attempting to crush him from all sides. Zhang Tianhao unleashed the Arhut fist at the transformation level, amplifying his strength by 50%. The sheer force caused the air to tremble, suffused with overwhelming power. What terrifying strength! Zhang Wensong gasped, commanding, block it. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Tianhao's fist shattered Zhang Wensong's assault. Zhang Wensong stumbled back, a groan escaping his lips as the force sent him flying. Zhang Tianhao pursued, delivering a decisive blow. Yield, he declared, striking Zhang Wensong squarely. The latter coughed up blood, sent tumbling back. Wensong, the seventh elder, rushed forward to support his grandson. I cannot believe I lost to a mere waste. Zhang Wensong seethed, glaring at Zhang Tianhao as if the defeat were an unbearable disgrace. You call me a waste. What does that make you for losing to one? Zhang Tianhao retorted. You. Zhang Wensong was at a loss for words, staggering to his feet. Grandfather, we are leaving. The seventh elder's expression darkened as he cast a cold gaze at Zhang Yaobei. You have done well. With that, he turned to leave with Zhang Wensong. Not so fast. Zhang Tianhao called out to the seventh elder and Zhang Wensong. What now? Change your mind. If you are willing to relinquish that quota now. Our previous agreement still stands, the seventh elder proclaimed haughtily. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of displeasure. The seventh elder's strength was on par with his grandfather's. Both were grand martial masters, yet in the presence of true experts. They were merely at the bottom of the hierarchy. Wensong, honor the wager. You cannot leave without relinquishing your promise, Zhang Tianhao insisted coldly. You covet my Saint Buddha chain. Impossible. It is my ancestral treasure, Zhang Wensong shouted, his complexion shifting. How shameless. You proposed the wager yourself. Do you intend to renege? Do not worry. I have recorded our agreement with a recording talisman. I shall present it to the clan elders for their judgment. Zhang Tianhao replied calmly. You. Zhang Wensong's face blazed with anger. The shame of losing to a branch family member would remain a closely guarded secret upon his return, if it were truly known among his kin that he had succumbed to the hands of those from a branch family. It would be impossible for him to hold his head high among his peers. Cunning indeed. Zhang Wusong pondered for a moment before reluctantly surrendering the sacred Buddha chain. This debt, I shall settle with you in due time. With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Wusong departed alongside his grandfather in a state of disarray. Chapter 70. Assassin strike after the departure of the seven elders and Zhang Wusong. Zhang Yaobang turned to Zhang Tianhao and remarked, Tianhao, you need not have antagonized the seven elders. Although they hold little power within our clan, your upcoming blood pool refinement at the clan could be hindered if you offend them. Zhang Tianhao understood his grandfather's concerns and casually replied, Grandfather, the meek are often trampled upon. Sometimes, one must assert themselves, lest anyone feel free to defile their dignity. Zhang Yaobang sighed, recognizing the wisdom in his grandson's words. Yet his worry persisted. After all, this journey to the clan would bring him face to face with the seven elders once again, and without connections in the clan, he would be unable to assist his grandson. With a reassuring smile, Zhang Tianhao said, Do not worry, grandfather. I shall maintain a low profile during this visit. As long as no one provokes me, I will not seek conflict. Very well, Tianhao. Do exercise caution. Once you are at the clan, I shall be unable to assist you, Zhang Yaobang cautioned with a sigh. Understood, grandfather, Zhang Tianhao replied, touched by his grandfather's concern. Regarding the sacred Buddha chain, he was determined to acquire it even if it were not for the current wager. He could not allow such a treasure to slip from his grasp. Thus, he felt no qualms about offending the so-called seven elders. They were merely insignificant clan officials in his eyes. Tianhao, to avoid unnecessary complications. You should set out tomorrow, Zhang Yaobang advised. Yes, grandfather. After contemplating, Zhang Tianhao agreed that his grandfather's words were sensible. The distance from Vaxi country to Tianfeng Kingdom was not far, but it required crossing the treacherous Black Demon Ridge. Although not as perilous as Despair Ridge, it remained a dangerous region. Preparedness was never a detriment. Once Zhang Yaobang departed, Zhang Tianhao returned to his chamber and retrieved the sacred Buddha chain. The light blue chain radiated a resplendent, sacred glow, enveloping him in warmth and comfort, as if all his troubles could be forgotten in an instant. Indeed, it was the sacred Buddha chain. Even without enhancing critical hit rates, its very essence was impressive. Satisfied, he nodded slightly. Next, Zhang Tianhao cast an appraisal spell to examine its attributes. Item: Sacred Buddha Chain, Heavenly Grade. Special Attribute: Critical Hit. Increases player's critical hit rate by 15. Description: Legend has it that the Sacred Buddha Chain was crafted from the tears of the compassionate Buddha, who wept for the suffering of all beings. Each drop contains the essence of Buddha. How remarkable! Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, astonished. While merely a legend, it gave rise to the notion that the Sacred Buddha Chain was indeed a valuable item. Without hesitation, he swapped it out for the Rainbow Stone, which could only offer a 5 increase in critical hit rate, a trifling enhancement in comparison, with the Sacred Buddha Chain combined with the inherent 5 critical hit rate of the Arhat Fist. It was undeniably extraordinary. At dawn the next day, Zhang Tianhao embarked on his journey to the clan of Tianfeng Kingdom as soon as he exited the gates of Ninghai City. Li Yuanting, the head of the Li family, received word. Humph, Zhang Tianhao, you have finally left the Zhang family. Excellent. Now that you have departed, there is no need for your return, he scoffed coldly. Of course, every move Li Yuanting made was under scrutiny. His attempts to frame Zhang Tianhao had failed, drawing attention from the Northern General and the Minister of Justice. Consequently, he could not act directly against a junior. However, as one of the 3 great families of Vaxi country, Li Yuanting commanded significant resources without needing to lift a finger. He ordered the Thunder Team to eliminate this nuisance. Yes, a warrior responded, turning to depart. As Zhang Tianhao hastened along the road, he arrived at the edge of a forest a day later. For him, the daily refuge would be within the woods, using its cover to evade prying eyes. This was indeed the path of training his grandfather had advised. Upon entering the forest, 8 masked assassins emerged, members of the Thunder Team, elite operatives trained by the Li family. The leader, surveying the expansive forest, remarked, This woodland is vast. Finding that boy will not be easy. Rest assured, the leader replied with a cold smile. He has just entered, and a faint trace lingers in the air. We shall search thoroughly. However, this boy is quite cautious. His entry here complicates matters. Zhang Tianhao sat cross-legged upon a tree. Recuperating, suddenly, he opened his deep-set eyes, fixating on the distance. I sense killing intent. Are they after me? He murmured thoughtfully. Inwardly, Zhang Tianhao contemplated, I am the only one in this forest. The intensity of their murderous aura suggests they are indeed targeting me. Who could have sent them? He considered several possibilities, quickly dismissing the 7 elders of his clan. While they held significant potential, their reach did not extend to this immediate situation, as he had only just left Ninghai City. The only individual he could think of was Li Yuanting, who harbored a grudge against him and possessed the capability to seek vengeance. Humph. Li Yuanting, you truly cannot remain still. Very well. I shall handle these intruders on your behalf, Zhang Tianhao sneered. Zhang Tianhao activated his breath concealment technique, obscuring not only his cultivation but also his presence and murderous aura, though merely an auxiliary technique. It proved exceedingly practical, allowing him to vanish like a specter in the forest. The 8 members of the Thunder team searched diligently, their pace steady yet swift as they coordinated silently through the dark woods. How strange. The scent has vanished. Could he have left? The leader of the Thunder team questioned. Perplexed, I find that unlikely. Another replied with certainty that at this hour, he would not depart without reason. What if he has noticed us? The first suggested thoughtfully. Given our caution, it is improbable that he has detected us. The second answered with uncertainty. Unbeknownst to the 8 assassins, a pair of piercing eyes lurked in the shadows, observing their every move with lethal intent. Chapter 71. Counterattack. After half an hour of searching, the leader of the masked assassins grew anxious. He had pledged to the family head that he would return with Zhang Tianhao's head. Yet now, with no sign of him, fulfilling this promise seemed impossible. What now? One assassin ventured, unable to contain his worry. The leader pondered briefly before instructing, split into 4 groups and search in the cardinal directions. If you locate the target, engage him. If not, signal for reinforcements. After careful consideration, he had made this decision, though dividing their forces would diminish their collective strength. The Thunder team was well trained and tasked with confronting a single individual, which should not pose significant complications. Understood. They replied, scattering in different directions. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was being meticulously observed by Zhang Tianhao. Splitting up. How fortuitous. Zhang Tianhao chuckled to himself. With them gathered together, it would have been challenging to strike. However, separated, he could take them down one by one. That having assessed the assassins' cultivation levels, he noted that the leader was the strongest among them, at the 8th level of the martial master realm, his most formidable adversary. Despite being at the 3rd level of the martial master realm, Zhang Tianhao felt confident in his abilities, especially under optimal circumstances. However, he would not confront the leader first. Instead, he would deal with the weaker assassins. Zhang Tianhao shadowed 2 of the assassins, both at the 6th level of the martial master realm. Though formidable, he was not overly concerned. A phone. Wait a moment. One assassin called out. What is it? The other inquired. I need to relieve myself, the first admitted sheepishly, glancing around. Hurry up. You're as slow as a lazy donkey. The other retorted, scanning their surroundings. It's odd. Why has the target appeared yet? Has he truly left? Who cares? Regardless of success, the leader will handle it. The first replied dismissively. Observing from his concealed position, Zhang Tianhao's eyes lit up with opportunity. What a splendid chance, he mused, seizing the moment. Zhang Tianhao stealthily pounced upon the unsuspecting assassin who was preoccupied with his business. Blissfully unaware of the impending danger, suddenly, a shadow flickered before his eyes. The assassin, who would not have fallen so easily to Zhang Tianhao, was caught off guard due to the proximity of his companion and the fact that he was engrossed in his activity at that moment. He could never have imagined that Zhang Tianhao had long been observing them. With a crack, the assassin's neck was twisted mercilessly. The sound was muted, perfectly masked by the cacophony of startled birds taking flight nearby. The guard standing by did not hear a thing. Congratulations, host, you have slain a member of the Thunder Team assassin, earning 6,000 experience points. Perhaps it was the prolonged silence from his companion that piqued the curiosity of the guard. Shui, are you done yet? It's taking too long. The assassin named a phone glanced back in confusion, noticing that Shui remained in his original stance. Sensing something amiss, he hurried towards Shui. Shui, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely? He gently tapped his companion's shoulder. Strangely, Shui's body suddenly collapsed. Shui, a phone gasped, his heart racing. That very moment, a figure appeared. Wearing a sinister smile, with a swift motion, a blade swept through the air, severing the assassin's neck. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have killed a member of the Thunder Team assassin, earning 5,000 experience points. Damn, this is utterly pathetic. Zhang Tianhao muttered, feeling somewhat frustrated. Finally dealt with 2 of them. 6 remain. Just wait. The 2 assassins from the west had been searching for half an hour without success. Suddenly, one of them spotted a figure ahead and shouted. Who goes there? Their hearts raced as they immediately pursued the silhouette. However, the dark jungle revealed nothing but emptiness, sending chills down their spines. No1. How is that possible? Number 5, it can't have been just my imagination. There must be someone here. We must. Before he could finish, a sharp blade emerged from behind a tree, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The attack was swift and brutal, exploiting a blind spot. The assassin never anticipated an attack at such close quarters. Reacting instinctively, the assassin managed to shift his body aside just in time. Yet, the blade still severed his arm at the wrist, though the first strike did not kill him. A second, even sharper strike followed closely. The other assassin finally realized the danger. "Stop," he roared, but he would not allow his companion to be slain so easily that he lunged towards the assailant Zhang Tianhao with his sword. With a swift push off a tree, Zhang Tianhao evaded the incoming attack, propelling himself forward and appearing beside the injured assassin. The latter, having lost a significant amount of blood, was paralyzed with fear as Zhang Tianhao lunged towards him. Thinking you can escape? That depends on whether I allow it." Zhang Tianhao's agility was unmatched as he pursued the fleeing assassin. In a mere instant, he was upon him, the blade of his snow-drink-mad blade cleaving through the air. In the darkness, the flash of the blade glimmered like the scythe of death. With a sickening sound, the blade swept across the assassin's neck, and his head was sent flying, accompanied by a torrent of blood. The body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain a member of the Thunder Team assassin, earning 6,000 experience points." Without a second glance at the fallen foe, Zhang Tianhao darted towards the remaining assassin. In what felt like mere moments, the other assassin, witnessing his companion's instant demise, was struck with terror. He hastily produced a signaling arrow, preparing to shoot. But Zhang Tianhao would not permit him to succeed. "Put that down." With a swift and fierce strike, Zhang Tianhao's blade descended upon the assassin, the overwhelming force of his attack rendering the assassin's sword into splinters. The snow-drink-mad blade sliced through the air, finding its mark on the assassin's neck. With a sickening thud, the assassin's head separated from his body. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain a member of the Thunder Team assassin, earning 6,200 experience points. You have also acquired a bottle of cleansing elixir." "Damn, what a loser. Nothing of value," Zhang Tianhao lamented. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The highest-ranking assassin, a martial artist of the 8th level, must be the leader of this so-called Thunder Team. If he could eliminate him, it would surely be a significant gain. At that moment, the two teams of assassins to the south and north had been searching for a while without any sign of Zhang Tianhao, raising their concerns. Ultimately, the southern and northern assassins regrouped. "Number 3, Number 4, have you made contact with the other two teams?" The leader of the Thunder Team inquired solemnly. "No contact." The two assassins shook their heads. "Strange. Where could they have gone? Have they encountered some form of danger?" The leader's voice was laced with worry. "Search in the other two directions. Upon locating them, immediately send a signal arrow." The two teams of assassins dispersed, scouring the jungle for Zhang Tianhao's whereabouts, entirely oblivious to the fate that had befallen their comrades. Naturally, they could not fathom that their two teams had been silently and swiftly dispatched. After all, every member of the Thunder Team possessed at least the cultivation of the 6th-level martial artist. After a prolonged search, numbers 3 and 4 remained empty-handed. Number 4, how could number 5 suddenly lose contact? Could they have encountered danger? Number 3 asked anxiously. "I doubt it. Their strength is comparable to ours. Point 2 against one inexperienced kid. At the very least, they could have sent a signal arrow. It's impossible for there to be no sign at all." Number 4 replied. Suddenly, number 3's expression turned grave. "There's a strong scent of blood. Let us check it out." The two assassins hurried towards the source of the pungent odor and were met with a gruesome sight, for bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their masks removed. It was number 5 and his team. Number 3 and number 4 were struck with horror and rushed towards the bodies. As they approached, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and they began to sink. However, being seasoned fighters, they instinctively attempted to leap to safety. Suddenly, 2 ropes shot up from below, ensnaring their feet and yanking them downwards. With a thud, they were dragged into a trap. "Finally got them," a teasing voice echoed. Zhang Tianhao approached the trap, gazing down at the 2 struggling members of the Thunder Team with a faint smile. "Now, tell me, who sent you? Just kill me. I won't tell you anything. My master will avenge us." Number 3, resigned to his fate, remained obstinate. "Childish, you think I wouldn't know who sent you just because you refused to tell me? The Thunder Team of the Lee family. Is it?" Zhang Tianhao smirked. "How do you know?" Number 3 exclaimed in shock, falling silent thereafter. "Just as I suspected." Zhang Tianhao regarded the 2 assassins, realizing they had outlived their usefulness. Without hesitation, he struck them down with a single blow. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain a member of the Thunder Team assassin, earning 6,000 experience points." "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain a member of the Thunder Team assassin, earning 7,000 experience points." Ugh, yet another worthless kill. It seems defeating monsters doesn't always yield rewards. Zhang Tianhao expressed his discontent. "Well, there are still 2 assassins left. How shall I entertain you?" He mused with a chilling smile. In fact, Zhang Tianhao had made preparations for his journey to the Zhang family in the Tianfeng Kingdom, bringing along some practical items, including simple explosives made from black powder, black powder existed in the Jinwu continent, as it had been inadvertently discovered by alchemists akin to its origins in ancient China. In the Jinwu continent, alchemy was even more prevalent than in China, leading to the accidental invention of black powder by master alchemists. However, the only distinction was that explosives as such did not exist in the Jinwu continent. However, Zhang Tianhao, having studied chemistry on Earth, was not entirely without knowledge. While he could not create more complex explosives, crafting simple ones posed no significant challenge. The potential of explosives, a testament to human civilization on Earth, sparked his curiosity about their efficacy in this realm of Jinwu. A sly smile crept across his face as he gathered the bodies of the Thunder Team assassins, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He drew a signal arrow and shot it into the void. Bang! The arrow burst open, scattering sparks in all directions. The assassins, numbered 1 and 2, who had been scouring the jungle for Zhang Tianhao, immediately halted at the sight of the signal. Something was amiss. They moved swiftly towards the source of the signal. Upon approaching, they were engulfed by a strong scent of blood. The sight before them filled them with horror. This is number 3 and 4. Who could have done this? The first assassin howled and raged at the leader of the Thunder Team. He had forged deep bonds with his comrades over the years. Yet, with several assassins dead, the Thunder Team was effectively shattered. It must be Zhang Tianhao. He is the only one here, the second assassin cried, his voice hoarse with fury. The 2 assassins approached the body strewn across the ground. The second assassin, trembling, turned over the body on top. Suddenly, a whiff of gunpowder filled the air. Acknowledging the danger, the second assassin attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a deafening boom, a fiery explosion erupted. Chapter 73, Ninth Order Magical Beast with the Blast. The first and second assassins were thrown backward by the shockwave. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing the Thunder Team assassins, earning 7,000 experience points, 700 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. After some time, Zhang Tianhao emerged from the shadows. Having been closest to the blast, he expected to find himself in a dire situation. Indeed, upon examining the second assassin's body, he discovered it was utterly mangled. Turning his gaze to the first assassin, who had been further away, he knew the explosion would still have severely affected him as Zhang Tianhao approached within a meter. The first assassin, who had been lying still, suddenly sprang to life. Moving with remarkable speed, he had awaited this moment for too long, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Die! He screamed, striking fiercely at Zhang Tianhao with his sword. However, that smile quickly faded as he realized his blade met only an illusion. The first assassin, a high-ranking martial artist, reacted swiftly, sweeping his sword backward to counter Zhang Tianhao's impending attack. Boom! Zhang Tianhao's fist met the assassin's sword with tremendous force. Despite the first assassin's skill, his injuries and hasty defense were insufficient to withstand the blow, sending him staggering backward, blood spilling from his lips. With a look of shock, the first assassin inquired, "Were you prepared for this?" "Of course. Did you think everyone was as foolish as you?" Zhang Tianhao replied with a faint smile. Savoring the moment, he refrained from attacking immediately, noting that while the first assassin had survived, the explosion had caused him significant harm, primarily due to his superior cultivation compared to the second assassin and the distance he had maintained. The longer he could delay, the more advantageous it was for Zhang Tianhao. He had been alerted by the system's prior notification. Realizing it likely belonged to the second assassin, the absence of a subsequent notification indicated that one had been playing dead. Zhang Tianhao was uncertain whether this was a ploy for a sneak attack or merely a result of being knocked unconscious. "You've killed so many of my men. I will fight you," the first assassin declared, manifesting a deadly aura as he lunged at Zhang Tianhao with his sword, each strike infused with lethal intent. "Since you wish for death, I shall grant it," Zhang Tianhao replied coldly. He unleashed the full power of his perfected Arhut fist. With an imposing presence behind him, the Arhut's glory resonated with sacred sound. Boom! The clash of their powers resonated through the air as Zhang Tianhao's fist collided with the first assassin's sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for using Arhut fist and triggering a critical hit. With a resounding impact, Zhang Tianhao's fist sent the first assassin's sword flying. His iron fist struck the assassin's chest with unstoppable force. The first assassin screamed, his body propelled backward like a severed kite, crashing into a large tree and splintering it in two. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing the Thunder Team leader, earning 8,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up to the 4th tier of martial artist. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining 3 fragments of a divine artifact. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a martial arts character summoning card. Not bad, not bad. A bit of loot this time. Zhang Tianhao mused. Previously, he had received a martial arts possession card, and now he had acquired a summoning card that seemed distinct from the possession card. The summoning card could directly manifest a character. Clutching the white summoning card, he regarded it with intrigue, aware that while powerful, the summoning card's effectiveness also relied on luck. Summoning someone like the Eastern Evil or the Western Poison would be acceptable. But if he summoned an inept character, he would be in trouble. Zhang Tianhao then examined the divine artifact fragments. With this acquisition, he now possessed 3 fragments. He pondered their purpose, speculating that collecting all fragments might yield a complete divine artifact. The thought excited him, as he recalled his experiences on Earth where gathering such fragments often rewarded him with entire artifacts. It appeared the rules here mirrored those of Earth, and a smile graced his face. Now, I must proceed to the kingdom of Tianfeng, Zhang Tianhao declared. One day later, Zhang Tianhao arrived at the Black Demon Ridge. Upon entering, he encountered magical beasts daily, ranging from 1st tier to 5th and 6th tier creatures. However, Zhang Tianhao had transformed significantly. 6th tier magical beasts no longer posed a threat to him. He needed only to traverse the forest ahead to cross into the magical beast territory. The first half of the Black Demon Ridge was dominated by magical beasts, while the latter half was a haven for bandits, rendering it a place of dread. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao halted, sensing a wave of danger approaching. A lion, radiating fiery light, leaped from the trees, its gaze filled with greed and ferocity. As he recognized the creature, shock registered on his face. Flame Golden War Lion, he exclaimed. The Flame Golden War Lion was a 9th-order magical beast, and even with his current strength, it would prove challenging. The lion had already marked Zhang Tianhao as its meal, drool glistening at the corners of its mouth. Damn, does it think I'm food? It should be wary of breaking its teeth, Zhang Tianhao thought. Fully aware that the Flame Golden War Lion was a formidable adversary, before he could devise a strategy, the lion launched an attack. Come at me. I fear no one, Zhang Tianhao shouted, pushing his cultivation to the limit as he unleashed his Arhit fist. Engaging in fierce combat with the Flame Golden War Lion, the lion, a 9th-order beast, exhibited terrifying combat prowess, each swipe of its paw infused with immense power. Zhang Tianhao was sent flying by the lion's strike, blood splattering across his body. Chapter 74. Flame Golden War Lion. The strength of the Flame Golden War Lion exceeded Zhang Tianhao's expectations. After several exchanges, the lion remained unscathed while Zhang Tianhao found himself in a dire state. The lion transformed into a swirling mass of golden flames and lunged at him, its claws descending with lethal intent. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Tianhao evaded the attack just in time, the lion's strike creating a massive crater where he had stood. Arhut fist, he shouted, reappearing behind the Flame Golden War Lion, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The lion was sent 3 meters away, but it merely shook its massive head and stood up as if unscathed. Zhang Tianhao was left astounded. The Flame Golden War Lion was indeed a terrifying opponent. The skin is rough and the flesh is thick. One can only estimate that a few claws from it would be fatal. Yet, despite striking it with 100 punches, not a single hair would fall. This fiery golden battle lion is indeed formidable. If this continues, I would find myself in a passive position. I must devise a strategy. Zhang Tianhao pondered for a moment and recalled that the fiery golden battle lion is a creature of the fire element. To counter it, one must exploit its elemental weaknesses. The ice attribute should serve as an effective counter. Aha! The Cloud Pushing Palm. The unique characteristic of the Cloud Pushing Palm is its freezing damage, which is precisely the bane of fire. Of course, both sides counter each other. It remains to be seen who will prevail. With a surge of anger, Zhang Tianhao struck down at the fiery golden battle lion. The first move of the Cloud Pushing Palm, flowing like clouds, the temperature around them plummeted by several dozen degrees. The fiery golden battle lion, however, would not yield, launching a powerful claw at Zhang Tianhao, its fiery beastly claws staining the air crimson, as if intent on tearing him apart. With a resounding boom, the two forces collided in midair, scattering the flames. This time, Zhang Tianhao did not falter. Elated, he realized his gamble had paid off. Come, let us see who is stronger. With newfound confidence, the two engaged in a fierce battle, each unable to gain the upper hand. After hundreds of exchanges, the fiery golden battle lion, frustrated by its inability to subdue Zhang Tianhao, was incensed. A 9th-tier beast of Black Magic Ridge, it was the sovereign of this realm. Yet, here stood a mere human, meant to be prey. Holding its ground for so long was a disgrace. With a ferocious roar, the fiery golden battle lion began to swell, its fur bristling. In an instant, its size doubled. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced as he recognized the transformation. The fiery golden battle lion had entered a state of frenzy. Some uniquely gifted beasts, upon activating their special bloodlines, gain innate skills. Frenzy, being a characteristic ability of beasts, is something human martial artists have emulated in their practices. Now, after entering this frenzied state, the fiery golden battle lion's power had multiplied several times over. Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming sense of danger and no longer daring to hold back. He unleashed his own ultimate skill, the Boundless Fury, amplifying his attributes fourfold. The two combatants clashed once more, the intensity of the battle escalating. The ground trembled as furious energy erupted, shattering trees in their wake. Despite Zhang Tianhao's unleashed Boundless Fury, the tide of battle did not turn in his favor. After all, a ninth-tier beast was inherently stronger than any human martial artist of the same rank, and the disparity was even greater considering it equated to the power of a ninth-level human warrior. As time wore on, Zhang Tianhao bore numerous wounds at this rate. Even if he did not succumb to the beast, he would bleed to death. The thought of retreat flickered in his mind. With a fierce determination, he unleashed 3 powerful cloud-pushing palms to force the fiery golden battle lion back and prepared to flee. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering stasis with the cloud-pushing palm. Astonished, Zhang Tianhao noticed the fiery golden battle lion was now enveloped in a silvery frost. Evidently frozen in place. For at least 10 seconds, it would be at his mercy. Overjoyed, Zhang Tianhao seized the opportunity, pouncing forward and launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon the golden battle lion. In a mere 10 seconds, he unleashed over 30 strikes of the cloud-pushing palm, nearly exhausting his internal energy. Indeed, this furious onslaught bore fruit, causing blood to spurt from the beast, with crimson numbers flashing above its head indicating significant health loss. Realizing the lion's health bar was nearly depleted, Zhang Tianhao's eyes burned with resolve. He retrieved his bloodthirsty blade, recalling that it too possessed an ice attribute, perfectly countering the fiery golden battle lion. With the Boundless Fury still active, only 10 seconds remained. With a fierce leap, Zhang Tianhao swung the blade down with all his might. A silver arc sliced through the air, instantly dropping the temperature by over 100 degrees. With the amplified power of 4 times his attributes, this strike exceeded his usual strength. Snowflakes began to dance in the air as he brought the blade down upon the fiery golden battle lion. A desperate roar erupted from the beast as the blow shattered its fiery defenses. The icy power surged within the lion, causing its health bar to plummet until it was completely emptied. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the fiery golden battle lion. Experience gained, 9,000. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a fire attribute magic core. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a treasure map, 1-4. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a summoning card for the fiery golden battle lion. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Yellow Springs Holy Sword. This truly is a bounty. This is what it means to strike gold. Zhang Tianhao was ecstatic. These are indeed valuable items. However, he lamented the absence of the frenzy attribute, which he had squandered against the killer leader. Had he unleashed it now, he might have secured even greater rewards. That he contemplated the fire attribute magic core, a 9th-tier inner core that could fetch a handsome price even if he chose not to utilize it. As for the treasure map, he realized he would need to collect the remaining 3 pieces to complete it, so he set that aside for now. Glancing at the summoning card for the fiery golden battle lion, he discovered it could summon the very beast he had just defeated. Knowing its prowess, Zhang Tianhao recognized the potential ally it could provide, though lamented that it was a one-time use. Chapter 75. Awakening of the Little Dragon. As Zhang Tianhao prepared to traverse a small grove ahead, he was about to exit the first half of Black Magic Ridge and leave the beast territory behind. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed numerous beasts converging from all directions, surrounding him completely. The presence of several beasts, each at least tier 5, sent chills down his spine. There were hundreds of them. How could there be so many beasts? Zhang Tianhao was astonished. Could it be a beast tide? At this moment, the beasts closed in on him, leaving him no chance to escape. Their eyes glinted with predatory intent. Zhang Tianhao smiled wryly. He could handle 1 or 2 beasts, but facing such a multitude would be an arduous task. The ranks included 6th-tier earth bears, 7th-tier horned bull beasts, 5th-tier 2-headed pythons, and 8th-tier lightning leopards. Zhang Tianhao felt a creeping dread, sensing that today might truly spell disaster for him. He was confident in his abilities, knowing that one-on-one he could best these beasts. Yet, facing them all at once, even with all his skills, survival seemed uncertain. That a dark mass of beasts advanced upon him step by step, their menacing gazes fixated on him. Zhang Tianhao was perplexed as to why so many beasts had gathered. What he did not know was that the roar of the fiery golden battle lion, just before its demise, had summoned these creatures. For it was a top-tier beast in Black Magic Ridge, perched at the peak of the food chain. Just as Zhang Tianhao braced himself for a desperate fight, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. "Boss? Huh? Who's speaking?" Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. "Boss, it's me. The little dragon. The little dragon." Zhang Tianhao was both surprised and delighted. "Aren't you in slumber?" "Yes, boss. But during this period of sleep, I have not only healed my injuries, but also leveled up." The little dragon replied, "That's wonderful." Zhang Tianhao exclaimed joyfully. With the little dragon's advancement, he would gain a significant combat ally. "Boss, are you in trouble?" The little dragon's tone turned serious as it sensed the surrounding danger. "Yes, I am surrounded by beasts," Zhang Tianhao admitted with resignation. "Watch this, boss." With that, the little dragon coiled onto Zhang Tianhao's shoulder and let out a series of piercing shrieks directed at the beasts, radiating an aura of ferocity. Instantly, the surrounding beasts fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Unlike humans, beasts operate under a strict hierarchy. Lower-tier beasts would never dare challenge those of a higher rank. Moreover, the little dragon was no ordinary creature. Indeed, under the imposing presence of the little dragon, the beasts scattered in terror. Zhang Tianhao observed the little dragon with curiosity, noting its newfound strength compared to before. He quickly checked the little dragon's attributes. Dragon Python Hatchling Potential. Growth Type, Level 10, First-Tier Ferocious Beast, Attributes. Water, Fire Skills. Angry Dragon Claw, Guardian Body, Fusion Technique, Dragon Flame Strike. Astonished, Zhang Tianhao realized that the little dragon had evolved into a ferocious beast. A classification far superior to that of ordinary magical beasts. Even as a first-tier ferocious beast, it vastly outclassed any magical beast that belongs to a different realm of existence. Zhang Tianhao recalled the last time when Little Dragon was injured for his sake, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He then took out the fire-type magic core he had received from the Flame Golden War Lion and offered it to Little Dragon. Upon seeing the fire-type magic core, Little Dragon's eyes sparkled with greed, and he leapt up to devour it. "Boss, this magic core contains immense energy that I need to digest it for a while. If all is well, please do not disturb me." With that, Little Dragon retreated into his space to slumbered as night fell. Zhang Tianhao contemplated staying in the woods for the night and continuing his journey through the latter half of the Black Demon Ridge the next day. The Black Demon Ridge instilled dread in many passing merchant caravans and warriors due to the ferocious magical beasts and countless bandit groups lurking within. Zhang Tianhao had once inquired of his grandfather why there were so many robbers in the Black Demon Ridge. From his grandfather, he learned that it was a consequence of historical events that it turned out that the kingdom of Vaxi, along with the neighboring Ironmang Kingdom and Tianfeng Kingdom, had once united to eradicate bandits across various regions. During that time, the bloodshed was immense, and many bandit groups were annihilated. Ultimately, those who survived fled to the Black Demon Ridge, a lawless territory not claimed by any nation. Surrounded by towering mountains, the area eventually became a refuge for those outlaws, as no country was willing to expend energy to purge bandits beyond their borders. Thus, these brigands managed to persist and thrive over the centuries, growing increasingly powerful, with bandits from other nations traveling great distances to join their ranks. Although the Black Demon Ridge was a lawless zone, it held strategic significance, controlling the transportation routes of several principalities. Traveling through the ridge allowed merchant caravans to save considerable distance. Consequently, many caravans opted for this route to cut costs and time. After a night of rest, Zhang Tianhao gradually regained his strength. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the fatigue of the day dissipate. Clop, clop, clop. Zhang Tianhao heard the sound of a caravan approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a merchant group comprising around 100 individuals, with a contingent of warriors surrounding a horse-drawn carriage. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of curiosity as he noted that even the weakest among them were at the 7th level of martial prowess, with some reaching the 4th level of martial master, on par with himself. "If I travel with this merchant group, it would be much easier to leave this place," Zhang Tianhao mused. His horse had perished during an attack by magical beasts when he entered the Black Demon Ridge, leaving him slowed and unfamiliar with the terrain. Traveling alongside the merchant group would undoubtedly be advantageous. After pondering for a moment, he approached the caravan. It seemed that the valuable goods they carried warranted such a formidable mercenary escort, and the mercenaries were exceedingly vigilant of their surroundings. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao approach, 2 mercenaries glared at him and brusquely said, "Please step back, that if you come any closer, we will not be polite." Please, do not misunderstand. I am lost, and wish to accompany your caravan out of the Black Demon Ridge, Zhang Tianhao replied. What? No way. We do not want to carry a burden. One mercenary quickly shook his head. Rest assured, I do not require your protection. I can defend myself, Zhang Tianhao insisted. Regardless of what you say, we will not allow you to travel with us, the mercenary replied curtly, seeing their unwavering stance. Zhang Tianhao felt helpless. Since they were unwilling, he turned to leave. Wait. A melodious female voice called from one of the carriages that a young woman clad in a blue dress and veiled descended from the carriage. Miss Hylon, why have you come down? A middle-aged mercenary smiled at her. Uncle Kor, I heard a commotion and wanted to see. The lady named Hylon replied with a gentle smile. Zhang Tianhao turned to look at Hylon. Though masked, her stature and voice indicated she was likely no older than 20. Have you encountered bandits in the Black Demon Ridge? Hylon asked, scrutinizing Zhang Tianhao with concern, lowering his gaze to the bloodstains on his clothing. Zhang Tianhao realized she had misunderstood. The blood was from the magical beast he had slain, and lacking a place to clean himself, he had no choice but to remain as he was. Yes, I encountered numerous bandits upon my arrival. They robbed me of all my possessions, he lamented, feigning vulnerability. Hylon, upon hearing his plight, felt sympathy, for it was evident he carried nothing with him, and a traveler would not venture out entirely unprepared. The bloodstains indicated a fierce struggle. Then you should accompany us, Hylon said softly. Miss Hylon, are you not concerned about his background? What if he has ulterior motives? Uncle Kor cast a wary glance at Zhang Tianhao. Hylon shook her head resolutely. I trust my judgment. Besides, he is alone. He poses no significant threat. Perhaps Halen's reasoning was sound, for Zhang Tianhao was but one individual against a mercenary group of over 100. Moreover, having concealed his true prowess, he appeared merely as a 9th-level warrior. Young brother, are you heading to the Tianfeng Kingdom through the Black Demon Ridge? Hylon inquired, her beautiful eyes gazing curiously at him. Zhang Tianhao nodded, feigning resignation. Yes, I sought a shortcut through the Black Demon Ridge, but alas, I encountered a bandit group that stripped me of everything. We are also bound for the capital city of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Kaiyang City. What about you? Hylon asked again. Indeed, a flicker of joy crossed Zhang Tianhao's face. Then you can travel with us. It is fortuitous that our paths align, Hylon smiled. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback by his luck. The merchant group was headed to the very city he sought, alleviating much of his burden. The Zhang family was also in the Tianfeng Kingdom, but it wasn't fear that motivated him, merely his disorientation. Miss Hylon. Uncle Kor attempted to dissuade her further, but she waved him off. It is settled. Reluctantly, Uncle Kor acquiesced, as Hylon was their patron, and her wishes held precedence. He scrutinized Zhang Tianhao closely, yet the latter remained unfazed, which only heightened Kor's suspicions. As a 4th-level martial master, Kor's aura was not something a mere martial artist could easily withstand, yet Zhang Tianhao appeared entirely unperturbed, despite Kor's reservations, with Halen's decision made. He could not oppose it further and resolved to remain wary of this newcomer. Zhang Tianhao felt grateful for Halen's invitation. Inside the carriage, through conversation with Hylon, he learned that she hailed from the Tunghua Trading Company of the Iron Man Kingdom, part of the 16 kingdoms of West River. Zhang Tianhao had never heard of this trading company, likely a minor establishment. Hylon subtly inquired about his background, and Zhang Tianhao was aware she was testing him. So he responded cautiously, claiming to come from an obscure family and was merely out for training. He also garnered some insight into the mercenary group she had hired, discovering they were a D-rank mercenary group known as the Tianwei Mercenaries. Although a D-rank group might seem weak, there was a significant distinction between rated and unrated mercenary groups that D-rank mercenaries needed to apply through higher-ranking groups, and prior to that, there were junior and intermediate levels, all requiring gradual task completion to ascend. Thus, D-rank mercenary groups were esteemed by many smaller factions. After a while, when Hylon could extract no further information from Zhang Tianhao, she fell silent, closing her eyes to meditate. Gradually, the merchant group ventured deeper into the latter half of the Black Demon Ridge, where bandit activity was rampant. Even large mercenary groups had to remain vigilant in this area, as some bandits acted unpredictably. Along the way, they encountered a few small bandit groups, but in the face of the merchant group's might, those brigands could hardly pose a threat. However, Uncle Kor's dissatisfaction with Zhang Tianhao grew increasingly palpable. As he remained inside the carriage, failing to assist when the bandits appeared, leaving all the work to the hired mercenaries, that we will exit the Black Demon Ridge in half a day's journey. Everyone, let's hasten our pace, Kor instructed. The merchant group recognized the dangers of spending the night in the Black Demon Ridge, and they aimed to leave before dark. The ridge was flanked by towering mountains, with only a narrow canyon for passage, making camping here a perilous endeavor. Experienced merchant groups would never engage in such folly. Yet, circumstances often unfold contrary to expectations. While Zhang Tianhao sat in the carriage, meditating, he sensed an ominous presence and opened his eyes. Everyone, halt. Uncle Kor's expression turned grave. Hyalon, sensing something was amiss, quickly inquired, Uncle Kor, what is happening, Miss Hyalon? Something is not right ahead. Kor furrowed his brow. What is wrong? Hyalon pressed urgently that it is unusually quiet here. Typically, even in silence, such stillness is improbable. Something feels amiss. There must be an ambush ahead. Kor, the astute leader of the mercenary band, immediately sensed the situation. What should we do? Hylan's expression shifted. Let us assess the situation first, Kor advised gravely. Just then, a series of monstrous roars echoed from the surroundings. Damn it, why are there so many magical beasts? Have we already exited the beast-infested area? The mercenaries of the Tianwei Mercenary Corps looked around in shock as the beasts closed in, their faces pale. There were at least 1,000 of these creatures, a dark mass that seemed endless, imposing a heavy burden on the mercenaries. Zhang Tianhao was also taken aback. Although they were still within the Black Demon Ridge, they had indeed exited the beast area. But how could these beasts suddenly appear here? Were they targeting him? This was perplexing. Miss Hylan had already left the carriage, standing alongside Uncle Kor to confront the oncoming beasts. Boss, those beasts are not targeting you. A voice suddenly chimed in. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaolong had appeared on his shoulder, flicking its tongue. Xiaolong, you're awake? Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Xiaolong hissed excitedly. Boss, the magical core of that flame golden war lion is quite impressive. I digested it for a few days and finally consumed it completely. Zhang Tianhao asked, Xiaolong, have you leveled up? Xiaolong shook its head, its voice innocent. Boss, although the flame golden war lion's core has immense energy, I am currently a first-tier fierce beast. This core, while substantial, is still insufficient for my advancement. However, another core of this caliber would suffice. Zhang Tianhao playfully tapped Xiaolong's little head, chuckling. Another core? Do you think 9th-tier beasts are easy to slay? Yet Zhang Tianhao mused that with Xiaolong's assistance, defeating the beasts might have been simpler. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to Xiaolong and inquired, if those beasts are not after me, what is happening? Xiaolong flicked its tongue again and replied innocently, Boss, from the sounds of those beasts, it seems someone is controlling them. You mean someone is taming the beasts? Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. In the Jinwu continent, beast tamers were far rarer than ordinary warriors. It was uncommon to find even one among 100. Moreover, beast tamers were enigmatic figures, seldom revealing themselves. Often, a single beast tamer could wield the power of countless beasts. Xiaolong, how formidable can this beast tamer command the beasts to be? Zhang Tianhao asked. I can't ascertain the strength of this hidden individual, but they can at most control 6th-tier beasts, Xiaolong replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. If they were merely facing 6th-tier beasts, that was manageable. 6th-tier beast equated to the power of a 3rd to 4th-tier warrior. Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of relief as he dismounted the carriage. At this moment, the mercenaries of the Tianwei Corps were tightly guarding the merchant convoy's perimeter. Nearly 100 mercenaries stood pale-faced and tense. Hylan and Uncle Kor occupied the forefront. Fixated on the gathering beasts. As more and more beasts congregated before the convoy, the foremost were the 6th-tier three-eyed golden apes, saw-tooth rats, and unicorn bulls. Although these beasts matched the combat prowess of the mercenaries, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, at least hundreds of them, and their strength far surpassed that of human warriors. Hylan, there are far too many beasts for us. We should find a way to break through. Uncle Kor's expression darkened. Hylan's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as she replied, Uncle, are you suggesting we abandon these goods? Uncle Kor forced a smile. Miss Hylan, I understand this request may seem excessive, but it is a matter of survival. If we do not forsake these goods, we cannot possibly escape with our lives. Under any circumstance, we of the Tianwei Mercenary Corps would rather perish than fail our mission. But clearly, even that would not guarantee the preservation of the goods. Hylan sighed. There is no need to explain, Uncle Kor. I understand. Miss Hylan, please give the order, Uncle Kor said, his expression filled with a bitter resignation. He knew that even if they successfully broke through, the Tianwei Corps would likely lose half their members, a devastating loss. Hylan gritted her teeth, deeply conflicted. The cargo they bore was invaluable, and as the head of the Merchant Association, she could not bear the weight of such a loss. Why must these beasts unite against us? Hylan's voice trembled with frustration and indignation. Uncle Kor and the others remained silent. Their experience did not reveal that this assault was due to a beast tamer. After all, tamers were exceedingly mysterious in the Jinwu continent, and few had ever encountered one. Miss Hylan, Zhang Tianhao stepped forward, displaying an unusual calmness compared to the others. Kor's expression darkened upon seeing Zhang Tianhao and sneered. Kid, why are you here instead of hiding in the carriage? Zhang Tianhao ignored Kor's discontent and addressed Hai Lan. Miss Hai Lan, I may know why these beasts are attacking us. Hai Lan looked at Zhang Tianhao in surprise, quickly asking, do you really know? What is the reason? Though she had resolved to abandon the cargo and escape, she did not wish to do so without understanding the circumstances. It is a beast tamer. Zhang Tianhao declared. Are you referring to the most infamous beast tamer in the Jinwu continent? Hai Lan was utterly astonished. Zhang Tianhao maintained a calm demeanor. No one else could command such a multitude of beasts. Yet how could it be possible? Beast tamers are shrouded in mystery in the Jinwu continent. How could one dare to rob a merchant convoy here? Hai Lan remained skeptical. I believe. It was Kor who spoke. Ah, Uncle Kor, you believe in the existence of a beast tamer. Hai Lan looked at Kor in confusion. Kor nodded, his expression serious. Last month, while our mercenary team was on a mission in the Shifeng Kingdom, we encountered a bounty notice seeking the joint effort of the 16 nations of the West River to capture the notorious beast tamer, Yuan Tai, who has been pillaging several villages along the border with magical beasts. The Shifeng Kingdom has offered a bounty of 10 million gold coins for his capture. We intended to try our luck, but intelligence indicated that Yuan Tai has likely moved to the Black Demon Ridge, an area beyond the jurisdiction of the 16 nations of the West River. Hai Lan turned to Kor. Are you suggesting that this beast tamer may indeed be Yuan Tai? Kor's expression darkened as he replied. I believe the possibility is quite high. Damn it, that scoundrel Yuan Tai. Hai Lan cursed helplessly. Little brother Tianhao, we will attempt to break through shortly. Your strength is relatively weaker, so stay among us. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Hai Lan said apologetically to Zhang Tianhao. Hai Lan. Zhang Tianhao was merely an innocent bystander caught up in her merchant convoy's troubles. Though Zhang Tianhao did not require protection, he was touched by Hai Lan's concern. In such a critical moment, she had not forgotten to look after him, solidifying his resolve to aid her in overcoming this crisis. Miss Hai Lan, perhaps the situation is not as dire as we imagine. Zhang Tianhao said softly, his gaze reassuring. For reasons unknown, the certainty in Zhang Tianhao's expression calmed Hai Lan's previously anxious heart. However, she was acutely aware that their convoy was on the brink of an assault by the beasts. If she hesitated even a moment longer, their entire merchant group could be doomed. Kid, do you know what you are saying? If we do not leave now, are we to stay and feed the beasts? Kor, already displeased with Zhang Tianhao, grew furious upon hearing his words. Zhang Tianhao recognized Kor's disdain for him, yet he chose not to retaliate, knowing time would eventually vindicate him. If you are frightened, return to the carriage. But let me tell you, we will not protect you. Coward, Kor mocked. Yes, this kid has enjoyed the journey without contributing a thing. That he is nothing but a parasite. Another member of the Tunghua merchant group chimed in. Indeed, let us not concern ourselves with him. For such an ungrateful person, we welcome him not. Regardless of whether we live or die this time, he is of no consequence to us, added a middle-aged steward from the Tunghua merchant group. The Tianwei mercenary corps and the Tunghua merchant group vented their frustrations on Zhang Tianhao, leaving him speechless. Although he felt some resentment, he understood that this was not the time for conflict. Seeing Zhang Tianhao incite anger, Hai Lan opened her mouth, wishing to ease the tension, but she knew that words would be futile at this moment. They could only strive to protect him as best they could. Miss Hai Lan, we must depart. After a moment's hesitation, we might pay an even greater price. Uncle Cole anxiously gazed at Hai Lan. Hai Lan understood that she must make a decisive decision, looking around at the surrounding beasts. Their eyes gleaming with menace, Hai Lan gritted her teeth and declared, we shall break through. However, despite her resolve, the surrounding beasts had already completed their encirclement, beginning to converge from all directions upon the merchant group. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Cole's face paled. Just moments ago, he had intended to persuade Hai Lan to escape, but now, with the beasts ready to launch their attack, it became clear that the possibility of their escape had diminished to a mere whisper of hope. Despair clouded Hai Lan's eyes. Suddenly, a triumphant laughter rang out. From the hillside, dozens of warriors descended, positioning themselves before the horde of beasts. Strangely, the beasts did not attack these newcomers. At the forefront stood 3 middle-aged men, 2 of whom possessed formidable strength, boasting the cultivation of the 8th level of martial arts. The one in the center, however, was of lower rank, only at the 9th level. Yet, it was evident to all that the 2 flanking him held him in great esteem, as if he were their leader. Welcome to the Black Demon Ridge. We are the 7 Stars Bandits. Are you the ones commanding these beasts to attack us? Hai Lan asked through gritted teeth. Indeed, to be precise. It is I who commands them, the middle-aged man said, his gaze fixated on Hai Lan with keen interest. Why would the Tunghua Commerce Association have any enmity with you? Ha ha ha, naive. Do robbers require a reason to pillage? The bandits erupted in uproarious laughter, their mirth brazen. Though the members of the Tunghua Commerce Association and the Tianwei Mercenary Corps were furious, they dared not voice their anger, for their lives hung precariously in the balance. If I am not mistaken, you must be Yuan Tai? Hailon asked, her voice steady as she scrutinized him. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you recognized me. That it seems you have visited the Western Peak Nation. You truly are Yuan Tai.as, a beast master. Why would you choose to become a bandit in the Black Demon Ridge? Uncle Cole asked, astonished. Ha ha ha. That question is simple. As a beast master, I am safest where beasts abound. These countless beasts are my subordinates. Here, I thrive like a fish in water. Is it not splendid? Yuan Tai replied with a self-satisfied grin. Uncle Cole was left speechless. Yuan Tai spoke the truth, with these beasts at his command. He was akin to a king. No one would dare challenge him, not even a martial king. Hailon took a deep breath, gazing at the members of the Seven Stars bandits. What do you want? Ha ha, what do we want? As bandits, we obviously seek to plunder. Yuan Tai replied casually. Very well, we will leave these goods to you. You allow us to depart. Hailon exhaled deeply. Indeed, you are quite insightful. So, may we take our leave now? Hailon felt a glimmer of hope. Not so fast. You think you can deceive us. We are willing to leave the goods behind. What more do you desire? Do you wish for a fight to the death? Both Hailon and Uncle Cole were now furious, glaring at Yuan Tai. Humph. Do you believe you possess the qualifications for mutual destruction? Once my countless beasts charge, you will all be obliterated, not just here, but in the surrounding area. There are thousands more beasts. Do you truly think your numbers suffice to resist? Yuan Tai boasted with pride. What do you propose? Hailon suppressed her rage, fixing her gaze on Yuan Tai. Hee, I am not merely after wealth. I also relish in taking pleasure. My lady, you possess extraordinary beauty. If you would consent to accompany me in my lair for a few days, I shall grant your release. Yuan Tai's lecherous gaze fixated on Hailon. What? Hailon's complexion changed, and even Uncle Cole was seething with rage. These individuals were utterly despicable, devoid of any morality. I will never agree to that. If you force me, I shall perish alongside you. A terrifying aura emanated from Hailon. Zhang Tianhao, at the 8th level of martial arts, was taken aback that he had not anticipated that Hailon was the strongest among their group. 8th level of martial arts. Impressive, but my beasts number in the thousands. I wonder how many you can slay. Regardless, there are plenty of beasts here, Yuan Tai retorted. But do you truly wish to witness your friends perish for your sake? Yuan Tai smiled slightly, continuing his psychological assault on Hailon. This was Hailon's Achilles heel. If it were just her, she would rather die than be humiliated. However, there was also Uncle Cole, and so many from the Tunghua Commerce Association. My lady, do not acquiesce to them. We fear not death. Several executives from the Tunghua Commerce Association voiced their determination. Our Tianwei Mercenary Corps is also willing to fight to the bitter end, Uncle Cole declared, garnering support from the mercenaries who were fervently eager to fight. While Uncle Cole cared for his mercenary group, he would never sacrifice the safety of his comrades, especially for a woman. If he did, he would never find peace in his heart, unbeknownst to him. The declarations from the executives of the Tunghua Commerce Association and the mercenaries of the Tianwei Corps only solidified Hailon's resolve. Though she was a strong woman, her pure nature would never allow her to sacrifice the lives of many for her own preservation. Ha 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 ha, Miss Hailon, do you truly wish for so many to sacrifice themselves for you? Yuan Tai's piercing eyes seemed to see through everything, unfazed. You have one. I will allow you to return, and you may take the goods. But you must release my people. Otherwise, I shall ensure our mutual destruction, Hailon stated resolutely. Agreed. Yuan Tai responded readily. Obtaining the goods and a woman, everything else was of little consequence. Miss Hailon, we shall not leave. We are determined to share your fate. Uncle Cole insisted urgently. My lady, how can you do this? If you're lost, how shall we explain our return? The elders of the Tunghua Commerce Association were also anxious, drawing their weapons and positioning themselves in front of Hailon. Stand down. If you regard me as your lady, then follow my commands, Hailon declared firmly. Miss Hailon, I cannot agree to this. A languid voice interjected. It was Zhang Tianhao, who had remained silent until now. Uncle Cole and the executives of the Tianwei Mercenary Corps were taken aback, astonished that the seemingly timid Zhang Tianhao would dare to speak at such a moment. Their impression of him shifted significantly. Young Master Zhang, you should leave with them. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain. Hailon's voice was hoarse and desperate. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Miss Hailon, I am interested in Lord Yuan Tai's beast. You are also a beast master. No, you, a mere child, cannot possibly be a beast master. Mastering beasts requires years of dedication. How could you, with your juvenile appearance, possibly achieve that? Yuan Tai scoffed. Zhang Tianhao chuckled lightly. You are mistaken. I too am a beast master. Ambition knows no age. You are much older, yet your cultivation is merely at the martial realm. Have you not wasted your time? Zhang Tianhao's taunt brought a wave of satisfaction to Uncle Cole and the others, akin to enjoying ice cream on a sweltering summer day. However, their enjoyment was quickly overshadowed by concern. After all, they were facing a beast master, one of the most enigmatic professions in the true martial continent, capable of being torn apart by beasts in an instant. Yuan Tai's face flushed crimson with rage. His martial cultivation had always been a sore spot, a topic he loathed others to bring up. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, his low cultivation level had always made him feel inferior. Even though he had fortuitously become a beast master, it had not changed his status. Now, being publicly humiliated by Zhang Tianhao before so many had completely enraged him. Brat, you seek death, Yuan shouted, forming a hand seal and commanding a 5th-level unicorn bull to attack. The unicorn bull, eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged at Zhang Tianhao. Little brother, Hylon and Uncle Cole gasped in alarm. Yet, it was too late for them to intervene. A 5th-level beast was equivalent to a 1st-level martial artist. And Zhang Tianhao seemed only to be at the martial realm. The disparity in strength was monumental. But then, something astonishing occurred. As the 5th-level unicorn bull approached within a meter of Zhang Tianhao, it suddenly halted, as if it had encountered a demon, its eyes filled with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Yuan Tai was perplexed and exerted greater force in his command. Yet no matter how he urged it, the unicorn bull stubbornly refused to advance. Yuan Tai sensed something was amiss, looking at Zhang Tianhao with suspicion. Are you truly a beast master? At this, Hylon, Uncle Cole, and the others stared at Zhang Tianhao in astonishment. Zhang Tianhao merely smiled languidly. Let us say I am. Hylon and the others were increasingly astonished. It appeared he truly was a beast master. I misjudged you. Yuan I squinted at Zhang Tianhao. Of course, I once raised a few pet dogs and snakes, and I never thought being a beast master was anything remarkable. Zhang Tianhao displayed an air of indifference. His words immediately left Hylon and the others in a state of bemusement. They had not anticipated that Zhang Tianhao's notion of a beast master would be so trivial. In truth, Zhang Tianhao was not lying. During his time on Earth, he had indeed raised a few mutts for the serpent. It was none other than the little dragon at present. Naturally, others were oblivious to Zhang Tianhao's thoughts. You dare mock me? You dare equate a noble beast master to a mere commoner who raises a few mutts? This is infuriating. Yuan Tai fumed. Is it not true that if I command dogs and snakes, it still counts as commanding beasts? Zhang Tianhao shrugged, feigning innocence. You are conflating concepts. It seems that until you witness the true prowess of a beast master, you remain woefully ignorant. Yuan Tai retorted fiercely, producing a bell which he shook vigorously. The chimes rang out, summoning dozens of magical beasts that encircled them, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Begone! Zhang Tianhao stomped his foot, unleashing an invisible pressure that emanated from him. Of course, this was merely Zhang Tianhao's pretense. The aura he exuded was a result of the little dragon concealed within him. The dragon possessed the essence of a divine beast, and even without that, its sheer ferocity surpassed that of the magical beasts before them. After all, in the realm of magical beasts, the hierarchy was far more rigid than that among humans. The dragon's presence left them paralyzed with fear, compelling them to submit. A multitude of magical beasts suddenly cowered on the ground, trembling as if they had encountered royalty. Impossible. You cannot be a beast master. What despicable means have you employed to command my beasts? Yuan Tai glared at Zhang Tianhao, madness in his eyes. Zhang Tianhao's remarkable display ignited a flicker of hope in Hylon and the others. If Zhang Tianhao could truly control these magical beasts, perhaps they stood a chance. Zhang Tianhao smiled mysteriously. My dear sir, wouldn't it be thrilling if I were to incite these beasts to turn against you? Impossible. I refuse to believe you can make my beasts rebel against me. Yuan Tai bellowed in a frenzy. Your unwavering confidence intrigues me. I truly wish to experience your capabilities, Zhang Tianhao replied, and a sharp shriek echoed from him. The sound of the little dragon. However, those surrounding assumed it was Zhang Tianhao employing some arcane technique. Yuan Tai, in a frenzy, shook the bell, urging the magical beasts to heed him. Yet, at that moment, the creatures began to grow restless. Their eyes glinting with a cold, predatory stare towards Yuan Tai. What is happening? Yuan Tai felt as though he had ceased to be their master, and instead had become their adversary. This phenomenon was unprecedented for him as a beast master. And a profound unease gripped his heart. Zhang Tianhao smirked, well aware of the situation. A beast master commands magical beasts through the language of beasts and intermediaries, indirectly exerting control, yet the influence is tenuous. Should the beasts resist, failure is imminent. Moreover, the control is distinctly correlated to one's cultivation level. Yuan Tai's low cultivation rendered him incapable of commanding beasts of high rank, particularly those exceeding the 6th tier. In contrast, Zhang Tianhao possessed the little dragon, whose lineage was far superior, eclipsing that of ordinary magical beasts. To the latter, it was akin to the disparity between a general and a soldier. Its commands were not to be disobeyed. As more and more magical beasts slipped from Yuan Tai's grasp, he anxiously urged his two warriors, Zhou Shutong, Zhou Biao, kill him at once, or we are doomed. The two warriors were the second and third in command of the 7-star Thieves Guild. They had initially been the true leaders, subjugated by Yuan Tai through the force of magical beasts. Typically, they revered Yuan Tai for his ability to command countless beasts, but witnessing their leader's failure left them dumbfounded. Kill. Zhou Shudong and Zhou Biao understood that if Zhang Tianhao were not eliminated, their own lives would be forfeit. They unleashed their most potent attacks, aiming to end Zhang Tianhao's life in a single blow. Noticing that Zhang Tianhao's cultivation was merely at the 9th tier of martial artists, they believed that killing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Seeking death? Arhut Fist. A manifestation of the Arhut appeared behind Zhang Tianhao. Resonating with rhythmic strikes, congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for executing the Arhut Fist and triggering paralysis, a mechanized voice announced. Zhou Shudong and Zhou Biao were simultaneously repelled, confusion etched on their faces. How can this be so powerful? They gasped, feeling a surge of blood erupt from within. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Tianhao was elated. He leapt towards the two. As they prepared to retaliate, a paralyzing force rendered them immobile. What is happening? They exclaimed, aghast. Die. The Arhut Fist struck with a cataclysmic force, shattering their bodies and obliterating all vitality within. Thud. Thud. They collapsed, lifeless. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for slaying Zhou Shutong, earning 8,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for slaying Zhou Biao, earning 8,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring 5 Qi recovery pills. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring 5 healing pills. Zhang Tianhao grimaced, vexed, truly impoverished. Is this all that a martial artist at the 8th tier can yield? Fortunately, these items were somewhat useful for restoring health and energy. With a thought, he consumed a Qi recovery pill, replenishing the 200 Qi he had expended. Not bad, quite effective, Zhang Tianhao murmured. This vial could restore 1,000 Qi, proving quite practical. Meanwhile, Yuan Tai watched in horror as Zhang Tianhao dispatched his 2 subordinates. If he lost his ability to command magical beasts, any martial artist present could easily slay him. Zhang Tianhao addressed Yuan Tai with a nonchalant demeanor. I warned you that you would reap what you sow. This is merely the beginning. A more urgent, high-pitched shriek erupted, and the magical beasts, enraged, charged towards Yuan Tai, who was soon torn apart by their fury. The irony of a beastmaster being devoured by the very beast he commanded was profound. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for slaying beastmaster Yuan Tai, earning 100 experience points. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, amused. I told you not to be too arrogant, yet you chose to ignore my warning. The members of the 7-star Thieves Guild stared in disbelief at the demise of their leaders. Scattering in panic, the magical beasts, too, were dispersed by the little dragon. At that moment, Hai Lan and Uncle Kur, along with their companions, were left astounded. They had never imagined that Zhang Tianhao could defeat Yuan Tai. A beastmaster. Young Master Zhang, are you truly a beastmaster? Hai Lan gazed at him, her eyes wide with wonder. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. No, I am not a beastmaster, merely possessing some techniques akin to theirs. Understanding his reluctance to divulge more, Hai Lan said sincerely, if not for your intervention, I would have faced utter ruin. I owe you a debt I cannot express. Should you require anything in the Iron Mane Kingdom, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Zhang Tianhao quickly replied, Miss Hai Lan, please do not mention it. I owe my safe passage through the Black Demon Ridge to your assistance. This modest help pales in comparison to the life-saving favor you have bestowed upon me. Hai Lan insisted. Uncle Kur and the members of the Tianwei Mercenary Corps stood awkwardly, realizing they had previously looked down upon Zhang Tianhao. Yet now, he had saved their lives. Young Master Zhang, I was blind to your worth and have wronged you. Please forgive me. Should you require the services of the Tianwei Mercenary Corps in the future, do not hesitate to ask. We will serve you without reservation, Uncle Kur said earnestly. Young Master Zhang, the Tenghua Trading Guild feels the same. Whatever you desire, we shall strive to fulfill. Several stewards from the Tenghua Trading Guild echoed, their expressions filled with shame for their earlier insults towards him. As Zhang Tianhao displayed humility, the group exchanged smiles. Mending their grievances. 7 days later, the trading group finally arrived at the capital city of the Tianfeng Kingdom, Kaiyang City. After politely declining Hai Lan's invitation to visit the trading branch, he parted ways with the Tenghua Trading Guild and the Tianwei Mercenary Corps. Settling into an inn in Kaiyang City, the following day marked the commencement of the Zhang family's blood pool ritual, and Zhang Tianhao eagerly anticipated which bloodline he would awaken. Chapter 81. The Revenge of the 7th Steward in the Zhang Family. One of the four prominent clans of the Tianfeng Kingdom, the family square was abuzz with excitement, for it was the time of the annual blood pool trial. This trial allowed for 220 participants each year, the maximum capacity of the blood pool. Exceeding this limit would compromise the efficacy of the trial. Out of the total, 200 slots were reserved for the main clan, while the remaining 20 were allocated to various branches. Elders who could not secure a spot within the main clan often resorted to various means to obtain a slot from the branches. The seventh steward, having failed to acquire a position in the Ninghai city Zhang family, managed to obtain one from several other branches. Yet, the thought of the humiliation he and his grandson faced in Ninghai city left him deeply dissatisfied. He muttered, "Boy, since you choose to refuse my hospitality, you shall pay the price. Heh." Zhang Tianhao was aware that the blood pool in the Demon Dragon Valley opened at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thus he arrived early. Upon his arrival, he was immediately stopped by 4 guards stationed at the entrance. "Who goes there? State your name. I am Zhang Tianhao from the Ninghai city Zhang family, here to participate in the blood pool trial." He replied courteously. One of the guards, a young man with bushy eyebrows, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have proof?" "Indeed, here is my jade token." Zhang Tianhao presented his token, a unique form of identification for the Zhang family. Recognized across all branches. "You are indeed a talented member of the branch. Follow me," the young guard said, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. "Thank you." Zhang Tianhao was pleasantly surprised by the cordiality of the Zhang family members. Had he been left to find his way alone, it would have posed quite a challenge. He followed the guard. However, he soon realized they were heading into a more secluded area, which raised his suspicions. His grandfather had participated in the blood pool trial before and knew that prior to the trial, all participants were required to gather in the square to heed the patriarch's instructions, a long-standing tradition. Recognizing something was amiss, Zhang Tianhao halted and fixed a cold gaze upon the guard. The guard, taken aback, asked, "Why have you stopped? If you are late, you will not be able to enter the Demon Dragon Valley." "Humph, who are you? This path does not lead to the Demon Dragon Valley," Zhang Tianhao replied coolly. "Discovered, have you? I underestimated you," the guard responded, his demeanor shifting. Zhang Tianhao swiftly turned around, fully aware that according to the rules, tardiness would result in the forfeiture of his trial slot. It is too late to leave now. At that moment, 4 young men appeared before him, surrounding him completely. "Get lost." Zhang Tianhao unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, each blow cascading towards the young men. In his effort to conclude the skirmish swiftly, he held nothing back, unleashing his formidable Arhut fist technique. Seeking death, the 5 young martial artists from the main clan disregarded Zhang Tianhao, each striking out with their palms. The force of their attack surged toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 young men felt as if a mountain had collided with them and were sent flying backwards several steps. How can he be this strong? "Down you go." Zhang Tianhao executed a swift maneuver, unleashing a flurry of phantom strikes that descended upon the 5. His speed was blinding, and they barely sensed the gust of wind before being struck with tremendous force. Blood spewed from their mouths as they were sent sprawling across the ground, sliding for several meters. Fools! Ignoring their plight, Zhang Tianhao dashed toward the martial arts arena of the Zhang family. He needed to arrive before the Demon Dragon Valley opened, or he would lose this opportunity for the blood pool trial. At that moment, at the entrance to the Zhang family's Demon Dragon Valley, Patriarch Zhang Shi was eloquently outlining the necessary precautions for entering the valley. "Very well, you may enter now," he announced, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke with an air of indifference. The faces of over 200 Zhang family disciples were alight with excitement and anticipation. Each disciple hoped that this blood pool trial would awaken their bloodlines, propelling them into the ranks of the gifted. "This time, Brother Zhang Feng will surely awaken his bloodline. He is our family's top talent." Having reached the 6th level of martial arts at just 16. Indeed, with Brother Zhang Feng's talents, awakening a powerful ancestral bloodline is certainly within reach. Gaining admission to the academy and joining a sect will be a breeze. It's not just Brother Zhang Feng. Zhang Shuling, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Qi are also exceptional talents from our family who will undoubtedly awaken their bloodlines. The 4 individuals mentioned were among the top 10 prodigies of the Zhang family, and this trial was centered around them. The 7th steward, standing at the edge of the square, noticed that Zhang Tianhao had not yet arrived, and a sense of satisfaction filled him. He thought to himself, "A mere branch dares to defy me. What audacity! This will merely serve as a minor lesson. Our accounts are far from settled." The 7th steward had completely harbored resentment towards the Ninghai city branch and was plotting to find another opportunity to teach them a proper lesson. Seeking retribution for the humiliation he suffered, just as the group prepared to enter the Demon Dragon Valley, a figure appeared in the distance. Zhang Tianhao, rushing toward them. "Who goes there?" This is the Zhang family's territory. No outsiders are permitted. Several guards quickly moved to intercept him. I am here to participate in the blood pool trial, not an outsider, Zhang Tianhao declared loudly. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, and one of them asked, "If you are here for the blood pool trial, why have you arrived at this hour?" The seventh steward observed Zhang Tianhao, raising an eyebrow in anger. How could you allow him to pass? What utter incompetence! All my efforts are wasted. He is late, and thus forfeits his qualification to not let him in. He declared coldly. Nonsense. The blood pool trial starts at 8 o'clock, and it is still a quarter to the hour. How can I be late? Are you attempting to twist the truth? Zhang Tianhao retorted mockingly. Preposterous. I am responsible for maintaining order during this blood pool trial, and if I say you cannot enter, then you cannot, the seventh steward shouted, clearly enraged. You dare to settle personal scores? I will not hesitate to push through, Zhang Tianhao asserted, channeling his inner energy, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 82. The junior blood pool seeing Zhang Tianhao's determination to force his way in. The seventh steward, a grand martial master, was infuriated. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhangyan, let him through. A cool voice interjected. The speaker was none other than Patriarch Zhang Shi. With the Patriarch's command, the guards and the seventh steward could only relent. Yes, Zhang Tianhao cast a triumphant glance at the seventh steward and strode forward confidently as he passed by. He provocatively winked at the steward. The seventh steward, infuriated by the provocation, could do little but seethe silently. Vowing to remember this slight, Zhang Tianhao was escorted before Patriarch Zhang Shi. He looked up to see the Patriarch standing on a raised platform, his expression calm and composed, his piercing gaze seemingly able to penetrate Zhang Tianhao's very soul. You are a member of the Zhang family, yet I have never seen you before, Zhang Shi remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Tianhao. Feeling the weight of the Patriarch's intense gaze, Zhang Tianhao experienced a sense of pressure. He understood that the Patriarch was a martial artist of the king level, one of the few experts within the Zhang family, and he knew better than to act rashly before him. Thus, he respectfully stated, Patriarch, I am from the Ninghai city branch. With that, he presented his jade token as proof of his identity. Zhang Shi examined it before returning it to Zhang Tianhao, his demeanor remaining composed. Ninghai city branch, you are Zhang Jinsheng's offspring? The Patriarch inquired. Patriarch, you know my father. Zhang Tianhao responded, taken aback. Indeed, we met briefly over a decade ago, Zhang Shi replied, nodding slightly. May I ask your name? The younger generation Zhang Tianhao pays his respects to the Patriarch. Zhang Tianhao responded with utmost respect. Since you are from the branch, why did you arrive late? Are you unaware that missing the time for the blood pool trial results in a forfeiture of qualification? Zhang Shi's voice bore a note of authority. Patriarch, it was not my intention to be late, Zhang Tianhao explained, recounting the events that transpired upon his arrival at the Zhang family and mentioning the seventh steward's actions. Zhangyan, is what he says true? A weighty pressure enveloped Zhangyan, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. That he hurriedly replied, Patriarch, that is not the case. He is slandering me. Humph, do you think I am unaware of the truth? If this happens again, there will be consequences, Zhang Shi coldly admonished. Yes, yes. Thank you, Patriarch, thank you. Patriarch Zhangyan sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, the seventh steward glared at Zhang Tianhao with venomous eyes, silently vowing revenge. You dare to report me to the Patriarch? I will not let you off easily. Since there is a reason for your tardiness, you may enter. Remember, do not be late next time. Otherwise, even as the head of the family, I shall not make an exception for you. Zhang Shi spoke lightly. Yes, head of the family. Zhang Tianhao, having achieved his objective, finally let out a sigh of relief and hastened toward the Demon Dragon Valley. Before the valley, several elders of the Zhang family were uniting to prepare for the opening of the seal. The younger members of the family, upon witnessing Zhang Tianhao's swift entrance, felt a twinge of curiosity. What is this? The time has passed, yet someone is still entering. Their gazes were tinged with hostility towards Zhang Tianhao. Who is this person? He appears so unfamiliar, one of the younger Zhang members asked in surprise. Another replied disdainfully, it seems he is from a branch family. Those branch members participating in the blood pool refinement are merely wasting resources. If it weren't for our ancestors' pity for our kin, granting them some quotas, I would suggest revoking even those 20 slots. Just think how many more geniuses our main family could cultivate each year. Indeed, the sentiments echoed among the Zhang family members. An elder stepped forward, casting a solemn glance over the gathered relatives, and stated, the barrier to the blood pool has been opened. That I shall reiterate. Within the next 9 days, make the most of your time. Do not force it. What suits you best is truly the best. With that, under the guidance of several elders maintaining order, the group passed through the barrier, and entered the blood pool. Upon entering, Zhang Tianhao was greeted by a stunning sight. The blood pool lay within a small valley, suffused with a swirling mist of blood energy. The richness of the spiritual energy here was several times that of the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for absorbing the blood energy of the demon dragon. Experience points increased by 100. A system notification rang out. Zhang Tianhao was secretly astonished. He hadn't anticipated that merely absorbing a breath of blood energy would yield such an increase in experience points, perhaps even without partaking in the blood pool refinement. Cultivating here for 7 days could significantly enhance his cultivation. Of course, Zhang Tianhao understood the importance of awakening one's bloodline. His grandfather had previously informed him of the steps involved in the blood pool refinement. The process consists of 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced blood pools. Every 3 days, one enters a different tier. Each blood pool automatically dispenses 100 tokens, and only those family members who possess a token may enter for the blood pool refinement to awaken their bloodlines. The intermediate blood pool only has 50 tokens, while the advanced pool possesses a mere 20. The competition is fierce, although this time, the main Zhang family generously allocated 20 slots to each branch family. The actual contenders for entry into the blood pool were FEW.I. In the past, Zhang Tianhao's grandfather, a prodigy of the branch family, had only secured a qualification for the primary blood pool. Even then, he had fought fiercely for it. Fortunately, although he did not awaken his bloodline, the potent blood energy within the pool enhanced his attributes and elevated his martial talent, ultimately allowing him to become one of the few masters in Ninghai City. More than 200 Zhang family members gathered before a massive teleportation array inscribed with profound runes, established by the Zhang ancestors centuries ago, although it was merely a short-range teleportation array. Zhang Tianhao's grandfather had warned that without a teleportation token, entering the array would result in being torn apart by spatial energy. Suddenly, countless beams of white light flickered through the void, rushing towards the crowd. I, Zhang Wei, shall claim the primary blood pool refinement token. There must be a place for me. Zhang Xiaofan. The family members eagerly prepared for a scramble, excitement coursing through them. Perhaps only Zhang Tianhao and the 4 great talents of the Zhang family remained relatively composed, as they did not regard the primary blood pool refinement as significant. Zhang Tianhao observed the rapidly flying tokens with keen eyes, ready to make his move. However, he refrained from acting immediately. The primary blood pool tokens were still relatively abundant, and there was no need for haste. With over 200 people contending for just over 100 tokens, the competition was tight, and many friendships quickly turned hostile as they turned on one another. I got it. I seized the primary token. Laughter erupted from those who managed to snatch a token. Despite the fray, only 2/3 of the tokens were claimed, leaving a third still unclaimed at this moment. The 4 great talents of the Zhang family sprang into action. Their movements were extraordinary, swift as lightning and fluid as flowing water. As they claimed 4 more tokens, the remaining tokens dwindled rapidly, and the Zhang family members surged forward in a frenzy. The tokens seemed almost sentient, evading capture as over a dozen tokens slipped through the grasp of the young members of the Zhang family. One token, in particular, soared towards Zhang Tianhao. His eyes gleamed with determination. Now is the time to act. Otherwise, there will be none left for me. As the token passed overhead, Zhang Tianhao sprang into action, propelling himself forward to snatch it from the air. You there, drop that token. It belongs to me, a haughty youth exclaimed. Zhang Tianhao smirked coldly and replied, Yours. Have you lost your mind? This is a free-for-all. When did the blood pool token become yours? Am I mistaken? What I say is mine is mine. Hand it over, or you won't be leaving. Fool. Zhang Tianhao, aware that the blood pool refinement was about to commence, ignored the youth and proceeded toward the teleportation array. You dare disregard me? The youth seethed, launching a fist towards Zhang Tianhao. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao nimbly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch. The impact resounded, sending the youth flying back, blood splattering as he landed on the ground. Seething with rage, You wretch, do you know who I am? My brother Zhang Feng will not let this slide. Who is Zhang Feng? I don't know him. Let him come. I shall await his arrival. Zhang Tianhao scoffed. You don't even know my brother's name. Are you from a branch family? Regardless of who you are, crossing me, Zhang Pejun, will mean your doom. I will ensure my brother humiliates you and forces you to beg for mercy. With that, Zhang Pejun stormed away. Meanwhile, by the teleportation array, those who had secured their tokens eagerly awaited their turn to enter. Those fortunate enough to possess a primary blood pool token rejoiced, while those left empty-handed felt disheartened. Among the Zhang family members, at least half had not obtained a token. Zhang Tianhao, who had initially kept a low profile, silently awaited the activation of the teleportation array. Suddenly, a piercing gaze landed upon him. Zhang Tianhao turned to the source of the gaze, recognizing it as one filled with animosity. It was none other than Zhang Wasong, the grandson of the seventh steward. Zhang Tianhao was slightly taken aback before quickly regaining composure. Clearly, the individual had acquired a blood pool refinement slot from elsewhere, demonstrating some skill. However, having offended him would lead to misfortune. A sly smile crept across Zhang Tianhao's face. Zhang Hong, Zhang Zichong, do you not have a younger brother without a token? Why not ask him? Zhang Wensong sneered at Zhang Tianhao. He is merely a branch family member. Entering the blood pool is already a blessing. He has no right to that token. 8 fierce gazes fixed upon Zhang Tianhao. Kid, I know how you obtained that token, but it does not belong to you. Hand it over and scram, Zhang Hong taunted. Zhang Zichong echoed, hand over the token and get lost. If you want to take my token, let us see if you have the capability, Zhang Tianhao replied, slightly frowning but maintaining a calm smile. You seeking death? Zhang Zichong unleashed a palm strike toward Zhang Tianhao. The force of the oncoming wind was intense, striking his body painfully. A martial artist at the 7th level, yet not an ordinary one. Possessing the power to fight above his level. Indeed, the main Zhang family was filled with talent, but Zhang Tianhao remained undeterred. He unleashed the Arhut fist to its utmost potential, meeting the attack head-on. With a resounding clash, Zhang Tianhao staggered back 4 steps, while Zhang Zichong retreated a single step, surprised that his attack had not bested Zhang Tianhao. Suddenly, a surge of conflicting blood energy erupted, and the entire teleportation array began to activate. The teleportation array is active. Everyone, hurry and enter. Zhang Zichong, Zhang Hong, Zhang Yu, Zhang Jinliang, and Zhang Wensong prepared to strike together to subdue Zhang Tianhao and seize the last remaining token. Zhang Tianhao felt the pressure intensify. He executed the Yin-Ing stealth technique to its fullest. Alongside the R-hit fist. 5 against 1 was not a battle he could hope to win, yet Zhang Tianhao needed not to win. He only had to endure for a moment longer, as the teleportation array had begun its operation. He did not believe these individuals would persist in their assault. Zhang Zichong and the others were taken aback. They had expected subduing Zhang Tianhao to be a matter of mere moments, yet they found his movements exceedingly elusive, making their attacks difficult to land. The air was filled with the roar of fists colliding. A furious clash erupting among the 5. Zhang Tianhao was thrust back several paces by the violent force of punches, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the 5 individuals before him. Their appearances etched firmly in his memory. Damn it, the teleportation array is about to close. We must enter. Zhang Zichong shot a frosty glance at Zhang Tianhao. Come, we will settle this score with you soon. Zhang Hong, annoyed that he had failed to seize Zhang Tianhao's pass for his younger brother, shared his frustration. Zhang Wensong looked at Zhang Tianhao with a smug expression. Kid, this is merely the beginning. We shall meet again shortly. To covet my pass and seek a reckoning. Truly, such arrogance is to be expected from the Zhang clan. Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself. As the 5 entered the teleportation array. Zhang Tianhao, seeing it nearly close, rushed forward and managed to step inside just in time. Upon entering, a blinding light enveloped him, and he found himself in a cave, where rows of blood pools were concealed among the rocky walls. At the moment of his arrival, he spotted Zhang Wensong and Zhang Hong entering their respective blood pools. He discreetly noted their locations and then checked the number on his own pass. The number designated for his blood pool was 80, indicating it was situated quite far back. Upon finding his designated blood pool, he stepped into it. Chapter 84. Seizing the blood pool. As he entered the blood pool, Zhang Tianhao immediately felt the blood within him begin to boil. What a rich aura of blood! He marveled. From his grandfather's descriptions, it was said that beneath the Demon Dragon Valley lay a living dragon, imprisoned by the ancestors of the Zhang family through supreme powers, providing dragon blood annually. Otherwise, even a massive dragon could not sustain such a continuous supply of blood without eventually drying up. As 100 disciples of the Zhang family entered the blood pools, deep within the earth, a colossal, pitch-black dragon, bound by chains, roared with fury, warping the surrounding space. Here we go again. Zhang Hongwu, it has been 500 years. How long will you keep me confined? One day, I shall break free and annihilate your entire family. Ding, congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, you have discovered the true blood of the demon dragon. Would you like to absorb it? The system's prompt chimed. Yes. In an instant, his previously dormant Dantian transformed into a vast black hole, beginning to consume the surrounding true blood of the demon dragon. Ding, congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have absorbed the true blood of the demon dragon. Gaining 100 experience points. The system's notifications rang out nearly every minute as the true blood around him gradually waned. His body, refined by the essence of the demon dragon's blood, grew increasingly robust. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tianhao, his absorption rate far surpassed that of others, being hundreds to thousands of times greater, for while others absorbed the blood through their bodies, he did so via the system. A stark contrast akin to comparing a horse-drawn carriage to a rocket. Eventually, after an hour of absorption, the system chimed again. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the bloodline of the Savage Bull. Would you like to awaken it? Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the bloodline of the rock. Would you like to awaken it? How absurd. 2 bloodlines at once. This signifies that I possess more than one bloodline. Perhaps there are others. Zhang Tianhao dismissed them outright. I refuse to awaken them. The names Savage Bull and Rock sound pathetically mundane. They are undeniably inferior. Zhang Tianhao awakened a bloodline with a name that resonates with grandeur, the Rising Sun bloodline. It exudes prestige and tremendous power. How could I answer if asked what bloodline I awakened? Savage Bull. One might think my ancestors were bovine. Absolutely unacceptable. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the Heavenly Flame bloodline. Would you like to awaken it? No. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the Dark Rooster God bloodline. Would you like to awaken it? You are the rooster. Your entire family is composed of roosters. Zhang Tianhao was incensed. No. Another hour passed, and his experience points continued to rise. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has leveled up. Current level, Martial Master, 5th Heaven. Though he had not awakened a bloodline, his cultivation had indeed advanced, which was gratifying. Looking at the rapidly diminishing blood pool, Zhang Tianhao felt somewhat disheartened. This is far too swift. I have not yet had my fill. Moreover, it seems barely half a day has passed, with 2.5 days remaining. How shall I occupy myself? Am I to sit idly in boredom? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could seize the blood pools of others, such as those of Zhang Wensong and Zhang Zichou. Amused by this thought, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but smile wickedly as he approached Zhang Wensong's blood pool. Zhang Wensong was seated in meditation, absorbing the aura of the blood pool. Suddenly, sensing something, he opened his eyes. Upon realizing it was Zhang Tianhao, he was taken aback. Zhang Tianhao, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be awakening your bloodline in your own pool? What am I doing? Aren't you fond of looting? Naturally, I have come to rob you. Hand over your pass. Zhang Tianhao said nonchalantly, striding up to Zhang Wensong. Impossible. You dare to steal my pass. You seek death. Zhang Wensong's expression turned fierce. He knew that if his pass were taken, the blood pool would sense it, and he would be expelled, a fate he could not permit. You won't get away with this. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a powerful punch. Block this. Zhang Wensong gathered all his strength to counter with a punch, fully aware that he was no match for Zhang Tianhao but unwilling to concede easily. He still harbored hopes of awakening his bloodline to become a top-tier talent in the Zhang family. Boom! A tremendous force slammed into Zhang Wensong, sending him crashing against the cave wall, blood spewing forth as his body nearly fell apart. Gazing at Zhang Tianhao in horror, he exclaimed, "How can this be? How have you become so powerful?" Zhang Wensong, though aware he was outmatched, could not fathom the sudden shift in dynamics. You are simply too weak. Zhang Tianhao replied, rifling through Zhang Wensong's belongings until he found a black token, the pass for the lower blood pool. Zhang Wensong's humiliation was palpable as he glared at Zhang Tianhao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, despite his struggles, he could not resist. Ultimately, his body was enveloped in a white light and teleported away. Zhang Tianhao smirked faintly, seizing the opportunity and commencing his training in Zhang Wensong's blood pool, which was notably more advanced than his previous one, with a richer essence of demon dragon blood. After assimilating the aura from this blood pool, Zhang Tianhao felt his experience points surge. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the Wood God bloodline. Would you like to awaken it? No. He sought a more formidable bloodline. The name Wood God bloodline lacked the requisite gravitas. Without hesitation, he rejected the offer. Had other Zhang family members known that Zhang Tianhao was so discerning with his bloodline awakenings, they might have sought to eliminate him out of jealousy. His experience continued to rise, but he had yet to achieve another level. He understood that as he progressed, the required experience for leveling up would only increase, making advancement more challenging. Nevertheless, he hoped to awaken a more impressive bloodline. Soon, he completely absorbed the aura from the second blood pool and shifted his focus to Zhang Zichou. You dare to steal my token. Zhang Zichou roared in fury, lunging at Zhang Tianhao with a long knife slashing down. At this juncture, Zhang Tianhao's strength had surged. He was unconcerned by Zhang Zichou's aggression. R-hit fist. Ding. Congratulations. Player Zhang Tianhao has triggered a critical hit with R-hit fist. Zhang Zichou coughed up blood as he was hurled backward. This punch, a critical strike, severely wounded him. Crumpled on the ground, his expression was one of utter despair. Chapter 85. Martial Master, 7th Heaven. How can you be this strong? When Zhang Zichou had entered the blood pool, he had held a clear advantage. Yet, In such a short span, Zhang Tianhao had managed to overwhelm him, a transition he could hardly process. "You are simply too weak," Zhang Tianhao remarked as he rifled through Zhang Zicheng's belongings to procure the pass. "You dare," Zhang Zicheng roared, but his body was soon enveloped in white light and teleported away. The blood pool Zhang Zicheng occupied was even further ahead. With a richer essence of demon dragon blood, after a day, Zhang Tianhao fully absorbed the aura from this blood pool. However, upon discovering several rather lackluster bloodlines, he still chose not to awaken. The essence within the blood pool transformed entirely into experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has leveled up, current level, Martial Master, 6th Heaven. The mechanical tone of the system echoed in his ears, yet it was music to his ears. Martial Master, 6th Heaven. Zhang Tianhao felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his body, as though he could shatter the heavens themselves. This sensation invigorated him. With my current strength, even if those 5 were to unite against me, I should not fear them, Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself. But it's not enough. There are still 3 more to contend with. Zhang Tianhao had not experienced such a euphoric upgrade in a long time. The atmosphere in the Dragon Valley was thick with the essence of the demonic dragon. Although it could not be used to awaken his bloodline, it was an excellent choice for enhancing his cultivation to at present. Zhang Tianhao sought to level up, requiring a vast amount of experience points. If he could devour the blood of the demonic dragon here, he might achieve yet another upgrade. Subsequently, Zhang Tianhao replicated his earlier success, seizing the blood pools of Zhang Hong, Zhang Yueyuan, and Zhang Jinliang. The proximity of these pools filled him with elation. 3 days swiftly passed, and those who had been refining within the blood pools were teleported out. At the last moment, Zhang Tianhao absorbed all the demonic dragon blood from the pool. Although this did not awaken his bloodline, it successfully propelled him to the next level that he now stood at the 7th level of the Martial Master realm. If word of his rapid progression were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Even the most gifted prodigies of the Imperial domain would find it hard to compare. However, for Zhang Tianhao, breaking through merely meant accumulating experience outside the blood pool of the Dragon Valley. The majority of the Zhang family disciples felt somewhat disheartened. Despite the passage of 3 days, only a scant few had managed to awaken their bloodlines. Listening to the discussions around him about the experiences within the blood pool, Zhang Tianhao maintained a calm demeanor. Although he had not awakened his bloodline, advancing from the 4th level to the 7th level of the Martial Master realm was a significant achievement. The distinctions between the Martial Master realm and the Martial Artist realm were substantial. Advancing in the Martial Artist realm was relatively straightforward. It was not uncommon to rise 3 levels within a month, and even 2 consecutive days of progression could be tolerated. However, in the Martial Master realm, even geniuses required 10 days to half a month for solidification before a breakthrough, as rapid advancement could lead to an unstable foundation. Additionally, each breakthrough in the Martial Master realm necessitated enormous energy support. Fortunately for Zhang Tianhao, with the assistance of his system upgrade, he faced none of these troubles. Zhang Tianhao, a furious roar echoed. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Tianhao turned to find Zhang Wensong and the others, Zhang Hong, Zhang Yueyuan, Zhang Zicheng, and Zhang Jinliang. Approaching, these 5 individuals had initially hoped to awaken their bloodlines, but were thwarted at the last moment when Zhang Tianhao seized their passage tokens, resulting in their forced exit. Their frustration was palpable, and as they gazed at Zhang Tianhao, their eyes burned with animosity, akin to looking at a sworn enemy. Did Zhang Zicheng and the others feel slighted by this young man? The surrounding Zhang family disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, noting Zhang Zicheng's prowess as a 7th-level martial master. Among the top-tier individuals who had entered the blood pool, Zhang Yueyuan and the others were no slouches either. All above the 5th level, the presence of these 5 together could easily overwhelm many. Yet, their ire seemed solely directed at one young man, leaving the onlookers astonished. Have you not learned from your previous lesson? Zhang Tianhao smirked coldly. How foolish, you seek your own demise. Zhang Zicheng, furious, lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Perhaps aware of Zhang Tianhao's strength, he launched an immediate martial technique, explosive stone fist. The air crackled ominously as his fist, enveloped in a silvery glow, hurtled towards Zhang Tianhao like a meteor. Die! Zhang Zicheng shouted, eager to retaliate. Zhang Tianhao merely scoffed, not flinching or employing any martial techniques, having absorbed a significant amount of demonic dragon blood. His physique had undergone a transformation, enhancing his overall capabilities by more than tenfold. Although he had not practiced body-refining martial techniques, his physical prowess was undeniably formidable, especially in terms of strength augmentation. With a resounding thud, Zhang Tianhao staggered slightly, yet Zhang Zicheng was violently knocked back several steps, nearly fracturing his bones. How is this possible? Zhang Zicheng gasped in disbelief. astonished that Zhang Tianhao had repelled him without even using a technique. "All of you, attack together," Zhang Tianhao urged with a faint smile. "How dare you underestimate us?" Zhang Hong, Zhang Yueyuan, and the other three surged towards Zhang Tianhao from all directions, launching a flurry of fierce attacks. Zhang Tianhao responded with a snort, activating the swallow shadow movement technique, advancing rather than retreating. In an instant, he unleashed 4 punches, each punch like cannonballs, whistling sharply as they barreled towards the 4 assailants. "Get lost." His overwhelming force sent the 4 of them staggering back several steps, the impact akin to that of 18 rampaging elephants. Utilizing the swallow shadow movement technique, Zhang Tianhao created 4 illusions of himself that relentlessly pursued his opponents. Prepare to be subdued. His 4 punches struck simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that exploded against their bodies. The anguished cries of the 4 echoed as they were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Their spirits crushed. Zhang Wensong and the others stared incredulously at Zhang Tianhao. Within the family, they were not considered top-tier geniuses, yet they were certainly among the talented. So easily suppressed by a single individual left them profoundly disheartened. The onlooking Zhang family disciples were left speechless. Zhang Hong, Zhang Yueyuan, Zhang Wensong, and Zhang Jinliang were all prominent figures of the younger generation. Witnessing their swift defeat was simply unfathomable. Observing the only standing Zhang Zichong, Zhang Tianhao approached him, looking down with a mocking smile. "Now, it appears you are the last one left. Do not get too smug." Zhang Zichong seethed, drawing his long knife and pointing it at Zhang Tianhao. An aura of murderous intent radiating from him. With a swift motion, he charged like an arrow, unleashing 36 strikes in rapid succession, each infused with boundless killing intent, descending upon Zhang Tianhao like a torrent. "Humph, Arhat Fist." Zhang Tianhao countered, unleashing his perfected Arhat Fist with the force of a battering ram, ripping through the air and obliterating the 36 knife shadows in an instant. The clash of their powers reverberated as Zhang Zichong felt his blade strike against an impenetrable barrier. A violent recoil surging back at him. Zhang Tianhao's fist surged forward, striking Zhang Zichong and sending him hurtling away, blood gushing forth. Coughing violently, Zhang Zichong collapsed, utterly defeated. Standing before Zhang Zichong, Zhang Tianhao looked down, declaring, "Next time we meet, you would do well to steer clear of me or face dire consequences." Zhang Zichong, overwhelmed with humiliation, found himself at a loss for words and turned his gaze away. At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the air. "Kid, so you were here, saving me the trouble of searching." A dark-faced youth approached, accompanied by another in blue attire. Zhang Tianhao recognized this youth as the one who had attempted to rob him of his passage token before entering the blood pool. To his surprise, he had now brought reinforcements. This youth was Zhang Feng, one of the 4 elite young masters of the Zhang clan. The crowd murmured in anticipation. Zhang Feng's younger brother, Zhang Zongwei, had come to seek retribution for his earlier defeat. Indeed, this kid has already offended Zhang Wensong. Now he has also incurred Zhang Feng's wrath. He is truly courting disaster, the onlookers whispered, some even reveling in his misfortune. As Zhang Wensong and the others observed the impending confrontation between Zhang Feng and Zhang Tianhao. Excitement filled their hearts. They longed for Zhang Feng to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. None doubted Zhang Feng's ability to overpower Zhang Tianhao, for he was at the 9th level of the martial master realm, a strength far beyond Zhang Tianhao's reach. "Brother, it was he who attacked me and showed you no respect. You must teach him a lesson," Zhang Zongwei declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Zhang Tianhao regarded the blue-clad youth, immediately sensing the dangerous aura he emanated, prompting vigilance. "So you are the one who harmed my brother and disregarded me." The blue-clad youth glared at Zhang Tianhao. "You are Zhang Feng?" Zhang Tianhao inquired, returning the gaze. "Since you are aware of my identity, you should know how to act accordingly." Zhang Feng replied with a haughty smile, "I see no need to inquire about the reason for your conflict with my brother." Zhang Feng continued, his tone icy. "All I know is that you harmed him, and that is sufficient justification." With that, Zhang Feng presented Zhang Tianhao with 2 choices. First, kneel and apologize to my brother. Second, face me in a fight to the death. How utterly tyrannical. Zhang Tianhao laughed in fury. "Very well. I choose to fight you. I am eager to witness the prowess of one of the 4 elite masters of the younger generation." Although Zhang Tianhao sensed Zhang Feng's strength surpassed his own, he had recently ascended to the 7th level of the martial master realm. Despite his earlier battle with Zhang Wensong and the others, he had not fully enjoyed himself. Now, facing the even more powerful Zhang Feng, he felt a thrill of excitement. "You will come to regret this," Zhang Feng warned. Zhang Feng felt provoked when he saw Zhang Tianhao choose to confront him directly. With a furious shout, he dashed towards Zhang Tianhao like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a flurry of punches that descended upon him. This was an exhilarating challenge. Zhang Tianhao's blood surged with excitement. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, executing the Arhut fist with a powerful strike. The resulting shockwave erupted from their clash, sending tremors through the ground, which began to crack under the immense force. Both combatants were violently thrust apart, with Zhang Tianhao staggering back 5 steps while Zhang Feng was pushed back 3. Clearly, Zhang Tianhao had sustained more damage. With fervor coursing through his veins, Zhang Tianhao bellowed, "You shall receive my fist in return." The Arhut fist reached its pinnacle, and a solid phantom of the Arhut appeared behind him, resonating with rhythmic sounds of a wooden fish. 10 strikes, 100 strikes. What of it? Zhang Feng scoffed, raising his fist. This punch harnessed all of his 12 layers of strength, creating a whirlwind that erupted with the force of a critical hit, sending Zhang Tianhao back 7 or 8 paces, while he himself only retreated 3. What? Zhang Feng felt a surge of energy within him. That last strike had unexpectedly doubled Zhang Tianhao's power, catching him off guard and inflicting significant damage. Brother, Zhang Zongwei gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed his older sibling suffer such a setback in front of his peers. Even among the other 3 prodigies, the most they could manage was a stalemate against him. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, Zhang Shuling, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Qixian observed the duel intently. Shuling, what do you think of this young man? How could he make Zhang Feng suffer so? Zhang Qixian asked with a smile, glancing at a strikingly beautiful girl beside him. He is unfamiliar to me, and I know not his origins. However, I sense that Zhang Feng has been provoked. Zhang Shuling replied, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the battlefield. Zhang Feng was engulfed in fury. Having suffered such humiliation in front of so many young warriors, his pride was deeply wounded. You have successfully enraged me. Consider yourself fortunate to witness my true strength. He advanced step by step towards Zhang Tianhao, each movement intensifying the murderous aura surrounding him. Is that so? I too look forward to experiencing what you deem as your true power. Zhang Tianhao calmly retorted, channeling his inner energy to its fullest. Suddenly, as tension mounted between the two, beams of white light descended from the void. The second round of blood pool tokens had appeared. Look, someone exclaimed in surprise. This unforeseen turn of events captured the attention of both Zhang Tianhao and Zhang Feng, extinguishing their desire to continue fighting. I'll remember this debt for now. Once the blood pool trials conclude, we shall settle it. Zhang Feng shot Zhang Tianhao a cold glare before darting away. Chapter 87. The Little Dragon Strikes. The second wave of tokens consisted of only 50. Zhang Tianhao, not one to hesitate, immediately pursued them. Acquiring these tokens proved even more challenging than the first wave. The flight patterns of the tokens were erratic, rendering it impossible to predict their final destinations. Furthermore, due to their high altitude, one could only seize them when they descended. Suddenly, one token swooped low at a 5th-level martial artist, positioned closest, acted decisively, executing his martial skills to leap 10 meters into the air and grasp the token. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed joyfully, while others looked on with envy, though none dared to challenge him yet, as the competition had only just begun. Zhang Tianhao refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe how others acquired the tokens, analyzing their trajectories. In the meantime, the competition for these intermediate blood pool tokens led to fierce confrontations among various clan members, turning erstwhile friends into bitter foes. That token is mine. Zhang Ducai, let it go. A young warrior shouted, striking down another with his blade. Once it's in my possession, you think I'll release it? Dream on, retorted the other, eyes glinting coldly. Such skirmishes erupted everywhere, as countless martial artists, upon obtaining a token, faced assaults from dozens, even hundreds of others. Zhang Feng, Zhang Shuling, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Qixian joined the fray as members of the Zhang clan's most exceptional talents. Their presence deterred any opposition. The 4 prodigies swiftly claimed 4 tokens, and in the blink of an eye, most of the remaining tokens had already found new owners. Zhang Tianhao had long set his sights on one particular token, and he dashed toward it. That token belongs to my brother. You won't get your hands on it. Just as Zhang Tianhao leaped towards the token, Zhang Feng, having already secured one, struck out with a powerful palm aimed at Zhang Tianhao's back. The force behind it was immense, akin to 1,000 pounds bearing down. How dare you? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. He could indeed take the token at the cost of sustaining injury, but he refused to allow that. Get lost. He unleashed the Arhut fist with full force, sending a strike crashing down towards Zhang Feng. Their fists collided, but the token slipped away in the process. Damn it. Zhang Tianhao realized that Zhang Feng had been targeting him from the start. As he missed the token, Zhang Zongwei lunged for it as well. Zhang Tianhao understood that if he let this token slip away, retrieving it from Zhang Feng afterward would be no simple feat. Despite multiple attempts to shake Zhang Feng off, he found himself ensnared. Given Zhang Feng's prowess, extricating himself was no easy task. Heh. Zhang Tianhao, you have no hope of claiming that token, Zhang Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. Is that so? I too wish to test your strength at that moment. Zhang Tianhao felt no urgency. Arhut fist, he unleashed a barrage of punches towards Zhang Feng, and their battle intensified fiercely, although Zhang Feng held an advantage in skill. He struggled to contain Zhang Tianhao, whose attacks were unpredictable and often doubled in force, catching him off guard and leaving him feeling frustrated. This compelled Zhang Feng to be extra cautious, while Zhang Tianhao's martial techniques bore no signs of warning. Yet Zhang Feng was unperturbed. His primary objective was to delay Zhang Tianhao, allowing his brother to seize a token. As long as Zhang Tianhao remained occupied, the token would undoubtedly fall into his brother's hands. However, Zhang Feng found it perplexing that Zhang Tianhao seemed unconcerned, almost as if he had abandoned the pursuit of that token. Was it because he recognized his inferiority, though this reasoning was plausible? Zhang Feng couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, the opportunity to enter the intermediate blood pool was a temptation no one could resist. Meanwhile, Zhang Zongwei was contending for the final token, which flew at an astonishing speed. Even with his agility, he struggled to keep up. Fortunately, he had allies aiding him in cornering the token, which bolstered his confidence. Observing that Zhang Tianhao was preoccupied with his brother, Zhang Zongwei thought smugly, "This token is mine. You think you can compete with me? You still have a long way to go." Under the combined efforts of Zhang Zongwei and his companions, the token appeared within his grasp. A smile broke across his face as he prepared to claim it. Yet, abruptly, his smile vanished when a swift shadow darted in like an arrow, moving at least several times faster than him. Zhang Zongwei recognized it was a small snake, which snatched the token before he could react. "You wretched creature, that is mine. Give it back," he shouted in frustration, brandishing his sword at the small serpent. The snake dismissed him with a flick of its paw, effortlessly countering his strike. "What? It has claws?" Zhang Zongwei was momentarily taken aback. Snakes typically lacked claws, leaving him bewildered as to the identity of this sudden intruder. "Damn it, leave the token!" Enraged, Zhang Zongwei pursued the small snake, but it was far too swift for him to catch. Soon, it vanished from his sight entirely. Come back. The feeling of being thwarted at the last moment was exasperating. The commotion surrounding Zhang Zongwei caused Zhang Feng and Zhang Tianhao to cease their battle as well. "What happened?" Zhang Feng inquired, seeing his brother approach in disarray. "Brother, I was just about to secure that token when a small snake appeared and stole it." Zhang Zongwei lamented, visibly frustrated. "A snake? In the blood pool's forbidden area? How could there be one?" Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at the composed Zhang Tianhao with suspicion. Having observed Zhang Tianhao's calm demeanor earlier, he sensed something was amiss but lacked evidence. Just then, a small snake appeared on Zhang Tianhao's shoulder, holding a token in its mouth. Who else could have snatched away Zhang Zongwei's pass but that little snake? "Brother, it's that very little snake. They are in cahoots," Zhang Zongwei exclaimed, pointing at the small dragon perched on Zhang Tianhao's shoulder. Chapter 88. The Alliance of Three Great Talents. "Was it you who orchestrated this?" Zhang Feng's piercing gaze fixated on Zhang Tianhao. "Yes, that's so. In the contest for the pass, the capable prevailed and I have seized it. Therefore it is mine. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Tianhao retorted, his confidence unshaken as he faced Zhang Feng. No longer intimidated by the so-called four great talents of the Zhang clan, defeating them seemed well within his reach. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, while the teleportation array has yet to commence. I will swiftly subdue you," Zhang Feng mocked, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Oh really? Do you believe you can accomplish that?" Zhang Tianhao scoffed. "What if we join forces?" Two figures emerged, Zhang Qixin and Zhang Gaoyuan. It appeared that the three great talents were preparing to unite against him. The Zhang clan's younger generation looked on with excitement, eager to see this unexpected branch talent subdued by their own clan's geniuses. The branch talent had repeatedly bested the clan's own, much to their dismay. They longed for someone to teach Zhang Tianhao a lesson, reminding him that clan members were not to be trifled with. Only one talent, the sole female genius of the younger generation, Zhang Shuling, refrained from intervening, believing that overpowering the few was dishonorable. "Are you planning to take advantage of numbers?" Zhang Tianhao smiled lightly, though a hint of caution flickered within him. The three were all martial masters at the ninth heaven, enough to exert some pressure. Yet, it was merely a slight pressure. "Just hand over the token," Zhang Qixin stated calmly. "Ha, perhaps you think you have me cornered. But I will show you what despair truly means. Come, let me experience your Zhang family's methods," Zhang Tianhao declared, exuding a formidable aura that ignited his fervor. "You will undoubtedly regret this," Zhang Feng remarked. Coldly amused by Zhang Tianhao's apparent ignorance of his peril, the three launched their attacks simultaneously, powerful strikes raining down from all directions. The air trembled with energy, and the surrounding youth were forced to retreat over 100 meters to escape the onslaught. Yinying Flurry, Arhut Fist. Zhang Tianhao unleashed his techniques to their utmost limits, the world around him darkening. With a resounding impact, he deflected Zhang Qixian's attack, triggering a critical hit that injured him unexpectedly. Zhang Qixian staggered back, his expression changing drastically. "This person is peculiar. Do not hold back," he warned. With a roar, the three unleashed their martial skills: Vajra Shock Demon Fist, Great Wave Palm, Heavenly Wolf's Three Claws. Their combined attacks descended upon Zhang Tianhao with a destructive force, threatening to obliterate him. The pressure weighed heavily on Zhang Tianhao. Their cultivation levels surpassed his own. However, he too was no longer holding back. Limitless Rampage Release. The Arhut Fist of the transformation level surged forth, amplified fourfold, crashing against the trio's onslaught. The ground shook with the force of their clash, and the three felt an overwhelming power collide with them, sending them reeling backward. "Take this." Cloud Dispersing Palm. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. Three palms, imbued with terrifying power, struck towards them. The Cloud Dispersing Palm demanded a significant toll on Zhang Tianhao's true energy, which he rarely utilized. Yet, he was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to them. Sensing the impending doom of this palm strike, Zhang Qixian, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Gaoyuan summoned all their strength to resist. A chilling force invaded their bodies, freezing their meridians as they struggled to dispel the cold currents. But Zhang Tianhao would not grant them that opportunity. Like a flash of lightning, he charged at them, delivering three explosive punches. Bam, bam, bam. The impact sent the trio flying, skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving deep gouges in their wake. The scene fell eerily silent, as no one had anticipated the first talent of the Zhang clan would be so thoroughly defeated, and without a hint of luck. Zhang Shuling, the only one who had not intervened, was left dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. These three were the elite of the younger generation, and now they had been bested, together, by a branch talent. The resources nurtured by the clan could not compare to those provided to them. How could it be that the clan's talents were defeated? Zhang Shuling took a deep breath, questioning whether her involvement would have changed the outcome. But her heart knew the truth: the result would remain unchanged, only perhaps delaying the inevitable defeat. Zhang Zhongwei could scarcely believe that his brother, alongside the other two clan geniuses, had still fallen short. The brother who had always seemed invincible in his eyes was now defeated by a branch talent, leaving him in a state of shock and fear. What genius? They are merely three fools, daring to call themselves geniuses. Even a pig could claim genius. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, arms crossed in disdain. The three great talents could no longer contain themselves, spitting blood in humiliation, having been so publicly ridiculed by Zhang Tianhao in front of their peers, an affront they had never before experienced. They had no words to retaliate. Their defeat left any response utterly futile. Boom! The ground trembled as the teleportation array began to activate. Those possessing tokens were filled with excitement. The effects of the intermediate blood pool surpassed those of the primary blood pool tenfold, potentially awakening their bloodlines and elevating them to the ranks of geniuses. Zhang Tianhao was the first to step towards the teleportation array, and none dared challenge him, having single-handedly defeated the three clan geniuses. His formidable prowess commanded respect. As he entered the array, he cast a cold glance back at the trio, his figure shimmering with white light before vanishing. Zhang Qixian, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Feng followed closely, still without opposition. Although Zhang Tianhao had bested them, they remained three great talents, their essence unchanged. Furious, the trio steeled themselves, preparing to awaken their bloodlines in the blood pool, determined to crush and humiliate Zhang Tianhao in revenge for their disgrace. Chapter 89. Intermediate Blood Pool. Upon entering the blood pool, Zhang Tianhao discovered that the aura of the dragon blood was indeed 10 times denser than that of the previous primary pool. He had a strong feeling that this time he might awaken a formidable bloodline. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered dragon blood. Would you like to absorb it? The system's prompt rang out. Yes, after confirming. His Dantian transformed into a vast black hole, voraciously consuming the blood energy within the pool. Minutes later, a melodious prompt resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered water spirit bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? No. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered tiger king bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? No. These bloodlines seem too trivial. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered blood god bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? No. Zhang Tianhao felt he might be awakening some promising bloodlines, but wanted to see more options. After all, Once a bloodline awakened, changing it would be challenging, but he aimed for a bloodline with immense potential. After about half an hour, another prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered Black Flood Dragon Bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? This time, Zhang Tianhao hesitated. The Black Flood Dragon, a type of dragon, or a faint trace of dragon blood. However, his hesitation was brief, and he resolutely declined the Black Flood Dragon Bloodline. A flood dragon was still just a flood dragon, not a true dragon. It was not worth it, as the gap in power was too significant. After this rejection, Zhang Tianhao did not receive any further system prompts for a long time. 1 day, 2 days. Due to the pool's density being 10 times greater than that of the primary pool, Zhang Tianhao found it challenging to fully absorb its energy, even after several days. Could it be that there are truly no more bloodlines? Zhang Tianhao was somewhat incredulous. After all, the Zhang clan had amassed numerous years of lineage, and he expected to find a variety of bloodlines. 2 full days without a system prompt left Zhang Tianhao feeling anxious. Had he known, he might have settled for the Black Flood Dragon bloodline. After all, the disparity between having bloodline and lacking it is significantly vast. On the 3rd day, Zhang Tianhao still had not received any notifications from the system. As if his potential had been utterly exhausted, this left him quite vexed. In another half day, the dragon blood within the blood pool would likely be depleted. If there were no awakening of the bloodline, it would be rather disheartening. Fortunately, he found solace in the fact that, despite not awakening his bloodline, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of a martial master, his strength having surged more than tenfold. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Just as the blood energy within the pool was on the verge of being consumed, a melodious notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the bloodline of the war god Xingtian. Would you like to awaken it? Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. The bloodline of the war god Xingtian? Was this a mistake? He was bewildered, not because the bloodline was not formidable, but precisely because it was so extraordinarily powerful that it felt unreal. Who was the war god Xingtian? He was the foremost general under the ancient demon god Qiyu during the times of ancient China, as described in the classic of Mountains and Seas. Xingtian battled against the emperor, who severed his head and buried it on Mount Chang'an, replacing his eyes with his breasts and his mouth with his navel, wielding a halberd in dance. Xingtian could be said to be an immortal demon god. Utterly astonishing. Zhang Tianhao hesitated because the war god Xingtian was a figure from ancient Chinese mythology. How could he possibly manifest here? Could it be a mere coincidence? Or perhaps the system awakened the bloodline through a soul imprint rather than through the physical body? After all, the only connection Zhang Tianhao had with China at this moment was his soul, which was the only part originating from Earth. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the bloodline of the war god Xingtian. Would you like to awaken it? The system impatiently reminded him once more. Zhang Tianhao snapped back to reality and hastily responded. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully awakened the bloodline of the war god Xingtian. Currently at an awakening level of 0.001, would you like to continue absorbing the dragon blood to awaken the bloodline? Yes. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao noticed that his body was absorbing the blood energy from the pool at an accelerated rate. More than tenfold. About an hour later, the blood energy within the pool was entirely absorbed. The system prompted that the awakening level had reached 2. This was far from sufficient for Zhang Tianhao, as only at 10 or above could the bloodline skills be initially awakened. Without the bloodline skills, the awakened bloodline could hardly manifest any combat power, merely enhancing speed and some strength. Zhang Tianhao opened the bloodline attributes to check. Bloodline, War God Xingtian Bloodline, Divine Level, Awakening Level, 2 Bloodline Skills, None, Not Awakened, Bloodline Divine Ability, None, Not Awakened, Description, the War God Xingtian, the foremost general under the ancient demon god Qiyu, is immortal, and his fighting spirit never fades. For every one of Bloodline Awakened, Attack 10, Defense 10, Speed 10, Agility 10. The requirements for the physical body are substantial. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the corresponding physical strength required. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of frustration. It seemed that while the bloodline was indeed remarkable, it could only be utilized as a trump card. No wonder those gifted individuals who awakened their bloodlines rarely employed their bloodline skills. After some time, Zhang Tianhao felt enveloped by a gentle energy, and then he was teleported away. Upon his emergence, he found that many of his fellow clansmen bore expressions of disappointment. Clearly, not many had reaped rewards this time. Zhang Tianhao's gaze fell upon Zhang Gaoyuan, Zhang Qixian, and Zhang Feng, noticing a hint of excitement in their eyes. Evidently, they had gained quite a bit this time. Seemingly sensing Zhang Tianhao's scrutiny, the 3 of them emanated a palpable killing intent. Kid, Enjoy your moment of pride. Once we awaken stronger bloodlines, it will be easy to crush you. This time, all three had awakened their bloodlines, each surpassing the 10 threshold. They planned to awaken the bloodline concentration to its peak within the advanced blood pool before unleashing their full strength to crush Zhang Tianhao in retribution for their previous humiliation. Hence, although they were eager to act, they still restrained their anger, recalling Zhang Tianhao's prior prowess. Half an hour later, the third passage token descended from the sky once more. This time, there were only 20 tokens. A scarcity amidst abundance. Zhang Tianhao refrained from making the first move, choosing instead to observe the flight trajectories of the tokens, knowing full well that his strength made him the most formidable presence in the blood pool. As long as he acted decisively, he was certain he would not return empty-handed. He found it rather enjoyable to watch from the sidelines. Here I come. As a token descended, a young martial artist at the 6th level of martial mastery could no longer contain himself and lunged for the nearest passage token. However, that token contained immense power and instantly repelled his hand, sending him crashing backward. Ugh! The young man, now on the ground, coughed up blood, looking utterly defeated. Chapter 90. Crushing the 3 talents. Zhang Tianhao was slightly astonished. This time, the passage tokens seemed to harbor even more formidable power than the previous ones, making acquisition significantly more challenging. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianhao remained undeterred. Now, as a 9th level martial master, obtaining a passage token was a trivial matter. Following the young man's attempt, several others tried their luck, but the difficulty of acquiring the advanced blood pool passage tokens was considerably greater than before. Consequently, despite numerous attempts, very few succeeded in claiming a token. Eventually, the young martial artists realized that singular efforts were futile, prompting them to band together to seize a token. Of course, how they would distribute it later was a matter for another time. This strategy proved effective. With their combined efforts, someone finally claimed a token. Yet, one token eluded the grasp of the group and flew directly toward Zhang Tianhao. How intriguing, he thought. As the token approached him without him even lifting a finger, Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. Just as the token reached him, he struck out swiftly. Missed? Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback as he watched the token attempt to flee. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of hand shadows toward the token. Although the token evaded his initial attempts, it ultimately fell into his grasp amidst the cascade of strikes. He held the token firmly, but its immense energy threatened to break free. Stop! Zhang Tianhao unleashed a surge of formidable power, dissipating the energy within the token, causing it to cease its struggle. He tucked it away securely. Kid, we found that token first. Hand it over. Several young men cast provocative glances at Zhang Tianhao. He merely smiled calmly and replied, "What if I refuse? What will you do then?" The leader of the group, upon recognizing Zhang Tianhao as the one who had defeated the 3 great talents, felt a flicker of fear. However, reassured by the presence of dozens of his companions, he regained his confidence and sneered. "I suggest you hand over the passage token. Otherwise, it won't look good for you. Face is given by others, but unfortunately, I am not familiar with you," Zhang Tianhao replied with a smirk. "You that despicable." The leader, incensed by Zhang Tianhao's lack of respect, shouted to his comrades behind him, "Don't be afraid of him. We are more than enough to crush him." With a thunderous roar, over 30 young members of the family lunged at Zhang Tianhao, unleashing their most potent attacks. In an instant, energy surged through the air. Zhang Qixin, Zhang Feng, Zhang Gaoyuan, and the others observed the conflict with a sense of schadenfreude. Even they would feel a hint of trepidation when faced with such numbers. And they were eager to see how Zhang Tianhao would respond. Get lost! With a single punch, Zhang Tianhao sent one of the young men flying. He coldly scoffed and advanced rather than retreating. Boom! Zhang Tianhao's fist shattered another young man's attack, driving straight through to strike him in the chest, sending him careening backward, blood spewing forth. Rohan Fist. The advanced technique of Rohan Fist erupted forth, unleashing a barrage of strikes. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao had reached the 9th level of martial mastery, his power greatly exceeding what it once was. The advanced Rohan Fist was even more formidable than the perfected version he had executed at the 7th level. Instantly, over a dozen young men were sent flying, blood pouring from their mouths. Without pausing, Zhang Tianhao lunged toward another group, his powerful iron fists sweeping through, scattering yet another wave of youths. Within a few breaths, the ground was littered with the fallen. Zhang Tianhao approached the leader of the group, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Do you still want me to hand over the token?" "I dare not. I dare not." The leader's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated Zhang Tianhao would be so incredibly strong. Humph! Get lost! With a swift kick, Zhang Tianhao sent the leader flying, causing him to spit blood once more. Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Feng exchanged astonished glances. This fellow had grown even stronger than before, that I couldn't discern his level of cultivation. He must have trained in a technique that conceals his true power. Zhang Tianhao remarked. Zhang Feng nodded, gritting his teeth. No matter. As long as we awaken even stronger bloodlines, defeating him will be a given. Under the imposing intimidation of Zhang Tianhao's thunderous methods, the young members of his clan gazed at him in trepidation. Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Gaoyuan commenced a fierce contest for the final passage tokens. The trio, not lacking in strength, swiftly acquired 3 tokens, granting them the opportunity to undergo the purification of the advanced blood pool. Zhang Shuling, equally formidable, effortlessly secured the last token. You wretches, this time the blood pool's refinement will herald your demise. Zhang Tianhao and his companions glared at Zhang Tianhao, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a cold smirk, Zhang Tianhao mused, such arrogance in your gaze. It seems you need a taste of my might to comprehend the gravity of your situation. He advanced step by step towards the trio. What is this fellow up to? Is he attempting to instigate a conflict? One youth inquired, astonished. This is going to be entertaining. Neither side is to be trifled with. Another, with a shifty gaze, remarked excitedly. What do you want? Zhang Tianhao asked, his heart racing, though he feigned calm. Hand over the passage tokens, or I shall incapacitate you. Zhang Tianhao replied coldly. You dare. Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Gaoyuan seethed with anger. They the 3 prodigies of the Zhang family. They had never been so brazenly threatened. Zhang Tianhao chuckled icily. I will count to 3. If you do not comply, I shall take matters into my own hands. 1, 2, 3. Clearly, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. It seems I must take action. Zhang Tianhao sneered. We shall not surrender them. If you have the ability, come and take them. The trio, having fortified their powers through the intermediate blood pool's refinement, felt emboldened to challenge him. Then prepare to lie down. Zhang Tianhao unleashed 3 powerful punches, their overwhelming force enveloping the trio before them. Feeling the terrifying strength of Zhang Tianhao's strikes, the 3 immediately employed their most potent martial techniques. Heavenly Wolf's 3 claws. Great Wave Palm, Diamond Shockwave Fist. Boom. The 4 forces collided instantaneously. Zhang Tianhao stood unyielding, while Zhang Tianhao and his companions were forced back several steps. Zhang Tianhao then created 3 phantoms of himself, lunging at the trio. Arhot Fist. The tremendous force of his punch shattered their defenses and struck them down. Ah! The 3 cried out in anguish, hurtling backward and spitting blood. Zhang Tianhao approached them, confiscating their passage tokens, which filled the 3 prodigious talents of the Zhang family with profound humiliation. Ah! And I shall take your storage bags as well, he declared, unfastening the bags from their bodies. Phew, phew, phew. The trio, witnessing Zhang Tianhao's brazen theft of their storage bags, felt an overwhelming surge of rage, causing them to cough up even more blood. Nearly losing consciousness. You scoundrel, I will kill you. They ground their teeth in fury, their glances filled with lethal intent. It was no wonder they were so incensed. These storage bags contained their entire fortunes. Kid, I advise you to return our storage bags, or you will not leave the Zhang family without dire consequences. Zhang Tianhao shouted defiantly. Keep whining, and I shall make you eunuchs, Zhang Tianhao retorted angrily, his gaze lingering ominously on the trio's lower regions. Instantly, Zhang Tianhao and his companions felt a chill and instinctively tightened their legs. Boom! The colossal teleportation array began to operate, emitting dazzling beams of white light that exuded an air of mystery. Zhang Tianhao stepped into the array, enveloped in white light, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported into the blood pool. Upon entering the blood pool, Zhang Tianhao sensed that the blood essence within was significantly denser than that of the previous intermediate blood pool, at least tenfold. However, there were only 20 pools available, which explained the limited number of tokens. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the blood pool, he was taken aback when he noticed that other clan members were concurrently transported in, including Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Feng. Hadn't he just robbed them of their passage tokens? How could they still enter? It soon dawned on him. They must have acquired their tokens from others in turn. The trio was resourceful, but Zhang Tianhao felt undaunted. Even if they had awakened some latent bloodline, it would not pose a threat to him. After all, could any bloodline rival the war god Xingtian's? Seeing Zhang Tianhao's gaze upon them, Zhang Tianhao, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Feng felt a flicker of dread, fearing that he might attempt to seize their tokens once more. Earlier, they had snatched tokens from others, including some of their own kin with whom they shared amicable relations. Though this had drawn criticism, Their ambition to enter the advanced blood pool had overshadowed their concerns at this moment. If Zhang Tianhao were to pilfer their tokens again, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, in Zhang Tianhao's eyes, they were inconsequential. He had little interest in them and simply stepped into his designated blood pool. However, he did not anticipate that the pool occupied by the trio was alarmingly close to his own. Ding dong! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the dragon blood. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. Zhang Tianhao felt powerful blood essence surging into his body at an unprecedented speed, far exceeding that in the intermediate blood pool. Such rich blood essence, he thought, realizing that absorbing the vast quantities of blood essence required little effort. Simultaneously, the awakening degree of the war god Xingtian bloodline significantly increased. Day 1, 5. Day 2, 8. Zhang Tianhao noted that the awakening speed within the blood pool appeared to be slowing. This revelation left him astonished. Was the awakening of the war god Xingtian bloodline destined to decelerate? Or was it that such divine bloodlines became increasingly challenging to awaken as time progressed? I hope to reach 10 by tomorrow, he mused. Achieving this threshold was essential for unlocking his bloodline skills, which would amplify the bloodline's true power on the third day. Zhang Tianhao continued to absorb the blood essence within the pool. By this time, he realized that his absorption rate had surged to 100 times faster than on the first day. The dragon blood pool was nearly depleted, yet his awakening degree remained at 8. What to do? Am I to drain this pool entirely and still not reach 10? Gazing at the now clear dragon blood pool, Zhang Tianhao grimaced. Was failure to be his fate? Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the dragon blood. Do you wish to absorb it? What? How can this be? Hasn't the blood essence in my dragon blood pool been exhausted? Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Tianhao sensed a powerful energy emanating from his body, enveloping the adjacent blood pool. The barriers separating the pools were merely partitions and could not halt the infiltration of this mysterious force. Absorb. Zhang Tianhao resolved without hesitation to draw upon the blood essence from the pools of Zhang Qixian and Zhang Gaiyuan. Zhang Feng had awakened 18 of his bloodline, while Zhang Qixian and Zhang Gaiyuan had reached 19. With just a hint more, they could ascend to the second tier of their bloodline. They had believed this was a foregone conclusion. However, to their shock, the blood essence within their pool began to thin mysteriously, as if it were vanishing. How could this be? The expressions of Zhang Qixian, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Gaiyuan reflected their disbelief. They were on the verge of awakening their second-tier bloodline, yet with the loss of the dragon blood essence. This opportunity slipped through their fingers. They would have to wait until next year, uncertain if another chance would even arise. Meanwhile, in the adjacent blood pool, Zhang Tianhao reveled in his fortune. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. The awakening degree of the war god Xingtian bloodline has reached 10. You have acquired the bloodline skill. Whirlwind slash. Zhang Tianhao exhaled, having fully absorbed the dragon blood from the neighboring pools. Finally awakening the first level of the war god Xingtian bloodline, that he surveyed the attributes of his awakened bloodline. Bloodline. War god Xingtian bloodline. Divine level. Awakening degree. 10 bloodline skill. Whirlwind slash. 100 attack amplification. Bloodline divine ability. None. Not yet awakened. Attack power. 100 description. The war god Xingtian. Once the foremost demon god Qiu's mightiest general, is immortal and indomitable in combat. For every one of bloodline awakened. Attack 10. Defense 10. Speed 10. Agility 10. Note. Currently, the player's physical constitution can only activate the bloodline for 1 minute. To extend this duration, his physical strength must be enhanced. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao found himself enveloped in a radiant light and was subsequently transported from the blood pool. Chapter 92. The nether body, you little scoundrel. Were you the one causing trouble just now? Zhang Qixian, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Gaiyuan approached, their glares fixed upon Zhang Tianhao. Upon exiting the blood pool, the trio exchanged glances, understanding the peculiar occurrences that had transpired. However, all others appeared unaffected. The dragon blood within the pool was abundant. It could not have vanished without reason. The only plausible explanation was that someone had meddled with it. The blood pool where the 3 individuals stood was alarmingly close to that of Zhang Tianhao, suggesting that he had likely tampered with it. Though they lacked tangible evidence, their suspicions were palpable. What trickery is this? I do not comprehend. Zhang Tianhao feigned confusion. You dare to act ignorant? Can you deny that the essence of our blood pool has diminished? Zhang Feng glared furiously at him. Zhang Tianhao, appearing suddenly enlightened, casually replied, "Oh, so that is what you meant. Well, I admit I may have absorbed a tad more than intended during the process. Perhaps I inadvertently siphoned off some of the blood of the demon dragon from your pool." If so, my apologies. His nonchalant demeanor nearly drove Zhang Tianhao and the others to the brink of fury. What did he mean by absorbing a little too much? This ultimately led to their failure in awakening their second tier of bloodlines. You must receive an unforgettable lesson today, or you will remain oblivious to the consequences, Zhang Tianhao warned ominously, his aura seething with menace, as both Zhang Feng and Zhang Gaoyuan fixed their gazes upon Zhang Tianhao. With your strength, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lasting lesson, Zhang Tianhao replied coolly. Although he had not improved his cultivation in the advanced blood pool, the bloodline of the war god, Xingtian, had awakened by 10th, though it could only be utilized for a mere minute. That minute was sufficient to crush them 100 times over. Yet, Zhang Tianhao had no intention of employing the war goddess bloodline against them. It felt excessive, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Even without it, he was confident in overpowering them through sheer cultivation. Humph, do you think we remain at our previous levels of cultivation? Zhang Tianhao bellowed, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. He had reached the first heaven of the Grand Martial Master. Both Zhang Feng and Zhang Gaoyuan simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, also at the first heaven of the Grand Martial Master. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly, dismissively stating, I thought you had found your confidence. Turns out you simply leveled up. The first heaven of the Grand Martial Master, while a full realm above him, posed little threat to Zhang Tianhao, who was no ordinary ninth heaven martial master. Embrace your demise. Phantom Shadow Wind Slash. Zhang Feng transformed into a specter, lunging at Zhang Tianhao like a wisp of green smoke. Begone! Zhang Tianhao raised an eyebrow and unleashed a punch, colliding with the two wisps of smoke, obliterating them instantly. However, another wisp had somehow appeared behind him, moving with astonishing speed. Zhang Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Feng, having circled behind him, delivered a fierce downward strike with his blade, its edge seemingly intent on cleaving Zhang Tianhao in two. Zhang Feng believed this unexpected assault would surely end Zhang Tianhao's life, but his confidence quickly waned when he realized he struck nothing but an afterimage. The phantom shattered into fragments. An afterimage, Zhang Feng exclaimed, astonished. Such illusions only manifested when one's speed reached extraordinary heights. Zhang Tianhao stood 10 meters away, hands clasped behind his back, observing Zhang Feng with a casual tone. It seems you've gained something from this blood pool refinement. Zhang Feng coldly retorted, Humph, I'll reveal to you that I have awakened another body, allowing me to transform into a specter, impervious to all physical attacks. Though I've only awakened the first layer, it suffices to deal with you. Impervious to all physical attacks, you say? Zhang Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Prepare to perish. 3 wisps of smoke appeared before Zhang Tianhao, simultaneously striking downwards with their blades. Begone! Zhang Tianhao unleashed a punch, sending the 3 wisps flying. Yet, they quickly reformed and charged at him once more. Zhang Tianhao realized that while the Arhut fist could disperse his opponents, it failed to inflict substantial damage, allowing them to return almost immediately. This relentless resilience made Zhang Tianhao's expression grow increasingly grave. Was this the nature of the nether body? Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. Suddenly, the 3 wisps of smoke merged into one, sweeping towards him, with a figure wielding a long blade descending upon him. As Zhang Tianhao dodged sideways, the blade slashed through the air, narrowly missing him, carving deep trenches into the ground. The smoke clung to him like a relentless curse, the razor-sharp blade energy following closely behind. This peculiar physique was unlike any adversary he had encountered before. Such a uniquely awakened bloodline was indeed powerful, impervious to all physical attacks. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, drawing forth the blood-drink mad blade. The chilling aura erupted from the blade, plummeting the surrounding temperature several degrees. With snowflakes swirling in the air, come forth. Zhang Tianhao swung his blade at the advancing blue figure. The blade struck true. A piercing scream echoed as the blue smoke was torn apart, revealing a blood-soaked figure plummeting from the sky. Zhang Feng. How could you possibly break my nether body? Zhang Feng gazed at Zhang Tianhao, his face ashen. I have no obligation to enlighten you. Now, tell me, how shall I punish you? Zhang Tianhao loomed over Zhang Feng, a commanding presence. Zhang Feng, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Tianhao, witnessing Zhang Feng's peril, grew anxious and activated their bloodlines, preparing to confront Zhang Tianhao. Great Diamond Holy Body, Wooden Sun Holy Body, they charged at him simultaneously, their potent energies surging forth. In comparison to Zhang Feng's nether body, these two were considerably easier to handle. Be gone. Zhang Tianhao swept the blood-drink mad blade, the silver-white blade energy slicing toward them. The bone-chilling aura collided with them. Puff, puff. Zhang Tianhao, and Zhang Gaoyuan cried out in agony, sent flying. Despite awakening their special bloodlines, they never anticipated they would be unable to withstand even a single strike from Zhang Tianhao. The ferocity of the snow-drink-mad blade was terrifying. Zhang Tianhao gazed at Zhang Feng, a mocking smile on his lips. Tell me, what would happen if your so-called genius of the Zhang family became a cripple? Wouldn't it be quite a spectacle? How amusing it would be to see those you once tormented now look down upon you. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. What do you intend to do? If you dare harm me, my grandfather will not let you off? Zhang Feng stammered in fear. Your grandfather? I am now your grandfather, to those who have threatened me. I have never shown mercy. With that, Zhang Tianhao delivered a punch to Zhang Feng's dantian. Bang! The sound was akin to a balloon bursting, shattering his dantian. Zhang Feng stared incredulously at Zhang Tianhao, his voice filled with despair. You dare to cripple me, you dare to cripple me, you're finished. Finished. Zhang Feng felt utterly hopeless. For a martial artist, having their dantian destroyed meant they would become a mere shell of their former self. Zhang Tianhao sneered dismissively. Whether I am finished remains uncertain. But you are undoubtedly done for. After incapacitating Zhang Feng, Zhang Tianhao advanced toward Zhang Gaoyuan and Zhang Qixian. The two, witnessing Zhang Feng's fate, were filled with terror as they watched Zhang Tianhao approach. They quickly exclaimed, Zhang Tianhao, we bear no grudge against you. Let us go, and we promise never to oppose you again to those who wish to kill me. I have never shown mercy. Sparing you is already a monumental grace. Do you think I would let you go? Zhang Tianhao regarded them with a smirk, as if they were fools. No, you cannot kill us. But Zhang Tianhao, devoid of compassion, swiftly shattered their dantians with a single punch. Their dantians disintegrated like balloons. You lunatic, do you even understand what you've done? Zhang Qixian exclaimed in despair. Heavens, I, Zhang Qixian, have become a cripple. The transformation from genius to waste was a burden that few could withstand. 9 days had passed in the blood pool forbidden area, nearing the conclusion of the blood pool refinement. Meanwhile, within the Demon Dragon Valley, the Zhang family's elders and stewards gathered in anticipation. Their faces were filled with hope, as many who entered the blood pool were their relatives and friends. Naturally, they yearned for their kin to awaken their bloodlines and emerge as talents of the Zhang family. Elder Feng will surely awaken his bloodline and become our Zhang family's most illustrious prodigy. The family head, Zhang Shi, proclaimed with a smile. Your daughter, Shuling, has commendable talent as well. I expect her gains to be substantial. The elder said, stroking his beard with a smile. Though the elder spoke modestly, his excitement was evident, reflecting the family head's sentiments at that moment. Zhang Tianhao stood at the exit of the blood pool. His gains from this refinement were nothing short of monumental, witnessing a miraculous leap in cultivation from the 4th heaven of the martial master to the 9th heaven. Such progress, if known, would surely be astonishing. However, Zhang Tianhao's true acquisition was not merely in cultivation, but in awakening the divine-level bloodline. The ancient war god, Xingtian's bloodline. A melodious female voice rang out from behind Zhang Tianhao. Turning around, he discovered a girl in white calling his name. Who are you? Zhang Tianhao inquired, unfamiliar with the girl. I am Zhang Shuling, she replied with a gentle smile. You are indeed the Zhang Shuling renowned as one of the 4 prodigies of the Zhang clan alongside Zhang Qixian and Zhang Feng? Zhang Tianhao questioned, observing her closely. Yes, although Zhang Shuling disdained the title of the so-called 4 prodigies, she nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow and asked, Are you here to seek vengeance for them? Zhang Shuling shook her head, responding, If I sought revenge, I would not be standing here conversing with you. Then what wisdom do you wish to impart? Zhang Tianhao regarded her with a touch of confusion. Uncertain of her true intentions, there is no need for such hostility towards me. I share grievances against them as well. Their arrogance is unbecoming of our clan's disciples. Zhang Shuling stated matter-of-factly. Zhang Tianhao was slightly astonished, not expecting her to possess such insight. Nevertheless, as Zhang Shuling had not joined Zhang Qixian and Zhang Feng in their assault against him, he harbored no animosity towards her. He smiled. Finally, someone speaks with reason. I merely speak the truth. They sought to kill you, and you merely incapacitated them in return. That is hardly excessive, Zhang Shuling replied with a calm smile. What purpose do you have in seeking me out? Zhang Tianhao still felt somewhat puzzled. Zhang Shuling answered earnestly, I wish to warn you. Leave the blood pool forbidden area, exit the Demon Dragon Valley, and promptly depart from the Zhang family. What do you mean? Zhang Tianhao frowned. Zhang Qixian and Zhang Gaoyuan are not to be feared, yet Zhang Feng's grandfather is the clan's esteemed elder. You have crippled Zhang Feng's cultivation. His grandfather will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Zhang Shuling emphasized seriously. Zhang Tianhao's brow tightened. What level of cultivation does the esteemed elder possess? He inquired. Martial King. Zhang Tianhao's heart sank. Despite his rapid advancement in cultivation, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between him and a martial king. Who could effortlessly crush him? Why do you take the trouble to warn me? Zhang Tianhao inhaled deeply. Zhang Shuling cast a quick glance at him and replied, because you are a talent of the Zhang family, and I do not wish to see such potential extinguished. Thank you, miss. I shall repay your kindness in the future, Zhang Tianhao expressed earnestly. Her timely warning could save him from unforeseen peril, had he not been prepared. He might have suffered greatly, even to the point of losing his life. There is no need. I have done nothing that I merely hope you can leave here safely, Zhang Shuling said before soaring away. At that moment, the barrier of the Demon Dragon Valley reopened. Outside the Bloodpool Forbidden area, a crowd had gathered. Fenger, if you can awaken 2 layers of bloodline with your nether body, you will be invincible in the Zhang family and rightfully assume the position of a young master. The esteemed elder murmured. The clan leader, Zhang Shi, stood beside the elder in silence, lost in thought. They are coming out. Look who is emerging. The Zhang family disciples exclaimed with excitement. The first to emerge from the Bloodpool Forbidden area was, to most, an unfamiliar figure. Daiti was none other than Zhang Tianhao. Without pausing, Zhang Tianhao dashed towards the exit of the Demon Dragon Valley, quickly disappearing from view. Although the 7th steward spotted Zhang Tianhao, his mind was elsewhere, fixated on his grandson Zhang Wensong. That if Zhang Wensong could awaken 2 layers of ancestral blood, he would undoubtedly be among the top talents in the Zhang family, bringing glory to their lineage. However, the 7th steward felt anxious, knowing the limited slots for the blood pool refining each year as new members of the family were born. Thus, family law dictated that each member could enter the blood pool a maximum of 3 times. Even if one managed to secure additional slots, it could not exceed 3. This time was Zhang Wensong's 3rd attempt. If he failed to awaken 2 layers of blood, it would significantly limit his potential. Suddenly, a staggering figure appeared at the entrance of the Demon Dragon Valley. It was Zhang Wensong. He looked haggard and disheveled. Wensong. What happened? The 7th steward rushed forward, anxious. Grandfather, I failed. That Zhang Tianhao snatched my pass and caused my failure to awaken my bloodline. Zhang Wensong exclaimed bitterly. What? The 7th steward staggered. Zhang Tianhao. He gritted his teeth. Soon after, Zhang Qixin, Zhang Feng, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Zongwei emerged, supporting one another. Feng, the esteemed elder, noticed something amiss with Zhang Feng and raised an eyebrow. He approached Zhang Feng, concern etched on his face, and asked Fenger, what is wrong? Zhang Feng forced a smile, collapsing to the ground in agony. Grandfather, that wretched boy from the branch family not only sabotaged our bloodline awakening, but also crippled our cultivation. Now we are utterly powerless. Esteemed elder, you must seek justice for us. That boy has ruined our futures. We are now entirely powerless. Zhang Qixin and Zhang Gaoyuan pleaded, kneeling fervently. Where is that scoundrel? The esteemed elder howled. His fury palpable. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him, instilling fear in those nearby. Grandfather, he fled the moment the barrier opened. We intended to pursue him, but we could not match his speed. Zhang Zongwei shouted, I want him dead. The esteemed elder understood he would forever be trapped at the martial king level, unable to break through. Realizing that his grandson possessed far greater potential than he ever could, he dedicated himself to nurturing him, hoping he would fulfill his unachieved aspirations. It was inconceivable that his grandson failed to awaken his bloodline and instead became a pariah. This was utterly unacceptable to the esteemed elder. Esteemed elder, I know where that boy is from. He not only crippled your grandson, but also caused my grandson's failure to awaken his bloodline. I am willing to lead the charge against him to exact vengeance. The 7th steward declared, seizing the opportunity for revenge against Zhang Tianhao and the Ninghai city branch. Very well, that boy must pay with his life, the esteemed elder replied coldly. The clan leader, Zhang Shi, frowned slightly, sighing inwardly. He held a certain admiration for Zhang Tianhao, knowing that if the esteemed elder took matters into his own hands, there would be no room for negotiation. Esteemed elder, I believe there might be some misunderstanding. Zhang Shi interjected, hoping to avoid conflict between the main family and the branch. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Even if there were, it does not justify crippling Fenger's cultivation. The esteemed elder shot a cold glance at Zhang Shi. Esteemed elder, clan leader, we are all victims here. That boy is arrogant and seized our opportunity to awaken our bloodline. Please, esteemed elder and clan leader, seek justice for us, Zhang Wensong cried, collapsing to the ground in despair. Indeed, we are victims. Our failure to awaken our bloodline was entirely due to that boy's interference. Zhang Hong, Zhang Zichong, Zhang Jinliang, and Zhang Yuanyuan also knelt in solidarity, all victims of the blood pool refining. Naturally, they sought retribution against Zhang Tianhao. Clan leader, what are your thoughts? The esteemed elder asked, casting a glance at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi sighed again that he wished to avoid conflict with the esteemed elder, who held deeper roots within the clan. Offending him would pose a significant challenge to his position as clan leader. After leaving the Zhang clan, Zhang Tianhao hurried back to Ninghai City. He knew that with the esteemed elder's capabilities, he would undoubtedly be ambushed along the way. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao had no confidence in confronting a martial king that he needed to return to Ninghai City to devise a strategy. Over the following days, he navigated the shadows, evading several ambushes orchestrated by the esteemed elder, managing to escape unscathed. 7 days later, Zhang Tianhao returned to Ninghai City. Upon recounting the events that transpired within the blood pool forbidden area, including how he incapacitated Zhang Feng and the others, Zhang Yaobang's expression darkened with anger. He exclaimed, "Well done. These members of the main family truly believe they can bully our branch." Zhang Tianhao had expected his grandfather to be furious upon learning that he had crippled the esteemed elder's grandson. But he was taken aback by his grandfather's response. "Grandfather, are you not concerned about the esteemed elder's wrath towards our Ninghai City branch?" Zhang Tianhao asked, perplexed. "Humph. The Zhang clan has ancestral teachings that prohibit infighting between the main family and the branches. Therefore, even if the esteemed elder were to blame us, he would not act against the rest of our branch. At most, it would be against us too. And Tianhao, you did nothing wrong. They sought your life. You merely showed them mercy by not killing them." Zhang Yaobang replied with a sardonic smile. "Grandfather, this time, having caused such a significant trouble, his grandfather bore no resentment and even encouraged him, which deeply moved him and fostered a stronger sense of belonging to the Zhang family. Grandson, you should leave. The farther, the better. Although the elder is quite domineering, as long as he cannot locate you, I believe he will be at a loss," Zhang Yaobang remarked coldly. "What of the martial king? Can he bully others at will?" Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow and asked, "Grandfather, what about you?" Zhang Yaobang shrugged off the concern, stating, "As a branch's elder, I am not without some protection. Although Zhang Wangu is the elder of the main family, he would likely hesitate to act against me." Observing his grandfather's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Tianhao recognized the deception. The truth was far from what his grandfather claimed. Perhaps Zhang Wangu would refrain from targeting the entire branch, but he would not hold back against his grandfather. An elder, it was not inconceivable for him to kill his grandfather in a fit of rage. Thus, Zhang Tianhao insisted, "Grandfather, I will not leave. I have my own methods." "Tianhao, why are you so obstinate? Did I not tell you that Zhang Wangu would not dare to act against me?" Zhang Yaobang expressed his concern. "Grandfather, I have a trump card that renders me fearless of the elders." Zhang Tianhao replied with confidence that a trump card. "Tianhao, I know you possess certain skills, but a martial king is not an ordinary adversary. Even though I am a grandmaster, I am nothing before a martial king. Do not treat your life lightly," Zhang Yaobang warned solemnly. "Grandfather, please trust me just this once," Zhang Tianhao said with unwavering determination. He was not lying. During the journey back to Ninghai City, he had been contemplating how to confront the threat posed by the elder. He understood that even if he evaded the elder's interception on the road, he could not escape the inevitable confrontation in Ninghai City. However, he had devised a plan over the past few days. Recalling that he still had 2 trump cards at his disposal, "Tianhao, are you serious?" Zhang Yaobang asked with a serious expression. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. "Yes, grandfather, I am serious. I would never joke about my life." "Very well, since you are serious, I will not impede you. But you must understand, you are my only grandson now. Your mother has only you as her son," Zhang Yaobang stated earnestly. "Rest assured, grandfather, Tianhao will be cautious." Zhang Tianhao replied earnestly, "By the way, Tianhao, did you gain anything from this venture?" Zhang Yaobang, having restrained himself from asking about Zhang Tianhao's findings from the blood pool, could no longer contain his curiosity. "Grandfather, I awakened my bloodline this time," Zhang Tianhao revealed, knowing well that his grandfather was eager for this information. "Really?" Zhang Yaobang exclaimed with joy. "Indeed, but I have only awakened the first layer of my bloodline." Zhang Tianhao admitted honestly. Ha ha ha. "Splendid. Then you may go." Zhang Yaobang laughed heartily, not probing further. The mere awakening of the bloodline was sufficient joy. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tianhao's bloodline was of an extraordinary nature. After his grandson departed, Zhang Yaobang murmured, "Why do I feel that this grandson of mine is becoming increasingly inscrutable?" Upon returning to his room, Zhang Tianhao faced the impending threat of the elder's forceful arrival and knew he must prepare. He assessed his current trump cards. The summoning card for the blazing golden war lion had become somewhat redundant, as its combat prowess only reached that of a 9th-layer martial master. Therefore, it did not qualify as a true trump card. The snow-drinking Madblade, while sharp, could not reach its full potential without a corresponding technique, leaving him eager to acquire a suitable sword art. Yet, such matters could not be rushed. The ancient war god Xingtian bloodline was undoubtedly a significant trump card for Zhang Tianhao. However, due to the limitations of his physical strength, he could only utilize it for a mere minute. Regrettably, while the ancient Xingtian bloodline could synergize with the infinite fury, he understood that his body could not withstand the fourfold attribute enhancement without risking catastrophe. Thus, Zhang Tianhao dared not take such a risk. Even activating the bloodline under these conditions would hardly suffice to contend with a martial king. It was a mere dream. Given the constraints of his physical strength, the bloodline could only be activated in critical moments. The only source of confidence he had in facing the martial king lay in 2 summoning cards in his possession. Gazing at the 2 cards, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Tianhao's eyes. One was a summoning card, the other an embodiment card, both of which he had yet to use. He pondered what figures they might summon, if by chance they were to conjure individuals akin to the likes of Tian Buoguang or Lin Pingxi. He would truly have nowhere to lament his fate. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to rely on fortune. Exiting his room, Zhang Tianhao recalled his sister, Qin Zinan, whom he had not seen for many days, and felt a pang of longing. Thus, he made his way to her room. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Tianhao rapped on the door. Upon opening it, Qin Zinan beamed upon seeing him and leaped into his arms, clinging to his neck like a koala. "Brother, I missed you so much," she exclaimed. "Heh, even at this age, you still act so childishly," Zhang Tianhao said, playfully pinching her nose. "Regardless of age, you will always be my brother," Qin Zinan retorted with a huff. Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of awkwardness as she clung tightly to him, aware that she was now 14 and had developed in ways that made the embrace somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he hesitated to remind her of such matters. "Do you know where Jianfeng is?" Zhang Tianhao inquired. Qin Zinan replied with a smile, "You mean brother Jianfeng? I saw him just now. He seemed to be heading to the training grounds with Xiaoman." "Oh, let us go see them," Zhang Tianhao suggested with a smile. Arriving at the training grounds, Zhang Tianhao intended to practice his skills in the swallowing shadow and cloud-pushing palm, but found Zhang Jianfeng already immersed in training. With a swift motion, Zhang Jianfeng executed a strike, splitting the wooden post before him into 3 segments with a single blow. "Bravo!" Zhang Tianhao could not help but applaud. "Well done, Jianfeng. You seem to have nearly fully recovered." "Boss, you are back," Zhang Jianfeng exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. "Yes, seeing you recover so swiftly brings me relief," Zhang Tianhao replied with a look of satisfaction. "Hee, I owe it all to you, boss. It's your support that hastened my recovery." Zhang Jianfeng said with a grin. "Do not say that. It is a result of your hard work." Zhang Tianhao patted Jianfeng on the shoulder. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao noticed that his sister's complexion appeared somewhat pale. "Zinan, are you all right?" he asked, taken aback, and quickly supported her as she swayed unsteadily. "Brother, the medicine. I need to take my medicine," Qin Zinan urged him. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted as he recalled something, and he quickly scooped her up and rushed back to their room. He felt her body was as cold as ice, a chilling sensation that pierced to the bone, causing his brow to furrow. He realized that her old ailment had flared up again. He retrieved a vial from the bedside, poured out a crystal-clear pill, and placed it in Qin Zinan's mouth. Then he poured her a glass of water to help her swallow it. After taking the pill, her complexion improved significantly, and the bone-chilling coldness subsided considerably. Easing Zhang Tianhao's worries, Qin Zinan had suffered from this illness since childhood, and each episode was a calamity. At that time, their parents had sought medical help far and wide without any improvement. When she was 8, she had nearly reached the brink of despair, and even their parents had felt hopeless. Fortunately, they encountered a miraculous healer who took her pulse and provided a vial of pills, instructing their father to administer one during her episodes, clarifying that the medicine would only manage the symptoms and that her survival depended on her future fortune. Originally, the pills could temporarily suppress the coldness within Qin Zinan's body. However, as she grew, the frequency of her episodes increased, from once every 2 years to annually, and now it was nearly monthly. They had almost exhausted the miraculous pills, and Zhang Tianhao could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if she experienced an episode without the medicine. "Brother, do not worry. Zinan is fine," she said, forcing a smile despite her pallid face. "Zinan, I will find a way to procure more pills to help you," Zhang Tianhao vowed. his heart aching at the sight of her frail figure. "Brother, having your love and that of our mother is worth it, even if I were to die." Qin Zenan replied with a forced smile, "Do not say such things. If you do, I will be angry." Zhang Tianhao chastised. "Understood," she replied obediently. "Rest well. When you recover, I will come to see you again," Zhang Tianhao said as he left her room. Once outside, he contemplated. Zenan's condition could be managed for a while, but he must find a way to control her illness. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter remained the impending arrival of the elder. During this time, he would seek any opportunity to enhance his cultivation further. Chapter 96. Battle of the Seven Elders. With the mastery of the first form of the cloud-pushing palm achieved, Zhang Tianhao dedicated the next 2 days predominantly to refining the Shadow of the Swallow technique. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Shadow of the Swallow. Proficiency 1. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for upgrading the Shadow of the Swallow. It is now at full mastery. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for performing the cloud-pushing palm. Proficiency 1. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for comprehending the second form of the cloud-pushing palm, Veil of Clouds and Moon. After 2 days of relentless training, Zhang Tianhao had completely mastered the Shadow of the Swallow, doubling his speed and allowing him to conjure 9 phantoms. Additionally, he had grasped the second form of the cloud-pushing palm, Veil of Clouds and Moon. Although his cultivation level had not ascended, his actual combat prowess had significantly enhanced. One fateful day, while Zhang Tianhao was practicing at the training grounds, the entrance of the Zhang family was suddenly kicked open forcefully. 10 shadowy figures surged into the Zhang residence. Who dares to act so brazenly in the Zhang family? Zhang Yaobang bellowed. "Are you the supreme elder of the Zhang family? Is Zhang Tianhao your grandson?" The leader, an elderly man in his 70s, spoke with an icy tone. "The supreme elder, he is Zhang Yaobang, the supreme elder of the Zhang family's Ninghai city branch, particularly arrogant. The last time I came with my grandson, not only were we not received, but they also confronted us with violence." The speaker was none other than the 7th elder who had come previously. "7th elder, do you not realize how distorted your claims are? Does your father know?" Zhang Yaobang furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, a cold voice interjected from the side and a young man strode in with confidence. "It was none other than Zhang Tianhao. It is he who has crippled your grandson," the 7th elder exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Tianhao. "Indeed, it is he. I witnessed him incapacitate Zhang Feng, Zhang Gaoyuan, and Zhang Qixin." Zhang Wensong excitedly declared, pointing at Zhang Tianhao. "So it is you." With a faint scoff, the Supreme Elder exuded a formidable killing intent. "Supreme Elder, allow me to clarify." Zhang Tianhao felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Yet he persevered. "You have indeed crippled my grandson's Dantian. What need is there for further argument?" The Supreme Elder sneered coldly. "Ha!" Zhang Tianhao erupted in a fit of rage-filled laughter. "What is so amusing?" The Supreme Elder's icy gaze fixed upon Zhang Tianhao. "Pray tell, Supreme Elder, your grandson attempted to seize my passage token. Am I not entitled to resist? He sought to kill me. Is it excessive that I merely crippled him instead?" Zhang Tianhao retorted loudly. "Is it permissible for state officials to set fire while commoners may not light a candle?" Such a retort. "My grandson sought to kill you, and thus had every justification." The Supreme Elder shot back angrily. "Zhang Wangu, do you think being the Supreme Elder of the main family grants you the right to bully the weak?" Zhang Yaobang rebuked Zhang Wangu fiercely. "Audacious! You, as the Supreme Elder of a branch family, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you know nothing of hierarchy?" Zhang Wangu scoffed. Zhang Yaobang felt an unseen force crash into him, causing him to stagger backward several steps, his complexion pale as he glared at Zhang Wangu. "Humph! Although the branch family descended from the main family, they gained independence centuries ago and are no longer subject to the main family's control. Where then lies the hierarchy?" Zhang Yaobang retorted defiantly. "Humph!" Zhang Wangu chuckled coldly but did not counter, for Zhang Yaobang's claim held truth. "Supreme Elder, permit me to engage in battle and teach this arrogant youth a lesson." The 7th Elder volunteered eagerly. Zhang Wangu cast a glance at Zhang Un and replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead. Do not concern yourself with the outcome. Zhang Un, you, a man of a grandfather's generation, are about to clash with a junior. Where is your dignity? Is it truly the case that those devoid of shame become invincible?" Zhang Yaobang admonished. "Humph! Is it wrong to avenge my grandson? Should you wish to engage, I shall accommodate." Zhang Un retorted with a cold smile. "I have long desired a challenge," Zhang Yaobang replied, unyielding, radiating combat spirit. Suddenly, Zhang Wangu interjected, "Zhang Yaobang, if you allow your grandson to fight, the outcome shall be disregarded that I shall not pursue the matter of him injuring my grandson." Zhang Wangu, you are well aware that your opponent is a grand martial master. Is your action not excessive? Zhang Yaobang protested. Grandfather, allow me. Zhang Tianhao stepped forward boldly. Tianhao, Zhang is a grand martial master. Zhang Yaobang said, astonished by his grandson's confidence. Do not worry, grandfather. I am confident, Zhang Tianhao assured him. Zhang Yaobang, recalling that Zhang Tianhao had awakened his bloodline during this visit to the main family, pondered. Could it be that Tianhao had some hidden trump card? Or perhaps awakened a unique ability from his bloodline? Tianhao, are you certain about this? Zhang Yaobang still harbored concerns. Grandfather, you know I do not engage in battles without assurance. Zhang Tianhao replied earnestly. Zhang Yaobang hesitated momentarily. Observing his grandson's resolve, he ultimately sighed. Very well, should it prove unwise, withdraw immediately. I shall be here. Yes, grandfather. Zhang Tianhao nodded solemnly. Seeing Zhang Tianhao step forward, Zhang sneered derisively. For Zhang, it was inconceivable that he could not easily subdue Zhang Tianhao. He was a grand martial master at the 3rd level. Although he recognized Zhang Tianhao's prowess, considering his victories over Zhang Feng, Zhang Qixian, and Zhang Gaoyuan, he remained confident in his ability to effortlessly crush Zhang Tianhao. Prepare to fall, Zhang roared, striking down upon Zhang Tianhao with a mighty palm, the fierce wind from his strike enveloping a 10-meter radius around Zhang Tianhao. Break for me. Zhang Tianhao summoned every ounce of energy within him. Propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, he retaliated with a punch. Boom! The sound of an explosive clash reverberated as the two forces collided violently in the air. Zhang Tianhao grunted, his body staggering back 7 steps. While Zhang merely swayed slightly, Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. He realized that despite being at the 9th level of martial master, the disparity in their cultivation levels was tremendous. Zhang's strength was undoubtedly that of a grand martial master at the 3rd level. A different realm altogether. The density of true energy at the grand martial master level far exceeded that of a martial master by 10-fold, rendering the odds of a martial master defeating a grand martial master exceedingly slim. However, Zhang Tianhao was not bound by such limitations. With a myriad of techniques at his disposal, he was not without means to contend fiercely. R-hit fist. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a punch toward Zhang. The transformative R-hit fist erupted, and an ethereal figure of an R-hit materialized behind Zhang Tianhao, emanating a subtle yet formidable pressure. Zhang too scoffed, meeting the attack with a palm strike. The fierce shadow of his palm instantaneously dispelled Zhang Tianhao's force. Dominating fist, Zhang bellowed, appearing directly above Zhang Tianhao, unleashing a fist of unimaginable weight and power. This punch bore the force of several tons, its overwhelming might causing the very air to tremble. Zhang Tianhao felt as though he were suffocating. With a powerful push against the ground, he leaped backward like a frog, landing several meters away. Boom! The impact from Zhang's strike created a massive crater in the earth. The ground cracking like spider webs in all directions. Seeing his attack fail, Zhang chuckled coldly. With murderous intent, he locked onto Zhang Tianhao and launched another fist. This punch, imbued with even greater ferocity than the last, bore down upon Zhang Tianhao. A chill ran through Zhang Tianhao's heart. He sensed that no matter how he attempted to evade, this strike felt unavoidable. The weight of pressure bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to stand his ground. Cloud pushing palm, veil of clouds, and moon. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous force. The onlooking Zhang family martial artists felt an icy wave wash over them, sending shivers down their spines. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the cloud-pushing palm, triggering the freezing attribute. Zhang was instantly taken aback, feeling his body suddenly stiffen as an icy wave infiltrated his vital channels. Soon he found himself immobilized, as if all strength had been stripped away in an instant. What a formidable chill! Zhang's heart sank as he desperately channeled all his energy to dispel the encroaching cold. Zhang Tianhao observed that Zhang was enveloped in layers of ice and felt a surge of exhilaration. He would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. With a swift motion, he darted forward. R-hit fist. The R-hit fist reached its apex, delivering a powerful blow to Zhang's body. In that moment, Zhang felt utterly humiliated, unable to retaliate, forced to endure the punishment, though only paralyzed for a few seconds. For a martial artist, that span was ample time to accomplish much. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a barrage of 10 punches upon Zhang, sending him flying. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the R-hit fist, triggering a critical hit. The amplified R-hit fist struck Zhang with tremendous force, causing an explosive force to erupt within his body. Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you! Glaring at the advancing Zhang Tianhao, Zhang was consumed by rage that a grand martial master at the third level being beaten by a mere martial master was an unbearable humiliation, that I will see you dead. Zhang gritted his teeth, vowing that only by eliminating Zhang Tianhao could he cleanse this shame. In an instant, his body radiated a blood-red aura, an overwhelming force exploding from within him. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback as he realized that Zhang's power seemed to have surged more than tenfold in an instant. Secret arts. Zhang Tianhao was astonished. Die. Zhang soared upwards, his speed more than doubled compared to before, reaching Zhang Tianhao in an instant. A punch descended menacingly. The terrifying force overwhelmed Zhang Tianhao, causing him to feel as if a mountain was pressing down on him, sending chills down his spine. The invisible pressure made his muscles tingle with numbness. The surrounding space was sealed off by the might of Zhang's fist, leaving him with no means of escape. Damn it, Luohan fist! Zhang Tianhao roared defiantly, retaliating with his own punch. The clash echoed with a thunderous boom. Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming force that sent him flying, his blood surging violently. Unable to suppress it, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Brother, boss. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jianfeng and Qin Zinan had sensed the commotion and rushed into the courtyard. Witnessing Zhang Tianhao spitting blood, they screamed in alarm. Die! Seeing Zhang Tianhao injured filled Zhang with elation, and he charged forward again, delivering another punch. After using his secret technique, Zhang's strength had doubled, elevating his cultivation to the fourth heaven of the great martial master. Bloodline activated. In this moment of crisis, Zhang Tianhao had no choice but to activate his Xingtian bloodline. Though it would last only a minute, it was sufficient to crush Zhang, and the instant Zhang Tianhao activated his bloodline, a terrifying force erupted from him, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, bloodlust, and unparalleled battle intent. Fight the heavens, fight the earth, fight the firmament, fight, fight, fight. As long as I live, my spirit endures, and my will to fight remains eternal. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a punch. Boom! Zhang's power was annihilated layer by layer. Bang! Zhang was sent flying by a single strike from Zhang Tianhao. Die. In the next moment, Zhang Tianhao appeared before Zhang, gripping his throat. How do you wish to die? You can't kill me, that you can't kill me. Zhang was engulfed in profound terror, his former arrogance and pride fading into nothingness. Is it possible for me not to kill you? Waiting for you to kill me. Stop. Zhang Tianhao sensed a chilling murderous intent locking onto him. Yet, his resolve to eliminate Zhang was unwavering, and he tightened his grip. Crack. Zhang was obliterated by Zhang Tianhao. Regrettably, the chaotic energy was insufficient. Otherwise, as a great martial master, Zhang could have yielded some valuable items that dare kill in my presence. Die. Cyclone slash. Zhang Tianhao drew an axe, cleaving through the void to strike at Zhang Wangu. This axe, unleashed by the activated Xingtian bloodline, bore the weight of at least 100,000 pounds, as if the very fabric of reality were about to be split asunder. Boom! Zhang Tianhao's axe collided with Zhang Wangu's force. Scattering it entirely, he was sent crashing into a dirt wall 100 meters away. In that instant, Zhang Tianhao thought he might perish, feeling as if his body would fall apart, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. He glimpsed his health bar nearly empty, with only 5 points remaining. In haste, he consumed all his healing elixirs, witnessing his vitality restore visibly. Brother, Tianhao, boss, ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for defeating Zhang and experience points. 30,000. Chi. 3,000. Furious energy. 10. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining the Aohan 6 Techniques Blade Manual. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for earning 100 points. Zhang Yaobang, Qin Zinan, and Zhang Jianfeng swiftly arrived at the ruins, excavating Zhang Tianhao with utmost urgency. Zhang Yaobang understood that even he could not withstand a blow from Zhang Wangu, a martial king. Though reluctant to believe it, he had prepared for the worst. Chapter 98. Summoning Yin Shisan. Zhang Yaobang, Zhang Jianfeng, and Qin Zinan rapidly extracted Zhang Tianhao from the wreckage. Brother, Qin Zinan cried, tears welling in her eyes as she embraced Zhang Tianhao tightly. Initially, she assumed he would be on the brink of death. After all, that was a martial king. Boss, you. Zhang Jianfeng exclaimed in astonishment at Zhang Tianhao, surprised to see him relatively unharmed. Zhang Wangu had been exceedingly confident in his strike, knowing that even a casual blow from a mid-tier martial king should be beyond a martial master's capacity to withstand. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Tianhao remained alive. This embarrassed Zhang Wangu immensely. Zhang Tianhao, you have slain a 7th elder of our clan. What punishment do you deserve? Zhang Wangu gazed coldly at Zhang Tianhao, snorting disdainfully. Zhang Tianhao laughed maniacally, his laughter dripping with scorn as he mocked. Truly, you are worthy of being the clan's elder, speaking one way and acting another. Did you not just declare that you and Zhang would bear the consequences of life and death? Does your so-called life and death accountability mean that when your kin slays me, it is acceptable, but when I kill a steward of the clan, I must die? Ah, the hypocrisy of power. Humph, do not claim I am unfair. If you cripple your own cultivation, I shall overlook this matter. The elder's voice was icy. Elder, this is unjust. You did not say this before. Zhang Yaobang stepped forward, teeth clenched. Presumptuous. Now, I grant you 2 choices. 1. Death. 2. Self-destruction of your cultivation. Zhang Wangu exuded a chilling aura of menace. Zhang Tianhao felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Zhang Wangu, I reject both options you present. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Zhang Wangu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zhang Tianhao produced the character summoning card and activated it. Ding dong. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining the character summoning card for the swordsman Yan Shisan. Would you like to summon? Summon. Boom. A white shadow tore through the void and materialized, standing with a sword, emanating a chilling aura of death that it was none other than the lethal swordsman Yan Shisan. That I greet you, young master. Yan Shisan approached Zhang Tianhao. His expression as cold as ice, radiating palpable killing intent. Eliminate him. Zhang Tianhao pointed at Zhang Wangu, his face betraying his fierce intent. Yan Shisan's piercing gaze fixated on Zhang Wangu, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast. To offend the young master is to court death. Yan Shisan executed a swift sword strike, reaching an unparalleled speed, a strike that was sharp and merciless. The unparalleled edge pierced toward Zhang Wangu. Get lost. Zhang Wangu retaliated with a punch, a forceful strike descending upon Yan Shisan's sword. Boom, the punch and sword met. Zhang Wangu was horrified to realize that his punch was torn apart by the sword. The blade surged like a raging tide toward Zhang Wangu. Alarmed, he quickly retreated, trying to escape the terrifying strike. However, he was fast, yet Yan Shisan was swifter. The 13 lethal swords. This strike was perfection personified. As if its killing intent coalesced into a single, deadly arc, Zhang Wangu felt as if the killing intent could freeze his very soul. With a soft gasp, Zhang Wangu was pierced through the shoulder. Blood gushing forth. Blood dragon transformation. Zhang Wangu transformed into a blood dragon, lunging at Yan Shisan with its maw agape, ready to devour him. Yan Shisan remained expressionless. The 14 lethal swords. This strike was terrifying. Capable of shaking the void itself, shattering it into fragments. The sword cleaved through the blood dragon entirely. The blood dragon vanished, and Zhang Wangu was sent flying, drenched in blood, a distance of 70 to 80 meters. Zhang Yaobang, Zhang Jianfeng, Qin Zinan, and the others were left dumbfounded, astonished that this mysterious figure had effortlessly defeated a martial king-level elder. Indeed, he was the lethal swordsman capable of besting Xie Xiaofeng. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of admiration. Just as Yan Shisan was about to eliminate Zhang Wangu, stop! Zhang Yaobang suddenly called out, seemingly aware that he was Zhang Tianhao's grandfather. Yan Shisan halted, merely resting his sword against Zhang Wangu's throat. The icy blade causing Zhang Wangu to shudder uncontrollably, gripped by overwhelming killing intent. Zhang Yaobang, I am the elder of this clan. You cannot kill me if you intercede on my behalf. I can assure you that our grievances will be forgotten. I shall no longer trouble you. Zhang Wangu hastily pleaded with Zhang Yaobang. Zhang Tianhao stepped before Zhang Wangu, looking down at him like a defeated dog, sneering. Is that so? I only trust the dead to cease causing me trouble. Zhang Yaobang sighed, imploring Zhang Tianhao, Tianhao, spare him. After all, he is the elder of our clan. Grandfather, do you truly believe he will let us go? Now that he is at a disadvantage, he may retreat temporarily. But when his power grows stronger, do you honestly think he will keep his promise? Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Zhang Yaobang fell silent. Zhang Tianhao was correct. Yet, he hesitated. For he held a strong sense of family loyalty and could not bring himself to kill the clan's esteemed elder. In the past, the clan's elder was revered like a deity among the branch families. Grandfather, let it be known that Zhang Wangu must have his cultivation crippled. That is my bottom line, Zhang Tianhao declared coldly. Impossible. You dare cripple my cultivation, and the clan will not spare you. Zhang Wangu was engulfed in profound dread. It is essential to understand that Zhang Wangu was a martial king, a paragon of strength within the Tianfeng kingdom. The very notion of stripping a martial king of his powers was utterly inconceivable to Zhang Yaobang and his peers. Proceed. Zhang Tianhao commanded coldly to Yan Shisan, with a swift thrust of his sword. Yin Shisan struck down, eliciting a pained cry from Zhang Wangu as his dantian shattered, rendering him powerless. Take him away. Zhang Tianhao ordered curtly to the kin accompanying Zhang Wangu. They, filled with resentment yet unable to voice it, hastily departed with their fallen leader, leaving even the body of the seventh elder behind. Once the Zhang family members had exited, Zhang Yaobang turned to Yin Shisan and inquired, "Who is this valiant warrior?" Zhang Yaobang gazed in awe at Yin Shisan, who had effortlessly vanquished the martial king Zhang Wangu. He found it hard to fathom the realm of Yin Shisan's prowess that allowed him to so casually defeat Zhang Wangu. "Grandfather, there's no need for formality. He is my friend," Zhang Tianhao replied with a faint smile. "Young master, the time has come. I must take my leave," Yin Shisan said respectfully to Zhang Tianhao. "Then go." Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. He was aware that the summoning card had a time constraint of 30 minutes. After bowing to Zhang Tianhao, Yin Shisan vanished into thin air, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Zhang Yaobang stared blankly at the retreating figure of Yin Shisan and asked in astonishment, "Tianhao, who was that person?" Zhang Tianhao chuckled. "Grandfather, he is just a friend." "Just a friend?" Zhang Yaobang sensed the profound respect Yin Shisan held for Zhang Tianhao, yet refrained from pressing further. "Brother," Qin Zinan cried with joy. Throwing herself into Zhang Tianhao's embrace, he felt the fullness of her form pressing against him, causing a twinge of awkwardness and discomfort. Zhang Tianhao chastised himself for harboring such feelings. After all, Qin Zinan was his sister, albeit not by blood. "Big brother, you are truly impressive. But who was that swordsman?" "He was extraordinarily powerful. His casual strikes seemed to embody the essence of swordsmanship. If only I could have him as my master," Zhang Jianfeng expressed with hopeful eyes. Zhang Tianhao smiled sheepishly and replied, "Don't look at me like that. I am powerless in this matter. Of course, Yin Shisan was summoned by me, and the duration is limited to half an hour. How could he be your master?" Disappointment was evident in Zhang Jianfeng's eyes. Zhang Tianhao felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing his friend's passion for swordsmanship and his innate talent. He patted Zhang Jianfeng's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, I will help you find an excellent teacher in the future. You will undoubtedly become a legendary swordsman." "Really? Do you truly have such high hopes for me, big brother?" Zhang Jianfeng's trust in Zhang Tianhao, his leader and respected figure, was unwavering. Zhang Tianhao solemnly stated, "I see great potential in you. You are destined to uphold justice and peace in the universe. Young man, strive diligently." Zhang Jianfeng nodded resolutely as he watched Zhang Tianhao's departing figure, affirming, "Big brother, I never expected you to hold such high expectations of me. I will certainly work hard." Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Tianhao opened the treasure he had just acquired, the 6 techniques of proud cold. A notification chimed, prompting him to cultivate the first technique, a glimpse of frigid terror. Cultivate. Zhang Tianhao clicked without hesitation. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for successfully cultivating the first technique, a glimpse of frigid terror. Current level, beginner." Zhang Tianhao was elated and promptly reviewed the attributes of the 6 techniques of proud cold. Technique. 6 techniques of proud cold. First technique, a glimpse of frigid terror. Level, beginner proficiency, 10 special attribute. Ice seal energy consumption, 400 description, a family heirloom of the Nye clan. It must be used in conjunction with the Snow Drink Mad Blade, classified as a superior blade technique. When the first technique is cultivated to its peak, it possesses a 30 ice seal attribute and a 30 critical hit rate. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao felt an unparalleled exhilaration. The 6 techniques of proud cold was perfectly suited for the Snow Drink Mad Blade. Only together could they unleash its true power. He then pondered the points he had earned after defeating Zhang, but remained uncertain of their significance. Deciding not to dwell on it, he resolved to focus on enhancing the power of the 6 techniques of proud cold, knowing that the first technique could not be the sole one available. Zhang Tianhao concluded that he must refine the first technique to its utmost limit to unlock the second. In the martial arts arena, Zhang Tianhao began his training on the 6 techniques of proud cold. A silver blade light surged forth from the Snow Drink Mad Blade. Boom! The earth trembled with a resounding impact, leaving a deep scar on the ground. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. Proficiency in the 6 techniques of proud cold has increased by 1. Zhang Tianhao felt somewhat disheartened, as the energy required for casting the techniques was substantial. With only 3,000 energy remaining, he found himself depleting it rapidly and had to rely on energy pills for replenishment. 2 days later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. The first technique of the 6 techniques of proud cold has upgraded to minor success." On that day, as Zhang Tianhao trained in the martial arts arena, a guard approached him, bearing a message from his grandfather, requesting his presence at the family residence. Zhang Tianhao, puzzled by the reason for his grandfather's summons, made his way to the estate. Upon arrival, Zhang Yaobang expressed his satisfaction upon seeing Zhang Tianhao. Tianhao, I have called you here to discuss the upcoming trial in the Misty Sea Secret Realm, he said calmly. The Misty Sea Secret Realm trial? Zhang Tianhao responded with surprise. Indeed, it occurs every 10 years. And this time, it is just 7 days away, Zhang Yaobang informed him. Zhang Tianhao faintly recalled the trials of the three clans, rumored to have been discovered concurrently by the ancestors of the Zhang, Wang, Li families, and the royal family 5 centuries ago. This realm was said to be rich with treasures, techniques, martial arts, artifacts, and spiritual herbs. As such, each time the secret realm opened, various clans exerted their utmost efforts to send their disciples inside. Grandfather, are there any restrictions for entering the secret realm this time? Zhang Tianhao inquired. There are indeed limitations. The secret realm prohibits entry for warriors over the age of 18, Zhang Yaobang replied. Zhang Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that there were no restrictions on cultivation levels, he had heard of many legendary secret realms imposing such limits. So he was relieved that this one did not. Grandfather, do you wish for me to enter the secret realm? Zhang Tianhao asked his grandfather. Zhang Yaobang nodded. Yes, our Zhang family has 30 slots available. I have summoned all family disciples who have been training at various academies back home. This trial, occurring once every decade, is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly. Noticing the gravity with which his grandfather spoke, Zhang Tianhao sensed something was amiss. He inquired, Grandfather, does this trial hold any additional significance? Zhang Yaobang regarded him with approval, acknowledging his acute observation. Indeed, Tianhao, you are perceptive. The trial in the Misty Sea has implications for the interests of all the major families. It was proposed by the Li family that the 4 major families would each contribute shops from the main city of Ninghai as rewards based on the quantity of treasures obtained from the secret realm. The family ranked first will receive 400 shops as a reward. Therefore, the 4 families are determined to secure this first place, and our Zhang family is no exception, Zhang Yaobang stated gravely. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback by the enormity of this arrangement, realizing that these were shops in the main city, a place where land was incredibly valuable. Originally, I had little hope for this. But with you as a variable, I now have a measure of confidence in our pursuit of first place, Zhang Yaobang added with a slight smile. In the Ninghai city, Li Yuanting stood before a middle-aged man. The family steward, Li Zhengdao. Damn it, that Zhang brat has returned. Yet the Thunderbolt squad has shown no signs. It seems they have been entirely wiped out, Li Yuanting seethed ominously. The Thunderbolt squad was a formidable force crafted with immense resources, and their annihilation was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Master, I suggest we immediately contact the heavenly punishment. Let them deal with this brat, Li Zhengdao proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuanting gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, you may contact the heavenly punishment and inform them we agree to their terms. Initially, Li Yuanting had reached out to the Heavenly Punishment Assassin Organization, but their exorbitant fees, starting at 300,000 silver, coupled with additional charges based on the target's strength, deterred him. Though 300,000 was not a substantial sum for Li Yuanting, he felt it was unwarranted to expend such resources on a mere junior from the Zhang family. However, with the Thunderbolt squad's complete failure, he was compelled to proceed with his decision. Master, the trial in the Misty Sea is in 7 days. Should we not take this opportunity to suppress the Zhang family members? Li Zhengdao inquired. Li Yuanting pondered for a moment, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes as he nodded to Li Zhengdao, saying, Indeed, I have summoned back all the talented individuals from the Li family who have ventured outside, including the experts from various prestigious academies. Your son Haofeng must have broken through to the great martial master level. Correct? Li Zhengdao nodded in response, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Family head. My son has joined the Tiangang Academy and entered the inner sect last year. This year, he has achieved the status of a great martial master. Haofeng is truly a genius of our Li family. 3 years ago, he swept through the younger generation of the Li family without rivals. I am eager to know what his current strength is. Li Zhengdao smiled. Family head, you shall soon see Haofeng. He will return tomorrow. Splendid. With him, we may not even need the heavenly punishment to vanquish our foes in the Misty Sea secret realm. Li Yuanting laughed heartily. Brimming with confidence in Li Haofeng, just 18 years old, Haofeng had, at the age of 15, dominated the younger generation of the Li family during the family competition, triumphing over many who were already at the 3rd stage of martial master. It was then that he caught the eye of the instructors from Tiangang Academy and became one of their martial artists, and now he had joined the inner academy, far surpassing even the current family head in strength. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family of Ninghai City, a rumor circulated about Yi Qingru, an external disciple of the Zhang family, returning home. Yi Qingru was nothing short of a legend within the Zhang family. a prodigy who had achieved mid-level martial master status by the age of 14 and was subsequently recruited by the Tianwu Academy. Now, summoned by the family head, she was set to return. At just 17, she was merely a year older than Zhang Tianhao. It was said that she had already attained the status of a great martial master and was regarded as the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Zhang family. Although Zhang Tianhao had reached the 9th level of martial master, the family head Zhang Yaobang had kept this information tightly under wraps, leaving no one in the Zhang family aware of Zhang Tianhao's true capabilities. The opening of the secret realm was imminent, set to last for a month, which displeased Qin Zinan, as Zhang Tianhao had been absent from home, either training outside or awakening his bloodline at the family estate. With the impending entrance into the secret realm, Qin Zinan's dissatisfaction had reached a peak. Aware of his sister's feelings, Zhang Tianhao planned to take her out for shopping that evening, which delighted Qin Zinan and made her forget her earlier grievances. As they strolled through the streets, Zhang Tianhao embraced the role of a caring brother, purchasing anything Qin Zinan desired, regardless of the price. Since the auction, she had become aware of his wealth and was more than happy to accept his generosity. Exiting a jewelry store, Zhang Tianhao admired the 2 silver hairpins that enhanced his sister's beauty and brought him great joy to see her radiant smile. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao sensed an ominous aura behind him. Fleeting yet alarming. "Zinan, we must return," he urged, his serious tone prompting her compliance despite her desire to continue enjoying their outing. Upon their return to the estate, Zhang Tianhao found no trace of the malevolent presence. Leaving him puzzled as he entered, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, exuding a murderous intent. "Quite alert, aren't you? It seems I underestimated you. But you shall become my subordinates prayed, in the training arena." Zhang Tianhao continued to hone his skills, striving to master the first form of the Ayan 6 techniques. However, achieving a high level of proficiency required immense effort and resources. As the techniques consumed a significant amount of energy, the dusk settled. And his sister, who had been watching him train, said, "Brother, it's getting late. Tomorrow is the day the secret realm opens. You should rest early." Zhang Tianhao nodded. Accepting the towel, she handed him to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, you should rest as well." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, stirring up dust and prompting them to instinctively close their eyes. In an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted from behind, sending a shiver down Zhang Tianhao's spine. He perceived a shadow darting towards Qin Zinan with blinding speed, a sword aimed at her. "Zinan, be careful," he shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of her. In that moment, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming force surge forth. The attack aimed solely at him, revealing that the assault on Qin Zinan was but a ruse. The strike was so swift that even his eyes struggled to track it, and the assailant had timed their attack with uncanny precision. He could evade, but not without risking his sister's safety. Clearly, the attacker had anticipated this. Activate the bloodline of the war god. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao's speed, defense, attack, and even strength multiplied several times over. A tearing force erupted from him. The assassin's blade faltered momentarily under the impact, striking Zhang Tianhao's shoulder, but failing to penetrate. "Die!" Zhang Tianhao bellowed, swinging his axe with ferocity. A whirlwind strike burst forth, imbued with the power to cleave through the heavens. The assassin raised their sword in defense, but the axe's power shattered the blade's illusion, leaving it cracked. With a second swing, the weapon shattered entirely, and with a third, it struck the assassin directly. A pain scream echoed as the assassin was cleaved in two. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating the Iron-Plate Assassin. Iron 12. Experience gained. 3000. True Chi. 300. Frenzy Energy. 10. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a disguise technique. Immediately, Zhang Tianhao shielded Qin Zinan's eyes. Speaking softly, "Zinan, do not fear. Everything is fine." With a cry, Qin Zinan rushed into her brother's embrace, tearfully exclaiming, "Brother, I'm scared." Zhang Tianhao comforted her. "Don't worry, I will protect you. No one can harm you." Feeling safe in her brother's warm embrace, Qin Zinan smiled. He then sent her to her room to rest and approached the remains of the assassin he had vanquished, discovering a metal plate bearing the character Tian. Upon seeing this character, a wave of chilling murder intent washed over Zhang Tianhao. "Which faction seeks my life?" he pondered, furrowing his brow. "Gold treasure." Upon receiving Zhang Tianhao's message, hurried over, asking, "Boss, what is the urgency?" Zhang Tianhao handed him the metal plate. "What faction does this belong to? You have more connections. You should recognize it." Gold treasure inspected the plate closely, his expression shifting to one of shock. This is from Tianfa." "What is Tianfa?" Zhang Tianhao inquired. Intrigued, Gold treasure replied gravely, "Tianfa is the foremost assassin organization in the northern region, incredibly fearsome. Very few escape their pursuit. By the way, boss, how did you come by this plate? Gold Treasure asked, astonished. Zhang Tianhao answered nonchalantly. An assassin attempted to kill me, but I turned the tables. Boss, it seems someone has hired Tianfa to eliminate you. Who has such a deep-seated grudge against you to resort to this? Gold Treasure queried. Puzzled, Zhang Tianhao replied, who else could it be? I suspect it's just a few families. Gold Treasure, familiar with Zhang Tianhao's circumstances, looked at him with surprise. Are you implying the Lee family? Zhang Tianhao nodded. Yes, let's set that aside for now. Tell me more about Tianfa. Gold Treasure elaborated. Tianfa has a strict hierarchy consisting of iron plate assassins, copper plate assassins, silver plate assassins, gold plate assassins, and the most feared, the ace assassins. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao recalled something and asked, Gold Treasure, is there anyone who can escape Tianfa's pursuit? Gold Treasure smiled slightly. Of course, Tianfa is not omnipotent. However, they are selective about the contracts they accept. Not every job is taken. After all, there are many who are beyond Tianfa's reach in the northern region. Some contracts are accepted but ultimately fail, but the rate of failure is low, only 1 in 100. Then it seems there is hope. Is it true that if we evade their assassination attempts 5 times, the decree of divine punishment will be lifted? Zhang Tianhao inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, that is the case. However, these 5 tiers of assassins are growing increasingly formidable. Evading their pursuit is no simple feat, Jin Bao replied. Shaking his head, Zhang Tianhao gazed at the iron plate in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, So, the one who just attempted to assassinate me is an iron tier assassin? Jin Bao nodded, albeit with a hint of concern. Yes, he is indeed an iron tier assassin. Boss, you must be cautious. The next one will be a bronze tier assassin. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly and reassured. Do not worry, if others can escape the assassins, then I shall be among the 100 who can as well. If divine punishment dares to come after me, I am confident I can ensure it returns empty-handed. Jin Bao shook his head, at a loss for words. This boss truly feared nothing but if it were him. Knowing he was on the assassination list, he would have lost sleep long ago, unlike Zhang Tianhao, who remained so composed and jovial that on the following day, the day the Misty Sea secret realm would open, members of the royal family and the 3 prominent clans stood vigil at the entrance of the realm. This time, several clans were participating in the trials within the Misty Sea secret realm. Apart from the royal family, which had 50 spots, the 3 prominent clans each had 30. Additionally, there were 200 warriors from other families. With half an hour remaining before the realm's opening, the clans made their final preparations. Zhang Tianhao surveyed the dense poisonous mist of the Misty Sea secret realm, his mind racing with information about the realm. The reason the Misty Sea secret realm opened once every decade was significantly tied to its toxic mist. It was only during this period that the mist would weaken by 90%, presenting a prime opportunity for outside warriors to enter. This time, the leader from the Zhang family was Yi Qingru, an external disciple of the Zhang family, renowned as the former #1 genius of the clan. Moreover, the 30 disciples from the family were predominantly prodigious warriors emerging from the Zhang family's Ninghai city branch. Now students of various prestigious academies, some displayed exceptional talent at just 14 and were admitted to the academies, with a few even being disciples of the inner academy. Yi Qingru, in particular, was a student of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Zhang Jintian, hailed as the foremost expert of the younger generation, seemed a mere joke in the presence of these returning geniuses. Among them, the weakest had reached the 7th level of martial mastery. While Yi Qingru's strength was particularly unfathomable, it appeared that Zhang Jintian's past prowess was now overshadowed by the talent of the younger generation. How did you manage to secure a spot for this expedition? Did you rely on connections? I hope you do not become a hindrance in the Misty Sea secret realm. A talented young man from the Zhang family, Zhang Tao, disdainfully regarded Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tao, possessing the strength of the 9th level of martial mastery, had once been defeated by Zhang Tianhao before he was deemed a waste. Afterward, he caught the attention of an academy instructor and became a disciple of that academy. Seeing Zhang Tianhao now, he couldn't resist flaunting his superiority. Zhang Tao, if you, a former vanquished opponent, can participate, why can't I? Zhang Tianhao retorted dismissively. You. Zhang Tao's anger flared. How dare this waste mock him? Did he think that just because he was a young master, he could provoke him? Such audacity was laughable, considering he was now a student of the Jinhua Academy, the future genius of the Zhang family. Surely, even the elder would not dare to reprimand him for teaching this fellow a lesson. The other Zhang disciples gathered nearby to enjoy the spectacle, unaware of Zhang Tianhao's recent exploits, having trained in various academies for years and far surpassed the confines of Ninghai city. Even if they were aware of his recent actions, they likely would not take notice. Zhang Tao scoffed coldly. I must teach you a lesson on respecting the strong. Strong? I see only a former vanquished opponent. Zhang Tianhao feigned surprise. Zhang Tao, realizing he was dubbed a vanquished opponent, felt humiliated and enraged. Lie down. Zhang Tao erupted with a powerful aura, ready to strike. Stop, a stern voice interrupted, belonging to Yi Qingru, the acknowledged first among the Zhang family. From this moment forth, if anyone dares to act against my orders, I shall not be merciful. Yi Qingru's brows knitted in anger, exuding the aura of a formidable warrior. Zhang Tao felt a jolt of fear, not daring to retort. Yi Qingru was a grand martial master, capable of suppressing him effortlessly. Kid, consider yourself fortunate today. Next time, don't fall into my hands, or you will find yourself in a dire predicament. Zhang Tao glared at Zhang Tianhao with cold intensity. Fool, Zhang Tianhao replied flatly. You. Zhang Tao was about to unleash his fury but restrained himself upon witnessing Yi Qingru's icy demeanor. Meanwhile, at the Li family's location, the family head, Li Yuanting, addressed all participating members in a low voice. Today, the genius extermination plan commences. The Wang family has allied with us. Although the royal family is not involved, I have bribed warriors from smaller families also entering the realm. They will aid us. This time, the Zhang family's geniuses will be utterly obliterated. Rest assured, family head, Zhang Tianhao and the others are doomed, a young man holding a black spear declared, exuding an aura of extreme danger. With you, Hao Feng, I feel reassured. However, while eliminating Zhang Tianhao is crucial, ensuring the total annihilation of the Zhang family's geniuses is of utmost importance. Li Yuanting affirmed gravely. Do not worry, I will accomplish the task. Li Haofeng replied confidently. Half an hour quickly passed, and the Misty Sea secret realm was about to open. The disciples from the four prominent families entered through their respective entrances. Zhang Tianhao stepped into the realm. He felt an icy killing intent approaching from behind. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to discover the source of the malevolence was from the Li family. Zhang Tianhao recalled his grandfather's warning. Once inside the realm, one must be wary of the Li and Wang families, for death was a frequent occurrence within the Misty Sea secret realm. Even a decade ago, half of the 30 Zhang family members entering the realm had perished. Upon entering the realm, Yi Qingru solemnly instructed everyone, once we enter, we must unite and refrain from attacking one another. Since the family head has appointed me as the captain, you must obey my orders. Understood? Understood. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing Yi Qingru's authority as a grand martial master. Even Zhang Tianhao complied. Yi Qingru examined the map she held and stated, ahead lies the Devil's Forest. There should be numerous spiritual herbs within. We must move quickly, or we risk being outpaced by members of other families. The map in Yi Qingru's possession was a treasured artifact, drawn by generations of Zhang family members who had survived the realm. Although it did not cover the entire area, it was quite detailed, significantly increasing the survival chances for future Zhang family members entering the realm. The trees in the Devil's Forest were densely packed, towering endlessly, perhaps due to a lack of human interference, creating a lush environment that shrouded everything in darkness. Be cautious. There will likely be many magical beasts here. Yi Qingru warned gravely. This is a second-tier spiritual herb, purple nightgrass, and this is a third-tier spiritual herb, midnight orchid. The Zhang disciples rejoiced as they gathered the herbs. Suddenly, a shadow shot forth, targeting one of the young men. The Zhang disciple, possessing only the 7th level of martial mastery and lacking swiftness, was unable to react. In that critical moment, a white figure flashed, and a beam of sword light struck the shadow. With a shriek, the shadow collapsed, no longer moving. That was a shadow blackline snake. How did it appear here? One of the Zhang disciples exclaimed in shock. This is a forest. It's not unusual for a shadow blackline snake to be present. Yi Qingru replied coolly, sheathing her sword. The disciple who had been attacked appeared pale, momentarily stunned, not from fear, but because although the shadow blackline snake was only an 8th-tier magical beast, its speed was astounding, and it carried deadly poison. Many warriors would rather face a 9th-tier magical beast than encounter an 8th-tier shadow blackline snake. Despite the unexpected encounter, the Zhang family members remained eager to continue their treasure hunt. If such rewards could be found at the periphery, what awaited them deeper within the forest, just as they were about to delve further? A voice echoed in their ears. Cough, cough, cough. I advise everyone not to venture deeper. The Zhang warriors looked up in surprise, glancing toward the source of the voice, only to find it was Zhang Tianhao speaking. Humph, you coward. If you're afraid, you may stay here and not disturb everyone's excitement. The speaker was Zhang Tao. Chapter 103. The bloodthirsty beast of the wind shadowed. If you are not afraid of death, you may continue onward. Your life is of no consequence to me, Zhang Tianhao said nonchalantly. Yi Qingru stepped before Zhang Tianhao, her gaze icy as she inquired, what do you mean? There is a second-tier ferocious beast inside. Likely the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast. You should consider this, Zhang Tianhao replied with indifference. A second-tier ferocious beast. The Zhang family martial artists present were taken aback. If indeed there was a second-tier beast, those who entered would be in grave danger. A second-tier ferocious beast is equivalent to a second-tier great martial master, and such beasts are significantly stronger than their martialist counterparts. Haha, you are merely speaking alarmist nonsense. How do you know there are ferocious beasts in the forest? We are many, with cultivation levels surpassing yours, yet none of us are aware. How is it that you alone know of the beast's presence? Oh, right. Your cultivation is too low, at only the 6th stage of martial master, the weakest among us. So, you feign concern about danger to deter us from entering, thus securing your own safety. Am I correct? Waste? Zhang Tao questioned with a mocking smile, though Zhang Tao's words were mere conjecture. They resonated with those present, leading them to regard Zhang Tianhao with disdain. Oh, our young master of the Zhang family is such a coward. After the secret realm trial, I will strongly recommend to the elders that he be replaced. Indeed, how can the Zhang family accept such a timid young master? These true talents of the Zhang family, the bedrock of its branches, naturally held no respect for Zhang Tianhao. Even the family head and the elders treated them with deference. Thus Zhang Tianhao, the so-called young master, was entirely disregarded. Yi Qingru looked at Zhang Tianhao with disdain, saying, Zhang Tianhao, although the family head has permitted me to care for you in the secret realm, if you continue to act this way, I ask you to leave our group immediately. We do not need someone who fears for their life. Zhang Tianhao forced a smile and replied, Captain, I speak the truth. Very well. If that is the case, please enlighten me on how you came to know this. Do not tell me your cultivation surpasses everyone else present. Yi Qingru responded with a sardonic smile. Zhang Tianhao fell silent. He certainly would not disclose that it was due to the warning from Little Dragon, an extraordinary creature. He wished to protect Little Dragon from exposure unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Zhang Tianhao's silence, Yi Qingru became increasingly convinced that his claims were false, deepening her contempt for him. You should leave. Our small team cannot accommodate you. Very well. I shall take my leave. I hope you do not regret your decision. Zhang Tianhao said, feeling a surge of anger. Zhang Tao looked on with satisfaction as he witnessed Zhang Tianhao being driven away from the group, feeling a sense of relief for the humiliation he had suffered at Zhang Tianhao's hands in the past. No one in the team felt sympathy for Zhang Tianhao. They watched him depart with glee. With Zhang Tianhao gone, Yi Qingru let out a soft sigh and said, let us move on. In truth, her intention in allowing Zhang Tianhao to remain behind was not only out of anger, but also to protect him. The outskirts of the forest were relatively safer. However, Zhang Tianhao did not stray far. Little Dragon, are you certain there is a second-tier ferocious beast inside? He asked. Yes, we ferocious beasts can sense each other, and I can confirm it is the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast, Little Dragon replied. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Very well, then let us follow. Boss, they do not believe you and even insult you. Why do you care about them? Little Dragon asked, somewhat disgruntled. Zhang Tianhao shook his head and smiled. Regardless of how they treat me, they are still members of the Zhang family. I cannot ignore them at this moment. Yi Qingru and her team had already ventured deep into the forest. Along the way, they had slain numerous magical beasts, most of which were of the 7th and 8th tiers, with a few at the 9th tier. Though these beasts were formidable, the Zhang family disciples were equally strong, allowing them to handle the magical beasts with relative ease. The rewards were plentiful in this deep forest, where spiritual herbs flourished, including 4th-tier ones, which could fetch a high price outside. Humph, I told you there were no 2nd-tier ferocious beasts. He thinks they are as common as magical beasts. I estimate that fellow has never even seen a magical beast, let alone a ferocious one, Zhang Tao proclaimed with pride. Suddenly, Yi Qingru halted, her expression grave. Captain, what is wrong? Asked Zhang Haiqing, the vice-captain of the team, a 9th-tier martial master. Yi Qingru frowned deeply and replied, do you not find it oddly quiet? Captain, perhaps there are simply no magical beasts nearby, which is why it is so quiet, Zhang Haiqing speculated. Yi Qingru shook her head seriously. That is unlikely. Even if there are no magical beasts, I have noticed that within a radius of approximately 300 meters, there are no magical beasts at all. It is improbable for such a large area to be devoid of life. The only possibility is that a very powerful beast is lurking here. But what kind of beast could intimidate such a vast area that even 9th-tier magical beasts would not dare to approach? As Yi Qingru spoke these words, the term ferocious beast echoed in the minds of the crowd. A heavy silence fell upon them. Although they were reluctant to believe in the existence of ferocious beasts, according to Yi Qingru's reasoning, it seemed the most plausible explanation. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The group turned their heads toward the source of the shriek. Discovering that Zhang Tianhao was the victim, blood streamed from his shoulder as a shadow brushed past him. "Get away from me." Zhang Tianhao swiftly drew his blade and slashed at the shadow, but his strike missed entirely. The shadow darted past him with incredible speed, and another scream erupted from him as his arm was severed. Ah! Zhang Tianhao fell to the ground, clutching his severed limb, rolling in agony, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. Before Zhang Tianhao stood a creature that resembled neither cow nor tiger, its body drenched in blood-red hues. With cruel eyes fixated on him, but it was savoring Zhang Tiao's severed hand. "The Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast," a young man from the Zhang family exclaimed. "It truly is the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast." Yi Qingru gasped, recognizing it as the second-tier ferocious beast, identical to the one depicted in the Beast Atlas she had seen previously. Chapter 104, Confrontation with the Wind Shadow Beast. Although Yi Qingru was a first-tier great martial master, she had only recently achieved this rank. Moreover, the strength of a second-tier ferocious beast dwarfed that of a second-tier great martial master, despite her ability to challenge those of a higher tier. She felt no confidence against the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast. With a loud roar, the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast seized Zhang Tianhao and fled. "Help me! Help me!" Zhang Tiao's wailing echoed through the forest, sending chills down everyone's spines that moment. He deeply regretted not heeding Zhang Tianhao's warnings. Had he done so, he would not find himself in this predicament. "Chase it." Yi Qingru, fully aware of the ferocity and terror of the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast, could not abandon her team member to his fate. Leading the dozen or so Zhang family members, she pursued the beast. However, the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast, as its name suggested, was incredibly swift, far beyond the capabilities of the Zhang family squad. After a brief pursuit, the team lost sight of the ferocious beast. "Strange, why can we no longer see the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast? Did it escape?" One of the team members wondered. Look, another member pointed to a large tree, where a pile of bones lay scattered. The skulls appeared fresh, as if they had just been discarded. The Zhang family members, including Yi Qingru, felt a wave of horror wash over them. Just moments ago, a living person had been reduced to a heap of bones. "Captain, we should leave. The Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast is likely nearby, and we are no match for it," Vice Captain Zhang Haiqing said solemnly. Yi Qingru nodded. "We must retreat at once." With Zhang Tianhao dead, there was no need to expend any more effort in a futile rescue. The group began to flee toward the forest's edge. However, they had not anticipated that the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast would not allow them to leave so easily. A terrifying roar echoed through the woods. "It is the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast. Everyone, be cautious." Yi Qingru shouted immediately. The Zhang family team members ceased their flight, forming a defensive circle, relying on one another. In an instant, a crimson beastly shadow surged toward them, moving with the speed of lightning, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. "Get away!" The members of the Zhang family cried out, attacking the shadow with their weapons. Yet, their strikes had little effect, and one by one, they fell. Wounded, Xian Guang's sword, a sharp beam of sword light shot down from the air, striking the beastly shadow with a resounding explosion. The beast let out a fierce howl as it descended, yet Yi Qingru was jolted back several steps. The Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast roared, seemingly enraged, transforming into a crimson shadow that lunged at Yi Qingru. In the void, a long trail of blood shadow sliced through the air. Xian Guang's shadow-breaking sword. Yi Qingru's delicate figure morphed into multiple white shadows, engaging in a fierce dance with the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast. However, the beast's speed surpassed even hers, gradually placing her at a disadvantage. At last, the beast locked onto Yi Qingru's silhouette, its blood-colored shadow enveloping her as it charged forward. Xian Guang's 7 swords. In an instant, Yi Qingru unleashed 7 sword shadows, each imbued with a terrifying brilliance, aimed at the Wind Shadow Beast. A resounding explosion echoed as the beast effortlessly tore through the 7 sword lights with its claws, the force of the impact sending Yi Qingru reeling. With a furious howl, the Wind Shadow Bloodthirsty Beast lunged at her again, a blood-red claw shadow descending upon her. "Get away from me," Yi Qingru cried, thrusting her sword in retaliation, sending sharp sword lights towards the beast. The Wind Shadow Beast scoffed, swiping its claws once more. Yi Qingru stifled a groan as her sword was deflected, the beast continuing its relentless assault. Although she attempted to retreat swiftly, the Wind Shadow Beast was faster. Despite her confidence in her own abilities, she soon realized the overwhelming power of the beast. She was utterly outmatched. Despair began to creep in as she thought, "Am I to perish here, having just entered this secret realm?" In that moment, a memory of Zhang Tianhao surfaced in her mind. She mused to herself, "How foolish I have been. If only I had heeded his advice, perhaps I would not find myself in such peril." The other members of Zhang's team also felt a sense of hopelessness as they watched their strongest leader on the brink of death, powerless to intervene. Yi Qingru closed her eyes in resignation. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body, as if someone had grasped her slender waist. Startled, she opened her eyes to find a familiar figure beside her. "Get lost," Zhang Tianhao shouted, delivering a powerful punch to the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast. Boom! A notification chimed. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut fist and triggering a critical hit. The beast was momentarily staggered, its fierce eyes now fixed on Zhang Tianhao. Yi Qingru was astonished that the one who came to her rescue at such a critical moment was Zhang Tianhao, the very person she had expelled earlier. Overwhelmed with guilt, she stammered, "Zhang Tianhao, I drove you away, and yet you." Zhang Tianhao shook his head, calmly stating, "Now is not the time for that." Yi Qingru nodded, standing resolutely beside him with her sword drawn. Initially, she believed Zhang Tianhao to be weak, but witnessing his ability to repel the beast, she surmised that his cultivation must be on par with hers, if not slightly inferior. It seemed he had cultivated a technique to conceal his presence. The battle resumed, with the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast utilizing its agility to evade Zhang Tianhao's strikes. Its blood shadow darted through the trees, presenting a formidable challenge for him. Each punch landed against the beast merely sent it flying without inflicting any real harm. Frustration mounted as Zhang Tianhao missed another punch, muttering angrily, "Damn it, do you think you're the only one fast around here?" With determination, Zhang Tianhao unleashed his ultimate technique, the Swallow Shadow Dance, manifesting 9 luminous figures that surged towards the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast. The sudden display of power caught the beast off guard, and with a resounding impact, Zhang Tianhao landed a decisive blow. The notification rang out. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut fist and triggering a critical hit. Though the beast was knocked back, it quickly regained its footing, its eyes burning with fury. "How resilient! This is infuriating," Zhang Tianhao lamented. "Boss, the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast has a weakness." Little Dragon piped up timidly. "A weakness? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Tianhao replied, exasperated. "Boss, you were the one rushing in without asking," Little Dragon said meekly. "Quick, tell me its weakness," Zhang Tianhao pressed. "The weakness lies in the line on its neck," Little Dragon explained, while they now knew the beast's vulnerability. Its speed made it a daunting task to strike that precise spot. Zhang Tianhao summoned the power of the infinite fury, releasing the cloud-piercing palm that a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his hand. Cascading towards the wind shadow beast, one of his strikes landed. An overwhelming icy force slowed the beast's movements. Yi Qingru seized the opportunity, delivering a strike with her sword that sent the beast reeling back several meters. Their joint efforts had momentarily halted the beast's advance, though they still struggled to find a decisive opening. The wind shadow beast let out a piercing howl, not injured but fueled by rage as it transformed into a colossal blood flame, charging at both of them. Zhang Tianhao swiftly vanished, reappearing beside the beast and delivering a powerful palm strike. With a triumphant notification, congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the cloud-piercing palm and triggering the freeze attribute. The beast was enveloped in frost, its insides frozen solid. Recognizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao brandished the snow-drinking frenzied blade, executing a direct and formidable strike. The chilling energy radiated from the blade as it descended upon the beast's neck. With a thunderous roar, the wind shadow beast's head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the wind shadow bloodthirsty beast. Experience gained, 20,000. Martial Master Realm experience maxed. A task must be completed to level up. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily stunned by the requirement to complete a task before leveling up. Upon checking the system panel, he discovered a new upgrade task. Find resources to upgrade the system to version 2.0 in the Misty Sea Secret Realm. Zhang Tianhao realized that the initial version was 1.0, and upgrades typically introduced enhanced features. The resources needed included 3-star Origin Stones, 2,000 low-grade Crystal Stones, and 1 Heavenly Meteor Crystal. "Boss, I want that wind attribute magic core," Little Dragon urged eagerly. Curious, Zhang Tianhao retrieved the magic core, a silver-white orb the size of his fist, heavy in his palm, just as he was about to hand it to Little Dragon. A shadow darted from the side, snatching the core away. "Who dares?" Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, angered by the audacity of the thief. Little Dragon, furious at the loss of the magic core that would allow him to ascend to the second tier of ferocious beasts, dashed off in pursuit, ignoring Zhang Tianhao's call. Worried for Little Dragon's safety, Zhang Tianhao swiftly followed. Meanwhile, Yi Qingru and the others were still in shock, realizing that without Zhang Tianhao's timely intervention, their team would have faced total annihilation. It seemed they had been the true fools all along. This time, it was thanks to Zhang Tianhao. The vice captain, Zhang Haicheng, sighed that Yiqingru also took a breath and said, "Let's hurry up. The mysterious ruins lay ahead." And if they did not rush, they would be left with nothing but scraps. Why Yiqingru was acutely aware of the significance of this event. They aimed to seize as many resources as possible to secure the lead in the upcoming competition among the 4 clans. Zhang Tianhao followed closely behind the Shadow and the Little Dragon. Initially, he believed his speed was impressive. However, he soon realized that compared to the Little Dragon and the Shadow, he was merely a minor player. An hour later, he completely lost track of the two. Zhang Tianhao was not overly concerned. Given the Little Dragon's abilities, it was unlikely to be in any danger. Besides, he had not eaten all day and his stomach was protesting relentlessly. Thus, he caught a wild rabbit and began to roast it. With added seasonings, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Just as Zhang Tianhao finished grilling the meat, a white shadow darted in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Little Dragon. "Did you catch up to it?" Zhang Tianhao inquired. The Little Dragon, who had been drooling over the roasted meat, suddenly became furious. "Boss, that despicable fellow led me in circles and ultimately escaped." "Oh, did you see what it was?" Zhang Tianhao asked, sensing that if the Little Dragon could not shake it off, it must be extraordinary. Chapter 106. The Allure of Light. Zhang Tianhao glanced at the Little Dragon and smiled. "If even you couldn't catch it, do you know where it came from?" The Little Dragon, somewhat exasperated, replied, "It was just a cat. It infuriated me." "Well, there's no need to be upset. Your boss will get you something better." Zhang Tianhao smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. "Hee, boss, I've been waiting for that," the Little Dragon said joyfully, its voice almost childlike. "Here, have some roasted meat." Zhang Tianhao chuckled at the sight of the Little Dragon's eager expression. After the Little Dragon finished the roasted meat, Zhang Tianhao consumed the last piece he had. Just as he was about to savor the final morsel, a shadow appeared suddenly, swiftly snatching away the last piece of meat from the grill. It was a palm-sized cat, voraciously gnawing on a large piece of roasted meat. The Little Dragon, witnessing this, was enraged and pointed at the cat, exclaiming, "Boss, that's the one. It stole my wind magic core." Zhang Tianhao, intrigued, observed the cat. Its small size and profound, mysterious eyes gave it the aura of a wise elder. The cat exuded an enigmatic feeling that made Zhang Tianhao realize it had approached him without him noticing, indicating its considerable skill. What fascinated Zhang Tianhao even more was that this cat showed no fear of the Little Dragon. It was known that the Little Dragon possessed the aura of an ancient beast. Even magical beasts or ordinary feral animals would be affected. This left only 2 possibilities. Either this cat had a background even more illustrious than the Little Dragoness, or it was of the same caliber. Whichever was the case, it was remarkable. Zhang Tianhao watched as the little cat devoured the roasted meat. Appearing somewhat unsatisfied afterward, he noticed that, despite the Little Dragon's seething anger, it did not dare to confront the cat. Showing evident trepidation, curiously, he asked, "Little Dragon, you seem to harbor a strong hatred for this black cat. Why don't you dare to act?" The Little Dragon replied with a forced smile, "Boss, you don't understand. This cat is quite sinister. My attacks seem ineffective against it. That's so remarkable." Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. "Remarkable? It's just that my current level is too low that if my bloodline were to elevate, I would easily defeat it." The Little Dragon retorted disdainfully. "Really? Yet, it appears you are the one being toyed with," Zhang Tianhao said with a sly smile. The Little Dragon fell silent. Although it boasted of its prowess, it could not change the fact that it was currently at a disadvantage. That moment, Zhang Tianhao conceived the idea of subduing this mysterious cat. After all, it seemed even more enigmatic than the Little Dragon. He recalled having a light of temptation. If he could use it to enchant this elusive little cat, it would be an exquisite outcome. However, Zhang Tianhao understood that the light of temptation needed to be cast within a certain distance, at least within 1 meter, but this cat appeared to be quite wary. Zhang Tianhao knew that if he approached too closely, the cat would likely flee. Thus, he refrained from making any hasty moves. The roasted meat. If he could use it, he could effortlessly draw closer to the cat. And then, Zhang Tianhao's face broke into a mischievous grin at the delightful thought. When the mysterious black cat noticed the absence of roasted meat, a hint of disappointment flickered in its eyes. It glanced at Zhang Tianhao and the Little Dragon before turning to leave. Zhang Tianhao secretly chuckled. He and the Little Dragon hunted a mountain chicken and found a spot to roast it. This time, Zhang Tianhao took great care in the preparation. The enticing aroma made even the Little Dragon drool, bouncing around eagerly as if it wished to devour the entire piece of chicken. Zhang Tianhao kept a vigilant watch, hoping to see if the mysterious black cat would return. After a few minutes, an unexpected guest appeared. However, this time, the black cat was 10 meters away from Zhang Tianhao. Not too close, but within 1 meter. It seemed that this mysterious creature remained quite cautious around him. Zhang Tianhao slowly approached the enigmatic black cat. The cat's eyes remained fixed on him, as if it might flee at any moment, yet it was also transfixed by the roasted chicken in Zhang Tianhao's hand, drooling in anticipation. Zhang Tianhao moved carefully, holding the chicken with a sly smile on his face. Resembling a wolf tempting a child, the mysterious black cat continued to gaze at the roasted chicken in Zhang Tianhao's hand, seemingly ready to bolt at any moment. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the cat would escape. Finally, he halted his advance, for this was the precise distance to effectively cast the light of temptation. Any further would render it ineffective. Zhang Tianhao tossed the roasted chicken toward the cat. The enigmatic black cat immediately captured the chicken and began to feast. Watching the delectable morsel, the black cat finally began to lower its guard against Zhang Tianhao. What a golden opportunity! Zhang Tianhao began to cast the light of temptation on the mysterious black cat. Ding! Unfortunately, the attempt failed. Skill level 1. Ding. Regrettably, the attempt failed again. Skill level 1. After 20 consecutive failures, Zhang Tianhao felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. He had exhausted his energy. Feeling disgruntled, he swallowed an energy pill and continued to try. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The light of temptation has leveled up to level 2. Zhang Tianhao persisted, but still faced failure. Damn it, he muttered, feeling utterly defeated. The mysterious black cat, while enjoying the roasted chicken, never lowered its guard against Zhang Tianhao. For some reason, it felt a chill run down its spine as it observed the myriad expressions on Zhang Tianhao's face, as though the human who prepared the delicious meat was concocting something sinister. Though Zhang Tianhao had no ill intentions, the black cat was unaware that he was attempting to cast the light of temptation on it. Meow. After finishing the roasted chicken, the mysterious black cat reluctantly slipped away. It felt conflicted. Having savored Zhang Tianhao's delicious roast, it realized that the raw meat it usually consumed was a mere torment in comparison. It believed that without that roasted meat, its life would be bleak. Damn it, I failed. How could this happen? Is my level too low? Damn it, it's just a matter of levels. It's just proficiency. I can level up. If level 1 doesn't work, then level 2. If level 2 fails, then 3. Eventually, I will subdue you. Chapter 107. The frenzied level up. Zhang Tianhao spent the following days fervently increasing his proficiency. After a day, he advanced to level 3. However, the further he progressed, the more proficiency he required. Leveling from 3 to 4 demanded 15,000 proficiency points, which was driving Zhang Tianhao to madness. Even with ceaseless training, it would take him many days. During this period, Zhang Tianhao discovered numerous precious spiritual herbs in the Devil's Forest, all of which he fed to the little dragon. He could distinctly feel the little dragon's aura strengthening significantly. Perhaps soon, it would ascend to a level 2 feral beast. They would then be able to venture to the mysterious ruins, rumored to be the remnants of a sect from 10,000 years ago, where they might uncover valuable treasures. Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself. He hastened toward that location, knowing that if he delayed, there would be no meat left, not even broth. He also wondered where Yi Qingru and the others were at that moment. Although Yi Qingru and her companions had previously disrespected him, they were still members of the Zhang family, and he naturally cared. More importantly, Zhang Tianhao felt that during this expedition into the secret realm, the Zhang and Wang families would likely engage in some underhanded schemes. The Li and Wang families had always collaborated to eliminate the Zhang family's prodigies in previous secret realms. This time would surely be no exception, leaving Zhang Tianhao with a lingering sense of unease. Just as he was about to exit the Devil's Forest, a sharp, murderous intent surged from behind him. Zhang Tianhao's heart trembled, and with a powerful push against the ground, he spun like a windmill. He swiftly evaded the attack. With a resounding crash, a blade of light sliced past him, cleaving a massive tree in two. Who dares to attack me? Step forward. Zhang Tianhao narrowed his eyes, anger boiling within him at the senseless assault. Moments later, four young men emerged from behind the tree. Who are you? Zhang Tianhao inquired coldly. Eyeing the quartet. Are you Zhang Tianhao? The tallest among them asked. Indeed, I am Zhang Tianhao. Who are you? And why have you ambushed me? Zhang Tianhao's voice was sharp and icy. Ha. The reason for the ambush is quite simple. Someone has placed a bounty on your head, replied the tall young man. Zhang Tianhao assessed the four. 2 were at the 8th level of martial arts, and the other 2 at the 7th. Such paltry strength, yet they dared to seek his life. Absurd. I shall grant you one chance. Reveal the mastermind behind this plot, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall meet your end, he declared coldly. Ha! Even now, you dare to be so arrogant, truly audacious. One of them sneered. Brothers, attack. Kill him and claim the reward. With a wave of his hand, they lunged at Zhang Tianhao like lightning. Flying sword slash. The The sharp blade of light surged toward him. Die. Zhang Tianhao remained unmoved, launching a single punch toward the attacker. With a thunderous impact, his fist crushed the young man, extinguishing the blade of light in an instant. The other sword attacks vanished as well. A moment later, Zhang Tianhao's fist collided with the young man's body, and with a sickening splatter, he was reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing from existence. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain Shui'er. Experience gained, 1000. True Qi, 100. Frenzied energy, 10. The remaining 3 warriors were taken aback, shocked by the swift demise of their companion, and they hesitated, fear creeping into their expressions. Sensing their retreat, Zhang Tianhao pursued them with a cold snort, delivering 2 powerful punches that struck the backs of the 2 remaining young men. His fists, imbued with a frenzied force, shattered their bodies as if they were mere paper, leaving no room for their cries. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain Shui'er. Experience gained, 1000. True Qi, 100. Frenzied energy, 10. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain Guokai. Experience gained, 1200. True Qi, 120. Frenzied energy, 10. Merely trash, and such meager experience points. Zhang Tianhao thought, well aware that defeating weaker foes yielded paltry rewards. The path to substantial experience lay only in overcoming stronger opponents. The last warrior, paralyzed by fear, stood trembling, unable even to flee. Zhang Tianhao shook his head in disappointment, pondering how someone so timid could reach the 8th level of martial arts. Such wasted potential. Speak. Who are you? Who sent you to kill me? Answer satisfactorily, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as your companions, he said, gesturing to the mangled corpses nearby with a mocking smile. I will tell you. I am from the Guo family of the Waxy Kingdom, hired by the head of the Lee family. He offered a bounty of 200,000 silver for your head, claiming you were merely at the 6th level of martial arts. The young warrior stammered, eyes wide with terror. Very well. A glint of murderous intent flashed across Zhang Tianhao's face. Then can I go? The young man asked, desperate. While you may escape death, your martial abilities shall be rendered null, Zhang Tianhao declared, shattering the young man's dantian with a single punch, leaving him crippled. How cruel! The young warrior exclaimed, glaring at Zhang Tianhao. I said I would spare your life, but I never promised to preserve your cultivation. Zhang Tianhao replied coolly. Keep complaining, and I may just take your life after all. The young warrior, sensing the chilling gaze of Zhang Tianhao, stumbled away in fear. Zhang Tianhao's expression turned pensive. The Li family has indeed made their move. I wonder how our Zhang family is faring. And the Wang family, if they have allied with the Li family, our Zhang family is in grave danger. Yi Qinru and the others must have rushed to the mysterious ruins. I must hasten there as well, lest they fall into peril. With that, Zhang Tianhao set off towards the ruins. As he neared, he heard the clash of weapons and the cries of battle. Chapter 108. The underground palace. Zhang Tianhao sprinted towards the source of the sounds. On a hillside, over 20 youths besieged the members of the Zhang family, several already lying slain upon the ground. Are you intent on exterminating us? One of the Zhang youths cried in despair. Exterminate? Why not? Every member of the Zhang family that enters the secret realm must die, laughed one of the assailants. Our families are sworn enemies. Rest assured, we shall have our vengeance, the young man declared defiantly, only to be struck down, grievously wounded. A young man in black, withdrawing his bloodied sword, coldly stated, for every Zhang family member I see, I shall slay. Is that so? Then come and try to kill me. Zhang Tianhao's murderous aura surged. Witnessing the slaughter of his kin ignited a fury within him. Who are you? The youth asked, startled. Your executioner, Zhang Tianhao replied, uninterested in further words, and unleashed a devastating punch. The youth felt an overwhelming force lock onto him, and before he could react, he was torn apart by Zhang Tianhao's might. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain Wang Yu. Experience gained, 1000. True Qi, 100. Frenzied energy, 10. Zhang Tianhao's killing intent intensified as he charged towards the remaining Wang family members, who were now enraged by the loss of their comrade. How dare you? They yelled, rushing toward him. With unparalleled fury, Zhang Tianhao unleashed the Luohan fist to its utmost limits, creating a spectral manifestation behind him that exuded terrifying pressure. In a single punch, he obliterated 3 bodies. Like a phantom, he darted toward the remaining Wang family members, who, blinded by rage, attacked him from all sides. The air crackled with the clash of weapons, spear, sword, and axe, each strike intermingling dangerously. Some wielded by 9th-level martial artists. With a clang, Zhang Tianhao brandished the Shuing Quangdao, sweeping it forward with ferocity. The bone-chilling blade energy surged forth, freezing the advancing assailants in their tracks. With a second sweep, 5 heads floated lifelessly in the air. Zhang Tianhao remained impassive, consumed by a singular purpose: the relentless pursuit of vengeance. With each strike, he cleaved through his foes, his fury unquenched. Die! He roared, severing 3 warriors in half with a single blow. The system notifications echoed incessantly in his ears, yet Zhang Tianhao was oblivious, lost in a haze of slaughter. Open Heaven Axe, a 9th-level martial artist bellowed, unleashing a formidable axe strike aimed to split Zhang Tianhao in 2. Die! Zhang Tianhao retaliated with a horizontal slice, cleaving the warrior in half. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have slain Luo Xiqing. Experience gained: 3,000. True Qi: 300. Frenzied Energy: 10. Devil. The remaining attackers shrieked, witnessing the carnage wrought by Zhang Tianhao. The last few warriors scattered in fear, desperate to escape. Yet Zhang Tianhao would not allow the perpetrators to flee. With another sweeping strike, he unleashed a wave of frigid blade energy, encasing them in ice. The system's notifications continued to resonate, though Zhang Tianhao knew that due to his incomplete tasks, he could not level up. Nevertheless, the experience points would not go to waste. Upon completing his mission and advancing to Great Martial Master, they would aid him in his ascension. After dispatching the warriors, Zhang Tianhao recognized their names, identifying them as members of minor families, including several from the Wang family. It seemed the Wang family, the Li family, and some lesser clans had conspired against the Zhang family. He pondered the royal family's stance in this conflict. Contemplating the royal family reminded him of Murong Fei, now a friend. Zhang Tianhao wished to avoid animosity with the royalty unless absolutely necessary. For future encounters with Murong Fei would become increasingly difficult. Suddenly, he heard a faint moan and turned to see another Zhang family member lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Zhang Showdown, how have you been? Zhang Tianhao recognized the young man and immediately asked anxiously. He took out a bottle of elixir, poured a pill from it, and fed it to him to ask if the elixir worked. Zhang Showdown awakened. His dim eyes brightened with joy upon seeing Zhang Tianhao. He looked at him and said, Zhang Tianhao, it's so good to see you. Please, tell me, how are Yi Qingru and the others? Zhang Tianhao, filled with urgency, questioned Zhang Showdown. Zhang Showdown coughed a few times and replied, our people encountered an ambush at the mysterious ruins. We were attacked by the Wang and Li families, along with some smaller clans. Captain Ye.To protect us, got separated from us in the ruins. You must hurry. This is all a conspiracy against our family. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Just as Zhang Showdown finished speaking, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Although Zhang Tianhao's elixir was potent, it was not enough to save his life. At that moment, a surge of rage welled up within Zhang Tianhao. Wang family. Li family. I will make you pay in blood for this. He gritted his teeth. The mysterious ruins were said to be the remnants of an ancient sect, although the sect had been obliterated by an unknown force in antiquity. Its underground palace remained. Legend had it that the palace was filled with boundless treasures and endless opportunities. Each time a trial occurred, various families chose to explore this place for fortune, and many warriors had their destinies changed within. At this moment, numerous warriors had already poured into the underground palace. Zhang Tianhao also entered. As he stepped into the palace, the sounds of battle erupted around him, as warriors fought over treasures, following the guidance of Xiaolong. He began to scour the palace for riches. The ruins' underground palace resembled a labyrinth, filled with countless chambers. Each room was protected by barriers, and any warrior wishing to obtain the treasures had to break through these defenses. However, with Xiaolong's assistance, Zhang Tianhao found treasures with relative ease. After all, who could sense the aura of treasures better than an ancient beast like Xiaolong? Thus, although Zhang Tianhao arrived slightly later than many warriors, his spoils were not insignificant. Yet, while plundering treasures, he did not forget to search for members of the Zhang family. Sadly, until now, he had found no trace of them, as if they had vanished entirely. Suddenly, 5 youths approached from ahead. Everyone, hand over your storage bags, commanded one of the youths clad in black, his expression domineering. Why should we hand over our storage bags? We earned these through hard work. One of the youths exclaimed, agitated. Refuse, and you will die. The black-clad youth snorted disdainfully and unleashed a punch. Boom! His fist struck the black-clad youth, who did not even utter a sound before being obliterated by a powerful force. How domineering! The surrounding youths were astonished, not expecting such tyranny. Let us go. Most had reaped significant rewards and were unwilling to part with them, opting to flee. Trying to escape. You will die. The black-clad youth, enraged by Zhang Tianhao's attempt to flee, pursued him with a cold snort. Stop him. he bellowed, launching a powerful punch that soared through the air towards Zhang Tianhao's back before the punch could land. Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming force, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground and turned to retaliate with a fist. Get lost. With a resounding impact, his powerful strike sent the youth flying. The youth screamed as he flew through the air like a broken kite. Zhang Tianhao did not pursue. Instead, he coldly snorted and swiftly made his escape. The white-clad youth beside the black-clad one gestured for his companions to halt their chase. Forget it. They are merely small fry, he said indifferently. Contemplating this, the white-clad youth pointed to the others and instructed, leave all their storage bags behind. After his subordinates acted, he pulled out a map and murmured. According to the map, there should be a treasury ahead. We must seize it all. Humph, Li Haofeng thinks he can compete with me. He stands no chance. Only I, Wang Shijun, am worthy of this fortune. Zhang Tianhao proceeded along the corridors of the underground palace, following Xiaolong's guidance until he arrived before a hidden chamber. The surroundings appeared relatively untouched, as a few had ventured here. Two stone lions stood at the entrance, their fierce visages seemingly glaring at Zhang Tianhao, warning him not to trespass. Boss, I sense the aura of treasures within, Xiaolong urged excitedly, beckoning Zhang Tianhao to enter. Zhang Tianhao's expression brightened. Let us go. Without a moment's delay, he darted into the cave. Before he could delve deeper, two sharp gusts of wind sliced through the air. Someone is here. Zhang Tianhao frowned slightly, narrowly evading the attack. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that the attackers were two puppets. Both at the 8th level of martial mastery. Two puppets at the 8th level dare to block my path? Zhang Tianhao scoffed. He unleashed two powerful punches, obliterating the puppets in an instant as he advanced. He encountered two more puppets, this time at the 9th level of martial mastery. Even these posed little threat to him. With another two punches, he dispatched them as swiftly as the first. Boss, the treasures are just behind that door. Xiaolong exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Tianhao prepared to rush forward when suddenly, 5 shadows erupted from the side, upon seeing a puppet at the 1st level of martial mastery and 4 at the 9th level. Zhang Tianhao's heart sank slightly. This combination made him feel a sense of urgency. The 5 puppets charged towards him, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks. Rohana fist. He struck out with tremendous force, sending all 5 puppets sprawling. However, they quickly regrouped, with the 1st level puppet leading the charge. Get lost, Zhang Tianhao shouted, unleashing a powerful Rohana fist that struck 4 of the puppets. With a resounding crash, the 1st level puppet appeared behind him. Launching a punch at his back, the speed of the attack caught Zhang Tianhao off guard, sending a chill down his spine that he swiftly activated his evasive technique, creating 3 afterimages that momentarily confused the puppet. Its punch shattered 2 of the illusions, but before it could continue, Zhang Tianhao drew his weapon. Snow drink. Unleash, he bellowed, swinging his blade down with formidable force. With a thunderous explosion, Zhang Tianhao sent the 1st level puppet flying. Though it was not severely injured and charged at him again, the two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle, with neither able to gain the upper hand against the other. After all, compared to the formidable prowess of a Grand Martial Master-level puppet, the strength of a Martial Master at the 9th Celestial tier is vastly inferior. With a chilling glance from the 6 methods of cold indifference, Zhang Tianhao struck down once more. An endless wave of frigid air emanated from his blade, crashing against the puppet. However, to Zhang Tianhao's dismay, the impact yielded little effect. Despite the forceful blow, the damage inflicted upon the puppet was minimal. How could this be? Frustration crept into Zhang Tianhao's heart. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he scolded himself for his foolishness. Why employ attribute attacks against a puppet? The correct approach should have been brute force. The primary characteristic of attribute attacks lies in their ability to wreak havoc within the bodies of living beings. Yet, this puppet was not alive, and thus, Zhang Tianhao's assaults could not penetrate its structure. Swiftly, he sheathed the snow-drinking mad blade, and prepared to unleash the Arhut fist, a direct and domineering assault. Although he could activate his bloodline attack, it bore severe after-effects. Utilizing such an attack could potentially inflict significant harm upon his body, necessitating time for recovery. I in the perilous Fog Sea Secret Realm. Zhang Tianhao resolved to conserve his strength whenever possible. He engaged in a fierce battle with the Grand Martial Master puppet for dozens of exchanges. With a thunderous crash, a notification echoed. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut fist, triggering a critical hit. The critical hit suddenly doubled his power, sending the Grand Martial Master puppet soaring through the air. Like a shadow, Zhang Tianhao pursued the puppet, delivering another punch directly to its head. This blow shattered the puppet's cranium, rendering it motionless. The once luminous eyes dimmed instantly. Another notification chimed. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating a Grand Martial Master Level 1 puppet, earning 5,000 experience points. Zhang Tianhao and Xiao Long continued towards the gate that it stood ajar, yet a water-blue barrier obstructed their path. What an obstacle! Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow. He understood that a treasury protected by a barrier would undoubtedly house treasures of immense value. However, such barriers were not easily breached. It typically required the concerted efforts of many martial artists, and sustained bombardment was essential. Zhang Tianhao unsheathed the snow-drinking mad blade again. 6 Methods of cold indifference. He bellowed, exuding a commanding aura. Break for me. With a powerful strike, he brought his blade down upon the barrier. A deafening explosion erupted, sending ripples across the barrier, yet it remained unscathed. Zhang Tianhao contemplated giving up. Though he had not employed the infinite fury, he had unleashed his strongest martial technique, yet it had proven ineffective against the barrier. After some consideration, he concluded that even activating his bloodline might not suffice to breach this barrier. If he were to engage it and not obtain valuable rewards, sustaining bodily harm would be a grave miscalculation. Suddenly, a familiar meow resonated in the air. Zhang Tianhao turned to find the mysterious little cat gazing at him with disdain. Anger surged within him. Am I truly being looked down upon by a mere creature? He thought. The little black cat leaped before him, gesturing with its paws as if trying to communicate. Yet, Zhang Tianhao could not comprehend its intent. Xiaolong, do you understand what it is saying? He inquired urgently. Xiaolong nodded, translating. Boss, it claims it can help you open that barrier, but there's a condition. You must agree to it. What condition? Zhang Tianhao's interest was piqued. It says you must prepare roasted meat for it, Xiaolong replied, a hint of disdain in his tone. Yet, upon mention of roasted meat, even Xiaolong's tongue flicked eagerly. Is it truly that simple? Zhang Tianhao mused. Having once worked part-time at a barbecue stall during his college days on Earth, preparing some roasted meat was second nature to him. If this could unlock the treasury, it would be a stroke of fortune. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianhao remained skeptical of the cat's ability to assist him. After all, he had exerted considerable strength against the barrier with no result. Xiaolong, have it demonstrate its capabilities. If it can indeed open the barrier, I will roast 2 wild hares for it, Zhang Tianhao proposed. Xiaolong eagerly conveyed the message to the black cat. Upon hearing this, the black cat bristled with indignation. Clearly offended by Zhang Tianhao's doubts, meow, it exclaimed, then lunged at the barrier, sinking its teeth into the water-blue surface. Zhang Tianhao could even hear the crunching sound as if the cat were munching on a biscuit. To his astonishment, the cat indeed seemed capable. In a brief moment, the black cat had gnawed a hole in the barrier large enough for a person to pass through. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback by the sight. The cat turned back, its expression brimming with pride, as if to say, impressive, isn't it? Zhang Tianhao was exhilarated. Quickly, open the barrier. I promise to fulfill my end of the bargain. The allure of roasted hares seemed to motivate the little black cat, which diligently continued to chew through the barrier. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao remembered something and instructed Xiaolong. Go ahead and keep watch. If anything unusual arises, notify me immediately. Understood, boss, Xiaolong replied in a small voice. After Xiaolong left, Zhang Tianhao watched anxiously as the black cat worked on the barrier, noting that its speed was far from rapid. Clearly, gnawing through the barrier was no simple feat for the feline. Zhang Tianhao refrained from urging it, but his concern was palpable. After all, other martial artists from surrounding factions were nearby, and if they arrived, the situation could become complicated. Little Black, hurry up, Zhang Tianhao urged, feeling increasingly anxious. Simultaneously, several youths approached from a different direction. Specifically, the white-clad youth Zhang Tianhao had encountered earlier. Presently, this youth was entering the corridor of the underground palace, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With so many corridors, which one should I choose? He pondered. Brother Jun, let us take the middle path. If we go the wrong way, we can always turn back. It shouldn't take too long, the black-clad youth suggested, fawning over the white-clad figure. After a moment of thought, the white-clad youth replied, you have a point that's worth a try. Time is on my side, and if someone beats us to it, I will make them pay it. As the 5 made their way down the middle path, a small snake darted away in another corridor. After a brief while, the little black cat finally gnawed a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Just as Zhang Tianhao was about to enter, Xiaolong rushed in from the opposite end of the corridor, his expression fraught with urgency. Boss, trouble is brewing. Someone is coming, he exclaimed. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, unsurprised. Given the number of martial artists in the vicinity, it was only natural for someone to discover this place. The newcomer is the white-clad youth we encountered earlier, Xiaolong added, sensing Zhang Tianhao's calm demeanor. What of him? Zhang Tianhao's expression turned grave. If it was indeed that youth, they were in trouble. Get inside, he ordered, entering the treasury without hesitation. Upon stepping inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a table adorned with a plethora of white crystal stones, radiating vibrant energy from the world around them. Just inhaling the air made Zhang Tianhao feel invigorated. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for absorbing the energy of the world, gaining 100 experience points. Incredible! Just inhaling the essence of these crystals earns experience points. What treasures are these? They must be the legendary low-grade crystal stones that he recalled that to upgrade the system to version 2.0, 2,000 crystals were required. Observing the numerous stones, he estimated there were at least thousands. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianhao collected all the crystals into his system space. Collecting, 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 he exclaimed, feverishly gathering the crystals. Yet, there were so many that he spent a considerable time only managing to secure half. Boss, I sense their presence. Hurry, Xiao Long urged. Understood, Zhang Tianhao replied, focusing intently. His hands worked in tandem, swiftly reducing the pile of crystals on the table. Before long, he had gathered the entirety of the crystals. Let us go. He called to Xiao Long and the little black cat. Together, they dashed towards the exit of the treasury. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ahead. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly darted in another direction. Ah, someone is coming. Emerging from the corridor were Wang Shijun and his 4 companions. Upon spotting a figure ahead, they merely furrowed their brows but did not pursue. Their current objective was to locate the treasure vault. Brother Jun, the location indicated on the map is right here, one of the youths clad in black remarked with a smile. Wang Shijun replied nonchalantly, no worries, this time I am well prepared. This boundary-breaking stone is sufficient to weaken the barrier by 3 layers. Laughter erupted among his companions, who flattered him, proclaiming that this time, Brother Jun would undoubtedly seize all the treasures within. Wang Shijun, feeling quite pleased, was confident that acquiring the cultivation resources here would allow him to challenge the Martial King realm. The Martial King realm was merely a legend in the Vaxi kingdom, and even the Supreme Emperor of Vaxi was only a 9th-level Great Martial Master, a step away from the Martial King realm. In the prestigious academies, a Martial King was considered the pinnacle of combat power. What is this? The youth in black was taken aback upon discovering a large hole in the wall, large enough for a person to pass through. How could this be? Has someone already gotten here first? The youth's expression changed as Wang Shijun and his companions entered the treasure vault. They were immediately stunned by the emptiness before them. Damn it. What is going on? Who could have possibly gotten here first? Wang Shijun howled at the sky in frustration. The youth in black suddenly recalled something and said to Wang Shijun, Brother Jun, I believe that person resembles the youth I encountered earlier. At that moment, Wang Shijun's anger reached its peak as he glared at the youth in black, asking, do you remember what he looked like? The youth nodded. Brother Jun, I can roughly recall his appearance. Wang Shijun gritted his teeth. Then find him for me. I, Wang Shijun, shall flay him alive to vent my rage. This time, Wang Shijun had made ample preparations for the resources within the secret realm. Even having his family expend significant resources to purchase the boundary-breaking stone, but he never expected that someone would get there first. How is this possible? What method did that person use to open the barrier? Wang Shijun murmured, a hint of unwillingness evident in his eyes. Zhang Tianhao seized the opportunity to flee at top speed. Having acquired nearly 3,000 inferior crystal stones, he had already obtained one of the 3 necessary items for his upgrade task. Now, only the Star Origin Stone and the Celestial Meteor Crystal remained. Just by their names, these 2 materials seemed exceedingly precious, and Zhang Tianhao was uncertain if he could obtain them within the underground palace. Along the way, he had also raided several secret chambers, gathering a substantial amount of materials. Although these materials paled in comparison to the 3,000 inferior crystal stones, they were still quite valuable. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out ahead. Li Haofeng, does your Li family intend to eradicate us completely? A cold female voice echoed. Ha! Yi Qingru, not a single Zhang family disciple entering the secret realm shall leave alive. Initially, we did not wish to annihilate you completely. But your useless young master offended our family head, prompting this death order. None from the Zhang family entering the secret realm will escape, a cold-faced youth in black stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao was instantly filled with rage. The Li family was going too far. We shall fight them to the death. Even if we perish, we will take one down with us. The vice captain Zhang Haiqing shouted indignantly. This declaration stirred the morale of the Zhang family disciples, each one displaying a resolute willingness to fight to the death. You seek death? Then let me grant your wish, Li Haofeng sneered. Zhang Tianhao did not reveal himself immediately. He was currently a hidden piece for the Zhang family. He had to ensure a retreat for them, unwilling to allow the Zhang family to suffer total annihilation during this secret realm expedition. It could be said that the true foundation supporting the four prominent families of the Vaxi kingdom, including the royal family, was not merely the elders and family heads in the open, but rather the talented individuals from each family in the academies. If the Wang and Li families succeeded in eliminating all the Zhang family's talents in the secret realm, it would not be long before the Zhang family faded into the annals of history. As tensions mounted, the Li family held a decisive advantage. They had the formidable Li Haofeng, along with dozens of Li family members and warriors from various clans surrounding them. The Zhang family, in terms of both numbers and top-tier combat power, was at a disadvantage. Zhang Tianhao's gaze fell upon a distant corridor, which happened to be relatively close to the Zhang family team. He quickly instructed Xiao Long, go investigate where that corridor leads. Xiao Long nodded and soared away. Zhang Tianhao searched for the whereabouts of the little black cat but discovered it had already slipped away, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He pondered, if only I had the little black cat's assistance, I would have an additional ally. After a few breaths, Xiao Long returned, speaking in a childish voice, Boss, that corridor seems to lead outside the underground palace. Zhang Tianhao's expression brightened. With this information, he formulated a plan. Meanwhile, Yu Qingru and Li Haofeng had engaged in combat. Although Yu Qingru was also a talented first-level great martial master, Li Haofeng handled her with ease. His spear struck like a venomous serpent, and with each thrust, Yu Qingru was forced back several steps, her complexion growing increasingly pale, clearly injured. Zhang Tianhao observed that the Zhang family team was now in a precarious situation. With a loud shout, he soared into the air, the snow-drinking mad blade appearing in his hand. Get back! Zhang Tianhao swung his blade, cleaving two onlookers from the Zhang family in half. The system prompt chimed. He lunged at the other onlookers from the Zhang family. These warriors, all lacking the strength of great martial masters, posed no threat to Zhang Tianhao. With each swing of his blade, an opponent fell. The system's notifications resounded incessantly. Regrettably, he had not completed the task. Otherwise, he would have already leveled up. Tianhao! Yu Qingru exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhang Tianhao. Encouraged, she managed to push back Li Haofeng and retreat to Zhang Tianhao's side. Li Haofeng's murderous intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao. Prior to entering the secret realm, Li Yuanting had provided a detailed description of Zhang Tianhao, knowing he was marked as a target for assassination. Although Li Yuanting had ordered the complete extermination of all Zhang family members entering the secret realm, Zhang Tianhao was of utmost importance on that list, as was Yu Qingru. The Zhang family warriors, upon witnessing Zhang Tianhao, were filled with joy. Them. He was no longer a mere waste, but an extraordinary talent capable of saving their lives. Zhang Tianhao turned to Yu Qingru and said in a deep voice, You all go through that corridor. It leads outside the underground palace. Yu Qingru, upon hearing Zhang Tianhao's directive, immediately asked, What about you? I will hold the rear. Zhang Tianhao replied without hesitation. That won't do. Yu Qingru promptly rejected his suggestion. Stop being so wishy-washy. Do you want the entire Zhang family team to be annihilated? Zhang Tianhao glared at Yu Qingru sternly. Yu Qingru fell silent, then nodded, saying, All right, but you must take care of yourself. Though extremely reluctant, she could not bear to witness the annihilation of the Zhang family team during this expedition, as that would bring the family closer to ruin. Zhang family team, follow my orders. All retreat into this corridor, Yu Qingru commanded. Facing the encirclement from the Wang family and other prominent clans, the Zhang family team was now on the brink of collapse. Some severely injured Zhang family disciples promptly followed Yu Qingru's orders and retreated towards the corridor. However, some warriors from various minor clans seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming to eliminate those retreating into the corridor, seeking death. Zhang Tianhao roared in fury upon seeing the minor clan warriors intent on total annihilation. The snow-drinking mad blade, imbued with an icy chill, swept outward. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 3 warriors from the Bai family fell lifelessly. How dare you kill them? An enraged warrior from the Bai family pointed a finger at Zhang Tianhao. Those who kill must be killed in turn. Anyone who dares to step forward will face my wrath, Zhang Tianhao declared, standing defiantly at the entrance of the corridor, exuding an aura of invincibility. Arrogant fool, let me take care of you. Li Haofeng advanced step by step toward Zhang Tianhao. With each step, his aura intensified. Zhang Tianhao's expression grew increasingly grave. Li Haofeng's presence was no less formidable than that of the youth in white he had previously encountered. It seemed that Li Haofeng also possessed the strength of a third-level great martial master. Unexpectedly, both the Li and Wang families harbored such terrifying talents, this time, within the Misty Sea secret realm. The Zhang family was in peril. Come, let me have a taste of your strength. Spirit-severing spear. Li Haofeng thrust his spear toward Zhang Tianhao. Infused with a terrifying killing intent, the spear sliced through the air with a sound reminiscent of wailing spirits. as if the Grim Reaper were summoning souls. Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible force were bearing down on him, causing his hair to stand on end. "Come at me." Zhang Tianhao bellowed, executing the proud cold six techniques. Astonishing cold glance. Zhang Tianhao executed a decisive strike, his blade descending with a chilling aura that collided with Li Haofeng's spear in the void. He felt his attack shatter in an instant, a slight numbness coursing through his hand. "Come at me." With another thrust, Li Haofeng scoffed, launching 3 more piercing strikes. The 3 terrifying spear shadows advanced towards Zhang Tianhao in a triangular formation, each thrust more powerful than the last. Summoning all his strength, Zhang Tianhao managed to deflect the first 2 strikes, but the third was perilously close. Swallowing shadows, Zhang Tianhao unleashed his ultimate technique, conjuring 9 ethereal images in an instant, momentarily disrupting Li Haofeng's onslaught. Annihilate them all. Li Haofeng remained unfazed, sweeping his spear to obliterate the 8 illusions in an instant. The terrifying force of his attack continued unabated, targeting Zhang Tianhao's true form. In what felt like an eternity, though merely 2 breaths had passed, he shouted, "Begone!" Seizing the moment of reprieve, Zhang Tianhao gathered all his might and struck downwards, directly targeting the spear's tip. The thunderous explosion erupted as the 2 forces clashed violently. Zhang Tianhao was propelled back 7 steps, while Li Haofeng remained steadfast, shaking slightly, but not yielding an inch. The sense of gravity weighed heavily on Zhang Tianhao's heart as he contemplated the formidable power before him. The Extinction Soul Spear. Li Haofeng's spear lunged toward Zhang Tianhao with lethal intent, devoid of embellishment, yet imbued with the essence to obliterate all. The sheer force of this strike, amplified by an inherent will, was magnified tenfold. Before the spear even arrived, a dreadful aura of death enveloped Zhang Tianhao. "I must endure for at least a brief moment longer to buy them time," he resolved inwardly. Zhang Tianhao invoked the swallowing shadows once more, manifesting 9 illusory figures. "Do you think this trick will work against me?" Li Haofeng retorted coldly, shattering all of Zhang Tianhao's illusions with a single strike. The spear advanced like a shadow, relentless and sharp, parting the air with a piercing shriek that echoed like a wailing specter. The forceful thrust surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Tianhao. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Tianhao swiftly sheathed his blade, opting for the Arhit fist. This punch, now perfected, embodied the pinnacle of Arhit martial arts. A solid Arhit figure materialized behind Zhang Tianhao, radiating immense pressure. The resonant chants emitted a calming aura, momentarily dampening Li Haofeng's fervor. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Tianhao's fist collided with the spear's tip, forcing Li Haofeng back 7 steps. Although he had absorbed the blow, Zhang Tianhao's knuckles were bloodied. "Let's see how many more hits you can endure." Li Haofeng prepared to retaliate when suddenly, a low, mocking laughter echoed nearby. A figure clad in white, accompanied by 4 youths in black, appeared. What a lively scene. Zhang Tianhao turned towards the voice, recognizing the young man in white from earlier. Their eyes met, yet he failed to recognize Zhang Tianhao, merely addressing Li Haofeng with a smirk. "Have you encountered a worthy opponent, Haofeng? Do you require my assistance?" "No need. I can handle him myself," Li Haofeng replied, extending his spear towards Zhang Tianhao once more. Zhang Tianhao surmised that Yu Qingru and the others should be nearing the exit of the passageway. He needed to hold his ground until they were safe. Beyond the ruins lay a forest. Once they reached its cover, they would be secure. Every moment he could buy them was a moment of safety. Thus, Zhang Tianhao resolved to persist, refusing to retreat. Instead of confronting Li Haofeng directly, he opted to evade using the swallowing shadows technique, dancing gracefully like a soaring swallow. Despite the ferocity of Li Haofeng's spear technique, he found himself unable to land a decisive blow on Zhang Tianhao. Though Zhang Tianhao could fight above his level, facing a similarly formidable genius left him at a disadvantage. Forced into a defensive stance, Wang Shijun watched the clash with keen interest, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He was well aware of Li Haofeng's strength, which rivaled his own. Yet here was a combatant, seemingly weaker, who had not been swiftly dispatched. "This person is peculiar." Wang Shijun's gaze sharpened. "Brother Jun, this individual seems to be the one who raided our treasury earlier." One of the black-clad youths remarked. "Are you certain?" Wang Shijun's expression shifted. "I can confirm it. Though I only caught a glimpse, the impression remains vivid." The youth nodded slightly. "How dare you? I shall consume you whole." Wang Shijun's aura of menace intensified as he darted towards the fray, a palm descending upon Zhang Tianhao. Under the dual assault of 2 geniuses, Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming pressure. With Li Haofeng's distraction, he found himself unable to counter the impending strike. In that dire moment, Zhang Tianhao roared, unleashing his boundless fury. The second tier of this primal rage instantly quadrupled his strength. Underfoot fist. He retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Li Haofeng. The amplified force sent Li Haofeng flying back several meters, his grip on the spear trembling. How is this possible? Li Haofeng was taken aback. Following the impact, Zhang Tianhao pivoted and unleashed another punch. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have triggered a critical hit with the Underfoot fist. Boom! Wang Shijun was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Zhang Tianhao knew that his primal rage was fleeting, lasting only 60 seconds. He had to flee while he could, as the aftermath would leave him vulnerable. Exerting himself to the fullest, Zhang Tianhao bolted towards the passageway. Once outside the ruins, he darted towards the nearby grove. It was nighttime now, the forest eerily quiet. I wonder where Yi Qingru and the others have gone. They should still be in the grove, he murmured. Tianhao, a voice called out, prompting him to turn and discover it was indeed Zhang Haiqing. Brother Haicheng, it's you, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, relief washing over him. Among the Zhang family team, he was the only one who had never mocked Zhang Tianhao, earning his goodwill. Quick, follow me, Zhang Haiqing urged. Within a cave, Zhang Tianhao found Yi Qingru and several injured Zhang family members recuperating. Upon seeing him, smiles broke out across their faces. Tianhao, I'm relieved to see you're unharmed. Yi Qingru sighed. How are our casualties? Zhang Tianhao inquired gravely. Why Yi Qingru shook her head. 15 injured, 10 dead. Our team is nearly decimated. A hint of self-reproach crossed her features as she continued. I was too careless, failing to remain vigilant. If we had been more cautious, it need not have come to this. Without your intervention, we would have faced total annihilation. Seeing Yi Qingru's guilt-ridden expression, Zhang Tianhao quickly reassured her, do not blame yourself. None of this is your fault. This is all part of the Li family's conspiracy. He then recounted all he knew about the Li family's schemes. I can't believe they would stoop so low as to harm us in the secret realm, Yi Qingru exclaimed indignantly. Zhang Haiqing sighed. The Wang and Li families have harbored such intentions for quite some time. A decade ago, our Zhang family's power was formidable, and even their alliance could not bring us down. However, in the last 10 years, our strength has waned significantly, and they finally have the opportunity. Are we to simply allow them to slaughter us in the secret realm? Yi Qingru's teeth clenched, her frustration palpable. Zhang Tianhao pondered for a moment before addressing her. Captain, I have an idea. Why Yi Qingru's perception of Zhang Tianhao shifted dramatically. She nodded in agreement. Speak. Zhang Tianhao spoke earnestly. I propose that you all remain in the forest until the secret realm reopens. This way, we can minimize our casualties and evade the joint onslaught of the Wang and Li families. What? You want us to be like turtles hiding in their shells? Yi Qingru glared at Zhang Tianhao, her frustration evident. Had it not been for Zhang Tianhao saving them earlier, she might have erupted in anger. Yi Qingru, you know our Zhang family has suffered severe losses. You are all the future hope of our clan. If you fall to the hands of the Wang and Li families, we will lose our hold on 100 vital businesses. Thus, our Zhang family branch in Haiqing will face utter annihilation. You should be able to discern the gravity of the situation, Zhang Tianhao stated solemnly. Why Yi Qingru's expression softened. Deep down, she recognized the truth in Zhang Tianhao's words. Tianhao, must we truly concede in this upcoming ranking competition among the four clans? Yi Qingru expressed her reluctance. Zhang Tianhao smiled lightly and replied, Sister Yi, I never stated that we should abandon this ranking competition. In fact, I aspire to contend for the championship. But did you not instruct us to remain hidden in the woods? Yi Qingru questioned, puzzled. Zhang Tianhao smiled gently. Though you all remain hidden, I shall venture out. Ah, Tianhao, are you preparing to face them alone? Yi Qingru gazed at Zhang Tianhao in astonishment. While she held a deep trust in Zhang Tianhao's capabilities, the notion that he could claim the top rank single-handedly seemed implausible to her. Rest assured, Qingru, my confidence is not unfounded, Zhang Tianhao asserted with conviction, but he had his reasons for such confidence. Earlier, within the ruins, he had garnered considerable benefits. The mere thousands of low-grade crystal stones he acquired constituted a significant fortune. Even with the system upgrade costing 2,000 low-grade crystal stones, the remaining 1,000 still represented a considerable sum. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingru reluctantly addressed Zhang Tianhao. Very well, but I have one condition. Noticing Zhang Tianhao's gaze fixed on her, Yi Qingru smiled softly. I will accompany you. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted to urgency as he implored. Qingru, you must remain behind to watch over them. Yet, Yi Qingru replied with a serious demeanor. Tianhao, I understand your concerns. I am the team leader, but Haicheng is also a vice captain. His attention to detail surpasses mine, and he can sufficiently oversee the injured. Moreover, Our Zhang family cannot afford to lose this ranking competition. The consequences of failure are dire. Seeing Zhang Tianhao still silent, Yi Qingru continued earnestly, Tianhao, if you harbor any lingering resentment regarding my earlier dismissiveness, I apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Zhang Tianhao realized that refusing her request was futile, as she could choose to venture forth alone, complicating matters further. All right, Qingru, I do not refuse you. It is merely that the situation is intricate, and I am uncertain of what lies ahead, he sighed in resignation. Yi Qingru shot Zhang Tianhao a stern look. Zhang Tianhao, while I acknowledge your strength, do not underestimate me. I will not be a hindrance. Zhang Tianhao chuckled, aware that his words might only exacerbate the situation. Qingru, where shall we head next? Zhang Tianhao inquired, recognizing that as captain, Yi Qingru possessed the family-provided map. Granting her superior knowledge of this secret realm, he felt a pang of envy that his grandfather had not shared such valuable information with him. Possibly to avoid any discord between him and Yi Qingru. Now that she had the map, he had no choice but to cultivate a better rapport with her, which would ease their relationship. Next, we shall go to Blood River. Yi Qingru indicated a location on the map. Blood River. The name itself was foreboding, implying a perilous locale. Yi Qingru nodded gravely. Indeed. This Blood River is said to be a place where ancient sects trained their disciples, harboring many wondrous treasures. However, there is only one iron chain bridge across it.to cross. One must tread upon this bridge. Those lacking agility should refrain from taking risks though. Are there dangers? Zhang Tianhao asked curiously. Yi Qingru's expression turned serious. The waters of Blood River are laced with potent toxins. Anyone who falls in will be swiftly corroded. Even more terrifying, there are piranhas and various aquatic beasts that will leap out to prey on humans, making it perilous for those lacking agility. Agility? Zhang Tianhao had mastered the yin ing piao technique. With further refinement, he could achieve perfection. In terms of agility, he was far from weak. However, he felt that his skills might not suffice against top-tier opponents like Wang Shijun and Li Haofeng. I must elevate my agility further, Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself. Nevertheless, reaching the pinnacle of yin ing piao was a challenge, necessitating an astonishing level of proficiency, even if he trained tirelessly for 100 days. Advancement seemed uncertain. By the way, wasn't there a technique-level elixir discovered last time? That elixir supposedly grants an immediate upgrade. He had not used it since acquiring it, and now seemed the perfect moment to elevate his yin ing piao technique. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianhao retrieved the technique elixir and consumed it. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for using the level elixir to enhance the agility technique, yin ing piao. Yin ing piao has leveled up to perfection. Chapter 115. Blood Rivered, the perfected level. The yin ing piao technique could conjure 12 phantoms. If the adept level allowed for a speed of 20 meters per second, the perfected level would enable a breathtaking 30 meters per second. With yin ing piao at his disposal, Zhang Tianhao felt assured about the journey to Blood River. Let us proceed to Blood River. Many may already be gathered there, Zhang Tianhao declared, after Yi Qingru briefed the Zhang family team. She and Zhang Tianhao made their way to Blood River. That moment, the area before Blood River was thronged with individuals from various small clans, though the Wang and Li family members were conspicuously absent. Zhang Tianhao and Yi Qingru blended into the crowd, momentarily unnoticed, which allowed them to relax. True to its name, Blood River was filled with a corrosive liquid. Due to the unknown dangers, no martial artist had yet attempted to cross. Zhang Tianhao observed that the river was traversable only via a single iron chain, with stone pillars positioned every 10 meters, each capped with a glowing orb. To reach the opposite bank, one would need to traverse 10 pillars. What is contained within those orbs? Zhang Tianhao asked. Intrigued, Yi Qingru glanced at him. Those orbs are rewards for those who make it across. Upon reaching a pillar, one can shatter the orb to claim its treasures. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. That seems fair enough. I wonder what rewards await at the other side of the river. Achieving the opposite bank is no simple feat, however. 2 centuries ago, an ancestor of our Zhang family successfully crossed and reportedly acquired a divine artifact for refining. A divine artifact for refining? Zhang Tianhao inquired with keen interest. Yes, that artifact is known as the Starry Origin Stone. Our ancestor used it to forge a heavenly grade treasure. Achieving unparalleled renown, he relied on this artifact to dominate his peers and ultimately entered the Imperial domain. Yi Qingru recounted, her eyes filled with longing. Upon hearing that a Zhang ancestor had entered the Imperial domain, Zhang Tianhao grew curious and asked, what became of our ancestor afterward? Yi Qingru shook her head. I am uncertain. After entering the Imperial domain, he never returned, and none know his fate. I learned this from my father, but I lack detailed knowledge. Very well. Zhang Tianhao, however, could hardly contain his excitement at the mention of the starry origin stone. It was essential for upgrading his system to version 2.0. He must acquire it at all costs. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately, as numerous martial artists surrounded them, the majority of whom were adversaries. Suddenly, a martial artist of the 8th rank boldly approached the dark chain. It appeared that the presence of outsiders provoked the blood river into a furious boil. As Yi Kaiyuan observed the tumultuous waters, his expression changed dramatically, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Abruptly, torrents of blood surged toward him. Despite his swift reflexes, some droplets splashed onto him. With a scream, Yi Kaiyuan realized the corrosive nature of the blood river's waters as they began to rot his skin. The decay spread rapidly, and ultimately Yi Kaiyuan fell into the blood river, where countless piranhas surged forth, devouring him until only his skeleton remained. Terrifying. The Yu Qingru and Zhang Tianhao were prepared. Witnessing such a gruesome fate still stirred their hearts. Zhang Tianhao sighed. Now I understand why only agile warriors can traverse this blood river. Yi Qingru nodded slightly. Though this secret realm has been opened numerous times over the centuries, very few have ever crossed the blood river. I will cross this blood river, Zhang Tianhao declared with unwavering determination. Tianhao, you may want to reconsider, Yi Qingru urged. The blood river is fraught with peril. All we need is to secure sufficient rewards. Yi Qingru advised Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao shook his head resolutely, asserting, Qingru, you need not persuade me further. I must cross this blood river. I have my own reasons. Unlike Zhang Tianhao's grand ambitions, Yi Qingru merely wished to seize a few treasures from within the luminous orb. After all, traversing the blood river was extremely hazardous. The blood waters were highly corrosive, and the blood fish lurking within were formidable adversaries, capable of transforming one into a mere meal. However, Yi Qingru understood that Zhang Tianhao, bold enough to attempt this, must possess his own confidence. After their recent experiences, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. Perhaps he could succeed. At that moment, another individual made a move, soaring toward the iron chain bridge. Though this person was significantly stronger than the previous, the turbulent blood waters of the river swiftly engulfed him, turning him into yet another skeleton, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. A living being had instantaneously become a mere skeleton. What could be more shocking? Yet, the allure of wealth often leads one to peril. The rewards awaiting at the blood river were too enticing to ignore, prompting many to press on, undeterred by the grim fate of their predecessors. I have finally reached the stone pedestal. The reward is mine. After the demise of over 20 martial artists, the strongest among them finally arrived at the first stone pedestal. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he beheld the orb floating above. Here on the pedestal, he was safe from the blood waters and the blood fish's attacks. Seizing the orb, he exclaimed, a break-you-on pill. With this, I shall ascend to the rank of Grand Martial Master. His laughter echoed. The first reward was indeed a break-you-on pill, and he could only imagine what further treasures awaited. Alas, so many have perished before us. How could we possibly succeed? Contemplating the earlier tragedies, many martial artists hesitated, fearful of becoming the next bones littering the riverbed. After a moment of reflection, the first to reach the pedestal resolved to push toward the second. However, having already reached his limit at the first, he was soon overwhelmed by the blood waters, becoming yet another victim. It is our turn now, Zhang Tianhao remarked to Yi Qingru, who nodded slightly at this juncture. No one dared to advance. The previous rounds had claimed a significant number of lives, leaving less than half of the original crowd. All were watching intently. Look, someone is ascending the iron chain bridge. Are they not afraid of death? One martial artist remarked in astonishment that it appeared that many were oblivious to the dangers ahead. As Zhang Tianhao and Yi Qingru stepped onto the bridge, Wang Shijun and Li Haofeng, accompanied by their respective martial artists, appeared. Zhang Tianhao, you can no longer suppress your urge to act. Now that you are on the iron bridge, let us see how you escape. Wang Shijun's gaze was filled with hatred. This time, he cannot flee, Li Haofeng sneered. Upon seeing them, Zhang Tianhao and Yi Qingru's expressions darkened. Qingru, hurry across, Zhang Tianhao urged. What about you? Yi Qingru asked, concern etched on her face. Do not worry. I have my own methods. He assured her confidently. Subdue him. Each captured martial artist is worth 1,000,000 silver coins. Li Haofeng commanded the smaller family's warriors. The smaller family warriors hesitated, aware of the iron bridge's dangers if we ascend. Before a slender martial artist could finish, Li Haofeng struck him with a punch, exploding his head. If you do not ascend, you shall perish. Remember, you have benefited from our Li family. Taking the money without action is dishonorable. Li Haofeng's cold rebuke silenced the crowd. As Zhang Tianhao and Yi Qingru crossed the bridge, the allure of the 1,000,000 silver coins spurred the warriors into action, leaping toward them. Zhang Tianhao stood firm at the forefront, sending the first attacker plummeting into the blood river with a single punch. Quickly to the pedestal. It is safe there, he urged Yi Qingru. She nodded, swiftly gliding toward the pedestal as numerous warriors ascended the chain bridge. The overwhelming presence of life stirred the blood river, causing its waters to boil. Zhang Tianhao felt as if he were a small boat amidst a tempest. Fortunately, his agility had improved, allowing him to evade the splashing blood. However, balancing the threat of corrosive waters while fending off numerous attackers proved challenging. With his snow-drinking mad blade in hand, he shouted, "Get lost!" A single stroke sent an adversary flying with a scream. Notifications chimed. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has slain CFA, earning 200 experience points and 20 true energy. Zhang Tianhao dispatched several martial artists, but as more converged, the boiling blood waters erupted, splashing toward him as he drew nearer to the river's center. He found himself increasingly doused in the splattering blood. Fortunately, Yi Qingru had reached the pedestal, a sanctuary from the chaos. Yet, 3 warriors, caught by the corrosive waters, succumbed, transforming into mere bones. As the tumult intensified, Zhang Tianhao could no longer rely solely on his agility and was forced to retreat to the pedestal. Upon entering, the blood waters could no longer affect him. Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun wore grim expressions, seemingly surprised by Zhang Tianhao's resilience. It seems we must intervene directly. Sending 100 of these fools is futile. Li Haofeng remarked with a self-assured smile. Upon Zhang Tianhao's arrival at the pedestal, another luminous orb appeared beside him. He turned to Yi Qingru, saying, "Choose one. I will take the right," she decided after a moment's contemplation. Zhang Tianhao, indifferent, selected the left. Grasping the orb, he revealed a vial of medicine, stoneheart grass, a 4th-grade spiritual herb. He mused, impressed. "Surely you have obtained something worthwhile as well?" Zhang Tianhao inquired with a smile at Yi Qingru. "Indeed, a Gang Yuan pill that will elevate my cultivation without any side effects," she replied, satisfied. Zhang Tianhao, "This time, you shall meet your end." Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun advanced together, their loathing palpable. Zhang Tianhao's expression grew serious. "Qingru, when they focus on me, find an opportunity to escape. Do not concern yourself with me." But, Yi Qingru hesitated, but Zhang Tianhao waved his hand urgently. "There is no time. They may be formidable, but they are not lethal." "Very well, take care," she acquiesced, seeing the determination in his eyes. Spirit-piercing 3 spears, Li Haofeng crossed the river effortlessly, closing the distance in an instant. "Die," he commanded, lunging at Zhang Tianhao. "You wish to take my life? You are still lacking." Zhang Tianhao faced him fearlessly, slashing downward with his blade. The two exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining the upper hand, creating a stalemate. Yi Qingru found herself unable to intervene, fearing that her involvement might hinder Zhang Tianhao. Suddenly, boom, Li Haofeng's spear struck the pedestal, sending tremors through it, and Wang Shijun also crossed the river, exuding a formidable aura, his murderous intent aimed squarely at Zhang Tianhao. Realizing that Yi Qingru could not contend with Wang Shijun, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of alarm. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Boundless Fury Release, Ice-Cold 6 Techniques. Glacial Gaze, he executed a blade strike imbued with frigid energy to block Wang Shijun's advance. Then urgently called to Yi Qingru. "Hurry, do not look back." Yi Qingru, gritting her teeth, understood that remaining would only exacerbate the situation, so she took flight. "You think you can escape?" Wang Shijun lunged toward her with an outstretched hand. Yi Qingru was prepared, retaliating with a swift thrust of her sword. Boom, she gasped, propelled backward by the impact. Wang Shijun was poised to strike again, leaving Yi Qingru behind, which incited Zhang Tianhao's anger. "Your opponent is me," Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, wielding his blade towards Wang Shijun. Chapter 117. The Endless Bloodfish. Upon witnessing Yi Qingru's departure, Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the minute of frenzied chaos soon passed. Faced with the combined might of Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun, Zhang Tianhao sensed immense pressure. After all, he was now contending against 2 of the most formidable young masters, both of whom surpassed him in cultivation. The soul-piercing 3 spears, the ghostly palm, 2 overwhelming attacks descended from the void. The Arhut fist, Zhang Tianhao met the assault without hesitation. Bang! He was sent staggering back, propelled several meters away. Fortunately, his agile techniques had reached perfection, and he avoided being thrown into the blood river. "Kid, you're doomed. This time, I will make you feed the fish in the blood river." Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun's faces twisted with malice. Zhang Tianhao realized he had to retreat. His path was cut off, and he needed to reach the opposite bank of the Blood River. His prior plan had always been to seize the starry essence stones from across the river. As he darted towards the other side, Wang Shijun and Li Haofeng would not let him escape easily. Coldly snorting, they pursued him. "Where do you think you're going?" Feeling the ominous intent locking onto him, Zhang Tianhao gritted his teeth and struck the Blood River with his blade. Boom! The immense force erupted within the river. Zhang Tianhao had stirred a hornet's nest. The river was home to bloodfish, carnivorous creatures that feasted on blood. Without the blood of living beings, they would turn on each other. This guy insane. Damn it. Does he want us all to perish together? Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun quickly grasped Zhang Tianhao's intentions. Nevertheless, they found themselves unable to counter the situation. The bloodfish surged forth, attacking the trio, forcing Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun to abandon their pursuit of Zhang Tianhao and fend off the relentless onslaught. Though the individual strength of these bloodfish was lacking, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming to this juncture. Zhang Tianhao's mastery of the Yin Ing Piao technique was fully revealed, with a perfected skill. He moved at a speed of 30 meters per second. While he struggled against the swarm of bloodfish, he managed to hold his ground. Li Haofeng, Wang Shijun, enjoy your feast of bloodfish. I shall take my leave. Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily. Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun seethed with rage, yet the bloodfish kept them preoccupied, leaving them no time to pursue Zhang Tianhao. They unleashed their tremendous fighting spirit, slaughtering the bloodfish as they advanced towards the opposite bank. Zhang Tianhao traversed 3 stone pedestals, collecting the treasures within each without pausing to examine them, storing them in his system space. Upon reaching the 4th pedestal, he noticed the bloodfish were multiplying. They swarmed like locusts. Get lost! Zhang Tianhao unleashed the snow-drinking mad blade technique, cleaving through the bloodfish. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for slaying a bloodfish. Experience gained. 100, True Chi. 10. Zhang Tianhao lost count of how many bloodfish he had dispatched. Each step became increasingly arduous, but for now, the bloodfish were unable to impede him. 5, 6, 7, 8 stone pedestals passed. By the time he reached the 10th, fatigue set in, and his body was drenched in blood. The bloodfish were relentless. Despite pushing his agility to its limits, he could not completely fend them off. He quickly sat down to recuperate, absorbing all the light orbs along the way. Finally, he arrived at the 10th stone pedestal. To his astonishment, it was several times larger than the previous ones, adorned with a light orb much brighter than before. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. Could the contents of this orb be superior to the previous ones? If so, I would strike it rich. Moreover, this orb seemed unique, not regenerating once taken. Just as Zhang Tianhao reached for the orb, a thunderous voice boomed, "Put that down." Accompanied by a powerful spear light, it rushed towards him with unstoppable force. Get lost! Zhang Tianhao countered with a fist, striking Li Haofeng's spear light. The collision sent shockwaves through the air. Zhang Tianhao grunted, retreating several steps. Come again. He knew he could not allow Li Haofeng to ascend the pedestal, or it would spell disaster for him. The Arhut fist, at the transformation level, propelled dozens of strikes into the air, colliding with Li Haofeng's spear. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for unleashing the Arhut fist and triggering a critical hit. Bang! Li Haofeng was caught off guard, sent flying by Zhang Tianhao's suddenly doubled strength. And I'm not done yet. Wang Shijun had caught up, his hatred for Zhang Tianhao equally intense. The ghostly palm, a cacophony of anguished wails filled the air. True to its name, the ghostly palm unleashed chaos. The Arhut fist, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a formidable strike. Bang! Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for executing the Arhut fist and triggering paralysis. In that instant, Wang Shijun felt an uncanny force scatter his strength, rendering him immobile. Having just triggered a critical hit, he was now paralyzed. My luck is extraordinary. Zhang Tianhao rejoiced. The snow-drinking mad blade materialized in his hand. He infused every ounce of his power into the blade. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and snow began to fall heavily. Swish! Zhang Tianhao slashed down towards Wang Shijun's neck. The blade gleamed menacingly in the air. No. At that moment, the immobilized Wang Shijun was horrified. Was he truly destined to perish here? Fortunately, at the last moment, he regained mobility, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his neck, though the blade struck his shoulder instead. Thud! Wang Shijun let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward like a broken kite, blood spewing from his mouth. Following the impact that sent both Wang Shijun and Li Haofeng staggering back, Zhang Tianhao seized the light orb that he did not linger, aware that Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun were swiftly closing in. Especially Wang Shijun, now drenched in blood, his expression twisted with fury. Humph! Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by inspiration that a cunning smile crept onto his face as he raised his blade, preparing to strike. Just as Wang Shijun and Li Haofeng braced for impact, they were taken aback to realize Zhang Tianhao aimed not at them, but at the blood river. Boom! An explosion erupted as torrents of blood surged forth from the river, crashing towards Wang Shijun and Li Haofeng. Damn it! Despicable! Chapter 118. The Divine Demon Body Technique. A tidal wave of blood river water surged towards Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun. This water could not be touched. Otherwise, it would cling to them like a curse, impossible to shake off. Wang Shijun reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught. However, despite Li Haofeng's quick reflexes, he could not completely escape that a droplet of the blood river water splashed onto his shoulder. Ah! Li Haofeng screamed in agony, feeling as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. True to his nature, he drew his spear across his shoulder, severing the flesh that had been corroded. Zhang Tianhao secretly reveled in Li Haofeng's misfortune. But to his surprise, Li Haofeng showed no mercy to himself, employing such a brutal method to escape calamity. Seeing the blood fish in the river enraged by Zhang Tianhao's actions, Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun hesitated before retreating. Ultimately, even their formidable strength could not guarantee their safety amidst the swarm of blood fish. Kid, you may live a little longer, but the next time we meet, it will be your end. Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun now harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Tianhao. Having suffered greatly at his hands on the opposite bank of the blood river, Zhang Tianhao gazed at the turbulent waters filled with blood fish, estimating their numbers to be in the hundreds of thousands. The sight was alarming, explaining why Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun harbored such intense animosity yet chose to retreat. How on earth am I to cross the blood river, with so many blood fish around? I cannot return to the other side. Sighing, he dismissed such thoughts for now and focused on finding the starry essence stones. The previous night, Yi Qingru had informed him that directly across the blood river lay the mysterious Qi Mountain, where his ancestors had once acquired the starry essence stones to forge a heavenly-grade treasure, ultimately becoming a powerful figure. The starry essence stones were precisely what Zhang Tianhao needed at this moment. 3 of them, along with a piece of the celestial crystal, would allow his system to upgrade. Zhang Tianhao yearned for this upgrade, as only then could he unleash his full potential. As he surveyed the distant, shadowy hillside, he murmured, "Could this be Qi Mountain? It seems rather small that it appears quite inconspicuous. Could the starstone truly exist?" Zhang Tianhao found himself beset by doubt. He lifted his foot, stepping toward the mountain of artifacts. Oddly, why did his steps feel so burdensome? It was as if lead had been poured into his feet. Zhang Tianhao pondered this peculiar sensation. With each forward stride, he felt as though he expended tenfold the energy of the previous step. After traversing several hundred steps, he finally reached the base of the mountain. Could it be that the gravity of this mountain was flawed? Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself, feeling a fatigue akin to that of a weary beast. After straining to take a few more steps, he sensed a weighty pressure emanating from the mountain itself. "I can't go on. If I do, my bones may shatter." He plopped down onto the ground. What to do? Must I concede defeat? No, I must ascend the mountain. According to the system's description, the starstone is a stone of immense gravity, said to have been thrust to the surface through volcanic eruptions as a result of tectonic shifts deep within the earth. Thus, it is plausible that the mountain might indeed harbor the starstone. Yet, if merely walking a few steps leaves me breathless, how can I hope to reach the summit? In his frustration, Zhang Tianhao decided to shift his focus. Earlier, when he passed the 10th stone pedestal, he had yet to examine the luminous orb he had grasped. With a moment to spare, he resolved to discover what reward awaited him. He held the orb within his palm. And indeed, the system proved remarkable. After all this time, the orb had not dissipated and remained unchanged. As he dispersed the orb, a book materialized in Zhang Tianhao's hands. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have discovered the Divine Demon Body Technique. Will you cultivate it? This must be a technique for physical cultivation. A flicker of excitement crossed Zhang Tianhao's face. Cultivate, of course. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully cultivated the Divine Demon Body Technique. Current level, first layer. It must be noted that what Zhang Tianhao required most at this moment was indeed a method for physical cultivation. His awakened bloodline was overwhelmingly dominant, allowing him to utilize his physical form for only a minute. Exceeding this time would lead to catastrophic consequences for his body. That if he were to master a body refining technique, he could potentially improve his condition. The very name of the divine demon body technique exudes dominance. It must be an exceptional method. Zhang Tianhao examined the attributes of the divine demon body technique. Technique: divine demon body technique, divine grade. Level: first layer. Description: a technique passed down from higher planes. Comprised of 18 layers, at its pinnacle, one could extinguish stars with a single hand and shatter mountains with a stomp. Gods shall be slain, and Buddhas extinguished. How overwhelmingly powerful. I find it appealing. Yet, Zhang Tianhao understood that cultivating the physical body was not the same as practicing a technique. He could not level up by slaying monsters. It required earnest practice, it not merely cultivation. How could I possibly fear it? However, how could he cultivate on the mountain? But yes, the divine demon body technique mentioned several shortcuts to cultivation, one of which involved medicinal pills. Zhang Tianhao had acquired countless spiritual herbs within the secret realm, perfectly suited for pill refining. What? You say I am not an alchemist? Nonsense. I have long been a first-tier alchemist. When I first awakened the system, the Grand Gift Package granted me access to all secondary professions within the Jinwu continent, albeit only at the lowest level. To advance in rank, I must improve my proficiency. Zhang Tianhao inspected his herbs. There were enough to concoct 10 body-strengthening pills. 10 of these should suffice to elevate his divine demon body technique to the third layer, though the third layer remains in the initial stages of the technique. It should be sufficient for him to reach the summit of the mountain. However, before that, Zhang Tianhao needed to raise his alchemist rank. Being a first-tier alchemist was far too lowly. The body-strengthening pill is a third-tier pill, requiring at least a third-tier alchemist for its refinement. For Zhang Tianhao, advancing his alchemist rank hinged solely on proficiency. Although he did not possess a plethora of high-tier spiritual herbs, he still had enough ordinary herbs to spare. Indeed, he decided to concoct healing pills. This was the only basic recipe he knew, and considering he only needed proficiency, the ingredients for healing pills were quite common. There were plenty around the mountain, sufficient for his needs. That he retrieved the alchemical cauldron obtained from defeating a minor clan warrior at Blood River and began the refinement process for the healing pills. Chapter 119: Body Strengthening Pills. For Zhang Tianhao, alchemy was merely about placing the required herbs into the cauldron. Techniques and flames were entirely unnecessary. Ding. Player Zhang Tianhao failed to refine healing pills. Proficiency 1. Ding. Player Zhang Tianhao failed to refine healing pills. Proficiency 1. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully refined healing pills. Proficiency 2. Half an hour later. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have advanced. Current alchemist rank, second tier. Zhang Tianhao exhaled deeply, murmuring, finally, I have leveled up, but it is not enough. Onward. Another half hour passed. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have advanced. Current alchemist rank, third tier. At last, he could begin refining body-strengthening pills. Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the spiritual herbs he possessed were only sufficient for 3 attempts at the body-strengthening pill. Should he fail, his advancement in the divine demon body technique would be thwarted, an outcome he could not allow. That he commenced the process, placing the herbs into the cauldron while silently reciting the incantation for refinement. Ding. Player Zhang Tianhao failed to refine body-strengthening pills. Proficiency 1. Damn it. I failed. Press on. Ding. Player Zhang Tianhao failed to refine body-strengthening pills. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of frustration. 2 failures in a row? What sort of luck was this? Surely, I cannot fail a third time. If that happens, I may as well return whence I came. If I cannot advance in physical cultivation, I cannot ascend the mountain. Which is not a fate I desire. Resolutely, Zhang Tianhao began his third attempt at refining body-strengthening pills. He cautiously placed the final batch of herbs into the cauldron and silently invoked the refinement process. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have successfully refined body-strengthening pills. Proficiency 3. Success. Zhang Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, and with a 3 proficiency boost, it was evident the potency of the body-strengthening pills contributed to his advancement. Opening the cauldron, he discovered 10 body-strengthening pills within, 7 inferior quality and 3 medium quality, with none of superior or exceptional quality. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianhao felt satisfaction. 10 body-strengthening pills were ample to elevate his divine demon body technique to the third layer. Consuming 1 body-strengthening pill, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, causing his flesh and bones to tremble violently. Such formidable strength, he sensed his physique solidifying with each passing minute. Choosing not to consume another, he began his ascent toward the mountain, seeking to utilize its pressure to further strengthen his body. At this moment, The enhancement of his physique rendered his previous struggles significantly easier. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. It was not until he reached 800 steps that Zhang Tianhao began to feel the strain. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered, for he understood that only through this would he genuinely strengthen his body. Moreover, within the mountain, his true energy could not be summoned, as if a mysterious force suppressed his internal cultivation. Upon reaching 900 steps, Zhang Tianhao swallowed the second body-strengthening pill, at last. Upon reaching 1,899 steps, beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he prepared to consume the third body-strengthening pill. The further he progressed, the shorter the intervals between consuming the pills became. 2,999 steps. Zhang Tianhao found himself at the mountain's midpoint, the summit tantalizingly close. As he contemplated whether to consume the fourth body-strengthening pill, a stubborn resolve kept him from yielding to the thought. No, how could I concede so easily? I must push for 3,000 steps before consuming. Zhang Tianhao gritted his teeth, determined. With all his might, Zhang Tianhao took his third step, and an intangible pressure enveloped him from the mountain, causing every cell in his body to ignite with fervor that it felt as if each muscle were writhing with energy. Yet, he persisted, his tenacity refusing to allow him to surrender. Finally, he reached the 3,000th step. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. The Divine Demon Body technique has leveled up. Current level, 2nd layer. Damn, I finally leveled up. A powerful force surged through his body. Zhang Tianhao sensed he could still manage another 1,000 steps without issue. He refrained from consuming more body-strengthening pills, as leveling up to the 2nd layer rendered further consumption unnecessary. At this moment, he could approximately gauge the strength corresponding to each layer of the Divine Demon Body technique. In terms of cultivation power, the 1st layer aligned with the Warrior Realm, while the 2nd layer corresponded to the Master Realm, and the 3rd layer to the Great Master Realm. Having advanced to the 2nd layer of the Divine Demon Body technique was akin to achieving the Master Realm. At 3,500 steps, Zhang Tianhao began to feel the weight of pressure once more. He consumed the 4th body-strengthening pill. By 5,000 steps, he had swallowed the 9th body-strengthening pill. At this juncture, the summit lay within reach, yet the pressure grew increasingly formidable. Zhang Tianhao found himself on the verge of despair, with only 100 steps remaining and the last body-strengthening pill at hand. He questioned whether he could endure until the end. Furrowing his brows, he perceived the pressure multiplying. No, I must endure. Zhang Tianhao's heart roared with determination. After consuming the last body dominance pill, his physical form solidified once more. The pressure he felt began to ease slightly as he ascended step by step. Finally, upon reaching the 99th step, Zhang Tianhao discovered that the weight enveloping his body had suddenly doubled, nearly causing him to collapse. How infuriating! Having come this far, he could not afford to give up. Without the body dominance pill, Zhang Tianhao had to rely solely on his own strength. However, the force of suppression was indeed terrifying. He felt his blood almost congeal under its pressure. How despicable! You wish to make me yield. That is utterly impossible. Zhang Tianhao's stubbornness surged once more. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. Your God Demon Body Dominance technique has leveled up to the 3rd layer. After the breakthrough of his technique, Zhang Tianhao felt an immense relief, as if the shackles binding him had suddenly vanished. Upon taking the final step, he arrived at the summit of the mountain. The previous oppressive force had completely dissipated. However, after growing accustomed to that overwhelming power, its sudden absence left Zhang Tianhao feeling somewhat disoriented. Is this truly the peak of the Qi Mountain? Zhang Tianhao surveyed his surroundings. It was a barren flatland stretching 300 meters, devoid of anything except for 4 monstrous statues. What a disappointment. Wasn't there supposed to be starstone here? He was fuming. All that awaited him were these 4 statues. It felt as though he was being mocked by the universe. Zhang Tianhao's gaze lingered on the 4 stone carvings of beasts, wondering who had the audacity to place them here. Yet, he had to admit, the craftsmanship was astonishing, as the statues seemed almost lifelike, indistinguishable as to whether they resembled bulls or sheep. Approaching one of the statues, Zhang Tianhao gently touched the beast's head. Suddenly, one of the beast's eyes emitted a radiant glow. In that moment, the colossal form of the creature stirred. Creak, creak. The sound it made was excruciatingly jarring. Zhang Tianhao chuckled awkwardly. I merely touched it. This cannot be real. The stone began to shed its rocky exterior, revealing a monstrous creature before Zhang Tianhao, its blood-red eyes glaring ferociously. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. Oh no, please tell me you are not alive. He swallowed hard as the beast let out a deafening roar and lunged at him without further ado. The speed of the creature was astonishing. Fortunately, Zhang Tianhao was no slouch either and managed to evade its initial strike. After missing its pounce, the beast charged at him again. "Oh, you think I'm easy to bully?" Zhang Tianhao's temper flared. Rohan fist. Without flinching, he delivered a powerful punch. The blow landed squarely on the beast's body, sending it flying. However, it seemed that the punch did not inflict significant damage. It merely rolled on the ground before launching itself at Zhang Tianhao once more. Its gaping maw aimed at him. Zhang Tianhao's expression grew solemn as he engaged in a fierce battle. With every assault, he met the beast with a flurry of punches, each strike resonating with impact. He observed keenly. Although his Rohan fist appeared ineffective, the beast would howl in pain with each hit, clearly indicating that his attacks were not without effect. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing Rohan fist. Triggering a critical hit, the enhanced force of his Rohan fist sent the beast hurtling away. With a startled look in its eyes, the beast seemed momentarily dazed. "Come on, beast, let's see who is stronger. You or I?" Drawing forth the snow-drinking mad blade. Zhang Tianhao noticed a flicker of fear in the beast's eyes. Was it afraid of his blade? A mischievous thought crossed his mind as he stepped forward, swinging the blade towards the creature. Though it was frightened, the beast, driven by ferocity, lunged at him. With a mighty slash, Zhang Tianhao's blade struck the beast, encasing it in a layer of frost that severely hampered its movements. With renewed vigor, Zhang Tianhao shouted, chilling glance of the 6 cold techniques. His blade descended with tremendous force, rending the creature and weakening it significantly. Seizing the moment, he dashed beside the beast and delivered another lethal strike. The creature's massive head was severed and fell to the ground. Zhang Tianhao panted heavily, fatigue setting in. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the fire beast, earning 20,000 experience points and 2,000 chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining Starstone. Zhang Tianhao was ecstatic. Starstone was indeed within the fire beast. What a treasure to uncover. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, he was suddenly startled to see the other 3 fire beasts stirring simultaneously. What the? Weren't they supposed to awaken one at a time? Zhang Tianhao was on the verge of cursing. The 3 beasts seemed even more formidable than the first. Had the first been a mere practice dummy? Their predatory gazes fixated on Zhang Tianhao, as if he were their prey. What are you staring at, you beasts? This is quite rude. Seemingly provoked by his arrogance, the 3 fire beasts charged at him in unison, their speed as blinding as lightning. Get away from me. Zhang Tianhao swung the snow-drinking mad blade, striking one of the beasts and forcing it back. However, the other 2 beasts were quick to close in, launching a brutal assault that sent him crashing to the ground, nearly breaking apart. Zhang Tianhao coughed up a mouthful of blood. There was no choice. He had to activate his bloodline to stand a chance against them. Activating the ancient war god Xing Tian's bloodline, a terrifying primal aura erupted from him, a colossal axe appearing in his grasp. Whirlwind slash. A massive axe shadow locked onto one of the fire beasts. Its power reminiscent of the creation of the world itself, causing the very air to tremble. With a thunderous crash, the axe cleaved the fire beast in half. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating the fire beast, earning 30,000 experience points and 300 chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining Starstone. The power of the bloodline was exhilarating. Zhang Tianhao charged towards the remaining 2 beasts, whirlwind slash, with 2 fierce strikes. He obliterated their attacks, sending their massive forms crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhang Tianhao pursued relentlessly, delivering 2 decisive blows that severed their heads. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the fire beast, earning 30,000 experience points and 3,000 chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the fire beast, earning 30,000 experience points and 3,000 chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining Starstone 3. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining Fire Beast Bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a fragment of a divine artifact 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining 3 cores of the Fire Beast. Once the system notifications concluded, Zhang Tianhao was thoroughly satisfied. However, he pondered the nature of the Fire Beast bloodline. Could it truly be absorbed? Player Zhang Tianhao, do you wish to absorb the Fire Beast bloodline? Absorb. Ding. Player Zhang Tianhao, fusion of divine powers failed. Bloodline awakening degree 1. Currently at 11, the prospect of further fusion was intriguing, though he lamented the failure. Nevertheless, an 11 bloodline awakening was still commendable, with a resounding crash. The earth shook as a magnificent palace materialized on a distant mountaintop. This is the hall of the heavenly sect. Zhang Tianhao murmured in awe. Hundreds of formidable figures surged forth from all directions, akin to fish drawn to the scent of blood. Ha ha ha. This time, I, Li Haofeng, shall acquire the treasures of the heavenly sect sanctuary, thus enabling me to become an unparalleled powerhouse. I have awaited this moment at the heavenly sect sanctuary for far too long. A young man clad in white stood atop a mountain, his expression enigmatic. He was Wang Shijun. Soon after, another youth in gray appeared, gazing up at the heavenly sect sanctuary. Hundreds of young warriors lunged toward the sanctuary. While outside, countless martial artists awaited the sanctuary's opening in hushed anticipation. But it is essential to note that the heavenly sect sanctuary opens only once every century. To be present at such an opportune moment is indeed a tremendous fortune, as the chance to enter the sanctuary occurs but once every 100 years. Having experienced a significant enhancement in physical cultivation, Zhang Tianhao faced some challenges from the blood fish upon his return to the Blood River. Yet crossing over was not overly arduous. Once he departed the Blood River, he hastened toward the heavenly sect sanctuary. Upon his arrival, he encountered Yi Qingru and several disciples from the Zhang family. Causing him to frown slightly, he had instructed them not to venture out carelessly in the secret realm, fearing that the major clans might seize the opportunity to strike. Yet, he quickly dismissed his concern. Such a splendid opportunity was not one to be squandered, for fortune favors the bold. Tianhao, Yi Qingru, and the others noticed Zhang Tianhao, and the Zhang family disciples displayed joy upon seeing him. At that moment, he had undeniably become the true pillar of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianhao approached Yi Qingru with a gentle smile, expressing relief at her safety. Tianhao, thank you that if it weren't for you, I would have been in quite a predicament in the Blood River. Yi Qingru sincerely acknowledged. Zhang Tianhao shook his head with a smile, though his gaze turned towards several other Zhang family disciples. Yi Qingru seemed to sense his discontent, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Tianhao, I apologize for not heeding your advice. Zhang Haiqing interjected. Tianhao, please do not blame Qingru. It was our own strong desire to come. After all, such an opportunity is rare, and we cannot afford to miss it. Zhang Tianhao nodded. I understand, and thus I do not hold it against you. However, once inside the sanctuary, you must exercise caution. The Wang and Li families will seize any opportunity to strike against us. Therefore, should you encounter them, avoid confrontation. Yi Qingru and Zhang Haiqing nodded in agreement, aware that while being with Zhang Tianhao was relatively safe, it could also become a hindrance to him, potentially affecting his performance. Zhang Tianhao seemed to discern their thoughts and reassured Yi Qingru, it is not my intention to part ways with you. Rather, I have something essential that I must strive to obtain. The celestial falling crystal is the final treasure required for the system's upgrade. If there is a place where it is most likely to appear, it is undoubtedly the heavenly sect sanctuary. If I enter alongside the Zhang family team, by the time we locate the treasure, it may well be too late. Without the celestial falling crystal, Zhang Tianhao cannot complete his mission, and without accomplishing that, he cannot upgrade. Something he cannot afford to relinquish. Li Haofeng and his companions had long since arrived. However, at this moment, as the heavenly sect sanctuary opened, the Li family had no intention of attacking them. Clearly, they were aware of the significance of the sanctuary's opening and did not wish to complicate matters. The ancient bronze doors of the heavenly sect sanctuary creaked open, and all present felt a primal and ancient aura emanating. Enter. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement, surging into the sanctuary like a tidal wave. Welcome to the heavenly sect sanctuary, a resounding voice echoed. A figure floated in the air, exuding a faint pressure that subdued the voices of the martial artists below. Who are you? One martial artist finally dared to inquire. I am the guardian spirit of this place. Over the centuries, I have witnessed countless martial artists come and go. You are merely one of many. How do we obtain the treasures here? Another martial artist asked. Do you see the 8 doors? The guardian spirit replied. You may choose one to enter, and by passing the trials within, you may access the treasure vault. However, the first to arrive shall be the first to gain. The speed at which you pass the trials will determine your rewards, the guardian spirit continued. Zhang Tianhao observed the 8 grand doors before him, each inscribed with the phrases life and death, uncertainty, and 6 paths of reincarnation. Each word corresponded to a specific door, leaving him to ponder whether these phrases held any particular significance. Finally, a martial artist posed the question Zhang Tianhao had been contemplating. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, what distinguishes these 8 doors? There is little difference. At most, the trials within may vary in intensity, depending on your fortune, the guardian spirit responded. With a focused gaze, the guardian spirit declared, enough talk. It is time for the trials. The rest will become clear once you enter. As the guardian spirit's words faded, the 8 iron doors swung open. Zhang Tianhao, I shall bring about your doom. Li Haofeng cast a cold glance at Zhang Tianhao. Unperturbed, Zhang Tianhao replied, I await your attempt. Humph, follow me. Li Haofeng led the Li family members as they rushed through the door of life. Other martial artists opted for different doors, wary of choosing the same path as Li Haofeng. Yi Qingru approached Zhang Tianhao and inquired, Tianhao, which door do you intend to choose? Zhang Tianhao, indifferent to the choice, replied, I shall select the door without a name. Yi Qingru smiled. Very well. Then we shall accompany you. The remaining Zhang family disciples shared Yi Qingru's sentiment and followed Zhang Tianhao into the unnamed door. As all the martial artists entered the 8 doors, several figures emerged from the distance. Leading them was Wang Shijun, the unparalleled genius of the Wang family. Upon surveying the 8 doors, he scoffed and turned to head in another direction. After Wang Shijun departed with his entourage, the guardian spirit reappeared. His expression peculiar as he muttered, why would he go that way? Could it be realizing the implications? The guardian spirit's countenance shifted. Yet, as a guardian spirit, he could not interfere with the martial artist's actions. His role was solely to maintain balance within this realm. Sighing softly, the guardian spirit vanished once more. After Zhang Tianhao entered the unnamed door, the Zhang family warriors who followed him also disappeared. Evidently transported to another location, it seemed that entering the same door did not guarantee passing the trials together, but a puppet charged at him. Another puppet? Level 7 Martial Master? One punch shattered it. Level 8 Martial Master? Another punch obliterated it. Finally, for level 9 Martial Masters appeared. However, after the enhancement to his physical cultivation, Zhang Tianhao's combat prowess had ascended to an exalted level, far surpassing a level 9 Martial Master's strength. Next, 2 level 1 Grand Martial Master puppets emerged. This battle was monumental. The 2 level 1 Grand Martial Master puppets proved formidable. Without utilizing his ultimate techniques or bloodline abilities, Zhang Tianhao found it challenging to defeat them. The standoff lasted until he noticed their attack power waning, prompting a smile as he recognized the moment had arrived. Frosty glance of the 6 cold techniques. A chilling blade aura surged forth, shattering the 2 puppets into fragments. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for defeating a level 1 Grand Martial Master puppet. Experience points. 10,000. True Chi. 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for defeating another level 1 Grand Martial Master puppet. Experience points. 10,000. True Chi. 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining a martial technique pill 4. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for upgrading your puppet mastery. Current level, 2nd tier. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining a True Chi pill, using 3 martial technique pills. Zhang Tianhao cultivated the first layer of the Frosty 6 techniques to its peak. Indeed, a notification tone rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for comprehending the 2nd layer of the Frosty 6 techniques. Ice ceiling, 3 feet. Excellent. Zhang Tianhao felt elated. Although using the system to comprehend martial techniques faced minimal barriers, achieving proficiency often required countless repetitions. Advancing was not an easy feat, and the first move of the Frosty 6 techniques did not possess great power. Its true might would only manifest in subsequent techniques. Zhang Tianhao utilized his last martial technique pill to elevate ice ceiling 3 feet to a small accomplishment. He then reviewed his attributes. Martial technique, Frosty 6 techniques. 2nd layer, ice ceiling 3 feet level, small accomplishment description. The 2nd technique, ice ceiling 3 feet, freezes blade energy, extending 3 feet, capable of ensnaring foes, while potentially ensnaring the wielder. It can inflict freezing damage with a 20 chance of causing paralysis damage. Wonderful. Though the probability of inflicting attribute damage appears modest, it is essential to note that this is merely the 2nd technique of the Frosty 6 techniques, and its overall power is substantial. Suddenly, magical beasts materialized. Zhang Tianhao wasted no time, launching into action before the beasts could strike. With a swift and decisive strike, the icy blade descended, instantly trapping 4 magical beasts in a frozen grip. Zhang Tianhao, not waiting for their escape, surged forward with the speed of an arrow, delivering another powerful blow that swiftly dispatched the creatures. The technique, Ice Seal, could unleash its full potential when employed unexpectedly. Though its sole drawback was the considerable consumption of vital energy, 800 units per strike, in stark contrast to the 50 required for each move of the Arhut fist, which relied primarily on physical strength. Consequently, Zhang Tianhao wielded the Arhut fist with great ease and vigor. Without pause, he charged ahead at lightning speed, acutely aware of the urgency. His greatest rival, Li Haofeng, was close behind. Any delay could spell disaster, leaving him with little more than a sip of soup to savor. Ahead, a multitude of magical beasts emerged, most of which were at the 9th level of warrior mastery. Save time. Zhang Tianhao summoned Xiaolong, who perched proudly on his shoulder, roaring defiantly at the beasts. An ancient and formidable creature, Xiaolong emanated an aura that struck fear into the hearts of the surrounding beasts, causing them to tremble in terror. Seeing the beasts momentarily stunned, Zhang Tianhao seized the opportunity with elation. Although he could have easily dispatched them, the sheer number would have demanded considerable effort. With Xiaolong's intimidation, the task became significantly easier. Perish, he commanded, as he unleashed a flurry of icy strikes. The chilling blade energy surged through the narrow corridor, and the enchanted beasts, still reeling from Xiaolong's presence, offered no resistance. One by one, they fell, their heads severed. The system's notification chimes incessantly echoed in Zhang Tianhao's ears, yet he had no time to ponder their significance and dashed forward. He sensed that he was nearing the entrance to the treasure vault. Indeed, at the end of the corridor stood a colossal bronze door. Overjoyed, he summoned all his strength and struck fiercely against it. With a resounding crash, the door splintered open. In that instant, Zhang Tianhao rushed into the vault, which was vast and filled with magical artifacts. He began to frantically gather pills, treasures, and spiritual herbs along his path. Stop! Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from behind. Turning swiftly, Zhang Tianhao saw Li Haofeng approaching rapidly, spear in hand, his eyes blazing with ferocity and jealousy. Despite exerting himself to the utmost, he had still been outpaced by Zhang Tianhao, whom he believed had merely chosen the easier route. Li Haofeng refused to accept the notion of being inferior to Zhang Tianhao, concocting excuses to bolster his pride. Soon, other warriors arrived at the scene, joining the fray to plunder the treasures. However, Zhang Tianhao had already claimed the best items, leaving little for the others. He lunged toward the table at the front, where the finest treasures were likely to be found. Stop! Frustration surged within Li Haofeng as he witnessed Zhang Tianhao seize the majority of the treasures. He was determined not to let Zhang Tianhao claim the finest artifact. With his spear, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, attempting to ensnare Zhang Tianhao within a deadly tempest of strikes. Begone! Zhang Tianhao countered with a powerful Arhut fist strike, colliding with Li Haofeng's spear tip, and both warriors were forced back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tianhao approached the table, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The table was enveloped in a layer of azure light, a barrier. What? A barrier? He exclaimed in disbelief. Break! Zhang Tianhao brandished the snow-drink blade and struck decisively. The blow impacted the barrier but did little to weaken it. Yet, the blade energy resonated with the treasures within, causing them to radiate a brilliant glow. The assembled warriors halted in their tracks, eyes greedy and fixated on the treasures within the barrier. What is that? Someone gasped. Could it be the celestial falling crystal? The mention of this legendary artifact sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. The celestial falling crystal was said to bestow unparalleled power upon its wielder, though such claims had yet to be substantiated. Nevertheless, the allure of the crystal was undeniable. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of desire to claim it for himself. Yet, he understood that with so many warriors present, seizing the celestial falling crystal before them would be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he suppressed his greed and observed the situation carefully, resolving to acquire the crystal at all costs. Kill! Li Haofeng was the first to act, thrusting his spear at the barrier. The impact sent ripples through the barrier, yet it remained intact. Zhang Tianhao noted the energy within the barrier waning. Though Li Haofeng's strike had not breached it, he had certainly diminished its power. Get back! Zhang Tianhao also struck at the barrier with all his might. The collision produced a thunderous explosion, yet it too failed to shatter the bluish shield. However, the barrier had thinned considerably, appearing on the brink of collapse. This treasure is mine! Zhang Tianhao roared, leaping forward to grasp the treasures within. Not so fast! Li Haofeng bellowed enraged. A flurry of deadly spear thrusts enveloped Zhang Tianhao, intent on impaling him. The lethal strikes filled Zhang Tianhao with an acute sense of danger, forcing him to abandon his attempt and evade. Damn it! Such a golden opportunity slipping away. He fumed inwardly. Naturally, Li Haofeng's ambition to claim the crystal faced opposition not only from Zhang Tianhao, but also from the other warriors present. The celestial falling crystal belongs to me alone. All of you, stand aside. Li Haofeng, frustrated by repeated interruptions, unleashed a sweeping strike of his spear, releasing a tempest of destructive force that sent several warriors flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Die, he roared, executing another flurry of strikes that claimed the lives of 3 ninth-level warriors. Their blood staining the ground, I will see who dares to obstruct me. Li Haofeng's aura was overwhelming, a veritable harbinger of death. In an instant, hundreds of warriors found themselves cowed by his fierce presence. Even Zhang Tianhao had to concede that Li Haofeng was a terrifying adversary at this moment. With the other warriors momentarily intimidated, Li Haofeng sneered and lunged once more towards the barrier concealing the celestial falling crystal. "You're still too early to claim the celestial falling crystal," Zhang Tianhao interjected with a powerful slash. The chilling strike cleaved through the air, evoking a frigid gust that dramatically lowered the temperature. "Get out of my way," Li Haofeng seethed, retaliating with a spear thrust. The clash of blade and spear reverberated through the air, each combatant exchanging a torrent of strikes in a matter of breaths. Despite Zhang Tianhao's enhanced physical prowess, he found himself gradually overwhelmed by Li Haofeng's superior strength. Is it futile? Zhang Tianhao's heart sank as he realized that if this continued, the celestial falling crystal would elude him. He could not allow such a treasure to slip away. Without it, his path to advancement would be irrevocably severed. 3 Soul-cutting spears. The crimson spear energy surged forth, accompanied by a wailing crescendo, driving Zhang Tianhao back several steps. "The celestial falling crystal is mine," Li Haofeng reveled in his triumph, laughter echoing in the chamber. "Impossible!" Zhang Tianhao let out a furious roar, channeling his true energy into the snow-drink-mad blade in his hand. He leaped into the air, swinging the long knife down towards Li Haofeng. The icy blade descended like a storm, enveloping Li Haofeng. Overestimating his own strength, Li Haofeng scoffed disdainfully, thrusting his spear forward. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for unleashing the proud Cold 6 techniques. Triggering the ice sealing attribute. In an instant, Li Haofeng felt an extreme chill surge into his body, freezing his internal organs completely. Chapter 124. The most dangerous strike, get lost. With another furious slash, Zhang Tianhao sent Li Haofeng flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao eagerly reached for the boundaried AT that moment. Li Haofeng had struggled to expel all the cold energy from his body, upon seeing Zhang Tianhao heading straight for the celestial meteor crystal within the barrier. His expression changed drastically. "No, leave that for me." Zhang Tianhao could not afford to let this chance slip away. Thus, he bellowed, "Little Dragon." At this point, Zhang Tianhao had no concern for whether revealing Little Dragon would compromise his strategy. The trump card was meant to be used at critical moments, and this was undoubtedly one of those moments. Boom! Little Dragon appeared behind Zhang Tianhao, unleashing a plume of black flames towards Li Haofeng. Dragon Flame Strike. What? Li Haofeng was momentarily taken aback, yet that black flame emanated an aura of extreme danger. His spear, initially aimed at Zhang Tianhao, redirected towards the flames. Boom! Li Haofeng staggered, pushing the flames away. Taking advantage of the brief moment Little Dragon had created, Zhang Tianhao plunged his hand into the barrier, grasping the fist-sized celestial meteor crystal. He had no time to examine it closely before hastily storing it within the system space. Seeing Zhang Tianhao snatch the celestial meteor crystal right before his eyes, Li Haofeng's expression turned furious. He activated the bloodline within his body. Infernal Gun. This strike from Li Haofeng was terrifying, far exceeding 3 times his previous strength. The spear radiated a dazzling, malevolent light. Nearby warriors were instantly blown away by the explosive force. This strike, imbued with unstoppable power, aimed directly at Zhang Tianhao. Before the spear arrived, a chilling killing intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao, sending shivers down his spine. In that moment, activating his bloodline was no longer an option. Bloodline activation. Boom! The strength of Zhang Tianhao's attributes surged immensely. Whirlwind Slash. He swung his axe outward. The clash of this axe with Li Haofeng's spear was fierce. Boom! Unfortunately, Li Haofeng's strike was a charged attack, and his bloodline awakening far surpassed Zhang Tianhao's. Moreover, Zhang Tianhao was merely hastily defending, only managing to exert the power of 3 layers of Whirlwind Slash. As a result, he could not completely withstand Li Haofeng's strike. Boom! Li Haofeng's spear shattered Zhang Tianhao's axe, driving straight through and piercing into Zhang Tianhao's body. Zhang Tianhao grunted, staggering backwards several steps, his expression waning. A bloody hole newly formed in his shoulder. Had it not been for Zhang Tianhao's previous strike weakening Li Haofeng's power, this blow would have been fatal. Die! Li Haofeng charged again with his spear, its might overwhelming, bearing an unstoppable force. Get away! The Whirlwind Slash surged forth once more. If previously Zhang Tianhao's ancient Xingtian bloodline could only activate for a minute due to physical limitations, risking collapse. Now, after cultivating the divine demon overlord body technique, he could sustain it for 5 minutes. This granted Zhang Tianhao ample time to unleash the power of his bloodline. Once again, he executed the whirlwind slash. But this time, having built up energy, he unleashed the full power of 10 layers. What? In midair, as Li Haofeng thrust his spear with great speed, he sensed the overwhelming power of Zhang Tianhao's strike, and his face changed. This thrust gained an additional third of its power, and no matter what, you must leave me the celestial meteor crystal. Li Haofeng was driven mad. The spear in his hand flared with light, exuding terrifying might, as if it would pierce through the very fabric of reality before him. Really? Zhang Tianhao sneered coldly. The axe and spear collided fiercely in the void, the resulting shockwave causing the air to groan and tremble. The power exceeding 3 times before sent Li Haofeng staggering back several steps. What? Having obtained the celestial meteor crystal, Zhang Tianhao sought to escape, racing towards the exit. After all, once the 3-minute limit expired, the after-effects of activating his bloodline would become apparent at that point. His strength would significantly diminish, and escape would be nearly impossible, especially with Li Haofeng blocking his path. Yet, Zhang Tianhao's desire to flee was met with resistance from the various disciples of the families, who would not allow him to leave so easily. The celestial meteor crystal represented mysterious power, and it was said that whoever possessed it could become a formidable force at this moment. Those warriors naturally would not be willing to watch the opportunity to become strong slip away right before their eyes. The encirclement of hundreds of powerful warriors made even Zhang Tianhao feel the pressure. Furthermore, with so many warriors attacking, it became increasingly precarious. Die. Whirlwind slash. Zhang Tianhao was now in a frenzy. The whirlwind slash swept out with unparalleled might, sending all warriors within a 2.5-meter radius flying. Those nearest were even crushed to pieces. Ding! The system's prompt echoed incessantly. But at this moment, Zhang Tianhao had no time to heed it as long as he reached that door ahead. He would be free as a bird. Little dragon, charge out. Zhang Tianhao commanded. He unleashed the Xingtian bloodline to its limit, embodying the fierce spirit of a killer, unstoppable, whether against gods or men. Yet, under the relentless assault of hundreds of warriors, he bore wounds all over. Little Dragon continued to unleash flames, incinerating any warrior touched by the fire, alleviating some of Zhang Tianhao's burden. Amidst the frenzied onslaught, Zhang Tianhao felt his true energy gradually depleting. They cannot let him escape, that we must take the celestial meteor crystal. The surrounding warriors were now blinded by bloodlust, attacking Zhang Tianhao with reckless abandon. He was merely a dozen meters from the gate, yet that distance felt insurmountable. Fiery Golden Battle Lion. Zhang Tianhao summoned the fiery Golden Battle Lion, though it was only of the 9th tier. It was ferocious beyond measure. With it clearing a path, Zhang Tianhao and Little Dragon advanced within 10 meters of the gate. Kill. They cannot let him escape. The warriors, mad with rage, surrounded Zhang Tianhao. Damn it. As the 3 minutes passed, Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of extreme fatigue wash over him. His attacks grew feeble, and the change in him did not go unnoticed by the surrounding warriors. The warriors erupted in joy, shouting, "Everyone, attack! He is nearly finished." Limitless Fury release. Although Zhang Tianhao was aware that using Limitless Fury at this moment would lead to severe repercussions, he could not afford to hesitate under such peril. Instantly amplifying his power fourfold, Zhang Tianhao swung the Snow Drink Mad Blade, ice ceiling for 3 feet. Instantly, all warriors within a 3-meter radius were frozen into ice sculptures. Zhang Tianhao no longer hesitated. Darting towards the exit, just as he was about to burst through the door, a cold, ruthless voice rang out. "Zhang Tianhao, do you think you can escape?" An aura of extreme danger locked onto Zhang Tianhao's entire being. Chapter 125. Seizing control in that moment, Zhang Tianhao felt a terrifying spear light locking onto him, rendering him unable to evade. No. A sense of despair washed over him. Was he truly destined to die here? He was unwilling, for he had yet to reach the pinnacle of martial arts or fulfill his promise to Ziqian. There was still so much left to accomplish. How could he simply perish? At this critical juncture, a shadow flickered into existence beside Li Haofeng. It was the mysterious little black cat, one Zhang Tianhao was all too familiar with, after assisting him in claiming treasures in the ruins. It had vanished without a trace, only to reappear now. The little black cat meowed, swiping its paw at Li Haofeng. At that moment, Li Haofeng was entirely focused on delivering a devastating blow to Zhang Tianhao. He had been lying in wait, allowing Zhang Tianhao to lower his guard. In his most relaxed moment, he intended to strike. But just then, the little black cat's paw came crashing down, catching him off guard. Boom! The paw landed heavily on Li Haofeng's head, stunning him momentarily. The formidable spear strike dissipated in an instant. Damn it! Li Haofeng was humiliated by a mere creature, and the frustration nearly drove him to madness. As he retaliated against the creature, the little black cat meowed once more, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, when Li Haofeng turned to find Zhang Tianhao, he had already disappeared. Damn it! You can't escape! Li Haofeng roared, employing his speed to chase after the direction in which Zhang Tianhao had fled at the same time. In another secret chamber of the Tianzong Sacred Hall, Wang Shijun stood before a humanoid statue. His expression one of deep reverence. The statue, cast in bronze and bearing a fearsome visage, emanated an eerie and sinister aura, especially those blood-red eyes, radiating a chilling coldness. Predecessor, if I can obtain your legacy, I will surely avenge you and spread the fearsome name of the Dark Demon Sovereign throughout the continent, Wang Shijun respectfully declared. Little one, although your talent is mediocre, your heart is commendable. Very well. This demon lord can pass on the legacy to you, intoned the statue in a chilling voice. Thank you, esteemed elder, Wang Shijun exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling and bowing 3 times in reverence. However, he remained oblivious to the strange glint in the statue's eyes. Let your consciousness be unsealed. I shall bestow my legacy upon you that I hope you will inherit my mantle well, the statue continued. Without a shred of doubt, Wang Shijun obediently opened his mind that a beam of white light erupted from the statue, piercing toward Wang Shijun's third eye, swiftly merging into his brain. Master Demon Lord, this is not a legacy you are giving me. What is your intent? Wang Shijun's complexion twisted in agony as a terrifying force suddenly seized his consciousness. Sensing something amiss, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and questioned, Ha! With your mediocre talents, do you believe you deserve my legacy? The vengeance of this demon lord will be avenged by my own hand. Without your assistance, although your aptitude is lacking, I can make do with you for now. Eventually, I shall reshape myself and return to my former glory, the chilling voice echoed within Wang Shijun's consciousness. Seizing the body, a dreadful term abruptly invaded Wang Shijun's mind. You are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, it is seizing the body. Surrender your physical form willingly, and you may suffer less anguish, the demon lord's voice intoned with an air of confidence. No, I refuse to yield. You despicable demon lord, I will not let you succeed. This body is mine. No one can take it from me, not even you. Oh, I did not expect your mediocre talent to possess such a strong will. But it is of no consequence. The power of my soul far surpasses yours. Let us see how long you can endure. Zhang Tianhao was unaware of how long he had been running, only that he continued to flee until he exited the underground palace. He then entered a realm of darkness, and shortly after, he lost all consciousness. After an indeterminate time, Zhang Tianhao awoke, his forehead throbbing painfully. Shaking his head, he struggled to sit up, but was met with an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Evidently, the after-effects of activating his bloodline had commenced. Hey, brother-in-law, you're awake, a melodious voice chimed. Zhang Tianhao blinked in surprise, realizing he was in a cave with a young girl beside him. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, dressed in pure white, her skin as flawless as jade, seemingly capable of yielding water. Her features were exquisitely defined, and her spirited eyes sparkled with mischief. You saved me? Zhang Tianhao asked, perplexed that of course, it was me. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. That I sensed many were searching for you. The little girl giggled. By the way, brother-in-law, how did you get beaten up so badly? My sister mentioned how formidable you are. Is she deceiving me? The girl tilted her head, her onyx eyes twinkling as she scrutinized him. Zhang Tianhao frowned and inquired, who exactly are you, and why do you call me brother-in-law? He genuinely could not recognize the girl, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Brother-in-law, are you contemplating infidelity? How could you not recognize me? That is simply atrocious. I shall inform my sister that you are bullying me. The girl puffed up in indignation. Witnessing her adorable frustration, Zhang Tianhao could not help but smile, though he found her serious demeanor oddly compelling. Who was this girl, and why did she insist on calling him brother-in-law? As he scrutinized her closely, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and her features began to align with the shadow haunting his thoughts. Ah, you are Murong Xiener, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed in astonishment. Yay, brother-in-law, you finally recognized me. Well then, I shall be magnanimous and not hold a grudge, Murong Sienna replied with a beaming smile. Zhang Tianhao was both shocked and elated. Realizing that the one who had saved him was Murong Ziqian's younger sister, Murong Sienna. She was a year younger than Ziqian. Now 14, in his youth, he often visited the palace to play with Ziqian. And at that time, Sienna was merely a little shadow following them. After the upheaval in Zhang Tianhao's life, he had not returned to the palace, and now, unexpectedly, Sienna had grown up so much. Sienna, this place is so perilous. How could your father allow you to come here? Zhang Tianhao asked, astonished. It was my request that I heard the secret realm is fascinating, and since my sister returned to her sect, I took her place. Murong Sienna explained cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally understood. He had not seen any royal family members enter the secret realm, and it was a surprise to encounter Murong Sienna here. Sienna, where did your royal family go? Why have I not seen anyone from your family since entering the secret realm? He queried with curiosity. Brother-in-law, that is a secret. You mustn't tell outsiders. Murong Sienna giggled. Zhang Tianhao huffed. You call me brother-in-law. Yet I am still considered an outsider. Do you not acknowledge me as your brother-in-law? Zhang Tianhao's words rendered Murong Sienna speechless. All right, brother-in-law is indeed not an outsider, I shall tell you, she conceded, her head drooping in defeat. It turned out the royal family of the Waxy Kingdom possessed a remarkably unique bloodline passed down through generations, known as the Phoenix Body. Every few generations, a member of the royal family would awaken this power. And in this generation, only Murong Sienna had in the Misty Sea secret realm. There was a phoenix blood crystal that could enhance the awakening of the Phoenix Body. This time, the royal family had ventured to the Phoenix Mountain within the Misty Sea secret realm to assist Murong Sienna in seeking the Phoenix blood crystal. Have you found the Phoenix blood crystal? Zhang Tianhao asked, his concern evident. Of course, since the Phoenix blood crystal is primarily useful to those with the Phoenix Body, the competition was not fierce. I found it yesterday. Murong Sienna beamed. Congratulations, Sienna. Having awakened the Phoenix bloodline, you will certainly become formidable in the future. Zhang Tianhao felt a sense of pride for her. Indeed, if anyone dares to bully my brother-in-law, I will protect you. Murong Sienna declared earnestly. Then I shall rely on you for protection in the future, Zhang Tianhao responded, slightly moved. Absolutely. I shall defend you fiercely, she affirmed, shaking her tiny fist in a show of confidence. By the way, Sienna, how long have I been unconscious? I feel rather famished. Zhang Tianhao sheepishly asked, brother-in-law. You have been asleep for 3 days. Of course, you would be hungry. All right, brother-in-law, do not speak much. I will go find you something to eat. You should focus on healing, Murong Sienna instructed, behaving like a little adult. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. After Murong Sienna left the cave, he took a recovery pill, and gradually his wounds began to heal, the blood from his forehead starting to replenish. From her account, he learned that the major families had each encountered their own fortunes and gains. Suddenly, he recalled that during the Tianzong Temple incident, he had only seen Li Haofeng and a few members of small families. But Wang Shijun had not appeared. Had Wang Shijun been present, Zhang Tianhao knew it would not have been so easy for him to obtain the falling star crystal. Where had Wang Shijun gone? An inexplicable sense of unease settled in Zhang Tianhao's heart. He surmised that aside from the royal family searching for the Phoenix blood crystal in the Phoenix Mountain of the Misty Sea secret realm, the Wang family could not have been unaware of the Tianzong Temple's opening. Yet, in the end, the Wang family members did not show up, presumably having gone to other, more enticing locations. What could those places be? Unable to comprehend, Zhang Tianhao dismissed the thought. Little dragon, are you still there? He called out. Boss, I'm here. Little Dragon's voice sounded weak, clearly exhausted from the battle at the Tianzong Temple. How are you? Are you all right? Zhang Tianhao asked with concern. Boss, Little Dragon is fine, just greatly drained. I need to rest for a while, so I may not be able to assist you in the coming days, Little Dragon replied. Take care of yourself, Little Dragon. Rest well. Zhang Tianhao felt a pang of guilt. He understood that while Little Dragon claimed to be fine, based on his knowledge of Little Dragon, he likely suffered considerable injuries. Otherwise, Little Dragon would not have mentioned needing rest. By the way, boss, our successful escape this time was largely thanks to that dead cat. I believe I saw it block Li Haofeng's final strike against you. Otherwise, you might not have escaped so easily, Little Dragon mentioned. I understand. Boss, I will now go into slumber. However, should you encounter danger, you can awaken me, Little Dragon added. Understood, Zhang Tianhao replied. After Little Dragon fell asleep, Zhang Tianhao retrieved the falling star crystal from the system space. A fist-sized purple crystal appeared in his hand, radiating a dazzling violet light. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. For completing the system upgrade task, the system's generous rewards package has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Ding, the system is commencing an upgrade, during which players will be unable to receive system rewards for defeating monsters. This upgrade is expected to last 7 days, and we appreciate your understanding regarding any inconvenience this may cause. As the system's voice faded, the celestial crystal in Zhang Tianhao's hand mysteriously vanished. 7 days for an upgrade. Really? He sighed. Fine, 7 days it is. It's not an eternity. He shook his head, just as he intended to access the system to check the rewards. He discovered that the system was no longer accessible. In other words, he could not open the rewards package. Seriously, is it going to kill you to upgrade a little later? Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Oh well, the package will still be mine after the upgrade. At that moment, Morong Siener entered the room like a cheerful lark, bouncing in with delight. Brother-in-law, look what delicious treat I've brought for you. Zhang Tianhao's curiosity piqued as he watched her skip in, wondering what delightful food she had discovered. Brother-in-law, look. Morong Siener extended her delicate white hand, beaming at Zhang Tianhao. In her palm rested 3 fruits the size of lychees. Siener, is this what you found after being out for so long? He questioned. Yes, I've been eating this every day in the secret realm. It's really delicious, brother-in-law. Morong Siener replied with a smile. Cough, cough. This isn't enough to satisfy me. So I guess I'll fend for myself, Zhang Tianhao remarked, stepping outside. Brother-in-law, are you really not going to eat? It's so good. Morong Siener looked puzzled. Eat what? If I were to live on just those few fruits, I'd probably starve before someone could even defeat me. Zhang Tianhao chuckled bitterly. After wandering outside for a bit and finding no danger, he casually caught a few prey, a couple of mountain chickens, and a rabbit. Upon entering the cave, Morong Siener had already built a fire, sitting beside it lost in thought. Seeing Zhang Tianhao, she joyfully approached him, asking, Brother-in-law, you're back? Yes, I've brought you roasted meat. I guarantee you'll want more. Zhang Tianhao replied with satisfaction. Oh, I don't believe it. I've eaten plenty in the palace. I've grown weary of even the finest delicacies, Morong Siener scoffed. Once you taste it, you'll know. Zhang Tianhao grinned confidently. It was no surprise he felt this way. While Earth may not compare to the true martial continent in martial arts, when it comes to cuisine, it far surpasses it. Wait, you're going to roast a rabbit? You want to eat such a cute creature? Morong Siener glared at him. Seeing her expression, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. All right then, chicken is acceptable, right? The sight of the chicken didn't seem as adorable to her, and she had no objections. Zhang Tianhao skillfully plucked the feathers off the 2 chickens. Morong Siener admired him with newfound respect, initially skeptical about Zhang Tianhao's culinary skills. After all, he was once a young master from a prestigious family, and cooking was often looked down upon among the nobility. Her doubts vanished as she watched him cook with such enthusiasm. It done yet. Morong Siener licked her lips, eyeing the aromatic chickens as her stomach began to protest. Soon, Zhang Tianhao responded, frequently applying seasonings to the chickens, enhancing their mouth-watering aroma, which made Morong Siener salivate. Finally, Zhang Tianhao ripped one of the plump roasted chickens in half, handing it to Morong Siener. She tentatively took a bite, still unsure of his cooking skills. However, as soon as she tasted it, her eyes widened in surprise, and she began devouring the chicken hungrily. How is it? Zhang Tianhao asked, brimming with confidence. Delicious. Really delicious. Morong Siener nodded vigorously. Good to hear. I thought so too. Zhang Tianhao smiled proudly. Just as he was about to grab the second roasted chicken, a shadow darted ahead of him and snatched it away, savoring it with delight. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback upon seeing the small black cat. He had been pondering the whereabouts of this mysterious feline, feeling it was always nearby, appearing just when he needed assistance. Hey, little one. You seem slimmer. Have you been eating poorly lately? Zhang Tianhao teased. The small black cat glanced at him, its eyes filled with grievance. Ever since it had tasted Zhang Tianhao's roasted meat, raw meat had become unappetizing. It felt it had been wasting its life until now. Morong Siener observed the little black cat with surprise, not expecting that Zhang Tianhao's roasted chicken could attract even a cat. She found it amusing and curiously scrutinized the feline. The little black cat devoured the chicken with great enthusiasm, leaving Zhang Tianhao chuckling. Still hungry? Come by every day, and I'll roast for you, he offered. During the system upgrade, Zhang Tianhao intended to remain in the area, hoping to enhance his abilities further before venturing out. He knew Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun were likely searching for him, but the vastness of the secret realm would hinder their efforts to locate him quickly. The little black cat seemed to understand his words, happily meowing twice before swiftly darting out of the cave. Wow, Who knew your reputation had spread even to the beast realm? Brother-in-law, you truly surprise me, Morong Siener remarked with admiration. Zhang Tianhao beamed. Of course, you should know who I am. Seeing his smug demeanor, Morong Siener couldn't help but pout adorably. However, she had to admit that Zhang Tianhao's roasting skills far exceeded those of the palace chefs. The brother-in-law, your roasted meat is too delicious. From now on, you're sentenced to roast for me every day until I can't stand it anymore. 3 roasted chickens a day. No. 10. Morong Siener declared boldly. Zhang Tianhao weakly inquired. Siener, can you really eat that much? Whether I can or not. That's not your concern, that I can always take it home, she retorted. Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but smile as he gathered herbs nearby. Preparing to concoct a body-strengthening pill, this secret realm was indeed a treasure trove, as he found various herbs of lower tiers with ease, and occasionally came across those of higher tiers. He had successfully gathered enough ingredients for the body-strengthening pill in his leisure time. He resumed practicing his skill, Temptation Light, to control smaller beasts, rapidly increasing his proficiency. The mysterious little black cat continued to visit, often bringing him prey, mountain chickens, duck meat, and even fish from a nearby stream. During this time, Zhang Tianhao prepared roasted fish, chicken, and duck, and today he attempted to roast some oysters, albeit they only resembled oysters that as he roasted them. Both Morong Siener and the little black cat were puzzled, questioning if this shellfish was indeed edible. Morong Siener was familiar with the beauty of the oyster shell, but had never considered eating them. Hee, we call this an oyster back in my hometown. It's great for nourishing the body and enhancing beauty, Zhang Tianhao said with a knowing smile. Nourishing? Enhancing beauty? Morong Siener's interest peaked at the mention of beauty. Today, Zhang Tianhao was preparing his signature dish, the oyster. Many diners on Earth considered oysters a must-have at barbecues, as there were countless ways to prepare them: garlic oysters, Hong Kong-style oysters, and original flavor oysters. Among others, Zhang Tianhao had a plan in mind. Over the past few days, his Temptation Light skill had finally advanced to level 4, with a proficiency of 15,000. It had been a tough journey. But if he could tame the little black cat, it would all be worth it. The oysters roasted to a delectable aroma. Morong Siener's hunger grew, and as soon as they were ready, she devoured them eagerly, consuming over 20 in one sitting, her belly round with satisfaction. A brother-in-law, I'm utterly impressed. I had no idea this was even edible, she exclaimed. The little black cat lay on the ground, savoring every bite, feeling that it had wasted years of its life. Little black, how about you follow me and enjoy the finest delicacies? I will prepare delicious meals for you every day, Zhang Tianhao said, grinning at the little black cat. His demeanor was reminiscent of a mischievous uncle luring a young girl. The little black cat eyed Zhang Tianhao with a hint of wariness. The very idea of associating with a human made it want to flee, as it seemed utterly absurd. However, when Zhang Tianhao spoke of gourmet food, it hesitated. The prospect of daily feasts was undeniably tempting. The thought of returning to a diet of raw meat felt like a descent into hell. Yet, the notion of being tethered to this human did not sit well with the little black cat, leaving it in a state of turmoil. Zhang Tianhao, meanwhile, keenly observed the little black cat's expressions. When he noticed a contemplative look in its eyes, he felt a surge of joy. It indicated that the creature was intrigued. Ding! Unfortunately, player Zhang Tianhao's attempt to cast Lure of Temptation has failed. Proficiency 1. He continued to cast the spell, only to receive the same result repeatedly. After dozens of attempts, he began to feel disheartened. All right, one last time. If I fail, so be it. Little black, what you had today is merely a fraction of my culinary repertoire. I have an array of delights yet to prepare: roasted suckling pig, poached chicken, Foshan lion's head, a sumptuous Manchu Han Imperial feast, Buddha jumps over the wall, sweet and sour fish. All these dishes are my favorites from Earth. Having been away from my homeland for so long, I find myself longing for these flavors, and just speaking of them makes my mouth water. In stark contrast to the diverse cuisines of Earth, the culinary offerings in the Jinwu continent appeared woefully meager. Before he could finish, Morong Siener was already salivating, exclaiming, "These delectable dishes sound exquisite. Brother-in-law must make them for me every day." Compared to Morong Siener, the little black cat was even more at a loss. Though it had fed on treasures since birth, such delicacies were seldom available. Consequently, its diet primarily consisted of raw meat, making the idea of indulging in such delight seem almost heavenly. If aligning itself with this human meant an end to its culinary suffering, perhaps it was not such a bad prospect after all. The spark of interest flickered in the little black cat's eyes. Zhang Tianhao's heart leaped with excitement, knowing the crucial moment had arrived. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. Your casting of Lure of Temptation has succeeded. A white light emanated from his forehead and merged with the cat's. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable spiritual connection with the little black cat. Has the contract been established? He pondered. From now on, I shall be your master. You may call me boss. Together, we shall traverse the myriad realms, bound by life and death, inseparable. Zhang Tianhao declared solemnly, gazing into the cat's complex eyes. The little black cat, having been lured by promises of food, found itself entrapped. Under normal circumstances, its family would never allow such a bond. If given another chance, it would likely refuse again. Yet, now that the contract was binding, it had no choice but to comply. Moreover, having spent considerable time in this secret realm, it was curious about the world outside. Meow. The little black cat appeared quite elated. From now on, I shall call you Little Black. Zhang Tianhao sighed with relief at the cat's joyful demeanor. In the days that followed, Zhang Tianhao consistently prepared meals for both Little Black and Murong Xiener, leading her to exclaim that she had gained weight over the past few days. On the 5th day, Zhang Tianhao gathered the materials needed to concoct a body fortress pill and prepared to begin the alchemical process. Murong Xiener, puzzled, asked, "Brother-in-law, you can refine pills too?" "Of course," Zhang Tianhao replied confidently. "Wow, you are truly amazing, brother-in-law. You can even refine pills." Murong Xiener gazed at him with admiration. It was well known that alchemists were among the most revered professions in the Jinwu continent. Out of 100 warriors, scarcely one might become an alchemist, and perhaps only 1 in 1,000. The status of an alchemist was exceedingly high, particularly for those of advanced ranks, who were idolized by countless warriors. Upon learning of Zhang Tianhao's alchemical prowess, Murong Xiener's eyes sparkled with wonder. However, as she observed him clumsily placing the materials into the cauldron, she was taken aback. "Brother-in-law, are you certain you know how to refine pills?" she questioned skeptically. Even the little black cat wore a look of disdain, as if to say that Zhang Tianhao's attempts were a disgrace to the alchemical art. "Brother-in-law, you're quite amusing. I can't believe you think you can produce a pill this way." Murong Xiener laughed heartily. "If I can successfully refine one, what will you do? Care to place a wager?" Zhang Tianhao teased. "Go away. I don't believe you," Murong Xiener retorted. Though not an alchemist herself, she had observed the alchemical processes in her palace, where a third-tier alchemist resided. She was well aware of the necessary steps, including the use of flames, from the ordinary Dan fire to the more advanced beast fire, not to mention the legendary earth fire and even the celestial fire, which could significantly enhance the success rate and quality of the pills. Besides the flames, the technique of refining was equally crucial. The process required precise timing and meticulous placement of materials to maximize the chances of success. Zhang Tianhao's haphazard approach was nothing short of sacrilege to the art of alchemy. "What if you fail to produce a pill?" If I cannot refine a pill, you may do as you wish." "But what if I succeed?" Zhang Tianhao inquired, his smile resembling that of a cunning fox. "If you win, what will you have me do?" Murong Xiener felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. "Well, if you lose, all I ask is for a kiss from my dear sister-in-law." Zhang Tianhao replied with a cheeky grin. "Brother-in-law, you're such a joker, but if you truly can, then I might just agree," Murong Xiener stammered, her face aflame. "All right, that's a promise then," Zhang Tianhao said with a slight smile before he began the pill refinement process. In truth, he merely recited the steps in his mind. Although the system was upgrading, the fundamental mechanics remained unchanged. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for successfully refining the body fortress pill. Proficiency 3. Done. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. "Wait, brother-in-law, you're not just pretending, are you? You can't possibly have succeeded this easily," Murong Xiener exclaimed, her skepticism evident. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" Zhang Tianhao suggested confidently. As Murong Xiener observed Zhang Tianhao's self-assured demeanor, curiosity began to stir within her. Could it be that he really had succeeded? But just as quickly, she dismissed the thought, deeming it improbable. Yet, unable to resist, she opened the cauldron lid, releasing a fragrant aroma that captivated her senses. "Impossible. This can't be real," she murmured, her expression one of disbelief. The little black cat, equally intrigued, leapt onto the cauldron to glimpse the contents. Its astonishment. There were 9 pills. Though one less than expected, their quality was undeniably superior. For low-grade, 3 mid-grade, and 2 high-grade pills. Clearly, Zhang Tianhao's increasing proficiency and a stroke of luck had yielded this remarkable result. "That doesn't count, brother-in-law. You must have prepared these in advance," Murong Xiener huffed. "It seems you're trying to deny it." "Aren't you?" Zhang Tianhao replied with a smirk. Murong Xiener blushed and retorted, "I am not. If you can refine another batch, then I will believe you." Understanding her persistence, Zhang Tianhao chuckled. Very well, if you doubt me. I shall refine another for you to witness. But you better keep your eyes wide open. If you accuse me of trickery again, I might just have to spank you. Brother-in-law, that's quite scandalous. You can't just threaten to hit me. Morong Xian'er protested, her cheeks flushed, her delicate face exuding an irresistible charm. Zhang Tianhao merely smiled as he resumed the pill refinement process. Morong Xian'er and the little black cat fixed their gaze upon Zhang Tianhao, their expressions unwavering. Morong Xian'er mused internally, pondering how he would concoct the elixir this time. She could not fathom that her brother-in-law's haphazard methods would indeed yield a medicinal pill. The crux of alchemy lay in the presence of flames, even the most rudimentary alchemical fire. Yet, Zhang Tianhao continued to toss all the herbs into the cauldron without igniting any fire. Alchemy. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully refining the body-strengthening pill. Proficiency 3. Delighted, Zhang Tianhao grinned. Morong Xian'er promptly approached and lifted the lid of the cauldron. This time, there were 10 pills, 3 inferior quality, 4 medium quality, and 3 superior quality. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit. Brother-in-law, you truly managed to refine them. Morong Xian'er exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. Zhang Tianhao smiled slightly at her, saying, Xian'er, you cannot claim that I had prepared them beforehand this time. She had witnessed the entire process of his alchemy and could not suspect him of cheating. However, the absence of alchemical fire still left her incredulous. Even the little black cat regarded Zhang Tianhao with a glimmer of intrigue in its eyes. Zhang Tianhao chuckled, choosing not to revisit their wager, instead opting to bottle the body-strengthening pills that cultivate one's physique. One must not only rely on medicinal pills, but also harness external forces for optimal absorption. While hunting, Zhang Tianhao had stumbled upon a colossal waterfall. He thought that training beneath its cascade might yield exceptional results. Standing beneath the waterfall, he was initially overwhelmed by its powerful torrents, nearly losing his footing. After numerous attempts and acclimatizing to the force of the water, he finally steadied himself. Upon consuming a pill, his body effortlessly absorbed it amidst the waterfall's relentless assault. The strength of his physique solidified under the dual pressures of the body-strengthening pill and the waterfall's force. 3 fleeting days passed as Zhang Tianhao remained under the waterfall. After refining all the pills, his body-strengthening technique had only reached the early peak of the 3rd layer, signifying that he was akin to a novice Grand Martial Master. Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of regret. He had anticipated that the body-strengthening pill would elevate his technique to the 4th layer, but in hindsight, that notion seemed rather fanciful. The rapid progression of his technique was supported by his cultivation, and reaching this level represented a limit. Future breakthroughs would undoubtedly prove exceedingly arduous. After all, the body-strengthening pill was merely a foundational elixir, and his body had developed a tolerance, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Achieving the early peak of the 3rd layer was already the pinnacle of what it could offer, suggesting that he would need to seek alternative pills for further advancement, despite not achieving a breakthrough. Zhang Tianhao believed that with his enhanced physical prowess, he could easily overpower Li Haofeng or Wang Shijun in a confrontation. Upon returning to his cave, he found the little girl and the black cat playfully frolicking. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao, the black cat leaped onto him with a meow. Morong Xian'er, slightly irked, remarked, Brother-in-law, I haven't tasted your roasted meat in 3 days. What do you propose we do? The little black cat also gestured with its tiny paws, protesting incessantly. Zhang Tianhao chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed for having forgotten them while engrossed in his training, that we have prepared the game. It is up to you now, brother-in-law. Morong Xian'er giggled. Zhang Tianhao immediately transformed into a chef, placing several ducks on the grill. After half an hour, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted ducks filled the air. How delightful. Who is it? Let us take a look. Several male voices called from the edge of the woods. Soon after, a dozen young men emerged. Zhang Tianhao frowned upon noticing their attire. They belonged to the Lee family. Look at that girl, not bad, quite pretty. Seems we can have some fun, one youth leered with a lewd grin. Chapter 130. The danger of the Zhang family team. Slap him. The youth barely registered the command when suddenly, pain shot through his face, and he was sent flying as if severed from his tether. Ah, how dare you strike me? He seethed, glaring at Zhang Tianhao. Brothers, he seems to be Zhang Tianhao. Some were slow to comprehend. He's the one our patriarch has placed a bounty on. Haha, fortune smiles upon us. It appears that our efforts bore fruit effortlessly. The leader, a cold-faced youth clad in black, regarded Zhang Tianhao with a smirk. Do you know how high your bounty is, kid? 2 million? Zhang Tianhao responded nonchalantly. No, That's the bounty for other small families. If one of our clan S members kills you, they can claim 4 million. So, Zhang Tianhao, your head is quite valuable. Hand it over willingly. The cold-faced youth approached Zhang Tianhao with a sinister smile. My head is indeed valuable. It depends on whether you possess the skill to claim it. Seeking death? It seems you won't weep until you see the coffin. Watch me take your life. Charge. Life or death. It matters not. Who dares to bully my brother-in-law? Morongxian unsheathed her sword, striking with astonishing speed. One youth was instantly injured. You little wretch, how dare you harm me? A Lee family youth, wounded, seethed with fury. Your words are intolerable. The Morongxian had not intended to harm anyone. The youth's insults incited her ire. She struck again, swiftly and fiercely, leaving the youth incapacitated on the ground. You lot, capture that girl. The cold-faced youth, realizing Morongxian was no easy target, sneered and dispatched several youths to encircle her. Initially, Zhang Tianhao had harbored concerns for Morongxian, but her swordsmanship was formidable, suggesting she had at least attained the Xian tier. Defeating her within a short span was improbable at this juncture. The cold-faced youth led over a dozen men to assault Zhang Tianhao, their swords thrusting simultaneously toward him. Trash. Zhang Tianhao remained unfazed, flicking a finger toward the foremost sword. Shattering its tip with tremendous force, maintaining his stance, he jabbed a finger at the youth's chest. Boom! The force within the youth's body erupted, creating a gaping wound from his back. Ding dong. Simultaneously, the second sword struck from behind. But Zhang Tianhao deftly pinched it with 2 fingers, crushing the blade's tip. With a swift motion, he sliced the youth's throat, blood spurting forth. Ding dong. The system's notification chimed repeatedly. Without pause, Zhang Tianhao glided like a butterfly amidst the crowd. His fingers pinching sword tips, slashing through the necks of the Lee family disciples. Cries of agony erupted in succession. The system's notifications rang incessantly in Zhang Tianhao's ears as the Lee family youths surrounding him fell like dominoes. Noticing Morongxian still engaged in battle with 3 Lee family youths, he furrowed his brow and waved his hand, the sword tip creating a white arc through the air. The 3 Lee family youths shrieked in unison, collapsing to the ground, leaving only the cold-faced youth, who had narrowly avoided the attack, alive but trembling with fear. How could this be so powerful? The cold-faced youth struggled to comprehend. Zhang Tianhao surveyed the scene, his gaze settling coldly on the remaining cold-faced youth. Now, it is just you left. I shall escort you on your journey. Zhang Tianhao, if you dare to kill me, my brother Li Haofeng will not spare you. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, swiftly appearing before the cold-faced youth, gripping his neck. You know, I despise threats. Thus, your time has come. No, you cannot kill me. If you do, your Zhang family will perish. The cold-faced youth blustered. What do you mean? Zhang Tianhao tightened his grip, his brow furrowing. Li Haofeng has captured everyone from your family except you. He said that if you do not appear within an hour, he will kill one person until your entire family is wiped out. Sensing the palpable killing intent emanating from Zhang Tianhao, the cold-faced youth hastily divulged. What? Where are they now? Zhang Tianhao intensified his grip. The cold-faced youth coughed, his face reddening as he stammered. Li Haofeng is in the Earth Dragon Valley. With a snap, Zhang Tianhao abruptly broke the cold-faced youth's neck. Ding dong, congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Li Dong, earning 3,000 experience points and 300 chi, along with 10 berserk energy. Li Haofeng, I will kill you. Zhang Tianhao roared, his fury palpable. Sensing Zhang Tianhao's rage, Morongxian quickly attempted to soothe him. Brother-in-law, do not worry, they will be fine. Since Li Haofeng aims to lure you out, he won't truly harm your family. Zhang Tianhao gradually regained his composure, nodding. I understand, but my concern for their safety remains. Li Haofeng is unhinged. Who knows what he might do? I will accompany you. Morongxian quickly declared. Zhang Tianhao hesitated for a moment, then solemnly replied, Xianer, you should stay behind. It is too dangerous there, and I fear I may be unable to protect you. Morongxian huffed, displaying her displeasure with a playful pout. Who needs your protection? Don't underestimate me. If you refuse to take me, I shall go on my own and you won't be able to find me. Very well, Zhang Tianhao said, resigned. Xianer, you must promise to keep yourself safe. Otherwise, I will not take you with me. Morongxian nodded. Understood. Brother-in-law, do you know of the Earth Dragon Valley? Zhang Tianhao suddenly recalled something. Yes, our Morong family possesses the most comprehensive map of the Misty Sea secret realm. Marking every location, she replied with a smile. Then we shall hasten there, Zhang Tianhao stated, recognizing that time was of the essence, since Li Haofeng had warned that if he did not see Zhang Tianhao within an hour, he would kill someone. It was clear that he meant what he said. With Li Haofeng's temperament, he would certainly carry out such threats. At that moment, within the Earth Dragon Valley, Over 20 members of the Zhang family were bound to wooden stumps. Yi Qingru, what do you intend to do? She glared at Li Haofeng as he approached one of the Zhang family disciples. What do you think? I have already stated that if Zhang Tianhao does not arrive within an hour, I will kill someone. That I am curious to see how many from the Zhang family I can slay. Li Haofeng sneered. As he spoke, he moved to the Zhang family disciple and, in the grip of his terrified gaze, squeezed his throat. With a sickening crack, the disciple's neck was broken. Beast! Yi Qingru cried out in a mix of grief and fury. The other Zhang family members were equally enraged but felt utterly helpless. Yi Qingru dreaded Zhang Tianhao's arrival, for Li Haofeng was terrifying in this moment. Even she could barely withstand a few blows from him. She wondered what fortuitous encounters he had experienced to bolster his strength so significantly. Though she had great faith in Zhang Tianhao, she doubted he could gain the upper hand against such a fearsome opponent. Tianhao, you are the Zhang family's hope, even if you learn of this. I hope you do not come, Yi Qingru whispered, her heart in prayer. Another hour passed, and Li Haofeng coldly approached the second Zhang family disciple. Li Haofeng, if you intend to kill someone, then kill me. Yi Qingru shouted. Ha! Killing you is simple, but you are more valuable than they are. If I must kill you, I shall do so in front of Zhang Tianhao to make him understand what suffering and despair truly mean. Li Haofeng laughed maniacally. Zhang Tianhao, will you not show yourself? I wish to see how many from the Zhang family can meet their end. As he prepared to strike, a cold scoff interrupted him. Stop. Turning, Li Haofeng saw that it was Murong Fei who had spoken. Yi Qingru was surprised to see someone from the royal family, yet she held little hope. She knew that the relationship between the Zhang family and the royal family was quite strained. It would be unrealistic to expect assistance from them. Prince, why are you not seeking opportunities in the secret realm but instead blocking my way? Li Haofeng asked, frowning. Murong Fei replied solemnly, would you grant me a favor and release them? Prince, if it were any other matter, I might agree. But in this case, I advise you not to meddle. Li Haofeng declined, his tone measured. Although his ambitions lay beyond the borders of the Waxy Kingdom, he still did not wish to offend those within the royal family. And if I insist? Murong Fei asked coolly. Li Haofeng's expression darkened. As a notable student of the Tiangang Academy, he did not wish to make enemies of the Waxy royal family. But that did not mean he feared them. Your Highness, if you insist, I will not show mercy simply because of your title. You would do well to recognize your own limitations, Li Haofeng retorted with a sneer. How dare you speak to the prince in such a manner? Two royal disciples shouted angrily. Begone! Li Haofeng swayed, and with two swift strikes, he sent the two royal disciples flying, gravely injured. You dare to attack members of the Murong family? Murong Fei, initially intending to support Zhang Tianhao, was now thoroughly incensed by Li Haofeng's actions. Fei Yun's sword technique. Murong Fei's sword pierced through the air, enveloping Li Haofeng in a shroud of clouds. The illusory sword shadows descended swiftly. Get lost, Li Haofeng smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. His spear lunged forth, colliding with Murong Fei's sword technique. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. Seizing the moment while Zhang Tianhao clashed with Li Haofeng, Murong Fei commanded the Murong family members, go, release them. Stop, the members of the Li family obstructed the path of the Murong family. Do you intend to stop us? Murong Fei's expression darkened. It was one thing for Li Haofeng to do so, given his considerable strength, but now even the Li family members dared to impede him. This was utterly unacceptable. But a young man from the Li family stepped forward and said to Murong Fei indifferently, Your Highness, it would be best if you refrained from interfering in our matters with the Zhang family. Murong Fei erupted in laughter, his anger palpable. Your words compel me to intervene even more. Attack. The members of the Murong family clashed with those of the Li family. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Xiener freed the Zhang family members bound by ropes. With their liberation, the Zhang family joined the fray against the Li family. The battle raged on fiercely, with neither side willing to yield. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Zhang Tianhao and Li Haofeng had reached a fever pitch. 3 soul-disrupting spears, 3 shadowy spears, imbued with lethal intent, lunged toward Zhang Tianhao. The air trembled, charged with unparalleled destructive force. Flowing cloud palm, a series of frigid palm shadows struck forth. The collision of Li Haofeng's spear and the frosty might sent a chill surging through him. Numbing his grip. What a terrifying chill, he thought. But I wonder how many times you can wield such power. Like a specter, Li Haofeng darted to Zhang Tianhao's front and thrust his spear downward. Swallowing shadow, 12 illusory figures materialized, obscuring Li Haofeng's vision. Momentarily bewildered by the multitude of shadows, Li Haofeng's attention faltered, allowing Zhang Tianhao's true form to slip behind him. Frosty glance of the proud cold 6 techniques. The snow-drinking mad blade appeared in Zhang Tianhao's grasp, cleaving downward with an unstoppable force toward Li Haofeng. Reversal shot. With a swift, spinning motion, Li Haofeng countered the blade with his spear, the two forces colliding with a resounding clash. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for activating the eye-sealing attribute with the proud cold 6 techniques. Instantly, Li Haofeng felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, followed by a freezing grip encasing his entire being. Die! Zhang Tianhao unleashed a second strike. Ice-sealing 3 feet. The blade, imbued with the essence of extreme cold, cleaved downward, sending Li Haofeng hurtling backward. Despite the impact, Li Haofeng remained unfazed, his vitality seemingly intact. Zhang Tianhao checked his attributes and discovered that Li Haofeng possessed a staggering 100,000 health points. What a formidable foe! Inflicting 3,000 damage feels like nothing against him. No wonder he is a mini-boss. You have thoroughly enraged me, Zhang Tianhao. Now, you shall witness the terror of my bloodline. Consider yourself fortunate to perish under its awakening. That Li Haofeng's pride surged as a powerful aura radiated from him, conjuring the colossal visage of a war god behind him. Is this the bloodline of the gun god? Morong Fei exclaimed in surprise. What is the gun god bloodline? Morong Xianu inquired, astonished. Among the ancestors of the Li family, there was once an extraordinary genius known as the gun god, who, at 18, dominated his peers and, at 30, was revered as an emperor. An unparalleled prodigy of his it was evident that Li Haofeng had awakened this bloodline and its associated skills, having even reached the 3rd tier of awakening. Such power, Morong Xianer's complexion paled. Isn't my brother-in-law in grave danger? Morong Fei shook his head. Tianhao appears calm. He must have some hidden trump card, the gun god bloodline. Then let us see whose bloodline reigns supreme. Zhang Tianhao, aware that Li Haofeng's bloodline awakening far surpassed his own, felt an unwavering resolve surge within him. Bloodline activation. As the bloodline of the war god awakened, Zhang Tianhao was imbued with newfound vigor. Fiery lance. Li Haofeng charged at Zhang Tianhao, thrusting his spear with ferocious intent, its might exceeding that of their previous encounter at the Tianzong Sacred Hall. Whirlwind slash. Zhang Tianhao swung his massive axe with immense force. Colliding with Li Haofeng's spear, the clash reverberated as Zhang Tianhao was momentarily pushed back, realizing he was still at a disadvantage. Zhang Tianhao understood that it was not his bloodline's weakness, but rather a 2-tier difference in awakening levels. Li Haofeng's bloodline was extraordinary. What? Li Haofeng was taken aback that his spear did not fell Zhang Tianhao. Anger surged within him. Humph! Behold my overlord's spear! A terrifying aura emanated from Li Haofeng as his spear erupted with blood-red energy. Launching a devastating assault on Zhang Tianhao, the power of this strike eclipsed all previous attacks, clearing the air within a 10-meter radius and locking onto Zhang Tianhao with relentless ferocity. Zhang Tianhao felt the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Block it. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his axe, but the overwhelming force from Li Haofeng's spear surged forth, rendering his attacks futile. Die. Li Haofeng advanced, his oppressive aura intensifying as he thrust his spear forward. The piercing light of the spear tore through the air like a torrent. Ice sealing 3 feet. Zhang Tianhao retaliated with another strike. The clash between Zhang Tianhao's blade and Li Haofeng's spear created a shockwave that shattered the air, but Zhang Tianhao felt his strength dissipate under the might of his foe, swallowing shadow. He narrowly evaded a lethal thrust, only for Li Haofeng to sweep his spear horizontally, sending Zhang Tianhao crashing to the ground. Brother-in-law, Tianhao. Yiqing grew, and Murong Xiener cried out in alarm. Is this the power of a 3rd-tier awakened bloodline? Truly formidable. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed coldly, surprised. Are you? I shall not hide it. I obtained the blood soul fruit, which awakened my bloodline to the 3rd-tiered. In this secret realm, I am unrivaled, Li Haofeng proclaimed. Brimming with confidence, this day shall mark your demise, and all who stand with you will perish. Li Haofeng advanced step by step, his murderous intent locking onto Zhang Tianhao. What a predicament. I anticipated that reaching the 3rd tier of the Grand Martial Master would allow me to easily overpower him. Who could have foreseen that Li Haofeng would awaken his bloodline to the 3rd tier? How can I defeat him? Tianhao, you should escape while you can. Do not worry about us, Yiqing urged. Indeed, Tianhao, let us break out individually. Surely, Li Haofeng will not pursue me. Morong Fei, sensing that while Zhang Tianhao was outmatched, he still had a chance to flee, encouraged him to leave. It's too late for him. Li Haofeng sneered as his spear unleashed a torrent of blood shadows, enveloping Zhang Tianhao. Swallowing shadow, Zhang Tianhao activated his technique, creating 12 illusory figures. Li Haofeng snorted, replicating the same technique, and thrusting toward Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao's 12 illusions were swiftly annihilated, as Li Haofeng's blood spear pierced the air, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Die. Li Haofeng locked onto Zhang Tianhao's true form, his spear surging through the air with unimaginable force. shaking the very fabric of reality and raising a tempest of sand. Feeling the impending doom, Zhang Tianhao channeled all his strength, merging his physical might with his cultivation prowess. He swung his axe at Li Haofeng. With a resounding crash, Li Haofeng's blood-red spear deflected Zhang Tianhao's axe, sending him hurtling into the mountainside. Zhang Tianhao felt as if his very insides were being rearranged, and he coughed up blood. Am I to perish here? Ding! The system will complete its upgrade in 1 hour. A system notification echoed. What use is that? I am on the brink of death. Zhang Tianhao cursed. Zhang Tianhao, prepare to die. Li Haofeng pursued relentlessly. I will fight to the end. At this moment, the bloodline of the god of war, Xing Tian, has merely 1 minute left. Whether victory can be snatched from the jaws of defeat rests on this singular moment. Boundless fury unleashed. This phenomenon can amplify strength up to 4-fold. Zhang Tianhao pondered upon the ramifications of activating the god of war, Xing Tian bloodline while simultaneously engaging boundless fury. This was an avenue he had never dared to explore before, for he was acutely aware of its recklessness, that a single misstep could lead to his corporeal form disintegrating into ash. Fortunately, at this juncture, Zhang Tianhao had elevated his physical form to the pinnacle of the early 3rd stage. This enhancement in physical power was the only assurance that emboldened him to take such a risk. The boundless fury surged through him. Zhang Tianhao felt an overwhelming and domineering force erupt within his being, powerful beyond comprehension. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though a single punch could shatter the heavens. Yet, concurrently, he experienced an unbearable discomfort, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Under the influence of this formidable energy, he found it difficult to breathe. Teetering on the brink of losing control, he desperately needed an outlet for this energy. Otherwise, he sensed that his body might collapse. The shadow loomed before him, cold and filled with murderous intent. It was Li Haofeng. The gaze he directed at Zhang Tianhao was reminiscent of a predator surveying its prey. Die. Li Haofeng thrust forward with his spear, casting a terrifying shadow that enveloped Zhang Tianhao, as if intent on obliterating him. The world around them dimmed in the face of that lethal strike. Begone! Zhang Tianhao roared, springing into action and cleaving with his axe that a colossal axe shadow manifested in the void, exuding an aura of utter destruction, causing the surrounding air to tremble and wail in distress. The very fabric of reality seemed to freeze. Li Haofeng's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though he was ensnared by an insurmountable force. Confronting a primordial beast, the might of that strike was overwhelming, enough to dissolve his fighting spirit into nothingness. No. How can it be so powerful? Block it. Li Haofeng screamed in desperation, channeling every ounce of his strength into a counterattack with the mightiest thrust he had ever executed. With a clash, the surroundings, centered around Zhang Tianhao and Li Haofeng, were torn asunder by their two unparalleled forces. Mountains crumbled, and the expressions of Yi Qingru, Morong Xiener, and others changed drastically as they instinctively retreated to safety. Yet the power unleashed was too immense, sweeping them away effortlessly. How is my brother doing? Morong Xiener exclaimed, worry etched upon her face as she gazed at the heart of the battle. Tianhao, you will be fine. You must. Yi Qingru gritted her teeth. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air in the midst of the fray. Zhang Tianhao's axe, fueled by immense power, descended like a meteor, sending Li Haofeng's spear flying. The force of the blow crashed into Li Haofeng's body. You shall die. Zhang Tianhao bellowed. Li Haofeng let out a pained cry, hurtling backward. The impact was terrifying. Zhang Tianhao could see a 6-digit crimson numeral hovering above Li Haofeng's head, plummeting from 6 digits to a mere 2. However, Zhang Tianhao found himself devoid of the strength to deliver a finishing blow. He hastily dissipated the bloodline power, a wave of dizziness crashing over him, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet he knew he must not succumb. He had to endure. The absence of a system notification told him that Li Haofeng was not yet dead, but surely, with his grievous injuries, he posed no further threat. Li Haofeng lay sprawled on the ground, a grotesque sight, bloodied and battered. Zhang Tianhao's last strike had been overwhelmingly dominant. The fusion of the god of war, Xing Tian bloodline, and the fourfold amplification of boundless fury. Even with Li Haofeng's awakened 3rd-tier strength, he had been unable to withstand it. Had it not been for Li Haofeng's desperate defense, he would have been obliterated entirely. Even so, he had been left severely wounded. The Li family was engulfed in despair. Shocked that their once invincible Li Haofeng had been vanquished, their faces were masks of fear and confusion. Similarly, Morong Xiener, Morong Fei, and others were taken aback. In their eyes, Li Haofeng had become a monstrous figure. Invincible until now, and now, who was this Zhang Tianhao capable of defeating such a creature? How delightful! A sinister voice echoed. Yi Qingru, Morong Fei, and the others froze, turning towards the source of the voice. only to feel a wave of dread wash over them. It was Wang Shijun. Unlike the Zhang and Murong families, the Li family seemed to have found their backbone, as they were allies with the Wang clan. With Li Haofeng's defeat, the tide had turned against the Li family, and Wang Shijun's arrival appeared to herald their salvation. Wang Shijun radiated a chilling aura, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Be cautious. I sensed something amiss about Wang Shijun. Yi Qingru warned Murong Fei beside her. Initially intending to assess Zhang Tianhao's condition, she refrained from acting recklessly. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao lay buried beneath the rubble. Even if he had triumphed over Li Haofeng, he must have sustained severe injuries. Now was not the time to reveal themselves, as it might be more advantageous for him to recover. Wang Shijun's strength was on par with Li Haofeng's. Indeed, Zhang Tianhao's situation was dire. Activating his bloodline and subsequently employing boundless fury inflicted substantial damage on his body. Although he managed to dissipate the bloodline power within 30 seconds, he had already sustained grave injuries. The fact that his body had not disintegrated was a small mercy. Murong Fei nodded slightly. I too find Wang Shijun peculiar. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. Young Master Wang, please help us eliminate them. Young Master Haofeng has been injured. Before the Li family disciple could finish, Wang Shijun struck him on the head. The disciple let out a horrific scream as his life force was siphoned away, leaving him a mere husk. Human blood is indeed exquisite, Wang Shijun declared. Satisfaction etched across his face, instilling a paralyzing fear in all present. Run. The Li family members, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. You think you can escape? Wang Shijun raised his hand, crimson light enveloping the area, ensnaring the fleeing youths with invisible tendrils. Amidst their agonized screams, the captured Li disciples were drained of their life essence, each absorption bolstering Wang Shijun's power. Murong Fei and Yi Qingru trembled. Overwhelmed by sheer horror, he has undoubtedly mastered a dark art. Only such sorcery could absorb the blood of the living to augment one's strength. Murong Fei stammered. What do we do? If this continues, we shall all perish. He will not spare us. Yi Qingru lamented. Though unafraid of death, she could not fathom such a gruesome fate. Being drained to a desiccated corpse, we must flee. Yi Qingru, Murong Fei, and the others resolved not to remain idle. Flee? In your dreams. After draining the lifeblood of over 10 individuals, Wang Shijun had developed a taste for it. Unwilling to let his prey escape, stay. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yi Qingru. Xian Guang sword. Yi Qingru lunged at Wang Shijun. Child's play. Wang Shijun did not flinch, swatting her sword aside with a casual motion. With a resounding thud, Yi Qingru was hurled backward, her shoulder struck with immense force. Just as Wang Shijun prepared to seize her again, Murong Xianer intervened, her sword aimed at his head. Wang Shijun did not underestimate this attack, countering with a powerful palm strike that sent Murong Xianer sprawling. Xianer, Murong Fei's fury ignited upon witnessing his sister's injury. You dare harm my sister. Murong Xianer was his most cherished sibling, and he would not allow her to be bullied. That he charged at Wang Shijun. A fierce confrontation ensuing. Together, Yi Qingru, Murong Xianer, and Murong Fei launched a coordinated assault on Wang Shijun, yet he appeared utterly unfazed, dispatching them with ease. Within 3 moves, all 3 were sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Just as Wang Shijun was about to consume their essence, a cold voice rang out from the distance. You dare! It's my brother! It's my brother! Murong Fei exclaimed with joy. We are saved! Murong Xianer echoed, excitement bubbling within her. The newcomer was none other than Murong Longqing, the foremost expert of the younger generation in the Murong family, their cousin. Holding the Fang Dianhua halberd, he exuded an air of formidable righteousness. His handsome visage captivating all that it can be asserted that Murong Longqing's strength surpassed that of Li Haofeng and Wang Shijun. Now, he had ascended to the 4th tier of the Grand Martial Master realm. This time, having entered the secret realm to assist Murong Xianer in obtaining the Phoenix Blood Crystal, the 3 prominent young masters had not encountered one another until this moment. The 3 most distinguished masters of the 4 great families were finally destined to clash in earnest. Murong Longqing, you have finally arrived, Wang Shijun remarked, his demeanor composed and unflustered. You are not Wang Shijun. I have seen him before, and you are not he. Pray tell, who are you truly, and why have you slaughtered the members of the Murong clan? Murong Longqing inquired, fixing his gaze upon Wang Shijun. Heh, you shall soon discover whether I am Wang Shijun. Our battle from years ago remains unresolved. Now is the perfect opportunity to continue that fight. Wang Shijun retorted with a chilling laugh. With a swift motion, Wang Shijun struck towards Murong Longqing. Break for me. Murong Longqing shouted, bringing the Fang Dianhua halberd down with tremendous force, creating a shockwave that rippled through the surrounding atmosphere. The two forces collided with a resounding boom. Murong Longsheng was pushed back several steps, while Wang Shijun stood his ground with only a slight sway. Now, allow me to return the favor, Wang Shijun sneered, lunging at Murong Longsheng. With a flurry of strikes, Wang Shijun unleashed a barrage of claw-like attacks, each imbued with the potential to rend the very fabric of reality. After dozens of strikes, Murong Longsheng began to find himself at a disadvantage. Murong Xian'er, filled with concern, turned to Murong Fei and asked, "Brother, who do you think will emerge victorious?" With a bitter smile, Murong Fei replied, "If Longsheng awakens his bloodline, there may yet be hope. However, it appears that Xian'er, Murong Fei, you must flee. Do not concern yourselves with me," Murong Fei urged, struggling against Wang Shijun's onslaught. It seemed that he could not endure much longer. "Xian'er, go. I will handle this." Murong Fei's pride would not allow him to abandon his brother. But he could not bear the thought of his sister perishing so young. "No, I refuse to leave." Murong Xian'er insisted stubbornly. "Lie down and be safe." Finally, the clash between Murong Longsheng and Wang Shijun reached a critical juncture, with Murong Longsheng sent flying by a powerful strike. "Ha! Murong Longsheng, it appears you are not as formidable as I presumed. You shall fall to my hand." Wang Shijun gloated ominously. "Cough, cough. You are not Wang Shijun." "Who are you really?" Murong Longsheng demanded, narrowing his eyes at Wang Shijun. "To know my true identity, you must descend into hell," Wang Shijun hissed. "Stop." Just as Murong Longsheng was about to engage, a ragged young man crawled from the debris. It was Zhang Tianhao. "Another fool has come to meet his doom," Wang Shijun observed with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Zhang Tianhao, staggering, had nearly depleted his health bar, remaining with only a few points. Originally, he intended to wait until the system upgrade was complete, but time was of the essence. If he did not act soon, Murong Fei and Murong Xian'er would be in peril. Seeing Wang Shijun radiating ominous hues of purple and red, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. As a gaming enthusiast, the presence of a mutated boss was irresistible, and such foes often yielded valuable rewards. Wang Shijun harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Tianhao, his murderous intent palpable. With just a minute remaining until the system upgrade, he knew that once he leveled up, he could erase all negative states and ascend to the Grand Martial Master level, rendering him invulnerable. Yet, it seemed Wang Shijun was intent on eliminating him before then, causing Zhang Tianhao's heart to race with trepidation. "Am I truly destined to perish here?" Zhang Tianhao thought, acutely aware that even the slightest breeze could spell his end. Unfortunately, the system space was inaccessible due to the ongoing upgrade. "What manner of death shall I bestow upon you?" Wang Shijun advanced menacingly towards Zhang Tianhao, feeling the intensity of Wang Shijun's gaze. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced, prompting him to call out, "Wait." However, Wang Shijun's animosity was unwavering, and he struck downwards without hesitation. "Is this truly how I shall die?" Zhang Tianhao lamented, cognizant that any hit could be fatal. Just at that moment, a figure interposed itself before Zhang Tianhao, thrusting a sword towards Wang Shijun. It was Murong Xian'er. Bang! Wang Shijun's palm struck Murong Xian'er with devastating force. "Xian'er, sister!" Both Zhang Tianhao and Murong Fei cried out in horror. Zhang Tianhao rushed to embrace the bloodied Murong Xian'er, gritting his teeth as he implored, "Xian'er, why did you act so foolishly?" "Brother-in-law," Xian'er promised, "she would protect you," she whispered, her voice faint as she struggled to remain conscious. Murong Fei swiftly took her into his arms, hastily administering a healing pill. Zhang Tianhao glared at Wang Shijun, his voice resolute. "Wang Shijun, mark my words, you will die soon. Is that so? I eagerly await your attempt. Not only will I slay him, but you shall all become my sustenance." Wang Shijun's laughter echoed with menace. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. System 2.0 upgrade successful. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. Leveled up 3 times. Now a Grand Martial Master of the 3rd tier. With his upgrade, Zhang Tianhao felt all negative states dissipate, his energy fully replenished. "Wang Shijun, how shall you meet your demise?" Drawing the Shuing Quangdao, he locked onto Wang Shijun with an intense killing intent. Prepare to perish. With a swift strike, he unleashed the Jing'an Yipian from the proud Cold 6 techniques, the shattered God Claw, feeling the terrifying power radiating from Zhang Tianhao. Wang Shijun's earlier nonchalance vanished. The formidable blade light descended upon him, slicing through the air with unrelenting force, enveloping him entirely. Wang Shijun was momentarily taken aback as myriad claw shadows descended upon Zhang Tianhao. The two forces clashed violently in the void, frozen 3 feet. Zhang Tianhao cleaved downward, channeling an overwhelming chill into his strike. "Fallen God Palm," Wang Shijun bellowed. Chapter 136. The Teleportation Scroll. As the world dimmed, an overwhelming malevolence erupted from Wang Shijun's palm. Zhang Tianhao felt as though his strike had collided with an impenetrable wall, unable to penetrate. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for activating the Proud Cold 6 techniques and triggering the freezing attribute. Instantly, Wang Shijun was encased in ice. Zhang Tianhao rejoiced, swiftly closing in to deliver a devastating blow. Jing'an Yupian. Boom. Wang Shijun was sent flying. Zhang Tianhao observed a figure above Wang Shijun's head. -5,000. What? That only dealt -5,000 damage? Zhang Tianhao hastily checked Wang Shijun's health bar, gasping in disbelief. The health bar values often indicated the strength of a boss. Li Haofeng was a formidable foe with a health bar of 100,000. Yet Wang Shijun's was an astonishing 1,000,000, tenfold. Zhang Tianhao, puzzled, examined Wang Shijun's attributes. Character, Wang Shijun. Level, Grand Martial Master, 3rd tier martial skills. What do all these question marks signify? He pondered, sensing a deep danger. Even Wang Shijun's name bore question marks. Could it be that this man was no longer Wang Shijun? A chill coursed through Zhang Tianhao as he noticed the cold malice in Wang Shijun's gaze. Fallen God Palm. Zhang Tianhao suddenly realized that the surrounding energy was being siphoned by Wang Shijun, concentrating into his palm. Break for me. Zhang Tianhao summoned all his strength, pushing his physical and cultivation prowess to their limits. Frozen 3 feet. Boom. The clash of palm and blade reverberated through the void. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for activating the Proud Cold 6 techniques and triggering a critical hit in an instant. Zhang Tianhao's strike doubled in power, shattering Wang Shijun's palm. Ugh. Wang Shijun sensed the extraordinary force from Zhang Tianhao, realizing the latter often unleashed powers beyond his normal capacity. In truth, Zhang Tianhao was internally lamenting the immense toll his martial techniques took on his energy. If he continued at this pace, he would soon exhaust himself. Despite the availability of energy-restoring pills, he understood that defeating this enigmatic Wang Shijun would not be easy. Murong Xiener was in peril. He needed to escape this place, yet Wang Shijun would not allow it. Was there any other way? Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao recalled the system gift pack he had received upon completing a mission. He had overlooked it during his upgrade. Perhaps it contained something useful. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao swiftly opened the gift pack. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a teleportation scroll. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a 5 martial skill pill. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for gaining 1,000 points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a great recovery pill. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. He currently stands at the 4th tier of the Grand Martial Master. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for gaining invincible defense for 60 seconds. Astonishing. This is indeed quite rewarding. What could that teleportation scroll be? Zhang Tianhao hastily activated it. Item. Teleportation scroll description. A one-time use item that can transport allies within a radius of 100 meters to a location 10 miles away. The destination is random. This teleportation scroll is a timely blessing. Wang Shijun, I shall play with you another time. With a swift strike, Zhang Tianhao pushed Wang Shijun back. Speaking coldly, Wang Shijun let out a cold chuckle. Zhang Tianhao, I admit that for now, I cannot keep you here, but can your friends escape? Are you truly willing to abandon them? Wang Shijun sensed Zhang Tianhao's diminishing strength and sought to hold him back, hoping to seize the chance to eliminate him entirely. Although this body had been seized, it still retained the original memories due to the former owner's strong will. At this moment, the Dark Demon Lord had absolute control. It could be said that the possession was not entirely complete, but he knew that if he could eradicate all the past attachments of this body, he would be able to dominate it fully. Zhang Tianhao was one of those attachments. The dialogue between the two was overheard by Yi Qingru and Murong Fei, who exchanged complex glances with Zhang Tianhao. But I must leave, and my friends must leave as well. Zhang Tianhao declared with unwavering conviction. Ha! Let us see how your friends managed to escape. Wang Shijun sneered. Zhang Tianhao produced the teleportation scroll, activating it. The scroll soared into the air, bursting forth with brilliant light. Enveloping Zhang's family members and those of the Murong clan, the teleportation scroll, Wang Shijun exclaimed. He was well aware of its significance. Impossible. How could there be a teleportation scroll in the northern region? In Wang Shijun's or the Dark Demon Lord's understanding, such scrolls were exclusive to the Imperial domain, crafted only by 7th-tier inscription masters. In this barren northern region, the existence of even a 7th-tier inscription master was uncertain. Even if you possess a teleportation scroll, I will not allow you to use it successfully, Wang Shijun bellowed angrily. With a swift motion, he conjured an energy storm around him, gathering endless malice into his palm. Break for me. Wang Shijun struck the teleportation scroll with immense force. The power of the heavens? Zhang Tianhao was increasingly convinced that this Wang Shijun was not the same as before, regardless of his identity. Zhang Tianhao would not allow him to disrupt the power of the teleportation scroll. Unrestrained fury unleashed. After leveling up, Zhang Tianhao's unrestrained fury had refreshed once more. Cloud-piercing palm. He struck toward Wang Shijun with tremendous force. Boom! The two forces collided. Wang Shijun was enraged, launching a series of frenzied attacks against Zhang Tianhao. Zhang felt the pressure around him intensifying, an overwhelming force cascading down upon him. The duration of his unrestrained fury was swiftly approaching its end. As Wang Shijun charged again, Zhang Tianhao's fury ignited. Arhut Fist. The ultimate Arhut Fist surged forth. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Arhut Fist and triggering a critical hit. The doubled power of the Arhut Fist, imbued with ferocious might, sent Wang Shijun reeling backward. The domineering shockwave swept outward in all directions. The teleportation scroll finally activated fully. Zhang Tianhao felt a darkness envelop him as he entered a mysterious space. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Tianhao suddenly heard the system's notification. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating Li Haofeng. Experience points. 10,000. Chi. 1,000. Berserk energy. 10. A system prompt resonated in Zhang Tianhao's ears. What? Li Haofeng is dead. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, feeling quite astonished. Chapter 137. The Great Restoration Pill. Zhang Tianhao speculated that perhaps the residual force from his final strike had inadvertently struck Li Haofeng, resulting in his demise. Though merely a conjecture, it felt close to the truth. The thought of Li Haofeng meeting such a dismal end stirred a sense of injustice within Zhang Tianhao. The system's notifications continued. Although Li Haofeng had not unleashed berserk energy, he was still a minor boss and should yield some valuable items. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Ho E Divine Bow. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a fragment of a divine artifact. 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving the Haoyue Divine Sword, Heavenly Grade. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining an Immortal Hero character card. Incredible! Li Haofeng truly lived up to the title of minor boss, dropping such a wealth of treasures. The Ho E Divine Bow, just by its name, exudes magnificence. The next moment, Zhang Tianhao's eyes brightened as he found himself in a forest. Of course, Yi Qingru, Murong Fei, and the others were also transported alongside him. Your Highness, how is Xiener? Zhang Tianhao hastened to Murong Fei's side, gazing with concern at the figure cradled in his arms. Murong Fei shook his head. Worry etched on his face as he looked at his sister. Though I administered a life-sustaining pill to Xiener, it merely prolongs her breath. It is unlikely to save her life. Zhang Tianhao observed the pale, unconscious face of Murong Xiener, her breathing faint, his brow furrowed deeply, filled with anguish and guilt, for Xiener had been injured while saving him. Tianhao, do not blame yourself if Xiener reaches that point. It is her fate. Murong Fei gently patted Zhang Tianhao's shoulder, sensing his overwhelming guilt. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Tianhao. Earlier, upon opening the grand gift pack, the system had rewarded him with a Great Restoration Pill. What is the Great Restoration Pill? It is a legendary elixir capable of reviving the dead and mending bones. It is said that even the abbot of Shaolin Temple had only one throughout his life, and its whereabouts remain a mystery. Underscoring its rarity, however, Zhang Tianhao could not guarantee that this Great Restoration Pill was the same as what he knew, so he promptly checked its attributes. Item: Great Restoration Pill. Level: Heavenly Grade. Description: a unique sacred medicine of the Shaolin Temple, capable of healing all internal and external injuries and enhancing martial prowess. Indeed, it is. Zhang Tianhao felt reassured. He took out the Great Restoration Pill and said to Murong Fei, Your Highness, give this medicine to Xiener. It may yield results. Murong Fei furrowed his brow, examining the Great Restoration Pill in Zhang Tianhao's hand. Although it was a sacred medicine, its appearance was rather unremarkable, dull gray and lacking vibrancy. If not explicitly stated, it might easily be mistaken for an ordinary pill. Tianhao, the life-sustaining pill I gave Xiener should not be mixed with other medicines. It would be unwise to take risks, Murong Fei replied, his tone leaving little room for debate. Zhang Tianhao chuckled softly, understanding Murong Fei's skepticism towards the Great Restoration Pill, yet he insisted, Your Highness, this medicine is crafted from a unique formula. It can indeed revive the dead and mend bones. If Xiener consumes it, even if it does not provide immediate recovery, it should help her hold on until the Misty Sea secret realm reopens. Seeing Murong Fei still hesitating, Zhang Tianhao firmly stated. Your Highness, do you believe we have any other options at this point? The life-sustaining pill cannot improve Xian'er's condition. Morong Fei nodded, realizing the truth in Zhang Tianhao's words, with Xian'er's current state. There were no alternatives left, and the secret realm would not reopen for several days. They had no choice but to try. Morong Fei finally made up his mind, placing the Great Restoration pill into Morong Xian'er's mouth. Both Zhang Tianhao and Morong Fei fixed their gaze intently on Morong Xian'er. After about 10 minutes, her cheeks began to regain their color. Morong Fei rejoiced, exclaiming, "It works." Zhang Tianhao also let out a sigh of relief. Approximately half an hour later, Morong Xian'er opened her beautiful eyes, appearing bewildered. "Brother-in-law, brother, where am I? Why do you both look at me like that?" Morong Fei, overwhelmed with emotion, said to Zhang Tianhao, "Brother Tianhao, I apologize. It was all my fault earlier." Thankfully, Xian'er is fine. Otherwise, I would be a sinner. Ha. I understand. If I were in your shoes, I would have my doubts as well. Zhang Tianhao replied with a smile. Brother-in-law, I remember. I received a slap. It hurt so much. Zhang Tianhao affectionately pinched Morong Xian'er's delicate nose, teasingly saying, "Xian'er, I hope you think twice before being so reckless again. Your life was almost at stake. How would you have your brother-in-law explain to your sister?" Morong Xian'er blushed slightly and replied, "Brother-in-law, I saw someone bullying you and couldn't think of anything else. Besides, I promised to protect you." Zhang Tianhao was deeply moved by her innocent words, though he maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "All right, focus on your recovery. Your brother-in-law prefers to see you happy. Morong Xian'er cheerfully agreed. Morong Fei observed their interaction, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes but quickly vanishing. After ensuring that Morong Xian'er could rest, Zhang Tianhao approached Yi Qingru, asking, "Are you all right?" Yi Qingru forced a smile, replying, "Just a minor injury. I'm fine." Zhang Tianhao, noticing her downcast expression, comforted her, "Do not dwell on it too much. We have performed better than ever this time." Yi Qingru lowered her head, feeling quite disheartened. Tianhao, I feel ashamed compared to you. If it were not for you, none of us would survive." "What do you mean by that?" "I am also a member of the Zhang family. These are my responsibilities," Zhang Tianhao responded earnestly. "Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude," Yi Qingru said with a gentle smile, lightly brushing aside her bangs. Zhang Tianhao felt a stir in his heart at her sudden display of beauty and took a deep breath, saying, "Take good care of yourself and focus on healing." With that, he strode away. Watching Zhang Tianhao's departing figure, Yi Qingru sighed softly. Zhang Tianhao settled into a corner, sitting cross-legged. However, at that moment, he was not healing. He was examining the spoils of battle. Item: Ho's Divine Bow, incomplete. Level: Heavenly, upgradable. Description: the legendary bow used by Hou-Yi, possessing terrifying power. When wielded to its full potential, it can obliterate all things and bring down the stars. Upon reading this description, Zhang Tianhao was utterly astonished. The bow of Hou-Yi. His excitement surged. The tale of Hou-Yi shooting down the suns was well known among the Chinese. But although this bow did not come with arrows, it could automatically condense energy arrows, albeit with diminished power. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for his needs. Zhang Tianhao glanced at the shards of the divine artifact. He had now collected 5. He wondered if gathering 10 shards would indeed summon the divine artifact. With 5 already obtained, he was not far from the goal. What surprised him most was the appearance of the immortal character possession card. Following the previous martial arts character summoning card, the card's color had shifted from white to red, indicating a higher level that he examined the attributes of the immortal character possession card. Item: Immortal character possession card. Description: allows the summoning of the abilities of a Chinese immortal character. This card is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even the weakest immortal character could easily defeat a martial arts character. They belong to entirely different realms. Point 1 is about cultivation, the other about martial arts. There is no comparison. With this card, he had acquired a significant trump card for survival. Suddenly, without warning, Xiaohe emerged from Zhang Tianhao's battle pet space. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily startled. He had not summoned Xiaohe. It was astonishing that Xiaohe could autonomously exit the battle pet space, defying his understanding that as far as he knew, even the mightiest battle pets required their masters to summon them. Yet, Xiaohe could come and go freely, a feat even Xiao Long could not achieve. It seemed Xiaohe was more mysterious than he had imagined. Meow. Xiaohe gestured towards Zhang Tianhao. He seemed to understand its intent and retrieved the sword of the crescent moon. Xiaohe let out a delighted cry. Zhang Tianhao chuckled, realizing that Xiaohe had picked up the scent of the spoils he had just acquired. Fortunately, the sword of the crescent moon was of no use to him, as he preferred blades. "Take it," he said, tossing the sword to Xiaohe. Although the sword could fetch a considerable sum due to its heavenly grade, Zhang Tianhao was generous to his friends, since Xiaohe had only just begun following him. He could not be stingy. Xiaohe was ecstatic upon receiving the Sword of the Crescent Moon. With a swish, it vanished and returned to the battle pet space as a creature of the elemental realm. It could accelerate its advancement by consuming various spiritual treasures. The Sword of the Crescent Moon, being a heavenly artifact, was ample nourishment for it. Speaking of which, he had never examined Xiaohe's attributes since accepting it as a battle pet. And now he was eager to know just how impressive it was. Zhang Tianhao quickly checked Xiaohe's attributes: battle pet, Xiaohe potential, growth type, level 11, second order beast, attribute, space wind skills, spatial relocation, small range. Blunt strike. Astonishingly, it possessed a space attribute, the most formidable among all. In a wonder, Xiaohe could emerge directly from his battle pet space. It was simply beyond containment. Zhang Tianhao was elated. Xiaohe was truly remarkable. And its skills included spatial traversal and a blunt strike. He recalled how it had struck Li Haofeng when rescuing him, and Xiao Long, although merely a supportive skill, it was still extraordinary. After tallying his recent gains, Zhang Tianhao pondered the changes brought by the system upgrade. Upon entering the system, he discovered that the upgrade indeed introduced more functionalities. The system store was impressive. As a seasoned gamer, Zhang Tianhao recognized its significance. Essentially, everything that could be obtained from battles was available here. In his previous life on Earth, as a financially struggling individual, he rarely visited game stores, which were havens for wealthy players. He had to rely on battling monsters for gear. According to the system's information, purchasing items in the store required points. However, one had to be prepared to be fleeced, as the prices were exorbitant. A single true chi pill cost 10 points, while it was considered worthless outside. Zhang Tianhao browsed the system store, overwhelmed by the array of items, from pills to aircraft carriers and spaceships. There were even various bloodlines: the bloodline of the Tathagata Buddha, the bloodline of the Heavenly Teacher, the bloodline of Hongjun, summoning cards for the Supreme Laozi, the Primordial Beginning, the Victorious Fighting Buddha, and more. Zhang Tianhao was drooling at the sight. The power of these items was staggering. But the required points were astronomical. With only 1,100 points, he could buy nothing of significance. Fortunately, the system store not only allowed purchases, but also offered the option to sell unwanted items for points, albeit at laughable prices. Zhang Tianhao, are you resting? Unbeknownst to him, Morong Fei had approached. Zhang Tianhao glanced at the darkening sky and realized it was late. Curiously, he asked, Your Highness, why are you still awake? Morong Fei shook his head. I can't sleep. Troubled? Zhang Tianhao smiled. Yes, I've been contemplating the identity of Wang Shijun that I can't seem to make sense of it. Since you have fought him, have you noticed anything? Morong Fei inquired. The techniques he used were no ordinary martial arts. They were likely dark arts. Zhang Tianhao replied solemnly. Dark arts. My cousin, Morong Longqing, mentioned the same. It seems Wang Shijun has joined the dark path. The dark sect is detested by all on our Zhenwu continent. I never imagined Wang Shijun would dare to be so brazen. Morong Fei scoffed. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. No. This Wang Shijun is no longer the Wang Shijun we once knew. What do you mean? Morong Fei looked puzzled. Have you heard of soul possession? Zhang Tianhao replied coolly. You mean that Wang Shijun? Morong Fei's expression turned one of shock. Zhang Tianhao solemnly nodded. Though I have no evidence, it is highly likely. Morong Fei had initially suspected Wang Shijun had merely fallen into the dark sect, but now realized he had been possessed by another. Those capable of such feats were often formidable beings. If such a person were to regain their strength, it would spell disaster, especially since they belonged to the dark sect. The immediate concern was to safeguard their lives and escape the secret realm. I think he will not let us go, said Morong Longqing, who had joined the conversation. Zhang Tianhao recognized Morong Longqing as one of the geniuses from Tianwu Academy, the most formidable of the younger generation in the Morong family, and a prime candidate for succession to the throne. That I had previously sparred with Wang Shijun and was familiar with him. However, the techniques he employed today were unfamiliar to me. I had my suspicions before, but I was hesitant to confirm them. Now that you mention it, I feel more assured, Morong Longqing mused. Yes, Wang Shijun will undoubtedly seek us out to eliminate witnesses. That we must exercise caution, Zhang Tianhao said, his expression grave. Tianhao, among us, you are the only one capable of contending with Wang Shijun. But if you face him again, do you have confidence? Morong Fei asked earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianhao replied. Rest assured, I have a method to deal with him. However, this individual is likely a remnant of the ancient dark sect, and his strength is rapidly increasing. He can also enhance his power by absorbing the essence of living beings. We must not underestimate him. Indeed, if he truly is a soul-possessing entity, there would be no bottleneck in his martial path. his rate of advancement is beyond our imagination, Murong launching added, equally concerned. Zhang Tianhao was most worried about this aspect. The monster born from soul possession could potentially advance faster than he, the system's owner. While he needed monsters to level up through battles, the other party faced no such limitations. As long as resources were available, they could elevate their cultivation. I require a period of seclusion. During this time, I implore you all to refrain from emerging. In 7 days, the exit of the Misty Sea secret realm will be accessible. At that juncture, we shall first depart from the Misty Sea before contemplating our next course of action, to explore other possible strategies, Zhang Tianhao solemnly stated. Understood. No objections here, replied Murong launching and Murong Fei. In perfect agreement, if any situation arises, you may contact me using the communication talismans. Zhang Tianhao produced several talismans, inscribed with his spiritual mark, and handed them to Murong Fei. On this occasion, Zhang Tianhao intended to cultivate his archery skills. Although he possessed a divine bow and could wield it without the need for archery techniques, lacking a corresponding technique would diminish the bow's potency. Furthermore, he wished to seize this opportunity to enhance his overall strength. Upon reaching the rear mountain, he found it deserted. Zhang Tianhao did not immediately commence his archery practice. Instead, he retrieved 5 martial arts pills, rewards from the system's grand gift, having yet to utilize them. This moment was opportune for strengthening his abilities, and he could not afford to be negligent. Zhang Tianhao decided to apply these 5 pills to the Aihan 6 techniques, as they synergized perfectly with the power of the Shuin Guangdao, far superior to the Luohan fist. However, having only reached the 2nd level of minor success, he could not fully harness its potential. He began to enhance his skills by consuming the martial arts pills. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for using a martial arts pill. The 2nd form of Aihan 6 techniques, ice ceiling 3 feet, has been upgraded to great success. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for using a martial arts pill. The 2nd form of Aihan 6 techniques, ice ceiling 3 feet, has reached perfection. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for using a martial arts pill. The 2nd form of Aihan 6 techniques, ice ceiling 3 feet, has reached the transformation stage. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for comprehending the 3rd form of Aihan 6 techniques, red apricot in snow. Will you cultivate it? Goodness! The name of this 3rd move is quite intoxicating. One can only wonder how much the creator of the Aihan 6 techniques yearned for his wife, red apricot, Zhang Tianhao mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, he proceeded to cultivate it. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully cultivating the 3rd form of Aihan 6 techniques, red apricot in snow, current level. Entry. Zhang Tianhao examined the attributes of red apricot in snow, martial technique, 3rd form of Aihan 6 techniques proficiency, 10 energy consumption, 1000 description. The 3rd form of Aihan 6 techniques unleashes layers of blade shadows, creating illusions for the opponent. At the transformation stage, it produces a 50 critical strike chance and a 50 ice ceiling effect. Entry level is insufficient. I must continue to enhance my skills. However, minor success is relatively easy to achieve. Just 100 proficiency. I shall cultivate directly. Red apricot in snow. Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, unleashing layers of blade shadows that intertwined in the void, forming an isolated space. My goodness, the energy consumption is excessive. Each move requires 1000 energy. Alas, I currently possess only 6000 energy points. Is that enough for merely 6 strikes? 6 strikes shall suffice. Zhang Tianhao was unfazed. After all, he was a 3rd-tier alchemist. Energy pills could be mass-produced. He had no need for concern. Red apricot in snow. 2 hours later, Zhang Tianhao heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The 2nd form of Aihan 6 techniques, red apricot in snow, has been upgraded to minor success. Zhang Tianhao was elated, striking once more. 10 meters ahead. A sunbathing wild boar remained oblivious to its fate, only to be swiftly reduced to fragments. Impressive. The power has significantly increased. The TO progress from minor success to great success requires 500 proficiency. That does not seem too challenging. Let us continue to cultivate. Whenever his energy was depleted, he would promptly consume an energy pill to restore it and continue his practice. He had already exhausted over 100 bottles of energy pills. Midway through, he had to revert to alchemy to concoct more pills. After a day, he received another notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The 3rd form of Aihan 6 techniques, red apricot in snow, has been upgraded to great success. The melodious notification sound dispelled all remnants of fatigue from Zhang Tianhao. Although 500 proficiency may not seem excessive, the reality of cultivation revealed the grueling monotony and solitude that was beyond ordinary comprehension. Why have I not yet comprehended the fourth form? Typically, one attains comprehension of the next level upon reaching great success. It seems this is not a fixed rule. Perhaps one must cultivate to the transformation stage to unlock further techniques. However, progressing from great success to perfection necessitates 2,500 proficiency, a maddening requirement. Fortunately, I still have 2 martial arts pills left. He began the upgrade, consuming the 2 pills. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The third form of Ayan 6 techniques. Red apricot in snow has reached perfection. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. The third form of Ayan 6 techniques. Red apricot in snow has reached the transformation stage. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for comprehending the fourth form of Ayan 6 techniques. Peach blossoms in bloom. Will you cultivate it? Chapter 140. 9-star arrow technique commence cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully cultivating the fourth form of Ayan 6 techniques. Peach blossoms in bloom. Current level, entry. Zhang Tianhao felt delighted to have reached the fourth form. This time, the power of the Ayan 6 techniques would be greatly enhanced. He examined the attributes of peach blossoms in bloom. Martial technique. Fourth form of Ayan 6 techniques. Peach blossoms in bloom proficiency. 10 energy consumption. 1200 description. The blade technique resembles the delicate yet fierce peach branches in cold snow. Seemingly unarmed but remarkably potent, the technique creates a cage that ensnares and annihilates foes. At the transformation stage, it yields a 60 critical strike rate and a 60 ice sealing rate. Excellent. Zhang Tianhao was quite satisfied. He dedicated 2 additional days to elevate peach blossoms in bloom to great success before commencing his archery training. The use of the Hui Bao necessitated a corresponding archery technique to unleash its true power. However, Zhang Tianhao had never practiced any archery techniques. I possess the system's marketplace. Let me see if there are any archery techniques available. After a thorough search, Zhang Tianhao finally discovered the list of archery techniques. Indeed, I initially thought archery techniques would be scarce. In the true martial continent, they are not particularly rare, yet not widely sought after either. At least during my time in the Zhang family, I had never encountered any archery technique manuals. However, in the system store, I was astonished to find a plethora of over 10,000 archery techniques. Divine Arrow of Heaven, Radiant Arrow Technique, Emperor's Divine Arrow. These names are truly magnificent. Just reading them inspires awe. Zhang Tianhao's mouth watered at the prospect. Yet, upon glancing at the points required for each technique, he was taken aback. What does it mean to have a 1 followed by 7 zeros? Upon entering this system store, I have realized I am utterly impoverished. Scrolling further down, Zhang Tianhao noted that even the cheapest techniques bore a price tag with 4 zeros. Goodness, system, are you trying to make survival impossible? Zhang Tianhao found himself at a loss for words. However, he refused to lose hope and scrolled to the very bottom. There, he spotted the words promotion. Upon seeing the word promotion, excitement surged within him. Typically, promotions imply discounts, suggesting affordability. Upon reaching the final page, he finally found an archery technique that seemed within his means. 9-star arrow technique. Fragment. Required points. 1,000. Why is it a fragment? Zhang Tianhao felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, this was the only archery technique he could afford in the store. Gritting his teeth, he made the purchase. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully purchasing the 9-star arrow technique. Due to today's promotional event, you have received a complimentary wind shadow arrow. Please check your inventory. A sweet voice echoed in Zhang Tianhao's ears. Wow, my luck is incredible. Today's promotion was fortuitous that I must return when there are more such events. He thought. His previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. Within the system's space lay an arrow radiating a terrifying energy. He examined its attributes. Item. Wind shadow arrow description. Possesses a speed 100,000 times that of ordinary arrows. Containing explosive power. A product of the system. Guaranteed to be of premium quality. Although he was uncertain of the arrow's rank, the power emanating from it was undeniably formidable. Zhang Tianhao then scrutinized the attributes of the 9-star arrow technique. Archery technique. 9-star arrow technique description. A common archery technique from the distant realm of Arrow God continent. Due to its fragmentary nature, it is offered at a discounted price upon mastery. Its power is considerable. Special attribute. Fire. Zhang Tianhao sighed in relief. The system had described it as originating from a distant realm, suggesting it was light years away from the true martial continent. Given its title, the Arrow God continent must be a place where practitioners specialize in archery. However, as it is merely an ordinary technique from that continent, it should still be formidable, considering the practitioners specialize in the art. Moreover, the system store claimed that upon mastery, its power would be significant. Indeed, elemental archery techniques are renowned for their superiority, far surpassing ordinary arrows. Zhang Tianhao commenced his cultivation. Ding. Do you wish to cultivate the 9-star arrow technique? Fragment. Commence cultivation. Ding. Successfully cultivated 3-star arrow. Current level. Entry. The first form of the 9-star arrow technique. 3-star arrow, as the name implies, allows for the simultaneous release of 3 arrows. Alas, I have no more martial arts pills. I must rely on my own efforts to improve proficiency. Fortunately, the proficiency required to achieve great success is not excessively high. A few days should suffice. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, a sense of dread permeated the atmosphere. Warriors from the prominent families within the realm were being hunted down by Wang Shijun, leaving them as mere desiccated corpses. Wang Shijun not only personally hunted down the warriors of several prominent families, but also compelled the offspring of players to take action. Those who refused would face his lethal wrath at this moment. Within the secret realm, members of various families felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Wang Shijun relentlessly ordered the search for Zhang Tianhao and his companions. The secret realm, neither too vast nor too confined, had revealed the mountain range where Zhang Tianhao and his group were located. Over the next few days, Zhang Tianhao diligently practiced his archery skills. After 3 days of training, he mastered the first form of the 3-star arrow technique. Drawing his bow, he expended 300 units of true energy, with each arrow of the 9-star arrow technique requiring 100 units. Although this consumption was manageable at present, it would become daunting in the later stages. Yet, in light of the overwhelming power, Zhang Tianhao felt capable of bearing the cost. 3 arrows, forged through his abilities, materialized in his grasp. He released them. A thunderous explosion echoed as the 3 colossal boulders before him vanished entirely, not shattered, but rather erased from existence. Astonished, Zhang Tianhao could hardly believe the magnitude of this power. With this, I should have greater confidence against Wang Shijun, he mused, a confident smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he noticed a message talisman shooting toward him from the void. Raising an eyebrow, he murmured, if Murong Fei and the others were unharmed, they wouldn't send a message. Could something have gone awry? A sense of unease crept into his heart as he hastily activated the talisman. Tianhao, the Wang family has discovered us. Hurry back. The anxious voice of Murong Fei crackled through the talisman. The urgency was palpable. Zhang Tianhao sprang to his feet and rushed toward their camp. At that moment, the camp where Murong Fei and his companions were located was surrounded by enemies, members of the Wang and Li families, along with some lesser clans. These individuals were frantically assaulting the camps of the Zhang and Murong families, driven by a desperate will to survive. The situation for the Zhang and Murong families grew increasingly precarious. Murong Longcheng, you are no match for me. Surrender, and I shall spare your life, provided you agree to become my demon slave, Wang Shijun declared with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing down at Murong Longcheng, covered in blood, Murong Longcheng's eyes reflected both defiance and shock. The rapid enhancement of Wang Shijun's power left him astounded. Just days prior, he could exchange dozens of blows with him. Yet now, he fell within mere 3 exchanges. A chilling aura enveloped Murong Longcheng, causing his body to tremble. He felt as if he were confronting a martial king. Do not harm my brother, Murong Fei. Murong Xianer and Yi Qingru charged together to attack. 3 swords lunged toward Wang Shijun from different directions. A swarm of ants. He scoffed as a violent force surged from him, instantly suppressing the trio's strength, rendering their true energy stagnant. Get lost. With 3 powerful punches, he struck Murong Fei, Murong Xianer, and Yi Qingru, sending them hurtling through the air, blood spraying as they crashed to the ground. Where is Zhang Tianhao? Bring him forth. I will show him how I slaughter his kin, Wang Shijun sneered, eyeing the fallen Yi Qingru. With a swift motion, he struck her across the face, causing her to let out a muffled groan as she was flung away. Bloodied and battered, submit to me as my demon slave, and I may let you go. You will never succeed, she retorted defiantly. Excellent. You have successfully enraged me, Wang Shijun replied, advancing towards her, a cruel smile playing on his lips. If you possess the courage, then kill me, she challenged. Ending your life would be too merciful, he replied coldly. I shall make you wish for death. With that, he summoned an endless surge of blood energy, enveloping Yi Qingru from all sides. She screamed, feeling as if countless insects were incessantly gnawing at her body, inflicting excruciating pain. Despite her torment, she did not plead for mercy. Sister Qingru, Murong Xianer cried out, rushing to her side. Since you wish to experience this, I shall grant you that opportunity, Wang Shijun sneered, extending the blood energy to ensnare Murong Xianer, as well as the blood energy transformed into swarms of tiny creatures invading her body. Murong Siener writhed in agony. Siener, Murong Fei, and Murong launching shouted, charging forth that if you have the guts, come at us instead. Bullying a girl is beneath you. Murong launching yelled, bastard, I will fight you. Murong Fei declared, lunging at Wang Shijun with his sword. Get lost. Wang Shijun countered, seizing Murong Fei by the throat, rendering him powerless. Murong Fei gasped, feeling as if he were suffocating. But if you have the guts, kill me. Someone will avenge me. He declared defiantly. You mean Zhang Tianhao, right? Rest assured, I won't let you die. That I will kill you in front of him, letting him taste the bitterness of watching a friend perish. Wang Shijun mocked cruelly. With a resounding thud, he sent Murong Fei flying, then approached him, viciously trampling his arm. Murong Fei cried out in agony that I will crush your limbs, 1 inch at a time, rendering you a cripple. Stop. Murong launching roared. Launching himself at Wang Shijun, empowered by a life-burning ferocity, the Fang Tianhua halberd radiating lethal intent as he struck down. Pathetic. Too weak. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Wang Shijun retorted, casually pointing a finger, a gesture as delicate as a maiden embroidering. Yet imbued with terrifying might, as Murong Lancheng prepared to unleash all his power into the halberd. He struck down, colliding with Wang Shijun's finger. The force surged through Wang Shijun's body, sending him reeling backward. Blood spilling from his mouth. Brother, Murong Fei cried, despair flooding his heart. You too shall perish. Just as Wang Shijun was about to act, a thunderous voice interrupted. Stop. It was Zhang Tianhao, who had rushed to the scene. And the air was filled with cries of battle. Arriving just a moment too late, Zhang Tianhao's heart sank at the sight of Murong Fei and Murong Siener's plight. Zhang Tianhao. You have finally arrived, Wang Shijun remarked. Unfazed. I am here, Wang Shijun. Release them, and we shall settle our matters between us. Very well, Wang Shijun replied, gesturing to withdraw the blood insects from Murong Siener and Yiqingru. Zhang Tianhao refrained from striking, as he stood over Murong Fei, aware that any rash move could spell disaster. What do you intend to do? Zhang Tianhao inquired with a cold smirk. Wang Shijun's chilling gaze fell upon Zhang Tianhao as he replied. It's simple that I require a demon slave, and you seem to possess commendable potential. Kneel and become my demon slave, and I may spare their lives. Zhang Tianhao's heart trembled as he coldly replied. Is this not a bit too excessive? Excessive. You need not comply, but they will certainly die. Wang Shijun laughed triumphantly. Tianhao, don't listen to him. Flee and avenge us later. Murong Fei urged with a pained smile. Brother-in-law, do not concern yourself with us, Murong Siener added. Silence. Wang Shijun stomped his foot, causing Murong Fei to scream in agony, blood gushing forth. Wang Shijun coldly declared, I shall begin counting that if you do not comply by 10. They shall die. 1, 2 as he counted. Zhang Tianhao remained expressionless, seemingly deep in thought. 1. At the count of 1, Wang Shijun's eyes narrowed. Little black, take action. Wang Shijun was taken aback as a small black cat materialized beside him, its paw striking him hard. Bang! Caught off guard, Wang Shijun staggered. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Tianhao seized the opportunity. Snow in the red apricot, he unleashed dozens of strikes, enveloping Wang Shijun in a flurry of blades. A mere parlor trick. Suddenly, Wang Shijun felt as if dozens of blade shadows before him had coalesced into phantoms, revealing glimpses of his past. He was transported back thousands of years, witnessing the moment when countless masters from various sects besieged and sealed him away. This memory ignited feelings of rage, hatred, and despair within him. At that moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Wang Shijun's eyes. Yet, being a person of unwavering resolve and possessing an immensely powerful soul, he quickly regained his composure. However, Zhang Tianhao had already closed the distance between them. In a moment of urgency, Wang Shijun roared and unleashed a claw strike. Boom! The blood-red claw shadow tore through the void, aiming for Zhang Tianhao. The razor-sharp claw shadow carried the force to rip apart anything in its path. Boom! 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 The blade shadows crisscrossed as the claw shadows shattered the air, continuously colliding in the void. Zhang Tianhao's expression grew grave, for he sensed that Wang Shijun's cultivation had ascended to an alarming level. From the intensity of the current attack, he could gauge the opponent's strength, which was at least that of a 9th-level Grand Martial Master. This was indeed terrifying. With a chilling glance, an endless array of blade lights descended upon Wang Shijun. The explosive killing fist surged forth, striking violently against Zhang Tianhao's blade light. The blade light shattered, and a torrent of immense power slammed into Zhang Tianhao, sending him flying back, skidding across the ground for several steps. The explosive killing fist erupted with unparalleled might. Wang Shijun, like a shadow of an arrow, darted towards Zhang Tianhao, delivering a devastating punch. Zhang Tianhao felt the world around him plunge into darkness. Everything along his path was obliterated inch by inch. The earth rolled over, and trees were uprooted. In a fit of unrestrained fury, Zhang Tianhao pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air, emanating a fierce aura. With the proud and fierce technique of peach blossoms in full bloom, Zhang Tianhao furiously infused his true energy into the Snowdrinker blade. Slicing downward, a blade light, as radiant as a rainbow piercing the sun, cascaded through the air, carving a massive shadow into the void. The destructive blade light surged forth, instantaneously obliterating Wang Shijun. A cage of endless blade lights swiftly ensnared him. "Break for me," Wang Shijun roared, delivering a punch that shattered the cage, allowing him to break free from confinement. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Tianhao was already before him. Simultaneously, he swiftly consumed 3 bottles of true energy pills, fully replenishing his nearly exhausted true energy. With a chilling glance, he unleashed a series of slashing strikes. Explosive killing fist, the shockwave of his punch swept outward, annihilating all of Zhang Tianhao's blade lights. The surrounding earth cracked under the force, inch by inch. Zhang Tianhao could even feel a surge of power converging upon him, like a battering ram. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for activating the Ice Seal attribute with Proud and Cold 6 techniques. Ecstatic, Zhang Tianhao pushed the shadow of the swallow to its limits, manifesting 12 phantoms that scattered in various directions. In the next moment, Zhang Tianhao appeared before Wang Shijun. As bloodline surged. He invoked the ancient Xingtian bloodline. A massive axe materialized in his hand, crashing down upon Wang Shijun. The air in the void trembled, and the boundless essence of heaven and earth seemed to cry out in fear. Dust and debris swirled, as if heralding the end of days. "Die for me." This axe bore the weight of at least tens of thousands of pounds, as if it could shatter the very fabric of the void. Boom! Just as Wang Shijun dispelled the icy onslaught. He found himself struck by this blow, sending him hurtling backward. A number appeared above his head. 100,000 to coughing violently. Wang Shijun rose once more. "Very well. You have successfully enraged me," he bellowed. A wave of extreme danger erupted from Wang Shijun. As blood light expanded outward from him in all directions, surrounding flora and fauna began to wither, and the life essence of nearby creatures was drawn into his body with every passing moment. His aura grew stronger. "Quickly, leave. Do not let yourselves be caught in this," Zhang Tianhao urged Yi Qingru and the others. They quickly gathered behind him, safe from the bizarre blood light that could not reach their vicinity. "Hurry, escape from this direction behind me." Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, Yi Qingru and Murong Xian'er nodded and made their exit. The power Wang Shijun unleashed was exceedingly sinister, although it did not spread towards Zhang Tianhao. It radiated in other directions. Some disciples from various clans, caught off guard, were engulfed by the eerie blood light, their flesh withering into desiccated corpses. The dense life essence was devoured, transforming into Wang Shijun's strength. In an instant, dozens of disciples from various clans were consumed and turned into mummies. Such a terrifying force. Zhang Tianhao's expression turned serious. He knew he could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, Wang Shijun would only grow stronger. And the one to suffer would be him. With a powerful leap, Zhang Tianhao transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, charging towards Wang Shijun, unleashing dozens of slashes from the Snowdrinker blade. Wang Shijun let out a mighty roar as the thick blood light coalesced into a crimson barrier before him. Boom! Boom! The blade light struck against the blood-red barrier, creating ripples but failing to breach it. "Die for me." Wang Shijun conjured a sphere of blood light and hurled it towards Zhang Tianhao. Instinctively, Zhang Tianhao swung his blade to intercept. Boom! The overwhelming destructive force sent him flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing hundreds of meters away. Cough! Cough! Such immense power. Zhang Tianhao felt as if his body might shatter. Wang Shijun darted towards him like an arrow. Seeking death, Zhang Tianhao brandished the Ho-E Bao, aiming at Wang Shijun. 3-star arrows. 3 arrows formed a triangular formation, flying toward Wang Shijun. The fiery red arrow shadows locked onto him, caught off guard. Wang Shijun had no idea Zhang Tianhao possessed such a technique at such close range. He barely managed to raise a blood-red shield in time. The arrows detonated upon impact. Boom! 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 Zhang Tianhao watched as 3 damage numbers floated above Wang Shijun's head. Each reading -200,000. Truly astonishing. Ah! Wang Shijun howled, emerging from the ground, stripped of his previous elegance, now appearing ragged and disheveled, resembling a beggar. "Zhang Tianhao, I will have your head," Wang Shijun roared in fury, his muscles twitching with rage. "Is that so?" Zhang Tianhao taunted. drawing his bow once more, taking aim at Wang Shijun. Under Zhang Tianhao's deadly gaze, Wang Shijun felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent, an intense sense of peril locking onto him. Chapter 143. The Great Explosion. Wang Shijun screamed and turned to flee. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. He could not allow Wang Shijun, this mutated boss, to escape without extracting valuable rewards. Zhang Tianhao drew his bow. Conjuring 3 fiery red arrows, Wang Shijun felt a chill run down his spine. As a formidable warrior, he was acutely aware of impending danger. He recognized that Zhang Tianhao was preparing to shoot. The arrows flew in an S-shaped trajectory. Fire. At last, Zhang Tianhao released the arrows. The 3 fiery energy arrows shot forth towards Wang Shijun. Just as they were about to strike, a blood-red glow enveloped Wang Shijun, allowing him to shift his position by a meter. The arrows exploded around him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 small craters formed upon impact. Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of regret. Had he hit Wang Shijun, he might have secured the kill. However, this also prevented Wang Shijun from fleeing. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, calling out, "Xiaohei, time to work." A smirk played on Zhang Tianhao's lips as he murmured, "While I may not be able to keep you, Xiaohei should have no trouble." Just as Wang Shijun saw Zhang Tianhao once more drawing his bow, he was paralyzed with fear. Given his current state, a second hit would surely mean his demise. Even for a powerful being, one could only seize a body once in a lifetime. If he died now, it would be the end for him. Wang Shijun pushed his speed to its limit. Resembling a streak of bloodlight, Zhang Tianhao activated the shadow of the swallow to pursue him, but regrettably, despite mastering it, he found it challenging to catch up to Wang Shijun, with a hint of arrogance. Wang Shijun rasped, "Zhang Tianhao, if I do not die today, I will kill your entire family another day." Zhang Tianhao responded with a cold smile, "There will be no tomorrow. You will die today." Such arrogance. Just as Wang Shijun finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Meow. A cat paw struck his head, leaving him dazed. Xiaohei had delivered another blow to Wang Shijun. What a perfect opportunity. Zhang Tianhao unleashed the 3-star arrows once more. No. In that critical moment, Wang Shijun finally regained his senses, managing to evade just in time. Yet, despite his swift reaction, one arrow still struck him. Boom! Wang Shijun let out a pained cry as one of his arms was blown off. "Zhang Tianhao, I swear I will kill your entire family." Wang Shijun, enveloped in swirling bloodlight, transformed into a blood sphere, hurtling away at an astonishing speed, far exceeding his previous pace, a forbidden technique. Zhang Tianhao realized that Wang Shijun was desperate to escape and had resorted to using a forbidden technique at a great cost. However, Zhang Tianhao understood that he could not allow him to flee. Otherwise, it would pose a significant threat. Zhang Tianhao's face displayed a resolute expression as he knocked the wind shadow arrow onto his bow, aiming it towards the direction in which Wang Shijun had fled. With a powerful release, the arrow soared forth, nearly exhausting all of Zhang Tianhao's internal energy in an instant. The wind shadow arrow caught up to the blood sphere that Wang Shijun had transformed into. A piercing scream erupted from Wang Shijun, reverberating with anguish. The arrow struck with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater within a 10-meter radius. Wang Shijun was obliterated into dust. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a surge of frenzied energy. Such a mutated boss ought to yield something extraordinary. He would feel cheated otherwise. After a brief silence, a notification chimed. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating Wang Shijun. Experience points: 90,000. True Chi: 9,000. Frenzied energy: 10. Another notification followed. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have acquired the Battle Saint Blade." Then came another. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have obtained the Battle Helm." And another. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have received the Battle Boots." Another notification chimed. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have acquired the Battle Gauntlets." Yet another announcement. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have obtained the Blood God Bloodline. Would you like to absorb it?" Finally, "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have received a Secret Realm card." And yet another. "Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao. You have acquired a Blood Soul." Zhang Tianhao wiped his brow. Astonished at the bounty of equipment, his heart raced with excitement. Indeed, it was a grand reward. Hastily, he opened his inventory to inspect the battle set. Item: Battle Set. Level: Sacred. Description: a set used by the Battle Saint Emperor from another realm. Endowed with incredible power. Restricted to martial kings. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tianhao felt a pang of disappointment. He was still unable to don such impressive armor without reaching the martial king level. However, as a grand martial master, He was not too far from that goal that it was frustrating to let such splendid armor go unused. He decided to try it on, only to be met with a tremendous pressure weighing down upon him. Had he not been a body cultivator, the mere act of wearing this set would have crushed him to oblivion. Yet, even as he wore it, he found himself unable to move. Reluctantly, he removed the set, feeling a significant relief wash over him. Then, he turned to the blood god bloodline. With a sudden thought, he mentally commanded it to absorb. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao, blood god bloodline absorption successful. Current bloodline awakening, 14. Zhang Tianhao silently praised the potency of the blood god bloodline, which had swiftly awakened 3 of his bloodline. That it appeared that consuming additional bloodlines would expedite this awakening process, not wishing to linger on other equipment. He grew concerned for Murong Fei and Murong Siener and hurried to find them. Upon reaching the mountain's edge, he found the area in disarray. Murong Siener and Murong Fei were evidently observing the situation, and upon spotting Zhang Tianhao, they were visibly excited. Brother-in-law, what happened to Wang Shijun? Murong Siener asked anxiously. Zhang Tianhao smiled calmly and replied, he will no longer trouble us. Murong Fei stared at him in astonishment. Brother Tianhao, did you not kill him? Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Yes, I did. Murong Fei and Murong Lancheng were utterly stunned to to them. Wang Shijun had seemed immensely powerful, capable of defeating them in an instant. The thought that such a formidable foe had been vanquished by Zhang Tianhao was simply beyond comprehension. Murong Fei regarded Zhang Tianhao with a deep gaze, memories of their prior martial competition still fresh in his mind. Although he had lost to Zhang Tianhao then, he had returned to his sect determined to improve himself for a rematch. He had hoped to challenge Zhang Tianhao again during the upcoming Fog Sea Secret Realm event. Yet, now it appeared that the disparity between them was insurmountable. Tianhao, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? Murong Fei asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Zhang Tianhao had no reason to hide the truth and replied with a smile, I am at the 4th level of Grand Martial Master. Murong Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had only just reached the 7th level of Martial Master himself. He had thought his progress commendable, but compared to Zhang Tianhao, it felt insignificant that it dawned on him that they were no longer in the same league. With you around, all other talents will appear as mere mediocrity that I should see you less often. Otherwise, I will be continually disheartened. Murong Fei sighed. Murong Lancheng nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianhao chuckled. That is because I am the true genius. Huh. You boast as if you're the only one. Murong Fei retorted, somewhat annoyed. Zhang Tianhao then scanned the group and inquired, are your injuries severe? Murong Fei shook his head. It's not too bad. That scoundrel Wang Shijun, in his desire to torment me, did not strike too hard, so while I may appear battered, I am relatively unharmed. Zhang Tianhao's gaze shifted to Yi Qingru and Murong Siener, both of whom nodded to confirm they were fine. What about the Li and Wang families? Have they troubled you? Zhang Tianhao asked Murong Fei. Murong Fei scoffed. Humph, they would need the opportunity to do so. Murong Lancheng smiled at Zhang Tianhao. Tianhao, both families suffered significant losses. When Wang Shijun unleashed his dark arts, those from both the Wang and Li families, who were closest, were turned into desiccated corpses. Aside from a few minor clans, only our 2 families remain in the Fog Sea Secret Realm. Wouldn't you agree it is quite gratifying? Zhang Tianhao nodded. It seems that both families have indeed shot themselves in the foot this time. Huh. Tianhao, your phrasing is off. This isn't just a setback. It seems they have suffered grievous injuries. Murong Fei laughed heartily. Zhang Tianhao concurred. Indeed, those entering the Fog Sea Secret Realm were all elite talents from both families, now all lost here. The Wang and Li families must be beside themselves. However, Murong Lancheng suddenly cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. With such heavy losses, they will likely blame the Zhang family. I fear that once we emerge from the Fog Sea Secret Realm, Tianhao may face considerable trouble. Hearing this, Murong Fei frowned. Tianhao, rest assured, we will stand by your side. Indeed, should they dare to trouble my brother-in-law, Siener will not allow it. Murong Siener added resolutely. Zhang Tianhao replied calmly. Your goodwill is appreciated, but I shall handle this matter myself. If they dare to seek me out, they will learn the true meaning of despair. As he spoke, an aura of formidable killing intent emanated from him. Murong Fei and Murong Lancheng exchanged glances, a flicker of concern crossing their faces. Zhang Tianhao's ability to defeat the formidable Wang Shijun, a 9th-level Grand Martial Master, was beyond doubt, although they were unaware of how he had achieved this. It was clear he possessed some hidden strength. If the Wang and Li families dared to retaliate, they would surely regret it. Let us depart. The Fog Sea Secret Realm should be opening soon. It is time for us to leave, Zhang Tianhao said, glancing at the sky. Meanwhile, outside the Fog Sea secret realm, the prominent families of the royal Morong clan, the Li family, the Zhang family, and the Wang family had gathered. Except for the royal family, which sent only one grand martial master as a representative, the leaders of the other three families were present. Zhang Yaobang, the elder of the Zhang family, Li Yuanting, the head of the Li family, and several grand martial masters from both families were in attendance. Zhang Yaobang furrowed his brow. The Li and Wang families had nearly mobilized their entire forces, and he sensed that this expedition into the Fog Sea secret realm would face considerable challenges. Otherwise, they would not have taken such drastic measures. Elder Zhang, who do you think will emerge victorious in this expedition? Li Yuanting asked, a smug smile on his face. Today he felt particularly triumphant, having just broken through to the Grand Martial Master level, significantly augmenting his family's strength. The Li family's power now overshadowed that of the Zhang family, and he anticipated annihilating all of Zhang's forces within the Fog Sea secret realm, effectively eliminating them from contention. Zhang Yaobang could sense the smugness radiating from Li Yuanting, though he felt a surge of anger. He maintained a calm facade, responding, "Who will ultimately secure the first position will soon be revealed. There is no need to overthink it. Elder Zhang, there is still much time before they emerge. Why not indulge in a wager to pass the time?" Li Yuanting suggested with a knowing smile. "Oh, what kind of wager do you propose?" Zhang Yaobang inquired, his mind preoccupied with concern for Zhang Tianhao and the others, yet he felt compelled to maintain his composure. Li Yuanting smirked slyly. "Quite simple. Let us wager on the number of people the Zhang family brings out from the secret realm." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yaobang's expression darkened. "Do not take offense. Elder Zhang. My intent is straightforward. The Zhang family has historically emerged with the least number of participants from the Fog Sea secret realm. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for me to propose this as a wager." Li Yuanting replied, with Wang Zhanfeng chiming in to support him. Li Yuanting observed the two men with a cunning smile, sensing an undercurrent of unease within him. However, on the surface, he remarked, "Not sure how to wager. Elder Zhang, I bet that no more than 5 members of your family will emerge from the Misty Sea secret realm. Are you willing to take the bet?" Li Yuanting expressed with great confidence. "You." Zhang Yaobang felt a surge of anxiety reaching its peak at that moment. Could it be that Tianhao and the others are in danger? Or is there some underlying conspiracy? Although Zhang Yaobang was deeply troubled, he felt powerless, as considerable time had already passed. Any conspiracy would have long been set in motion. "Fine, I will take your bet. What are the stakes?" Zhang Yaobang suppressed his anger. "Ha. Elder Zhang is indeed generous. The wager is quite simple. Whoever loses must crawl on the ground and bark like a dog in front of everyone here." "Ha!" Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng chuckled with delight. "Dare you, Elder Zhang?" Li Yuanting taunted, reveling in his triumph. Zhang Yaobang's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and rage, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Ha! Could it be that Elder Zhang knows the Zhang family won't have even 5 survivors this time and is afraid to take the bet?" Li Yuanting continued to provoke Zhang Yaobang. In truth, he believed that none of the Zhang family would escape this time. As his meticulous arrangements were foolproof, he doubted that anyone from the Zhang family could survive amidst the joint forces of the Wang and Li families, coupled with the overwhelming numbers of martial artists from numerous small families. "Very well, I shall wager with you that a person fights for their pride, and a Buddha for 3 sticks of incense." Zhang Yaobang could not back down at this moment. Aware of the consequences. "I shall also participate." Wang Zhanfeng stepped forward. Shifting the tone, Wang Zhanfeng looked at Zhang Yaobang with a slight smile and added, "However, should you, Elder Zhang, lose, you must crawl on the ground and bark twice. Rest assured, if I lose, I shall not go back on my word." Wang Zhanfeng chuckled lightly and continued, "Words alone are not enough. Morong brother, if the Zhang family's patriarch loses, you must serve as a witness to prevent any denial." "Very well, I shall be a witness." Morong Jinhai responded with a smile, finding the situation amusing. The surrounding members of dozens of small families were somewhat astonished. This was a grand affair indeed. One of the 3 great families of Waxy State's leaders crawling on the ground and barking like a dog was simply unimaginable. However, they prudently remained silent, for as members of small families, they could not afford to offend any of the 3 families that moment. Someone excitedly shouted, "Look, someone is coming out ahead." Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng were filled with anticipation. Believing that the first to emerge would be from the Li or Wang families, it seems to be from the Zhang family. An elder from a small family remarked in surprise. Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng's expressions darkened. However, they believed that even if someone from the Zhang family emerged, it could not exceed 5 individuals. Indeed, those who emerged were from the Zhang family. Leading the group were Zhang Tianhao, and Yi Qingru, followed by several other members of the Zhang family. Upon counting, the number of Zhang family members who emerged reached over a dozen. How is this possible? Both Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng were incredulous. At this moment, Zhang Yaobang felt elated, looking at Wang Zhanfeng and Li Yuanting with a smirk and saying, "Who was it that said the loser must bark like a dog just now?" "Zhang Yaobang, do not push your luck," Li Yuanting replied coldly, as a chilling aura emanated from the several Grand Masters standing behind him. Indeed domineering. You challenged me to a bet, and now that I have won, you must fulfill your promise. How can that be seen as pushing my luck?" Zhang Yaobang countered, casting a sidelong glance at Elder Murong, who responded with an awkward smile. This is your matter. I shall not interfere." Zhang Yaobang did not linger on the matter. With Zhang Tianhao's emergence, he felt satisfied. "Tianhao, Qingru, how did it go?" Zhang Yaobang inquired with concern. "Elder, it went relatively smoothly," Yi Qingru replied with a smile. "Grandfather, Tianhao is fine." Zhang Tianhao quickly added, noticing his grandfather's gaze upon him. "As long as you are fine," Zhang Yaobang reassured, not probing further into their gains from the expedition. In his eyes, their safe return was of utmost importance. Although he noted that half of their group seemed to be missing, it was still significantly better than in previous years, especially seeing the expressions of Wang Zhanfeng and Li Yuanting, who looked as though they had swallowed a fly. Brought him immense satisfaction. "More people are coming out," another keen-eyed martial artist shouted. Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng's expressions brightened once again. "It is from our Murong family," the previous elder from the Murong family exclaimed joyfully. The second group to emerge consisted of Murong Fei and Murong Longqing leading their clan members. Compared to the Zhang family, the Murong family had many more survivors, as they had sent the most martial artists into the secret realm. With over 30 returning alive. Fair, you have finally emerged. Now I can rest easy. The elder of the Murong family laughed heartily. Grandfather Jinhai, Murong Longqing, and the Crown Prince Murong Fei showed deference to the elder, aware of his esteemed status as a royal uncle. This moment, Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng were growing increasingly impatient. They had waited long without seeing any members from their two families emerge, and their expressions shifted from calm to anxious. Soon after, more than a dozen martial artists from small families emerged, having survived harrowing experiences to return to their family strongholds, finally feeling a sense of relief. Some even bursting into tears. As the toxic mist of the Misty Sea secret realm began to thicken once more, the expressions of Li Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng darkened further. "Why is it that not a single member from our family has returned?" "Why?" Li Yuanting roared, his fury nearly overwhelming him. "Why has no one from the Wang family emerged? This is utterly impossible." Wang Zhanfeng's expression was equally grim. He pointed at a survivor from a small family and demanded, "Speak, what exactly happened in the secret realm? Where are our Wang family members?" The survivor, having never encountered such a scene, trembled in fear and stammered, "Wang Shijun went mad, killing people relentlessly in the secret realm. Many from various families perished at his hands. Moreover, he forced us to assist him in dealing with the Zhang family. And in the end, we all perished." "Nonsense." Wang Shijun's palm struck down. The survivor had no time to comprehend the situation before Wang Zhanfeng's blow ended his life. Blood splattering everywhere, Wang Zhanfeng exuded a terrifying killing intent as he advanced toward the Zhang family members. Zhang Yaobang immediately sensed the danger and positioned himself in front of Zhang Tianhao and the others, coldly stating, "Wang Zhanfeng, what do you intend to do? I only wish to know where my son Wang Shijun is at this moment. Has he fallen victim to Zhang Tianhao's treachery?" Wang Zhanfeng replied coldly. "Nonsense. My grandson is not your Wang family's nanny. That if your son is missing, it has nothing to do with the Zhang family," Zhang Yaobang retorted angrily. "That person made it very clear. Your grandson is the murderer." Wang Zhanfeng insisted without yielding. "Uncle Wang, I can testify. It was your son Wang Shijun who attacked the members of various families and sought to kill me. It was he who perished at Tianhao's hands. He brought this upon himself." Murong Xiener stepped forward to assert that we can also testify. Murong Longqing and Murong Fei chimed in. Murong Jinhai remarked coolly, "Xiener, Feier, Chener, it is best for our Murong family to refrain from involving ourselves in the affairs of the three great families." "But Tianhao saved our lives," Murong Fei argued persistently. "This is the emperor's will." Murong Jinhai's voice grew stern. Murong Fei and Murong Longqing exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. They decided to remain silent, yet they closely observed the situation, knowing that if Zhang Tianhao faced any life-threatening peril, they would find a way to rescue him. "Zhang Yaobang, you had better hand him over, or I will ensure that not a single member of the Zhang family survives," Wang Zhanfeng warned, enunciating each word. "You dare." Zhang Yaobang's hair stood on end as he radiated powerful combat intent. And I as well. Li Yuanting stepped forward. The 6 Grand Elders from the Wang and Li families also took their stand. Emanating a terrifying aura, the pressure from the Grand Masters made Zhang Yaobang's breath hitch. Over the decades, the Zhang family's strength had steadily diminished. Once, they had far surpassed the 2 families in terms of high-level martial prowess. But with the continuous assassinations and disappearances of their Grand Elders, their high-end combat power had dwindled to a mere few. Faced with the oppressive force of the Wang and Li families, Zhang Yaobang felt stifled, but his fighting spirit remained unyielding. So, you 2 families think you can bully my Zhang family because we are outnumbered? Then I shall fight to the death. Zhang Yaobang roared defiantly. Just you, an old, decrepit man, dare to speak so boldly. Today, I shall leave you here to appease my son. Wang Zhanfeng bellowed furiously. Wang Zhanfeng, Li Yuanting, you scheming old fools have plotted against my Zhang family for so long. Today, I shall settle the score with you. Zhang Tianhao stepped forward, radiating an air of lethal intent. The atmosphere around them felt as though it had solidified. Tianhao, Zhang Yaobang looked at Zhang Tianhao stepping out, his brow furrowing. Tianhao, this is not your concern. Step back quickly. Grandfather, these insignificant figures do not require your personal involvement. Leave it to your grandson. Zhang Tianhao confidently replied. Elder, allow us to handle these foes. Although Yi Qingru appeared somewhat haggard due to her injuries, she still exuded a powerful fighting spirit. Humph, so arrogant at such a young age. Allow me, as your elder, to teach you a lesson. Day in esteemed elder of the Li family, a martial artist of the 3rd realm, let out a cold snort and struck down with a palm that a fierce and unmatched killing intent was contained within, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Tianhao. Get lost. Arhut fist. Zhang Tianhao retaliated with a punch, directly colliding with the elder. Bang! The elder let out a pained scream and was sent flying. Zhang Tianhao followed closely, landing another blow to his head. Die. The elder's skull shattered, resulting in his demise. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Elder Li Yan, gaining 10,000 experience points, 200 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Trash, weaker than myself. Thus the experience is pitiful. How audacious to dare kill an elder of the Li family. I shall see you dead. Li Yuanting was immediately filled with rage. The 2 elders of the Wang family sprang into action simultaneously, unleashing their palms towards Zhang Tianhao. Cloud-pushing palm. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted drastically. Boom, boom. The 2 elders from the Wang family cried out in agony, their bodies encased in a chilling wave, momentarily immobilized. Zhang Tianhao brandished his snow-drinking mad blade, cleaving downwards. Instantly, the heads of the 2 Wang family elders flew off, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Wang Taishan, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Wang Donghua, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. In mere moments, 3 elders from the Wang and Li families lay dead, sending shivers down the spines of both clans at the ferocity of this Zhang family youth. You seek death. Zhang Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng were astonished and enraged. Everyone attacked together, realizing they could not defeat Zhang Tianhao alone. Zhang Yuanting and Wang Zhanfeng rallied their clansmen to join forces. Hundreds of disciples from the Wang and Li families surged towards Zhang Tianhao. Seek death, then I shall send you on your way. Ice enclosure. Zhang Tianhao swept his snow-drinking mad blade, freezing everything within several meters. Amidst the cries of anguish, dozens of disciples from the Wang and Li families met their end. Ding, ding, the system's notifications resounded incessantly. The Zhang family disciples also joined the fray, fervently assaulting the Wang and Li clansmen. Although the latter held a numerical advantage, they were now suppressed by the formidable Zhang Tianhao. Their fighting spirit extinguished, retreating without resolve. Whoosh! 3 figures lunged forward. Heavenly grim palm, poisonous strike, star-breaking fist. 3 attacks converged from different directions towards Zhang Tianhao. Crimson apricot in the snow. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a flurry of blade shadows, annihilating the 3 assaults in an instant. The illusions formed by the blade shadows momentarily captivated the trio, forcing them to confront their past sins, haunted by vengeful spirits demanding their lives. Though this illusion ensnared them for but a few breaths, it was sufficient for Zhang Tianhao. With a fleeting glimpse, Zhang Tianhao swung his blade down. Boom, boom, boom. The heads of the 3 elders were instantly severed, their lives extinguished. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Li Daoshan, gaining 12,000 experience points, 1, 200 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Li Jinbei, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Wang Jinkai, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Once revered, the martial artists now seemed no more than mere dogs and chickens before Zhang Tianhao, witnessing the demise of all the elders from both clans. Wang Zhanfeng and Li Yuanting were struck with terror, fleeing in haste. Zhang Tianhao, however, did not pursue immediately, a cold smile gracing his lips. Tianhao, they have escaped, Yi Qingru remarked while dispatching a Li family disciple. Fear not, I intentionally let them go. Otherwise, how might I have an excuse to confront them? Zhang Tianhao chuckled softly. Tianhao, Yi Qingru suddenly realized something. Gazing at Zhang Tianhao in surprise, he nodded slightly. Indeed, now that the facade has been torn, we must eradicate the roots. Today, both families shall be erased. Ah, Tianhao, do you plan to confront them? Yi Qingru looked at him in astonishment. How else can I annihilate their lineage? Zhang Tianhao replied, turning to his grandfather. Zhang Yaobang, he smiled faintly. Grandfather, stay here. I will return shortly. At that moment, Zhang Yaobang could hardly believe his grandson's transformation and strength, feeling as if in a dream. Upon hearing Zhang Tianhao's words, he instinctively nodded. Having relayed his intentions, Zhang Tianhao promptly pursued Wang Zhanfeng and Li Yuanting's fleeing figures that Yi Qingru initially wished to follow, but recognized her own limitations compared to Zhang Tianhao, realizing she would only hinder him. Murong Xiener also felt the urge to accompany him, but was promptly restrained by Murong Zhenhai. Xiener, that place is fraught with danger. It's best you do not interfere that a storm is about to rise. We must return to the palace and ascertain your father's stance, Murong Zhenhai stated gravely. Chapter 147, Annihilation of the Wang Family. Elders, how shall we deal with these youths from the Wang and Li families? Yi Qingru inquired of Zhang Yaobang, surveying the subdued disciples. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yaobang replied, strip them of their martial prowess. Yi Qingru nodded and conveyed the order to the family disciples. Suddenly, Zhang Yaobang recalled a credible rumor. It was said that 20 years prior, an ancestor of the Li family, long absent, had returned. Thus, the highest martial prowess in the Li family was not held by the elders, but rather by this venerable ancestor, who was over 300 years old and currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the martial king realm. Despite nearing the end of his lifespan, he still possessed the strength of a pinnacle martial artist, comparable to the supreme emperor of the Vaxi kingdom. Should Zhang Tianhao encounter this ancestor, his life would be in peril. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yaobang hastily instructed Yi Qingru and made his way towards the Li family, while Zhang Tianhao first targeted the Wang family. As they were closer, upon reaching the entrance of the Wang family, Zhang Tianhao was met by the guards that no trespassers are allowed. I'll give you one chance. Leave now, or die. Zhang Tianhao's killing intent was palpable. How dare you? The guards, accustomed to their superiority, had no knowledge of the recent events and surrounded him. Who are you? Speak, or prepare to suffer. One guard snarled menacingly. Zhang Tianhao, unfazed, crossed his arms and replied, oh, I am quite curious how you intend to make me suffer. Seek death. A guard lunged at Zhang Tianhao with a sword. If that is the case, then perish. Zhang Tianhao refrained from employing any martial techniques. Relying solely on his formidable physical prowess, the might of a martial artist was far beyond that of these initial stage warriors. Bang! Zhang Tianhao struck first, sending the warrior flying. The overwhelming force exploded within the warrior's body, reducing him to a bloody pulp midair. Ding! The remaining guards were momentarily stunned, enraged by the audacity of this individual to murder at the gates of the Wang family. That a dozen guards charged at Zhang Tianhao, swords aimed from all directions, determined to skewer him. Since you seek death, then die. Initially, Zhang Tianhao had no interest in these minor adversaries, but as they sought their demise, he welcomed the opportunity for experience. Boom! 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 Zhang Tianhao unleashed 3 punches at the incoming guards, striking them with such speed that they were obliterated, like a tiger among sheep. Each guard fell to his might. Within mere seconds, all the guards had been dispatched, providing him with waves of experience points. The system notifications echoed wildly in his ears. The commotion had drawn the attention of the Wang family's own guards, and countless disciples emerged in response. Die! Arhut fist. Zhang Tianhao's bloodlust surged. Having come this far, he was determined to erase the Wang family. A massive Arhut illusion appeared behind him. Seated in meditation, rhythmically striking a wooden fish, resonating with sacred sounds. Waves of pressure emanated from the arhut, causing the Wang family disciples to falter in their true energy. Boom! With a single punch, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a torrent of force, sweeping towards the Wang family youths. Dozens of Wang family disciples were sent flying by the tremendous shockwave, their anguished screams piercing the air. A deep crater, several meters wide, formed on the ground, littered with dismembered limbs. Few among the Wang family disciples were left standing. How dare you? Who has the audacity to wreak havoc in our Wang family? 3 martial artists emerged from the Wang estate. The center figure, an elderly man, frail yet with piercing eyes that shone with vitality. Standing beside him was none other than Wang Zhanfeng, the head of the Wang family, accompanied by a senior elder at the 3rd level of martial arts. Zhang Tianhao's primary concern was the elder in the center, whose aura far surpassed that of the other martial artists. That it seemed he was the most formidable figure within the Wang family. Eliminating these 3 would spell the end for the Wang family. The old man emanated a purple light, indicating he was indeed a formidable opponent, a true boss that must be vanquished. Zhang Tianhao gazed at the elder, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of greed. That old ancestor is the man. Eliminate the 3 senior elders. Wang Zhanfeng pointed at Zhang Tianhao, his expression filled with malice. You little brat, how do you wish to die? The elder's killing intent was firmly fixed on Zhang Tianhao. Humph, a mid-level martial artist? I have slain even high-level martial artists, let alone you. Zhang Tianhao scoffed inwardly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stated, I offer you a chance, self-destruct your cultivation, and I may spare your lives. You have only this one opportunity, cherish it. Seeking death, the elder bellowed, launching a devastating claw strike towards Zhang Tianhao with a force that seemed to tear the air itself, echoing like a wailing specter. Arhut fist, Zhang Tianhao retorted with a cold grunt, meeting the attack head-on with a single punch. The 2 forces collided in the void with a thunderous sound. Zhang Tianhao staggered back slightly, while the elder was propelled back several meters. His face flushed, feeling the nearly overwhelming force in his fist. Zhang Tianhao's eyes narrowed, contemplating. This old man is quite formidable. You are indeed strong, but I will not allow you to harm the Wang family any further. The elder radiated an icy aura, growing increasingly powerful, yet Zhang Tianhao perceived that he appeared to age before his eyes, as if his life force could extinguish at any moment. Kill. The elder unleashed a barrage of palm strikes. Pressing down upon Zhang Tianhao, Arhut fist, Zhang Tianhao sensed his own attacks being suppressed, the elder's overwhelming palm force dissipating his own. With a resounding crash, Zhang Tianhao was sent flying for dozens of meters. Our ancestor is mighty. Wang Zhanfeng and the senior elder were visibly excited. This merits my full attention. The blood-drink-mad blade materialized in Zhang Tianhao's hand, its chilling energy enveloping him. You wretched creature. Perish! The Wang family's ancestor charged forth, transforming God Palm, a colossal gust of wind, imbued with overwhelming power, swept towards Zhang Tianhao, causing the surrounding structures to crumble in its wake. With a cold smile, Zhang Tianhao swung his blade down. The impact rang out, as his strike met the elder's palm. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing arrogant cold 6 techniques, triggering the freezing attribute. The Wang family's ancestor felt a chilling current invade his body, completely freezing his internal organs. Break free. The elder desperately channeled his true energy to expel the encroaching cold. Die. Zhang Tianhao scoffed, sweeping his blade across the elder's neck, simultaneously unleashing a violent surge of energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the Wang family's ancestor. Experience points, 70,000. True energy, 7,000. Berserk energy, 10. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a Thunder Hammer. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Divine Movement skill. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a piece of Divine Artifact Fragment. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a string of Sea God Chains. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a Tai Chi Cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. This is what I call a bounty, and it's a magnificent one. Zhang Tianhao felt exhilarated, akin to drinking chilled plum juice in the sweltering summer heat. Ancestor, Wang Zhanfeng and the other elder were horrified, their expressions twisted in despair. The ancestor was the pillar of the Wang family. With his demise, the family was utterly doomed. Zhang Tianhao, I vow to pursue vengeance against your Zhang family. Wang Zhanfeng shouted furiously. Zhang Tianhao replied with a cold smile. Indeed, it is a matter of life and death. So you shall die now. Freeze for 3 feet. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao unleashed 2 strikes towards Wang Zhanfeng and the other elder. An endless wave of cold surged forth from the snow-drink mad blade, crashing violently into the 2 men, encasing them in thick ice. Perish! Zhang Tianhao swung his blade again, decapitating both of them. Ding! Congratulations to Zhang Tianhao for slaying Wang Zhanfeng. Experience points. 500. True energy. 50. Berserk energy. 10. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying a senior elder of the Wang family. Experience points. 10. 000. True energy. 1. 000. Berserk energy. 10. Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, "What is the meaning of receiving a box of condoms from the system? And Wang Zhanfeng, as the head of the Wang family, is it fitting for you to drop a box of condoms?" He grumbled, feeling somewhat helpless. However, in this realm of true martial, condoms might indeed be a rarity. The next destination was the Lee family. For some reason, he had an unsettling premonition that his encounter with the Lee family would not be as smooth as that with the Wang family. Regardless of the Lee family's lair, I, Zhang Tianhao, shall annihilate it. Zhang Tianhao brimmed with confidence, knowing his myriad of trump cards empowered him at that moment. Within the palace of the Vaxi kingdom, Murong Jingtian listened intently to Murong Jinhai's report. What? Zhang Tianhao emerged from the secret realm, and he is now so powerful. He has even slain numerous elders from the Wang and Li families. Murong Jingtian's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, unless I witness it with my own eyes. It is hard to believe, Murong Jinhai acknowledged gravely. Currently, he is heading towards the Wang and Li families, and I fear they are in dire straits. This cannot stand. The balance of power among the 3 families is a rule established by our ancestors. It must not be disrupted. If the Wang and Li families fall, the Zhang family will dominate. This must not be allowed to happen. Murong Jingtian stood, his expression serious. Does the emperor mean we must intervene? Murong Jinhai asked sternly. Certainly, we must intervene. As you mentioned, if Zhang Tianhao is truly that powerful, we may not be able to stop him alone. It appears we must call upon our ancestor to break his seclusion. Otherwise, the situation may spiral out of control. Murong Jingtian concluded with a heavy heart. Is this not somewhat overreacting? The ancestor mentioned that unless it concerns life or death, we should not disturb him. Murong Jinhai hesitated. While this may not be a matter of life and death, it is close enough. Do not argue. I will bear the consequences, Murong Jingtian declared resolutely. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao was en route to the Li family. The news of the Wang family's annihilation had already reached the Li family, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. All disciples of the Li family active in Ninghai city were summoned back. Nearly 1,000 Li family disciples stood guard around their estate. Upon arriving at the Li family, Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback by the formidable display. He was not a ruthless killer. Despite his animosity towards the Li family, he understood that only a few were truly responsible for his grievances, and he had no intention of punishing the innocent. Listen up, I am Zhang Tianhao, the young master of the Zhang family. I have a blood feud with your family head, Li Yuanting, who conspired with the Wang family to slay countless members of my family. Even the disappearance of my father is tied to him. I seek only to exact justice for my kin. Those uninvolved may leave the Li family unharmed. However, should anyone choose to stand against me, I shall consider you complicit. I urge you all to contemplate this wisely. Zhang Tianhao proclaimed loudly. His declaration resonated profoundly within the Li family, sparking feelings of uncertainty, fear, disdain, and disregard. Yet, only a few Li family members chose to withdraw temporarily, observing the situation. The vast majority remained, unwilling to believe that the mightiest family in the Vaxi kingdom, apart from the royal family, could easily fall. They resolved to teach Zhang Tianhao a lesson. Observing the obstinacy of the Li family disciples, Zhang Tianhao's expression grew cold. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With the snow-drink mad blade in hand, he struck down at the Li family gates. A massive blade of light cleaved through the air. Block it. Dozens of Li family disciples rushed to intercept Zhang Tianhao's strike. However, these martial artists, once a cause for concern, now appeared as mere insects to him, having attained the rank of a high-level martial artist after his experiences in the secret realm, with a series of explosive sounds. Countless young martial artists from the Li family were sent hurtling back, blood spewing from their mouths. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and anguished cries filled the air. Zhang Tianhao ignored the fallen youths. Stepping boldly into the Li family estate, Zhang Tianhao, how dare you wreak havoc in the Li family? Today shall be your end. A group of young Li family members emerged, led by a blue-clad youth at the 1st level of martial arts, accompanied by several others at the 9th level. Zhang Tianhao was slightly taken aback, having expected to eliminate the younger generation of the Li family during his time in the Misty Sea Secret Realm. Unexpectedly, there are indeed quite a number of young masters that it appears that the Li family's foundation is exceptionally strong. However, from this day forth, the Li family shall be erased, stand aside, or perish, Zhang Tianhao uttered coldly. Arrogant, the young man in blue brandished his blade and lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of slashing shadows aimed at Zhang Tianhao. Die! Zhang Tianhao did not evade, with a mere flick of his wrist. He swung his blade. The blade's shadow glided across the neck of the young man in blue. The young man fell lifeless. The system chimed with a notification. Chapter 149, The 9-9 Extermination Array. Zhang Tianhao strode into the inner courtyard of the Li family, an aura of impending doom radiating from him. The thick scent of blood lingered in the air, suffused with an atmosphere of carnage. To his surprise, no one obstructed him along the way. Had the Li family abandoned their resistance? Surely, he would not entertain such a notion. There must be some hidden scheme at play. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. Under the weight of overwhelming strength, all conspiracies are mere paper tigers. As he approached a vermilion copper door, Zhang Tianhao let out a disdainful snort. He swung his snow-drinking blade downwards that a fierce arc of light erupted from the blade. Followed by a thunderous explosion, the vermilion copper door crashed down, and he stepped inside. Before him lay a training ground where Li Yuanting and 3 elders stood, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Li Yuanting, have you been waiting for me in hopes of offering your neck for slaughter? Zhang Tianhao quipped lightly. You have slaughtered my Li family's disciples. Today, I shall ensure you pay with your blood, Li Yuanting retorted angrily. Ha! Li Yuanting, you truly are shameless. Haven't you slaughtered enough of my Zhang family members? Let us not forget my father's disappearance. You cannot claim ignorance regarding your involvement in the ambush against my father and grandfather. Zhang Tianhao sneered. Do you are aware, then? Indeed, it was I who ambushed your father and grandfather. But what of it? Your Zhang family members were long overdue for death. That I only regret not killing your grandfather. He slipped through my fingers. But never mind. Today you shall meet your end, and your Zhang family will be reduced to ashes. Li Yuanting replied with a chilling smile. Li Yuanting, you are truly delusional. Do you think you can kill me? I wonder what gives you such confidence. Just the 3 of you. Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Zhang Tianhao, I know you are formidable, but it matters not. For you have stepped into our Li family's 9-9 extermination array. As Li Yuanting's words fell, 100 martial artists surged forth from every direction. To Zhang Tianhao's astonishment, all of them were warriors at the 9th level of martial mastery. How powerful! Even Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of surprise. 100 young martial masters of such caliber. If the Li family were to develop for a few more decades, they would become extraordinarily powerful. After all, such a number of 9th level martial masters are but the precursors to grand martial masters. With dozens of grand martial masters, the Li family could potentially rival the Murong royal family. The 100 sword-wielding young martial artists surrounded Zhang Tianhao. He noticed their movements followed a precise rhythm, seemingly embodying some profound principle. Could this be the famed 9-9 extermination array? A chill ran down Zhang Tianhao's spine. With a cold snort, Zhang Tianhao swung his snow-drinking blade fiercely at the nearest youth. These warriors were at the 9th level of martial mastery, and in Zhang Tianhao's eyes, they were undoubtedly no match for him. However, to his surprise, his strike seemed to vanish without a trace, as if it had struck a bottomless ocean. Boom! Zhang Tianhao felt as if his blow had landed upon cotton. What is happening? He wondered, alarmed. Almost immediately, a powerful recoil force struck him, sending him flying several paces back. What an eerie formation, with a grave expression. Zhang Tianhao realized the gravity of the situation. The formation shifted. The arrangement of the 100 warriors began to change. What had once been a defensive posture now morphed into an offensive stance. The martial masters exuded a fierce, killing intent. Whoosh! Hundreds of swords lunged towards him from every direction. Roll! Zhang Tianhao called out, invoking his techniques. Ice ceiling 3 feet, snow in bloom, peach blossoms in full bloom. He sensed his attacks were severely diminished upon encountering the formation, while the opponent's strikes were amplified infinitely. Zhang Tianhao found himself on the back foot. Ha! Boy, this is our Li family's ultimate technique honed over many years. You are fortunate to be the first to experience its power. Consider it a fitting end. Li Yuanting relished Zhang Tianhao's predicament. Zhang Tianhao burst into laughter. That all. A mere formation. If you had perfected it, perhaps I would be at a disadvantage, but you have barely unleashed a third of its potential and yet dare to boast. Li Yuanting retorted mockingly. Child, Do not underestimate the power of words. Even at a third of its strength, it is sufficient to end your life. You should savor your last moments, transforming the formation into its ultimate killing array. Under Li Yuanting's remote command, the 9-9 extermination array shifted once more. And Zhang Tianhao felt its power intensifying. He understood that without identifying the heart of the formation, even a high-tier Grand Martial Master would find it difficult to break through. For others, this might seem impossible. However, for Zhang Tianhao, there remained a glimmer of hope. Having unlocked all secondary professions, he was indeed an array master, albeit only at the first tier. This granted him an understanding of formations. Remarkably, the 9-9 extermination array was a legacy passed down through the Li family's ancestors. Yet, array masters are an exceedingly mysterious vocation, as rare as inscription masters in the entire northern domain. There had never been a known array master, although the Li family possessed the 9-9 extermination array. Without the guidance of an array master, they could merely mimic it clumsily. Thus, the fearsome array they wielded could hardly unleash its true power. Zhang Tianhao's assertion that they only managed to utilize a third of its potential was, in fact, a generous appraisal. After a short while, Zhang Tianhao finally located the weak point of the 9-9 extermination array. If it were anyone else, encountering your extermination array would indeed lead to their demise. But alas, you have crossed paths with me, Zhang Tianhao. Today, I shall dismantle your extermination array. Zhang Tianhao propelled himself into the air, his snow-drinking blade aimed at the weak point. Whoosh! A fierce arc of light erupted from the blade. Crashing down upon the array, boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the ground trembled, accompanied by the anguished cries of the martial artists. The 9-9 extermination array was instantly shattered. Li Yuanting and the other elders stood in stunned disbelief. They clearly had not anticipated the array's destruction. How could this be? How did he break the 9-9 extermination array? Li Yuanting's expression turned ashen. Die. Zhang Tianhao swung his blade down decisively, a chilling glare. Ice ceiling 3 feet. Snow in bloom. Peach blossoms in full bloom. The 109th level martial masters fell before Zhang Tianhao like mere chaff, their screams echoing as the system chimed with notifications. Yet, these were all warriors below the Grand Martial Master rank. Their experience points were inconsequential. Zhang Tianhao paid little heed, but these individuals had to perish. Otherwise, they posed a grave threat to the Zhang family. Stop! Li Yuanting roared frantically, watching as the young disciples were mercilessly slaughtered. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. These individuals were the future of the Li family, now all lost. Chapter 150. The glimmering boss. Isn't it too late for you to tell me to stop? Zhang Tianhao scoffed coldly, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The young martial artists of the Li family were all exterminated, leaving a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Now it is your turn. Zhang Tianhao darted toward Li Yuanting like an arrow. Young man, you are far too arrogant. Soul extinction palm. 2 blood-red shadows of palms descended upon Zhang Tianhao, imbued with tremendous force. Break. Zhang Tianhao's expression remained cold as he struck down with 2 blades. Boom! The fierce light from his blades shattered the 2 blood-red palm shadows, and he charged forward with a roar. A chilling glare. The blade's momentum surged toward the 2 elders. An unparalleled strike swept out, unleashing an icy torrent. Block it. The 2 elder members of the Li family exchanged grave looks and launched their attacks in unison, blood-red palm shadows stacking upon one another. Boom! Boom! The explosive sounds echoed as Zhang Tianhao's dual strikes pierced through their defenses. The lethal blade light driving straight toward the 2 elders, with pale faces and terror etched upon them. The elders could only watch in horror as 2 heads flew from their shoulders, blood spraying skyward. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing a Li family elder, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing a Li family elder, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Zhang Tianhao turned to Li Yuanting with a cold gaze. Li Yuanting, now it is your turn. A fierce killing intent locked onto Li Yuanting, who trembled in fear. You cannot kill me. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The terrifying killing intent had long since locked onto him. There was no other choice. He had to unleash his cards. Although a half-step martial king was not a true martial king, a warrior who could reach this realm possessed strength capable of defeating an ordinary first-layer martial king. Zhang Tianhao withdrew the white martial arts character embodiment card, pondering what formidable figure he might summon this time. Summon. Zhang Tianhao activated the martial arts character embodiment card, feeling a surge of nervousness as the outcomes were largely random. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, summon successful. You have obtained the martial arts character Heavenly Blade Song K. Will you use it immediately? Wow, my luck is incredible. It's actually Heavenly Blade Song K, a remarkable character from the legend of the Twin Dragons of Tang. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, accompanied by endless memories of sword techniques. The ancestor Murong lunged towards Zhang Tianhao with a claw that seemed as if it would pierce the very void. Slash! Zhang Tianhao unleashed 10 swift strikes, each one unpredictable yet masterfully executed, embodying boundless sword intent. This was indeed the 8 techniques of the Heavenly Blade, manifesting a complete sword intent, in a heartbeat. The shadow of Murong's claw was severed. What? The ancestor Murong was taken aback. This strike was terrifying. He unleashed layers of palm shadows to repel Zhang Tianhao's blade, but he was forced to retreat several dozen steps, utterly disheveled. Zhang Tianhao remained unfazed, as if he had merely been strolling leisurely, not having moved a finger. Altogether, the ancestor Murong, now aware of Li Hao's presence, rallied the 10 guest elders of the Murong family. Most of these elders were mid-tier martial masters, with some even at high tier, boasting formidable power. More than a dozen figures, including the ancestor of the Li family, surged from all directions towards Zhang Tianhao, launching their most potent attacks. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Dust and stones swirling as an endless killing intent bore down upon Zhang Tianhao. 8th technique of the Heavenly Blade, Zhang Tianhao shouted, instantly executing 80 strikes, slicing through the air with unparalleled ferocity. Each blade infused with infinite sword intent, sweeping through the Murong family members. The sheer might of these blade energies instilled fear in the hearts of the Murong elders. Screams erupted as figures were sent flying. Several guest elders from the Murong family were pierced through by the blade energies. Chapter 152. Killing the ancestor of the Li family. Ding, ding. These foes provided Zhang Tianhao with a bounty of experience. The only ones remaining were the Murong ancestor, the ancestor of the Li family, Emperor Murong Jingtian, and Li Yuanting, the head of the Li family, who had not yet engaged in battle. All 4 were now in a state of shock. Die. A wave of blade energy erupted from Zhang Tianhao. Invincible blade technique. In an instant, he became ethereal, as if he had transformed into a blade, merging completely with the cosmos. This the unity of man and blade. The ancestor of the Murong family exclaimed in horror. The unity of man and blade represented the supreme realm of swordsmanship. Even in the northern region, those who could attain such a state were few and far between. To his astonishment, a mere youth had achieved it. Die. Zhang Tianhao appeared beside the ancestor of the Li family, delivering an unstoppable strike. The ancestor of the Murong family could not even utter a word before being cleaved in two. The blade light cascaded down, obliterating him entirely. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for killing the ancestor of the Li family. Experience gained. 90,000. True Chi. 9,000. Berserk energy. 10. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a treasure map. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring the Dominator Spear. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining an invisibility talisman. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for receiving the Heaven Slaughter Sword. Ding. Congratulations, player, for winning a grand lottery. Truly a boss. The loot was impressive. In the next moment, Zhang Tianhao stood before the ancestor of the Murong family, unleashing a relentless blade strike. Falling divine palm. The overwhelming shadow of the palm met the blade. The ancestor of the Murong family hoped this palm could withstand the blow, but the unmatched blade shattered his attack entirely, delivering a heavy strike upon him. The ancestor of the Murong family coughed up blood, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Zhang Tianhao ignored him and walked over to the pale and desperate Li Yuanting, coldly stating, "Li Yuanting, you can now die in peace." Li Yuanting laughed maniacally, replying, "Zhang Tianhao, today I concede defeat wholeheartedly, but one day, you too shall descend into hell. I will await your arrival there." "You talk too much." Zhang Tianhao, growing impatient, struck down, ending Li Yuanting's life. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for killing Li Yuanting. Experience gained. 2,000. True Chi. 200. Berserk energy. 10. Damn. Is that it? Are you truly the head of the Li family? You might as well change your name to Pauper. Zhang Tianhao approached the ancestor of the Murong family again, stating, "Now it's your turn. Young man, it has come to this. If you wish to kill, then go ahead. I shall not flinch." The ancestor of the Murong family seemed resigned, knowing he was no match for Zhang Tianhao. "Want to die? That's easy. I shall fulfill your wish. Zhang Tianhao brandished his blade, ready to strike down his foe. Wait. Unbeknownst to Wen, Li Yuanting had positioned himself in front of the ancestor of the Morong family. Uncle Morong, you must understand, had it not been for the favor of Xian and Ziqian, you would have already been dead, Zhang Tianhao remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Morong Jingtian. Morong Jingtian sighed. I am aware of this. Then why do you stand in my way? Do you think I will spare you? Zhang Tianhao questioned, looking at Morong Jingtian with disdain. With a heavy sigh, Morong Jingtian replied, this matter today is a mistake on our part. I hope you can let the ancestor go for the sake of Xian and Ziqian. Our Morong family has suffered significant losses, and without the ancestor, the country of Waxi may face great turmoil. Zhang Tianhao contemplated, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Morong Jingtian's words. However, the ancestor of the Morong family had been so arrogant. Letting him go felt unsatisfactory. Uncle Morong, I want you to swear by the heavenly way, and I will ask you a question that you must answer sincerely, Zhang Tianhao declared, fixing his gaze upon Morong Jingtian. Morong Jingtian nodded slightly. I will answer truthfully that I wish to know. More than a year ago, when my father and grandfather were attacked at Despair Ridge, did the Morong family have any involvement in this matter? Zhang Tianhao's gaze remained unwavering on Morong Jingtian. Morong Jingtian sighed in relief, shaking his head. No, at that time, Li Yuanting did seek me out. However, due to the invasion of the neighboring country of Shifeng, the royal family's resources were entirely devoted to that matter. Therefore, we did not participate in the events of that year. All right, since the royal family did not partake, then it is settled. You may leave. Zhang Tianhao stated, glancing at Morong Jingtian. Morong Jingtian helped the ancestor to his feet, who looked despondent, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Seeing the ancestor's demeanor, Morong Jingtian felt a pang of bitterness. What was initially thought to be an easy undertaking had not only resulted in significant losses, but also tarnished the dignity of the royal family. Uncle Morong, I understand your concerns that I assure you. The Zhang family will never harbor treasonous intentions. My ambitions lie elsewhere. I am good friends with Morong Fei.as the Crown Prince. I will support him wholeheartedly, Zhang Tianhao professed confidently to Morong Jingtian. Morong Jingtian grasped the underlying meaning of Zhang Tianhao's words, nodding with a sigh. I understand your intentions. Take care of yourself. Zhang Tianhao stepped out of the Li family estate, only to find Li Yuanting, along with Yi Qingru and hundreds of Zhang family disciples, surrounding the Li estate, blocking any escape. Outside, countless royal soldiers stood guard, ready for conflict. Grandfather, why are you all here? Zhang Tianhao inquired, taken aback. Tianhao, we learned of your arrival and rushed over with the Zhang family disciples to assist you against the Li family. However, the Imperial Guard has barred our way, Zhang Yaobang explained, a hint of indignation in his voice. Grandfather, there is no need to go in. The Li family and the Wang family will cease to exist shortly. You should have our people seize the assets of both families. They will belong to us from now on. Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily. What? Yi Qingru and Zhang Yaobang exchanged incredulous glances. Grandfather, I speak the truth. Go now, or it will be too late, Zhang Tianhao urged, laughing. All right, Zhang family disciples, charge, clean out everything from within, leave not a single item, Zhang Yaobang declared with bravado. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. His grandfather, in that moment, appeared less like a venerable elder and more like a bandit. Chapter 153. The Chain of the Sea God. In a single day, the immensely powerful Li and Wang families of Waxi were completely annihilated, sending shockwaves throughout all the great clans of Waxi. After Zhang's family first plundered the Li and Wang families, only then did the informed individuals realize the extent of the devastation. The Zhang family's influence surged, establishing them as the largest clan in Waxi after the Morong family. However, Zhang Tianhao did not participate in the looting of the Wang and Li families, believing that his grandfather would handle matters more competently. Having spent a month in the Misty Sea secret realm, he found himself yearning for his sister and mother. He sought a quiet place to consume a medicinal pill that healed most of his injuries, then changed into clean attire before returning home. After reassuring his mother of his safety, he shared some events that transpired within the secret realm. Qin Zenan soon received word and hurried over, clinging to Zhang Tianhao like a koala. Brother, did you miss me? She asked playfully. Of course, who else could I possibly think of? Zhang Tianhao replied with a tender pinch of her delicate nose, observing the siblings' affectionate bond. Zhang's mother smiled gently and stepped outside, granting them privacy. Is that so? After being away for so long, did you bring a gift for your sister? Qin Zenan inquired with a bright smile. Zhang Tianhao hesitated for a moment, slightly embarrassed. Before remembering something, he produced a necklace shimmering with blue light, composed of several evenly sized blue beads that radiated a soft glow. This was the sea goddess chain, obtained from the defeat of the Wang family's ancestor. Wow. Brother, this necklace is stunning. Is it for me? Qin Zenon exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course. Only you are worthy of wearing it, he replied. Brother, will you put it on for me? She coaxed. Sure. Zhang Tianhao agreed, adorning her with the sea god's chain. Under its blue luminescence, Qin Zenon appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. The sea god's chain possessed extraordinary protective qualities, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial king-level warrior and enduring 10 attacks from a grand martial master. Such a magnificent and functional treasure would fetch a staggering price at an auction. You must wear this sea god's chain at all times. Never take it off. That it will safeguard you. Whenever you see it, know that I am by your side, Zhang Tianhao said with a smile. Why do you say that? Zenon will always be with her brother, she insisted. All right, brother will always be with you. Zhang Tianhao reassured her, bringing her joy. After playing for a while, he retired to his room for rest. After a month of life-and-death battles in the secret realm, followed by the relentless annihilation of the Wang and Li families. Even a stalwart like Zhang Tianhao felt fatigued. He fell into a deep slumber, awakening the next morning to organize his spoils of war. He could not help but marvel at the wealth he had accumulated. Xiaohei, he called, summoning his companion. Xiaohei appeared, eagerly anticipating a reward. That you've leveled up? Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, noting the fruits of his previous efforts. He handed Xiaohei the thunder goddess hammer, which brought the creature immense joy as it retreated to its battle companion space. Boss, I want one too, came the voice of Xiaolong. Xiaolong, you're awake. Zhang Tianhao rejoiced, quickly summoning him from the battle companion space. Xiaolong had been recovering from injuries and had been asleep for some time, causing Zhang Tianhao some guilt. Seeing Xiaolong awake filled him with relief. Boss, I want treasures too, Xiaolong said, playfully shaking his head. All right, there are plenty of treasures this time, and you shall have yours, Zhang Tianhao assured, bestowing upon him the Dominator's spear, which Xiaolong accepted with delight before disappearing back to his space. Watching the treasures vanish so swiftly, Zhang Tianhao felt a pang of regret. Though he could not utilize these artifacts, selling them in the system store or at an auction would yield substantial rewards. Upon waking, he heard from a servant that his grandfather was waiting for him in the living room. Zhang Tianhao knew it was regarding the plunder of the Wang and Li families. Upon arrival, he found his grandfather seated comfortably, savoring tea, radiating vitality, as if rejuvenated. Grandfather, have you been waiting long? Zhang Tianhao asked with a smile, taking a seat across from him. Not at all, my dear grandson, you've just returned. It's only natural you rest a while, his grandfather replied with a wave of his hand. Grandfather, was everything smooth yesterday? Zhang Tianhao inquired. Indeed, it went splendidly. With me leading the charge, the Wang and Li family's members didn't dare to make a sound. Many smaller clans attempted to take advantage of the chaos. But with me present, they could only watch helplessly as we looted all the treasures, his grandfather recounted, a hint of exhilaration in his voice. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback by his grandfather's unexpected thrill for such an endeavor. It seemed that the rogue spirit ran deep within his family lineage. Here are the spoils from this venture. You should tally them, Zhang Yaobang said, presenting a storage ring. A spatial ring. Zhang Tianhao's interest piqued. Such rings were rare, typically crafted by 5th-tier or higher artifact masters. Indeed, I found it in the Li family's treasury. They were quite wealthy, his grandfather remarked, reflecting on their long-standing status among the 3 great families. Oh, grandfather, have you counted the total assets acquired? Zhang Tianhao asked curiously. Indeed, the Li family's total assets amount to 300 million silver, while the Wang family holds 100 million. This does not include the hundreds of martial arts manuals, his grandfather stated, his expression still in awe. Zhang Tianhao, intrigued, inquired, Grandfather, what is our Zhang family's total assets? Approximately 20 million silver, Zhang Yaobang admitted, slightly embarrassed. Realizing the figure might be inflated, Zhang Tianhao shook his head, returning the spatial ring. Why, these are rightfully yours, his grandfather exclaimed, surprised. Grandfather, I understand, but our family needs these resources more than I do. Moreover, during my time in the Misty Sea secret realm, I gained considerable fortune myself, so these treasures are not immediately necessary. Zhang Tianhao explained. His grandfather finally understood, advising, if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. These resources are at your disposal. Thank you, grandfather, Zhang Tianhao replied with a smile. However, I am most curious why the royal family did not intervene during our plunder of the Wang and Li families. This is contrary to their usual conduct, Zhang Yaobang pondered. Zhang Tianhao smirked internally, recognizing the royal family's desire to intervene, but also their fear of doing so. He kept this insight to himself. knowing it was sufficient for his grandfather to understand that the royal family would think twice before challenging the Zhang clan again. With the resources accumulated from the Wang and Li families, the Zhang family was set to embark on a rapid ascent, unopposed by any adversaries. After a few more exchanges, Zhang Yaobang hurried away, evidently busy after the fall of the Wang and Li families. Master, a maid rushed in, panic etched on her face. Zhang Tianhao recognized her as Xiao Tao, Qin Zinan's personal servant. Seeing her in distress, he immediately feared for Qin Zinan's well-being. What happened? Xiao Tao, is something wrong with Zinan? He asked urgently. Gasping for breath, she replied, Master, it's Miss illness again. What? Zhang Tianhao's heart sank, fully aware of the agonizing nature of Qin Zinan's condition. He hurried towards her room. Inside, a stunning woman in white stood by the bedside, exuding an ethereal grace. She gazed at the unconscious Qin Zinan as if observing a rare gem that I never expected to find a sacred body of profound in this desolate northern realm. It seems the heavens are favoring our sect, the beautiful woman murmured to herself. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zhang Tianhao entered. Upon seeing the unfamiliar woman in his sister's chamber, he immediately grew wary. Who are you? And what are you doing in my sister's room? He demanded, his voice laced with anger. The woman furrowed her brow, seemingly unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. For a moment, she remained silent. However, Zhang Tianhao misinterpreted her silence. Who exactly are you? Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Ignored by the woman, a surge of anger rose within Zhang Tianhao. When it came to matters concerning his sister, he was prone to losing his composure. Very well, I shall see how you intend to be ungracious with me. The woman's gaze towards Zhang Tianhao was devoid of emotion, as if she were regarding a mere speck of dust. Seeking death, the piercing look from the woman stung Zhang Tianhao, prompting him to throw a punch at her. Arhat fist. Sensing a terrifying aura emanating from her, he did not dare to be careless and executed the Arhat fist to its utmost potential. The perfected Arhat fist contained an unparalleled, formidable force. As the woman observed Zhang Tianhao's approaching fist, a hint of mockery graced her features. Extending a pristine finger, she lightly tapped his fist. Boom! Zhang Tianhao felt a force that crushed everything in its path, instantly reversing all his power. Wow! He could not suppress the blood that spurted from his mouth. It dares to strike before me. Were it not for the future disciple's sake, you would be dead today. Her voice was chillingly indifferent. Zhang Tianhao was profoundly shaken. To be defeated with just a finger was unfathomable. Could she be a martial king? Yet, he sensed that the cultivation of this woman in white far surpassed that of Gu Feiyan. Had she transcended the martial king realm? If so, even if he activated the ancient bloodline, he would stand no chance. At that moment, Qin Zinan, who had been lying on the bed, stirred awake. Brother, what is happening? She was astonished to find so many people standing before her bed. Dear disciple, come with me back to the Imperial domain. The woman gazed at Qin Zinan with a gentleness that thawed her previously icy demeanor, revealing a hint of a smile. That I do not know you. Qin Zinan looked timidly at the woman. You will become familiar with me after accompanying your master to the Imperial domain, the woman replied with a gentle smile. Brother, I will not go with her. I want to stay with you. I do not wish to go to any Imperial domain. Qin Zinan cried out. Did you hear that? My sister will not go with you. You may leave now. Zhang Tianhao suppressed his anger, speaking somewhat rudely to the woman. I am speaking with my disciple. You have no right to interject. The woman's face darkened at the disruption of her attempt to take on a disciple. Zhang Tianhao found himself both amused and enraged. He had encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. Do not forget, this is my home, he emphasized. The woman in white replied calmly. And what of it? I intend to take my disciple, and you cannot stop me. Zhang Tianhao's fury peaked. Since his recent surge in strength, he had never been so disregarded. I acknowledge your strength, but I will not allow you to take my sister. The snow-drinking mad blade appeared in Zhang Tianhao's hand, and the temperature around them plummeted dramatically. A fine blade. The woman could not help but commend. Leave this place, or else. Zhang Tianhao glared at her, a deadly aura surrounding him. What if I refuse? Do you intend to force me out? She responded mockingly. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhang Tianhao's murderous intent locked onto the woman. Let us step outside to fight. Do not ruin your sister's room. That is precisely my intention. Zhang Tianhao strode out of the room. In the Zhang family's martial arts arena, the woman in white stood before him. I will take your sister, and I merely wish to accept her as my disciple. You need not be so agitated, she stated nonchalantly. Humph, she must consent. No one can force her to do what she does not wish. Zhang Tianhao replied coldly. Narrow-minded. In that case, let us see what skills such an arrogant little brat possesses, the woman said dismissively. Chapter 155, A Call to Arms. You will soon find out. Acknowledging the woman's might, Zhang Tianhao harbored no illusions. Unleashing the boundless fury, The 6 techniques of the proud cold. A glimpse of ice. 3 feet of ice. Crimson apricot in the snow. Peach blossoms in full bloom. Zhang Tianhao unleashed 4 strikes at the woman in an instant. Utilizing every technique he could muster from the 6 techniques of the proud cold, the woman in white's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. She nodded slightly. Indeed, those are commendable techniques. But their effectiveness depends on the wielder. In your hands, they are but trash. Zhang Tianhao's anger flared. Such arrogance. Nevertheless, he pushed his true energy to the limit, layering a barrage of sharp blade light upon her. Do you doubt my resolve? Witness my power. The woman merely extended a finger, which incited Zhang Tianhao's fury further. To think she could dismiss his techniques so easily was an affront. The 4 strikes, amplified fourfold by his boundless fury, bore down with terrifying might. The woman's finger lightly tapped the tip of Zhang Tianhao's blade. The atmosphere remained calm, as if, in that instant, his attack had vanished entirely. He felt a slight tremor in the void, as if his power had been consumed by some inexplicable force. How is this possible? Zhang Tianhao's heart raced. Begone! The woman bellowed. In the next moment, an overwhelming force struck Zhang Tianhao, sending him staggering back several steps. His complexion turned pale, and he could not help but spit out blood. Humph, you were powerless. Were it not for your connection to my future disciple, you would have perished long ago. However, you are not her true brother. Your constitutions differ too greatly. With her talent, she should not be confined to this meager existence, nor should you be her shackle. The woman in white looked down upon Zhang Tianhao. His face grew grim as he glared at her. Did you just use the power of the heavens? Ah, I did not expect you to discern that. Indeed, I employed the power of the heavens. The woman replied coolly. Zhang Tianhao's body convulsed. The ability to channel the power of the heavens was beyond even a martial king. To think this woman could achieve such feats was beyond his comprehension. Her strength far exceeded his expectations, and he felt utterly powerless before her. The woman's earlier claim of him being an ant was not an exaggeration. As a man, if he could not even protect his sister, what worth did he have? I will not allow you to take my sister unless she chooses to go. Zhang Tianhao positioned himself resolutely in front of the woman. You seek death. My patience has its limits. The woman seemed taken aback that anyone would dare to be so impudent before her, and her anger flared. Her gaze turned icy. Though it was merely a soft huff, Zhang Tianhao felt as if he had been struck hard, sending him crashing into a beam, blood spewing from his mouth. Brother! Qin Zenan rushed out of the room and threw herself beside him, crying uncontrollably upon seeing his bloodied form. Zenan, do not cry. I am fine. Zhang Tianhao gritted his teeth and stood up. Big sister, do not harm my brother. I will go with you. Qin Zenan pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the woman in white. No, Zenan, do not beg her. Your brother will not allow anyone to take you away, Zhang Tianhao asserted, gritting his teeth as he stood tall. But look at what has happened to you. Qin Zenan cried. Brother, do you truly wish to take this woman as your master? Zhang Tianhao looked earnestly at her. Qin Zenan shook her head vigorously. Brother, I only want to be with you. Zhang Tianhao nodded, affirming, I understand. He then turned to the woman in white and said, Now you see, my sister does not wish to go with you. I will take her for her own good. You best not obstruct me. The woman in white's patience began to wear thin. As a renowned expert in the Imperial domain, she was accustomed to a multitude of disciples flocking to her when she sought to accept one. Yet today, she faced resistance time and again, aggravating her fiery temperament. An invisible pressure enveloped Zhang Tianhao, making him feel as though he could not breathe, as if some unseen force were constricting his throat. His blood boiled within him. How dare they bully me like this? This is not the way I prefer to live. Despair enveloped him, threatening to drive him mad. What to do? Faced with someone who surpassed the martial king level, Zhang Tianhao felt utterly impotent. Then he remembered, he possessed a card for summoning a character from a fantasy realm. He had yet to use it. Perhaps now was the time, desperate for an outlet for his pent-up frustration. He activated the summoning card without regard for its efficacy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully using the summoning card. You have summoned the character Xuanxu Battle Spirit. Would you like to use it immediately? Xian Xiao, an impressive figure indeed. The final boss from the Legend of the Swordsman, known for his formidable strength within the entire series. Though he ultimately faced suppression, his prowess was undeniable. Undeniably, his strength was formidable. With a sudden burst of power, Zhang Tianhao felt as if he possessed the ability to annihilate the heavens and earth, capable of shattering stars with a mere gesture and causing mountains to quake with a stomp. A cold snort escaped his lips, dispelling the oppressive aura that had shrouded him in an instant. The woman in white stood in shock, sensing an unfamiliar force emanating from him, one that had not been present earlier. Yet, there was no denying its might. It seemed she had underestimated him. The tension in her demeanor grew as she regarded him with newfound seriousness. You have much left to underestimate, Zhang Tianhao declared. brandishing the Tianhao sword. Snow mist ice ceiling. With a single stroke, the temperature plummeted, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of freezing. The sword sliced through the air and reached the woman in white in the blink of an eye. Snowflake palm. The woman's expression was grave as she unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, resembling blossoming snowflakes, directed at Zhang Tianhao. The child's play. A cruel smile spread across Zhang Tianhao's face, sword crying to the heavens. His strike was swift, embodying the might of the universe, rendering everything else insignificant. With a thunderous roar, a beam of sword light surged forth, sending the woman in white reeling. Chapter 156. Departure of Zen and Zhang Tianhao approached the woman. A mocking glint in his eye. You have lost. Crimson streaks marred her form, lending her an air of tragic beauty. This is not your strength, she retorted, her gaze towards Zhang Tianhao remaining icy. He remained noncommittal, replying coolly, that is irrelevant. It is sufficient to ensure your demise. Yet, Zhang Tianhao was indeed taken aback. He had known that the immortal heroic card was astonishing, but he had not anticipated its overwhelming power, defeating the woman in white with merely 2 strikes. She had exuded an aura that suggested her cultivation far surpassed that of a martial king. Yet, despite this, she had been vanquished. Reflecting on Xuankong's background, Zhang Tianhao found solace. After all, Xiankong was the ultimate boss in the Immortal Hero saga. With combat prowess rivaling that of celestial beings, it was evident how formidable Xiankong was. However, the woman in white had managed to withstand the first strike, indicating her considerable strength. If you kill me, your sister will also perish, she stated coldly with a hint of a smile. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean? I sensed an overwhelming essence of pure Xianyin energy surrounding your sister's room when I appeared there. If I am not mistaken, she possesses the Xianyin sacred body, the woman in white explained indifferently. The Xianyin sacred body. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. Typically, without the appropriate cultivation methods, your sister will not survive past the age of 10. At that age, the overwhelming Xianyin energy within her will spiral out of control. That if my assumptions are correct, she has previously consumed pills to suppress the energy within her. However, these pills only address the symptoms, not the root of the problem. After she turns 14, she will be in grave danger. You must have noticed her recent episode today, the woman in white continued, gazing at Zhang Tianhao. He fell silent, recognizing the truth in her words. Taking a deep breath, he asked, what do you propose? Quite simple. Cultivating the techniques of our snow spirit sect will not only resolve the Xianyin energy within her, but also allow her to become a prodigious cultivator. This is my purpose for coming here, she replied with a gentle smile. Zhang Tianhao sighed. He found himself with no other choice. If what the woman said was true, he had to ensure Zenon's safety. For her life hung in the balance. All right, I will allow my sister to accompany you. That is splendid. A smile brightened the woman's face. Zhang Tianhao regarded her with grave seriousness. However, you must guarantee that no harm befalls my sister within your snow spirit sect. Otherwise, I shall unleash chaos upon you. You need not worry. I will personally take her as my disciple. No one in the snow spirit sect would dare to mistreat her, she assured him solemnly. Very well, this is your promise. With that, Zhang Tianhao turned to Qin Zenon. Zenon, you shall go with this sister. She has pledged to protect you. With a cry, Qin Zenon leaped into Zhang Tianhao's embrace, weeping. Brother, you won't abandon me, will you? Of course not. How could I ever forsake you, Zenon? I only wish for you to recover from your illness. If you accompany this sister, you will soon be well again. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But I don't want to leave you, Qin Zenon protested, still hesitant despite Zhang Tianhao's reassurances. Zenon, I promise to visit you, he assured her. Okay, you must keep your word. Qin Zenon finally managed to smile through her tears. Go and bid farewell to our mother, Zhang Tianhao encouraged, his heart heavy as he watched her depart. Though he felt a pang of sorrow, he understood that he must endure for Zenon's future happiness. As she walked away with the woman in white, Zhang Tianhao felt an immense sense of loss that in all his memories, his sister had never been apart from him. Gazing at the distant clouds, he murmured, Zenon, fear not, for I shall come to see you. After Zenon's departure, Zhang Tianhao contemplated his own future plans. Naturally, gaining admission to the 3 prestigious academies of the northern region was his top priority. A task mandated by the system. In 10 days, the academies would commence their admissions, and he intended to participate in the entrance examinations. Meanwhile, far away in a mountainous region, a grand palace loomed amidst swirling mists. Resembling a realm of immortals, a girl in a purple skirt practiced swordplay with several other maidens. This girl was Murong Ziqian, a disciple of the Sword of Heaven sect, one of the 10 elite sects of the northern region. Ziqian, you are incredible. You've mastered the Phoenix comes to greet move in just a day, while we've been struggling for over 10 days. No wonder Master says you are exceptionally gifted, one girl exclaimed, admiration evident in her voice. Morong Ziqian smiled modestly. Sister, don't say that. Perhaps I was just fortunate enough to grasp it. You were too humble. No wonder Brother Xiaolong is so fond of you. Another girl teased. Morong Ziqian frowned slightly. Sister, please don't say that. Brother Xiaolong and I are merely ordinary friends. Come now, don't be so reserved in front of us. The girl continued to jest. Honestly, sister, why don't you believe me? Morong Ziqian replied, slightly flustered. Not that I don't believe you, but someone is here looking for you again. Brother Xiaolong from the Xiang sect has come 3 times this month. How thoughtful. I am truly touched. The girl laughed. Then, if you're so touched, why not just marry Brother Xiaolong? Morong Ziqian retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. All right, let's not keep him waiting. I don't want to be a third wheel. The girl said, glancing at a young man in white who stood a short distance away, prompting a ripple of laughter among the girls. Ziqian. Once the girls departed, the young man approached with a smile. Brother Xiaolong, Morong Ziqian greeted with a faint smile. Xiaolong's gaze lingered on her, having fallen deeply in love since their first encounter during the martial tournament between the Xiang and Sword of Heaven sects a month or 2 ago. He had pursued her fervently since then, unwavering despite her indifferent demeanor. He believed that sincerity would eventually win her heart, vowing to make her his own. Ziqian, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Since returning home, I have been restless, your image haunting my thoughts. I implore you for a chance. Will you grant it to me? Xiaolong's gaze was earnest as he spoke. Morong Ziqian met his eyes. Smiling gently, Brother Xiaolong, to me, you will always be like an elder brother. Isn't that wonderful? Xiaolong forced a bitter smile, pondering. Just an elder brother? He watched as Morong Ziqian stood gracefully on the rocks, gazing into the distance, a fleeting look of longing in her beautiful eyes. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Even though the momentary longing vanished, Xiaolong keenly sensed it. His expression darkened. Morong Ziqian could only belong to him. No one else could lay claim to her. As the foremost youth of the northern region, Xiaolong possessed the confidence to believe that Lin Yali practiced swordplay with a few junior sisters. As the chief disciple of the Phoenix comes to greet peak, she had once been the most popular among the 3rd generation. However, since Morong Ziqian's arrival, her brilliance had dimmed. Yet, Lin Yali's nature was uncontentious, and she did not let these matters weigh heavily on her heart, though a twinge of envy occasionally surfaced. Master sister, why do you think Ziqian treats Brother Xiaolong with such ambivalence? Does she not like him? Brother Xiaolong is the top genius of our generation, the prince charming in many people's eyes that I would willingly trade 10 years of my life for just a smile from him. A round-faced girl gushed. You are easily satisfied. Lin Yali teased. Suddenly, the group of girls fell silent, their eyes fixed ahead. My eyes widened in astonishment. It's Senior Brother Xiaolong. He is smiling at me, and I feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Senior Sister Yuli, may I ask you something? Xiaolong inquired, his stature tall and elegant, exuding an extraordinary charisma. Lin Yuli, slightly taken aback, wondered why Xiaolong would seek her out. In a secluded spot. Xiaolong asked, Senior Sister Yuli, I wish to inquire about Ziqian. Lin Yuli was momentarily puzzled but soon felt at ease. Her impression of Xiaolong was quite favorable, acknowledging that Xiaolong had faced some setbacks with Morong Ziqian. She chuckled. Xiaolong, girls can be quite reserved. Perhaps Ziqian is simply not ready. No, I can see it in Ziqian's eyes. There must be someone in her heart. You have a close relationship with her. And I want to know who occupies her thoughts. Xiaolong's gaze grew steely as he spoke solemnly. But I haven't heard anything about that. Lin Yuli hesitated. Senior Sister Yuli, I am determined to win Ziqian's heart. I hope you can assist me. Even if I fail, I wish to know who it is I am up against. Xiaolong looked at Lin Yuli, his voice laced with a hint of pleading. It seems I once overheard a name from Ziqian's lips. I believe it was Zhang Tianhao. Lin Yuli replied uncertainly. Zhang Tianhao. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiaolong's eyes. In preparation for the upcoming assessment in 10 days. Zhang Tianhao began secluding himself. Despite his confidence in his current cultivation, being at the 4th level of the Great Martial Master stage, which is formidable for his age, he was aware that the assessment he faced was not from an ordinary academy. If it were a regular academy, he was certain he could qualify, but the 3 major academies of the northern region posed a greater challenge. The true martial continent encompasses a vast expanse with thousands of nations, many of which harbor extraordinary talents. To stand out among these prodigies and gain admission to the 3 major academies, Zhang Tianhao was not overly confident. Regardless, he resolved to join the 3 academies, not only to fulfill his mission but also for his own sake, as enrolling in various academies was a commendable choice. Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself, with the intention to join the 3 major academies. Zhang Tianhao planned to maximize his powers before the assessment. However, he understood that enhancing his cultivation at this juncture would not be an easy feat after all. He was already at the 4th level of the Great Martial Master stage, where the experience required for advancement was immense. The most effective method for leveling up was to engage in combat. While using medicinal pills could also facilitate improvement, the rate of experience gained was excruciatingly slow. Therefore, Zhang Tianhao decided to focus on enhancing his martial skills over the next 3 days. First, he aimed to awaken his bloodline. Currently, his awakening level stood at 14. After defeating Wang Shijun in the secret realm, he had obtained a blood soul fruit, which should aid him in awakening an additional 5 of his bloodline. Zhang Tianhao retrieved a blood-red fruit, roughly the size of an apple, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that enlivened his spirit. He consumed the blood soul fruit, and in an instant, a torrent of power surged through his limbs, igniting his blood. After an unknown duration, a notification chimed. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao, bloodline awakening level 19. Indeed, the blood soul fruit had helped him enhance his bloodline. However, it was unfortunate that an additional 1 awakening was required for his ancient war god's bloodline to awaken to the 2nd layer, at which point its true power could be unleashed. It seemed he needed to find a way to awaken that final one, but there was no rush. Zhang Tianhao then produced a martial arts manual titled Xinxing by Bian. He had not had the chance to study it since acquiring it, as he had been preoccupied with mastering the perfected light-footed technique, Yanning Piao. Nevertheless, while Yanning Piao excelled in speed, it lacked the sharpness needed for evasion, a crucial aspect that Xinxing by Bian could fortify. Suddenly, a memory struck him. Zhang Tianhao recalled where he had heard the name Xinxing by Bian before. It was the light-footed technique imparted by Jiao Nantawei Xiaobao in The Deer and the Cauldron. Intrigued, he examined the attributes of Xinxing by Bian. Martial skill, Xinxing by Bian level, profound grade supreme proficiency, 10 description. Created by Mu Seng of the Iron Sword sect. Later passed to Princess Chongping, who taught it to Wei Xiaobao. Is the ultimate skill for evading enemy attacks. Excellent. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced with excitement, especially upon seeing the skill's level, which further solidified his resolve to cultivate it. He understood that while Yanning Piao was a mid-level profound skill, Xinxing by Bian was a supreme grade, elevating his abilities significantly. The level of a technique largely determined its effectiveness. Chapter 158. Humiliation without delay. Zhang Tianhao began to practice Xinxing by Bian. During this period, driven by his urgent desire to enhance his cultivation, he tirelessly devoted 3 days to mastering the technique to great success. The unique attributes of Xinxing by Bian made Zhang Tianhao feel his combat power had notably increased. He arrived at the Zhang family estate. Although Zhang Tianhao's status within the family was unparalleled, and he was riding high on his recent achievements, he chose to remain in the courtyard he had previously purchased rather than moving back into the Zhang residence. Having grown accustomed to living outside, he had no intention of returning. His grandfather had wished for him to move back. But upon seeing Zhang Tianhao's steadfast attitude, he no longer pressed the issue. As Zhang Tianhao returned to the Zhang family estate, an overwhelming aura of malice suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. Who goes there? Zhang Yaobang and Zhang Tianhao made their way to the square. When Zhang Tianhao looked up at the sky, his heart jolted. Before him stood 3 figures suspended in the air. Martial kings? Only martial kings could hover effortlessly in the air. Among the 3 men, 2 middle-aged figures flanked a young man in white, seemingly his attendants. What a terrifying presence! Zhang Tianhao felt a wave of trepidation. These 3 individuals, especially the white-clad youth, emanated an aura far surpassing that of the Vice Dean of Tiangang Academy, Gu Feiyun, whom he had encountered previously. Why had they suddenly come to the Zhang family? Unbeknownst to him, a sense of foreboding settled in Zhang Tianhao's heart. Where is the head of the Zhang family? The white-clad youth spoke with an air of arrogance, while one of the men behind him chimed in. Zhang Yaobang sensed the unwelcome nature of their visit, his heart heavy with dread. If these 3 martial kings intended to strike, the Zhang family would be in grave peril. What brings you to our Zhang family? Zhang Yaobang asked, maintaining a composed demeanor despite the tension. Who is Zhang Tianhao? The white-clad youth finally spoke. Are you addressing me? Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, but stepped forward nonetheless, replying coolly, that would be I. You shall pay dearly. The white-clad youth's gaze turned frigid. Boom! Zhang Tianhao suddenly felt an immense pressure crash down upon him, overwhelming him, and he crumpled to the ground without any strength to resist. His insides burned, rendering him incapable of mobilizing his powers. Tianhao, how dare you? The white-clad youth's voice dripped with disdain, and the powerful aura of the martial king behind him surged forth like a tangible force. Descending upon Zhang Tianhao as Zhang Yaobang and the elders prepared to rush forward, a tremendous pressure bore down on them, causing them to kneel and spit blood, their expressions waning. Why? Zhang Tianhao roared in anguish. Unwilling to accept this senseless humiliation, he felt weak. So utterly weak. With such weakness, how could Ziqian ever harbor feelings for you? You are unworthy of her affection. The white-clad youth smirked, his smile laced with endless mockery. As if looking down upon an insignificant insect, Ziqian. So it is because of her. Zhang Tianhao managed a bitter smile. Yet, from the white-clad youth's words, he gleaned that Ziqian held a deep affection for him. A solitary comfort in his heart. You, a mere insect, being with Ziqian is akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Henceforth, you are forbidden from associating with her. Otherwise, well, let the consequences be on your shoulders. The white-clad youth declared imperiously, as if stating an undeniable fact. Weak? Ha! You merely outlive me by a few years. What right do you have to call me weak? Zhang Tianhao retorted angrily. Are you suggesting that? Given time, this insect could surpass me? The white-clad youth found it amusing, his gaze dripping with derision. Humph. In 2 years, I shall repay this humiliation. Zhang Tianhao howled defiantly. Very well, I grant you this time. In 2 years. I hope to see you, this insect, leap with vigor and astonish me. The white-clad youth chuckled mockingly. Who exactly are you? Zhang Tianhao gritted his teeth, staring deeply at the white-clad youth, as if to engrave his image in his mind. Remember my name. Xiaolong. If you harbor hatred towards me, feel free to seek vengeance. With that, the three figures vanished into the void. Xiaolong, Xiaolong, Xiaolong. I, Zhang Tianhao, shall avenge this grievance. Zhang Tianhao howled in fury. On a hillside outside Ninghai city, Xiaolong and 2 martial kings gazed towards the city, their faces adorned with a hint of intrigue. With a faint smile, Xiaolong remarked, I never expected that the one awakened with the heavenly wind body. Princess Ziqian would be born in such a small nation that it appears we must not underestimate the talents of these smaller countries. Even amidst the mud and sand, pearls can emerge. Indeed, only a prodigy like Princess Ziqian is worthy of you. Young master. However, I do not understand why you do not seize the opportunity to eliminate that boy. This would sever Princess Ziqian's aspirations and make her more amenable to you, one of the martial kings inquired. A hint of confusion in his tone. If I were to kill him, how would Princess Ziqian perceive me upon learning of it? I do not wish to foster even a shred of disdain in her heart. Besides, that boy is merely an ant. He is not worth my effort, Xiaolong replied. A profound disdain etched across his features. You think far ahead, young master, the martial king complimented. Yet, it is noteworthy that this boy has cultivated to the level of a grand martial master at such a young age. The Academy's assessments are approaching. You surely know what must be done. Though I shall not end his life, I will ensure that this ant remains forever unable to rise again. I shall leave him no possibility. Perhaps it is quite interesting to let him dwell in hope only to face despair. Xiaolong's lips curled into a faint smile. Young master, I understand your intent, the martial king responded solemnly. Upon returning home, Zhang Tianhao secluded himself, locking himself away for an entire day and night. This incident had dealt a significant blow to him. If he could not overcome this hurdle, his martial will would be shattered. Yet, if he persevered, it could also serve as a form of fortification for him. When Zhang Tianhao finally opened the door, the maid Xiaoxiang, who had been waiting by the entrance, exclaimed with delight, Young master, you have finally emerged. The Grand Elder has been quite worried about you. Where is my grandfather? Zhang Tianhao inquired. The Grand Elder is in his room attending to matters, Xiaoxiang quickly replied. Very well, I shall seek him out immediately. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Young master, are you truly all right? Xiaoxiang asked, her voice laced with concern. Rest assured, I have come to terms with it. There is no obstacle I cannot surmount. Zhang Tianhao reassured her with a gentle smile. Xiaoxiang's expression brightened. Zhang Tianhao proceeded towards his grandfather's chamber, determined to show that a new version of himself awaited. Chapter 159. The first talent of the north outside his grandfather's room. Zhang Tianhao knocked on the door. Knock, 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 enter, came the Grand Elder's authoritative voice from within. After the Zhang family became the foremost clan in the Vaxi kingdom, second only to the royal family, Zhang Tianhao felt his grandfather's presence grow more imposing by the day. Perhaps he assumed it was a family member reporting on clan matters. Zhang Tianhao smiled and pushed the door open to enter. Grandfather, he exclaimed cheerfully, seeing his grandson. Zhang Yaobang's face lit up with joy. Rising from his seat, he said excitedly, Tianhao, you are well. How wonderful. Grandfather, I apologize for causing you concern, Zhang Tianhao said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he gazed at his grandfather's elated expression. Tianhao, no one's life is a smooth sail. We must learn to confront setbacks with courage. Only by daring to face them can we hope to overcome. Zhang Yaobang counseled earnestly. I understand. Grandfather, Zhang Tianhao replied solemnly. Tianhao, there are many good girls out there. Perhaps Princess Ziqian is not suited for you, Zhang Yaobang suggested after a moment of silence. Grandfather, I shall not give up, Zhang Tianhao declared. Are you advising me to abandon Princess Ziqian because of Xiaolong? His gaze was piercing as he looked at his grandfather. Zhang Yaobang sighed deeply and nodded. Tianhao, I know I cannot sway you. Your stubbornness mirrors your father's, that once you set your mind on something, it is unyielding. Grandfather, I wish to know who Xiaolong truly is. Why do you regard him with such trepidation? Zhang Tianhao queried, genuinely perplexed by the man. It is no wonder you are unaware of Xiaolong. Our Vaxi kingdom is but a peripheral nation, and information is scarce. You, too, have not paid much attention to such matters. Zhang Tianhao laughed awkwardly, having only been in this world for less than a year. With many memories still unclear, Xiaolong is recognized as the foremost talent of the North, Zhang Yaobang stated, his expression turning grave. The foremost talent of the North? Zhang Tianhao exclaimed in surprise, although he had anticipated as much. The weight of that title took his breath away. Just how vast was the North? One could fit thousands of Vaxi kingdoms within it, illustrating its enormity. And yet, Xiaolong was esteemed as its greatest prodigy. At the age of 13, he achieved Grand Martial Master. By 16, he ascended to Martial King, and now at 18, his strength is unfathomable. More alarmingly, he possesses the most powerful true dragon body in the North. It is said that upon his birth, a phenomenon occurred. Thunder and lightning roared, and some claim to have witnessed two dragons playing with a pearl. Though this may be mere legend, the fact that Xiaolong possesses the true dragon body is irrefutable. Zhang Yaobang explained gravely. Rumor has it that an elder from the Imperial domain has taken note of his talents, preparing to accept him as a personal disciple. Tianhao, the adversary you face is formidable. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow. From his grandfather's description, it was clear that Xiaolong was indeed powerful. Yet, such a challenge only fueled his resolve and ambition. Zhang Yaobang had anticipated that his portrayal of Xiaolong's might would dampen Zhang Tianhao's spirits. But to his surprise, it only ignited a fervent determination within him. Zhang Yaobang felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that should Zhang Tianhao persist in his pursuit of Princess Ziqian, he would encounter endless hardships. However, the path was one his grandson chose, and he had no justification to impede his journey. Tianhao, if you are determined to press on, your grandfather shall be your steadfast support, Zhang Yaobang declared, gazing at his grandson with pride. Thank you, grandfather. I will not yield. Perhaps Xiaolong is indeed strong, but I, too, possess confidence that I can catch up. He will merely serve as a stepping stone on my path to the pinnacle of martial arts. Just you wait and see. Zhang Tianhao's voice brimmed with unwavering conviction. Very well, my grandson. I admire your confidence. Go forth and triumph over him. Princess Ziqian is indeed a fine match. Only my grandson is worthy of her. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law cannot be relinquished easily. Zhang Yaobang laughed heartily. Grandfather, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as the two shared a joyful exchange. After a brief moment, Zhang Yaobang turned to Zhang Tianhao and asked, Tianhao, what are your plans for the future? You have reached the pinnacle in the Vaxi kingdom. Remaining here serves little purpose for your growth. It is time to contemplate your next steps. Zhang Tianhao responded earnestly. Yes, grandfather. I plan to participate in the assessments of the 3 major academies. Haha. I knew you would choose that path. I have already arranged for inquiries on your behalf. Zhang Yaobang grinned. Really, grandfather? Are there any changes in this year's assessments? Zhang Tianhao quickly inquired. Zhang Yaobang stroked his beard thoughtfully. There are no significant changes. However, this time, the various academies, including the 3 major ones, will conduct their assessments together, selecting the best candidates. The location will be in the imperial capital of the Hualong Empire. Oh, is it in 7 days? Zhang Tianhao asked. Yes, in 7 days. However, the Hualong Empire is quite distant from our Vaxi kingdom. That if you intend to partake in the assessments, the journey will be tight, Zhang Yaobang cautioned. Zhang Tianhao pondered for a moment and asked, Grandfather, if I traverse the endless marsh, might I shorten the distance? Indeed, should you take the endless marsh, you could reach the Hualong Empire within 3 days. However, Tianhao, the endless marsh is extremely perilous. Even a grand martial master would risk their life if they were to enter. It is fraught with danger, filled with ferocious beasts and treacherous terrain. You must not even consider attempting it. Zhang Yaobang urged. Grandfather, there is no need for your warnings. Danger and opportunity coexist. While the endless marsh is rife with peril, it also holds potential fortunes. The path of a martial artist is inherently one of overcoming challenges and difficulties. If one fears even a modicum of danger, how can they aspire to the pinnacle of martial arts? Zhang Tianhao stated resolutely. His words struck Zhang Yaobang like a series of heavy hammers, awakening him with profound clarity. Haha, Tianhao, you have opened my eyes. It seems that, as a pioneer, I have been enlightened by my own grandson. I am even somewhat moved, perhaps soon to advance to the next realm. Zhang Yaobang laughed heartily. Congratulations, grandfather, Zhang Tianhao said, equally joyous, for he knew his grandfather had been stuck at the third level of Grand Martial Master for many years. Very well. Tianhao, I must prepare for seclusion now. I shall not see you off, that I hope to hear good news from you soon, Zhang Yaobang said as he quickly departed. Zhang Tianhao chuckled. Grandfather is still as impetuous as ever. Just as he exited his grandfather's room, a servant reported that a friend had come to visit. A friend? Could it be Murong Fei and Murong Longqing? Zhang Tianhao wondered, surprised. Upon arriving in the parlor, he found Murong Fei and Murong Longqing enjoying tea. Both stood and smiled upon seeing him. Tianhao, how have you been? Murong Longqing greeted warmly. Tianhao, it's been a while, Murong Fei added with a grin. What a pleasant surprise to see you both. Zhang Tianhao responded with a hearty smile. Though he had few friends, Murong Fei and Murong Longqing were certainly among them, sharing a camaraderie that was hard to find. Alas, I have learned of the matters regarding my father. Tianhao, I truly feel a sense of guilt. Murong Fei gazed at Zhang Tianhao with an expression of regret. Zhang Tianhao waved his hand dismissively, saying, let us not dwell on this. It bears no relation to you. Each matter stands alone. Noticing that Zhang Tianhao bore no resentment, Murong Fei, filled with surprise, inquired, Tianhao, you do not hold it against me. Why would I? This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Tianhao replied graciously. It is a blessing to have a friend like you. Tianhao, Murong Fei expressed with heartfelt appreciation. By the way, are you all here solely to apologize? Surely, there is no need for such a grand display. It puts pressure on me, Zhang Tianhao remarked with a feigned look of fear. Haha, you think too much. We are merely preparing to return to the academy. This time, all the major academies are being assessed in the Holong Empire, and I believe you shall certainly attend as well. I am just curious, which academy do you plan to join? It would be best if you came to our Changfeng Academy, Murong Fei said with a smile. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. One can only hope. Which of the three academies is the strongest? After pondering for a moment, Murong Fei replied, that is difficult to ascertain. Each of the three academies has its own strengths. Tianwu Academy boasts profound heritage. A century ago, it was the foremost of the three and was the earliest established. It has produced many skilled individuals. However, due to a calamity a century ago, wherein the elders of the academy perished in battle, it has experienced a gradual decline in recent decades, though its heritage remains formidable. And what of Tiangang Academy? Zhang Tianhao recalled Gu Fiyun and asked further. Tiangang Academy has been the most prominent in recent decades. Numerous skilled individuals have emerged, including many prodigies. The most renowned is the current #1 expert of the Northern Territory, Xiao Long. At the tender age of 13, he joined Tiangang Academy, and within a year was recommended to enter the Xiang sect. Perhaps due to Xiao Long, Tiangang Academy's reputation has subtly overshadowed the other two, ascending to the top, Murong Fei explained. Indeed, and what of Changfeng Academy? Zhang Tianhao, intrigued by Murong Fei's ties to Changfeng Academy, queried further. Haha. While Changfeng Academy may not possess the strong heritage of Tianwu Academy nor the grand reputation of Tiangang Academy, it thrives on stability. For many years, Changfeng Academy has developed steadily, with ample resources and numerous experts, making it a fine choice for joining. Murong Fei replied with a smile. Do not heed Murong Fei's fanciful words. Choose Tianwu Academy instead. Although it has seen better days, it is still the alma mater of the once unrivaled #1 expert of the Northern Territory, Wu Xiao. While Xiao Long hails from Tiangang Academy, he pales in comparison to Wu Xiao. Murong Longqing interjected with a subtle smile. Upon hearing Wu Xiao's name, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but be moved. Although his information was limited, Wu Xiao's reputation was indeed resounding. Wu Xiao, a peerless genius from a century ago, was renowned for his invincibility among his peers. All prodigies faded in his presence. He became a martial king at 14 and entered the Imperial domain. Though he subsequently vanished without a trace, his legend continues to be widely recounted. Very well, I shall carefully consider your suggestions, and I hope we can gather again in the future for a hearty celebration. Zhang Tianhao declared with a smile. Agreed. We shall eagerly await that day. May we revel until intoxicated. Murong Longqing and Murong Fei eventually took their leave. Zhang Tianhao prepared to embark on his journey the following day. With his sister gone, his mother needed to remain at home, that he felt uneasy and resolved to send her back to their family residence, now that his position within the Zhang family was secure. The previous troubles would not recur. Mother, you should return to the family home. Tomorrow, I shall attend the academy assessment, and I may not be able to care for you, with my sister also absent. You would be without a single companion. Zhang Tianhao earnestly implored his mother. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes, Li Qinglian replied, sensing Zhang Tianhao's hopeful demeanor and unable to refuse. However, Zhang Tianhao sensed something peculiar in his mother's expression. As if she wished to convey something but hesitated, he dismissed his concerns, attributing them to her worries for him, and offered her gentle reassurances. The next day, Zhang Tianhao finally set forth on his journey toward the Huolong Empire. Unbeknownst to him, news of his departure from Ninghai City spread almost immediately, ensnaring him within an invisible net. After half a day's travel, he arrived at a location 100 miles from the endless marsh. A village appeared ahead, offering a chance to rest before delving into the marsh the following day. That a flicker of joy crossed Zhang Tianhao's face as he approached the village. However, as he neared, his brow furrowed in concern, for he detected an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. What could this mean? Zhang Tianhao quickened his pace, only to reach the village entrance and discover numerous corpses strewn about. Roughly 100 in total. Who could be so cruel? An immense fury welled within him. These were defenseless villagers. How could anyone commit such heinous acts? Were they bandits? Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao heard a wailing cry emanating from the east. He rushed over to find an elderly man clad in gray and a woman in her 30s, both weeping over the bodies. Their cries were heart-wrenching, drawing tears from any who heard them. Old man, who did this? Why are they all dead? Zhang Tianhao asked, brimming with righteous indignation. That we do not know, but I suspect it was a band of marauders from nearby. They come like the wind, raiding our village time and again. But this time they have gone so far as to murder all the villagers, the old man lamented, growing increasingly sorrowful. From the old man and his wife, Zhang Tianhao learned their names, Sun Kaiqing and his wife Honglian. They had just returned from gathering herbs in the nearby mountains, narrowly escaping this calamity, yet their family had suffered tremendous loss. Do not weep. I shall help you bury your villagers. They deserve a proper resting place. Zhang Tianhao sighed. Thank you. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. The old man expressed his deep gratitude. After several hours of labor, they managed to clear away the bodies and bury them in a large grave. The old man and his wife, grateful for Zhang Tianhao's kindness, warmly invited him to stay. If it were not for you today, my grandfather and I would not know what to do. You must be exhausted after working so hard. Would you like some water? Honglian offered, pouring a glass for Zhang Tianhao. Thank you, he replied with a smile, drinking it all at once. Upon seeing him drink, Honglian's lips curled into a sly smirk. With a sudden thud, Zhang Tianhao dropped the cup to the floor, collapsing onto the table. Got him. Honglian laughed triumphantly. Sun Kaiqing entered from outside, his previously honest face now shrouded in darkness. Humph. This kid is so naive that I truly wonder how that group of fools could fail. In the end, it is still up to us, the black-faced duo, to handle it, he scoffed. Whatever, we have completed our task. However, this lad is rather handsome. I find it difficult to part with him, Honglian remarked with a hint of regret. Enough of your ramblings. Let us do what we must. We need to finish this quickly and report back. Those above are awaiting our response. Sun Kaiqing glared at Honglian. Oh, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? She replied with a chuckle. Sun Kaiqing approached Zhang Tianhao, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he prepared to strike down the unsuspecting youth. Suddenly, he realized the figure before him had vanished. Not good. Sun Kaiqing sensed a powerful gust of wind behind him, and before he knew it, he was sent flying through the air. With a loud crash, he landed hard on the ground, feeling as if his very bones were about to shatter. Struggling to rise, Sun Kaiqing looked up in astonishment at Zhang Tianhao, who stood a distance away, coldly observing them. You drank our drug, did you not? Honglian stammered in disbelief. Haha, who drank your poison? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Tianhao scoffed dismissively. Then why did you drink it? Honglian asked, puzzled. I sensed something was amiss with you, so I decided to test the waters. As expected, your true nature has been revealed, Zhang Tianhao replied with a knowing smile. Impossible. Our scheme was flawless. How could you have seen through it? Sun Kaiqing exclaimed in disbelief. Ha, flawless. You must be jesting. I in my eyes. Your plan is riddled with holes that I could point out several inconsistencies without breaking a sweat. Zhang Tianhao taunted, seemingly intrigued. First, the wounds on the villagers at the entrance were inflicted by 2 different weapons, indicating they were slain by 2 individuals. Do bandits only number 2. Second, while you don the attire of common folk. You are remarkably clean. However, you claim that you have just ascended the mountain to gather medicinal herbs, which is evidently implausible. Thirdly, judging by the freshness of the blood on these corpses, the time of death cannot exceed 10 minutes. Yet, as I approached from outside the village, I saw no sign of bandits, while you insist that the villagers all perished at their hands. Does this not seem peculiar? Fourthly, your performance is exceedingly amateurish. Although you weep, it is evident that the tears on your faces are merely water. Moreover, your expressions lack any semblance of grief to in my hometown. Even the extras perform better than you do. Zhang Tianhao observed the pallor on the faces of Hong Lian and Sun Kaiqing, and, feeling unsatisfied, continued. Fifthly, even if I were to concede that bandits came to plunder the village, the interiors of the houses appear too orderly. Do you think I am so foolish as to be deceived? Enough. Sun Kaiqing's face turned a deep shade of fury. Initially, he believed Zhang Tianhao was speaking nonsense, but after hearing him out, he had to acknowledge the validity of Zhang's points. His proud design was riddled with flaws. However, I find it strange that you did not simply blend in with the villagers. Why resort to murder and slaughter so many? Zhang Tianhao's voice turned cold, a surge of anger welling up within him. These two individuals had killed so many villagers in their pursuit of him, and Zhang felt as though he had been caught in the crossfire that I do not kill for no reason. I believe these villagers would not cooperate with us. Thus, I eliminated them for convenience. Little did I expect you to uncover the truth. Furthermore, why do you not inquire about our identities? Why do you think we would kill you? As Sun Kaiqing spoke, he tore off the mask from his face, revealing a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and no beard. Zhang Tianhao sneered coldly. If I am not mistaken, you must be a bronze-ranked assassin of Tianfa. Am I right? Ha ha. Indeed, we are bronze-ranked assassins of Tianfa. Know this, you must die. With that, Sun Kaiqing lunged at Zhang Tianhao with a knife. Arhut Fist. The powerful strike of the Arhut Fist surged forward. Boom. The Arhut Fist deflected Sun Kaiqing's knife, and his fist barreled forward. Sun Kaiqing was horrified and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Shifting shadows. What? Sun Kaiqing suddenly felt a blur before him, and he lost sight of Zhang Tianhao to in the next instant. Zhang Tianhao appeared behind him. Die. Boom. Zhang Tianhao's fist crashed into Sun Kaiqing's back. Sun Kaiqing let out a wail as his body was hurled against the wall, crashing down and spitting blood. Zhang Tianhao did not pursue the other woman. Hong Lian da. Upon witnessing Zhang Tianhao effortlessly defeat her partner, Hong Lian's face turned pale with fear. She immediately thrust her sword at him with a flurry of strikes. Arhut Fist. Zhang Tianhao's expression remained impassive. With a single punch, the explosive force sent Hong Lian's sword flying. Without pausing, he delivered another blow to her chest. Puff. Hong Lian spewed blood and was instantly killed. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating Bronze Assassin No. 12. Earning 2,000 experience points and 200 chi energy, Zhang Tianhao approached Sun Kaiqing, placing a foot on his head. With a crack, Sun Kaiqing's health was instantly depleted. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating Bronze Assassin No. 11. Earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 chi energy, and 10 berserk energy. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining the 7 Injuries Fist Secret Manual. Something valuable has dropped. Zhang Tianhao felt a stir in his heart. Yet this 7 Injuries Fist sounds so familiar, as if he had heard of it before. Zhang Tianhao promptly examined the attributes of the 7 Injuries Fist. Martial technique. 7 Injuries Fist. Level. Profound grade supreme quality. Description. An unparalleled martial art passed down from the Kongtong sect, notably promoted by the golden-furred Lion King Xie Sun and the leader of the Ming sect, Zhang Wuji. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the 7 Injuries Fist the technique from the Etian world, which injures oneself before harming others? Once one practices the 7 injuries, all 7 will be injured. It injures both the practitioner and the opponent. Chapter 162. The young master of the Ma family Zhang Tianhao was indeed intrigued by the 7 Injuries Fist, as it was a profound grade supreme martial art. Although he had cultivated the Arhut Fist to a transformative level, its limitations became apparent as his cultivation advanced. The 7 Injuries Fist, despite its self-harming nature, was known to be manageable for those with profound internal strength. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for discovering the 7 Injuries Fist Secret Manual. Would you like to cultivate it? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully cultivating 7 Injuries Fist. First form. Heart damage technique. Currently at the entry level. Zhang Tianhao glanced at the attributes of the 7 Injuries Fist. Martial technique. 7 Injuries Fist. First form. Heart damage technique. Proficiency. 10. Description: each attack delivers a powerful shock to the enemy's heart veins, unparalleled in might. Although there are no attribute damages, the inherent strength of the 7 Injuries Fist is formidable enough to stand on its own as a legendary martial art of the Kongtong sect. The following morning, Zhang Tianhao resumed his journey. By midday, he arrived at a small town before the endless swamp. He intended to procure some supplies in the town before entering the swamp. This town was called Ma Family Town, under the jurisdiction of Ma Family Fortress. Though merely a small town, it was fortified with walls and even had soldiers stationed, reportedly to fend off the fierce beasts from the endless swamp. Every few years, these beasts would invade surrounding human villages. After suffering countless losses in history, Ma Family Town erected these tall walls for defense. Upon entering Ma Family Town, Zhang Tianhao was astonished by its prosperity. Although named a town, its affluence rivaled, if not surpassed, that of some small cities. However, from various perspectives, Zhang Tianhao also understood the historical context of this place, which illuminated its wealth. While the endless swamp was extremely perilous, it also harbored boundless treasures, attracting adventurers year after year. Thus, the market in this small town was bustling, with numerous guilds setting up shop. Many martial artists traversed its streets. To Zhang Tianhao's surprise, many of these martial artists were formidable, with several exceeding the great martial master level. Yet, he felt a sense of wariness. Ever since entering Ma Family Town, he sensed that someone was watching him, an ominous aura lingering around him. This heightened his caution, prompting him to procure his necessities quickly and depart. After purchasing some food in the market, Zhang Tianhao prepared to leave Ma Family Town. However, as he approached the town's gate, his expression darkened at the sight before him. The town gate had been shut, and dozens of great martial masters lined up ahead. Leading them was a young man in purple robes, appearing to be in his early 20s, who stared at Zhang Tianhao with a cold smirk. "Are you waiting for me?" Zhang Tianhao sensed that this grand display was directed at him. Indeed, the young man in purple shook his head. "You seem unfamiliar to me. Who are you?" Zhang Tianhao frowned. "Ha ha ha, very well. I shall be merciful and enlighten you. I am Ma Bin, the young master of Ma Family Fortress, and my father is Ma Wanping, the lord of the fortress. Ma Bin gazed at Zhang Tianhao with pride. "Do we have a grievance?" "No grievance. No resentment," Ma Bin replied nonchalantly. "Your words leave me perplexed. Since there is no enmity, you would not harbor ill will towards me, would you?" Zhang Tianhao's anger surged. "Someone wants your head? You would do well to surrender quietly. That way, you might suffer less, or else you will die." Ma Bin's voice was icy. "Someone seeks my life?" Zhang Tianhao was slightly taken aback, after a moment of contemplation. He wondered if it was from Tianfa. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The bronze assassin had just been eliminated by him. Even if they sent someone else, it would require time to regroup. It was evident that they could not act so swiftly. The Wang and Li families had also been eradicated by him. Although there were still some stragglers from other families, they too could not pose a threat. Zhang Tianhao could not discern who it might be. "Regrettably, this young master needs his head for eating, and I cannot surrender it to you." Zhang Tianhao shook his head. "If you refuse to yield, then I shall take it myself." Ma Bin sneered. "Die." Ma Bin dashed forward, appearing directly above Zhang Tianhao, launching a punch downward. Clearly, Ma Bin was confident in his strength. At the age of 18, his cultivation at the second level of Great Martial Master was enough to look down upon most of his peers. Yet, it was unfortunate that he encountered Zhang Tianhao 7 Injuries Fist, heart damage technique. Zhang Tianhao remained rooted, launching his punch. Boom! The overwhelming power of his fist surged forth, crashing towards Ma Bin. Bang! Ma Bin let out a cry, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Zhang Tianhao, having made his move, did not hold back. Like a shadow, he pursued Ma Bin relentlessly. With another powerful punch, he aimed to strike down upon his head. The martial artists behind Ma Bin were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that their young master had fallen so swiftly at this moment. Their lives were also in jeopardy. "Stop!" The warriors from the Ma family changed their expressions drastically and rushed out, attempting to prevent Zhang Tianhao from delivering a fatal blow to Ma Bin. However, they were quick. Yet Zhang Tianhao was swifter. He had never shown mercy to those who sought his life. "You dare to kill me? My father will surely tear you apart." Ma Bin, witnessing Zhang Tianhao closing in, was struck with terror, his voice rising in a desperate scream. "Die!" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a punch that landed with a resounding impact. Bang! Ma Bin's head was instantly obliterated. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing Ma Bin. Experience points: 2,000, True Chi, 200, Rage Energy, 10. You scoundrel! You dare to kill the young master. You have crossed the line. The remaining warriors of the Ma family were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing Ma Bin's demise. Coming to their senses, They glared at Zhang Tianhao with bloodshot eyes, crying out for vengeance. Kill him. Avenge the young master. The killer is always hunted. Now it is your turn. The shining blade appeared in Zhang Tianhao's hand, a cold smile gracing his face. Anyone who obstructs me shall perish. With a powerful swing of the shining blade, he struck at the approaching martial artists. Boom, boom. Those who lunged at him were effortlessly slain. Trash. The ground trembled as the slain warriors became mere experience points for Zhang Tianhao. However, these martial artists were beneath his level. Only those stronger would yield richer experience. Want to escape? A middle-aged martial artist from the mid-tier lunged, unleashing a blood-red blade shadow. The crimson light descended ominously, while the seven wounds fist was formidable. It consumed too much true chi. Zhang Tianhao refrained from using it, opting instead for the Bodhi fist. Boom! His fist collided with the mid-tier martial artist blade, shattering the blade's aura. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with the Bodhi fist. The inexplicably doubled strength sent the mid-tier martial artist flying into the void. Zhang Tianhao's fist struck him directly. Thud! The mid-tier martial artist let out a pained cry as a massive gash opened in his chest. His bones shattered. Zhang Tianhao, like a shadow, pursued the mid-tier martial artist, delivering another crushing blow to his head. Die. With a sickening sound, the mid-tier martial artist's head was instantly crushed. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing a mid-tier martial artist. Experience points. 20,000, True Chi. 2,000, Rage Energy. 10, Don't let him escape. Stop him. The guardians at the city gate rushed toward Zhang Tianhao frantically. At the forefront was a high-tier martial artist wielding a black spear. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of martial artists, even Zhang Tianhao felt the threat to his life. Endless attacks surged from all directions that he had to break through. Otherwise, when the Ma family's lord arrived, he would be in grave danger. Zhang Tianhao murmured to himself, fully aware that as the lord of the Ma family, the strength would be formidable, likely at the peak of the high-tier martial artists. Though he possessed the Hoi Bao, it could not showcase its power amidst such a multitude. It was more suited for one-on-one combat. After all, the high-tier martial artist emanated a murderous aura. The black spear descending with unmatched ferocity. The spear tip gleamed ominously. The shining blade. Zhang Tianhao's blade sheath countered the high-tier martial artist's thrust. Despite the dual resistance of flesh and skill, the spear did not break through Zhang Tianhao's defense. However, the power of the high-tier martial artist still sent Zhang Tianhao flying back, skidding several meters upon impact. Bloodthirsty spear. The terrifying spear shadow transformed into a bloodthirsty dragon that lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Ice enclosure. The white blade shadow, infused with chilling light, fell from above, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically, snowflakes swirling down like feathers. Boom! The spear shadow was blocked. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a third strike, red apricot in the snow. The layers of blade light cascading down in that fleeting moment. The high-tier martial artist's gaze turned vacant, as if he were reliving the tragedies of his childhood. Yet, being a high-tier martial artist, he was only ensnared by the illusion for less than a second. In that precious moment, Zhang Tianhao seized the chance, appearing before the high-tier martial artist. The shining blade shimmered with a menacing white light, descending with lethal intent. Break! The layers of blade light struck the high-tier martial artist. Wow! The high-tier martial artist was sent spiraling backward, blood staining his entire body. Kill him! Dozens of high-tier martial artists charged at Zhang Tianhao, an unending barrage of attacks raining down upon him. Blade lights, sword shadows, and spear silhouettes converged, creating a chaotic storm of strikes. Zhang Tianhao found himself at the eye of the storm, feeling as though he would be crushed at any moment. Limitless fury unleashed. Frosty glance, ice enclosure, red apricot in the snow, peach blossoms in bloom. An infinite cascade of blade light poured from the heavens, quadrupling his rage attribute. Each strike carried earth-shattering force, resembling tangible blades capable of annihilating the very heavens. The blade light swept through like the scythe of death, reaping lives. Dozens of high-tier martial artists were instantly slain, while the remaining few suffered grievous wounds. Despite this, Zhang Tianhao bore immense costs. His body was riddled with injuries. Bloodied and battered, the energy within him surged, threatening to tear him apart. Especially after unleashing limitless fury, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Little dragon, little black, it's time to act. Zhang Tianhao sensed danger closing in. He had to break free from Ma family town swiftly. Otherwise, when reinforcements arrived, he would be in dire straits. Kid, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Dare to kill so many from our Ma family. You'll be hunted to the ends of the earth. The high-tier martial artist advanced step by step. Surrounding him were 20 or so high-tier martial artists closing in, drawing the Hoi Bao. Zhang Tianhao knocked an arrow, aiming at the high-tier martial artist, yet the latter remained unfazed. undeterred by the prospect of arrows. Instead, he seemed to revel in the challenge. Everyone, charge. 3 high-tier martial artists lunged at Zhang Tianhao simultaneously. Dragon Flame Strike. 3 fireballs erupted from Little Dragon, engulfing the 3 charging high-tier martial artists and forcing them back. Die. Zhang Tianhao released his arrows. 3 flaming arrows shot forth, their scorching brilliance seemingly igniting the very air around them. Attempt to shoot me, not a chance. The high-tier martial artist was no ordinary warrior. He deftly dodged, causing the 3-star arrows to explode harmlessly beside him. Boom. The arrows detonated, creating a massive crater in the ground. Didn't he hit? A chill ran through Zhang Tianhao's heart. Drawing back again, he released another volley. Boom. This time, the arrows flew faster. The high-tier martial artist's agility outmatched that of the Li family and Wang family ancestors. As he moved, he sought to evade once more. Just then, a timely meow echoed as Little Black darted from the side, striking down with a powerful palm. Little Black appeared too swiftly, landing a blow to the high-tier martial artist's head. Boom. The high-tier martial artist was momentarily dazed, struck by the sudden attack. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao released his arrows simultaneously. By the time the high-tier martial artist regained his senses, the 3-star arrows were already upon him. No. In the face of imminent death, the high-tier martial artist activated all his defenses. That a half-meter-thick protective aura surged from his body. Yet, these shields were as fragile as paper against Zhang Tianhao's arrows. Shattering instantly. Boom. The arrows penetrated the high-tier martial artist's body, the explosive force erupting within him. Boom. The high-tier martial artist's body was reduced to mere flesh and blood. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing a high-tier martial artist. Experience points. 70,000. True Chi. 7,000. Rage Energy. 10. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a 3 martial skill pill. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for earning 2,000 points. It's gone. Just like that. Is this truly befitting of a high-tier martial artist? Though merely at the 7th layer, it feels utterly absurd. Observing the fear plastered on the faces of the remaining martial artists, Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. You all shall perish. Covered in blood, Zhang Tianhao charged forth, blade raised, targeting a mid-tier martial artist among the remaining foes. Peach blossoms in bloom, the blade light formed a prison, sealing off all escape routes for the mid-tier martial artist. The sharp blade gleamed as it began to decimate the mid-tier martial artist. With a swift series of cuts, the lethal formation composed of endless blades swiftly eliminated the mid-tier warrior. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying a 6th-level martial artist. Experience points. 30,000. True Chi. 3,000. Fury Energy. 10. You shall meet your demise as well. With an aura of chilling ferocity, the Snow Drink Mad Blade descended. A torrent of slashing light erupted, obliterating the remaining martial artists. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhang Tianhao dominated his peers effortlessly. Though numerous, the martial artists were largely inferior in cultivation to him, collectively. They offered less experience than a single 6th-level martial artist. Nevertheless, the accumulation was not insignificant. However, upon noticing the 49,999 experience points, Zhang Tianhao's frustration surged. Damn it, system, why leave me just 1 point shy of leveling up? Is this some sort of cruel joke? With all the warriors around him slain, he found it challenging to locate even a minor foe for leveling up. Gazing at the tightly shut city gates, a terrifying pressure emanated from Zhang Tianhao. He swung his blade downwards with determination. The sharp light of his sword struck fiercely against the city gate. Boom! The massive bronze gate shattered into fragments as the gates swung open. Zhang Tianhao exhaled lightly, murmuring to himself, once I pass through this gate, the sky will be my limit. Who killed my son? Who is responsible for this? A voice, laden with wrath, echoed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. The heavens shifted, and the earth trembled. From above descended a man wielding enormous hammers, each weighing an astonishing 10,000 pounds and stretching 3 meters in length, resting upon his shoulder like a small mountain. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced. He recognized this man as Ma Wenping, the lord of the Ma family fortress. The aura emanating from him signified peak martial prowess, perhaps even a half-step into the realm of kings. What a terrifying presence. Ma Wenping, broad-shouldered and towering at 2 meters, exuded explosive strength, capable of intimidating anyone with his mere gestures. He was undeniably dangerous. Zhang Tianhao readied himself for a confrontation. My child, how brutally you have perished. Who dared to take your life? Ma Wenping's gaze quickly fell upon the lifeless body of his son, Ma Bin, slaughtered by Zhang Tianhao, and his eyes burned with anguish. Ma Bin was Ma Wenping's cherished son, a late blessing in his life, and now he lay slain. A devastating blow to the father's heart. A look of profound sorrow crossed Ma Wenping's face. Consumed by rage, Ma Wenpeng fixed his icy glare on Zhang Tianhao. Was it you who killed my child? Zhang Tianhao's heart quaked, yet he maintained a facade of calmness, offering a slight smile. The slayer will always be slain. Your son sought my life. Is it so surprising that I responded in kind? If it was indeed you, then prepare to meet your end. Ma Wenpeng swung his hammer, unleashing a torrent of force aimed directly at Zhang Tianhao. The overwhelming weight bore down upon him, plunging the world into darkness for a moment. The air around him felt as if it would be torn apart. What an incredible force! Zhang Tianhao's heart raced. He propelled himself backward with a powerful leap, evading the attack. Boom! The hammer crashed into the ground before him, sending tremors through the earth and creating a 10-meter-wide crater amidst a cloud of dust. I will grind your bones to dust to soothe my child's spirit. After his first strike missed, Ma Wenpeng swung again, his hammer descending with terrifying might. Despite its size, it appeared as light as a toy in his hands. The immense weapon darkened Zhang Tianhao's vision. Heavenly hammer. The overwhelming force cleaved through the air, descending upon Zhang Tianhao that he felt utterly trapped, as if there was no escape from this impending doom. Bloodline activation. In this dire moment, Zhang Tianhao unleashed his ancient bloodline, channeling explosive power throughout his being. Whirlwind slash. The massive axe shadow collided violently with Ma Wenpeng's hammer. Boom. Zhang Tianhao felt a crushing weight in his chest, his body propelled backward as if he were a ragdoll. He nearly coughed up blood. Despite activating his bloodline, facing a half-step king was still daunting. After utilizing both the unfettered fury and bloodline activation, Zhang Tianhao felt as though he might burst. He glanced toward the city gates, racing toward them. If he could escape through the gates, evading his pursuers should be manageable. Desperate for a summoning card, Zhang Tianhao wished for a means to vanquish this foe. The sensation of being hunted was unbearable. Previously, he had triumphed over the Murong family patriarch thanks to a summoning card, but this opponent, with strength far exceeding that of the patriarch, posed a significant challenge. Do you think you can flee without my consent? Heaven's destruction. Ma Wenpeng's giant hammer thundered, resonating with a terrifying aura that bore down upon Zhang Tianhao. Chapter 165. The Three Great Families. We shall fight to the end. Zhang Tianhao summoned every ounce of strength from his body and cultivation, channeling it into the snow drink mad blade. Cold glance. A decisive and ruthless move. Boom. The clash of blade and hammer resounded. Zhang Tianhao felt a tremor in his hands, as if he might lose grip on his weapon. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with the proud Cold 6 techniques. The previously dim blade light erupted into a dazzling radiance, dispersing the hammer's force. Despite this, the backlash still sent Zhang Tianhao flying backward in an ARC to AT that moment. From a nearby dwelling, a startled black pig charged forth in a frenzy, a completely unexpected occurrence. Zhang Tianhao, taken by surprise, had no time to evade. He collided with the pig, and in a desperate attempt, he landed squarely on its back. The pig let out a deafening, mournful wail, succumbing to Zhang Tianhao's overwhelming momentum. Ba, forgive me, Brother Beiji, I did not intend to harm you. Please, do not hold this against me. Zhang Tianhao expressed his regret. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying a black pig. Experience points. 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. Current level. 5th Heaven of the Great Martial Master. A burst of white light radiated from Zhang Tianhao, instantly clearing all negative statuses. His martial skills refreshed, including those from previous uses of unfettered fury and bloodline activation. Now, he felt invigorated, as never before. You shall perish. I will carve your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs, ensuring you suffer endlessly. Ma Wenpeng sneered coldly. Then come at me. The Hui Bao appeared in Zhang Tianhao's hands, allowing him to create distance as he aimed at Ma Wenpeng. 3-star arrow, a mere parlor trick. Boom! Ma Wenpeng dodged with supernatural agility, his form resembling a ghost as he evaded the arrow that detonated where he had been standing, leaving a 1-meter square crater, transforming into multiple afterimages. Ma Wenpeng lunged at Zhang Tianhao. The massive hammer descended once more. Transformative steps. Zhang Tianhao deftly maneuvered, narrowly evading the strike, propelling himself 20 meters away as he readied another arrow. 3-star arrow. You think you can hit me? Preposterous. Ma Wenpeng scoffed. His speed was so swift that Zhang Tianhao's arrows struggled to keep pace. As Ma Wenpeng prepared to dodge, a shadow flitted behind him. Meow. A black cat appeared, striking at the back of Ma Wenpeng's head. With a sudden blow, Ma Wenpeng staggered, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao released his arrows. The 3-star arrows shot towards Ma Wenpeng in a triangular formation, In the blink of an eye, Ma Wunpeng regained his senses. But it was too late to evade the incoming arrows. Block it, Ma Wunpeng commanded, summoning a dense protective barrier around himself. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. The 3 arrows clashed against Ma Wunpeng's barrier, momentarily stalling before piercing through Dada. Ma Wunpeng screamed as he was sent flying. However, Zhang Tianhao noted that although Ma Wunpeng was struck, he was not mortally wounded. In the distance, several formidable martial artists, equal to Ma Wunpeng in strength, rushed toward the commotion. Zhang Tianhao's heart sank as he dashed toward the city gates. Fool! Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down, Ma Wunpeng roared in fury. Several figures hastened towards Ma Wunpeng, including Zhao Xingli, the lord of Zhao family village, and Wen Tai, the venerable ancestor of the Wen clan. A sense of dread enveloped Wen Tai as he confronted Ma Wunpeng, inquiring, "Why do you bear such wounds, Master Ma? Who has inflicted this upon you?" "It is the very person we seek to eliminate." My son discovered him attempting to flee and bravely intervened, only to be slain by him. Ma Wunpeng lamented, his voice laden with sorrow and rage. "What? That individual? How infuriating! Why did you take matters into your own hands? If he escapes, you shall have much to explain." Wen Tai's aura radiated the oppressive presence of a martial king, silencing the surrounding warriors. The authority of a martial king brooked no challenge. "Inform all the families to commence a thorough search of the vicinity," Wen Tai commanded coldly. Zhao Xingli, the lord of Zhao family village, interjected with a smile, "There is no need for concern, Elder One. I have a method." Wen Tai turned his gaze towards Zhao Xingli, intrigued. "You possess a method?" "Recently, I have mastered the art of beast taming," Zhao Xingli replied, letting out a sharp whistle. From the sky, a majestic eagle descended, landing before Zhao Xingli with an eager cry. "Little Fei, seek out this person and return with his whereabouts," he instructed, activating a jade pendant. As the pendant glowed, an ethereal figure appeared before the eagle, revealing Zhang Tianhao. After a few cries, the eagle flapped its wings and soared away. "Rest assured, Elder One, as long as that boy is nearby, he cannot escape the keen senses of my eagle," Zhao Xingli proclaimed with confidence. "Excellent. Should you capture that scoundrel, I shall commend you," Wen Tai exclaimed, visibly pleased with Zhao Xingli's assurance. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao ventured deeper into the endless marsh. He understood that if his pursuers were intent on hunting him down, they would follow him even into this treacherous expanse. Thus, he endeavored to alter his course frequently. However, he soon realized that each deviation was met with relentless pursuit. Only under the cover of darkness did he find some respite. Strange, how do they detect my movements so easily? No matter how I change my route, they always seem to be one step behind me. Zhang Tianhao mused, instinctively gazing skyward. There, he spotted the great eagle, its wings spanning at least 5 to 6 meters, a true behemoth of the skies. "Boss, shall we deal with that creature for you?" came the voice of Little Dragon. "It flies. Can you handle it?" retorted Little Black. Little Dragon sheepishly replied, "But you're here too, Brother Black. Those flying beasts are different. They are far prouder than ordinary beasts. With your current strength, they would not take you seriously." Little Black advised. Chapter 166. The Heaven King's Order. Little Dragon. "Little Black, scout ahead. You are both extraordinary beasts. You will not draw much attention," Zhang Tianhao instructed. "Understood, boss." The two departed in different directions, within the endless marsh. Thick jungles provided cover to evade the eagle's watchful gaze. Zhang Tianhao concealed himself among the trees, though this significantly limited his escape options. "Damn it, if only you wouldn't fly so high. I'd surely bring you down for a feast," Zhang Tianhao grumbled. With Little Dragon and Little Black away, he resolved to investigate further, knowing that understanding his adversaries was essential for survival. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao sensed dozens of figures approaching rapidly, catching him off guard. This encounter was startling, as the approaching warriors were formidable, with the weakest matching his own prowess, while the strongest surpassed even the great martial masters, being martial kings themselves. Realizing that fleeing would expose him, Zhang Tianhao climbed a large tree and employed a technique to suppress his presence, minimizing his breathing and heartbeat. The group consisted of warriors from the Wen clan, led by Wen Tai. "Quickly, let us move," Zhang Tianhao silently prayed. He knew that remaining undetected before a martial king was nearly impossible, given their heightened senses, which surpassed those of great martial masters by tenfold. Even the slightest rustle within a kilometer would be hard to evade. "Strange, why has that boy's movement ceased?" Wen Tai furrowed his brow. "Elder, Zhao family master's assessment cannot be wrong. With the eagle's watchfulness, that boy cannot escape our grasp." Ninghai, the head of the Wen family, chimed in. "Indeed. This time, We must execute our plan flawlessly. The young master has issued the Heaven King's order. Any major faction that captures or kills that boy will be rewarded with the Heaven King's order, which will grant them the young master's assistance in a future endeavor. Thus, you must remain vigilant and ensure he is captured before he exits the endless marsh. This opportunity cannot be missed. When Tai Lai declared coldly, Zhang Tianhao, concealed among the branches, absorbed every word. The Heaven King's order. Who possesses such power to mobilize so many against me? A vague understanding flickered in Zhang Tianhao's mind. Listening to the warriors converse, he discerned their identity. They were from the Wen clan, the foremost family of the Shuiwei kingdom, which was several times more powerful than the Waxi kingdom. As the supreme elder of the Shuiwei kingdom's leading family. Wen Tailai was a martial king, while the Ma and Zhao families were mere vassals to the Wen clan. Zhang Tianhao's gaze fixated on Wen Tailai, his heart racing with anticipation. In his eyes. Wen Tailai appeared as a golden, radiant boss, a figure he yearned to defeat for the treasures he might possess. Surely, I must seize the opportunity to vanquish him. How can one resist the allure of a boss? Zhang Tianhao thought eagerly. However, he recognized that acting impulsively would lead to his demise. To confront this formidable opponent required meticulous planning. Suddenly, as Wen Tailai approached the tree where Zhang Tianhao hid, he halted abruptly. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced. Could he have sensed my presence? Proceed ahead. I will follow shortly. Wen Tailai commanded decisively. Without hesitation, the Wen clan members swiftly departed. Zhang Tianhao glanced nervously as Wen Tailai approached the very tree he occupied, his heart pounding in trepidation. Fortunately, Zhang Tianhao had prepared. He retrieved the soul invisibility talisman he had previously obtained, ready for such an occasion, while remaining on high alert. Though he understood that his chances of survival against a martial king were slim, he remained resolute. As Wen Tailai stood before him, he unexpectedly unfastened his belt and produced an object. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. It became evident that Wen Tailai had not detected him, but was merely relieving himself. Zhang Tianhao's gaze inadvertently drifted downward, surprised by the sight. Well, that's rather impressive. He is not lacking in that department, he mused. Perhaps it was due to being observed that Wen Tailai's heightened senses kicked in. He furrowed his brow, following Zhang Tianhao's gaze upward. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianhao activated the invisibility talisman. Wen Tailai had merely sensed something amiss. Upon glancing at the empty tree, he departed with a hint of confusion. After approximately half a stick of incense, Zhang Tianhao descended from the tree, his back drenched in sweat. That had been perilously close. A single misstep could have resulted in his untimely demise. Although he was talented and capable of challenging opponents beyond his level, he knew that facing a martial king was a different matter entirely. The disparity between a martial king and a great martial master was greater than that between a martial master and a great martial master. A truth Zhang Tianhao recognized all too well. Shortly thereafter, Little Dragon and Little Black returned. Zhang Tianhao hurriedly inquired, "What did you find?" Little Black gestured with his hands, while Little Dragon translated. "Boss, Little Black reports that there are many warriors in the direction he went. Approximately over 100 at the level of first-tier martial masters, with 10 at the 3rd to 4th tier of great martial masters, 2 at the 7th tier, and 1 at the threshold of martial king." Little Dragon explained. "And you, Little Dragon, what did you observe?" Zhang Tianhao asked, turning to him. "Boss, my observations were even more daunting. I spotted 3 high-tier great martial masters, 10 mid-tier great martial masters, and over 50 low-tier great martial masters." Little Dragon reported. Zhang Tianhao felt ensnared in an inescapable web, aware that no matter which direction he chose, he would be discovered. Among the 3 families, the Wen clan was undoubtedly the strongest, although they had sent the fewest members. Each was a formidable warrior, with the weakest being a mid-tier martial master. The Ma family was the weakest of the trio, with the half-step martial king being none other than Ma Wanpe. Zhang Tianhao was not one to sit idly by. Who is the hunter and who is the prey remains to be seen, he declared with a cold smile. Such an abundance of monsters and bosses. How could I resist? He murmured to himself. Let us begin with the Ma family. Chapter 167. Slaying the Ma family warriors. At this moment, Ma Wanpeng led all the great martial masters of the Ma family in a frenzied search for the culprit who had slain his son. Yet, the elusive Zhang Tianhao proved to be exceedingly slippery. In the endless marsh, after several searches, there was still no trace of his adversary. "Humph, kid, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you," Ma Wanpeng vowed silently. The Ma family was responsible for blocking the western side of the marsh, while the Zhao family controlled the southern, and the Wen family governed the eastern. These 3 directions were the only routes through which Zhang Tianhao could escape the endless marsh. At that moment, dusk began to fall, shrouding the area in darkness. The people of the Ma family had temporarily set up camp to rest. Zhang Tianhao concealed himself 100 meters away from their encampment, feeling quite pleased, mused to himself, "You would never imagine that I am right beside you." However, with the Ma family gathered together, Zhang Tianhao found it difficult to seize an opportunity. While he contemplated methods to lure them out, a first-level martial artist approached his direction. Observing the martial artist loosening his belt, Zhang Tianhao realized he was preparing to relieve himself. The martial artist walked to a large tree and began to enjoy his moment. Completely unaware that danger was drawing near, suddenly, a black cat appeared behind him, and with a swift strike, the martial artist was plunged into darkness, momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. This martial artist, merely a first-level warrior, had been devoured by Zhang Tianhao's artifact, and now the little black cat had transformed into a third-tier beast, possessing combat power equivalent to an ordinary 4th-level martial artist, coupled with various supernatural abilities. Even a 5th-level martial artist would find it challenging to contend with it. Those 3 seconds were ample time for Zhang Tianhao to accomplish much. With a swift crack, he snapped the martial artist's neck before he even comprehended what had transpired. Ding dong. The system's notification echoed in Zhang Tianhao's ears. Ignoring the system's alert, he dragged the body into the concealed underbrush. Half a stick of incense later, within the camp, a bewildered martial artist from the Ma family murmured, "Where has Ma Wei gone for so long? Could he have gotten lost in the endless marsh? Didn't he just go to relieve himself?" Another martial artist inquired. "Yes, but he has been gone for half a stick of incense." "How is he not back yet?" The first martial artist replied, astonished. "Could he be lost here? I'll go with you to take a look." The two proceeded toward the spot where Ma Wei had vanished. And soon they too disappeared. The disappearance of the three quickly drew the attention of the Ma family's martial artists. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Ma Wanpeng was immediately furious. "Nonsense. How could 3 living people simply vanish? Go find them." In a fit of rage, he dispatched several teams to search him. Wanpeng did not suspect that it was Zhang Tianhao attacking them. The 3 families had set up a net throughout the endless marsh. Zhang Tianhao should be lurking in fear. How could he have the audacity to strike back? 21st-level martial artists from the Ma family searched deep into the marsh, led by a 3rd-level martial artist. About half a stick of incense later, one of the most sensitive martial artists suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, I smell a strong scent of blood. It seems to be right ahead." The leading 3rd-level martial artist's expression sharpened, and he gestured, "Let us check it out." Indeed, they found 3 corpses at the edge of the brush ahead, those of the previously missing martial artists from the Ma family, seeing the lifeless forms of his once jovial comrades. The 20 or so martial artists from the Ma family were filled with righteous indignation that if I find the killer, I will make him pay dearly. The leading 3rd-level martial artist was engulfed in murderous intent. "Are you referring to me?" Zhang Tianhao perched on a branch, arms crossed, wearing a languid expression. "Did you kill my companions?" The 3rd-level martial artist radiated lethal energy. "them? Indeed, they complained of being tired of living. So I sent them on their way. It was complimentary. You know," Zhang Tianhao replied teasingly, "if you're tired of living, I can arrange a ride for you too, guaranteed free of charge. You seek death." The 3rd-level martial artist lunged at Zhang Tianhao, drawing his long knife to strike. The razor-sharp blade descended upon him, enveloping Zhang Tianhao in its lethal glow. A mere parlor trick. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao, a 5th-level martial artist, found the 3rd-level martial artist to be exceedingly weak. He didn't even need to employ martial techniques. With a single punch, he sent the opponent's blade flying. His fist drove straight into the martial artist's body, unleashing tremendous force. The martial artist screamed, his body flying backward, crashing through 3 large trees before meeting his demise. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing a 3rd-level martial artist. Experience gained, 6,000. Chi gained, 600. Rage energy gained, 10. He killed Brother Dao. We must avenge him. The 21st-level martial artist charged at Zhang Tianhao in a frenzy. "Since you seek death, do not blame me." Zhang Tianhao surged into the midst of the martial artists like a tiger among sheep. In mid-air, he unleashed 5 punches. Boom. 5 martial artists exploded mid-air. As his body swayed, he transformed into 2 shadowy figures, appearing before 2 other martial artists and delivering 2 devastating punches. Instantly, those 2 martial artists' bodies burst apart. Within 10 breaths, all 20 or so 1st-level martial artists had been slain. Unfortunately, these martial artists were simply too weak. The experience gained from them was insufficient for Zhang Tianhao to level up. He did not leave. He awaited the 2nd team of martial artists. Indeed, half a stick of incense later, the 2nd team arrived. Zhang Tianhao repeated his method. These martial artists' abilities were no match for his slaughter. Such a tactic of adding fuel to the fire was immensely pleasurable for Zhang Tianhao. However, he was aware that the opposition would eventually become alert. Before long, Ma Wenping personally led the Ma family members to arrive, only to be met with the sight of sprawled corpses. Ma Wenping was driven to madness. "Kid, I know it's you. Show yourself. I will flay you alive," he roared. "Why call for your father?" Zhang Tianhao perched on a branch, a mocking smile gracing his face. "Damn it, I want you dead." Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao, Ma Wenping completely lost his reason. With a sudden leap, he swung his massive hammer down. Zhang Tianhao swiftly dodged, causing Ma Wenping's hammer to smash through a towering tree. "Little master won't accompany you any longer." Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily as he took flight. Chapter 168, Star-Sucking Beach. "Where do you think you're going? Just having endured the pain of losing a son." Ma Wenping was unwilling to let Zhang Tianhao escape and pursued him relentlessly. Other elders of the Ma family remained relatively clear-headed. However, as the lord of the fortress had already chased after, they had no choice but to follow suit, albeit cautiously wary of any ambushes Zhang Tianhao might have set. Fortunately, throughout the chase, Zhang Tianhao only sought to flee, making no other moves, with the fortress lord on their heels. The Ma family members gradually lowered their guard. Consumed by rage, Ma Wenping was eager to tear Zhang Tianhao apart. Even his original wariness began to fade. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao quickened his pace, darting through a thicket and vanishing from sight. "Damn it!" Ma Wenping attempted to pursue but was obstructed by several elders behind him. "Fortress Lord, we cannot chase any further. This kid is crafty. If we fall into his trap, it will be the end for us," one elder advised. "What do you want me to do? Should I simply give up?" Ma Wenping retorted angrily. "Fortress Lord, how about we send someone in to take a look first, if there is no danger?" "We can pursue," suggested another elder from the Ma family. Although filled with the desire for vengeance, Ma Wenping was not foolish. Taking a moment to calm down, he recalled that Zhang Tianhao's previous actions seemed suspicious. He sent a disciple into the thicket to investigate. After a considerable time, the disciple emerged and reported to Ma Wenping. "Fortress Lord, I have checked. There are no ambushes. We've been deceived. Let us chase." At this moment, Ma Wenping could no longer afford to think of anything else. His only thought was to avenge his son. He charged into the thicket, where Zhang Tianhao stood atop a large stone. "Fortress Lord, you must be that Ma Bin's father, right? Oh, you may not know this, but when I killed Ma Bin, he said his father would come to save him. Unfortunately, you arrived just a moment too late. Otherwise, perhaps Ma Bin would not have met his end." The fear in his eyes as he died was truly pitiful. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. "That I will kill you." Ma Wenping, incited by Zhang Tianhao's words, lost all rationality. Over 60 martial artists from the Ma family surrounded Zhang Tianhao from all sides. "Kid, how do you wish to die now?" Ma Wenping stepped toward Zhang Tianhao. Observing the almost captured Zhang Tianhao, he displayed a sinister smile. "Oh, will you let me choose?" Zhang Tianhao replied with a calm smile. "No, I will specifically choose the most brutal way for you to die, ensuring that you cannot live nor die." Ma Wenping's face twisted into a cruel smile. "Is that so? Quite interesting. But unfortunately, you are incapable of doing so." Zhang Tianhao smiled confidently. Ma Wenping burst into laughter, coldly remarking, "Kid, you probably haven't realized the reality. You are surrounded by my Ma family's disciples. I truly do not know where your confidence comes from. Now, you are surely trapped like a bird in a net. Is that so?" Zhang Tianhao replied with an enigmatic smile. "Do you not sense that something is amiss?" As soon as Zhang Tianhao's words fell, one of the warriors from the Ma family fortress exclaimed in terror, "What is happening? Why can't I move my feet?" Another warrior echoed in fear, "Me too. It feels like a force is trying to pull me down. I can't control my body." Ma Wenping, shocked and alarmed, realized that even his cautious men had been outmaneuvered by Zhang Tianhao. He angrily confronted Zhang Tianhao. "You little brat, are you betraying me?" "Ha! Indeed, I have ensnared you," Zhang Tianhao replied with great satisfaction. "This is the star-sucking marsh. Even the mightiest warriors will be dragged down by its power." The star-sucking marsh. The faces of the Ma family warriors turned pale. Living on the edge of the endless marsh for years, they were well acquainted with its dangers. The star-sucking marsh was the most feared location within the endless marsh. Although few had encountered it directly, they had only heard tales to their shock. They found themselves in its midst now. "Xiao Long, Xiao He, it's time to strike." Xiao Long and Xiao He began to work in tandem, harvesting the lives of the Ma family warriors. Xiao He incapacitated them with blunt strikes, and once they were defenseless, Xiao Long would deliver the fatal blow with his dragon claw technique. Their cooperation was indeed seamless. Zhang Tianhao drew the Hou Yi bow and aimed at Ma Wenping. Wenping's expression changed dramatically. Trapped by the star-sucking marsh, he was helpless against Zhang Tianhao's assault. Die. 3-star arrows. He roared. With lightning speed, Ma Wenpeng summoned a massive hammer, striking down 2 of Zhang Tianhao's arrows with a thunderous crash. However, the remaining arrow found its mark on Ma Wenpeng, causing him to scream in agony. His body riddled with injuries. The wounds from earlier in Ma Family Town had barely healed, and now he was further wounded by the 3-star arrow. I wonder how many arrows you can withstand. Zhang Tianhao readied his bow once more and released another 3-star arrow. This time, Ma Wenpeng could no longer defend himself, barely managing to activate his protective barrier. The arrow exploded against his shield with a deafening roar, shattering it and leaving him gasping for breath. The once formidable lord of the Ma family fortress was now desperately struggling for survival. Meanwhile, Xiao Long and Xiao He continued to reap the lives of the remaining Ma family warriors with relentless efficiency, their partnership proving to be exceptional. After a brief yet intense skirmish, a significant portion of the Ma family warriors lay defeated. Zhang Tianhao's ears were filled with the system's notifications, but he paid them little mind. Considering these foes mere trifles unworthy of his attention, he focused on Ma Wenpeng and unleashed another arrow, which struck him squarely. Concurrently, Zhang Tianhao released a surge of violent energy. Explode. With that, the severely weakened Ma Wenpeng was obliterated by Zhang Tianhao's arrow, reduced to mere fragments. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for killing Ma Wenpeng. Experience points 90,000. True Chi 9,000. Berserk Energy 10. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a fragment of the heart of the array. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Zhang Tian hammer. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a teleportation scroll. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a portion of dragon blood. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring a corpse pearl. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a favor card. Chapter 169. SS level mission. What a tremendous bounty. Unfortunately, I'm still a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Though I've slain many foes, they were all merely first-tier martial artists, providing paltry experience. Zhang Tianhao muttered to himself. He glanced at the items that had dropped. Suddenly, Xiao Long began to squeal excitedly in the battle pet space. Unlike Xiao He, Xiao Long couldn't exit freely. He required Zhang Tianhao's permission. It was rare to see Xiao Long so animated. Zhang Tianhao summoned him forth. Boss, I can smell the scent of dragon blood. I can smell the scent of dragon blood. Seeing Xiao Long's exuberance, Zhang Tianhao recalled the dragon blood that had just dropped and smiled. Xiao Long, is this useful to you? Yes. Boss, you know that I have a trace of the ancestral dragon's bloodline within me. It is very faint, so it remains dormant. If I drink the dragon blood, it can awaken this bloodline and enhance my abilities. Is that so? Zhang Tianhao retrieved a vial and examined its attributes. Item: Earth Dragon Blood Description. The Earth Dragon is a common member of the dragon race, possessing the most basic bloodline, classified as one of the dragon subbranches. This blood was left behind after a battle between Earth Dragon warriors of true martial continent and extraterrestrial foes 100,000 years ago. The system inadvertently revealed that dragons existed on true martial continent 100,000 years ago, along with some extraterrestrial enemies. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering the main storyline mission, The Mystery of the Disappearance of the Dragon Race on True Martial Continent. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily stunned and hastily accessed the system to check. Mission: The Mystery of the Disappearance of the Dragon Race on True Martial Continent. Main mission: Mission level. SS completion time: 10 years. Description: The player has inadvertently discovered the existence of dragons 100,000 years ago. Mission reward: Experience points 100,000,000. SS level gift package. Mission failure: Immediate eradication. 100 million experience points. Such a bountiful reward, especially an SS level gift package. It could potentially contain a divine artifact. Zhang Tianhao was practically drooling at the prospect. Who would have thought that a single drop of dragon blood would lead to such a mission? The rewards were enticing, but the threat of immediate eradication was quite alarming, sending a chill down Zhang Tianhao's spine. Nevertheless, the allure of that SS-level gift package compelled him to take the risk. It is well known that S-level packages contain extremely precious items, and the rewards are incredibly generous. Failing the mission could mean dire consequences. Seeing the greedy look in Xiao Long's eyes, Zhang Tianhao chuckled. The dragon blood may not serve him, but if it could awaken Xiao Long's ancestral dragon blood, it would be put to good use. Here you go. Hope you can awaken your bloodline soon. Zhang Tianhao smiled at Xiao Long upon receiving the Earth Dragon blood. Xiao Long was overjoyed and promptly returned to the battle pet space. Likely to enter a lengthy slumber. Not wanting to show favoritism, Zhang Tianhao turned to Xiaohe. This Zhentian hammer is for you. The Zhentian hammer was the very weapon wielded by Ma Wanpa, and its formidable presence indicated it was no ordinary item. Meow! Xiaohe darted out of the battle pet space, and in the next moment, the Zhentian hammer vanished. Zhang Tianhao could hear the distinct crunching sound of Xiaohe chewing on the hammer. As he continued to assess his spoils, he pondered the nature of the heart of the array. Item: Heart of the array description: a natural energy formed by Yi Sherdao, a peak array master. Through countless insights into formations.it can enhance the array level of those who practice the art. Impressive. This is certainly a treasure. Zhang Tianhao's eyes lit up. Array masters and inscriptionists were rare and mysterious professions in the northern domain, with array masters being particularly formidable that a skilled array master could wield power equivalent to that of an army. Zhang Tianhao turned his attention to the other items that had dropped. He understood the significance of the teleportation scroll and dragon blood, as well as the heart of the array. The corpse pearl and favor card would require further examination at a later time. Currently, the priority was to eliminate the remaining warriors from the other two families. Naturally, he would choose the easier target first. The Zhao family was comparatively weaker than the Wen family, but they still posed a challenge. The large eagle soaring above was a creature from the Zhao family. With the eagle's watchful gaze, Zhang Tianhao felt exposed. To eliminate the Zhao family, he had to take down the eagle first. However, it soared at a great height, though Zhang Tianhao's Hui Bao could reach it. He was uncertain if he could deliver a fatal blow in one shot. The optimal shooting range for the Hui Bao was within 800 meters, while he could attempt a shot from 1,000 meters. Failing to kill the eagle immediately would alert it and the Zhao family, which would not bode well for Zhang Tianhao. Yet, he noticed a pattern. The eagle periodically descended, evidently searching for Zhang Tianhao's whereabouts. In the dense forest, its vision was obstructed, necessitating this closer inspection to discern the situation. Though this distance was still considerable, it fell within the optimal range of 800 meters for his Hui Bao. Zhang Tianhao readied his bow, seeking the right moment. Sure enough, as the eagle descended, it seemed unable to locate Zhang Tianhao. What a perfect opportunity, he thought, watching the eagle dive from the sky, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Several hundred meters away, Zhao Shengli and a group of martial artists from the Zhao family were anxiously awaiting news of the great eagle. Master, this boy is quite cunning. Despite our numbers, we have searched the endless swamp for so long without finding a trace. A weary elder from the Zhao family lamented. No matter how sly a fox may be, it cannot escape the hunter's grasp. The great eagle will find him. That boy is merely hiding in the jungle. Once the eagle locks onto his position, he will be unable to escape. Zhao Shengli replied confidently. Where has little Fei gone? Zhao Shengli pondered, feeling a disquieting sense of unease as his connection with the great eagle was abruptly severed. I must go in and find little Fei, he resolved, his heart heavy with worry. This great eagle, which he had serendipitously discovered in a secret realm, had been nurtured since hatching and was closer to him than a son. He rarely allowed it to engage in battle, but this task was of utmost importance. He would never allow little Fei to take risks. Yet now, sensing danger for the great eagle, his anxiety grew. In the depths of the endless swamp's jungle, Zhang Tianhao had already disassembled the great eagle, weighing at least 2 tons. Its flesh was surprisingly palatable due to its beastly nature, imbued with abundant energy. With each bite, he felt his physical strength increasing significantly. Little Black was also enjoying the feast, keeping pace with Zhang Tianhao. Little Dragon, still digesting dragon blood, was an insatiable glutton. Otherwise, it would have devoured even more meat without restraint. It was likely that a significant portion of the roasted meat would end up in Little Dragon's belly, leaving Little Black in envy. Consequently, Little Black often punished Little Dragon, leaving it battered and bruised. For Little Black, roasted meat was life itself. Anyone daring to snatch it would face its wrath. Given the immense size of the great eagle, even after feasting to their limits, Zhang Tianhao and Little Black had only consumed one leg. Little Black lay on the ground, utterly satisfied, while Zhang Tianhao, patting his own slightly greasy hands, smiled at Little Black, saying, "Well, now that we've eaten, it's time to get to work." He savored the great eagle's meat. Zhang Tianhao contemplated how to deal with the Zhao family. Perhaps it was the delightful flavor of the eagle meat that sparked a brilliant idea in his mind, as a practitioner of array arts. He pondered why he shouldn't use formations to eliminate these intruders. When it came to ensnaring foes, array masters were second to none, with few professions daring to claim the top spot. The only drawback was that Zhang Tianhao was currently a mere first-tier array master. Capable only of setting up very basic formations that to rely on this to kill the Zhao family would be implausible. However, this was not an insurmountable issue, having recently obtained the Array Source Heart. He believed it would bring him unexpected surprises. Zhang Tianhao produced the Array Source, a palm-sized, mist-like object resembling a sponge. Is this truly the Array Source? He murmured, let us see what kind of surprise you might bring me. Thus, Zhang Tianhao consumed the Array Source. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have absorbed the Array Source. Your current level as an Array Master is now 2nd tier. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have absorbed the Array Source. Your current level as an Array Master is now 3rd tier. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have absorbed the Array Source. Your current level as an Array Master is now 4th tier. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have comprehended the Illusory Execution Array. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have comprehended the fragment of the all-destroying array. Zhang Tianhao was overjoyed, unexpectedly ascending 3 levels and mastering new formations. He felt significantly more confident in dealing with the Zhao family. Immediately, he examined the attributes of the 2 arrays. Array. Illusory Execution Array Level. 4th tier description. An illusion-based array that induces various hallucinations in enemies trapped within, weakening their defenses and potentially leading to self-inflicted harm. Its effectiveness is diminished against martial artists with strong mental fortitude. Wow, this is impressive. Truly, Array Masters are the most enigmatic of professions, Zhang Tianhao thought, shuddering at the array's potential. However, according to the description, it would have limited effect on martial artists with strong mental capabilities, which meant it would be ineffective against the formidable ancestor of the One family. Next, he examined the other array. Array. All-destroying array level. 9th tier description. A fire-based array originally of royal tier. Due to the player's acquisition of only a fragment, its power is diminished. When activated, all living beings within a 100-meter radius are reduced to ashes. Users should exercise caution. Such overwhelming power, however, being at 9th tier was beyond his current capabilities, as a 4th tier array master could not configure a 9th tier formation. Although he could comprehend it, he could not execute it. The system was quite peculiar. Zhang Tianhao checked the materials required to set up the illusory execution array. Most materials were accessible nearby, but the illusory stone was crucial. Without it, he could not set up the illusory execution array. Wait, the system store has everything. Perhaps he could find the illusory stone there. Indeed, after searching the store, Zhang Tianhao quickly located the illusory stone and reviewed its properties. Item: illusory stone level. Common description: a consumable item primarily used for setting up illusion-based arrays. Zhang Tianhao initially assumed that since the system rated it as common, it would require a minimal amount of points. However, upon examining the cost, he was dismayed to find it demanded 2,000 points. Although he could afford it, this was nearly all his wealth. Despite the pain, Zhang Tianhao knew he had to purchase it. Without the illusory stone, he could not set up the illusion array. Zhao Shengli. This time, if I don't expose your secrets, I won't be your father, Zhang Tianhao declared fiercely. Finding an excellent location, he spent half an hour finally setting up the illusory execution array. This will be your Zhao family's grave. Stay tuned. A cruel smile spread across Zhang Tianhao's face. Zhao Shengli, preoccupied with the safety of his battle pet, hurriedly led the Zhao family deeper into the endless swamp-esque jungle, searching tirelessly for the great eagle. Damn it, if I find that Zhang family brat, I will flay him alive to relieve my rage. After some time without success, Zhao Shungli's expression darkened. The Zhao family had searched the jungle for several hours, and even the martial artists were exhausted. Suddenly, several Zhao family warriors sniffed the air and exclaimed, "There's a fragrant aroma. It seems to be the scent of roasted meat. Indeed, I'm starving just from smelling it." Even Zhao Shungli's stomach protested after 2 hours of searching for Zhang Tianhao, without a moment to eat. Although they had some dried rations, the taste left much to be desired. The Zhao warriors began to search, and soon discovered a still-burning campfire, with plenty of roasted meat sizzling, wafting enticing aromas that made them salivate. After all, Zhang Tianhao's roasted meat was so delectable that even the most discerning Murong Siener praised it. Naturally, the Zhao family members were no exception. Of course, they remained vigilant, wary of poison. After inspecting with silver needles and confirming the meat was safe to eat, they began to feast. Zhao Shengli, initially indifferent while eating the roasted meat, soon realized it was truly delightful. He quickly devoured his portion, wiping his greasy mouth, still craving more. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a pile of feathers strewn around the fire. They looked remarkably familiar. His face twitched involuntarily. Zhao Shengli suddenly considered a horrifying possibility. His eyes darted to the grill, where he noticed what seemed to be a note. Furrowing his brow as he picked it up, that it read, "Zhao Family Master, how do you find my roasting skills? Indeed, this meat is from your battle pet, the giant eagle, tender and crispy, is it not? Huh. You will surely love this roasted meat. By the way, I added a special seasoning that, while not poisonous, will ensure your bowels flow freely." Zhao Shengli felt a surge of fury, nearly losing his sanity. Fei. He roared internally. The giant eagle was his most cherished battle pet, and the thought of its flesh being consumed by another, especially after having devoured it himself, churned his stomach violently. That moment, a Zhao family warrior approached him, ingratiatingly saying, "Master, this roasted meat is indeed a delicacy. This piece of thigh meat is the most tender part of the prey. Save for you, get lost." As the warrior stood in stunned silence, Zhao Shengli felt his stomach begin to churn. He knew the laxative was taking effect. Despite being a half-step martial king, he could not suppress such a natural physiological response. Puffed, puffed. Zhao Shengli could not help but release several loud farts. "Zhang Tianhao, I will kill you." Zhao Shengli swiftly dashed into a nearby thicket. Naturally, he was not the sole Zhao family warrior to do so. Dozens of his kin followed suit, entering the brush, leaving behind a foul odor mixed with the scent of gold. Damn it, I just relieved myself this morning. How could this happen again? What now, no paper? I suppose I'll have to resort to leaves, though it's rather crude. After a long silence, a voice broke through. "Elder, do you have any paper?" The tone was tinged with reluctance and frustration. The warriors fell silent. As it seemed to be the voice of their leader, Zhao Shengli, "I have only half a sheet left. It won't suffice for you. However, if you fold it a few times, it could work. Otherwise, you might as well follow your subordinate's example and use leaves." The elder replied helplessly. After a moment of silence, Zhao Shengli commanded, "Hand it over." The Zhao family members spent the entire day in distress. Although their ailment was not due to poisoning, the relentless discomfort had nearly exhausted them. This had a significant impact on the combat abilities of the Zhao family members. "Master, although your battle pet was slain, I have a way to track down that boy," one of the Zhao warriors stated. "Speak." Zhao Shungli's eyes gleamed with interest. Master, my sense of smell is 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary warrior, allowing me to detect that boy's scent. Just moments ago, I caught a whiff nearby, indicating that he hasn't gone far, but if we follow this trail, we should easily find him," the warrior explained. "Excellent. If you can locate that boy, I shall commend you for your efforts," Zhao Shengli exclaimed, clapping the warrior on the shoulder. Little did the Zhao family know, everything was unfolding according to Zhang Tianhao's cunning plan. That a grand feast is soon to arrive, and you shall relish it, he thought. Vanishing into the shadows. In a vast clearing within the jungle, Zhang Tianhao sat cross-legged. At last, we have found you, boy. Zhao Shengli, after much time, finally located the youth he loathed, feeling both anger and joy. "Oh, I have been waiting for you," Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly, remaining seated. "Boy, how do you wish to die? Speak." A chilling aura of murderous intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao, as if Zhao Shengli would leap forth the next moment to obliterate him. Opening his eyes, Zhang Tianhao gazed at Zhao Shengli with a teasing smile. "Master Zhao, how does the aroma of roasted meat strike you?" "Zhang Tianhao." Zhao Shengli fumed. Each time he recalled devouring his beloved battle pet, he felt a wave of nausea. During this time, his subordinates had wisely refrained from mentioning it, yet Zhang Tianhao brazenly brought it to light, inciting Zhao Shungli's wrath. It seems this is our first meeting. Yet you know my name. Not bad. Clearly, someone has provided you with my details," Zhang Tianhao remarked with a bemused expression. "Indeed, boy, you have slain my cherished pet. Today, I shall have you torn to pieces and made to endure the most excruciating tortures," Zhao Shengli declared, advancing toward Zhang Tianhao with a frigid demeanor. "Is that so?" Zhang Tianhao remained unfazed. "Master, do not fall for his tricks. This boy remains unperturbed in our presence. I suspect a ruse," an elder cautioned Zhao Shengli. Realizing that his rage had clouded his judgment, Zhao Shengli heeded the elder's words. "You all, seize him and kill him," he commanded in a low voice. A dozen initial stage grandmasters surged from all directions toward Zhang Tianhao. Zhao Shungli's strategy had long been anticipated by Zhang Tianhao, who remained composed as the warriors lunged at him. He unleashed 3 powerful punches, each striking one of the Zhao family warriors. The overwhelming force exploded within their bodies, and in an instant, the 3 initial stage grandmasters were obliterated into fragments. The intense Rohan fist summoned a colossal phantom of a Rohan behind Zhang Tianhao, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The Zhao warriors lunging at him found themselves momentarily breathless. "Die!" Zhang Tianhao unleashed a flurry of punches, each landing with fatal precision on the Zhao warriors. These initial stage grandmasters were far inferior in skill, providing Zhang Tianhao little experience as he sought to advance. Curse it! Zhao Shengli seethed, witnessing Zhang Tianhao slaughter his family members like mere livestock. All of you, attack together and kill him. Zhao Shengli charged at Zhang Tianhao, while the surrounding Zhao warriors encircled him, sealing off any possible escape. Yet Zhang Tianhao remained calm. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Now you may relish your feast, he said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Zhao Shengli sensed something amiss at the sight of Zhang Tianhao's enigmatic smile. That in the next moment, Zhao Shengli was horrified to see countless vengeful spirits, the phantoms of those he had wronged, clawing at him as the head of the Zhao family. He was not the rightful heir, but had seized the position through nefarious means and schemes, even murdering his own brother and his entire family, leaving behind over 50 lives extinguished. Brother, how ruthless you are! To claim the family head position, you even killed your own brother's family. Today, your brother shall avenge his kin. A bloodied middle-aged man glared at him. No, you were dead. Zhao Shengli stammered in fear. I died. Did I not fulfill your wishes? The man sneered. Humph, what of it? In terms of skill and cultivation, who is beneath you? Why can you be the head while I cannot? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why is father so biased? No matter how hard I try to impress him, he simply overlooks me if he sees me as unworthy. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from Zhao Shengli. What if you become a vengeful spirit? Even as a ghost, I shall ensure you die again. This position of family head ultimately belongs to me. Zhao Shengli raged, wildly thrusting his spear at everything before him. Unbeknownst to him, his adversaries were not merely vengeful spirits, but the very family members he had betrayed in their eyes. Zhao Shengli was a terrifying tyrant, embodying their deepest fears, and they relentlessly attacked him. However, as a master on the brink of becoming a martial king, Zhao Shengli faced few true threats, even when beset by several initial stage grandmasters. They were no match for him. Zhang Tianhao, concealed within the heart of the formation, observed Zhao Shengli's ferocity with quiet admiration. Fortunately, I employed the phantom execution formation against you. If I had to confront you directly, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. Although Zhao Shengli's cultivation appeared comparable to Ma Wenpeng's, Zhang Tianhao discerned that Ma Wenpeng's combat prowess was far inferior. Under similar cultivation levels, various other factors could significantly influence their combat strength. If the two were to clash, Ma Wenpeng would hardly last 100 exchanges against Zhao Shengli. Watching Zhao Shengli fiercely eliminate his own kin, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of satisfaction. The phantom execution formation was indeed a valuable asset. Reflecting on this fourth-tier formation, he marveled at how terrifying it was. He could only imagine the sheer horror of the fifth-tier formation, the all-encompassing obliteration formation. The art of formations was truly formidable. It was no surprise that many regarded formation masters as one of the most enigmatic professions in the true martial continent. Alongside spiritual pattern masters, Zhang Tianhao's ears rang with the system's notification sounds, a melody he found utterly delightful. Nonetheless, he noted that the remaining warriors within the phantom execution formation were primarily of higher cultivation. The last remaining dozen were mid to high-tier martial masters. Drawing his Hoi bow, he aimed at one of the mid-tier martial masters and released an arrow. The 3-star arrow erupted forth. Boom! 3 arrow shadows struck one of the mid-tier martial masters, resulting in an explosion. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for slaying a mid-tier martial master. Experience points gained: 30,000. True Chi. 3,000. Berserk energy. 10. Zhang Tianhao quickly knocked another arrow, targeting another mid-tier martial master. One by one, the mid-tier martial masters fell beneath his onslaught. In the confines of the formation, it was impossible for them to escape Zhang Tianhao's 3-star arrows, even at such close range. After the last mid-tier martial master perished under his arrow, another notification chimed. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for leveling up. Current level: 6th stage grandmaster. A smile graced Zhang Tianhao's face as he murmured, finally, I have leveled up. The 6th stage grandmaster represents the pinnacle of mid-tier martial masters. And just one step remains before I ascend to the high-tier martial master leveled AT. This moment, Zhang Tianhao turned his attention to the 3 high-tier martial masters preparing to confront him. He drew his bow once more, ready to unleash another arrow. The fiery arrows shot forth in a triangular formation, targeting the high-level martial artist of the Grand Martial Master ranked as a seasoned warrior. He reacted swiftly, activating his protective aura just in time. The blazing arrows exploded upon contact with his shield, tearing it apart with terrifying force, and struck directly at his body that a scream escaped his lips as he was obliterated into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for eliminating a Grand Martial Master of the 7th tier, earning 35,000 experience points, 500 chi, and 10 Berserk energy. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianhao knocked another arrow, aiming at the remaining high-level Grand Martial Master. Despite the second warrior's quick response, he was swiftly annihilated by the 3-star arrow. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating a Grand Martial Master of the 8th tier, earning 80,000 experience points, 8,000 chi, and 10 Berserk energy. Zhang Tianhao readied another arrow, targeting the last Grand Martial Master of the 9th tier. This formidable foe, being at the pinnacle of martial prowess, was a significant challenge point. 3 fiery arrows were unleashed, aimed directly at the 9th tier warrior. The martial artist managed to evade 2 of the arrows, but the final arrow shattered his protective barrier and struck him with immense force, sending him hurtling through the air. Zhang Tianhao swiftly approached, delivering a decisive blow that resulted in the warrior's demise. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating a Grand Martial Master of the 9th tier, earning 90,000 experience points, 9,000 chi, and 10 Berserk energy. Only one opponent remained in the Phantom Execution array, Zhao Xingli, the head of the Zhao family, who was now bloodied and dazed. Zhang Tianhao drew his bow, aiming at him. Despite his disorientation, Zhao Xingli sensed the danger and turned his gaze towards Zhang Tianhao. At that critical moment, he narrowly evaded Zhang Tianhao's arrow. Get him, Xiaohe, commanded Zhang Tianhao. Xiaohe swiftly maneuvered beside Zhao Xingli, delivering a stunning blow that knocked him unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohe vanished again as Zhang Tianhao unleashed his 3-star arrow, which struck Zhao Xingli and sent him flying. Zhang Tianhao followed closely, and the arrow caused significant damage, leaving Zhao Xingli with only a fraction of his health remaining. With a sudden surge of pain, Zhao Xingli regained his senses and roared in fury, This is all you're doing." Zhang Tianhao retorted, "Indeed, it is just you left. I advise you to submit and join your kin, or you shall find solitude in your demise." Zhao Xingli, enraged by the loss of his family, thrust his spear at Zhang Tianhao. In response, Zhang Tianhao unsheathed his snow-drinking blade, unleashing a fierce attack. Their weapons collided repeatedly, but Zhao Xingli, weakened, could not withstand Zhang Tianhao's growing power. With a fierce cry, Zhang Tianhao activated his primal berserk energy, amplifying his attributes fourfold. Zhao Xingli, caught off guard by this sudden increase in strength, staggered back. Unrelenting, Zhang Tianhao pressed the attack, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for activating the ice sealing attribute. Zhao Xingli found himself immobilized by a chilling force. Die! Zhang Tianhao declared, as the blade's light encircled Zhao Xingli, trapping him within a deadly cage of steel. Zhao Xingli's anguished cry echoed as he fell to the ground, bloodied and broken. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for defeating Zhao Xingli, earning 95,000 experience points, 500 chi, and 10 berserk energy. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Heart Protector Mirror. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining the Blood-Weeping Divine Spear. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a Divine Elixir. Zhang Tianhao felt a tinge of regret over the loss of such a formidable opponent. He had hesitated to unleash his berserk power. Knowing that a true boss awaited him ahead, he aimed to unleash a higher-tier berserk energy against the upcoming foe, which required substantial energy points. With the last remaining opponent, the Wen family, Zhang Tianhao decided to strategize further. Wen Tailai was a martial king, vastly superior in strength, and even Zhang Tianhao, now a grand martial master of the 6th tier, would struggle against him. Understanding that the Phantom Execution Array would be ineffective against Wen Tailai, Zhang Tianhao dismissed the idea of using it. He lamented the absence of explosives to resolve the situation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Despite being in a different realm, he had access to his system store. Upon entering the store, he discovered a list of weaponry, including the devastating TNT explosives at a steep price. After selling some items, he finally acquired enough points to purchase the explosives. Curiosity piqued, he searched for the items he had sold, only to find the Blood-Weeping Divine Spear marked up to an exorbitant price in the store. Zhang Tianhao was left astounded, realizing the vast difference in value. The so-called promotion turned out to be nothing more than a blatant sale. Upon further inspection, Zhang Tianhao realized that the Heart Protector Mirror, which he had purchased for 1,000, was now being sold in stores for 3,000. What a shameless merchant! His heart ached with disappointment. Exiting the system. Zhang Tianhao forced himself to dismiss thoughts of the unscrupulous merchant, fearing he might succumb to the urge to destroy the system. Regaining his composure, a rough plan began to form in Zhang Tianhao's mind. However, he felt somewhat overwhelmed at the prospect of facing the martial king to ensure the successful execution of his plan. He needed to enhance his strength. He assessed the items he had just acquired. The blood-weeping spear and the heart protector mirror had been sold. But he still possessed a divine elixir, the nature of which remained a mystery. Could it awaken a divine ability if consumed? Intrigued, he promptly checked its attributes. Item: Divine elixir description: a miraculous pill that can elevate one's divine ability by 1 level. What? It can enhance a divine ability. Zhang Tianhao's spirit sword. His sole divine ability was the Infinite Fury, which had been relatively easy to upgrade to level 2. However, advancing further appeared to be significantly more challenging. In fact, he had not upgraded the Infinite Fury for quite some time, and the difficulty seemed considerable. Yet now, with the divine elixir, he believed the Infinite Fury could be upgraded once more. Ding! The system's prompt echoed. Divine elixir discovered. Would you like to use it? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. Infinite Fury has been upgraded to level 3. Zhang Tianhao quickly examined the attributes of the Infinite Fury. Martial skill: Infinite Fury, level 3. Description: amplifies various attributes by 8-fold. Requiring 500 points of Fury energy. To his astonishment, the level 3 Infinite Fury required Fury energy to activate. Zhang Tianhao had initially thought that upgrading the Infinite Fury would make him formidable. After all, an 8-fold attribute boost was no small feat. However, the restrictions were quite significant. It seemed he would need to conserve his Fury energy in the future. It was clear that he should not carelessly expend it on minor bosses, as they seldom yielded valuable items, except for the divine elixir. Zhang Tianhao still had 3 martial skill pills from previous encounters that he had yet to use, intending to apply them to enhance the Frosty 6 techniques. After utilizing the martial skill pills, the Frosty 6 techniques began to upgrade. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the peach blossom bloom, the anticipated prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. You have comprehended the 5th stance of the Frosty 6 techniques, Snow Tracing Plum. This stance combined both blade and leg techniques, characterized by its elusive nature and extreme unpredictability, making it incredibly difficult to defend against. After 3 hours, Zhang Tianhao used another martial skill pill to elevate Snow Tracing Plum to perfection, maximizing its potency. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Tianhao commenced the arrangement of his plan to unleash the full potential of TNT explosives. They must be deployed within a canyon to utilize the shockwaves effectively, ensnaring the descendants of the Wen family. However, he needed to devise a method to lure them here first, a crucial step in his strategy. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, when Tai Lai's expression was grim, he was unable to contact the Ma and Zhao families, which frustrated him greatly. This mission was of utmost importance, and their inaction incensed him. When Tai Lai turned to a nearby warrior and asked indifferently, "Have you made contact?" the Wen family's warrior replied in a hushed tone, "Ancestor, there has been no response to the messages sent. I fear they may have encountered trouble." Impossible. While the Ma and Zhao families are far weaker than ours, their strength is not to be underestimated. That boy is alone. He cannot possibly pose a threat unless they have run into some serious trouble. When Tai Lai frowned, suddenly, a scout from the Wen family rushed toward him, urgency evident in his demeanor. "Ancestor, something has happened." When Tai Lai raised an eyebrow, responding coolly, "What are you panicking about? The sky hasn't fallen." The warrior quickly reported, "Ancestor, the Zhao and Ma family members. What about them?" When Tai Lai inquired, sensing a growing unease. "They're all dead. We must hurry." When Tai Lai's expression changed dramatically. Leading the way, the Wen family followed the warrior to a valley entrance, where the bodies of Zhao and Ma family members lay strewn about, their faces pale with horror. The annihilation of these families dealt a significant blow to the Wen family, as they were subordinate forces. "Find that boy. He must be nearby. We will search every inch of this place, if necessary." When Tai Lai roared, feeling provoked by Zhang Tianhao's actions, he needed to find him and teach him a lesson. Dozens of Wen family warriors spread out in a thorough search, playing right into Zhang Tianhao's hands. He contemplated how to subtly lead them into his trap. With only one chance, he needed to execute it flawlessly. Perched atop a tree, he drew his bow and released an arrow with precision. Whoosh! The arrow struck a mid-tier martial artist from the Wen family. Boom! The warrior cried out in agony as his body erupted. Ding! He's over there. Pursue him. With a cold smirk, Zhang Tianhao turned to flee. The Wen family warriors were relentless, spurred on by the promise of becoming core disciples if they captured or killed Zhang Tianhao. Who could resist such a temptation? The chase unfolded like a tug-of-war, with Zhang Tianhao occasionally halting to shoot down a pursuing warrior, spurring the rest to chase after him. Gradually, the Wen family members followed him into a canyon, but only 4 remained of those who had initially pursued him. "We must leave. He has lured us into a trap," one of the Wen warriors suddenly realized, his face pale with fear. "Isn't it a bit late to be thinking of escape now?" Zhang Tianhao's voice echoed coldly as he descended from above. Ready to strike. Die. Arhut fist. Zhang Tianhao, like a wraith, lunged at the 4 remaining warriors, delivering a devastating punch. Storm palm, rolling stone fist, indomitable spear, heavenly king blade slash. 4 fierce attacks rained down upon him, but to Zhang Tianhao, they were mere raindrops he did not evade. Instead, he unleashed his own punches with tempestuous force, shattering their defenses effortlessly. Boom! The violent energy erupted within their bodies, and within moments, the 4 martial artists lay lifeless on the ground. Zhang Tianhao approached their remains and searched for any useful items, discovering 4 signaling arrows. Gazing at the arrows, he mused, "With these signaling arrows, my plan can proceed halfway." He activated the arrows and shot them into the night sky, where they exploded in a vibrant display. Why now? It was deep into the night. The arrows, bright against the dark forest, stood out prominently, resembling the signals of the 2nd and 3rd teams. "Look, they must have found Zhang Tianhao." One of the warriors exclaimed, "We need to inform the ancestor and the family head immediately." After launching the signaling arrows, Zhang Tianhao waited in the canyon for the Wen family's arrival. He was prepared to stake everything on this confrontation. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he rested, aware that a battle loomed ahead. He carefully retrieved an item from his system space and checked its attributes. Skill: indomitable defense for 60 seconds. One-time use. Description: negates all damage for 60 seconds. This item had been a reward from completing a system upgrade task in the Misty Sea Secret Realm. Although it offered complete damage negation, Zhang Tianhao had never used it, questioning how much could truly be accomplished in just 60 seconds. However, given his intention to defeat the Wen family's ancestor, this item seemed highly applicable. After a moment, he noticed a group of over 20 martial artists emerging from the valley. To his surprise, the Wen family ancestor was absent. Instead, a middle-aged man appeared, half a step away from the martial king. Worry creased Zhang Tianhao's brow. If the Wen family ancestor wasn't present, his plan would falter. The explosives were a one-time use. Once deployed, they would be gone. This half-step martial king was none other than Wen Feng, the head of the Wen family. Seeing the gleam of gold radiating from Wen Feng, Zhang Tianhao's eyes sparkled with greed. Another boss, though not a major one. Any boss could drop valuable equipment, and Zhang Tianhao was in dire need. Even if he couldn't use the gear himself, it could be exchanged for points in the system shop. With excitement flickering in his gaze, Zhang Tianhao looked at Wen Feng as if he were gazing upon a treasure. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine under Zhang Tianhao's avaricious stare. Suddenly, gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, Wen Feng seethed with rage. He glared at Zhang Tianhao and said coldly, "How dare you slaughter so many from the Wen family? You deserve to die." Haha. When one takes a life, one must be prepared to lose theirs in return. Otherwise, they ought not to venture into this realm, Zhang Tianhao replied, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm. "Yet, you must still perish." Wen Feng bellowed. 3 mid-level martial artists charged at Zhang Tianhao. Die. Zhang Tianhao drew his bow, knocking 3 fiery red arrows in a triangular formation aimed at the trio of mid-level martial artists. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 mid-level martial artists, caught off guard, were instantly reduced to mere remnants as the arrows struck true. Ding dong. "Be wary of his arrows," Wen Feng shouted, as a dozen martial artists from the Wen family surrounded them. Zhang Tianhao stowed his bow and summoned the Arhut fist, manifesting a colossal Arhut apparition behind him. A tremendous pressure emanated from this figure, with its profound gaze seemingly penetrating all. Bang, bang. 2 mid-level martial artists screamed in agony as their bodies were obliterated. Yet, more martial artists surged towards him. Though Zhang Tianhao was formidable, he could not escape injury amidst such relentless assaults. Fortunately, his physical body had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of a martial artist, rendering him far more resilient than many Qi practitioners. While the injuries were severe, they remained bearable. "Today, you shall meet your end." Heavenly meteor fist. An attack suddenly surged from behind Zhang Tianhao. It was Wen Feng, who had been waiting for an opportunity to strike. With overwhelming force, he aimed a blow at Zhang Tianhao's back. Caught in the midst of an onslaught from numerous martial artists, Zhang Tianhao found himself momentarily on the defensive. Swift shifting, his movements became ethereal, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 meters away. The assailants, including Wenfeng, failed to comprehend how he had evaded their attacks. The unfathomable fury erupted. The Snowdrinker blade was unsheathed in an instant. Exuding a chilling aura, the second tier of unfathomable fury quadrupled Zhang Tianhao's strength. Die! He shouted, unleashing the snow-seeking plum technique. The blade and legs combined in a whirlwind of lethal force, sending icy gales in all directions. Empowered by the fourfold strength, the blade's light radiated a terrifying chill, as if cleaving the very void of night in twain. Under the dual onslaught of blade and leg, a dozen mid-level martial artists were swiftly slain. Some cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth. Ding dong. Ding dong. At the moment the dreadful blade struck, Wenfeng, leveraging his superior cultivation, managed to evade most of the attack, yet sustained a gash across his shoulder, blood flowing profusely. Rendering his visage grotesque, Wenfeng watched helplessly as the elite members of his family fell one by one, his heart ablaze with fury, wishing only to devour Zhang Tianhao alive. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Zhang Tianhao's ears. But he paid them no heed. Simultaneously, he leaped and swung his blade behind him, colliding with Wenfeng's fist. The unfathomable fury's attributes had yet to dissipate, and this strike sent Wenfeng flying. Taste a few of my blades. Zhang Tianhao charged towards Wenfeng, unleashing a flurry of slashes. The two engaged in a frenzied clash for over 100 exchanges, the landscape around them ravaged and chaotic. The ground pockmarked and strewn with debris. With a fierce gaze, Zhang Tianhao executed a devastating strike, the air seemingly filled with snowflakes, each carrying an invisible threat. Wenfeng retaliated with a punch, dispersing the oncoming blade light. Zhang Tianhao's eyes flickered, unperturbed. Ice encases 3 feet. He sidestepped to Wenfeng's left and struck once more, his movements fluid and unpredictable, forcing Wenfeng onto the back foot. The wind's descent, a furious punch, stirred a tempest. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with the 6 cold techniques. His power doubled in an instant, allowing his blade to pierce through Wenfeng's defenses, the red apricot amid snow. The blade's momentum continued, unleashing a series of ethereal strikes, conjuring vengeful spirits of those slain by Wenfeng. Even though Wenfeng remained resolute, he felt a chill creep into his heart. However, as a half-step martial king, he quickly regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Tianhao seized the opportunity. The blossoms of youth. Zhang Tianhao unleashed 18 successive strikes, the layered blade light converging upon Wenfeng, forming a deadly cage. The explosive kill of Heavenly Meteor Fist. Despite losing the initiative, Wenfeng's ferocity surged, and he unleashed his full strength, shattering the blade light cage. Yet he was still left battered and bloodied as the blade light carved into him. In the aftermath of his punch, he struck Zhang Tianhao, and both men were sent reeling. Upon landing, they collided once more, both drenched in blood yet seemingly tireless. Zhang Tianhao, now at the peak of mid-level martial artists, stood strong against Wenfeng, a pinnacle martial artist. Snow walking plum. Zhang Tianhao spun like a top, his limbs forming a devastating force, the sharp blade light converging upon Wenfeng. Pop! Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for activating the Ice Seal attribute. Die! At the moment coldness engulfed Wenfeng, Zhang Tianhao seized the rare opening, delivering a powerful, concentrated strike. The world darkened, and the air trembled under the weight of his blow. No! Wenfeng's eyes reflected sheer despair. Explode! Zhang Tianhao's blade cleaved down upon Wenfeng's head. Die! Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying Wenfeng of the Wen family. Experience gained 95,000. True Chi 9, 500. Berserk energy 10. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for leveling up. Current level 7th heaven of mid-level martial artist. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Death God gauntlets. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining the holy map of the war god. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for receiving a fragment of a treasure map. Such a lackluster haul. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Indeed, without unleashing berserk energy, the spoils were meager and unimpressive. He searched Wenfeng's body and found a communication talisman. Noting that each individual possessed a different talisman based on their status. With a whoosh, Wenfeng's communication arrow shattered in the air. Zhang Tianhao surmised that it would not be long before the martial king-level ancestor of the Wen family arrived. However, with his newfound strength, Zhang Tianhao felt emboldened for the upcoming challenges. The elevation in his level healed all his injuries and dispelled any negative status effects. Now, Zhang Tianhao felt better than ever. Seizing the moment, he assessed the items he had just acquired. Item: Death God Gauntlets, Heavenly Grade, Mid-Tier. Description: Gauntlets forged by the legendary Death God, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Attack power: 50. Not bad, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed. Exhilarated by the 50 attack power, even when activating his bloodline power, he could only gain a temporary 100, which lasted only 60 seconds. The Death God Gauntlets provided a substantial boost, marking them as exceptional equipment. He promptly replaced his worn and tattered gauntlets. Next, he examined the Holy Map of the War God. Item: Holy Map of the War God. Description: This map contains a fragment of the War God's will, passively resisting any full-force attack from martial artists below the martial sovereign level. Quite useful, Zhang Tianhao thought, satisfied with its defensive capabilities. At that moment, a dozen figures swept into view from outside the gorge. The foremost being Wen Tai Lai, the ancestor of the Wen family. Wen Tai Lai soared through the air, appearing directly before Zhang Tianhao. Upon noticing Wen Feng's lifeless body on the ground, a chilling murderous intent locked onto Zhang Tianhao. "You wretched boy, you have slain my grandson." Wen Tai Lai's expression twisted with fury, as a terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings. "That I suspected you would come." Zhang Tianhao rose to his feet, unflinching in the face of Wen Tai Lai's menacing aura. His heart swelled with exhilaration. This was the true boss, a golden-hued adversary. Compared to him, Wen Feng, Ma Wanpeng, and Zhao Xingli were mere trifles. "You are Zhang Tianhao?" Wen Tai Lai inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Tianhao. Without a doubt, Zhang Tianhao replied, equally icy. Very well, very well. I shall make your life a living hell." In an instant, Wen Tai Lai appeared before Zhang Tianhao, striking down with a swift palm. The attack came so rapidly that Zhang Tianhao barely had time to react. With the agility of a phantom, he evaded the blow, unleashing his strongest powers under the dire pressure of life and death. The technique, Phantom Steps, propelled him 3 meters away, narrowly escaping Wen Tai Lai's grasp. However, Wen Tai Lai was quick to follow, flipping his palm and launching another strike towards Zhang Tianhao. Whirlwind Slash, a massive axe manifested in Zhang Tianhao's grasp, cleaving down towards Wen Tai Lai with an overwhelming force that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the void. Dust and debris filled the air as a thunderous collision echoed. Zhang Tianhao felt as if his bones were shattering, propelled backward like a marionette severed from its strings. Coughing up blood, he realized the chasm between a grand martial artist and a martial king was insurmountable. Lying on the ground, he managed a bitter smile as Wen Tai Lai's murderous intent locked onto him, advancing steadily. "You won't die easily, boy. I shall have my vengeance, torturing you 1,000 times for the loss of my grandson." Chapter 177. A thrilling explosion. "Is that so? Then you may perish," Zhang Tianhao retorted coldly. Unbeknownst to Wen Tai Lai, a remote control had materialized in Zhang Tianhao's hand, instilling an instinctive dread within him, urging him to intervene. "No," Wen Tai Lai bellowed, but it was too late. Zhang Tianhao pressed the button. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as Zhang Tianhao activated his invincible defense for 60 seconds, frantically retreating from the canyon. That a cataclysmic blast ensued, causing the very mountains of the gorge to crumble as if heralding the end of days. Even with his invincible defense, Zhang Tianhao felt the overwhelming might of the explosion. His urgency to escape was compounded by the toxic gas characteristic of TNT explosives, which posed a secondary threat to the human body. Even as a grand martial artist, he was unwilling to take the risk. "Charge, charge," he urged himself, sprinting outward until he had covered several thousand meters before finally halting. Zhang Tianhao understood that the initial shockwave of the TNT was the most potent, as was the toxic gas. If he could evade this wave, he would be safe. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he froze in disbelief. "Damn it, I forgot to unleash my furious energy. What a waste." It was absurd that he, facing a martial king, had neglected to explode his energy. Zhang Tianhao felt utterly bewildered, after painstakingly preparing his secondary furious energy. He had let it slip his mind. However, a nagging confusion lingered. After all this time, he had not heard the notification of Wen Tai Lai's demise. The vitality of this martial king was astonishing. Coincidentally, in his haste to flee, Zhang Tianhao had neglected to release his furious energy. Otherwise, it would have been squandered at this moment. He was convinced that Wen Tai Lai had indeed survived. Of course, he had no way of knowing whether Wen Tai Lai had emerged from the canyon, likely still lurking outside. If Wen Tai Lai yet lives, then I can still obliterate him. Zhang Tianhao's spirits soared. Returning to the ravaged canyon, the devastation was palpable. Amidst the smoke, a figure lay on the ground. barely clinging to life. It was none other than Wen Tai. Zhang Tianhao observed the blood gauge, now reduced to mere hundreds, a stark contrast to its original million. That sensing a presence, Wen Tai opened his eyes, a flicker of malice igniting within them. You despicable wretch, you wish to kill me, yet here I stand, ready for your strike. Zhang Tianhao proclaimed triumphantly. You vile creature, someone will avenge me. Wen Tai ground his teeth in anger. Observing Wen Tai's weakening voice, Zhang Tianhao swiftly checked the blood gauge, noticing its rapid decline. He was on the verge of death. Who dares to claim my boss? Zhang Tianhao bellowed, swinging his weapon down upon Wen Tai, while simultaneously unleashing his furious energy. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for slaying the ancestral patriarch Wen Tai. Experience points: 200, 000. Chi: 20, 000. Furious energy: 10. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring the Fire God Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining the Heaven-Splitting Axe. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for receiving a League of Legends character summoning card. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring an Apache helicopter. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for obtaining a purple gold divine pill. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao, for acquiring a teleportation ring. He had truly struck gold, and the rewards were abundant and exhilarating. Indeed, by utilizing secondary furious energy, he had procured items of both quality and quantity. The Fire God Arrow was undoubtedly suited for his Ho-E Bao, akin to the Wind Shadow Arrow, but imbued with fire attributes. Had he possessed the Fire God Arrow earlier, he could have dealt with Wen Tai far more effortlessly, perhaps even dispatching him in a single shot. The Heaven-Splitting Axe was equally impressive, although he had acquired an energy-formed axe after activating his bloodline. It paled in comparison to the true Heaven-Splitting Axe, not a divine artifact, perhaps, but certainly a treasure of heavenly grade. As he continued examining his spoils, he gasped in astonishment at the League of Legends character summoning card. Previously, he had summoned martial and celestial figures, yet now he had acquired a card for a character from League of Legends. Who might he summon? The Wuju Swordmaster? Or perhaps the Might of Demacia? Such were his favored heroes. However, the Apache helicopter left him both speechless and exhilarated, a marvel of earthly technology. The might of the Martial King was indeed formidable. The missiles from the Apache could easily turn the tide. They were homing missiles, impossible to evade. Finally, he glimpsed the purple gold divine pill. The name itself exuded an air of grandeur. Curiosity piqued. He checked its attributes. Item: purple gold divine pill. Description: consuming the purple gold divine pill eliminates all negative effects. Remarkable. This meant the purple gold divine pill was a universal antidote, capable of negating any harm. Truly impressive. When Zhang Tianhao beheld the teleportation ring, he was momentarily taken aback. Any player familiar with the game Legend would recognize this coveted item. Though there were restrictions on teleportation, one could traverse any location within the same map by inputting coordinates. An unparalleled boon. He quickly checked its attributes. Item: teleportation ring level. Saint description: an exquisite item originating from the game Legend. It allows free teleportation within a certain distance. Each use requires 1,000 furious energy. 1,000 furious energy? What a steep cost. Previously, he had felt quite affluent in furious energy, yet now it seemed everything demanded it. Clearly, while he had obtained the teleportation ring, it could not be used frivolously at last. Having successfully unleashed his secondary furious energy, he had acquired some truly remarkable equipment, an endeavor well worth the effort. Zhang Tianhao felt a profound sense of value in his triumph. Notably, such extraordinary loot could not be easily obtained from just anyone. It must be claimed from a boss to yield such rewards. After sorting through his spoils, Zhang Tianhao felt a rush of exhilaration that he needed to reach the Huolong Empire without delay. Upon exiting the Endless Marsh, Zhang Tianhao sensed he was being watched and disguised himself. Unbeknownst to him, this precaution spared him from considerable trouble, allowing those tracking him to lose their target point. 4 days later, Zhang Tianhao arrived at the imperial capital of the Huolong Empire, Huolong City. Upon entering, he realized that compared to the imperial capital, the capital of the Waxi Kingdom, Ninghai City, was mere rural backwater, entirely incomparable. Chapter 178. B-rank mission in a concealed corner of Huolong City. A middle-aged man of martial king rank, infuriated by a subordinate's report, hurled his cup to the ground. Incompetent fools, you cannot even handle such a trivial task. What use are you? My lord, please do not blame your subordinates. We never anticipated that the boy would be so cunning. Vanishing the moment he exited the endless marsh, a trembling figure clad in black protested, clearly terrified of the martial king. "Begone!" The black-clad man fled as if granted a reprieve. The middle-aged man scoffed. "Zhang Tianhao, I underestimated you. To think you could traverse the endless marsh and arrive at Huolong's imperial capital. But do you believe you can pass the assessments here? You are overly naive," that a raspy voice from a mysterious masked figure behind him interjected. "My lord, shall I dispatch someone to locate the boy?" A middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "There is no need for such concern, since he intends to participate in the assessment. We shall certainly locate him. Otherwise, with the vast expanse of Huolong Imperial City and its population exceeding 1 million, finding a single individual amidst the sea of people is no simple task. Let the lad enjoy a few more days of life." Zhang Tianhao settled into an inn in the imperial capital of Huolong. After the servant poured him a pot of tea, Zhang Tianhao placed a silver ingot on the table and inquired, "Young man, I have a few questions for you. Answer well, and this ingot shall be yours." "Honored guest, you are too kind," the servant exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the silver. "Do you know where the assessment for the various academies is being held?" The servant's respect for Zhang Tianhao grew as he realized he was speaking to a martial artist, one who naturally commanded a certain reverence among ordinary folk. "You have indeed asked the right person. I am quite familiar with Huolong City. This time, the assessments for the academies will take place in the Shifeng mountain range outside the city," he replied with a smile. "Very well, and where is the registration location?" Zhang Tianhao pressed on. "It is at the Goddess Plaza of the Huolong Empire. The registration will close the day after tomorrow, so you still have ample time to sign up," the servant answered respectfully. "One last question. Do you know the way to the Qianlong Tower?" Zhang Tianhao asked. "Our inn is quite near the Qianlong Tower, just 100 meters to the left outside," the servant replied cheerfully. Young martial artists visiting the imperial capital for the first time often go to the Qianlong Tower for assessments. "Here, this ingot is your reward," Zhang Tianhao said, satisfied with the servant's answers, generously handing over the silver. "Thank you, honored guest. Thank you so much," the servant exclaimed, his gratitude overwhelming. This ingot represented a significant sum for him, equivalent to over 10 days' wages. Zhang Tianhao resolved to participate in the Qianlong Tower trials. As he prepared to join one of the 3 major academies, he recognized the need for dual preparations. Although he felt confident in his chances, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. If he could secure a position within the top 100,000 of the Qianlong rankings, his admission to the academies would be assured. Even if he were to fail the assessment, it would not significantly impact his prospects. Ding dong. "Congratulations, player. You have triggered a B-level side quest." The system notification sounded. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily stunned and quickly accessed the system to check the quest details. Quest level: B. The player must achieve a ranking within the top 100,000 of the Qianlong rankings. Quest reward: Bowstring of the Ho-E Bao. Quest failure: level dropped by 3. Goodness, the reward is quite substantial, Zhang Tianhao mused. The Ho-E Bao was already incomplete. If he could obtain the bowstring, it would undoubtedly enhance its power. However, the prospect of a 3-level drop upon failure was daunting, especially since leveling up had proven to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, he decided to embrace the risk and seize the opportunity. Upon leaving the inn, Zhang Tianhao followed the servant's directions and indeed located the Qianlong Tower. That moment, a staff member was managing registrations. "Are you here to participate in the Qianlong Tower trials?" asked a disheveled elderly man. "Yes. How much is the fee?" Zhang Tianhao inquired. Expecting a reasonable amount. 10 low-grade crystal stones, the elder replied nonchalantly. "Excuse me, how much?" Zhang Tianhao was incredulous. 10 low-grade crystal stones. The elder shot him a glance. That is excessively expensive. Zhang Tianhao was utterly taken aback. While he could afford the fee, it seemed exorbitant that a single low-grade crystal stone equated to 100,000 taels of silver, making the total 1 million taels, a staggering sum for an ordinary person. To simply register and face such a high fee was utterly absurd. A pauper dares to participate in the Qianlong Tower trials. A harsh voice rang out from behind Zhang Tianhao. Taken aback, he turned to find a young man clad in blue, flanked by a striking young woman in red, who appeared to be around 18 and exuded an air of arrogance. "Move aside, if you lack crystal stones. Do not waste our time. You look like an outsider. I bet you haven't even seen a crystal stone before." The blue-clad youth sneered. "My experience with crystal stones is hardly relevant to you," Zhang Tianhao replied, frowning. The blue-clad youth, enraged by Zhang Tianhao's retort, pointed accusingly. "Do you dare to defy me? Do you know who I am?" "Indeed, you are nothing but a fool," Zhang Tianhao retorted coldly. You seek death. Angered, the blue-clad youth prepared to act. Enough? If you continue to cause trouble at the Qianlong Tower, do not blame me for throwing you out. The elderly registrar interjected with a cold huff, exuding an aura of martial prowess. With the elder's ire, both Zhang Tianhao and the blue-clad youth ceased their quarrel. The blue-clad youth, still seething with resentment, was well aware of the Qianlong Tower's unique status and dared not escalate matters further. Kid, pretending to be affluent without the means to back it up will come at a cost, the blue-clad youth sneered. Fool is indeed a fool, Zhang Tianhao responded. With that, he produced 10 low-grade crystal stones and tossed them onto the table, each one intact. After registering his name, the elder handed him a stone and said, "Drop a drop of blood on this." Though unaware of the significance, Zhang Tianhao complied. "Proceed inside, but you will need to wait in line." The elder handed Zhang Tianhao an identification token. "Keep it safe. If lost, it will not be replaced." Upon receiving the token, Zhang Tianhao entered the Qianlong Tower, discovering several dozen others waiting. Only 10 individuals could enter at a time. "Brother, is this your first time too?" a friendly youth ahead asked, seemingly bored. "Yes, and you?" "Same here. This time, I hope to rank within the top 100,000 so I can leave my name on the Qianlong Tower." The youth replied with hope. "Then I wish you luck," Zhang Tianhao said with a smile. "And you? What is your goal?" the youth asked curiously. "I aim for the top 10,000, Zhang Tianhao replied casually. "Ha, you? Top 10,000? You might not even be able to secure a spot within the million." The blue-clad youth, now accompanied by the red-clad girl, reappeared, mocking Zhang Tianhao. "I do not converse with fools," Zhang Tianhao replied. Shaking his head, "Who are you calling a fool?" the blue-clad youth retorted angrily. Zhang Tianhao chuckled. "Whoever is a fool, I naturally speak of them. Kid, once we exit the Qianlong Tower, let's see if you dare to speak so arrogantly." The blue-clad youth threatened, gritting his teeth. "Fool." Zhang Tianhao merely shook his head. Just as the blue-clad youth was about to explode with rage, a group of participants emerged from the Qianlong Tower. Only one had made it into the top 100,000. The rest had all failed. While 100,000 may seem a vast number, considering the billions of young martial artists in the Northern Territories, it was not so impressive. Only those under 25 could be ranked in the Qianlong Tower. And surpassing that age meant automatic disqualification. For Zhang Tianhao to aim for the top 10,000 was indeed a daunting challenge, initially. When he learned that reaching the top 10,000 in the Qianlong Tower would allow him to choose any of the 3 major academies, he found it rather lenient. However, upon reflection, he realized his naivety. The Qianlong Tower only accepted youths under 25, while the academies only admitted those no older than 16. This meant that one had to secure a place within the top 10,000 by the age of 16, an extraordinarily rigorous requirement. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianhao retained confidence in his abilities, with only the final ranking remaining uncertain. After a short while, another group of youths exited the Qianlong Tower, their expressions even more dejected than before. Not a single one had managed to place within the top 100,000. Let alone the top 10,000. The elder responsible for registrations shook his head, contemplating. "Today's results are the lowest I have seen in recent days. That it seems no prodigies will emerge today," with a wry smile. The elder mused that prodigies were not as common as cabbages. They could not be expected to appear every day. Zhang Tianhao was among the last batch to enter, along with the blue-clad youth and the red-clad girl. "Kid, shall we wager on who achieves the highest rank?" The blue-clad youth challenged Zhang Tianhao. "I decline," Zhang Tianhao replied, shaking his head. "I knew you wouldn't dare, for I am the true genius," the blue-clad youth scoffed. "Fool, my refusal is not out of fear. It is simply pointless," Zhang Tianhao retorted. The blue-clad youth sensed the underlying challenge in Zhang Tianhao's words and frowned. "What do you mean by that?" with a slight smile. Zhang Tianhao replied, "If we are to gamble, I am all in. A mere contest without stakes is dull." "Very well. What are the terms?" the blue-clad youth replied, his tone cold. "Loser must strip naked and walk out of here." Completely exposed, Zhang Tianhao proposed with a smirk. The blue-clad youth hesitated, taken aback by Zhang Tianhao's audacity. "What? Are you afraid to wager?" "It makes sense. I am the true genius here," Zhang Tianhao feigned pride. Infuriating, the blue-clad youth seethed. Zhang Tianhao's words echoed his earlier taunts. "Let us wager, but I require Old Wei as a witness. I fear some may not honor their bets." The young man in blue chuckled softly, confident in his impending victory. The elder Wei, responsible for recording the results, stood nearby, a figure of considerable authority within the Qianlong Tower. "Very well," he remarked with a dismissive glance, weary of the mundane tasks that filled his days. "It is rare to encounter something interesting, so I shall bear witness to this event. However, let it be known that if anyone refuses to acknowledge their defeat, I will not stand for it." Rest assured, Elder Wei, with your presence, no one would dare to dispute the outcome. The young man in blue flattered him with a grin. You may proceed. I hope you achieve commendable results, Wei said, nodding in satisfaction. After hearing the introduction to the rules of the Qianlong Tower, Zhang Tianhao understood that within its confines, one could materialize the battle spirit of any ranked genius, by defeating any such spirit. One could usurp their position. Each challenge was limited to within 10,000 ranks of one's current standing. For instance, the 100,000th could only challenge the 99,000, but not the 89,999, as that would exceed the 1,000-rank limit. This regulation was designed to prevent overly ambitious prodigies from squandering their opportunities. As Zhang Tianhao entered a corridor within the tower, he soon found himself in a spacious arena. Every first-time challenger was required to face the warrior ranked 1,000,000th, a title that frequently changed hands, often on a daily basis. Today, that title belonged to Lu Yan, a 24-year-old swordsman who had just made the list. Indeed, the Qianlong rankings gathered the finest talents of the northern region to the kingdom of Waxi. A first-stage Grand Martial Master was already at the pinnacle of power, yet here, he was at the bottom of the rankings. Zhang Tianhao marveled at the wonders of the Qianlong Tower, which could perfectly simulate a battle spirit, far surpassing even the most advanced virtual realities on Earth. The battle spirits bore an uncanny resemblance to their original selves. Even reflecting their demeanor. It was said that these spirits retained a fragment of their creator's consciousness, bringing to mind the drop of blood he had shed during registration. Lu Yan, Zhang Tianhao. The battle swiftly concluded. Lu Yan, merely a first-stage Grand Martial Master, posed no challenge to Zhang Tianhao. Without employing any martial techniques, or even utilizing his cultivation, Zhang Tianhao dispatched him with a single punch. In the next round, he chose to challenge the 99,000, again defeating his opponent with a mere punch. Zhang Tianhao's pace was rapid. He resolved each battle in less than 3 breaths. Outside the tower, Elder Wei's gaze was fixed on the numbers displayed above the corridor, which accurately recorded the current rankings of the talented challengers. Wei's expression shifted to one of surprise as he murmured, I misjudged. It seems a true genius has emerged today. He closely observed the numbers of the 2 corridors leading into the tower, noting that the highest-ranked challengers were Zhang Tianhao and the young man in blue. Both had dispatched their adversaries with remarkable speed, entering the top 900,000 within half a stick of incense. Wei stroked his beard, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. These 2 youngsters have truly surprised me. I wonder how far they can go. Half an hour later, Zhang Tianhao surged into the 300,000th rank. Facing an opponent wielding a spear, a third-stage Grand Martial Master, Zhang Tianhao, undeterred by the challenge, struck down the spear-wielding youth with a single blow, showcasing his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Qianlong Tower, several elders and stewards closely monitored the ongoing trials, alongside some young warriors who had recently completed their assessments. The ascent of the young man in blue had slowed considerably. His earlier acquaintances, the one who had struck up a conversation with Zhang Tianhao and the girl in red, had already been eliminated. Their performances were respectable, having at least made it onto the 1,000,000 list. Yet they paled in comparison to Zhang Tianhao's remarkable progress. Initially, the young man in blue had challenged opponents ranked by increments of 10,000, but after reaching the 500,000 mark, his pace began to dwindle, clearly approaching his limits. Eventually, Zhang Tianhao, too, found his speed diminishing after entering the 200,000 ranks, now facing a proud youth wielding a long spear, a 6th-stage Grand Martial Master. Zhang Tianhao could no longer rely solely on his physical strength. His opponent's cultivation surpassed his own. You've made it this far, commendable, but your defeat is inevitable. The spear-wielding youth coldly regarded Zhang Tianhao. Although merely a battle spirit, it retained the character traits of its original. Come now, enough chatter. Dragon's flight spear. The youth darted forward with lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of spear strikes that echoed with the sound of dragons soaring through the sky. Zhang Tianhao swiftly discerned the flaw in his opponent's technique. Matching the youth's 6th-stage Grand Martial Master cultivation with his own, he shattered the youth's assault with a single punch, continuing his momentum to strike the youth directly. The youth was vanquished, unable to impede Zhang Tianhao's advance. Defeated. The crowd below the Qianlong Tower grew increasingly captivated, fixated on the glowing numbers displayed in the corridor. The figures fluctuated, leaving everyone uncertain of whether they were witnessing progress or failure. The surrounding martial artists, especially the elders and stewards of the Qianlong Tower, felt a surge of tension. If a genius were to emerge from the tower, it would reflect favorably upon them. The Huadong Empire had not seen a talent breach the top 100,000 in many years. Thus, a breakthrough in this trial would greatly benefit their reputations. The girl in red and the youth who had previously engaged with Zhang Tianhao stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the strength of the seemingly unremarkable youth. The girl felt a pang of regret for having missed the opportunity to connect with a rising star, realizing that her earlier mockery would now leave her ignored. The young man in blue had anticipated the adulation of the crowd, especially the admiring gaze of his junior sister, as he had meticulously prepared for this ranking battle. However, as he emerged, confusion washed over him. The onlookers seemed oblivious to his presence, their eyes glued to the illuminated display of the corridor. What is happening? Why do they not recognize me? He wondered, perplexed. Perhaps someone had indeed challenged beyond the 10,000 mark, making their ascent considerably easier. The young man in blue glanced at the display, where the numbers had shifted dramatically. 18,000? How is this possible? He could scarcely believe the revelation. Reflecting on Zhang Tianhao's earlier declaration to break into the top 100,000, he had scoffed. Yet now, the possibility loomed ominously as the numbers continued to change. An excited steward pointed at the display, his enthusiasm palpable. Though not directly involved in the ranking battle, the stewards were thrilled, perhaps even more so than Zhang Tianhao himself. 17,000. The display flashed the significant breakthrough. The 17th rank belonged to a hulking figure wielding a massive hammer. A formidable 8th-stage Grand Marshal mastered. You've done well to reach this point, but I fear your journey ends here, the giant boasted arrogantly. Enough with the idle talk. Let us commence, Zhang Tianhao replied, unperturbed. The giant, assuming he was merely facing a spirit and not the true essence, was incensed by Zhang Tianhao's audacity. You won't be able to avoid using your weapon for long. The giant sneered, his brow furrowed in disdain. Zhang Tianhao smiled calmly. When the time comes, I shall utilize it. This is not your concern. With that, the giant roared, heaven-shaking hammer, as he charged at Zhang Tianhao, his strikes sending gusts of wind rippling through the air. Rohan Fist. Zhang Tianhao finally unleashed his martial technique. The towering giant exerted considerable pressure on him. Without resorting to martial techniques, vanquishing the opponent would not be an easy feat. The ultimate Luohan Fist unleashed a terrifying force with each strike. Particularly, the Death's Hand gauntlet worn by Zhang Tianhao elevated the might of his Luohan Fist to an entirely new echelon. Although the giant surpassed Zhang Tianhao in cultivation, the dual explosion of physical and spiritual power ultimately rendered the giant unable to withstand Zhang Tianhao's onslaught, leaving him vulnerable to a decisive blow that sent him hurtling away in an instant. The giant was defeated. Despite this victory, Zhang Tianhao still felt a hint of pressure, with a mere 170,000 competitors remaining. It would not be an easy task to breach the top 100,000. His previous confidence now seemed somewhat arrogant. Chapter 181. The Hidden Dragon Command. Zhang Tianhao surged forward, moving up the ranks. 160. 000, 150, 000, 140, 000. None could impede his progress. However, he also revealed some of his hidden cards, though he had yet to wield a weapon. At this moment, the gaze of the stewards and elders of the Hidden Dragon Tower was fixed intently on the unfolding events. The greater the hope, the greater the potential for disappointment. The elders remained cautiously optimistic. Old Wei, do you believe this lad can reach the top 100,000? One steward inquired. Old Wei shook his head and sighed. The likelihood is quite slim. His cultivation stands at the 7th level of Great Martial Master. Achieving this stage is already commendable. Continuing beyond this will prove exceedingly difficult. The talents in the top 100,000 are at least half a step into Martial King territory, true geniuses capable of challenging opponents beyond their level. The steward gazed at Old Wei with regret. Is it truly improbable? Old Wei shook his head once more. The chances are less than 10%. Instantly, the expressions of the surrounding stewards and elders grew somber. Should Zhang Tianhao create a miracle, they would be rewarded handsomely. The distinction between the top 100,000 and those below it was monumental, with benefits vastly different. The top 100 were listed on the Supreme Board, receiving the Supreme Hidden Dragon Command. Those ranked from 100 to 10,000 received the Purple Gold Hidden Dragon Command, while those from 10,000 to 30,000 received the Silver Hidden Dragon Command, and from 30,000 to 100,000, the Bronze Hidden Dragon Command. It could be said that only those possessing the Hidden Dragon Command were truly at the core, reaping endless benefits, the most basic being discounts on goods and shops under the Hidden Dragon Tower's jurisdiction. The higher the rank of the command, the greater the discount. Additionally, the Hidden Dragon Command was a symbol of status, with its benefits only fully appreciated by its holders. The 13th ranked warrior was named Qin Hao, wielding a longsword and standing at the 9th level of Great Martial Master. Upon seeing Zhang Tianhao enter, he wasted no words and thrust his sword forward, a flurry of cold stars enveloping him. The flowing movement of his palm of cloud dispersion was fluid and graceful. The surrounding cold currents greatly impacted Qin Hao's attack speed. Zhang Tianhao seized the moment, closing in on Qin Hao and delivering a powerful blow. Qin Hao's eyes flickered as he evaded, unleashing a barrage of 18 strikes with his sword, each blood-red star striking towards Zhang Tianhao. The second form of the palm of cloud dispersion manifested, with layers of palm shadows colliding against Qin Hao's sword in the air. The relentless cold currents enveloped Qin Hao, severely stifling his speed. Simultaneously, the flow of his true energy was curtailed by the cold, reducing his attack power significantly in an instant. Zhang Tianhao created 12 illusory figures, scattering in all directions, disrupting Qin Hao's judgment and momentarily freezing his movements. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tianhao's true form had already arrived behind him. With a swift Luohan fist, he struck with incredible speed, catching Qin Hao off guard. The force of the blow propelled Qin Hao away. With Qin Hao's figure disappearing, Zhang Tianhao had triumphed, allowing him to select a new opponent without hesitation. He chose the 12th ranked warrior. Although this opponent was also at the 9th level of Great Martial Master, Zhang Tianhao sensed a heightened strength in his cultivation, indicating a formidable challenge ahead. Shui Fei, the next opponent, wielded a spear nearly 2 meters long with effortless precision. Breaking spear, Shui Fei charged at Zhang Tianhao, thrusting the spear with tremendous force, an attack that felt as if it bore the weight of 10,000 genes. Zhang Tianhao, however, refrained from drawing his weapon, knowing that greater challenges lay ahead. Thus, he controlled his urge to engage with the blade. Utilizing the utmost limits of the agile footwork of the divine transformation, Zhang Tianhao danced around Shui Fei, searching for openings. The art of divine transformation, indeed, was a profound technique that enhanced evasion. Although Shui Fei's spear was powerful, it could not pin down Zhang Tianhao's elusive form. After several exchanges, Zhang Tianhao noted a distinct decline in Shui Fei's attack speed and ferocity, revealing the wonders of the hidden Dragon Tower space. The battle spirit could emulate its master's true state, even mirroring the exhaustion of true energy and stamina. Employing divine transformation to its fullest, Zhang Tianhao appeared at Shui Fei's left side and delivered a crushing blow. 18 spear breaks. Shui Fei immediately retaliated with a flurry of 18 spear thrusts, encircling Zhang Tianhao. "Break for me," Zhang Tianhao roared, unleashing the ultimate Luohan fist with unyielding momentum. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for executing the Luohan fist and triggering a critical hit. The amplified force of the Luohan fist shattered Shui Fei's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling away like a severed kite. The hidden Dragon Tower did not eliminate Shui Fei, as it only recognized victory when an opponent was entirely incapacitated. Thus, Zhang Tianhao did not pause. With a powerful kick, he pursued Shui Fei, aiming to land another fierce blow. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao noticed a peculiar smile on Shui Fei's face, inducing an unsettling feeling. Reacting instinctively, Zhang Tianhao executed divine transformation to its utmost. Spear of destruction. A dreadful spear light cleaved through the air, locking onto Zhang Tianhao's form. He narrowly evaded the first thrust of the spear of destruction, but the second followed closely behind. Despite the imminent threat, Zhang Tianhao sensed a notable reduction in the spear's power that he summoned all his strength. Merging his physical prowess with his cultivation, the collision of fist and spear erupted in a violent clash, propelling Zhang Tianhao away. Just as he contemplated whether to unleash the snow-drinking blade, Shui Fei vanished before him. Had he passed, Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 182. The swordsman Shaolin. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao realized that Shui Fei's final strike had exhausted all his energy, leading the hidden Dragon Tower to determine he had lost combat capability. As he pressed on, Zhang Tianhao noticed that the disparity in combat strength between warriors grew more pronounced with each passing rank. The 11th ranked opponent appeared to be a young man around 24 or 25 years old, wielding a blade akin to Zhang Tianhao's. However, his cultivation was significantly superior to that of an ordinary 9th level Great Martial Master. He was a half-step martial king. Half-step martial king. Zhang Tianhao's brow furrowed. Shaolin. The swordsman regarded Zhang Tianhao. "Zhang Tianhao, let us engage." With that, Shaolin swung his blade towards Zhang Tianhao, executing the 100 battle blade technique with a flurry of 36 strikes, each infused with tremendous ferocity. Zhang Tianhao, still unarmed, resolved to gauge his limits. knowing that revealing his blade now would leave him without any hidden cards for subsequent battles. Thus, he opted to hold back. The ultimate Luohan fist summoned a colossal Luohan apparition behind Zhang Tianhao, exuding an overwhelming pressure that caused Shaolin to falter slightly, his fighting spirit waning, with each strike of the 100 battle blade crashing down. The overwhelming blade aura shattered Zhang Tianhao's fist shadows. Employing divine transformation, he danced with intricate footwork, evading Shaolin's relentless assault. Although the 100 battle blade was formidable, its lack of adaptability rendered it unable to track Zhang Tianhao's movements. The standoff ensued. With Zhang Tianhao gaining insight into Shaolin's capabilities, he discerned that while Shaolin was indeed a martial king, he had likely only just attained this rank, his control over such power still insufficient. Compared to the likes of the ancestor Murong, the Zhao family patriarch, and the Ma family stronghold leader, Shaolin's strength was considerably inferior. Moreover, Zhang Tianhao sensed a certain instability in Shaolin's cultivation. As if it were not entirely solidified, could it be that he had achieved his breakthrough during battle? Zhang Tianhao was aware that some talents, through fortunate circumstances, often attain breakthroughs amid combat, a phenomenon not uncommon. It was highly probable that Shaolin belonged to this category. The breakthrough in cultivation, however, did not fully master the realm of martial kings. Such a practitioner would still not be his match. Naturally, even this temporary surge in power was far beyond that of an ordinary high-level martial master. The true energy within him surpassed that of a typical peak martial master by an immeasurable margin. At this moment, the number of onlookers at the Qianlong Tower was increasing steadily. Almost all the martial masters and stewards present had gathered to witness the event. Elder Wei, despite asserting that Zhang Tianhao could not break into the top 100,000 rankings, still hoped for a miracle from him. If that were to happen, he could return to the headquarters in the northern region, a long-held aspiration. He had lingered too long in the branch of the Hualong Empire. If he could seize this opportunity to regain a core position, it would be a dream come true for him. However, upon this thought, Elder Wei could only chuckle to himself in self-deprecation. At his age, relying on a young man to fulfill his wishes felt like a regression. Moreover, he also sensed that it was indeed improbable for Zhang Tianhao to enter the top 100,000. After all, who among those ranked within the top 100,000 had not reached the threshold of a half-step martial king? Alas, young man, if only your cultivation were a bit higher. Although you are a genius, every contender in the top 100,000 is undoubtedly a prodigy in their own right. Elder Wei smiled bitterly at this moment. The battle within the tower continued. The two sides had exchanged over 500 strikes. Zhang Tianhao had come to understand Shaolin's attacking style. Shaolin's combat prowess was formidable, but the techniques he practiced were rather ordinary, especially his lightness skill, which was a significant weakness. This disadvantage prevented him from converting his strengths into a winning advantage. Clearly, he was a genius who had risen from humble beginnings, and such talent had always commanded Elder Wei's respect. Regrettably, today he would also become a stepping stone for Zhang Tianhao. With a ghostly movement, Zhang Tianhao lunged toward Shaolin 7 Wounds Fist, heart-damaging technique. The ferocious fist technique, infused with immense power, struck downwards. Shaolin, taken aback by the ferocity of Zhang Tianhao's onslaught, retreated in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Disorderly slaughter blade. In his panic, Shaolin swung his blade downward. Though hasty, the strike embodied an overwhelming intent that magnified its power. The dazzling blade light radiated an inexorable killing intent. Boom! The two forces collided violently in the void, unleashing an unending shockwave that surged through Shaolin's internal organs. Both Zhang Tianhao and Shaolin were pushed back several steps. Shaolin's complexion flushed, and he tasted blood at the back of his throat. Unable to suppress a cough of crimson liquid, the might of the 7 Wounds Fist was overwhelmingly destructive, injuring his internal organs and significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Zhang Tianhao, too, bore considerable injury. Although Shaolin's blade intent was not perfected, it was still terrifyingly potent, capable of transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, amplifying the power of his strike several times over. Zhang Tianhao calmly declared, "You possess the qualifications to compel me to draw my blade." Phantom Shadow, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhang Tianhao delivered a decisive blow. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for triggering a critical hit with the proud Cold 6 techniques. The enhanced blade technique shattered Shaolin's attack in an instant, striking him squarely on the shoulder and sending him flying. As Shaolin rose, he coughed up blood and smiled at Zhang Tianhao. "Say, that was exhilarating. You have won." "Hee hee, I appreciate your generosity," Zhang Tianhao replied humbly. Shaolin shook his head, insisting, I did not yield to you. This is all your skill. With a profound gaze, Shaolin remarked, I hope you can enter the top 100,000. I sense that you have more to unleash. With that, Shaolin's figure vanished mysteriously to AT this moment. The crowd gathered at the base of the Qianlong Tower erupted in excitement. Zhang Tianhao had now claimed the rank of 111,000. With one more step, he could successfully enter the top 100,000. By defeating the individual ranked 100,000, he could take their place, even if it was merely the lowest tier of the top 100,000. It was still the mark of an extraordinary genius worthy of the Qianlong Bronze Token. Even Elder Wei, who had been relatively calm, felt a surge of excitement. Although he had consistently believed that Zhang Tianhao could not defeat anyone on the bronze list, he found it challenging to contain his exhilaration if Zhang Tianhao were to defeat the individual ranked 100,000 as the person responsible for the Qianlong Tower of the Hualong Empire. He would be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 183. Free challenge impossible. How could he possibly break into 111,000? The blue-clad youth's face twisted with jealousy and resentment as he gritted his teeth. What does 111,000 matter? As long as he doesn't enter the top 100,000, he remains inconsequential. The youth wore a cold smile, firmly believing that Zhang Tianhao could never breach the top 100,000. The disparity between the top 100,000 and those ranked behind them was fundamental and insurmountable. Over the years, countless martial artists had made it to 111,000, but those who reached the top 100,000 were exceedingly rare. After Zhang Tianhao replaced the warrior ranked 111,000, he found himself in a space with an elderly man with white hair. Huh, how could it be an old man? Isn't the Qianlong list meant only for youths under 25? Zhang Tianhao was astonished. The elder seemed to sense Zhang Tianhao's thoughts and smiled gently. Do not doubt. I am not your opponent, that I have observed your performance, which has been the best in recent times. Especially considering your age, truly unparalleled. This time, I can offer you an opportunity for a free challenge. A free challenge. Zhang Tianhao was puzzled. Yes, according to your next extreme challenge, it is the 100,000 rank. Although I grant you this privilege, it is not against the rules. I simply provide you with a chance to push your limits. You may consider it. The elder looked at Zhang Tianhao with an encouraging smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao hesitated. Haha, young man, you need not be overly concerned that I offer you this chance to witness your limits. However, do not aim too high. Be realistic in choosing an opponent within your capability. Should you fail in your challenge, I cannot grant you a second chance. According to the rules, each warrior within the top 100,000 may only challenge once. Thus, I wish to extend this opportunity to you. The elder stood with his hands behind his back, observing Zhang Tianhao. Elder, who are you to have such authority to alter the rules at will? Zhang Tianhao found it difficult to believe that the regulations of the Qianlong Tower could be so easily changed. This elder was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Could you not be more polite? You should address me as senior. The elder felt somewhat embarrassed. Heh, you are old. Calling you an old man is merely stating the obvious. Zhang Tianhao replied boldly. The elder fell silent, allowing this audacity that it had been many years since anyone had spoken to him so freely at this moment. Zhang Tianhao was still contemplating which rank to challenge. Logically, aiming for the 100,000 rank would yield the highest likelihood of victory. Yet, his pride prevented him from accepting that rank, even knowing that challenging a top-tier genius with his current strength would be challenging. He could not bear to be at the bottom. Zhang Tianhao assessed his current capabilities and realized that the likelihood of defeating those ranked 90,000 or above was slim, the greater the rank. The more pronounced the differences in strength. Thus, he decided to strike a balance. Elder, I have made my decision. Zhang Tianhao's expression turned serious. The nameless elder, intrigued, inquired, which rank do you intend to challenge? Zhang Tianhao solemnly declared. I, Zhang, intend to challenge the rank of 95,000. The nameless elder raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at Zhang Tianhao and stroking his beard with a smile. 95,000 is indeed your limit. Yet do you not think this decision is somewhat reckless? Remember, should you fail in this challenge, you will have to wait 3 months for another opportunity. Elder, I have made my choice. Cultivating martial arts is inherently a path fraught with challenges. If one does not dare to take risks, the journey of martial cultivation will inevitably be short-lived. Zhang Tianhao replied earnestly. Well said. I increasingly hold you in high regard. Young man, I hope you can bring me further surprises. Go forth. The nameless elder gazed at Zhang Tianhao with admiration. Elder, I shall take my leave. Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily. In the next moment, Zhang Tianhao found himself in another space, where a 14-year-old girl donned in green stood before him. Yi Yunchang, 14 years old. Half-step martial king. From the Balong Empire. As Zhang Tianhao assessed Yunshan, even he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Her clear, bright eyes, gracefully arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttering slightly framed a flawless complexion tinged with a hint of rosy hue. Her delicate lips, reminiscent of rose petals, were irresistibly captivating. No one could deny that she was an unequivocal beauty. Fortunately, Zhang Tianhao was accustomed to beautiful women and quickly regained his composure. However, the realization that this girl, younger than himself, had already reached a half-step martial king astonished him. For the first time, Zhang Tianhao felt as if he had lived a dog's life. He was baffled as to how she had achieved such cultivation. Despite her youth, Zhang Tianhao sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her. This little girl was undoubtedly stronger than any half-step martial king he had encountered, including the renowned figures such as Murong Laozu, Zhao Xingli, and Ma Wanpeng. Zhang Tianhao instinctively became vigilant. Strike now, or you shall forfeit your chance. Yi Yunshang observed Zhang Tianhao with an air of indifference. Such arrogance, although merely a battle spirit, it undoubtedly bore a fragment of intent, a reflection of its true nature. This provoked Zhang Tianhao's own pride. With a sharp sound, the snowy drinking mad blade was unsheathed. The battle commenced, unfolding before them a chilling glance. A domineering slash cleaved through the void, descending directly upon Yi Yunshang. Reaching her in the blink of an eye, this strike appeared effortless, lacking any pretense. Yet, with a mere flick of Yi Yunshang's hand, Zhang Tianhao's formidable blow was effortlessly shattered. How terrifying! Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. You must receive my strike. Yi Yunshang, as graceful as a celestial being, flickered into Zhang Tianhao's presence, thrusting her sword downward. Zhang Tianhao, though fully focused on her, could not fathom how she had appeared before him. The art of shifting forms. Zhang Tianhao executed a profound step, his figure oddly materializing 3 meters away. Yi Yunshang raised an eyebrow in surprise, but merely snorted dismissively. Like a shadow, she unleashed 3 more strikes, each infused with a terrifying force that seemed to cause the very air to tremble. Zhang Tianhao was horrified. Despite pushing his shifting technique to its limits, he failed to evade her by intertwining the techniques of Yin Ying and the art of transformation. He conjured multiple illusions, finally evading the onslaught of Yi Yunshang's 3 sword strikes. In a flash, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a barrage of over 10 slashes, enveloping Yi Yunshang in a tempest of blade light. Trivial skills. Yi Yunshang's beautiful eyes narrowed, her sword vibrating in her grasp. Zhang Tianhao's attacks were instantly repelled, her sharp blade lunging toward him with a terrifying radiance, disrupting the very fabric of the air and locking onto Zhang Tianhao, sending chills through him. I cannot lose, he roared, channeling his essence into the snowy drinking mad blade. Peach blossoms in full bloom. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianhao unleashed 36 lethal slashes, a formidable cascade aimed at Yi Yunshang. The horrific blade light coalesced into a prison of sorts in the void, ensnaring her within. Snowfall, sword technique. Instantly, Zhang Tianhao felt the temperature plummet around him, a bone-chilling current making him shiver involuntarily. Yi Yunshang's eyes narrowed as she thrust her sword outward. The unmatched sword light, imbued with overwhelming power, swept forth. With a single stroke, Zhang Tianhao felt his prison of blade light shatter as if made of mere paper. Strong, too strong. Am I truly destined to falter here? Zhang Tianhao could accept defeat, yet he refused to surrender easily. If this is your utmost skill, then today's battle can conclude. Yi Yunshang's cold laughter dripped with disdain. How infuriating! Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of frustration at being so underestimated by a mere girl. Little sister, may I pose a question? Zhang Tianhao smirked playfully. Will you fight or not? What need is there for questions? Yi Yunshang, despite herself, felt her curiosity piqued, turning to him with interest. What question? Speak quickly, she commanded, though her tone was laced with irritation. I wish to inquire if you have someone you fancy, Zhang Tianhao said with a teasing smile. His expression playful. Yi Yunshang was taken aback, incredulous. What business is it of yours if I have someone I like? Since I am unmarried, I merely wish to know if there is a chance to be your guest of honor. Zhang Tianhao coughed lightly, maintaining his casual demeanor. Scoundrel! Yi Yunshang realized she had been jested, and, in a fit of anger, lunged at him, sword poised to strike. Each blow carried unparalleled force, enveloping Zhang Tianhao entirely. He sensed that each of her strikes bore the weight of countless tons, rendering his defenses futile. Employing the Yanning step and the art of transformation in tandem, Zhang Tianhao managed to avoid immediate defeat. Though he knew that once she adapted to his movements, his downfall would be imminent. He pondered how to overcome this formidable adversary. Until the final moment, he clung to the hope of victory. You are destined to lose. Ye Yunxiang prepared to decisively crush Zhang Tianhao. Her elegant form fluttered like a butterfly, her sword radiating an icy power. Ice and snow sword. A blade of absolute chill surged toward Zhang Tianhao. An endless wave of cold seemingly intent on freezing the very void itself. Before reaching him, Zhang Tianhao felt the icy torrent invade his being, threatening to encase his blood and organs in frost. The outcome hinged upon this moment. Though Yi Yunxiang was at her strongest, it was also her most vulnerable point that a prolonged battle would likely lead to his defeat, so he resolved to strike for victory. Wuji Fury unleashed. Bloodlines activated. The convergence of Wuji Fury and the ancient war god Xingtian's might was terrifying beyond measure. Zhang Tianhao had tested this power before, and as his cultivation grew, so did the potency of this bloodline. The open sky axe manifested in his grasp. Whirlwind slash. The strike unleashed a force exceeding 400,000 pounds, terrifying in its intensity. The open sky axe carved a crescent through the void. Yi Yunxiang's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Zhang Tianhao's sudden surge of power. Break for me. The essence of the sword. This was not merely 8 or 9/10 of sword intent. It was the embodiment of complete sword intent. Amplifying Yi Yunxiang's strength tenfold in an instant. Break for me, she cried, and the two forces collided. Zhang Tianhao felt a crushing pressure in his chest, as if a heavy truck were barreling toward him at breakneck speed. He was sent flying over 100 meters, landing on the ground, his blood boiling, feeling as if his entire body might shatter. Time passed, and when Zhang Tianhao regained his bearings, he beheld an enigmatic elder smiling at him as if he were a rare treasure. Elder, Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, struggling to rise. Congratulations, young man. You have succeeded in your challenge. You are now the 95,000th potential candidate of the bronze level. The elder beamed. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily stunned. Elder, did I not lose? Who said you lost? The elder remarked, bewildered. But I was nearly defeated. Zhang Tianhao chuckled wryly. True, you are injured, but that girl is hurt more severely. Thus, the potential tower has deemed her the loser. You have taken her place. However, that girl is not to be trifled with. Knowing you have bested her, she will likely seek revenge, the elder warned. Humph, I fear no trouble. If I can defeat her once, I can do so again. Zhang Tianhao declared confidently. Excellent. I admire your spirit, young man. One should be bold. The elder laughed heartily. Now go. Many await you outside. You have shattered the record of the Hualong Empire's potential tower, and those elders outside will be thrilled. Shatter a record? Surely not. My ranking is not that high. Zhang Tianhao expressed his confusion. Indeed, your ranking may not be high, but at 16 years of age, to achieve such a feat on your first attempt, you are undoubtedly the first to do so. The elder explained. Realization dawned upon Zhang Tianhao. Elder, I must take my leave. Yes, go ahead. After Zhang Tianhao departed, a strange expression crossed the elder's face. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a magnificent palace, a girl of 14 or 15 was practicing her swordplay. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as she murmured, Did I lose in the potential tower? The girl was Yi Yunxiang, and she felt a surge of indignation. Humph, I shall see who this person is. Chapter 185. Fulfilling the bet as Zhang Tianhao exited the passage. He felt countless fervent gazes upon him. Notably, several stewards and elders from the potential tower stood at the forefront to greet him. Is it true, he has entered the 95,000th ranking. Good heavens. Is this truly his first attempt at the tower? It has been ages since our Hualong Empire has seen a genius reach such heights, especially at merely 16 years of age. It's truly extraordinary. This achievement qualifies him for admission to any of the 3 major academies without hindrance. A rare occurrence indeed. This is the talent we have long awaited. I must urge the clan leader to recruit him before it's too late. Though Zhang Tianhao had anticipated this reaction, the extent of the excitement still astonished him. Young man, while I had high hopes, your actual accomplishments have left me astounded. The speaker was Elder Wei, who still felt as if he were dreaming. Elder, I am a genius. Geniuses cannot be measured by common standards. Zhang Tianhao erupted into laughter, brimming with pride. By the way, young man, I have a question for you. How is it that you managed to leap directly to the 95,000th position in your final challenge? According to the rules of the Qianlong Tower, one can only challenge once within the top 100,000, and given your rank, you should only have been able to challenge the very last individual. Wei Lao gazed at Zhang Tianhao with a perplexed expression. This was indeed a conundrum that left him baffled. Despite being the head of the Qianlong Tower in Hualong City, he lacked the authority to alter the rules, which required a higher level of permission to do. That's simple. An old man assisted me, Zhang Tianhao replied candidly, with no intention of concealing the truth. as the old man had not instructed him to do so. Oh, what was this old man like? Wei Lao asked, his interest piqued. How to describe him? He seemed quite tall, with white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. His gaze was piercing, and his smile rather lewd, similar to yours. Zhang Tianhao quickly added. Wei Lao's face twitched involuntarily. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am lewd? However, upon hearing Zhang Tianhao's description, a sudden realization struck him. Could it possibly be him? Wei Lao's heart raced. His gaze towards Zhang Tianhao ignited with fervor. For this young man to have garnered the old man's favor was no small fortune indeed. Do you know who that person is? Zhang Tianhao inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Earlier, he had asked the old man about his background, but the old man had remained enigmatic, which irked Zhang Tianhao somewhat. Cough, cough. Young man, could you be a bit more polite? Referring to him as old man sounds quite uncomfortable, but if you don't mind, you may call me Wei Lao Go, Wei Lao said with a wry smile. You all are just being pretentious. He is indeed an old man. So what is wrong with me calling him that? I referred to the old man I saw in the tower in the same manner. He was similar to you, puffing up and glaring defiantly. However, I've grown accustomed to it. Very well, Wei Lao Go. Since you insist, Zhang Tianhao chuckled. As Wei Lao heard Zhang Tianhao refer to the figure in the tower as an old man, his face twitched again. Is something the matter? Zhang Tianhao asked. Noticing Wei Lao's persistent cough, concern etched on his face. Did you truly call that individual an old man? Wei Lao asked incredulously. Yes. Is that so strange? He just an old geezer who refused to share his name. So how else should I address him? I can't very well call him the immortal old man. Can I? Zhang Tianhao said dismissively. Wei Lao's face twitched once more as he contemplated the possible identity of that elderly man, his expression turning peculiar. However, since the individual had chosen to keep his identity a secret, Wei Lao knew better than to disclose anything. Otherwise, he would incur the wrath of the nameless elder, a consequence he could not afford. At this moment, all the elders and attendants of the Qianlong Tower were vying for Zhang Tianhao's favor. To achieve the Qianlong Bronze Order at merely 16 years of age and enter the bronze ranking promised an extraordinary future. Young man, do not think that just because you have entered the Qianlong Bronze ranking, you can become arrogant that I will settle the score with you later. The speaker was the blue-clad youth who had previously clashed with Zhang Tianhao. Jealousy surged within him as he observed Zhang Tianhao's current glory, prompting him to speak out once more. The red-clad maiden glanced at Zhang Tianhao awkwardly, wishing to avoid animosity with such a promising talent. Yet, she felt helpless as the two prepared to leave. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow. Wait, the blue-clad youth shot Zhang Tianhao a disdainful look. What? Do you wish to keep me here? Do not forget, we are in Hualong City. If the blue-clad youth had shown a modicum of restraint, Zhang Tianhao might have overlooked the earlier conflict in his good spirits. However, fate had conspired against him. As the youth re-emerged, Zhang Tianhao found it impossible to let the matter slide. You haven't forgotten our previous wager, have you? That was witnessed by Wei Lao. You cannot simply walk away now. What would that mean for Wei Lao? Zhang Tianhao regarded the blue-clad youth with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Upon hearing this, the blue-clad youth's expression turned grim. He had been so consumed by his earlier anger and resentment that he had forgotten about the wager with Zhang Tianhao. Now, faced with the reminder, dread seeped into his heart. The stakes of that wager were quite terrifying. Wei Lao suddenly recalled that he had indeed agreed to mediate the matter between the two with all eyes upon them. He could not afford to lose face. Moreover, with Zhang Tianhao being a promising young talent, he needed to maintain a good relationship with him for his own reputation. Indeed, since I acted as a witness. You must honor the wager, Wei Lao stated firmly. The blue-clad youth was left in a state of shock. If he were to fulfill the wager, it would spell ruin for his reputation and disgrace his family. How could he possibly continue to live in Hualong City afterward? No, I cannot do this. Let us negotiate different terms, he pleaded, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao snorted disdainfully. The youth was truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Had he approached Zhang Tianhao with humility, he might have considered leniency. Yet, the current display of defiance prompted Zhang Tianhao to resolve to be unyielding. He understood well the principle that kindness could be mistaken for weakness. Humph, should you fail to honor the wager, do not blame me for being ungracious. Wei Lao's voice turned icy, under the immense pressure from Wei Lao. The blue-clad youth's face paled. Gritting his teeth in humiliation, he finally conceded. Fine, I will honor the wager. Chapter 186. The Bow of Ho-E as a member of the Kai family of the Hualong Empire. The blue-clad youth faced the ultimate humiliation of being forced to exit the Qianlong Tower in a state of undress, in a front of monumental proportions. However, given Wei Lao's transcendent status as the head of the Qianlong Tower in the Hualong Empire, Neither the Kai family nor even the royal family of the Vaxi kingdom would dare to offend him lightly. Thus, despite the profound shame he felt, the blue-clad youth had no choice but to comply. Hurry up. It's not as if you're a woman. Just strip off your clothes without dawdling. Are you embarrassed about your physique? Or is there something else? Zhang Tianhao teased with a smirk. Quickly, Wei Lao commanded sternly, having made the decision to no longer show the youth any leniency. The blue-clad youth tore off his garments, exposing his bare flesh. As Zhang Tianhao scrutinized the youth's physique, he could not help but comment, I dare say, your partner would hardly find bliss with you. Laughter erupted among the surrounding martial artists, who found Zhang Tianhao's jest amusing. They exchanged knowing glances, some proudly contemplating their own endowments, while others lamented the spectacle before them. Amid the scrutiny and derision of those around him, the blue-clad youth felt on the verge of collapse, as the legitimate heir of the Kai family. He had never endured such public disgrace. The red-clad maiden, unable to bear the sight, turned her head away. Though filled with rage, the blue-clad youth recognized that he had no option but to endure. Steeling himself, he exited the Qianlong Tower, gritting his teeth as he withstood the mocking glances of the onlookers, his face a mask of fury. You shall pay for this, and I will not forget. He roared as he stepped out. The incident with the blue-clad youth was merely a minor interlude, and Zhang Tianhao did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, Wei Lao's impression of Zhang Tianhao had soared to unprecedented heights. Noticing Zhang Tianhao's pallor, he understood that the recent assessment had taken a significant toll on him. Wei Lao produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Zhang Tianhao with a smile. Take this, it will help you recover. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianhao accepted the pill and, adopting a meditative posture, began to absorb its essence. Ding, you have discovered the Shuexing pill. Would you like to use it? The system chimed. Use it. In an instant, a refreshing energy surged through Zhang Tianhao's body, swiftly dispelling all lingering harm. The immense strain from activating the Wujie Berserk and the Xingtian bloodline was alleviated, leaving him rejuvenated. This pill is quite effective, Zhang Tianhao remarked as he opened his eyes. Wei Lao, initially prepared to protect him during his recovery, was taken aback by Zhang Tianhao's sudden alertness. How is it, young man? Did you not take it? Wei Lao asked, astonished. Of course I did. How else could I say that your pill is quite remarkable? My body has nearly recovered, Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. Old man, do you have any more of these pills? Perhaps 10 or 8 as a welcoming gift? Wei Lao's face twitched at Zhang Tianhao's request. You think this is a potato? I don't even have a single one left, he retorted, slightly pained. The Shuexing pill was a miraculous healing remedy, and even as the head of the Qianlong Tower, Wei Lao received only 3 per year. Having just given one away as a favor, he felt a pang of regret. He had assumed that mentioning the name of the Shuexing pill would elicit gratitude from Zhang Tianhao. However, the young man seemed utterly unfazed, as if he had never heard of it before. Old man, are you having a seizure? Zhang Tianhao inquired, perplexed. Wei Lao cleared his throat, opting for silence to avoid further embarrassment. All right, young man, let me take you to collect what you have rightfully earned, he said as he led Zhang Tianhao to a chamber. Old man, I need your assistance with something. Zhang Tianhao's demeanor turned serious. Speak your mind. Old Wei gazed at Zhang Tianhao and said, My dear boy, please refrain from spreading the news of my ranking at the 95,000th position on the hidden dragon list for the time being. At the very least, do not let anyone know my name. Zhang Tianhao replied solemnly. Young man, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Is it not the aspiration of youth to make a name for themselves? Yet here you are, quite the opposite, Old Wei remarked, his curiosity piqued. Zhang Tianhao smiled wryly. Old Wei, are you not aware of the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind? I prefer to avoid an untimely demise. Very well, but this news has likely already circulated. Concealing it would be a formidable task. However, I can certainly keep your details under wraps, Old Wei declared proudly. Thank you, Old Wei, Zhang Tianhao chuckled. His desire for Old Wei to conceal his achievement on the hidden dragon list stemmed from his own strategic considerations. This time, during the assessments conducted by various academies, those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly seek to undermine him. If they learned he had secured a place in one of the 3 major academies ahead of time, they might resort to nefarious tactics. Zhang Tianhao was determined not to grant them that opportunity. This is the hidden dragon bronze token. You must safeguard it well. Such an item is priceless, Old Wei advised. Zhang Tianhao held the bronze token in his hand, feeling its weight and a slight chill upon touching it. Old Wei, what advantages does this token bestow? It seems many covet it. Does it allow one to dine for free or offer discounts at brothels? Zhang Tianhao inquired with a mischievous grin. Old Wei nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him, exclaiming, Get lost. Zhang Tianhao merely chuckled and exited the hidden dragon tower. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have completed a B-level task. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Hastily, Zhang Tianhao returned to the inn, mindful of the reward he had received, the bowstring of Hou-Yi. Opening his system space, he discovered the exquisite bowstring, gleaming white and emanating a faint mist. As if it harbored boundless power. This bowstring is remarkable, Zhang Tianhao mused. He felt that merging this bowstring with the bow of Hou-Yi would undoubtedly enhance its potency. Upon inspecting the attributes of the bowstring, he read, Item, Bowstring of Hou-Yi description. Crafted from the sinew of a true dragon by a legendary figure, it embodies the power to obliterate worlds. Zhang Tianhao gasped upon realizing the magnitude of this accomplishment. The legendary figure had indeed slayed a true dragon to forge the bowstring. True dragons were not to be compared with lesser dragon breeds. Ding! The bowstring of Hou-Yi can be fused with the bow of Hou-Yi. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The system's mechanical voice inquired. Fuse. Zhang Tianhao silently commanded. Ding! This fusion will require half an hour. Please be patient, the system announced, surprised by the unusually lengthy duration. Zhang Tianhao, accustomed to the system's efficiency, felt a tinge of anticipation. After the half-hour elapsed, the system chimed again. Ding! The bow of Hou-Yi and the bowstring of Hou-Yi have successfully fused, suppressing his excitement. Zhang Tianhao entered the system space to check the attributes. Item, Bow of Hou-Yi, incomplete. Level, Heavenly Grade Upper Tier, upgradable. Description, the legendary bow wielded by Hou-Yi, possessing terrifying power capable of annihilating all that exists and bringing down the stars. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. Why was it still incomplete? Hadn't he fused it with the bowstring? Did the bow of Hou-Yi still lack additional components? Moreover, it appeared to have leveled up, albeit not to the extent he had anticipated. Previously, it had been classified as heavenly grade without specifying upper or lower tiers, but now it had reached the pinnacle of heavenly grade, despite the incomplete restoration of the bow of Hou-Yi's full power. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. While others might find it nearly impossible to restore the bow's complete capabilities, he had the system at his disposal as long as he completed certain tasks. Perfecting the bow of Hou-Yi would be a mere formality. He was also curious about the new abilities this bow might possess. Summoning the bow of Hou-Yi, he held it in his hands. It felt cold and heavy, significantly more so than before. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao sensed an emotional connection with the bow, as if it rejoiced at the fusion with the bowstring, akin to a long-lost friend reuniting after years apart. A surge of information flooded his mind, invigorating him. The information revealed that after merging with the bowstring, the bow of Hou-Yi's capabilities had been greatly enhanced. Previously, arrows shot from the bow could not lock onto their targets. However, now, with the bowstring integrated, not only had its power increased substantially, but it could also track enemies relentlessly. That is truly formidable. Previously, the bow of Hou-Yi's greatest flaw was its inability to fully target foes. If an enemy moved swiftly, they could evade its attacks. Although powerful, the bow was ineffective if it could not strike its target. Now, with the bowstring fused, that issue is resolved. If I were not in the inn, I would be eager to test the bow's might, Zhang Tianhao thought. The following day, Zhang Tianhao arrived at the square of Hualong City to register this moment. All the academies in the northern region were enrolling new students. Although there were still 2 days remaining before registration closed, the square was already teeming with people, with countless aspiring candidates preparing for the assessments. Given this scale, there must be hundreds of thousands of registrants. Even if all the academies combined offered admission, the numbers would be limited to merely a few thousand, a classic case of too many applicants and too few spots. Zhang Tianhao mused, after waiting for about half an hour. It was nearly Zhang Tianhao's turn. The sounds of despair from the candidates ahead were palpable. Why must we pay for inferior crystal stones? This is outrageous, one candidate exclaimed angrily. The registrar coldly replied. This is the rule set by the higher authorities. If you do not wish to register, please step aside and do not obstruct others. You should have inquired about the process beforehand. Do not blame anyone else for your ignorance. The young warrior's face paled in despair, realizing he had missed his chance. Similar scenes unfolded at other registration points. That a girl standing in front of Zhang Tianhao appeared increasingly anxious. Noticing her distress, he felt compelled to inquire, Miss, what troubles you? The girl turned, her expression cautious as she glanced at Zhang Tianhao. That moment, he could see her clearly. She was quite lovely, radiating an aura of refined beauty. And her current state of anxiety made her appear even more vulnerable. I forgot to bring any crystal stones that I snuck out of my family to attend. If I cannot register, returning home would be disastrous. She lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. Understanding her predicament, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of sympathy. Next, the registrar called the name and age. Jian Shiyun, 15, 20 inferior crystal stones. I don't have any. Can I pay later? Jian Shiyun trembled. On the verge of tears. If you don't have the payment, please step aside and return once you have it, the registrar replied coldly. Zhang Tianhao could not bear to witness her distress. While 20 inferior crystal stones were not a significant sum for a warrior, they were not affordable for everyone. He sensed the registrar's lack of empathy. Zhang Tianhao placed 20 inferior crystal stones on the table and smiled at Jian Shiyun. Miss, consider this a loan from me. Ah, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it, Jian Shiyun exclaimed, her face lighting up with gratitude. It's nothing, Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. Indeed, 20 inferior crystal stones were a trivial matter for him. The registrar was momentarily taken aback and cast a glance at the girl. A smirk forming on his lips, clearly misunderstanding the situation but choosing not to comment. After completing the necessary procedures, it was Zhang Tianhao's turn. Name. Age. Zhang Tianhao, 16. You are Zhang Tianhao? The registrar's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to neutrality. Is there a problem? Zhang Tianhao frowned. No. 20 crystal stones, the registrar replied indifferently. Zhang Tianhao felt a mix of annoyance and disbelief. While 20 crystal stones were not excessive for a registrant, the sheer volume of applicants made the total some staggering. These academies were indeed adept at accumulating wealth. The registrar produced a crystal orb and placed it before Zhang Tianhao. Place your hand upon it to assess your bone age. Zhang Tianhao understood this was standard procedure and complied. Placing his hand on the orb, instantly, it began to glow, ultimately emitting a black light. The registrar remained expressionless as he informed Zhang Tianhao. Unqualified. Age exceeds limits. What? Impossible. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. Chapter 188. The appearance of Elder Wei. Are you questioning me? The steward glared furiously at Zhang Tianhao. The young martial artist queuing to register looked at Zhang Tianhao with disdain. However, this was not surprising. Many young martial artists had surpassed the age limit and sought to participate in the assessment to enter various academies. Such occurrences were not uncommon during recruitment periods, often revealing hundreds of cases. Zhang Tianhao coldly gazed at the steward and declared, I demand a re-examination, and the testing stone must be replaced. That is unnecessary. The steward replied icily, By what authority do you make such a unilateral decision? Are you feeling guilty? Zhang Tianhao's anger surged. If his bone age truly exceeded the limit, that would be one thing. But he knew that he still had 3 months before turning 16, meaning he was currently still 16 years old. His age was certainly within limits. The steward's actions were evidently targeted against him. What a joke. If everyone demanded a re-examination, would we still have work to do? The steward sneered. Enough with the nonsense. I only ask if you dare to comply. Don't tell me you aren't being influenced by someone. Zhang Tianhao retorted sharply. Impudent, if you continue to provoke me, I will have you expelled and ensure you are barred from all academies for life. The steward thundered. Around them, a dozen guards surrounded Zhang Tianhao, their fierce gazes fixated upon him. These guards were all at the threshold of becoming martial kings, which added immense pressure on Zhang Tianhao. Yet, he stood resolutely, staring defiantly at the steward. I asked this how the academy conducts assessments. Since you wish to play games today, I shall turn this place upside down. Humph. Boy, let me tell you, as long as I am here, you will never cross the threshold of the academy. For me to obliterate you is as easy as squashing a bug. The steward sneered. Zhang Tianhao was incensed by the steward's arrogance. Though he understood that the steward, responsible for the assessment, was undoubtedly much more powerful than he could hardly contain his fury. Just as tensions were about to erupt, 3 elderly figures appeared. Stop. The elder standing in the middle, bearing a detached expression, was none other than Elder Wei. Noticing Zhang Tianhao's look of surprise, Elder Wei winked at him, his eyes glinting with mischief. Zhang Tianhao understood. Elder Wei wanted him to act as if they were strangers, so he played along, pleased to feign ignorance. With Elder Wei present, this petty steward could not possibly stir up significant trouble. With Elder Wei's status as the head of the Qianlong Tower, his appearance here was not merely a formality. He was undoubtedly a central figure. What is happening here? One of the elderly men in black robes asked. Frowning, the steward hurriedly pointed at Zhang Tianhao, playing the victim. Esteemed elders, this young man exceeds the bone age limit and refuses to accept it, causing a disturbance and arguing with my subordinate. The elder in black scrutinized Zhang Tianhao with a cold, piercing gaze. Such incidents were all too common during yearly assessments, and the elder did not appear to harbor doubts. Guards, seize him and nullify his cultivation. The elder in black prepared to make an example of Zhang Tianhao. The steward felt a swell of pride, secretly thinking, "You foolish boy, you truly don't know what death is." Just as several guards were about to pounce on him, Zhang Tianhao shouted, "Wait!" The guards paused, contemplating whether to advance. The elder in black waved his hand and asked indifferently, "Boy, do you have anything further to say? Today, you have disrupted the order, and I must make an example of you. Do not blame me." "Huh? Make an example?" Zhang Tianhao was infuriated, pointing at the elder and asking, "May I inquire, esteemed elders, throughout this entire process, have you heard my side of the story? How can you deem him right and me wrong? Is it merely because he is one of yours and I am not? Humph. I do not need your instruction. I have encountered many like you." The elder in black replied coldly, "Whether right or wrong can be determined with a simple re-examination." Zhang Tianhao stated flatly, "Oh, you think this is a joke? If every disqualified applicant demanded a re-examination, how would we be able to function here?" The earlier steward exclaimed excitedly, "Indeed, a re-examination is unnecessary." The elder in black echoed, protective of his own, "Cough, cough, cough. Brother Gong, let us adopt a people-oriented and responsible attitude. Let us give him a chance." At this moment, Elder Wei interjected, "Coincidentally, the testing stone borrowed from us by Brother Hong is still with me." He continued. The elder in black frowned but knew he could not refuse Elder Wei's request without losing face. He nodded in agreement. "Elder Wei, this." The steward immediately broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of the implications. However, he was acutely aware of the vast difference in status between himself and Elder Wei. Thus, he felt immense anxiety. Zhang Tianhao recognized that Elder Wei was indeed assisting him. Maintaining his composure, he approached Elder Wei. Elder Wei feigned indifference, remarking, "Boy, should you truly wish to deceive everyone, no one can save you." "Thank you, senior." Zhang Tianhao pretended not to recognize Elder Wei, placing his hand upon the testing stone. Moments later, the stone emitted a vibrant green glow. This time, the results of the examination were drastically different. Zhang Tianhao's bone age was deemed acceptable. "Fang Changlin, what is the meaning of this? You owe me an explanation." The elder in black's expression darkened severely. The steward, Fang Changlin, was instantly terrified, his face ashen as he stammered, "Elder. I have no idea how this happened. Perhaps the testing stone is faulty." Elder Wei, maintaining his composure, approached the testing stone that Fang Changlin had hastily used for Zhang Tianhao. Weighing it in his hands, he scoffed, "Fang Changlin, this testing stone is clearly broken. What was your intent in allowing this young man to use it? I suspect you are an infiltrator from the demon sect, sabotaging our academy's recruitment of talents." "No, Elder, I am innocent," Fang Changlin stammered, utterly stunned. Zhang Tianhao felt a chill. This old man was exceedingly devious, even invoking the demon sect in the northern regions. Any association with the demon sect was guaranteed to bring dire consequences. Fang Changlin was undoubtedly doomed this time. While Zhang Tianhao felt a sense of vindication, he also felt gratitude for Elder Wei's protection. The elder in black knew he had to take a stand. His expression grew cold as he commanded, "Seize Fang Changlin and imprison him until the law enforcement team arrives to investigate." Several guards dragged the incapacitated Fang Changlin away. "Young brother, it is my oversight that has caused you distress. I will promptly ensure your registration is redone," the elder in black said gently to Zhang Tianhao. His demeanor had transformed entirely. "Thank you, Elder." Zhang Tianhao, while feeling a mix of emotions, knew he had to maintain a faade of respect. Chapter 189. The plunder of points. On the top floor of a pavilion by the square, two middle-aged martial kings wore solemn expressions. "I never expected that boy to have such good fortune. It seems we cannot eliminate him so easily." One of the triangular-eyed martial kings said coldly, "Does Wei Gaofeng know that boy? Why else would he speak up for him?" The other, a thin-faced martial king, inquired. "Not likely. It may just be a coincidence. Wei Gaofeng is quite aloof, not someone just anyone can approach," the triangular-eyed martial king replied. "Should we devise another plan to eliminate his quota?" the thin-faced martial king asked, somewhat unwilling to concede. "Forget it. The academy's assessment situation is quite complex, and Fang Changlin has already been exposed. It would be inconvenient to engage in further schemes. Moreover, even if that boy participates in the assessment, what of it? There will be plenty of opportunities to dispose of him in the 3 rounds of assessments." The triangular-eyed martial king sneered. "Indeed, brother, you are correct. It appears we are not the only ones wishing for his demise. As long as we provide them with convenience, we need not act ourselves," the thin-faced martial king replied with a grin. "Yes, for the time being, let us avoid alarming the grass during the assessments of the various academies. It would be prudent to keep a low profile and allow this boy to enjoy a few more days of fresh air," the triangular-eyed martial king remarked indifferently. "Taha. Brother, your considerations are thorough. The thin-faced martial king chuckled to in Hualong City. Within Zhang Tianhao's inn, he and Elder Wei were engaged in a silent standoff. Boy, what kind of look is that? Do you think I, your elder brother, look particularly handsome today? Elder Wei smiled faintly. Zhang Tianhao chuckled awkwardly, responding, Old man, I just didn't expect you to be a judge. It seems the elders of the various academies are truly lacking in talent. Elder Wei, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted, What do you mean by that? Is it shameful for me to be a judge? Zhang Tianhao gazed at Elder Wei with a playful smile, saying, Old man, on another note, I truly owe you one today. Elder Wei shot Zhang Tianhao a glare and stated, Now that sounds like a proper comment. After a brief pause, Elder Wei turned to Zhang Tianhao and asked, Since you have obtained the Qianlong Bronze Medal, which allows direct entry into the 3 major academies, why would you even bother with the assessments? Zhang Tianhao shook his head with a smile. Old man, assessments are also a form of training. And I have heard that this time, the points awarded to the top 3 in the assessments are quite substantial that I certainly do not wish to miss out. I see now. You little rascal are aiming for that. Correct. The top 3 in the assessments receive special rewards. The first place earns 10,000 contribution points. The second place 5,000, and the third place 2,000. Elder Wei recounted expertly. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, What exactly are these contribution points used for? Old Wei smiled faintly and said, Of course it is effective, and its impact is substantial. If you enter various academies with these contribution points, you can exchange them for treasures. Within the academy, you can purchase techniques, martial arts, and magical artifacts, none of which involve mundane currency. In the academy, worldly money is regarded as refuse. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally understood. Young man, it seems you've offended someone. The fact that they can enlist the enforcers against you indicates that this person possesses considerable skill, so you must proceed with caution, Old Wei warned Zhang Tianhao earnestly. Thank you, Old Wei, Zhang Tianhao replied sincerely. Regardless of Old Wei's intentions, he had helped him several times, and that was a fact for which Zhang Tianhao felt genuine gratitude. Speaking of thanks, it's actually I who should express my gratitude to you. Your assessment score placed you in the 95,000th position. It has brought me some good fortune, Old Wei said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I've been summoned back to headquarters for a position. Then I shall congratulate you on your promotion, Old Wei. Zhang Tianhao smiled gently. Well, I have lingered here long enough and must take my leave. If I am discovered by those with ill intent, it would not bode well for you, young man, Old Wei said with a smile as he turned to leave. Take care, Old Wei, Zhang Tianhao called after him. Old Wei nodded slightly and departed, approaching the window. Zhang Tianhao gazed at the night sky and murmured, Their reach is indeed extensive. However, it matters not. I shall see who outplays whom. On the 3rd day, the assessment officially commenced. The first evaluation took place in the Shifeng mountain range. The examiner stood before the candidates, elucidating the details of the assessment. After the examiner concluded, the nature of the first evaluation was finally revealed. It was an elimination round, with millions having registered, necessitating a culling process. With such a vast number, the assessment was divided across 100 mountains in the Shifeng range, each hosting tens of thousands of students. Only the top 1,000 would advance, reflecting a notably high elimination rate. Zhang Tianhao was assigned to the 10th mountain, where the evaluation criteria were straightforward. Points. Each candidate possessed a token containing 1,000 initial points, and they were to plunder points from one another. The higher the points, the better the ranking. Although the examiner proclaimed that combat was prohibited, the mountains teemed with ferocious beasts. Even if one were to slay an opponent, their remains would be consumed by these beasts, rendering the prohibition largely ineffective. Thus, each assessment was fraught with bloodshed. Each mountain had corresponding small teleportation arrays. Upon entering the array, Zhang Tianhao was swiftly transported to his designated mountain. Hey, kid, hand over your points token. And I might spare your life. 3 young martial artists eyed Zhang Tianhao with ill intent. It was surprising how quickly they had formed an alliance. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. After all, teleportation allowed for random placement anywhere within the mountain, designed to prevent team formations that could compromise the assessment's fairness. For these 3 to organize so swiftly was indeed impressive. Yet, their lack of foresight in attempting to rob him was laughable. All 3 were martial masters at the 7th level, their cultivation not particularly formidable. This assessment mandated that all participating academies have a minimum cultivation level of at least the 5th level. Zhang Tianhao, being a martial master at the 7th level, was quite rare. Hand over your points token, or I'll cripple you and take your points. Choose wisely. Zhang Tianhao said nonchalantly that you're courting death. the three youths exclaimed furiously. Incredulous that Zhang Tianhao, only a 6th-level martial master, dared to speak so boldly. They were unaware that Zhang Tianhao had cultivated the concealment technique, appearing merely as a 7th-level martial master, while in truth, he was far beyond their imagination. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Zhang Tianhao, causing the three to falter, their energy stifled. Great martial master. The three youths paled, realizing they were like ants before him. Brother, we will give you our points. They stammered, panic-stricken as they realized their predicament. Zhang Tianhao smirked. It was all too easy to accumulate points. Hand over your points. A 9th-level martial master emerged, wielding a massive hammer. He was a formidable figure, towering over 2 meters, and the hammer appeared to weigh several tons, capable of flattening a person with a single strike. 9th-level martial master. Just another insect. I too would suggest you relinquish your points. Zhang Tianhao replied calmly, seeking death. The martial master roared as he charged forward, the ground trembling beneath him, the enormous hammer swinging towards Zhang Tianhao. Get lost. Zhang Tianhao stood his ground, neither dodging nor employing any techniques, relying solely on his physical strength to counter. Boom! The martial master screamed as he was sent flying. I told you to hand over your points, but you wouldn't listen. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, retrieving the martial master's token. With an additional 1,000 points, Zhang Tianhao now possessed a total of 6,000 points. Quite the profit, he mused. Wait, brother, don't go. The martial master pleaded, clinging to his leg. Get off. Zhang Tianhao kicked him away. Brother, let me follow you. From the moment I laid eyes on your greatness, I have been awed by your brilliance that I wish to be with you. In life, I am yours. In death, I shall be your ghost. Zhang Tianhao was horrified, feeling goosebumps rise. Hearing such words from a burly man was truly unsettling. Brother, I can return your points. Oh no, I'll give you mine. Just let me go, please. Zhang Tianhao was nearly driven to madness by this misfortune of encountering such a peculiar individual. Scram! Zhang Tianhao kicked the man again, sending him flying. Wait for me, big brother. The giant chased after Zhang Tianhao, clinging like a leech, driving Zhang Tianhao to the brink of insanity. Fortunately, Zhang Tianhao's speed far surpassed that of the giant, allowing him to escape. Along the way, Zhang Tianhao encountered numerous candidates attempting to rob him, only to find himself robbing them instead. Gradually, his points accumulated to 50,000. Having entered the assessment, Zhang Tianhao was determined to secure first place. So he resorted to preying on anyone who attempted to rob him. This tactic proved effective, as he appeared merely as a 6th-level martial master, a level that was regarded as negligible here. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. I advise you to hand over your points. It would be wise to avoid provoking us. Though you are a girl, we will not hold back if you refuse to comply. A young man's voice hissed coldly. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to take my points, let us see if you possess the ability. A girl's voice retorted icily. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Tianhao was momentarily stunned. It was Yun Xiu. He had not seen her for quite some time, and was surprised to encounter her here. That he recalled that she had mentioned her intention to participate in the entrance assessment for Xylon Academy. This time, however, the academies were conducting a joint examination rather than individual assessments. It was indeed a small world at times. Zhang Tianhao hurried towards the source of the voice, finding 5 young men surrounding a girl, none other than the long-missed Yun Xiu. How impressive, so many men ganging up on a single girl. That I must say, this is quite enlightening, Zhang Tianhao remarked, clapping his hands and stepping forward with an expression of feigned surprise. Yun Xiu's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Zhang Tianhao's voice, but her expression turned to disappointment as she noted his cultivation level. Worrying about dragging him into danger, she quickly warned, Tianhao, don't come closer. It's dangerous. Now you choose to warn me. It's too late. 2 of the 5 young men flanked Zhang Tianhao, blocking his path to escape. Young man, you have walked into a trap. Do not blame anyone else, sneered the scarred youth, his expression menacing. Walk into a trap? What do you mean? I fail to comprehend. Zhang Tianhao feigned confusion. Quit playing dumb. Hand over your points immediately, and we may spare you some pain. The scarred youth grinned mockingly. Yun Xiu, with a somber expression, turned to Zhang Tianhao and said, Tianhao, I'm sorry. I've brought you trouble. Zhang Tianhao remained silent, offering a half-smile as he addressed the scarred youth. I advise you to relinquish your points immediately. I can spare you some suffering. The group of youths, all practitioners at the 9th level of martial arts, appeared formidable, yet in Zhang Tianhao's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. The 5 youths exchanged bewildered glances, regarding Zhang Tianhao as though he were a madman. Even Yun Xiu, standing beside him, could not help but tug at his sleeve, seemingly urging him to recognize the gravity of the situation. "Kid, it seems you're asking for trouble. Attack him and incapacitate him," commanded the scarred youth to his companions. One of them snorted disdainfully and lunged at Zhang Tianhao. At that moment, Yun Xiuyu, a practitioner at the 7th level of martial arts, paled and prepared to intervene, but Zhang Tianhao held her back. "These are but insignificant clowns. I do not regard them as a threat," he said calmly. Without retreating, Zhang Tianhao advanced, delivering a punch fueled solely by his physical strength, devoid of any martial energy or technique. Bang! A blood-curdling scream erupted as his fist sent the youth crashing backward, leaving him gasping blood on the ground. Unfazed, Zhang Tianhao turned his attention to the remaining 4 youths. All at once, the scarred youth was taken aback by Zhang Tianhao's terrifying prowess and quickly rallied his companions. How could these individuals possibly contend with Zhang Tianhao? In the blink of an eye, they were all downed, leaving their points behind. Scram! They dared not defy his command. Zhang Tianhao collected 30,000 points, bringing his total to 80,000 after the 5 departed. Zhang Tianhao turned to Yun Xiuyu with a smile. "Xiuyu, it has been a long time." Yun Xiuyu gazed at him in awe and asked, "Tianhao, what is your current cultivation level? You appear to be at the 6th level, yet even the 9th level practitioners cannot match you. It is merely a matter of fortunate encounters, nothing too extraordinary." Zhang Tianhao replied, withholding his true level of cultivation. He did not wish to appear arrogant, nor did he want to burden Yun Xiuyu with the knowledge of his true strength, fearing it might disrupt her martial spirit. Seeing that Zhang Tianhao chose not to divulge his cultivation, Yun Xiuyu understood that everyone harbored their own secrets and refrained from pressing further. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Tianhao said, "Please, hand over your token of points." Yun Xiuyu was taken aback. Zhang Tianhao quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to share some points with you." However, Yun Xiuyu shook her head resolutely, stating, "No, Tianhao, I want to earn my points through my own strength. If I were to rely on luck to enter the academy, it would not be sustainable." Observing her earnest demeanor, Zhang Tianhao recognized her determination. Though somewhat rigid, her resolve commanded his respect. "Tianhao, I must take my leave. I know I am safer with you, but I still wish to pass the assessment on my own merit," she affirmed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Tianhao murmured, "Why must you insist? We hail from the same country. It is only right that I assist you." Yet he understood that everyone had the right to choose their own path, and while he wished for her to accept his help, he chose to respect her wishes. Ahead lay a forest. He hoped to hunt for some game to roast. Little Black, his gluttonous companion, stirred with anticipation. Zhang Tianhao shook his head with a wry smile. Thinking of Little Black brought to mind Little Dragon, who had been in slumber since consuming the blood of the earth dragon. That he wondered how it was faring, but he was unconcerned. Exotic beasts, especially those with ancient bloodlines like Little Dragon, often required extended periods of sleep after such an event. For them, slumbering for years was commonplace, and the longer they slept, the more benefits they reaped. Perhaps when Little Dragon awoke, it would surprise him as he approached the thicket. Dusk settled in, and an inexplicable sense of danger washed over Zhang Tianhao as he gazed at the dark woods ahead. What could this feeling be? He mused inwardly, aware that such instincts were not unfounded. At his level of cultivation, sensing danger was instinctual, so he heightened his vigilance. Zhang Tianhao summoned Little Black, instructing, "Go ahead and scout the area. If danger arises, adapt accordingly." He had confidence in Little Black's abilities. While it might not overpower an enemy, its agility made it elusive. Meow, meow. Little Black hesitated momentarily, responding to Zhang Tianhao with a couple of calls. "You mischievous little glutton. I promise to prepare you a feast if you catch something," he said with a smile. Content, Little Black set off. Minutes later, it returned, reporting no threats in the woods, allowing Zhang Tianhao to relax. Together, they ventured into the forest. With Little Black's assistance, they caught 2 rabbits. Little Black watched eagerly as Zhang Tianhao skillfully skinned and prepared the rabbits. Having been spoiled by Zhang Tianhao, Little Black had developed refined tastes. Finding ordinary food unpalatable, Zhang Tianhao had become its personal chef. After they savored their meal, Zhang Tianhao reclined against a tree, patting his satisfied belly. Unbeknownst to him, Little Black had wandered off to play. But Zhang Tianhao could easily locate it whenever he wished. Zhang Tianhao settled into a meditative posture. Though great martial artists no longer required sleep, meditation could yield similar restorative effects. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, confusion flickering within them that he sensed an even stronger presence of danger than before. What could this be? Zhang Tianhao affirmed the authenticity of this feeling. It was not a figment of his imagination. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but the area remained still and quiet. Was he merely overreacting? He reassured himself, believing that with his current cultivation, ordinary practitioners posed no threat, unless they were martial kings, which was unlikely in this assessment. This thought eased his tension, and the intensity of the danger seemed to dissipate. Abruptly, a shadow darted behind him with lightning speed that a sharp blade of light aimed directly at his back. The sudden attack caught Zhang Tianhao off guard, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with despair. Was this how he was to meet his end? The concealed assassin, hidden for so long, or a triumphant smile, convinced that his prey was doomed? Yet, in a flash, a shadow appeared beside the assassin. Meow. It was Little Black. Upon materializing next to the assassin, it swiped at his head. The assassin, focused entirely on Zhang Tianhao, was caught off guard by this unexpected attack. In that brief moment of distraction, Zhang Tianhao seized the opportunity to execute a swift maneuver, propelling himself several meters away, his gaze fixed coldly upon the assassin. "Who are you? Why do you seek to kill me?" Zhang Tianhao demanded. Scrutinizing the cloaked figure before him, the assassin, shrouded in black, emanated an aura of chilling malevolence. "There is no need for the dead to know too much," the assassin replied cryptically. With that, he conjured several illusory figures, launching a barrage of 49 strikes toward Zhang Tianhao. "Break!" Zhang Tianhao shouted, unleashing the 7 Injuries fist, channeling overwhelming force toward the cloaked figure. The clash of fist and blade unfolded in a rapid exchange. The assassin's speed was impressive, yet Zhang Tianhao was not slow either. Suddenly, the cloaked figure vanished from sight, leaving Zhang Tianhao momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he felt a surge of lethal intent looming behind him. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianhao evaded, his form resembling a leaf in the wind, and appeared a distance away just as a blade cleaved through the space he had occupied, severing a nearby tree. The assassin reappeared before him, mocking, "Impressive reflexes, boy, but let's see how many of my attacks you can evade." With that, the assassin vanished once more. Frustration welled within Zhang Tianhao. Clang! The snow-drinking mad blade materialized in his hand, while the cloaked assassin could obscure his figure. The subtle fluctuations in the air were inescapable. Zhang Tianhao's keen senses were alert, his eyes scanning all directions and his ears attuned to every sound. However, this assassin was cunning, constantly shifting his form and striking swiftly, leaving no opportunity for Zhang Tianhao to retaliate. But it was utterly frustrating. Zhang Tianhao found himself in a difficult position. The black-clad assassin was not particularly skilled, even inferior to himself. Yet, his methods were terrifying, as if he possessed a supernatural ability to merge with the darkness, often catching Zhang Tianhao off guard. "Boss, I have a way to locate him," exclaimed Xiaolong. Zhang Tianhao was pleasantly surprised. Xiaolong had awakened after a long slumber at such a critical moment, bringing him unexpected joy. "Xiaolong, what method do you have?" Zhang Tianhao inquired eagerly. "Boss, I can smell his presence," Xiaolong replied with a grin. Zhang Tianhao immediately understood. The sensory capabilities of beasts far exceeded those of humans, particularly their sense of smell, which was unparalleled. "Boss, he is currently 10 meters behind you, to your left, and closing in," Xiaolong warned. Zhang Tianhao's heart raced with this newfound knowledge. Although he could not see the assassin, Xiaolong was his eyes. He feigned ignorance, creating an opening for the assassin, awaiting the moment of reckoning. This assassin must perish. Otherwise, danger would loom over him perpetually. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao sensed a hint of murderous intent, faint yet palpable. Now was the moment. His eyes gleamed with determination. "Die!" Zhang Tianhao slashed forward. Endless blades of light coalesced into a cage, converging from all directions to ensnare everything. But a piercing scream echoed through the dark void as the black-clad assassin was forced to reveal himself, blood gushing from his wounds. "How could you possibly discover me?" The assassin stared at Zhang Tianhao in disbelief. Zhang Tianhao scoffed disdainfully, replying coldly, "With such petty tricks, you could fool only a 3-year-old. Curse you. We'll see." With that, the assassin transformed into a wisp of shadow, darting away. "Did you think I would let you escape?" Zhang Tianhao's gaze flashed. "What a joke. You think you can leave at will?" the assassin taunted. "Oh really?" The Hoi bow materialized in Zhang Tianhao's hand, its first use since merging with the Hoi string. Fire! 3 flaming arrows shot forth, descending upon the fleeing figure, although the assassin melded with the darkness. With Xiaolong's guidance, Zhang Tianhao effortlessly locked onto him. A chilling scream pierced the air as the 3 fiery arrows struck the assassin's body, unleashing a violent explosion of energy within. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the heavenly punishment assassin No. 3. earning 10,000 experience points and 1,000 true energy. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining a martial skill pill 2.0. It was the heavenly punishment. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Tianhao finally grasped the assassin's origin. The heavenly punishment had tracked him here, truly relentless. After he had dispatched the bronze-ranked assassin, it was clear they had sent a silver-ranked one this time. However, Zhang Tianhao did not let his guard down. He sensed that the heavenly punishment would not easily relent, especially after the death of a silver-ranked assassin. They would likely launch an even fiercer assault. The heavenly punishment never played by the rules. Humph! No matter how many come, I shall ensure you all remain here, Zhang Tianhao declared resolutely, but a thought crossed his mind. Xiaolong appeared before him, joy evident on his face. Boss, I missed you so much. Xiaolong leapt onto Zhang Tianhao's shoulder. Observing Xiaolong, Zhang Tianhao noticed some changes. 2 small horns had sprouted atop his head, and his body shimmered with scales, resembling a true dragon, albeit still small in stature. Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but check Xiaolong's attributes. Battle Pet. Xiaolong Potential. Growth Type. Level 14. 5th Tier Fierce Beast. Attributes. Water. Fire Skills. Dragon's Claw. Guardian Body. Fusion Skill. Dragon Flame Strike. Dragon Might. Xiaolong had indeed grown rapidly. Previously a 2nd Tier Fierce Beast, he had now ascended to a 5th Tier Fierce Beast after consuming the blood of the Earth Dragon. Moreover, he had acquired a new skill, Dragon Might. A dragon, a divine beast. Even a mere hint of dragon might could likely intimidate the vast majority of other beasts. Zhang Tianhao felt a swell of pride for Xiaolong's accomplishments. At that moment, Xiaohong emerged from Zhang Tianhao's battle pet space, landing before Xiaolong, seemingly disdainful. Zhang Tianhao was curious about Xiaohong's progress after devouring several of his treasures. He checked Xiaohong's attributes. Battle Pet. Xiaohong Potential. Growth Type. Level 13. 4th Tier Fierce Beast. Attributes. Space. Wind Skills. Spatial Shift. Small Range. Stun. Realizing Xiaohong had also leveled up from a 3rd Tier Fierce Beast to a 4th Tier Fierce Beast was significant progress. However, in comparison to Xiaolong, Xiaohong still lagged behind. Previously, Xiaolong had been 1 level weaker than Xiaohong, yet now Xiaolong had surpassed him. Xiaohong seemed irked by Xiaolong's earlier arrogance, casting him a scornful glance. The now empowered Xiaolong, unwilling to be overshadowed, waved his paw boastfully. Xiaohong, why not come over and call me Dragon Brother? Meow, Xiaohong retorted dismissively. Meow your sister. Xiaolong felt a twinge of annoyance at Xiaohong's scornful gaze. Let me show you the might of the dragon. Even though Xiaolong's dragon might was not directed at him, Zhang Tianhao still felt an immense pressure, as if a dragon's roar echoed through the void, igniting his blood. How terrifying was this pressure? If Xiaolong, with just a hint of dragon might, was so formidable, what would a true dragon's might feel like? Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Yet, what astonished Zhang Tianhao more was that Xiaohong seemed completely unfazed by Xiaolong's dragon might. Lounging there as if it did not exist, Xiaolong intensified his dragon might. Although Xiaohong remained unaffected, he grew slightly impatient. With a meow, he vanished from sight, reappearing atop Xiaolong's head, and struck down, stunned. This sudden attack left Xiaolong dazed. Darkness enveloping him. The sound of impact echoed as Xiaolong was sent flying, crashing violently into a large tree before crumpling to the ground. Xiaohong pounced on Xiaolong, raining down blows with his paws. Xiaolong cried out in anguish. Stop, stop, I'll call you Brother Black, okay? After enduring Xiaohong's relentless beating, Xiaolong was utterly deflated, lying on the ground, a picture of despondency, as if lamenting, why must I always be the one to suffer? He had anticipated turning the tables after leveling up, only to find himself on the receiving end of a thrashing. Xiaolong, can you track others using the scent from this assassin? Zhang Tianhao pondered aloud. Xiaolong, shaking off his melancholy, nodded slightly and murmured, Boss, I believe that should not pose too great a challenge. Good. These scoundrels dared to target me. I shall ensure their demise, Zhang Tianhao replied with a cold smile. Meanwhile, in a nearby hollow, a group of over a dozen martial artists lay in ambush. Any participants in the assessment who encountered this band would be utterly astonished. All were formidable, grand martial masters. Such prowess among the candidates was indeed noteworthy, capable of dominating the assessment grounds and forming their own teams. However, these grand martial masters had gathered here as assassins dispatched by the heavenly punishment to eliminate Zhang Tianhao. After multiple failed attempts to assassinate him, the headquarters of the heavenly punishment was enraged. To ensure this assassination succeeded, they sent an elite team of silver-ranked assassins, the Heavenly Tribulation Squad. The name alone exudes power. Since their inception, This squad has been a hallmark of the heavenly punishment. Countless renowned martial artists have perished at their hands. The deployment of the Heavenly Tribulation Squad signifies the grave seriousness with which the heavenly punishment regards Zhang Tianhao. Members of the Heavenly Tribulation Squad possess no names. Their identities are erased upon joining the assassin organization. Names are a luxury they can no longer afford. To become a killer, one must sever ties with the past and cultivate a cold heart to be deemed worthy. Thus, the members of the Heavenly Tribulation Squad are identified solely by their cold numerical designations. After such a prolonged absence, could something have happened to number 3? The number 4 assassin expressed his concern. Number 1 assassin replied coolly, "No, number 3 is the most skilled at stealth among us. If he enters a state of concealment, even I would struggle to locate him. However, the prolonged absence of number 3 worries me. Although our target possesses relatively low cultivation, he is exceptionally cunning. We must exercise caution." Number 2 assassin concurred. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Tribulation team of assassins remained oblivious. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao had already appeared 1,000 meters away from them. A glimmer of unusual light flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "It appears they are situated in that hollow ahead. However, these individuals are highly sensitive to danger. I must not act carelessly. Xiaolong, Xiaoka, scout the surroundings for me. Notify me of any unusual movements," Zhang Tianhao instructed. Both Xiaolong and Xiaoka understood his intentions and swiftly took flight. Zhang Tianhao refrained from acting hastily. He needed to devise a long-term plan to ensure that all these assassins remained captured. After all, they possessed formidable skills and each wielded powerful abilities. Allowing even one to escape would be detrimental to him. First, he decided to enhance his martial arts. After slaying that assassin, he had acquired 2 martial arts pills, which he intended to use to further refine his prideful cold 6 techniques. At present, Zhang Tianhao had perfected the 5th technique, treading on snow to seek plum blossoms, and was just a step away from achieving the transformation realm. Time to elevate my skills. Zhang Tianhao produced the 2 martial arts pills. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao. Treading on snow to seek plum blossoms has leveled up, now at the transformation realm. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has comprehended the 6th technique of the prideful cold 6 techniques, Cold Blade. Ice Heart. Would you like to cultivate it? Yes, Zhang Tianhao affirmed internally. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao successfully cultivated prideful cold 6 technique 6th technique Cold Blade, Ice Heart. Now at the entry level, Zhang Tianhao did not immediately consume the 2nd martial arts pill, as that would be wasteful. He planned to wait until he had fully mastered the 6th technique before consuming the 2nd pill for greater efficiency. Suddenly, he heard Xiaolong's voice. "Boss, I've noticed some activity from those individuals. It seems a heavenly punishment assassin is about to emerge." Indeed, spurred by Xiaolong's alert, Zhang Tianhao spotted a black-clad assassin darting forward with incredible speed. Itsu. Zhang Tianhao hastily pursued. However, after a brief chase, he found the assassin had vanished from sight, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Boss, the assassin is right beneath you." Zhang Tianhao's heart raced. Shifting steps, he swayed his body and, in the blink of an eye, appeared 10 meters away. In the next moment, the ground where he had just stood erupted and a figure wielding a sword burst forth, the blade glinting menacingly. "Who are you?" The assassin glared at Zhang Tianhao with a frosty demeanor. "The one who will kill you," Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the assassin recognized Zhang Tianhao's identity, his expression shifting dramatically. "You are Zhang Tianhao? Now you know. It's too late." In a flash, Zhang Tianhao executed Shadowy Swallow, appearing before the assassin and delivering a powerful punch. The domineering force of his Arhut fist descended with unyielding strength. Winged Phantom. The assassin transformed into a gust, vanishing before Zhang Tianhao's eyes. "Let us see who is faster." Zhang Tianhao unleashed Shadowy Swallow to its limits, matching the assassin's speed. A cloud-dispersing palm followed, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. An endless surge of cold seeped into the assassin's body. The assassin shivered as the chilling force slowed him significantly. Zhang Tianhao's gaze turned icy, and he executed shifting steps to perfection, becoming a blur as he appeared beside the assassin once more. The cloud-dispersing palm struck again. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao executed cloud-dispersing palm and triggered the immobilization effect. The assassin felt his body stiffen, all strength dissipating. Die! Zhang Tianhao's fist descended toward the assassin's heart. Boom! The punch landed solidly, but Zhang Tianhao was perplexed. It felt as if he had struck not a solid body. With a resonating explosion, the assassin's form shattered into a mist of blood. What just happened? Zhang Tianhao pondered. In the next moment, he saw the assassin standing several meters away, seemingly unharmed. Was that a trick? Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. Illusory blade. The assassin conjured hundreds of sword shadows, attacking from all directions at blinding speed. Each strike was a deceptive blur, leaving Zhang Tianhao struggling to discern the real threat. What kind of sword technique is this? With a clang, Zhang Tianhao unsheathed his long knife. Breakthrough. Chilling glance. Ice-encrusted 3 feet. Red apricot in snow. Peach blossoms in bloom. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a flurry of slashing knife shadows, intertwining with the assassin-esque strikes. Yet the opponent's speed was staggering, making it nearly impossible for Zhang Tianhao to identify the assassin's true form. Xiaolong, help me lock onto the target? Understood, since visual methods were inadequate. Zhang Tianhao resorted to scent. These assassins practiced peculiar martial arts. Although Zhang Tianhao excelled, he found himself at a disadvantage against the array of techniques. Got it, boss. Good, Xiaolong. Eliminate him, and I shall prepare roasted meat for you. Zhang Tianhao declared joyfully. Xiaolong's eyes lit up at the mention of roasted meat. The assassin, skilled in rapid attacks, was well suited for swift victories, which was paramount for an assassin. Break. Believing Zhang Tianhao's defenses had faltered, the assassin seized the opportunity, hoping to strike him down. Phantom kill sword. Hundreds of sword shadows descended like rain upon Zhang Tianhao, a lethal barrage that threatened to engulf him, just as he appeared to be overwhelmed. He laughed heartily, exuding unshakable confidence. Red apricot in snow. Zhang Tianhao soared like a swallow, his expression steely as he unleashed a flurry of knife strikes, forming a prison of blades that ensnared the assassin. What? The assassin was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Zhang Tianhao's sudden insight into his true form. In a split second, countless blades enveloped him, severing him from reality. With a series of piercing sounds, the assassin was left battered and bloodied. Treading on snow to seek plum blossoms, Zhang Tianhao launched a simultaneous attack with his knife and leg, forming a whirlwind of lethal intent aimed at the assassin. The assassin was sent flying several meters, blood draining rapidly. Realizing he was on the brink of defeat, he fled urgently. Yet Zhang Tianhao would not grant him such mercy. Channeling Shadowy Swallow to its utmost limits, he pursued the fleeing assassin. With the assassin wounded, his speed diminished significantly, allowing Zhang Tianhao to close the gap effortlessly. Die. Zhang Tianhao delivered a straightforward, powerful strike. The assassin's head was severed cleanly in a flash. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has slain Heavenly Punishment Assassin number 7. Earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Rubbish, Zhang Tianhao scoffed, shaking his head. The experience gained from defeating someone weaker was disappointingly low. He hadn't even received a worthwhile drop, while number 3 had also been weak. He had at least dropped 2 martial arts pills. This assassin was far too stingy to provide anything. Nevertheless, by eliminating number 7, Zhang Tianhao achieved his objective of sowing discord within the assassin team, ensuring they would be more susceptible to his tactics. Time continued its relentless march. Within the hollow, the atmosphere among the Heavenly Punishment Assassins grew increasingly tense. Strange, why hasn't T number 7 returned yet? We dispatched one and lost another. Doesn't this situation seem peculiar? Number 2 remarked gravely. Number 1 furrowed his brow and inquired. Number 2, what do you mean? I suspect both number 7 and number 3 may have met with misfortune. Otherwise, they would not remain out of contact for this long. Number 2 expressed his concerns. Impossible. With the strength of number 3 and number 7, who could possibly defeat them? Number 4 firmly refuted. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? Number 1 asked, slightly taken aback. Oh, you mean that person? Number 1 queried. Number 2 nodded. I believe it's highly likely. Humph. First, we must locate number 7, but we cannot allow another incident to occur with number 3 unreachable. The first spoke softly. The Heavenly Tribulation team consisted of 15 members, each possessing their own unique expertise. Among them, the 8th had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Few could escape the prey he had locked onto. Within a mere 10 minutes, they found the lifeless body of the 7th. The scene was gruesome, blood spilling everywhere, rendering the sight almost unbearable. Although assassins are expected to be devoid of emotions, it was impossible for a group that spent every day together not to forge some bonds. At this moment, witnessing the murder of their comrade ignited a profound fury within them, especially in the first, who seethed with rage. It must be that brat's doing. I will personally ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Enduring 108 tortures, he declared coldly. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao stood atop a large tree. Several meters away, he had discerned the cultivation levels of these assassins through the system. His gaze was fixed on the leader among them, who radiated a golden aura. This was a minor boss. Even without the use of berserk energy, he might yield some valuable rewards. That a greedy glint flickered in Zhang Tianhao's eyes. Ever since the advent of the system store, he felt like the most destitute person under heaven. To him, these bosses represented a treasure trove of points. There was no reason they wouldn't drop something. The strongest among them was the first, at half a step to the Martial King, while the second was at the 9th level of Grand Martial Master. Others varied between the 5th and 8th levels of Grand Martial Master. The third assassin, who had previously perished at his hands, though not particularly strong, had held the third position due to his peculiar abilities, with a total of 15 assassins, including the 2 who had already fallen. Zhang Tianhao contemplated leaving them all behind as mere fodder. He drew the Hoi Bao, aiming at one of the 6th level Grand Martial Masters, specifically the 8th. Zhang Tianhao had noted that the 8th's keen sense of smell posed a significant threat to him. 3-star arrows, 3 fiery red arrows shot forth, targeting the 8th assassin. Just as Zhang Tianhao's arrows were set to strike, the 8th sensed an impending danger. Upon seeing the arrows approach, he instinctively dodged. It must be said that as an assassin, his agility was commendable. However, Zhang Tianhao was unperturbed. The arrows shot from the Hoi Bao possessed an autolock feature. If the 8th chose to evade, he would inevitably fail. The 8th, having successfully dodged the initial 3 arrows, felt a moment of pride in his reflexes. Yet, upon noticing the arrows seemingly possessing a will of their own, curving back towards him, he was momentarily stunned. Boom! The star arrows struck him fiercely. With a resounding explosion, the 8th assassin was obliterated. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the heavenly punishment 8th assassin, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Who? Show yourself! Several assassins immediately rushed towards the direction from which Zhang Tianhao had shot the arrows. However, after releasing a shot, he had already changed his position, leaving them grasping at shadows. Zhang Tianhao stealthily approached one of the assassins at the rear, whose cultivation level was merely at the 6th tier of Grand Martial Master, making him an easy target. Choosing not to use his knife, since the glint could reflect the moonlight and reveal his position, he struck. The assassin, caught completely off guard, had no time to react as Zhang Tianhao's fist collided with his head. With a thunderous explosion, the assassin's skull shattered. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the 15th assassin, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. The remaining assassins quickly regained their composure. They locked onto Zhang Tianhao's figure, roaring as they pursued him. The Heavenly Tribulation assassins felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As assassins, witnessing so many of their comrades slain before their eyes was an unbearable disgrace. Although Zhang Tianhao was swift, he could not entirely shake off their pursuit. "You brat, you cannot escape," the first assassin growled menacingly. "Is that so? If I cannot run, then I shall not," Zhang Tianhao replied, drawing his bow and aiming at the foremost assassin. The sight of the arrow targeting him sent chills down the first assassin's spine. Recalling the recent demise of the 8th, he swiftly dodged to the side. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. His true target was not the first assassin but the one behind him. With a swift release, the 3-star arrows left the bowstring. The targeted assassin, sensing imminent doom, shouted in panic as he attempted to evade. Despite several successful dodges, the arrow's auto-tracking capabilities proved too formidable. With a single misstep, one arrow struck him. No, he cried in despair. Boom! His body was reduced to mere fragments. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the 14th assassin, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. With the third assassin dispatched, Zhang Tianhao swiftly melted into the shadows. Damn it, we must kill him! The assassins were on the verge of madness, frantically pursuing him. The night, while providing cover for them, also afforded Zhang Tianhao ample opportunity to escape. Despite the 10 assassins' relentless chase, he evaded capture with ease. Damn it, he lost his trail. The 4th assassin gritted his teeth. Humph, with so many of us, he wouldn't dare lingered. TS probably hiding in some crevice. Cowering, the 13th assassin sneered. Just as he finished speaking, a figure lunged from behind him. The sudden appearance was too swift, despite the assassin's vigilance. It was of little consequence. Boom! Zhang Tianhao's fist crushed the assassin's skull. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the 13th assassin, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 true energy, and 10 berserk energy. Damn it! Over there, the assassins pursued Zhang Tianhao with fervor. He remained unhurried ahead, but suddenly, a cliff obstructed his path. Zhang Tianhao's expression changed slightly, cursing under his breath. How could there be a cliff here? This was a dire predicament. Ha ha ha, Zhang Tianhao. This time, where will you run? The first assassin glared at him fiercely, filled with vengeance after losing so many comrades that I will ensure you experience the 10 most torturous punishments, making you understand what it truly means to suffer. The second added coldly. Zhang Tianhao smiled lightly. Oh, I'm quite curious about what it means to suffer. However, I believe you worthless scum won't be able to apprehend me, seeing Zhang Tianhao's calm demeanor. The remaining 9 assassins were incredulous. Yet, with nowhere to flee behind him, none believed he could escape this dire situation. Zhang Tianhao, do not delude yourself into thinking you can escape. It is futile. The 9 assassins slowly closed in, surrounding him completely. They did not immediately pounce, opting instead to tighten their net, leaving him no room for maneuver. Unfazed, Zhang Tianhao seemed to conjure a silver-winged box in his hand. This was a concealed weapon, one he had previously acquired but never used. Faced with such a crisis, inspiration struck, prompting him to reveal it. Item: Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Description: one of the most fearsome concealed weapons in the world of Chu Liuxiang. Upon seeing the silver box, the assassins felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop them. The first assassin reacted swiftly, shouting to his companions, "This is bad. Everyone, scatter." As he spoke, he darted to the side. However, at that moment, Zhang Tianhao activated the concealed weapon. Thousands of needles, as fine as cow hair, exploded from the wings, shooting towards the assassins like a meteor shower. It was all too sudden, and the rapid-fire barrage left them no time to prepare. Screams echoed as, except for the first assassin, who was quick and alert, the rest fell victim to the onslaught. Even the second assassin was not entirely spared, receiving several needles, although it was merely a few. The true horror of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle lay not only in its sheer number, but also in its lethal poison. Its toxicity was known to be unresolvable by anyone except the Tang sect of Shu. Though the second assassin was struck by only 3 needles, the poison coursing through him caused him to bleed from all orifices, leading to his demise. Ding, ding. The system's notifications rang incessantly in Zhang Tianhao's ears. He paid them no heed. There was still one survivor among them. The first assassin, the soul of the Heavenly Tribulation team, who was now teetering on the brink of madness, witnessing his comrades perish one after another before his very eyes. The anguish and fury he felt were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. With a fierce roar, Number 1 lunged forward like a flash of lightning, his longsword aimed directly at Zhang Tianhao. The clash of blades erupted as the snow-drinking mad blade was drawn, unleashing a flurry of slashing shadows. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao and Number 1 engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging over 100 blows. It must be said that the combat prowess of this assassin far surpassed that of the half-step martial king he had encountered previously. Fortunately, Zhang Tianhao had also undergone significant transformation. The two fought with unyielding intensity. In a moment of distraction, Number 1 seemed to merge with the darkness, reappearing before Zhang Tianhao in the blink of an eye. With a deadly intent, he lunged forward with a sharp strike. Zhang Tianhao, his expression solemn, brought down his blade in a fierce counter. The impact resonated, sending Number 1's sword reeling back. Yet, with a swift flick of his wrist, Number 1 retaliated, his speed so astonishing that even Zhang Tianhao barely had time to react. In a graceful maneuver, Zhang Tianhao evaded the attack, retreating several meters. However, Number 1's sword pursued him relentlessly. With a cold snort, Zhang Tianhao executed a pendulum-like motion, his own blade slicing through the air, narrowly missing his opponent but carving a massive pit into the ground. Like a great rock unfurling its wings, Zhang Tianhao soared into action, unleashing a barrage of dozens of strikes that enveloped Number 1 in a dazzling illusion of blades. This fleeting mirage momentarily unsettled Number 1, creating a significant opening in his offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianhao unleashed a series of intricate cuts that ensnared Number 1 in a mystical cage of light, before Number 1 could comprehend the shift in battle. Zhang Tianhao shouted, launching an overwhelming assault that crushed down upon him. Stripped of his advantage, Number 1 was pierced by a blade of light, sending him staggering back several meters, creating craters in the earth around him. Sensing Number 1's grievous state, Zhang Tianhao advanced, his murderous intent locked onto his FOEEIN response. Number 1 gathered his remaining strength, channeling it into his sword, his brow furrowed with determination. Zhang Tianhao felt the ominous surge of power emanating from Number 1. Realizing that the half-step martial king was preparing for a desperate final stand. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, Zhang Tianhao summoned his full might, amplifying his attributes fourfold. "You shall perish," he declared, executing the 6th technique of the proud Cold 6 techniques, Cold Blade. Ice Heart. This strike, the most formidable of all, bore the weight of annihilation. The very heavens seemed to tremble as his blade descended, obliterating all of number one's remaining power. The impact sent him crashing through 3 towering trees before he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the punishment number 1 assassin. Experience points. 95,000. True Chi. 9. 500. Rampage energy. 10. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for acquiring the Blade of Divine Dagger. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for obtaining a piece of celestial iron. Zhang Tianhao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was that all? Though he had not unleashed his rampage energy, he had just defeated a mini-boss. The celestial iron was clearly valuable for crafting, yet what purpose did the Blade of Divine Dagger serve? Its name suggested it was a dagger. Curiosity piqued, he examined the dagger's attributes. Item: Blade of Divine Dagger level. Heavenly description: a treasure suited for speed-oriented practitioners. Indestructible and incredibly sharp. Heavenly level: quite high indeed. Zhang Tianhao's spirits lifted as he brandished the dagger, effortlessly slicing through a stone as if it were mere tofu. The Blade of Divine Dagger proved to be an exceptional weapon, although he had only received 2 items from this mini-boss. Both were impressive. His earlier annoyance dissipated entirely. Zhang Tianhao contemplated selling the dagger to the system, but suddenly realized it could be of great use to Little Black, with its ability to traverse time and space. Little Black was unmatched in speed. Bestowing this dagger upon it would yield unforeseen advantages. Little Black, Zhang Tianhao called out, and with a resounding meow, Little Black leapt from his system space, landing on his shoulder. This dagger is now yours, Zhang Tianhao said, presenting the Blade of Divine Dagger. Little Black took the dagger in its tiny paws, clearly delighted. Seeing Little Black's joy, Zhang Tianhao felt a sense of relief. From now on, use this dagger to crush your enemies. Meow, Little Black responded, seemingly promising to fulfill the task. Zhang Tianhao felt elated. He had finally eliminated all the assassins sent by the punishment and alleviated the immediate threat he faced. The following day, Zhang Tianhao emerged from the forest, having defeated the punishment. It was time to earn points. His goal extended beyond mere advancement. He aimed for first place in the assessment. The first phase of the assessment lasts a month, the longest in history, as it involves eliminating the elite among hundreds of thousands. Zhang Tianhao murmured as he stepped out of the woods. He heard the sounds of combat ahead, initially reluctant to intervene. He paused upon overhearing familiar voices. Ingda, I respect your strength, but do not mistake my kindness for weakness, a cold voice warned Dai. Ingda will not yield to you. I follow only my leader, Ingda replied resolutely. Zhang Tianhao halted, recognizing the voice of the boisterous giant. What a persistent nuisance, he thought, shuddering at the recollection of that man's intimidating demeanor. Your leader cannot compare to Kai Shao. That we see potential in you. Join us, and we will ensure you pass, another voice boomed. Leave? I, Ingda, have declared my loyalty to my leader. I do not know this Kai Shao, Ingda retorted impatiently. Ridiculous. Who is your leader? Have him show himself. And I shall teach him a lesson, the voice taunted. Zhang Tianhao found the situation amusing, but deemed it unworthy of his involvement. He had no desire to attract trouble, especially from that formidable giant. Therefore, he prepared to depart. Yet, Ingda's keen eyes spotted Zhang Tianhao, and he exclaimed joyfully, Leader, it's you? Zhang Tianhao was taken aback. He had assumed the giant referred to someone else. Ingda rushed towards him. The ground trembled beneath his massive form. It's you. What a coincidence, Zhang Tianhao thought, rendered speechless by the giant's exuberance. Leader, I've finally found you. I've searched everywhere for you, Ingda lamented, resembling a child reunited with a long-lost parent. Ingda, you've chosen a rather questionable leader, a youth clad in gray scoffed, eyeing Zhang Tianhao with derision. Dare you insult my leader? You'll have to face my hammer first. Ingda brandished his weapon. His anger palpable, the others fell silent, casting disdainful glances at Zhang Tianhao. Listen closely, kid. If you know what's good for you, let your little brother join us. Otherwise, we won't be so kind, a portly-faced youth warned. Oh, I am curious about the method of being impolite. Zhang Tianhao smiled faintly. It is quite simple. We shall render your cultivation useless, reducing you to a mere waste. The young man in gray sneered at Zhang Tianhao. Gradually, a dozen youths surrounded Zhang Tianhao, their sinister gazes fixated upon him. Interesting. I shall give you an opportunity as well. Hand over your points immediately, or I will make you understand the meaning of suffering. Zhang Tianhao coldly declared, seeking death. The youths were enraged. 3 of them, like flashes of lightning, lunged at Zhang Tianhao from different angles, swords raised to strike at his vital points. Chapter 198. Recruiting underlings. This is sheer folly. Without flinching, Zhang Tianhao let out a cold snort and retaliated with 3 straightforward punches. Boom, boom, boom. His fists shattered their defenses with brutal force that a chorus of anguished cries erupted as the 3 men were struck. Since the battle had commenced, Zhang Tianhao would not hold back. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at the remaining 10 youths, delivering singular and direct punches, each imbued with tremendous power and swiftness. In the blink of an eye, all 10 youths lay defeated upon the ground. The remaining youths, sprawled on the ground, gazed at Zhang Tianhao with profound shock and fear. How could he be this strong? Is cultivation merely at the 6th level of martial arts? This is outrageous, Ingda proudly remarked. How about that? My boss is formidable, we concede, but the mountains may not shift, yet the waters will. Young Master Kai will not let you off. One of the gray-clad youths gritted his teeth. We are leaving. The gray-clad youth shot a venomous glare at Zhang Tianhao and Ingda. Wait, Zhang Tianhao suddenly called out coldly, halting the youths. What? Have you changed your mind? Do you wish to apologize? The gray-clad youth looked at the smiling Zhang Tianhao with an air of arrogance. Zhang Tianhao replied with a calm smile. You think too highly of yourself. Relinquish your point cards. What? The youths were instantly bewildered. They were accustomed to robbing others. When had they ever been robbed? Kid, we are young Master Kai's men. How dare you rob me? Young Master Kai will undoubtedly seek retribution. The gray-clad youth spoke with a fade of bravado. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? The one thing I detest most is being threatened by others. Zhang Tianhao, visibly displeased, delivered a resounding slap. Crack. The gray-clad youth cried out in agony as he was sent flying, akin to a plane taking off. Zhang Tianhao turned to the burly man beside him. Ingda, right? Go and collect their points. Anyone who dares to resist will be dealt with harshly. Understood. Ingda, exhilarated by the prospect of robbing, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Moreover, this was the first task his boss had entrusted him with. Signifying that his boss was willing to accept him. In no time, Ingda had swiped all the points from the youths. Boss, the total is 1 million points, Ingda exclaimed. Wow. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. After robbing for so long, he had barely amassed 100,000 points, and this haul amounted to a staggering million. It seems these so-called men of young Master Kai are indeed fabulously wealthy. Greed sparkled in Zhang Tianhao's eyes. The 13 youths, noticing Zhang Tianhao's lecherous gaze, felt a shiver run down their spines, pondering, does he intend to violate us? Yet, I cannot defeat him. Perhaps I must surrender and hope this demon shows mercy. Sir, may we leave? Depart. Zhang Tianhao waved his hand nonchalantly. Had he been aware of the youth's earlier thoughts, he would surely have been even more amused. Ingda, you may go. Zhang Tianhao gestured to the adoring Ingda beside him. Boss, from now on I shall follow you. You must not abandon me. Ingda clung to Zhang Tianhao's leg, weeping profusely. Zhang Tianhao looked at Ingda with a hint of confusion, inquiring, Ingda, do you genuinely wish to recognize me as your boss? Ingda chuckled naively. Of course, boss. Zhang Tianhao was somewhat astonished. Although he was self-absorbed, he had not reached the point of believing that his mere presence could command loyalty from a subordinate. There must be some unknown reason behind this. Zhang Tianhao decided to utilize the character attribute inspection system to learn more about Ingda. It had been quite some time since he had last used this system. While it was advantageous, it had significant limitations. One could only view the details of those who held a favorable disposition toward him. For individuals with a goodwill level of 0, the system was rendered ineffective. Character: Ingda level 18, 9th level martial artist. Cultivation technique: Diamond battle body martial skills, Diamond divine fist. 18 Diamond hammers goodwill level 70 description. Gifted in childhood, he was taught the Diamond battle body by an outsider, embarking upon the path of physical cultivation. He holds the utmost admiration for those who can defeat him in physical combat. Upon reviewing Ingda's attributes, Zhang Tianhao gained a clearer understanding of him. At this moment, he could ascertain that Ingda's admiration stemmed largely from his own cultivation prowess. Although the goodwill level stood at 70, which was considerable, it paled in comparison to the 85 goodwill level his close friend, Zhang Jianfeng, held after many years of camaraderie. Furthermore, Ingda's goodwill level of 70 was merely a starting point. It would undoubtedly increase over time. Ingda, do you wish to follow me because I defeated you in physical combat? Zhang Tianhao inquired with a knowing smile. Ingda, with a simple-minded grin, replied, Boss, I have always enjoyed fighting. My master taught me physical cultivation techniques. and told me that I could recognize as my boss anyone who could defeat me in physical prowess. And I must heed his words. Zhang Tianhao, being perceptive, quickly grasped the underlying reasons. He then asked, Ingda, what about your master? Ingda's expression darkened. My master seemed to have sustained severe injuries and passed away a year later. Zhang Tianhao understood at once. His master likely encouraged him to recognize those stronger in physical combat as his boss, believing that only such individuals could aid Ingda's progress in martial arts. However, physical cultivation is a minor path within the true martial continent. While practitioners exist, true masters are scarce. After contemplation, Zhang Tianhao deemed it acceptable to accept such a subordinate. Clearly, he could not wait for others to come and rob him. Such a pace was far too sluggish, thus, he needed to take the initiative. However, he could not undertake this alone. A flag waiver was necessary. Otherwise, the act of robbing would lose its grandeur if he had to do everything alone. Very well, Ingda, from now on, you shall be my subordinate. Should anyone bully you, they must answer to me. If anyone is to be bullied, they must also seek me out. Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily while patting Ingda's shoulder. Boss, I have finally found my organization. Ingda rejoiced exuberantly. Having acquired a subordinate, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of delight. Let us go. Where to, boss? Ingda inquired curiously. To rob, of course. Zhang Tianhao stated matter-of-factly. Haha, boss, I love robbing. Yet, my first robbery ended in me being robbed by you. A failure. Come now, that's a lie. I swiped 2,000 points from your card. Don't tell me your initial points were merely 2,000. Hee, boss, that's because I was robbed. The person who robbed me couldn't defeat me and ended up getting robbed by me instead. Ingda chuckled, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Chapter 199. Even poorer than me. Fine, what could Zhang Tianhao say to such an explanation? This was indeed his first robbery. Previous encounters had merely been opportunistic or retaliatory, which did not count. The thought of his first foray into banditry filled Zhang Tianhao with a tinge of excitement. Zhang Tianhao and Ingda concealed themselves in a tree. Damn it, Ingda, are you certain we can wait for someone here? It has been half an incense stick's time, and there's not a soul in sight. Zhang Tianhao expressed his frustration toward Ingda. Ingda chuckled sheepishly. I couldn't think of a better place. This spot seems rather concealed. It should work. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Zhang Tianhao relented. After a while, a young man clad in green, appearing quite astute, approached from afar. Upon seeing someone, Zhang Tianhao's excitement surged. Haha, this is our chance for a big score. Ingda, go down and remember the slogan I just taught you. Zhang Tianhao instructed with a grin. Got it, boss, Ingda replied, leaping down to block the young man's path. The young man froze, his face filled with fear. Who is this, suddenly appearing with a massive hammer, looking quite fearsome? The young man instinctively took 2 steps back. This tree is mine. This road is mine. Just as Ingda began to recite the lines, his face turned awkward as he scratched his head, calling out to Zhang Tianhao hidden in the tree. Boss, what is the next line? At that moment, Zhang Tianhao, concealed in the tree, felt a profound embarrassment, wishing he could kick Ingda 100,000 miles away. Alas, he lamented, what kind of foolish subordinate have I chosen? This is utterly astonishing. Zhang Tianhao descended from the tree and regarded the young man with a measured tone. Hand over your points badge, alright? The youth, glancing nervously at the enormous hammer that Ingda was wielding, turned pale and nodded frantically. Zhang Tianhao, pleased by the youth's quick comprehension, took the points badge and swiped it, only to have his expression shift dramatically. What is this? Not a single point. Are you toying with me? 2 brothers, my points were robbed earlier, the youth bitterly explained. Damn it, I refuse to believe that, Zhang Tianhao retorted. Hand over your storage bag. Storage bag was also taken, the youth replied with a wry smile. Zhang Tianhao's anger flared. He mused, is my first attempt at robbery destined for failure? He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. This was his inaugural venture into this line of work, and as per earthly customs, a failure to gain some profits would bode ill. Zhang Tianhao's gaze scrutinized the youth, finally landing on his groin, inciting a misinterpretation in the young man's mind. The youth paled, thinking, could it be that this fellow, frustrated by his unsuccessful heist, intends to take advantage of me? Damn it. Is my innocence to be so easily compromised? Unbuckle your pants, Zhang Tianhao said calmly. This statement elicited bewilderment not only from the youth, but also from Ingda. It's over. It's really happening, the youth thought, his face ashen. What? Do you wish to resist me? Zhang Tianhao's expression was both mocking and amused. Fine. If you want me to, then so be it. The youth, having decided to go all in, hastily unbuckled his trousers, even removing his undergarments, turning around to present himself to Zhang Tianhao in a provocative manner. Now it was Zhang Tianhao's turn to be bewildered. What the devil is this? Coughed out, what are you doing? The youth turned back, questioning. What, brother? Isn't this what you wanted? Damn, what do you take me for? Zhang Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an affront to his character. It appears I'm misunderstood, the youth said sheepishly. All right, you may leave now. I merely wish to ascertain whether you were hiding anything. But it seems you are even poorer than I. Zhang Tianhao shook his head in resignation. To his surprise, the youth did not leave. What? Not leaving? I'm not providing food. Zhang Tianhao, still disheartened by his failed robbery, was not in the mood for pleasantries. The youth's eyes twinkled with mischief as he grinned at Zhang Tianhao. Brother, in truth, we can collaborate. Collaborate? What do you mean? Zhang Tianhao inquired, intrigued yet puzzled. Brother, I am well aware of the hotspots in this assessment area. Places with large crowds and ideal ambush spots. I've also enlisted several informants. The youth explained that I assure you, with this information, your future endeavors will be much more fruitful. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Zhang Tianhao, still mulling over his prior failure, felt his spirits lift at the prospect of assistance. Should your information prove valuable, you shall receive a 10% share of the spoils, Zhang Tianhao proposed with a smile. Thank you, brother, the youth exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The youth, possessing a cultivation level of only the 8th heaven of martial master, was not the weakest in the assessment area, but neither was he particularly remarkable. Advancement seemed unlikely, though he was unaware of Zhang Tianhao's true strength. Even Ingda, who appeared formidable as a 9th heaven martial master, showed him respect, indicating Zhang Tianhao's considerable prowess. Thus, the youth deemed it wise to ally with him. What is your name? Zhang Tianhao asked nonchalantly. The youth, eager to please, replied, Brother, I am Doubai. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, incredulous at such an unusual name. Cough. Brother, my surname is Do, and Bai is for completion, Doubai explained. Embarrassed, his name often led to misunderstandings on a hillside. Zhang Tianhao, Doubai, and Ingda lay in ambush. Zhang Tianhao wore a satisfied expression. They had just robbed several teams, amassing 3 million points. However, this amount was still insufficient to secure victory in the first assessment. Given that there were 30,000 participants, each with 1,000 points, totaling 30 million points. Thus, 3 million points were but a drop in the ocean. Brother, we ought to adopt a name that exudes power. Doubai suggested, eager to impress Zhang Tianhao. Why? Zhang Tianhao asked, intrigued. Brother, with a resonant name, we could strike fear into others, compelling them to surrender their points without resistance, Doubai argued persuasively. Zhang Tianhao considered this and nodded. Let us call ourselves the Haoyan Alliance. Ingda shall be the general. Doubai, you will be the strategist, and I shall be the leader. Haha. Thank you, brother. Doubai expressed his gratitude profusely, though this was merely a verbal agreement. It signified Zhang Tianhao's acknowledgement of him. Ingda, despite his straightforward demeanor, felt elated. Being a general was indeed an impressive title. Leading charges and conquering fortresses was exhilarating. Unbeknownst to them, the Haoyan Alliance, destined to instill fear across the true martial continent, was hastily established under these circumstances. Doubai, do you have any insight into who the most formidable contenders in this assessment area are? Zhang Tianhao queried, though he boasted a cultivation level of 7th heaven martial master. Zhang Tianhao was aware that this world was rife with geniuses, and caution was paramount. He understood the wisdom in knowing both oneself and the adversary. Doubai smiled eagerly. Boss, you've come to the right person. No one is more informed than I am. Enlighten me. Zhang Tianhao responded, intrigued. Currently, the strongest in our assessment area are Xiaolang, Kai Jinhua, and Li Duchuan, each hailing from renowned families in the northern region. Notably, the Kai family is one of the 3 prominent families of the Hualong Empire, possessing immense strength. Fortunately, none of the strongest prodigies are participating in our assessment area, which is a stroke of luck. Doubai explained. And who are these prodigies you mentioned? Zhang Tianhao inquired, intrigued. Doubai continued. These prodigies are all from the aforementioned families, such as Xiaolang's brother, Xiao Ju, Kai Jinhua's younger brother, Kai Fengchuan, and Li Duchuan's sibling, Li Kaming. All of them boast cultivation levels above 7th heaven martial master. Their prowess is formidable. Thankfully, they are not in our assessment area. However, Doubai's expression shifted as he added, yet, even just Xiaolang, Kai Jinhua, and Li Duchuan are beyond our capabilities. Boss, we must exercise caution if we encounter them. The subtext was clear. Should they cross paths with these 3, retreat was imperative. Doubai, despite believing in Zhang Tianhao's strength. Doubted his ability to confront such formidable opponents, all of whom were martial masters. Zhang Tianhao chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the warning. "Boss, here they come. A group is approaching," Ingda announced, moving closer to Zhang Tianhao. Using a telescope, Zhang Tianhao observed the approaching group, while Ingda and Dou Bai exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Zhang Tianhao was observing. Approximately 20 individuals. The strongest is a first heaven martial master, while the weakest is an 8th heaven martial master. Zhang Tianhao stated nonchalantly, "Out first heaven martial master." Dou Bai gulped nervously. "Boss, we must be cautious not to reveal our presence." Dou Bai's face paled. At this moment, he completely forgot their initial intention to rob, realizing that attempting to rob a first heaven martial master would be tantamount to courting death. "Let us go. Time to rob," Zhang Tianhao declared. Rising to confront the approaching group, Ingda showed no hesitation, trusting Zhang Tianhao's judgment implicitly, regardless of their opponent's strength. "Boss, a first heaven martial master. Have you thought this through?" Dou Bai protested, his face drawn in despair. "A first heaven martial master. The more the merrier. Perhaps they will yield more points." Zhang Tianhao scoffed dismissively. To him, a first heaven martial master was insignificant. He had already slain several half-step martial kings. In his eyes, a first heaven martial master was akin to an insect. Upon hearing the mention of a first heaven martial master, Ingda's expression grew serious, though a mere word separated martial masters from first heaven martial masters. Their strengths were worlds apart. Nonetheless, his unwavering admiration for Zhang Tianhao led him to believe in his leader's capabilities. Seeing that he could not dissuade Zhang Tianhao, Dou Bai could only shake his head in resignation. Muttering to himself, "It's over. It's truly over." As Dou Bai observed Zhang Tianhao stepping forward, he gritted his teeth and thought, "If I must die, then so be it. 18 years later, I will still be a valiant man." Zhang Tianhao, too, was discreetly assessing Dou Bai. If this fellow chose to flee out of fear for his life, it would be understandable. However, if Dou Bai decided to stand with them, Zhang Tianhao would regard him as a true subordinate in the future. This moment served as a test for Dou Bai. To Zhang Tianhao, Dou Bai's quick wit was a valuable asset. Should he wish to establish a force, talents like Dou Bai were indispensable at this moment. It appeared that Dou Bai's character was commendable and worth winning over. The group of over 20 martial artists, caught off guard by the presence of 3 youths blocking their path, exchanged bewildered glances. Naturally, they never entertained the thought that these 3 were there to rob them. Not only were they outnumbered, but their cultivations were also inferior, one at the 6th level, another at the 8th, and the last at the 9th. The audacity of these 3 attempting to rob them would be laughable. "Boss, let us retreat. These people are not to be trifled with," Dou Bai lamented, quickly ingratiating himself with the group. "We were just passing through. Just passing through." Hee. The 20-odd martial artists burst into laughter. "Ingda, recite the slogan," Zhang Tianhao commanded. Instantly, Ingda shouted, "This tree is mine. This road is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. How's that, boss? Did I do it right?" Ingda beamed at Zhang Tianhao. "Yes, very well," Zhang Tianhao replied with satisfaction. At that moment, Ingda felt a pang of despair. The martial artists were left in utter confusion, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. "Damn it, these 3 are actually here to rob us? Can't they see we outnumber them and have superior cultivation? What, are they fools invited by monkeys?" The leader of the martial artists, a first-level Grand Martial Master, sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you know who we are?" This young man, possessing first-level Grand Martial Master cultivation, looked down at Zhang Tianhao with an air of superiority. "Remember, it was the Haoyan alliance that you are robbing. Hand over your points now." Zhang Tianhao responded nonchalantly. "Of course, hand over your points." Dou Bai was on the verge of fainting. He never expected Zhang Tianhao to remain so oblivious to the situation. They were on the brink of disaster. The group erupted in laughter, their gazes on Zhang Tianhao and his companions akin to that of observing a fool. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your points and kneel down to kowtow 100 times while calling me Grandpa 3 times. And I might let you go?" The young leader coldly laughed, his expression dripping with mockery. "I'll count to 10, and if you don't comply, I'll take matters into my own hands." Zhang Tianhao calmly began to count. 10.9.8. The onlookers laughed as if watching 3 simpletons, eager to see how these dimwits would attempt to seize their points. Even the young leader wore a derisive smile, while Dou Bai's face turned crimson. Feeling utterly humiliated. 1. As Zhang Tianhao reached 1, he chuckled lightly. "It seems you won. Shed tears until you see the coffin. Then I will take action." Zhang Tianhao advanced toward the strongest among them. the first-level Grand Martial Master, and struck him down with a swift palm. Initially, the Grand Martial Master dismissed Zhang Tianhao as insignificant, but soon his expression shifted as he sensed the speed of Zhang Tianhao's strike. Feeling as though it had sealed off all avenues of escape, the Grand Martial Master, though internally questioning his own feelings, could not deny their authenticity. Curse it, the Grand Martial Master kicked off the ground, attempting to retreat from Zhang Tianhao's attack. Yet, the shadow of Zhang Tianhao flickered before him, and the palm strike, akin to a radar, swiftly caught up with him, landing a devastating blow to his face. Crack! The sound echoed as the Grand Martial Master let out a pained cry, flying backward. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness so profound that even Doubai was left dumbfounded. Ingda chuckled, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. However, the opposing group was left in shock, struggling to comprehend how their leader had been so easily felled. I will kill you, the Grand Martial Master, recovering from the ground, sprang up, roaring as he lunged at Zhang Tianhao. Die! His punch, infused with tremendous force, surged toward Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed with determination as he met the attack head-on. Not flinching or dodging. Boom! Their fists collided with a resounding impact. The Grand Martial Master let out a pained scream, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. Zhang Tianhao approached the Grand Martial Master, towering over him, and mockingly stated, I told you to hand over your points. Why endure this suffering? I am with Xiaolang. If you dare to touch me, he will not spare you, the Grand Martial Master threatened, a mix of shock and fury in his eyes. Slap. Zhang Tianhao delivered a sharp blow to the Grand Martial Master's face, leaving him dazed. I told you to surrender your points. Stop with the nonsense. Zhang Tianhao continued, seemingly unsatisfied, delivering dozens more slaps. Slap, slap. With each strike, the Grand Martial Master's face swelled grotesquely. Kid, brother Xiaolang wanted, he stammered, still defiant. Let go of our brother. The 20 or so martial artists, witnessing their leader's humiliation, were instantly incensed, charging forward en masse. You seek death. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a flurry of punches, each one sending an opponent reeling. Blood spilling in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the ground lay strewn with bodies, wails echoing throughout. Zhang Tianhao dusted off his hands, shaking his head in disdain. So weak, and yet you dare to embarrass yourselves. I feel embarrassed for you. Boss is too strong, Ingda exclaimed, exhilarated. Although he had anticipated Zhang Tianhao's prowess, the display of his combat skills exceeded Ingda's expectations. Doubai, too, felt a mix of shock and exhilaration. With his fortunes intertwined with Zhang Tianhao's strength, he realized that the stronger Zhang Tianhao became, the more advantageous it would be for him. Zhang Tianhao, unfazed, turned to the Grand Martial Master and coldly stated, Hand over your points. Kid, do you dare? Brother Xiaolang will not let you off. The Grand Martial Master shouted frantically. Slap, slap, slap. Enraged, Zhang Tianhao unleashed another flurry of slaps, delivering over 100 strikes. The Grand Martial Master howled in agony. Brother, I will give them up, I will give them up. The Grand Martial Master, thoroughly terrified, appeared like a pig's head, utterly unrecognizable even to himself. He reluctantly handed over his points token, revealing a staggering total of 1,000,000 points. Zhang Tianhao, intrigued, commanded, Make your companions hand over their points too. The Grand Martial Master hastily shouted to his comrades, Hand over your points, although they felt immense humiliation, having previously been the ones to rob others. They now found themselves on the receiving end of such treatment. With their leader defeated, they had no choice but to comply, surrendering their points. Scram. After thoroughly plundering their points, Zhang Tianhao, feeling magnanimous, allowed them to leave. This encounter had netted him a total of 150,000 points, with the Grand Martial Master alone yielding 300,000. Indeed, proactive plundering is far more efficient, with a total of 450,000 points amassed. Zhang Tianhao felt it still insufficient to secure the top position in the assessment to guarantee first place. He needed at least 20 million points. Thus, he realized that the points he currently possessed were far from adequate. Moreover, he couldn't solely use these points for himself, as Ingda and Doubai, having allied with him, needed to progress smoothly as well. After successfully acquiring 150,000 points, Ingda was elated. But Zhang Tianhao noticed that Doubai appeared less than joyful. Zhang Tianhao, regarding Doubai with curiosity, inquired, Doubai, what troubles you? You seem rather discontent. Boss, it's not that I'm unhappy, it's just that the person we've offended is quite formidable. Doubai replied, a hint of bitterness in his smile. You mean Xiaolang? Zhang Tianhao asked with a knowing smile. Doubai nodded. Yes, precisely Xiaolang. His strength is considerable, being a third-level Grand Martial Master. While he may not be among the elite in the overall assessment, there are few here who can rival him. Zhang Tianhao, unfazed, clapped Do Bai on the shoulder and cheerfully asked, "Do you trust me?" "Boss, you trust me, and do not worry. Those people are inconsequential." Zhang Tianhao reassured Do Bai with a smile. Do Bai gazed at Zhang Tianhao's resolute expression and found himself instinctively choosing to trust him. Subsequently, Zhang Tianhao and his companions continued to plunder passing warriors. With each encounter, they proclaimed their affiliation with the Haotian Alliance. Initially, the surrounding martial artists regarded the Haotian Alliance, consisting of merely 3 members, with disdain. However, as the number of warriors they plundered increased, some even of the great martial master caliber, the reputation of the Haotian Alliance began to resonate throughout the assessment grounds. Many warriors there pondered the origins of this suddenly emerging alliance. Xiao Lang, Kai Jihua, and Li Dechuan were also observing this unexpected group. Days passed. Though Zhang Tianhao and his companions had robbed numerous individuals, he noticed that their points were still rising slowly. They barely reached around 6 million points, falling short of the 10 million mark to secure first place in the upcoming Academy assessment. They needed to achieve first place in every round. Otherwise, their hopes would be dim. "Boss, our score is already quite good. 6 million points are sufficient for us to advance," Do Bai remarked to Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. "Not enough. Far from my goal is to secure first place in the assessment, not merely to advance da." The moment Zhang Tianhao's words were spoken, not only Do Bai, but even Ingda looked at him in astonishment. "Boss, do you truly wish to attain first place?" Do Bai stared at Zhang Tianhao in disbelief, his gaze akin to that of someone witnessing an alien. "Is it necessary to look at me like that? Securing first place is not an extraordinary feat," Zhang Tianhao said, unimpressed by Do Bai's astonishment. "Boss, I just feel that you truly dare to dream big. Achieving first in the assessment is akin to scaling the heavens," Do Bai replied with a wry smile. "This is where the difference lies between a leader and a subordinate. If you don't even dare to dream, you are destined to achieve nothing. Only those who dare to dream and act have a chance at success." Zhang Tianhao spoke earnestly. His words struck Do Bai like a thunderbolt. As if cleansing his soul, he murmured, "Only those who dare to dream and act have a chance at success." Seeing Do Bai deep in thought, Zhang Tianhao smiled slightly, choosing not to interrupt him. Such moments were indeed rare. After a few breaths, Do Bai respectfully said to Zhang Tianhao, "Boss, thank you for your guidance. Without you, I would still be wandering aimlessly." There's no need to thank me. This is your own opportunity," Zhang Tianhao replied leisurely. Suddenly, Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened as he shouted, "Who goes there? Step forward." Soon, several youths emerged, with the foremost being a young man with a horse-like face, who clapped his hands in admiration and said, "Impressive. We were close, yet you noticed us. Who are you? If you don't clarify your intentions, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Tianhao's expression turned serious. "Don't be alarmed. We mean no harm, but we are here on behalf of senior brother Kai Jinhua, seeking the leader of the Haotian Alliance." The horse-faced youth replied with a slight smile that "I am the leader of the Haotian Alliance, but I do not recognize anyone by the name of Kai Jinhua." Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow. No worries, you'll get to know him soon," the horse-faced youth said with arrogance. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Tianhao's patience waned. "It's a good thing. Our senior brother Kai believes you are a person of great potential and wishes to recruit you as a servant. He can guarantee your admission into one of the academies, providing endless cultivation resources to help you become a formidable martial artist in no time. So, how about it? Come with us to meet senior brother Kai." The horse-faced youth spoke confidently. Xiao Lang was unfazed, but Do Bai was momentarily taken aback. The name Xiao Lang held significant weight at the assessment grounds, being one of the 3 great talents. He was understandably astonished, especially since they had come specifically to invite Zhang Tianhao. If not for Zhang Tianhao's earlier words awakening him, he might have been tempted. Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of anger. The audacity of wanting him as a servant struck him as absurd. "Get lost," he coldly replied. You dare to refuse senior brother Kai?" The horse-faced youth was instantly enraged that "If you don't leave this instant, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Tianhao narrowed his eyes. "How dare you refuse senior brother Kai? You have a lot of nerve. Today, I will show you the difference between heaven and earth," the horse-faced youth declared threateningly. With that, he lunged at Zhang Tianhao, throwing a punch. Yet before his fist could land, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as Zhang Tianhao struck him, sending him flying. Wow! The horse-faced youth landed on the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. His companions, witnessing this, erupted in fury, charging towards Zhang Tianhao for a frenzied assault. "Get lost. Arhut Fist. The powerful Arhut Fist erupted, creating a massive phantom that overwhelmed the area. With a single, casual punch, Zhang Tianhao swept the youth away. Wow, you dare to strike us. Senior brother Xiao Lang will not let you off, the horse-faced youth seethed, trembling with rage as he pointed at Zhang Tianhao. Humph, if he doesn't let me off, I won't let him off either, Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Very well, we may not meet today, but we will see each other again. The horse-faced youth snarled at his companions. Let us go. As the group turned to leave, Zhang Tianhao suddenly called out. Wait, what is it? Changed your mind. The horse-faced youth misinterpreted, feeling a sense of pride. He contemplated how to mock Zhang Tianhao in revenge. Leave your points behind if you wish to depart, Zhang Tianhao declared, having momentarily forgotten about the points on these individuals. Since they were here, it was only natural to plunder you. The horse-faced youth was furious. Caught off guard by Zhang Tianhao's audacity, if you do not comply, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Tianhao emanated a powerful aura, causing the horse-faced youth's heart to chill, realizing he was no match for Zhang Tianhao. Chapter 203. The three great forces approached thus. Though humiliated, the horse-faced youth obediently relinquished all his points, contemplating how to exact revenge with Xiao Lang's assistance. He vowed to tear Zhang Tianhao apart. Eventually, the horse-faced youth and his companions left in a state of defeat. Ha ha ha, this fellow was so arrogant before. Who would have thought he'd leave in such a pitiful state? Doubai chuckled. Initially intimidated by the three great talents, but now feeling a significant reduction in fear due to Zhang Tianhao's recent exploits that in the past. If he had offended the three great talents, he would have lived in constant anxiety, but now he felt little concern. Zhang Tianhao remained silent, merely observing another direction with a cold expression that you've been watching the show for long enough. It is time for you to reveal yourselves. Hee, you truly are impressive. A group of over a dozen youths emerged, led by a proud-looking youth with a dark face. Who are you? Zhang Tianhao inquired coolly. Allow me to introduce myself. My elder brother is Li Duchuan. The dark-faced youth proudly declared. You've come to invite me to join you again. Zhang Tianhao responded with a cold smile. Indeed, you have no choice. As I understand it, you have offended the Kai and Xiao families. Your only option now is to join our Li family. This way, my elder brother can offer you legitimate protection, the dark-faced youth asserted confidently. Leave your points behind, and you may go, Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. The dark-faced youth's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Tianhao's boldness. You know who you're speaking to. Those who offend our Li family will be exterminated in an instant. Before he could finish, Zhang Tianhao had already appeared before him, gripping his throat and coldly demanding, Go on, continue speaking. Let me go. The dark-faced youth's expression turned fearful. If you utter another word, I'll ensure you meet your end. Zhang Tianhao tightened his grip. The dark-faced youth was released, his gaze filled with resentment toward Zhang Tianhao. Just as he prepared to retort, Zhang Tianhao warned, Speak again, and I'll cut out your tongue. Rendering you mute, the dark-faced youth felt a chill. He realized Zhang Tianhao truly meant it. Though feeling humiliated, he had no choice but to surrender his points. After 2 rounds of plundering, Zhang Tianhao's points surged to over 7.5 million. Yet, he remained dissatisfied, as he had yet to reach the 10 million mark. Once the Li family members departed, Doubai anxiously urged Zhang Tianhao, Boss, we should leave quickly. The Xiao and Li families will surely send more people after returning. And we will be in trouble then. It's great if they send more. Each of them represents a bounty of points for me. How could I not seize the opportunity? Zhang Tianhao replied earnestly. Doubai was momentarily speechless that a person so audacious as to act this way must be unparalleled in the entire assessment grounds. Yet for some reason, hearing Zhang Tianhao speak this way ignited a fervor within him. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the assessment grounds, the horse-faced youth returned to camp and found Xiao Lang, embellishing the tale of Zhang Tianhao's actions. Upon hearing the horse-faced youth's account, Xiao Lang's expression darkened. He questioned him, Did he really say that? Indeed, brother Xiao, that brat is exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding your presence. The young man with a horse-like face lamented to Xiao Lang. How infuriating. This is sheer bullying. Yifeng, take some men and ensure that scoundrel is brought back. I shall see who dares to act so presumptuously, Xiao Lang replied coldly. Understood. Yifeng acknowledged. This Yifeng was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm, his demeanor icy, exuding an aura of death. The horse-faced youth felt a surge of confidence. With Yifeng taking action, he believed that Zhang Tianhao would surely be no match. Similar events unfolded within the Li and Kai families, where hundreds of figures surged from their encampments. Zhang Tianhao, Ingda, and Doubai remained, choosing to camp in place. Inside the tent, Zhang Tianhao sat with closed eyes, cultivating his energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sharp light flashing within them. I believe it's time for the arrival. He murmured. The combined forces of the Li, Kai, and Shao families, numbering in the hundreds, approached with a formidable presence. Doubai felt a flicker of anxiety. After all, he was merely at the 8th level of martial arts. Facing such a multitude of skilled warriors was naturally daunting. His astonishment. The leaders from the three families were all grandmasters, their auras suggesting they surpassed even the typical first-level grandmasters. Likely being at the 2nd or even 3rd level, the three families were not on amicable terms. Their gazes turned cold upon encountering one another, yet they chose to ignore it. The grandmaster leading the Shao family spoke icily. Leader of the Haoyan Alliance. I grant you one more chance to submit to our Shao family. We can overlook past grievances and spare your life. The Li and Kai families remained silent, their eyes fixed upon Zhang Tianhao, waiting to gauge his reaction before deciding their next move. The Shao family? Not interested. Zhang Tianhao replied with a smirk. I extend to you an opportunity as well. Surrender your points immediately, and I shall allow you to leave. Should you dare to resist, you shall face the consequences. How outrageous. The grandmasters from the three families stepped forward. This time, all three families dispatched grandmasters at the 3rd level. Their strength was significantly greater, far exceeding that of a first-level grandmaster. Each of the three unleashed powerful attacks toward Zhang Tianhao, sword shadows, fists, and palm strikes, all converging upon him. Foolishness. The snow-drinking mad blade was drawn, a sharp long knife materializing in the air. Its brilliance piercing even the daylight. With no embellishments, a fierce strike was unleashed, aimed directly at the three grandmasters. Sensing the terrifying nature of Zhang Tianhao's strike, the three warriors' expressions changed dramatically. Block it. They shouted as they prepared to defend. Annihilation blade, sky peak fist, cloud drifting palm. However, their attempts to defend were feeble in Zhang Tianhao's eyes. The fierce blade light shattered their attacks effortlessly, surging forward and crashing into the three of them. Chapter 204. Swept clean. The three warriors spat blood, launching backward. The hundreds of warriors from the three families were left in a daze. Each of the leading figures had been 3rd-level grandmasters. Yet they were defeated by Zhang Tianhao with a single strike. The implication was clear. They were no match for him. Hand over your points, Zhang Tianhao proclaimed leisurely. You insolent brat, don't get too carried away. We have so many. A small-eyed warrior began to shout. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Zhang Tianhao struck him. The warrior cried out in agony, flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth, several teeth knocked out. If you dare to prattle on, you'll meet a similar fate. Zhang Tianhao's voice turned cold. Ingda, Doubai, go and seize their points. Sure thing. Boss, I relish such tasks, Ingda replied with a grin. Doubai, too, was eager, perhaps influenced by his prolonged association with Zhang Tianhao. Just as they prepared to advance, one warrior suggested, with so many of us, let's scatter. I refuse to believe he can chase us all down. His logic resonated with the others, and 5 warriors darted off in different directions. This sudden dispersal caught Ingda and Doubai off guard. If Zhang Tianhao failed to retrieve those 5 warriors, many more would likely follow suit. Under normal circumstances, this would pose a problem, but alas. They were up against Zhang Tianhao. With a cold smile, he grasped the Huiyue bow and aimed it at the fleeing warriors, releasing arrows toward each direction. Though fast, they could not outpace the arrows. Even without employing the 3-star arrow, these 5 arrows sufficed to halt them. The 5 warriors, initially smug thinking they had evaded Zhang Tianhao, were soon bewildered as the arrows swiftly caught up. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows exploded upon impact, rendering the 5 warriors instantly unconscious. Killing was prohibited in the examination grounds. Zhang Tianhao had merely incapacitated them, opting not to take lives unless absolutely necessary. Retrieving the divine bow, Zhang Tianhao coldly stated, "Whoever dares to flee will face dire consequences. Do not mistake my words for jest. I only jest with friends." The hundreds of warriors fell silent, under the thorough search conducted by Doubai and Ingda. The points of the hundreds of warriors were entirely plundered, including their storage bags. Yet, Zhang Tianhao did not permit their departure. He scanned the group before him and asked, "Do you wish to leave?" "Indeed," the hundreds of warriors replied, humiliated. "Well then, strip off all your clothing except for your underpants, and you may leave," Zhang Tianhao declared nonchalantly. Ingda and Doubai exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by their leader's ruthlessness. "You've gone too far. I refuse to undress. That is no longer your decision." Zhang Tianhao brandished the snow-drinking mad blade, teasingly waving it near the warrior's lower body, and said, in the examination grounds, "Killing is prohibited, but if I were to incapacitate you, I believe that would not violate any rules. Imagine how amusing it would be to see you squatting to relieve yourself. The warrior, feeling a chill, instinctively covered himself, his face contorted in despair. Brothered, I'll undress. Just don't harm me. Once Zhang Tianhao collected the garments, he heard a system prompt. Found a set of golden armor. Can be exchanged for 30 points. Indeed, it could be exchanged. Even the smallest morsel counts. Zhang Tianhao was in dire need of system points, as being unable to utilize the items he longed for in the system shop was a torment in itself. Under Zhang Tianhao's coercion, the hundreds of warriors shamefully stripped down to only their undergarments before leaving, each wearing a face of defeat. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of their lives. After releasing the warriors, Ingda and Doubai were all smiles. Zhang Tianhao eagerly inquired, "So, how many points did we acquire?" "Boss, the points are not plentiful, just over 1,000,000, but we did gather a fair amount of other treasures, including numerous weapons and elixirs." Doubai, anticipating Zhang Tianhao's curiosity, responded, "Why is it so little?" Zhang Tianhao expressed his disappointment. "Boss, currently, the highest points are likely held by the 3 prodigies at the examination site. If we can rob them, our points should be sufficient." Doubai smiled at Zhang Tianhao. After contemplating, Zhang Tianhao found merit in this. Doubai continued, "Boss, I believe we should go into hiding for a while." Zhang Tianhao, puzzled, asked, "Why?" Doubai explained with a smile, "Boss, considering we've seized points, our current total is not significantly less than the 3 families that are in plain sight. We appear to be the weakest. Once they realize this, they will unite against us. It would be wiser for us to vanish for a time. Once they cannot locate us, they will inevitably turn on each other for the sake of points. Then, we can emerge to collect the spoils that it would save us both time and effort." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao recognized the wisdom in Doubai's suggestion. With a clap of his hands, he agreed. "Very well, it is settled." However, after a moment of thought, he added seriously, "We cannot let this time go to waste. We must make good use of it." Zhang Tianhao turned to Doubai and inquired, "Do you know if there are any areas nearby rich in medicinal herbs?" "Haha, boss, you've asked the right person. I am quite familiar with this examination area, just over 10 miles ahead. There lies a mountain of herbs, though it is teeming with fierce beasts, all at the 4th tier. Ordinary martial artists would dare not venture there." Doubai hesitated before responding, though Zhang Tianhao had just defeated 3 third-level grandmasters with a single strike. Those ferocious beasts were 4th tier, possessing combat capabilities comparable to 5th-level human martial artists. Doubai was unsure of Zhang Tianhao's limits to 4th-tier beasts. Zhang Tianhao chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. "Lead the way. We shall go there. With around 20 days left until the examination concludes, we cannot afford to waste this ample time." Zhang Tianhao smiled. Zhang Tianhao's physical cultivation currently remains at the initial stage of the 3rd level, equivalent to the 3rd heaven of a grand martial master. This represents a significant lag in progress, especially when compared to others of his rank that he intends to utilize this period to enhance his physical strength. However, the body enhancement pill has become less effective for him. Consequently, he plans to procure additional formulas from the system shop. The garments he looted from others in the vicinity have netted him over 3,000 points in the system store, indicating that the attire of these martial artists is rather extravagant at this moment. Zhang Tianhao even contemplates whether to seize the undergarments of his opponents during his next heist. Aside from clothing and a few weapons and pills useful to Doubai and Ingda, he sold everything else to the system shop. With the remaining points, he now possesses a total of 9,521 points. Thus, he expended 3,000 points to exchange for a formula for the strong bone pill, which cost him dearly. Nevertheless, in pursuit of elevating his physical cultivation, he resolved to make the purchase as Zhang Tianhao entered the Medicine Mountain. His adversary Xiaolang, Kai Jinhua, and Li Dachuan awaited the return of their subordinates. They were taken aback by the appearance of their men, who returned clad only in undergarments. What had happened to their once dignified attire? Upon discovering the circumstances, their fury ignited, and they dispatched all their subordinates in a frenzied pursuit of Zhang Tianhao and his companions. However, at that moment, Zhang Tianhao and his group had already entered the Medicine Mountain, a place strictly forbidden to Xiaolang, Li Dachuan, and Kai Jinhua, for it harbored 4th-tier ferocious beasts, whose battle prowess rivaled that of a grand martial master at the 5th heaven. Generally, martial artists venturing there would meet untimely ends. While the 3 factions frantically searched for Zhang Tianhao, the latter seemed to have vanished without a trace. After fruitless efforts, they turned against each other, plundering one another's points tokens, for acquiring a good rank during the assessment could only be achieved through the theft of others' points. Meanwhile, the leaderboard outside the assessment venue continuously shifted, with the standings changing almost every moment. However, the top ranks remained relatively stable. At the forefront was Nangong Jin with 21,020,000 points, having nearly monopolized all the points available in the assessment venue. Following her was Yin Xiqing with 20,080,000 points, then Xiao Ju with 19,007,000 points, Kai Fengchun with 18,900,000 points, Wang Zikai with 18,005,000 points, Wan Patian with 17,890,000 points, Shi Yidao with 16 million points, Bai Ku with 15,870,000 points, Tao Xiangdong with 15,780,000 points, and Wei Dejuan with 15,690,000 points. Elder Wei was also keenly interested in this leaderboard, as he wished to see how far the young man he cared about could progress. However, he was perplexed that the young man seemed to be absent from the rankings. Although Elder Wei recognized that this assessment attracted numerous talents, he believed that even if the young man did not secure the top position, breaking into the top 10 should not be a significant challenge. To his surprise, the young man had slipped beyond the 100th place, although this result was sufficient for advancement, attaining the first place. As the young man claimed, seemed utterly impossible. Elder Wei pondered over the fact that the young man had previously expressed unwavering confidence in claiming the top spot, yet now appeared so despondent. This was not characteristic of him. Recalling the young man's earlier proclamations, Elder Wei chuckled softly to himself, contemplating whether to tease the young man once the assessment concluded. Still, he felt that the young man was not one to easily concede defeat. With ample time remaining before the first assessment concluded, there was a possibility that the young man might still surprise him. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao, Ingda, and Doubai ventured deep into the 10th mountain. Indeed, they found themselves surrounded by an abundance of medicinal materials. 4th-tier herbs, such as immortal fruit, and 5th-tier herbs like 9-child-flower vine were plentiful. The sunheart grass, a 5th-tier herb, left Zhang Tianhao in awe. This place was truly a paradise for alchemists. Excitement surged within him. He had come to the right place. Here, he would surely be able to concoct the strong bone pill, which was a tier above the body enhancement pill. However, as a 3rd-tier alchemist, he needed to elevate his alchemical skills to the 4th tier to successfully produce the strong bone pill. Thus, he resolved to first create some lower-tier pills, such as the healing pill. Zhang Tianhao muttered to himself. Employing his usual method, he suddenly produced an alchemical furnace. Ingda and Doubai exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Zhang Tianhao's intentions. "Boss, what are you planning to do?" "I intend to craft some pills," Zhang Tianhao replied candidly. "Boss, you're an alchemist?" Doubai stared at Zhang Tianhao in astonishment, more shocked than when he learned Zhang Tianhao was a Grand Martial Master. It was no wonder. While Grand Martial Masters were rare, they were not unheard of in the assessment venue. However, alchemists were a much rarer breed, often only a handful in a small nation. Their status was exceedingly esteemed. Even in the superpower of the Hualong Empire, the number of alchemists did not exceed 100, most of whom served in the royal court. Zhang Tianhao casually remarked, "Oh, crafting some lower-tier pills is no trouble at all." "Boss, what kind of pill are you going to make?" Ingda inquired with curiosity. "The healing pill," Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly. "Oh, so boss is a 1st-tier alchemist." Doubai reluctantly accepted this revelation. He watched as Zhang Tianhao haphazardly tossed the medicinal materials into the cauldron, leaving him utterly bewildered. Though not an alchemist himself, he had witnessed alchemists at work before. Their process was elegant and mysterious, involving various flames, techniques, and countless intricate methods. Yet, Zhang Tianhao's chaotic approach was unlike anything he had ever seen. "Boss, are you sure you're making pills and not cooking?" Doubai asked timidly. Zhang Tianhao smiled calmly and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully concocting the healing pill. Proficiency 1. As Zhang Tianhao retrieved a vial of the successfully crafted healing pill from the cauldron, Doubai was left utterly dumbfounded. This shattered his worldview. Doubting Zhang Tianhao's authenticity, he thought that the vial had been placed in beforehand. However, as Doubai witnessed Zhang Tianhao extract the healing pill for the 100th time, his perception of reality crumbled. Heavens, am I dreaming? Zhang Tianhao continued to produce healing pills relentlessly, his proficiency soaring, after 5 hours. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for advancing to the 4th tier of alchemist. A mechanical system notification rang out. Finally, he had achieved the 4th tier as an alchemist and could commence the attempt to concoct the strong bone pill. Ingda, this is the body enhancement pill. It will aid you in boosting your physical cultivation. Zhang Tianhao tossed a vial of the recently crafted body enhancement pill to Ninghai. This particular body enhancement pill had just been prepared by Zhang Tianhao. And with the abundance of medicinal materials around him, he had conveniently produced an extra vial. believing it would help Ingda break through the constraints of his physical cultivation. Ingda was momentarily stunned before his expression transformed into one of joy. He recognized the significance of the body enhancement pill, which had been lost for centuries. How could Zhang Tianhao possess it? Thank you, boss. Ingda was overjoyed. His diamond battle body had stagnated at the 9th level of the Grand Martial Master for a year. Despite his diligent training, progress had been slow, as the resources consumed by physical cultivators far exceeded those required by chi cultivators. Lacking resources, he had relied solely on his innate talent to reach this point, which was no small feat. Advancing further seemed nearly impossible. However, with Zhang Tianhao's body enhancement pill, he felt certain he could break through the limitations of a Grand Martial Master and ascend further. Doubai felt a twinge of envy towards Ingda, but being a non-physical cultivator, the body enhancement pill was of no use to him. Suddenly, Doubai recalled that the body enhancement pill was a third-tier concoction. Could it be that Boss had just crafted it? Impossible. It must have been something Boss used previously, not something freshly made. Doubai rationalized to himself. All right, Ingda, go train. Doubai, stay here to guard me. Zhang Tianhao instructed, waving his hand. Sure thing, boss. I'll begin my training right away. Ingda eagerly responded. Zhang Tianhao then set about crafting the strong bone pill. Although he had now reached the 4th tier as an alchemist, the initial success rate for producing the strong bone pill was still quite low. The materials required were relatively rare. While he could barely gather 10 portions, he was cautious not to squander them. Thus, he began the crafting process. Ding. Player Zhang Tianhao failed to concoct the strong bone pill. Proficiency 1. On his second attempt, ding. Player Zhang Tianhao failed to concoct the strong bone pill. Proficiency 1. Damn it. Zhang Tianhao grumbled as he endured 6 more failures. Reaching a peak of frustration. Was today destined to be a day of misfortune? He steadied his mind and commenced the crafting process once more. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for successfully refining the strong bone pill. Achieving a proficiency increase of 4, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived, filling Zhang Tianhao with immense joy and relief. Upon opening the alchemical furnace, he discovered 6 pills within, 5 of inferior quality and 1 of moderate quality. While the quality was not exceptional, it fell within Zhang Tianhao's expectations, as the success rate for 4th-tier alchemists in crafting pills of the same tier is typically not very high. Carefully placing the pills into a porcelain vial, Zhang Tianhao noticed that he had 1 last batch of materials remaining. After some contemplation, he resolved to press on and attempt another refinement. Ding dong. Player Zhang Tianhao's attempt to craft the strong bone pill ended in failure. With proficiency increasing by 1. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the unsuccessful endeavor. A 1 in 10 success rate could be considered a stroke of luck, yet Zhang Tianhao was acutely aware that physical enhancement could not rely solely on pills. It required external forces as well. Recalling his childhood experiences, he remembered how Ingda would often seek out fights to train, despite the repercussions. However, as one's cultivation progressed, the efficacy of such external methods diminished. Zhang Tianhao turned to Doubai and said, I shall wander nearby. You stay here to guard Ingda. Yes, boss. Doubai replied promptly. Though uncertain of Zhang Tianhao's intentions, Zhang Tianhao meandered around the back mountain. He found himself somewhat disappointed by the lack of suitable training locations. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent locked onto him. Frowning slightly, he turned to find a pair of piercing eyes staring back at him, an eye-white battle tiger. A 4th-tier beast, the tiger appeared formidable, stretching at least 2 meters in length, exuding a fierce aura as it glared at Zhang Tianhao, seemingly ready to pounce. With a fierce roar, the eye-white battle tiger attempted to intimidate him. Zhang Tianhao calmly smiled, unperturbed. This tiger posed no real threat. He had not anticipated that his concealment technique would deceive not only human warriors, but also these beasts. It was known that wild beasts typically avoided powerful human warriors. Never daring to strike first, little white tiger, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? Zhang Tianhao teased. Infuriated by Zhang Tianhao's mockery, the eye-white battle tiger lunged at him with a fierce roar. Zhang Tianhao, unfazed, retaliated with a powerful punch. The impact echoed through the air as the tiger was sent sprawling several meters away, dazed from the blow. However, this only provoked the tiger further, with a renewed roar. The eye-white battle tiger charged again, claws slashing through the air with a fierce wind. Merely a trivial skill, Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Arhut fist. The perfected Arhut fist manifested behind him, exuding immense pressure. The tiger trembled under the overwhelming force. A flicker of fear crossing its eyes, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Tianhao appeared before the tiger, delivering a powerful punch that sent it flying once more. The tiger howled in pain, its body racked with agony. Suddenly, it thrashed violently on the ground. At first, Zhang Tianhao thought it was merely a display of rage, but soon realized his error. He felt as though his legs were weighted down by an immense force, rendering him nearly immobile. Understanding that the tiger was utilizing some form of ability, he summoned all his strength to free himself from the quagmire and unleashed the swallowing shadow technique, rushing towards the tiger with relentless punches. The tiger was caught off guard, unable to resist Zhang Tianhao's onslaught. With one final, mighty strike, a notification rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations player Zhang Tianhao for executing the R-hit fist and triggering a critical hit. The tiger's health plummeted dramatically. Die. Ding dong. Congratulations player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the white battle tiger. Experience points. 10,000. Chi. 1,000. Ding dong. Congratulations player for obtaining a gravity demon pill. Zhang Tianhao was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward. Inspecting the gravity demon pill, he noted its properties. Item: Gravity demon pill. Description: the source of power from the ferocious white battle tiger can be used to aid in physical refinement. Zhang Tianhao's spirits soared upon realizing the benefits of the gravity demon pill, as it was precisely what he needed for his physical enhancement. Just then, a communication talisman drifted towards him, and he quickly crushed it. Boss, we've encountered a 4th-tier ferocious beast. We need help urgently. It was Do Bai's voice. The power of a 4th-tier beast could rival that of a 5th-level grand martial artist, far beyond what Do Bai and Ingda could withstand. Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted, and he hastened back, regretting not leaving Xiao Long behind for protection, as Xiao Long could easily intimidate most ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, at the original campsite, a 4th-tier earthquake bear was charging towards Do Bai. With its massive frame, it radiated overwhelming strength. As a martial artist at the warrior level, Do Bai stood no chance against the bear. Ingda, engrossed in training, remained oblivious to the impending danger. I'm doomed, Do Bai thought, paralyzed by fear as the bear's power left him unable to muster his chi. He could not flee, for Ingda was directly behind him, vulnerable to the beast's claws. After what felt like an eternity, Do Bai realized he hadn't felt the bear's force crashing down upon him. Confused, he looked up, only to see an arrow embedded in the beast's body. With a resounding boom, the bear was obliterated. 2 more arrows struck down the remaining beasts, which were also 3rd and 4th tier, reducing them to mere ashes. Zhang Tianhao's swift actions yielded him thousands of experience points, yet no materials were dropped. Boss, you finally returned. If you hadn't, I might have become the bear's meal, Do Bai said, visibly shaken. Zhang Tianhao patted Do Bai's shoulder, offering a sheepish smile tinged with regret, observing Ingda, who sat cross-legged on the ground. Zhang Tianhao noted that his skin had taken on a bronze hue, indicating a critical moment in his breakthrough. Sensing the powerful energy within Ingda, Zhang Tianhao surmised that he was digesting the body-strengthening pill he had provided. He speculated that Ingda possessed some treasure akin to the gravity demon pill, aiding in his physical refinement. Before Zhang Tianhao could dwell further on this, a powerful aura erupted from Ingda. This force was tenfold stronger than before, eliciting a smile from Zhang Tianhao. He knew Ingda had successfully advanced to a grand martial artist. Ingda, have you reached grand martial artist? Do Bai inquired. Astonished, Ingda nodded with joy. Yes, boss, I have advanced. Do Bai looked at Ingda with envy. The distinction between a martial artist and a grand martial artist was significant, and Ingda's achievement marked him as a formidable presence in this testing ground. From now on, I, Ingda, shall follow you, boss, for life, he declared, kneeling resolutely before Zhang Tianhao. Ha! No need for such formalities among brothers, Zhang Tianhao replied, helping him to his feet. Feeling elated that Ingda had advanced, Zhang Tianhao said with a smile, now it's my turn to cultivate. Do Bai, with Ingda's advancement, you must not slack off. Do Bai nodded. Yes, boss. Zhang Tianhao reassured Do Bai, do not worry. Should I find anything that can aid in your advancement, I will not hesitate to share. Do Bai's face lit up with joy, eagerly awaiting Zhang Tianhao's promise. After instructing Do Bai and Ingda, Zhang Tianhao found a quiet spot to meditate. He retrieved a low-grade strong bone pill, and as it dissolved, a surge of formidable power began to course through his body, refining his physique. Zhang Tianhao could feel himself growing stronger with every passing moment. However, he felt that the speed of his refinement was still somewhat sluggish, so he promptly took out the gravity demon pill and activated it with his true energy. Indeed, after Zhang Tianhao stimulated the gravity demon pill, he felt a powerful force emanating from beneath him, tugging at the energy within his body. Under the influence of these two forces, Zhang Tianhao sensed his physical body becoming increasingly refined and robust. The strength bone pill was remarkable, being 10 times more potent than the body dominance pill, perfectly suited for his current needs. Time passed slowly. One day, 10 days, 15 days, whenever he sensed the energy within him depleting. He immediately consumed another strength bone pill. Before he knew it, 6 strength bone pills were nearly exhausted, and his supreme body dominance technique had advanced from the initial to the peak of the intermediate level. His body became increasingly refined. Indeed, the supreme body dominance technique was easy in the beginning but became exceedingly difficult later on. Despite consuming so many strength bone pills, he had only made a minor advancement. Zhang Tianhao stood up, swung his body, and felt as though a punch could shatter the air itself, accompanied by a faint sound of thunder. Although he had only progressed a small tier, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He murmured to himself, with my current physical cultivation, I should be equivalent to a 6th rank Grand Martial Master. I may be 1 rank weaker in cultivation, but it matters not. With sufficient resources, my physical refinement can keep pace at any time. Physical and energy cultivation complement each other. As one advances, the other can follow suit more easily. Chapter 208. The Battle in the Thunderstorm Valley. Doubai. How many days have I been cultivating? Zhang Tianhao inquired of Doubai. Doubai smiled at Zhang Tianhao and replied, Boss, you have been cultivating for a full 20 days. Zhang Tianhao chuckled lightly. So, does that mean the 3 major families have nearly exhausted their mutual plundering? Doubai smiled slightly. Boss, I ventured out the other day to gather information. Previously, the 3 major families were frantically searching for us. But after failing to find us, they abandoned the search 10 days ago. Recently, the 3 families have been attacking each other, seizing one another's points, reaching a boiling point. What is the current situation? Zhang Tianhao asked Doubai. Doubai smiled gently. At this moment, I have received news that the 3 major families have agreed to a martial arts duel in the Thunderstorm Valley. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly that it was understandable for the 3 families to act this way. Only by devouring the points of the other 2 families could they position themselves higher in the rankings. Otherwise, if they merely shared, they would still end up at the bottom. Boss, what should we do? Doubai looked at Zhang Tianhao and asked. Zhang Tianhao grinned. It would be a shame not to seize such abundant points. Doubai gasped, unable to believe that Zhang Tianhao would dare to take on the 3 major families single-handedly. It seemed almost insane, yet for some reason, Doubai felt that Zhang Tianhao could truly accomplish it. Ingda was also somewhat excited. He had just advanced to the Grand Martial Master level as well. And with his significantly improved strength, he was eager to participate in the Thunderstorm Valley. The Shao, Kai, and Li families stood in opposition. During this time, the supporters of the 3 families engaged in brutal skirmishes. But due to their closely matched strengths, none could gain the upper hand. Consequently, the 3 families' leaders did not intervene, merely observing their subordinates' actions. However, as the assessment period neared its conclusion, they could no longer remain passive. 3 young masters faced each other from a distance, hostility evident on their faces. Xiaolang, you are surely aware that allowing our subordinates to fight among themselves holds little significance. Ultimately, the outcome will be decided among us. What do you think? Li Dechuan said coldly, arms crossed. Xiaolang nodded slightly. You are correct. Let us settle this ourselves. Then allow me to go first. Suddenly, Kai Jihua, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. A year ago, I fought against Brother Kai without a clear victor. Today, I wish to experience your ultimate skills. Xiaolang laughed heartily, drawing his long knife. Kai Jihua, wielding a spear, replied coldly, you will be satisfied. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle. Their movements swift as they clashed with intensity. The knife and spear intertwined, unleashing invisible energy that collided violently. With their comparable skills, the battle was exceptionally fierce. After a brief moment, a spear shadow surged forth, piercing through the knife shadow before it. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped Xiaolang's lips as he was sent flying several meters. With a bitter expression, he conceded, I have lost. The warriors of the Kai family erupted in cheers. Kai Jinhua, calm and composed, remarked, to lose to me is your honor. Xiaolang was momentarily speechless, but defeat was defeat, and he had no words left. He stood aside, his face pale. Now it's your turn. Kai Jinhua pointed at Li Dechuan. Li Dechuan stepped forward, smiling lightly. Don't think that by defeating Xiaolang, you can defeat me. I assure you, our disparity is vast. Li Dechuan wielded a sword. Enough chatter. Let us fight. Kai Jinhua aimed his spear at Li Dechuan. Prepare yourself. Li Dechuan advanced, thrusting his long sword at Kai Jinhua. Kai Jinhua's eyes narrowed as he thrust his spear forward. The sword and spear clashed in the air, unleashing bursts of energy that created violent storms. The surrounding trees were severed as the 2 unleashed their power. After exchanging blows for about 100 moves, Li Dechuan managed to force Kai Jinhua back. He suddenly laughed. Kai Jinhua, I must admit you are strong, but coincidentally, I have just broken through to my cultivation is now not at the 5th rank Grand Martial Master, but at the 6th rank. You are certainly no match for me." With a thunderous roar, Li Dachuan's aura surged significantly, revealing his 6th rank Grand Martial Master status. Although the difference was only a minor realm, the impact on battle power was substantial. "Take my strike," Li Dachuan yelled, slashing down with his sword. Dominant sword slash. The razor-sharp sword descended with overwhelming force towards Cai Jinhua. "What a pity. I'll leave you trembling in despair." Cai Jinhua retaliated with a spear thrust. The sword and spear clashed in the air. Li Dachuan grunted, feeling his sword being overpowered as Cai Jinhua's spear thrust forward. Boom! Li Dachuan's shoulder was pierced, blood gushing forth. He stared at Cai Jinhua in shock. Stammering, You are a 7th rank Grand Martial Master? Haha, indeed. You have seen through it," Cai Jinhua replied with a triumphant smile. "Now, prepare to be defeated." Cai Jinhua launched a spear attack, resembling a roaring dragon as it struck downward. Li Dachuan yelled, gathering all his strength into his sword and countering with a strike. Killing sword slash, a spear shadow swept through the air, overwhelming Li Dachuan that he groaned, flying backward 100 meters, bloodied and battered. Cai Jinhua calmly stated, "You have lost. Hand over all your points, although you too may retain those needed to advance to the next round." Though Xiaolang and Li Dachuan felt immense humiliation. They recognized their inferiority and knew they had no choice but to surrender their points. Fortunately, Cai Jinhua allowed them to keep their points for advancing to the next round, indicating they still had hope. The followers of the Xiao and Li families hung their heads in despair. They shared in the glory and disgrace of their masters. Now, with both leaders defeated, they too had lost their chance to advance. Just as Xiaolang and Li Dachuan prepared to surrender their points, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. "Here you all are. Saves me the trouble of searching for each of you." 3 young men strode forward. Leading them was a young man in black, exuding a laid-back aura, as if nothing in the world could capture his interest. The most striking figure was a brawny youth, towering over 2 meters tall. Wielding a massive hammer, resembling a small mountain. It was Zhang Tianhao, accompanied by Doubai and Ingda Chapter 209. Sweeping through the crowds, "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of these 3 unexpected guests startled everyone. "It's him, from the Haotian Alliance." Many present recognized Zhang Tianhao and his companions, their expressions turning grim, especially those warriors who had been robbed. Their hatred for them was palpable. That incident had become an indelible nightmare for them. Zhang Tianhao surveyed the scene, noting approximately 1,000 martial artists remaining. After 30 days of mutual plundering, from 30,000 martial artists, only this number remained. This meant the remaining points were concentrated among these 1,000 martial artists within the Thunderstorm Valley. "It's you, kid. You've chosen to come here when there's a path to heaven. Hand over your points, and I might spare your life." Xiaolang advanced menacingly towards Zhang Tianhao. "That line should be mine." "Damn it. You stole my line. Are you looking for trouble?" Zhang Tianhao replied, irritated, seeking death. Fueled by anger, Xiaolang lunged forward, swinging his long knife with ferocity, creating a dazzling and terrifying arc in the air. "You dare to wield a knife before me? Scram!" Zhang Tianhao coldly scoffed, slapping out his hand. A resounding slap cut through the air, landing squarely on Xiaolang's cheek. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as he was sent flying. His body soaring as if on the wings of the wind, crashing to the ground and losing several teeth in the process. Zhang Tianhao cast a disdainful glance at Xiaolang, scoffing, "You brought this upon yourself." The assembled martial artists were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how a martial artist of the 5th rank could be so swiftly defeated. Li Dachuan and Cai Jinhua exchanged grave looks. Zhang Tianhao, with an air of nonchalance, advised them, "I suggest you hand over your points willingly. I am quite reasonable and not greedy. I merely desire your points." Many of the martial artists who had previously encountered Zhang Tianhao simmered with indignation. "How can you call yourself not greedy? You are the one who left us with nothing but our undergarments," shouted one. Furious, "Do you think you can stand against us all alone?" A large martial artist stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Tianhao. "How dare you challenge my leader? You are courting death." In a fit of rage, Inda swung a massive hammer downwards. The martial artist, having only just advanced to the 1st rank, was caught off guard by Inda's weaponry and ferocity, and was sent flying, collapsing unconscious to the ground. This act only served to incite the remaining martial artists further. Seeing Zhang Tianhao, with merely 2 companions daring to rob them, ignited a fire of righteous fury among them. A dozen martial artists, ranging from the 1st to 3rd rank, surged forward, shouting, "Let's see how you collect our points." Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed with cold determination, and he remarked, "If you seek death, Do not blame me for being merciless." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long blade. Its edge glinting ominously, in a sweeping arc, he unleashed a strike that carried the force of a tempest, aimed at the 13 martial artists charging at him. The air crackled with the intensity of his blade's light. The martial artists roared in unison, each unleashing their unique skills in a desperate attempt to counter him. However, their efforts were utterly futile against Zhang Tianhao's strike, which shattered their defenses with ease. With a single slash, the 13 warriors were sent sprawling, blood spilling from their mouths as they were cast aside unconscious. Is there anyone else? I ask you, is there anyone else? Zhang Tianhao proclaimed, his blade pointed skyward, exuding an overwhelming aura. We are here. In response, over 100 figures emerged, all martial artists of the 7th rank or higher. How embarrassing, Zhang Tianhao muttered, visibly irked. If you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao transformed, creating 12 illusory shadows that darted forth. With each swing of his blade, another martial artist was sent reeling, blood spewing forth. The cacophony of their cries echoed around him. Within mere breaths, the ground was littered with fallen warriors. Though Zhang Tianhao did not seek to end their lives, his actions were more than sufficient to incapacitate them. Inda, Doubai, here. Upon witnessing their leader's ferocity, Inda and Doubai were filled with exhilaration as Zhang Tianhao summoned them. They stepped forward. Go, seize the points from these downed warriors. Leave nothing behind, and don't forget their storage bags. Zhang Tianhao commanded. Understood. Inda and Doubai were well accustomed to this task, and in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they had stripped over 100 warriors of their storage bags and points cards. Even removing their clothing, Zhang Tianhao promptly sold the valuable items to the system store. Watching his points steadily rise, the chime of the system notifications became the most delightful sound to his ears. Ding! Due to player Zhang Tianhao's rapid sale of numerous items, the system store temporarily unlocks the treasure appraisal feature, alerting him to treasures valued over 50 points. This feature too, Zhang Tianhao mused, slightly surprised but unbothered. The onlooking martial artists observed in horror as Zhang Tianhao, akin to a bandit, plundered the belongings of his fallen adversaries. His next target was Li Dechuan. Hand over your points and belongings. Do not force my hand. Li Dechuan's face turned pale. Even injured, he understood that he would stand no chance against Zhang Tianhao, even in pristine condition. Thus, he willingly surrendered his points and possessions. Zhang Tianhao had initially intended to rob the entire area, but seeing Li Dechuan's compliance, he chose to spare him. Finally, Zhang Tianhao turned his attention to Cai Jinhua. What will it be? Will you surrender willingly, or shall I be forced to act? Zhang Tianhao inquired. His gaze fixed on Cai Jinhua. You think you have me at your mercy? You won't get a thing from me, and what I've swallowed will be returned to you. Cai Jinhua retorted with a cold smile. Saint Spear Strike. A fierce spear thrust shot towards Zhang Tianhao. Sensing the deadly intent behind the strike, Zhang Tianhao's eyes flickered, and he responded with a calm smile. This is intriguing. Red apricot in the snow. Zhang Tianhao unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, cascading down like rain. The shimmering light from his blade momentarily distracted Cai Jinhua. Submit. With a deft motion, Zhang Tianhao drove his blade deep into Cai Jinhua's form. Cai Jinhua was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground and spewing blood. Although the outcome was anticipated, the ease with which Cai Jinhua was defeated left the onlookers in shock. How infuriating! Cai Jinhua growled as he rose, his face ashen with rage. Zhang Tianhao approached him step by step, declaring, surrender your points. Do not compel me to be unkind. Let us see how you intend to be unkind. Cai Jinhua suddenly produced a scroll. Upon seeing it, Zhang Tianhao felt a dangerous aura emanating from it. His heart raced. The King's Dominance Scroll. This is the King's Dominance Scroll. Doubai's voice trembled as he exclaimed. Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, ready to intervene, but it was too late. While remaining cautious, he inquired of the pale Doubai, what is the King's Dominance Scroll? Boss, we must flee. The King's Dominance Scroll harnesses the power of a high-tier martial king at 1/10. Doubai urged anxiously. At that moment, a middle-aged martial artist wielding a spear emerged from the scroll, exuding an aura so terrifying it felt as though a mere gaze could reduce one to ashes. A martial king. This individual must be a martial king. The surrounding warriors were paralyzed with fear, with even Xiaolang and Li Dechuan exhibiting profound trepidation. The middle-aged martial king's penetrating gaze fixed on Zhang Tianhao. Kneel before me. The overwhelming pressure descended upon Zhang Tianhao, akin to a mountain's weight bearing down upon him. Zhang Tianhao's eyes glimmered with defiance as he replied coolly, if a true martial king were present, I might harbor some trepidation, but you are merely a thought projection. Do you truly believe I would kneel? How laughable. With that, Zhang Tianhao gave a cold snort and declared, "Let me shatter you outright." In a flash, Zhang Tianhao dashed into the air to a fierce strike. He brought his blade crashing down. "Bold fool," the middle-aged martial king roared, thrusting his spear in response. Yet Zhang Tianhao's strike, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, tore through the attack. Zhang Tianhao's blade collided with the middle-aged martial king's apparition, shattering it. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Tianhao for slaying the martial king's thought projection. Experience gained 100,000 with a surge of energy at 10,000 and a burst of violent power. A notification chimed. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has acquired the thunderous holy hammer. Another notification followed. Congratulations, player Zhang Tianhao has obtained the Beast King fruit. As the system's alert faded, Zhang Tianhao regained his composure and smiled faintly, remarking, "Not bad. The loot is decent. Indeed, it is the high tier of the martial king. Even a mere thought projection yields 100,000 experience points." However, Zhang Tianhao lamented his current status as a 7th-rank Grand Martial Master. For the path to advancement demanded an immense amount of experience. 800,000 points, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. "What tricks do you have left? Show them," Zhang Tianhao said with a smirk. Gazing at Kai Jinhua, pale with fear, pointed at Zhang Tianhao and stuttered, "What do you want?" Zhang Tianhao replied nonchalantly, "I desire nothing but your points and storage bag." "Impossible," Kai Jinhua bellowed defiantly, "I'll fight you." As Kai Jinhua charged at Zhang Tianhao, the latter swiftly retaliated with a palm strike, sending Kai Jinhua hurtling backward as if propelled by a catapult. Zhang Tianhao pursued like a shadow, gripping Kai Jinhua's throat tightly. In an instant, he delivered a barrage of 81 slaps. Initially, Kai Jinhua's bravado remained, hurling threats of vengeance upon Zhang Tianhao's kin. Yet, under the oppressive grip of Zhang Tianhao, his threats soon devolved into pleas for mercy. Li Dachuan and Xiao Lang watched with satisfaction. In some sense, they would rather see Zhang Tianhao claim the points than let Kai Jinhua have them. After all, Kai Jinhua had once been on par with them. But now he had ascended to a position of tyranny over them, causing them to feel quite stifled. That moment, Kai Jinhua was thoroughly beaten, a grotesque sight with a swollen face. One might doubt even his own mother could recognize him. "Must I take matters into my own hands?" Zhang Tianhao pressed. "I'll give them up. I'll give them up." Kai Jinhua stammered in terror. Though he harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Tianhao, he dared not resist any longer. Recognizing the latter as a true demon, "Do Bai, Ingda, go and collect everything from him," Zhang Tianhao commanded. Do Bai and Ingdo exchanged knowing smiles and approached, with no courage left to fight back. Kai Jinhua could only acquiesce, allowing them to seize his storage bag and points. Observing Kai Jinhua's compliance, Zhang Tianhao nodded in satisfaction, preparing to release him when suddenly, the system emitted another notification. "Ding! The system store has discovered a pair of undergarments made from the skin of a purple gold dragon.